I originally thought I was just an ordinary private detective until, during a blind date, I took on a gruesome dismemberment case. I assumed it was just a work excuse to brush off my blind date, but unexpectedly, I found myself relying on a mysterious ability that suddenly awakened in my mind. He saw through the female police officer's true identity at a glance. What she brought was far more than just a single case, it was a breathtaking twist of fate. My name is Zhang Yang, I'm a private detective, and right now I'm miserably eating instant noodles in the office, preparing to meet the blind date arranged by my mom. Strangely enough, ever since I crossed over to this world, my detective agency has been struggling with dismal business, to the point where I can barely keep the pot boiling. Just as I was about to give up, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind, ding dong. The divine detective system has been activated, rewarding a beginner's gift package. I abruptly jumped up from the couch and without hesitation chose to activate it. Instantly, countless pieces of information flooded into my brain, and my body felt unbearably hot. Just as I was about to take off my clothes to cool down, the door of the detective agency swung open, revealing a tall, curvaceous beauty with an explosive figure. She wore a tight-fitting shirt paired with black stockings that revealed her ankles, exuding a cold elegance with an ultimate allure. Ahem! The beauty's light cough pulled me back to reality from my admiration. Hello, are you a police officer? I spoke without thinking, scenes from action movies flashing through my mind this time. My mom's judgment was spot on. How did you know I'm a cop? The beauty stopped in her tracks, giving me a sharp-eyed once-over. Sharp eyes, gun calluses on the right hand, and instinct, I answered coolly. Actually, the insight granted by my system allows me to easily pick up on these details. A hint of surprise flashed across the beautiful woman's face. Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Division, Qin Wanqing. I didn't expect you to be quite capable. She sat down, took out a document from the folder, and got straight to the point. No time for idle talk. We brought you here because there's a tricky case that requires your assistance in the investigation. Her tone was serious, warning me that once I accepted, absolute confidentiality was mandatory, or else I would face criminal liability. I felt a bit speechless. This blind date was really unconventional, bringing work along to a matchmaking session? But since she came to me, I had to show my capabilities. What case is it? I took the documents. A month ago, a female college student was dismembered, with her body cut into pieces and scattered throughout Tianhai City. At the same time, a boiled head and all the internal organs were also found. Qin Wanqing's face showed a nauseated expression as she spoke of this. Ding dong. System task activated. Assist the police in solving the dismemberment case. Reward, divine level interrogation skills. The system's voice rang out again. Don't worry about the commission fee, there's an internal bonus, starting at a minimum of 200,000. Seeing my silence, Qin Wanqing thought I was hesitating. Assisting the police in solving cases is the duty of every citizen. I said without hesitation, don't even mention money. If you absolutely have to, then give as much as possible. Qin Wanqing was taken aback for a moment, then immediately stood up and said, no time to waste, let's go now. The detailed case files are at the police station, come with me. Just as we stepped out of the detective agency, we saw a short, plump girl standing at the door, wearing a Lolita-style dress. Hello, my name is Ouyang Nana, and I'm here for a blind date with you, she said. I was instantly dumbfounded, this physique and style were clearly not my type. Sorry, he already has a girlfriend. The blind date is cancelled. Goodbye. Qin Wanqing immediately stepped forward, took my arm, and pulled me into her car. Sitting in the car, I finally realized, so, you weren't here for a blind date? Actually, What? Am I such an embarrassment to be your girlfriend? Qin Wanqing said coldly, though a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She had only intended to quickly get me away, but my reaction had clearly annoyed her. At the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, Lu Meng, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, was completely overwhelmed as the case showed no signs of progress. Seeing me next to Qin Wanqing, he impatiently scolded her for making a scene. Captain, he might be able to provide a lead. Qin Wanqing explained. Private detective? Don't be ridiculous. Lu Meng ignored me and hurried off to the meeting. Qin Wanqing apologized to me, and I shrugged my shoulders, asking her to take me to the office. After reviewing the case file, I was quite surprised. How could such a major case have not generated any rumors at all? To keep things under control, we suppressed it. Qin Wanqing sighed, but it's been almost a month now with still no progress. I have some thoughts. I nodded and started asking about their current investigative direction. We investigated all the butchers, doctors, and anyone who used knives, but found no leads. Qin Wanqing said that the body dumping site was located in the old city area, and the surveillance footage didn't provide much information. Wait a minute, forensic expert Lao Chen said all the meat slices were cut by hand? I flipped through the case file. Yes, confirmed by the forensic examiner. Qin Wanqing was absolutely certain. Does old Chen have any children? I suddenly asked out of the blue. Yes, one son, and he's a university professor. Why are you asking this? Do you suspect old Chen? Qin Wanqing looked completely astonished. First, go and find out where his son lives. Is there a river nearby? I ignored her question and continued asking. Qin Wanqing was only half convinced, but she still took out her phone. A moment later, she hurried back in panic. How did you know? There really is a moat near his son's residence. First, send someone to dredge that river, it's a major project. I continued. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanqing immediately made up her mind. Rather than waiting helplessly for doom, she would take the risk. Grabbing my hand, she strode straight toward the conference room. The conference room was thick with smoke and heavy with tension. Director Qin Wanqing slammed the table and roared, "It's been nearly a month, and we still haven't recovered all the remains. How am I supposed to explain this to my superiors? We have urgent news to report." Qin Wanqing burst in, dragging me along. Lu Meng took one look at me and immediately scowled. Nonsense. What kind of situation could a private detective possibly have? The victim's remains are most likely in the moat behind Manhwa residential area. Qin Wanqing dropped the conclusion directly, instantly causing an uproar in the entire conference room. Why was it there? What is the basis for your inference? Lu Meng turned to me. Facing everyone's doubts and disdain, I calmly said, solving a case should always involve pursuing even the slimmest chance with 10,000 times the effort. Rather than sitting here smoking in frustration, why not give it a try? Director Qin Wanqing suppressed his anger and asked me for the reasoning behind my judgment. It's very simple, your investigation direction is wrong. I pulled the photos from the file folder. The forensic expert said they were all manually cut, but look here, these areas show no traces of pressure marks. This indicates that some parts were machine cut. Each part is a mix of hand cut and machine cut sections. You were misled by the forensic authority, naturally assuming the murderer was skilled with a knife. I continued, this is the first doubt. Forensic expert Old Chen lied. This second doubt concerns the cannibal. The killer sliced and cooked the meat, most likely to deliberately mislead you and conceal the true intention. Lu Meng instinctively asked, what intention? I countered, if you had to carry a severed head and a pile of internal organs to dispose of a body, what would be most likely to expose you? How could you avoid drawing attention as much as possible? Chapter 4, Cabbage got eaten by pigs. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone present frowned as they tried to recall. The shape, the hair, and most crucially, the bloodstains and the smell. All these things were bound to attract attention. To avoid it, find a deserted night? But that wasn't ideal either. The dead of night would draw even more attention. Plus, it was summer. Even late at night, there were occasionally people around. Qin Wanqing considered several options, but none seemed quite right. What if we cooked it first? Wouldn't those problems disappear once it's cooked? Besides, in broad daylight, who would pay attention to someone just throwing out ordinary trash? Zhang Yang asked. Huh? What do you mean? Qin Wanqing, having guessed something, covered her mouth in shock. Everyone present sucked in a sharp breath. Lu Meng closed his eyes. After a moment, he spoke slowly. After the murder, the body was dismembered. Some of the flesh was cut by hand, while the rest was processed through a meat slicer. The slices from the slicer are uniformly thick, whereas the hand-cut portions provide distinct marks that guide our investigation. This made us mistakenly believe he was an exceptionally skilled butcher. After boiling the head and internal organs, the body was disposed of. This not only concealed traces along the route but also led us all to believe the killer was a deranged cannibal. After disposing of the flesh, head, and organs, only the skeleton remains. At this point, all that's needed is to attach weights to the wire and toss it into the river, ensuring it will never resurface. This entire process actually makes sense. Lu Meng slowly pieced together the entire crime, exhaling a long breath as shock overwhelmed him. They had been wrong from the very beginning. The executioner, the cannibal, all were figments of their own preconceived notions. It turned out everything had been a disguise. Who would have thought that the major case that had stumped them for a month, leaving them utterly clueless, would be deduced so effortlessly by the young man before them? And he was just a private detective? It felt almost unreal to Lu Meng. No. You've got your sequence backwards. Zhang Yang shook his head. What do you mean? Lu Meng asked. The previous disdain had vanished from his tone. I think this person must have considered dumping the body in the river from the very beginning. But he should also know that if he just threw the body into the river, it wouldn't take long for it to swell and float to the surface. At that point, the immediate vicinity would become a prime area for investigation. After all, dumping a body isn't a simple task. One couldn't travel too far. The more familiar the environment, the greater the chance of going undetected. That's why he resorted to dismembering the body. First, this person seems quite familiar with both corpses and police procedures. Second, the deliberate misdirection he created should be something completely opposite or vastly different from his own identity or profession. Combined with the clues deliberately concealed by the medical examiner, this is what led you to follow the killer's train of thought. The pathologist's statements played a decisive role in steering your investigation. That's precisely where I found my breakthrough. After all, as you mentioned, Dr. Chen is an authority in law enforcement circles. Such a mistake should never have happened. It can only mean it was intentional. As a police officer, he knew the consequences of his actions, yet he did it anyway. This proves the killer must be someone very close to him. Therefore, our immediate task is to secure Dr. Chen and recover the remains. Once that's done, this case will naturally be solved. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, the entire room fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at Zhang Yang as if he were a monster. Could someone truly possess such intelligence? Damn it! If this guy went out to commit crimes, wouldn't that be the end of us? Order! Dispatch personnel immediately to excavate the moat section near Manhwa residential complex. Secure old Chan and his son. No need for caution now, just bring them back first. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Qin Wanqing bellowed. His decisive and efficient manner suggested Qin Wanqing's character had been significantly influenced by her father. The entire public security bureau instantly erupted into chaotic activity. As for Zhang Yang, he found himself with little to do at the moment. As for the bounty, you guys decide. Zhang Yang turned to Qin Wanqing and said. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes. Such a brilliant deductive genius, yet he's a money-grubbing miser? Listening to his meticulous logical analysis just now, if she hadn't known beforehand that he was a private detective, she would have thought he was a top-tier detective sent down from headquarters. This disconnect was driving Qin Wanqing crazy. Little did she know that if he ran out of money this month, Zhang Yang would become unemployed. Keep a close eye on him. He absolutely cannot be let go until this matter is resolved. Qin Wanqing barked at Qin Wanqing while shooting Zhang Yang a fierce glare. In Qin Wanqing's eyes, this kid before him was undoubtedly a dangerous individual. Sometimes, geniuses and criminals are cut from the same cloth. His background must be thoroughly investigated. If he went astray, it would spell disaster for Tianhai City. And what the hell, when did these two even get together? His own daughter suddenly found a private investigator? And trusted him so completely? Like hell, I believe you. It's like our cabbage got trampled by a pig. That was precisely what Qin Wanqing was thinking at that moment. But with the case at hand, such matters would have to be put on hold for later. Zhang Yang had no idea about any of this. Qin Wanqing's look left Zhang Yang utterly baffled. Qin Wanqing, however, smiled wryly. She knew her father's temperament all too well. From the anxious look in his eyes just now, she knew exactly where his mind had wandered. But now that the case was showing signs of progress, Qin Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry about the reward. The tip alone is worth 200,000 yuan, not to mention you might crack the case outright. If you were a police officer, this would definitely count as a major achievement. Qin Wanqing said with a smile. The money doesn't matter. Would the police really withhold money owed to a commoner like me? Zhang Yang feigned indifference. Wait, from the sound of it, does that mean I can't leave yet? I'm swamped with work, you know? Deals worth tens of millions are closing by the minute. Zhang Yang stretched lazily. Qin Wanqing discreetly pursed her lips. How about I treat you to dinner? You've really helped us out this time. Seeing that it was dinner time, Qin Wanqing stood up too. Let's go. I see a tripe noodle place nearby. Zhang Yang perked up. He'd spotted it when they came in earlier. He usually couldn't bring himself to splurge on tripe noodles, but now that he was about to get paid, he could afford to treat himself. He'd been dragged away halfway through his instant noodles and was starving. What? Pork intestine noodles? Qin Wanqing hesitated. 5 minutes later. Owner, 2 bowls of tripe noodles, extra spicy, extra vinegar. Zhang Yang called out. No, just 1 bowl. I'll stick with plain noodles. Qin Wanqing hurriedly said. Seeing the tripe noodles on the menu nearly made her vomit. After poring over case files for a month, the image of boiled intestines remained vivid in her mind, just like the dish before her. Zhang Yang, however, paid no heed. As soon as the tripe noodles arrived, he eagerly dug in. Qin Wanqing slowly ate her plain noodles, growing intensely curious about this big boy wolfing down his food. Such meticulous observational skills, coupled with logical reasoning abilities, bold questioning, and vivid imagination, it was hard to believe he was merely a private detective? What a waste of talent. If he were in law enforcement, he'd likely be a star detective by now. Hurry up and tell me, how did you figure it out? By merely reviewing case files, you overturned an entire month of our investigative efforts? Qin Wanqing was deeply reluctant to accept this. That's not important. Pretend I'm cheating and start an argument with me. Don't turn around. Behind you, that person with the child is suspicious. Zhang Yang slurped his noodles, not even lifting his head as he spoke to Qin Wanqing. Chapter 5, Staged Accident? Qin Wanqing, being a police officer, caught on immediately. Honey, let me explain. She's really just a girl I play games with. Listen to me, I didn't do anything. Zhang Yang let out a loud cry, addressing Qin Wanqing before him. Qin Wanqing covered her face. Are you an actor? You're in character in a second? But she immediately stood up and twisted Zhang Yang's ear. Bull. I clearly saw you two make plans to go to a hotel. Qin Wanqing said angrily. Honey, let me explain. We did plan to go to the hotel to play games. I'm completely devoted to you. May lightning strike me down if I'm lying. Zhang Yang swore up and down while awkwardly dodging Qin Wanqing and heading toward the door. The landlady behind the counter, wearing an expression that seemed to see right through everything, stopped her husband as he emerged spoon in hand. That kind of scheming deserves a good beating. Such a good girl, and he still goes out to cheat. Men like that should be castrated. The landlady shot her husband a withering glance. Cornered by Qin Wanqing's relentless pursuit, Zhang Yang accidentally kicked over the bag belonging to the woman holding the child. It spilled out a pile of lollipops and various small toys, among which was a bottle containing yellow pills. My apologies, my apologies. Zhang Yang crouched down to help gather the items. The woman sitting at the table was visibly nervous. Even Qin Wanqing noticed something was off and was about to intervene when Zhang Yang suddenly embraced her from behind. In the fluster, Zhang Yang lost all restraint. The proximity sent his mind racing with fantasies. Holy! My hands seem a bit small. Zhang Yang felt the sensation in his hands and nearly forgot his mission. Honey, don't rush into action. With so many people here, let's save face. We'll talk about it at home. With that, he scooped Qin Wanqing up and walked out without another word. Though Qin Wanqing stood a full 5 feet 7 inches, she felt surprisingly light in the arms of the 6 feet 1 inch Zhang Yang. What are you doing? Let go of me. Once they reached the alley beside them, Qin Wanqing, her face flushed crimson, struggled free from Zhang Yang's embrace. Shoo! Don't make a sound yet. That person seems to be waiting for someone. Zhang Yang peered discreetly toward the woman. Behind him, Qin Wanqing's face flushed crimson with anger as she twisted his waist hard. Ouch! Zhang Yang sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Speak! What's going on? How did you know that person was suspicious? Qin Wanqing demanded. It's simple. If you were bringing a child, would you just order a bowl of spicy trek noodles? And usually, moms who bring their kids out carry a water bottle for them. They didn't. Then there's the child stayed a bit dazed, but mostly terrified. Even while eating, that woman kept her hand on the back of the child's neck. It looked like she was stroking them, but she was actually restraining the child the whole time. But you never know, some parents could be that selfish and cruel. Still, you saw that bag earlier. All those little toys and lollipops, plus that bottle of special medicine. We can tentatively conclude this is likely a trafficked child. The drowsiness is probably caused by that drug. Zhang Yang lowered his voice. Ha? So you were waiting for the contact person earlier? Qin Wanqing suddenly understood. No wonder Zhang Yang had been so insistent on stopping her from acting earlier. Typically, child traffickers never operate alone and usually rush to the train station to leave. But recently, due to the dismemberment case, the train station had become a key surveillance area. They wouldn't dare go there and must be planning other ways to leave the city. It was highly likely that the kidnapper had lured the child here, was temporarily hiding in the noodle shop, and was planning to figure out how to take the child away. Come to think of it, there had indeed been several reports of missing children recently. They actually dared to do this near the police station? This is simply... Qin Wanqing was so furious she couldn't speak. Blind spots. If you think that, others will too. Who knew these people were so brazen? Zhang Yang frowned as he spoke. Call for backup immediately. I'm worried they might drive away, we won't be able to track them. Zhang Yang turned to Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing had just pulled out her phone but hadn't dialed yet when it rang. It was Lu Meng calling. Qin, this guy you found is amazing, they recovered the body. They were really in the river. I'll tell you. Lu Meng's excited voice came through the phone. Captain. A child trafficking suspect spotted at the intestine noodle shop next to the police station, send backup immediately. Qin Wanqing quickly interrupted Lu Meng. What? Child trafficking? Holy. Hold on, I'll get the guys on standby over there immediately. Lu Meng hung up the phone in a fluster and let out a string of expletives. Don't worry, they should be here any minute. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. It might be too late. Look. Qin Wanqing followed Zhang Yang's pointing hand and saw a minivan pull up outside the pork intestine noodle shop. The woman quickly scooped up her child and jumped into the vehicle. Oh no! What should we do now? Ding! System mission activated, rescue 10 abducted children. Reward, top-tier lockpicking skill. The system's voice rang out. Zhang Yang's face darkened. Top-tier lockpicking skills? Dog egg system, weren't you supposed to be a detective system? Why are you veering toward becoming a master thief? But skills never go to waste, multiple abilities will always come in handy. Without a second thought, Zhang Yang dashed out. Zhang Yang wasn't foolish enough to take on so many people alone. Even though he'd activated the system, he didn't possess any martial arts skills. But the van had barely started moving, and with so many people around, it couldn't gain much speed before reaching the main road. If he didn't stage an accident now, when would he? Without a second thought, Zhang Yang charged straight toward the van. For the system's reward, for that beacon of justice burning within him, Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and thrust his leg forward. Arg! A wail of pain erupted from the crowd. Chapter 6, Turning Himself In. Someone got hit. Someone got hit. Zhang Yang's sudden cry drew passers-by instantly, many of them grinning as they pulled out their phones to snap photos of him. This was way too obvious, clearly a staged accident. Yeah, who'd have thought someone so young would resort to this? Are young people really this desperate these days? What do you know? Just this one incident, he won't budge without at least 10 or 20 grand. Doesn't that make more than your regular job? Bro, that stings. Guess I need to rethink my career path too. Qin Wanqing froze in shock, never expecting Zhang Yang to single-handedly flag down a car. She rushed out after him. What are you doing? Can't you see someone's coming? Get out of the car. Pay up. Zhang Yang pounded forcefully on the car window. The people inside the car were stunned. They hadn't expected this kind of situation. The driver gave the woman a meaningful glance. She hurriedly opened the door, preparing to get out first with the child. But the moment she pushed the door open, one handcuff snapped onto her wrist, while the other locked onto the door handle. Before the woman could react, Qin Wanqing snatched the child from her arms. Freeze! Police! Qin Wanqing flashed her badge. The driver, panicking upon seeing a police officer, slammed the accelerator without a second thought. With the van door still partially open, it dragged the woman along as it sped off. Though the child was saved, Zhang Yang was in a world of hurt. When he had stopped the van earlier, Zhang Yang hadn't actually used his leg to block it. Before the wheel rolled over him, he had yelped and pulled his leg back in time. But just moments ago, he had been standing directly in front of the vehicle. Startled by Qin Wanqing's sudden shout, the criminal slammed the accelerator, running over Zhang Yang's foot. Visibly, it swelled up immediately. Fortunately, the fleeing criminal, panicked and reckless, combined with the agonized wails of his partner dragged along the door, caused the van to crash head-on into a roadside tree. The fleeing criminal was handcuffed by the arriving police. Are you okay? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang apologetically, cradling the child in her arms. Sis, just arrest the guy. Why all the shouting? Like they'd get away? Zhang Yang covered his foot in silence, gazing at the curvaceous, slender-waisted policewoman before him and sighed deeply. God is always fair. When he gave her physical beauty, it seemed like something was missing in her mind. Just then, the surrounding crowd burst into applause. I knew this young man was too handsome to be a scammer. Turns out he was stopping a human trafficker all along. Yeah, these days, you don't see many people with such a kind heart. I've seen this guy before. He climbed through our window once trying to catch a cat. Seems like he's a private investigator or something. Wow, a private investigator? That's so cool. Zhang Yang hobbled away, bidding farewell to the onlookers, and followed Qin Wanqing back to the station. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang sat on the office sofa, his right foot bandaged like a mummy. This sucks. He finally landed a case, but before he could even collect the fee, he got injured on the job. Shortly after, Qin Wanqing returned looking utterly dejected. What's wrong? Something went wrong? No way. Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing in astonishment. After all, the system rewards had been claimed, which meant the case was solved. All that remained was apprehending the culprit. Had the suspect escaped? Zhang Yang, your reasoning is wrong. Old Chen just turned himself in. He committed this crime. It has nothing to do with his son. He happened to visit his son's place and discovered this female college student. Because she was young and strongly opposed to their activities, they argued a few words, and he accidentally killed her. After turning himself in, Old Chen confessed the entire crime process, which perfectly matched our deductions. All the evidence chains align. Moreover, Old Chen's son showed no unusual behavior. Since last month, he's been leading a research team, spending almost every day on campus. He often stays overnight at the university too. We've already verified this with the school. Although no one among the female students' peers knew she was dating, the significant age gap between them inevitably drew whispers. Deliberately keeping it secret was understandable. According to the victim's classmates, she occasionally stayed out overnight before, but always claimed she was visiting relatives in the city. While you did help locate the remains, the final culprit was mistaken. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang with a hint of resignation. Frankly, this outcome is worse than our initial theory. Who could have imagined that Chen, the meticulous forensic doctor, would be the murderer? Impossible. He's taking the fall for the real killer. Zhang Yang declared without hesitation. As a forensic doctor, he was thoroughly familiar with all police procedures. With a complete confession and a solid chain of evidence, coupled with his voluntary surrender and admission of guilt, the case could be closed. Zhang Yang let out a cold laugh. Since this forensic Dr. Chen dared to turn himself in, he must have knowledge of the entire crime process. This would indeed form a complete chain of evidence and explain why he lied during the autopsy. Old Chen really went all out for his son. Zhang Yang, why have you always believed Old Chen's son committed the crime? I thought about it carefully. Could it be that we're jumping to conclusions? Qin Wanqing hesitated before speaking up. From the very beginning, it was Zhang Yang's analysis that led us to bypass Old Chen and jump straight to his son. If Old Chen had committed the crime, everything would make sense, especially since he'd already turned himself in. She couldn't fathom why Zhang Yang remained so stubborn. It was those meat slices again. Zhang Yang picked up the photo from the table and handed it to Qin Wanqing. I recall you mentioned earlier that you'd investigated everyone skilled with knives, but there's one group you overlooked.
Zhang Yang paused. Chapter 7, Freeloading? You mean forensic pathologists? Qin Wanqing immediately caught on.
Yes. From your perspective as police officers, when you're narrowing down the list of potential suspects, you instinctively rule yourselves out.
And it's not just you for anyone, police and criminals, justice and crime, are complete opposites. That's why you instinctively overlook that possibility.
When you first mentioned the knife work earlier, I thought of a forensic pathologist, but then I dismissed that line of thinking. Zhang Yang took his feet off the chair.
You dismissed it? Why? That was indeed a gap in our reasoning at the time. Qin Wanqing didn't quite understand.
The reason is simple: if you're a forensic pathologist, there are countless ways to handle a body. There's absolutely no need to go to such trouble, causing such widespread panic. Even if they wanted to do it this way, the forensic pathologist wouldn't need a meat slicer at all. They could have done it entirely by hand, leaving not even the slightest trace of evidence behind. After hearing Zhang Yang's explanation, Qin Wanqing nodded in agreement. Forensic pathologists deal with corpses daily and are intimately familiar with police investigative procedures.
Altering evidence or concealing items would be trivial for them.
And then there was your statement later on. It made me completely abandon my suspicions about old Chen and shift them onto his son instead.
Zhang Yang looked at Qin Wanqing and said, Me? What did I say? Qin Wanqing looked utterly puzzled.
You mentioned earlier that old Chen had already retired and was only brought back on a contract basis. This time, it was precisely because of this major case that he was called in.
If it were just any random body turning up, would old Chen really need to come in to perform the autopsy? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. Of course not.
Every jurisdiction has its own forensic team.
Someone like old Chen usually just handles training duties.
He only gets called in for major cases like this.
I see.
So you're saying old Chen deliberately had his son cut up the human flesh to inflate this case into a major one, just so he could get involved in the investigation. Then in the final autopsy report, he'd conclude it was all hand-cut, steering our investigation in that direction. That way, the case would just become an unsolved mystery.
Oh my God. Qin Wanqing froze in shock.
Qin Wanqing could scarcely believe her own words. She never imagined that an authority in the police force, a veteran of the force, would stoop to such lengths to shield a murderer. Fortunately, Zhang Yang had spotted the trace from this sole flaw. Otherwise, the thought of having to work alongside such a person in the future sent a shiver down Qin Wanqing's spine.
Monster! Qin Wanqing murmured, staring at Zhang Yang.
Indeed, only the bond between father and son could drive someone to such extremes.
Calling them monsters wouldn't be too far off.
Zhang Yang said slowly.
I'm talking about you. Qin Wanqing stared intently at Zhang Yang. What's with that look? Listen, I got injured on the job. Aren't you going to reimburse me for medical expenses and lost wages? And listen, if it weren't for your scream, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. You're responsible for this. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing with a straight face. Qin Wanqing. Didn't I mention it when we left earlier?
I'm your girlfriend. So strictly speaking, this incident could be considered a private matter, or rather, your duty as a good citizen assisting the police. If we give you a reward, it's our way of recognizing your act of bravery. If we don't, that's perfectly reasonable too. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Wanqing seemed to have caught Zhang Yang off guard, smirking triumphantly as she fired back. Holy! Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. If those two were actually dating, this whole situation would be impossible to define. So you're using my girlfriend's name to freeload off me? This little police officer sure has a sharp mind. But it wasn't all bad. The feel of those waves under her hands was pretty damn good. Damn it! I want both the big boobs and the money. We're all adults here, why make it a multiple choice question? Zhang Yang recalled the sensation of holding Qin Wanqing earlier, and his hands instinctively made a grabbing motion. Qin Wanqing blushed fiercely. She twisted his waist hard. With his legs already weak, Zhang Yang let out a wail and tumbled off the chair. Oomph! I'm not wasting time arguing with you. I need to report this situation immediately. It could lead to a breakthrough. Qin Wanqing finished, shooting Zhang Yang a defiant glare. Wait a minute, didn't you guys arrest old Chen's son? You haven't released him yet, right? Can I go talk to him? Zhang Yang reached out to stop Qin Wanqing as she turned to leave, but his footing slipped. His hand instinctively grabbed hold of a strap on her back. Qin Wanqing froze instantly. As soon as Zhang Yang let go, the strap snapped back with a sharp crack, causing Qin Wanqing to stumble forward. Zhang Yang looked utterly helpless. Oops. I really didn't mean to. Who could have imagined that such a casual grab would land on the back strap of that thing, and it seemed like that very grab had accidentally undone the back clasp. Rogue! Qin Wanqing, overcome with anger and embarrassment, kicked Zhang Yang flying across the room. Clutching her chest, she hurried toward the changing room. A moment later, Zhang Yang, grimacing in pain, was wheeled out of the interrogation room in a wheelchair. What happened? Was it the internal injuries from the car accident? Lu Meng stared at Zhang Yang in front of him, utterly puzzled. Although the private investigator's final conclusion was wrong, he had at least helped locate the body, breaking the deadlock.
Lu Meng had to admit he was impressed. This should count as domestic violence, right?
Zhang Yang rubbed his sore spot painfully.
Qin Wanqing hadn't held back at all with that kick. Captain, we have a new lead. The killer probably isn't old Chen. Qin Wanqing shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare before addressing Lu Meng. No way? Old Chen confessed everything.
The entire crime process and motive all match up.
We were just waiting to submit it to the procuratorate for review. Lu Meng said in astonishment. Has old Chen's son been released?
Zhang Yang quickly asked upon seeing the situation.
Just released. They should be handling the paperwork now.
Lu Meng pointed in the direction beside them.
Honey, go stop him. In his panic, Zhang Yang blurted out honey without thinking.
Qin Wanqing, unaware of the urgency, immediately ran toward the police station entrance and managed to intercept old Chen's son just as he was about to get into a taxi.
Honey? Lu Meng, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed. I told you I got too deep into character. You believe me? Zhang Yang looked utterly embarrassed. He couldn't help it just now, it just slipped out.
In the heat of the moment, Zhang Yang had completely forgotten Qin Wanqing's name.
Hey! What do you mean by that? You've already wasted a lot of my time. I have the right to sue you. Moreover, our lab's projects are all national key initiatives. Delaying their progress means you'll be held accountable. Old Chen's son, brought back by Qin Wanqing, was clearly seething with anger. Lu Meng looked utterly helpless. Who could have predicted that before the matter was even clarified, Qin Wanqing would drag him back without a second thought? Can I speak with him alone? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. No way. Lu Meng refused decisively. All right.
Zhang Yang sighed in resignation. However, you can participate in our interrogation process as an auxiliary force invited by the police. Lu Meng said without batting an eye.
Zhang Yang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Chapter 8, I'm a good person.
Inside the interrogation room,
old Chen's son was still warning something in a highly agitated manner. Did your father teach you this too? Or are you feeling a little guilty? Just bluffing? Zhang Yang waited until old Chen's son was hoarse from talking before speaking slowly. Old Chen's son averted his gaze, refusing to acknowledge Zhang Yang.
The man before him, not wearing a police uniform, didn't seem to be a cop. Yet, there was a piercing intensity in his eyes, a sharpness that seemed to see through everything, making Chen's son unable to meet his gaze.
We just got in touch with your mother.
She heard about what happened to you and is on her way here.
Zhang Yang stated flatly. Qin Wanqing frowned in confusion.
Not only had they not brought his mother here, but this incident had nothing to do with her at all. Old Chen's son kept his head bowed, showing no reaction.
Do you hate your father more, or your mother? Old Chen's son's reaction seemed to be exactly what Zhang Yang had anticipated. He continued to ask slowly. Lu Meng, standing nearby, frowned.
Having this private investigator participate in the interrogation was already somewhat irregular. He'd expected Zhang Yang to ask professional interrogation questions, but instead, Zhang Yang's inquiries were all over the place, completely lacking any clear direction. Noticing the slight tremor in the man before him, Zhang Yang pressed on. As a university professor, you must have had quite a few admirers, right? I hear you've remained single all these years? Don't you feel a bit sorry for them? Zhang Yang asked with a hint of sarcasm.
Enough. Enough.
Unexpectedly, old Chen's son and Lu Meng spoke up at the same time.
Lu Meng froze in shock. Holy. Judging by that reaction, we've got a chance.
Zhang Yang shot Lu Meng a displeased look.
Bro, what's your deal?
I finally got the mood going, and you nearly ruined it with that outburst. Lu Meng met Zhang Yang's gaze, awkwardly scratched his nose, and sat back down. First, he felt Zhang Yang's questions were all over the place and completely random. Second, this man was still the son of a former colleague. Zhang Yang's relentless pressure felt a bit inappropriate. Moreover, involving Zhang Yang in the interrogation was already non-compliant. If this man decided to pursue the matter, Lu Meng would likely face consequences. That was why he had intervened. He hadn't anticipated such a violent reaction. Old Chen's son glared at Zhang Yang with vicious intensity, his fists clenched so tightly they trembled, as if he wanted to devour Zhang Yang. So you've set your sights on those college students doing part-time jobs? Using your sense of superiority to satisfy your twisted desires? How many victims have you claimed? The 5th? Or the 10th? Do you treat every one of them this way? Do you relish the pleasure of torturing and killing them? Zhang Yang fired off a rapid-fire barrage of questions.
You're lying. This is the only one. She deserved it.
Old Chen's son slammed his fist on the table and leaped to his feet, lunging toward Zhang Yang.
He was immediately pinned down by the police officers standing nearby.
Lu Meng stared in disbelief at the enraged, out-of-control killer, then glanced at the indifferent-faced Zhang Yang beside him. He couldn't believe what had just unfolded.
Leave it to you guys. I'm going to take a piss.
Zhang Yang said as he spun his wheelchair and rolled out.
Half an hour later. Lu Meng and Qin Wanqing approached Zhang Yang. They're all dead.
So he really was the killer.
You're incredible. Those questions weren't anything special. How did he break down?
Lu Meng signaled all the detectives under his command to surround Zhang Yang completely.
This is all thanks to me, no, this beautiful policewoman. Zhang Yang had completely forgotten Qin Wanqing's name.
After all, when she introduced herself at the detective agency, his attention was entirely focused on the ominous object. He hadn't been listening properly.
As for the interrogation process. Oh my god, do you really think I'd let you know I have god-tier interrogation skills from the system?
He had no choice but to drag Qin Wanqing into the fray as a shield.
Me?
Qin Wanqing was puzzled.
Truthfully, anyone dragged back just as they were about to escape wouldn't remain calm.
Moreover, the police had already cleared him of suspicion, yet they arrested him again. This could only mean a new twist had emerged. At this point, he was probably already feeling extremely guilty, which is why he was bragging and shouting about suing left and right.
I reckon when he was first arrested, he'd already planned every countermeasure. He should have been pretty calm, right? Zhang Yang asked the others. Right. We brought him back from the university campus.
He was very cooperative and showed no signs of panic. One of the officers beside him said.
Then how did you know he hated his parents? Lu Meng asked from the side.
At the time, Zhang Yang's question seemed baffling, but now that I think about it, it seems like that's when the killer started reacting.
Twisted paternal love, I suppose.
Zhang Yang lifted his head.
Captain Lu, if your son committed a crime, what would you do? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng.
If that little bastard dares to break the law, I'll catch him myself.
Lu Meng declared without hesitation.
But what if you're so consumed by work that you neglect your child, leading to divorce and a broken home?
What if your son goes astray? Would your first reaction still be such rage?
Zhang Yang pressed further. This time, Lu Meng didn't rush to respond.
I see what you mean.
You're saying that when old Chen heard about his son's situation, his sense of guilt toward his child overrode reason and principle, which is why he acted that way.
Lu Meng followed Zhang Yang's line of reasoning and suddenly understood. Zhang Yang nodded.
From the very beginning, I suspected old Chen's son was the killer. Combined with what that beautiful policewoman mentioned about old Chen's past, putting myself in his shoes made it clear how deeply he felt he'd failed his son all these years. This naturally led to some clues. All it took was a few key points to stir his emotions.
After being re-arrested, he'd be panicking, surely replaying his prepared answers.
But when I suddenly brought up this angle, he couldn't brace himself in time.
He started thinking along with my questions.
Followed by a rapid-fire series of case-related questions deliberately including several obvious errors he'd slip up when caught off guard.
That was all it took.
Zhang Yang spoke until his throat was parched. Just as he was about to look for water, he noticed all the police officers staring intently at him. Their gazes held a complex mix of emotions.
Did you know old Chen before? Lu Meng exhaled a long breath before asking Zhang Yang. No, I didn't.
Why?
Zhang Yang was puzzled. So you're saying everything you just said about old Chen's situation was your own deduction? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang with a complex expression.
Yeah, what's the problem?
It's not that hard.
With all these clues and a bit of bold imagination, it just clicks into place. Of course, there was a bit of coincidence involved too, like the part about the college girl working part-time. I've been watching the Probe Flower series videos lately, so that just happened to click into place.
Ahem, I'm a good person.
Zhang Yang caught Qin Wanqing's murderous glare and promptly shut up.
Is it a tiger?
Surrounded by a bunch of cops, what the hell are you watching?
Alright, I got it. Xiao Qin, Zhang Yang's leg's not in good shape. You take him back.
Once the bonus comes through here, I'll have Xiao Qin contact you.
Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang, waving his hand as he motioned for Qin Wanqing to escort Zhang Yang out. Chapter 9, What a humiliation, guys. I never expected you to be this good. I admitted I underestimated you private investigators before. I apologize.
Halfway home, Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. This case, I'm really standing on the shoulders of giants.
You can't give all the credit to me.
If it weren't for your meticulous on-site investigation, the elimination of suspects, and all the detailed work you did, I wouldn't have been able to make that judgment right away.
Zhang Yang replied modestly. You really feel that way?
Qin Wanqing turned her head curiously.
Absolutely.
Just looking at all those case files shows how much work you've put in.
It's just that you're constrained by habitual thinking patterns. As someone outside the police force, I was actually able to see things more clearly.
In fact, with the increasing exchange of information nowadays, criminals are also constantly evolving.
Even someone outside the police force would likely be aware of the effective procedures and methods used by law enforcement. Only by observing and learning more can one broaden their perspective.
Zhang Yang said with a smile.
Who knew you were so knowledgeable? The third place series?
Let me tell you, casually browsing that stuff is illegal.
Qin Wanqing said coldly to Zhang Yang as she drove. Officer Qin, what were you talking about? I don't understand. Browsing what? Zhang Yang asked, feigning ignorance. Zhang Yang, if you wanna die, just say so. I wouldn't mind kicking you again.
Qin Wanqing spat out bitterly. This guy was infuriating, so sharp and serious when analyzing cases, but the moment he stepped away from the investigation, he drove her crazy. She loved him and hated him all at once.
Put. No love, only hate. Officer Qin, just drop me off at the community entrance. I'll stroll in on my own.
Zhang Yang hurriedly replied. Qin Wanqing had driven out in a police car this time.
If the neighbors saw her, who knows what they'd speculate? Zhang Yang, what did I say? Qin Wanqing asked coldly from the passenger seat.
She pulled the car over to the side of the road.
This beautiful police officer?
Zhang Yang replied, his face flushing with guilt.
He yanked open the door and jumped out. Go to hell. You really forgot my name.
Qin Wanqing gritted her teeth in anger. By the time she went to confront Zhang Yang, he had already limped upstairs. When Qin Wanqing returned to the Criminal Investigation Division office, every single person in the entire Criminal Investigation Division was seated inside.
Each held the case files from the dismemberment murders.
The entire case had finally been resolved. It turned out that over the years, Old Chen had been exceptionally busy precisely because his forensic work was outstanding. Not only was he frequently seconded to other units, but he also trained personnel within the forensic system. Many years ago, Old Chen's wife had grown distant due to his constant absence and had begun an affair with another man. Unbeknownst to them, Old Chen's son, who had come home early from school, had stumbled upon them in the act. Ever since then, Old Chen's son had developed certain issues in that area. All these years, he hadn't even had a girlfriend, let alone started a family. He still lived in the old house left by his grandparents. Unexpectedly, he encountered a college girl who had just been dumped. Perhaps it was her insecurity that sparked something in Old Chen's son. They ended up at his place, and things naturally progressed. At the crucial moment, Old Chen's son couldn't perform. Unable to bear the contempt in the student's eyes, he flew into a rage and accidentally strangled her to death. Old Chen, who had come to retrieve something from his son's place, opened the door just in time to witness his son dismembering the body. After a moment of inner turmoil, Old Chen chose to conceal the crime and left in a daze. This set the stage for the major case that followed. Had it not been for Zhang Yang, the investigation might have dragged on indefinitely. This misdirection left the entire Criminal Investigation Division deeply frustrated. Xiao Qin's back. Find a place to sit down. After a month of effort, a private investigator solved it in less than a day. How does that feel? Embarrassing. Absolutely mortifying. Can't cops be criminals too? Can't conclusions reached by others be overturned? When your line of thinking hits a dead end, can't you just go back and re-examine? Most of you here are veteran detectives, all graduates of professional criminal investigation academies. But it's precisely this mindset and experience that's holding us back. Lu Meng slammed his fist on the table, venting his frustration. If not for Zhang Yang's intervention in this major case, the entire police force would have been in dire straits. From the chief down to him as the squad leader, they'd all face disciplinary action, maybe even get fired. Yet Zhang Yang's intervention also delivered a resounding slap to the entire Criminal Investigation Division. Qin, you brought Zhang Yang on board. What's your take on this? Lu Meng turned to Qin Wanqing and asked. Moreover, with the proliferation of information channels today, many criminals have become quite familiar with our police procedures and investigative methods. We must keep pace with the times. Precisely because Zhang Yang isn't part of the police force, he can spot the blind spots we overlook due to our habitual thinking. Qin Wanqing briefly relayed what Zhang Yang had told her on the way. What he said earlier was spot on. We're too rigidly bound by convention. Our investigative habits remain stuck in the past, weighed down by ingrained thinking that's simply not enough. Lu Meng nodded in agreement. As Zhang Yang himself mentioned, his insights were built upon our existing case files. He never took credit for them. He said he merely added the finishing touches. After all, if we'd reached the final stage, we would have combed through the files from the beginning anyway and might have found it ourselves. Qin Wanqing continued addressing the group. Did Zhang Yang really say that? Lu Meng was somewhat surprised. Yes. Qin Wanqing nodded. At least the kid has some conscience. We busted our asses for a month, and in the end, he got the benefit of it. But to be fair, his observational and deductive skills are truly unique, bold yet meticulous. Add in his ghost-like interrogation techniques, and I'd even consider recruiting him directly into our Criminal Investigation Division. Xiao Qin, this Zhang Yang is no ordinary guy. Given your special relationship with him, keep a close eye on him. He might just bring some fresh perspectives to our criminal investigation methods. Lu Meng said to Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing? Special relationship? What kind of special relationship do we have? Qin Wanqing was utterly baffled. Oh, by the way, when you went to see Zhang Yang off earlier, that child trafficker has confessed. The child's parents have already taken him back. Make sure to mention it to Zhang Yang later. After all, this case was largely thanks to him. Lu Meng said to Qin Wanqing as the meeting adjourned.
Yes. Qin Wanqing nodded. Chapter 10, There's More Than One Child.
When Zhang Yang limped back home, his kind-faced old mother was already waiting at the door, chicken feather duster in hand.
What on earth have you done? How am I supposed to explain this to people? That's your second aunt's neighbor's great-uncle's niece.
With such a close connection, I finally managed to set you up with her, and she even took the initiative to seek you out.
Yet you go and tell me you have a girlfriend? You have a girlfriend now and you didn't bring her home?
From the moment Zhang Yang walked through the door, his mom's nagging hadn't stopped. Finally, during a brief pause while she took a sip of water, Zhang Yang timidly lifted his tightly bandaged foot.
Mom, I got hurt. My foot got run over by a car. Zhang Yang looked utterly helpless.
Serves you right. I told you, don't change the subject.
This Sunday is your grandmother's 80th birthday. Bring your girlfriend along, or else. Mom clenched her hands snap. The feather duster in her hand snapped clean in two.
Zhang Yang forced himself to swallow the rest of his words.
That night, just as Zhang Yang was about to sleep, he noticed a friend request on WeChat.
Clicking on the profile picture, he was stunned to see it was Qin Wanqing. In the photo, Qin Wanqing wasn't wearing her police uniform. Instead, she sported a youthful, vibrant outfit with her hair casually swept back. Her ample assets were particularly eye-catching. Who would have thought that cold, fierce policewoman had such a goddess-like side? And she was a police beauty. Imagine if she were to wear. Ahem. Zhang Yang tapped accept and sent a dog emoji.
Hey, police beauty? Miss me? Before long, Qin Wanqing replied. Casually harassing a public official?
According to the law, that's 7 to 15 days of detention.
Are you coming in yourself, or should I come pick you up? Zhang Yang was utterly dumbfounded. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he ever married a police officer, wouldn't any inappropriate content or behavior get him arrested by his own wife? Fine. If I can't beat them, I can at least avoid them.
This handsome guy is off to take a shower.
Zhang Yang tossed his phone aside and dragged his peg-like feet into the bathroom.
On the other end of WeChat, Qin Wanqing clutched her phone, waiting impatiently for Zhang Yang's reply. When it never came, she angrily tossed the phone aside.
That Zhang Yang. I added you on WeChat first, and you're ignoring me? This is infuriating.
After sulking for a while, seeing Zhang Yang still hadn't responded, she couldn't help but pick up her phone again. Hey, the captain asked me to tell you the child trafficking case is solved. I'm thanking you on behalf of the police. Qin Wanqing sent the message, but when Zhang Yang still didn't respond, she gritted her teeth in frustration.
Stupid Zhang Yang, what's he so full of himself for? I don't even care about him.
Qin Wanqing had never lacked admirers since childhood. But perhaps because she was a police officer, she could see right through those people the moment they appeared before her. Their deliberately crafted personas made her feel utterly disgusted. Since joining the Criminal Investigation Division, she'd witnessed too much evil, gradually growing weary of men. Yet suitors still fawned over her constantly. Every Valentine's Day, gifts for Qin Wanqing never failed to arrive. But this Zhang Yang. Not only could she not figure him out, but he also treated her with indifference, leaving Qin Wanqing feeling utterly dejected. She tossed her phone aside and stormed off to bed, burrowing under the covers in a huff. Only after Zhang Yang finished showering and emerged did he notice the message Qin Wanqing had sent him.
The case was already solved? Wait, wasn't the system's mission to rescue 10 abducted children? Had the police failed to extract the information during interrogation?
Zhang Yang was puzzled. He had assumed that once those two were apprehended, they could follow the trail and wipe out the entire criminal gang.
But unexpectedly, they closed the case so hastily. Zhang Yang pondered. The system wouldn't make mistakes.
And now that he thought about it, there were indeed many suspicious points. It was highly likely that the police, due to the dismemberment case, had strictly screened all routes out of the city. They'd also trapped the children who hadn't been moved out in time. But now that the major case was solved, the blockade would naturally be lifted. Those traffickers might seize the chance to leave the city. Once they escaped, rescuing the children would become incredibly difficult. Oh no! Zhang Yang quickly grabbed his phone and dialed Qin Wanqing's voice call. Qin Wanqing had been tossing and turning restlessly when she saw Zhang Yang's call come in.
After a moment's hesitation, she answered. Hello? What is it? Qin Wanqing's tone was clearly displeased.
This is urgent. There's likely more than one abducted child.
Immediately seal off all roads leading out of the city.
Hurry!
Zhang Yang said urgently. What did you say?
Qin Wanqing, hearing the gravity in Zhang Yang's voice, realized he would never joke about such a matter. She scrambled out of bed.
Meet me at the community gate. I'll notify the team immediately. Qin Wanqing told Zhang Yang.
After hanging up, Qin Wanqing kicked open her father's bedroom door, startling Qin Aigua, who was just about to get intimate with his wife, into a shudder.
Dad!
Quickly contact the relevant departments to set up roadblocks on the outbound routes. There's no time to explain. The abducted child might be moved out of the city. Hurry! After barking her orders, Qin Wanqing slammed the door and dashed out. It must be said, having a bureau chief in the family sure made things easier. If Qin Wanqing had gone to the team herself, she'd likely have to explain for ages and still might not get them to act.
But Qin Aiguo was a different story.
Even if it turned out to be a false alarm, there was no harm done. At worst, Qin Aiguo would get a scolding. Having successfully played the fool, Qin Wanqing hopped in her car and sped to Zhang Yang's residential complex, where he was already waiting.
What exactly happened? How did you know there was more than one trafficked child? Qin Wanqing pressed urgently. That bottle of medicine. When I examined that bottle, I noticed it was already half empty. If someone had filled it themselves, they'd usually fill it completely. The fact that half was gone meant it had definitely been used more than once. Also, why would they risk moving the child near the police station?
It's because they must have a hideout, and this hideout is far away, requiring a car to reach.
Typically, human traffickers don't have fixed bases, most operate on the move.
The fact they stopped means they had a compelling reason to stay.
Moreover, the van was heading toward the city center, not out of town.
If they had only one child, they could have simply driven out of the city.
Given the circumstances, they likely wouldn't have drawn the attention of the checkpoint police.
The only explanation is that the roadblocks set up with the dismemberment case are temporarily blocking their escape route, forcing them to temporarily hide the children.
Zhang Yang said urgently.
Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Qin Wanqing also realized this case was indeed riddled with inconsistencies. At the time, everyone at the police station was focused on the dismemberment case, viewing this child trafficking incident as merely a bonus discovery, something they didn't take too seriously.
Where do we go now? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang.
Wang Village. Zhang Yang located a spot on his phone's map. While waiting for Qin Wanqing earlier, Zhang Yang had already been scanning the map. Qin Wanqing saw it was an urban village slated for demolition, but the project had stalled due to holdouts refusing to leave. Apart from a few scattered holdouts, everyone else had moved out of the several villages. Without hesitation, Qin Wanqing floored the gas pedal and drove straight toward the area.
Chapter 11, You're truly a monster.
At that moment, Wang Village was shrouded in complete darkness. There was no sign of life anywhere.
Zhang Yang, are you sure this is the place? How did you know? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang. Look, this is the direction their van was heading at the time. The city center lies just ahead. Hiding so many children within the city would be utterly unrealistic.
But beyond this urban area, at the border between two districts, there are several villages. I recall news reports mentioning that this area was once the site of violent clashes over demolition projects, which were eventually shelved. The villages have since been abandoned.
If I were a human trafficker, this would actually be a decent option. Zhang Yang explained to Qin Wanqing while pointing at the digital map.
But there are several villages nearby.
How can you be certain it was Wang Village? Aren't there also Du Village and Li Village nearby? Qin Wanqing still couldn't grasp it. Even if she knew it was this area, how could Zhang Yang have directed her straight to Wang Village?
I told you before, these traffickers operate on the move.
It's odd they'd linger in Tianhai City at all. Even with the dismemberment case hindering them, they could still ship kids out one by one.
That they've managed to keep so many children here means they must have a very reliable base of operations.
And do you really think outsiders could suddenly arrive in a place and immediately find such a suitable base? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. You mean, there might be locals involved? Qin Wanqing was taken aback. Not possible, it's certain.
The other two villages only had a few holdouts, but Wang Village had just this one household.
Moreover, this local person is likely the most stubborn holdout in Wang Village. Otherwise, if outsiders suddenly appeared in the village, why wouldn't these opportunistic people do something?
You told me before that the reward for reporting a major case like this isn't small. Zhang Yang said with a smile.
Good heavens! You deduced all this just from a map and news reports? That's absolutely incredible. Qin Wanqing stared at Zhang Yang as if he were a freak. I think you should go inside and check things out first. If it's confirmed, get reinforcements as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'll get away.
Zhang Yang pointed at his foot.
Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes. So you just talk the talk while I do all the work, huh?
But she knew there was no other way. She quietly got out of the car.
Oh, and since they have a van,
when you enter the village, follow the tire tracks on the ground.
That should help you find it quickly. Zhang Yang instructed Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing gave Zhang Yang an okay sign before swiftly disappearing into the pitch-black village. It didn't take long. Qin Wanqing returned, panting heavily. Confirmed. Inside, there are 4 prisoners and 8 or 9 children, all locked up in a large courtyard. Qin Wanqing reported to Zhang Yang. Captain Liu, did you hear that? Wang Suan, hurry over.
Zhang Yang said as he hung up the phone.
That's a wrap. Let's wait for the main force to come and deal with them.
Zhang Yang grinned as he motioned for Qin Wanqing to get in the car.
That's it? How did you know I spotted someone inside? And how did you manage to call our captain in advance? And how did you even get our captain's number?
Qin Wanqing was filled with questions.
The tire tracks.
Zhang Yang pointed to the tire tracks on the roadside. Minivans typically have very narrow tires, ranging between 165 and 195 millimeters in width. The combination of narrow tires and a lightweight body means the vertical tire pressure on most minivans is lower than that of regular vehicles, resulting in shallower ruts.
Look at this one, it's from your car. Compared to the minivans, it's very clear. Qin Wanqing crouched down to examine them and confirmed it was true.
This type of trace evidence analysis is a highly complex forensic examination technique covered in their criminal investigation curriculum. Typically, only seasoned investigators with extensive experience could master its application.
Even Qin Wanqing, though familiar with the theory, lacks substantial practical experience in its application.
Tire tracks were one factor, but minivans were far too common to rely solely on that for identification. But the way you rushed over just now, you practically had someone's inside call for backup written all over your face.
If no one had been inside, what expression do you think you would have had? Disappointment? Anger? Worry? Certainly not the excitement and agitation you showed just now.
Zhang Yang said with a smile. As for Captain Lu's phone call, when I was in your office earlier, I happened to snap a photo of the duty roster inside.
Better safe than sorry. Zhang Yang grinned. Qin Wanqing's current state of mind could no longer be described as mere shock. Are you constantly deducing things? Don't you ever get tired? You're a monster. Qin Wanqing asked in astonishment. Not at all. It becomes second nature once you get used to it. You don't have to force yourself, it just happens instinctively when you see something. Otherwise, what would I be doing here? Am I just supposed to casually rummage through your car? Oh, right, this car's insurance is about to expire. Judging by your premium, you've had quite a few accidents before. I'll be buckling up when we get back. Zhang Yang shrugged. Qin Wanqing quickly tucked away the insurance policy she'd left lying nearby.
She shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare.
Could there really be such a thing as a genius in this world? You never attended a specialized criminal investigation academy or studied professional forensic techniques, did you teach yourself everything? Good heavens! The gap between us is just too wide. Qin Wanqing felt utterly disheartened.
She had been an outstanding graduate from the Criminal Investigation Academy. Her entry into the Criminal Investigation Unit wasn't solely due to Qin Aigua's status, her own abilities played a significant role. After all, criminal investigation wasn't like other departments. While frontline officers might advance quickly, one misstep could cost them their lives. Had she truly leveraged Qin Aigua's connections, she likely would have secured a cushy desk job. Yet Qin Wanqing never imagined that all her years of specialized training and real-world investigative experience would be so ruthlessly overshadowed by Zhang Yang. What a failure! Wait a minute. How did you know I didn't attend a specialized criminal investigation university? Did you investigate me? Zhang Yang glared at Qin Wanqing. What are you staring at? Someone like you could cause real trouble if you committed a crime. We're police officers, this is standard procedure, okay? Qin Wanqing flushed slightly but still stood her ground. Though Qin Wanqing spoke the truth, this kind of investigation wasn't her responsibility. Instead, she'd leveraged her father's influence to dig up every last detail on Zhang Yang. Not only had she uncovered the balance in his bank account, but she'd even uncovered the websites he frequently visited. You're violating my privacy rights. I have the right to sue you. Zhang Yang stared at Qin Wanqing's mocking expression, his heart racing. Damn it, did this woman see something she shouldn't have? I'll have to use incognito mode from now on. Wah wah! Wah wah! Just then, police cars began swarming in from all directions, encircling the small village of Wingsuan. Chapter 12, Chance Encounter. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. Are you afraid the human traffickers won't hear the police coming? Why do they always come wailing and wailing whenever they're making arrests? Can there really be traffic jams on the road this late at night? Zhang Yang muttered with a hint of resignation. Qin Wanqing flushed and glared at Zhang Yang. What do you know? This has been the police department's protocol for years. Our duty isn't just to apprehend criminals, it's crucial to prevent potential crimes before they happen. Just on this drive alone, if any potential crimes were in progress, hearing our patrol car sirens would likely cause them to abort and flee. Protecting the lives and property of the people is our duty as police. Oomph. You know nothing. Qin Wanqing finally got her chance to look down on Zhang Yang, regaining a bit of balance. That night, the police operation proceeded smoothly. They successfully cracked a major child trafficking case, apprehending 6 suspects and rescuing 10 trafficked children. Though it was already late at night, the entire police force was bustling with activity. Having just emerged from the gloom of solving a gruesome dismemberment case, they were now swept up in the excitement of tackling this child trafficking operation. After all, solving child trafficking cases brings immense satisfaction to the public. After each such breakthrough, public approval for the police generally rises significantly. Enhancing the police's image and maintaining social order are mutually reinforcing. Thus, the police notified all media outlets overnight, preparing to hold a press conference first thing the next morning. Chief Qin Aigua was the most energized of all. It could be said that tonight's case was entirely resolved because Qin Wanqing, risking being made a fool of, made decisive decisions on the spot. He coordinated all departments to implement strict surveillance and control measures, and had the entire police force on high alert. This allowed them to respond immediately and successfully resolve the case. However, this time, to maximize the positive portrayal of the police, Zhang Yang's involvement was downplayed. The case briefing merely mentioned receiving a tip from the public, glossing over it in a single sentence.
Qin Wanqing was furious about this.
Having been fully involved in both cases, she knew exactly how crucial Zhang Yang's role had been.
Without Zhang Yang, these cases wouldn't have been solved, they wouldn't even have had any leads.
Furious, Qin Wanqing slammed her fist on the desk in Qin Wanqing's office. Qin Wanqing looked at his daughter's outburst with helplessness. He could only give Zhang Yang the green light for the bonus. Under Qin Wanqing's strong arrangement, the total bonus of 300,000 yuan for the two cases quickly landed in Zhang Yang's account, serving as some compensation for him.
Inside Zhang Yang's detective agency.
After paying a year's rent in full, Zhang Yang finally felt at ease. With the bonuses from these two cases, even if no new commissions came in for a year or two, he wouldn't have to worry about putting food on the table. What should he have for lunch today? Zhang Yang sat up from the sofa.
Another aimless morning, another morning without any cases, another morning spent slacking off on the couch. Before he knew it, lunchtime had arrived.
He strolled downstairs, ready to grab something to eat, when he suddenly spotted a familiar car parked by the roadside. Zhang Yang's eyes darted around before he quietly approached. Through the window, he saw Qin Wanqing typing a WeChat message.
The name displayed was none other than Zhang Yang. At the detective agency? He hesitated, then deleted it. I'm nearby running an errand. Have you eaten yet? After another moment's hesitation, she deleted it again.
Qin Wanqing bit her lip, her face a picture of inner turmoil.
Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Could this little police officer have taken a liking to him? Who'd have thought this sharp-as-a-tack detective would be so hesitant in this moment?
Zhang Yang grinned. He quietly backed up a few steps, then suddenly feigned a stumble, pretending to bump right into the car's hood.
Ha! Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Zhang Yang acted as if he had just noticed Qin Wanqing.
The moment Qin Wanqing saw Zhang Yang, she frantically hid her phone and got out of the car looking flustered.
You're here for business? Zhang Yang asked first. Ah, yeah. Just running some errands. Qin Wanqing stammered.
Recalling the message she'd drafted and then deleted moments ago, her face burned hot, as if Zhang Yang before her had seen right through her.
Haven't eaten yet? Want to treat me to a meal? Zhang Yang asked, stifling a laugh. Sure. Ha? What do you mean, treat me to a meal? This is near your company, right? You should be the one treating me.
Qin Wanqing suddenly snapped out of it and glared at Zhang Yang.
Me treat you? No problem. Let's go. Off to get some pork intestine noodles.
Zhang Yang said with a grin.
Get lost. Qin Wanqing, flustered and annoyed, gave Zhang Yang a sharp pinch on the waist.
For some reason, whenever she was around Zhang Yang, the aloof persona she worked so hard to maintain would crumble without a fight. A short while later, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing sat down at a small eatery. Here, try this free plum juice, I made it early this morning.
It's been a while since you last came by. Is this your girlfriend? She's absolutely stunning, just like a TV star.
The restaurant owner's wife smiled as she brought over 2 cups of plum juice, then turned to Zhang Yang. I've just been swamped with work lately.
Zhang Yang replied, feeling a bit guilty.
He glanced at Qin Wanqing across the table, who was hiding her face behind the menu. He wasn't sure if she'd heard. He used to come here often, generous portions and affordable prices, and had become quite friendly with the owners. But after that, with no new commissions coming in, he could barely afford instant noodles anymore, so naturally, his visits grew fewer.
You don't mind what happened before, do you? I hope you understand we had no choice.
After all, involving you in this sort of thing wasn't exactly. This is delicious. Qin Wanqing sipped her plum juice and said to Zhang Yang.
What's the big deal? What's the big deal? You're not going to get upset and skip work over this, are you? Zhang Yang waved dismissively.
To him, whether he got recognized or not didn't matter as long as he got the bonus.
How'd you know I skipped work? Put. I took a leave of absence, okay?
You're the one who skipped work.
Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes in annoyance. When you're at the bureau, you have to tie your hair up, right?
That level of frizz probably won't smooth out anytime soon, and you wouldn't wash your hair for no reason during work hours. Judging by how soft and loose it is, you haven't been to work for at least 2 days. Add in how greasy it looks, it's probably been 3 days. My guess is that someone got upset, threw a tantrum, skipped work, and then spent 3 whole days lying in bed without even washing their hair.
Zhang Yang said with a smirk. You're going to get yourself killed. You can actually deduce that from this?
I should have washed my hair before leaving.
Ugh, I look awful. Qin Wanqing said with a sigh. Not ugly at all, pretty cute, actually.
Especially when you rolled your eyes just now, look just like a big white duck drowning in a lake. Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, Qin Wanqing's hand shot across the table and twisted his waist.
Ouch. Did you come here just to freeload a meal off me? Zhang Yang asked, grimacing. Chapter 13, interested in becoming a cop? What, is that a problem? You've racked up all that bonus money yourself, isn't that fair? Qin Wanqing flushed and glared at Zhang Yang. That money's for my wedding, okay? Why are you so obsessed with it? You wouldn't be thinking of turning my money into your own dowry, would you?
Zhang Yang asked with a smirk.
Oomph. With that measly amount you have, you think you can propose to me? Dream on.
Qin Wanqing regretted her words the moment they left her mouth. How had she made it sound like they were already discussing marriage? Her face flushed instantly. Fortunately, the owner's wife arrived just then with the dishes. Actually, I can understand our bureau chief's approach. If it weren't for you, those other 9 children might have been successfully trafficked. What's even more terrifying is that our police force was completely unaware. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang with a hint of resignation as she ate her food. This whole thing baffles me too. Logically speaking, with so many children disappearing in Tianhai City, how could you cops not know about it? In my view, once you apprehended the suspect and cross-referenced it with the missing children reports, you should have noticed the connection even without my prompting.
Zhang Yang nodded, having been puzzled by this very point before.
After all, there was only one report filed and coincidentally, it was for the very child we rescued.
Qin Wanqing gave a wry smile. How could that be? What parent wouldn't report a missing child immediately? Zhang Yang was quite surprised.
From the moment they came to pick up the children, it was clear, some were elderly, some couldn't be reached, and others were. In short, it was a complex situation, a true reflection of the diverse realities of life. Qin Wanqing spoke slowly. So that's why you're using this opportunity to build the police's image while also educating the public about the law and issuing warnings? Zhang Yang immediately understood. Exactly. As I've said before, for us police, punishing criminals is just one part of our job. More importantly, it's about preventing crime. That's the true purpose of our role. Qin Wanqing nodded. For some reason, talking with Zhang Yang felt incredibly comfortable. The Zhang Yang before her always seemed to grasp exactly what she meant to say. Perhaps that was why, feeling so deeply troubled, she had found herself drawn to Zhang Yang's presence. Being a police officer is a noble profession. We salute you. Zhang Yang smiled as he picked up the plum juice in front of him.
Thank you. Qin Wanqing gently clinked her glass against Zhang Yang's. Are you interested in joining the police force? With your investigative skills and the foundation of solving these 2 major cases, you could be specially recruited into our criminal investigation division. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. She had previously heard Lu Meng mention such an idea and was testing the waters. If Zhang Yang could join the criminal investigation division, it would truly be like adding wings to a tiger. I'll pass. I'm counting on expanding my private detective agency. Freedom is so much better.
Zhang Yang pursed his lips.
I just paid a year's rent, and now you want to drag me into this? Are you kidding me? Your landlord isn't related to you by any chance, is he? You.
Qin Wanqing hadn't expected Zhang Yang to refuse without a second thought, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Deep down, she'd hoped Zhang Yang would join their team.
Fine then.
If any tricky cases come up in the future, I'll come find you.
Qin Wanqing said. The kind with a reward, mind you. I won't take the ones without. Zhang Yang quickly added, sensing Qin Wanqing's subtle hint of freeloading. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes. Oh my, this plum tea is delicious. Alright, now that we're full, let's go shopping this afternoon. This weekend is perfect. After chatting with Zhang Yang for a while, Qin Wanqing's earlier bad mood vanished completely. She stretched lazily, feeling content. Zhang Yang stood there with his mouth agape when suddenly, a button popped right into his wide-open mouth. Qin Wanqing quickly tugged at her shirt. Earlier, she'd accidentally popped a button off her chest. Her face flushed crimson as she glared at Zhang Yang. What are you looking at? Qin Wanqing quickly clutched her handbag to her chest for cover. Purple lace? Zhang Yang blurted out instinctively. No, I mean, what day is it today? Oh, it's Saturday. Seeing Qin Wanqing about to act, Zhang Yang quickly changed the subject. Wait a minute. Today's Saturday? Tomorrow's Sunday? Oh no, this is bad. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered his mom had mentioned that he had to bring his so-called girlfriend back for Grandma's 80th birthday tomorrow. This guy was going to be in deep trouble. But there was a ready-made option right in front of him. Zhang Yang looked Qin Wanqing up and down. What's done for? What kind of look is that? Qin Wanqing glared at Zhang Yang fiercely. Ahem. If you ever have another case, you can come find me anytime. But you have to agree to one condition. Zhang Yang said with a straight face. No problem, go ahead. Whatever the police can handle, we'll do our best to help you secure it. Qin Wanqing, thinking Zhang Yang was discussing money, replied decisively. Alright, I'll take that as your agreement. Meet me at the Guohua Hotel tomorrow at 11 a.m. It's my girlfriend's 80th birthday celebration. You'll pose as my grandmother. Zhang Yang blurted out. Qin Wanqing? Zhang Yang, oh, what the hell did I just say? Just as Qin Wanqing was about to speak, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Yes. Report back immediately. Qin Wanqing hung up the phone, got up in a hurry without saying another word. There's a case. I need to get back right away. Gotta go. Qin Wanqing hurried out. Hey, tomorrow at the Guohua Hotel. Guohua Hotel. Zhang Yang called out from behind, though it was unclear if Qin Wanqing heard him. The next morning. In a private room at the Guohua Hotel, the Zhang family relatives had arrived early. The men were playing mahjong and bragging over at one end. The women gathered together, chatting about family matters. Oh my, speaking of Yang Yang's family, he's no longer a youngster, yet he still hasn't found a girlfriend? My handsome son is getting engaged this year, and let me tell you, the bride's family is the deputy chief of the West City Police Station. Zhang Yang's aunt boasted from the sidelines. Who says our Yang Yang doesn't have a girlfriend? I heard his girlfriend's family is the chief of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. She's coming over today. Zhang Yang's mother shot back with obvious irritation. Zhang Yang's mouth twitched. Mom, you've got some uncanny foresight. How do you know all this before even meeting her? Yang Yang's mom, I heard people can even hire girlfriends to come over and pretend to have connections. You two better not get scammed. Zhang Yang's aunt said with a sneer. Bull, you old hag. Our Yang Yang's girlfriend is a heavenly beauty. Why would ours be an imposter? One more word of nonsense, and I'll tear your mouth off. Zhang Yang's mom jabbed her finger right at her aunt's nose, cursing furiously. If it weren't for today being her mother's big birthday celebration, she might have actually laid hands on her. Zhang Yang gave her a thumbs up from the sidelines. Mom's the best. That was so badass awesome. You little brat, laugh my ass off. If that person doesn't show up, I'll skin you alive. Zhang Yang stood grinning, watching the show unfold, when suddenly a wave of murderous intent swept toward him. I'll go out and meet them. Zhang Yang ducked and ran like a scared rat. At the hotel entrance, it was already 11:30. He'd called Qin Wanqing countless times, but her phone kept going straight to voicemail. Zhang Yang was frantic. Could she have stood him up? Or was she tied up with that case? It was entirely possible. The Criminal Investigation Division was exceptionally busy. During the last dismemberment case, some of their officers hadn't been home for a month. It seemed Qin Wanqing definitely wouldn't be able to make it. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Am I really going to have to rent a girlfriend? Mom, you didn't leave me any backup plans at all, did you? Zhang Yang was stunned. Chapter 14, Murder in the Secret Room. When Zhang Yang searched for Rent a Girlfriend in his browser, a flood of adult movie links popped up, leaving Zhang Yang utterly exasperated. I'm looking for something legitimate, damn it. Just as Zhang Yang was feeling utterly helpless, the sound of screeching brakes echoed right in front of him. Sorry, I'm late, just got out of a meeting. Qin Wanqing hurriedly got out of the car. The passenger seat was still piled high with gift bags. In the lobby. See? I told you so. Yang Yang must have been embarrassed after I called him out. Yang Yang's mom, you were rude earlier. Do you plan to apologize? Zhang Yang's aunt saw that the banquet had already begun. Not only was his girlfriend nowhere to be seen, but Zhang Yang himself had vanished. She immediately got fired up. No sooner had she spoken than the private room door swung open. In walked Zhang Yang, accompanied by a tall, stunningly beautiful woman. Everyone froze in their tracks. No wonder Qin Wanqing was breathtakingly beautiful. Though dressed simply in slacks and a blouse, her stunning, otherworldly beauty and skin whiter than snow made her radiantly exquisite. Oh my goodness, is this my granddaughter-in-law? Come, sit next to grandma. The birthday celebrant was the first to recover, rising to greet Qin Wanqing. Only then did the others snap out of their daze, scrambling to rise and fuss over her as if today's spotlight belonged not to the honoree but to Qin Wanqing herself. Zhang Yang's mother beamed as she pulled Qin Wanqing to sit beside her. Auntie, our Yang Yang's girlfriend is here, but where's your handsome son's girlfriend to celebrate grandma's birthday? That's really not right. As a younger generation, is it okay to be impolite? What if she were to enter our family? Would we still be able to control her? Come, daughter-in-law, let me introduce you. This is your. Zhang Yang's mother had no idea what Qin Wanqing's name was, so she simply called her daughter-in-law throughout the entire introduction, parading Qin Wanqing around to greet every single relative. Qin Wanqing hadn't expected Zhang Yang's mother and relatives to be so warm and welcoming. She barely had to say anything herself, just smile, nod, and say hello, so-and-so. Qin Wanqing wasn't the type to shy away from the spotlight. She gracefully played the role of the soon-to-be daughter-in-law. She shot a glance at Zhang Yang, who had already slipped away to the men's table. It made her teeth itch with frustration, yet she had to keep her composure. Throughout the meal, Zhang Yang's mother kept piling dishes onto Qin Wanqing's plate. Far from emptying, the plate remained heaped high at all times. Mrs. Zhang was practically beaming with pride. A heavenly daughter-in-law like this rented? You couldn't even get one like her if you tried. Who knew that good-for-nothing would be just like his father hit the jackpot? Finally, the birthday banquet ended.
Qin Wanqing was stuffed to the gills and could barely walk. She quickly found an excuse to rise and take her leave.
Ahem, thank you so much for today.
Zhang Yang scratched his nose. Truth be told, he hadn't expected Qin Wanqing to actually show up today. He planned to just make up some excuse and get by, but then his mom pointed a finger and completely blew his cover. If Qin Wanqing hadn't shown up at the last minute, Zhang Yang probably wouldn't have made it out alive.
Thanks? Oomph. So by your logic, you really think of me as something you rented? Well then, Mr. Zhang Yang, how much rent are you going to pay me today?
Qin Wanqing asked from the side, her tone unfriendly. You've been introduced to all the relatives by Zhang Yang's mother, and the family heirloom bracelet is already on Qin Wanqing's wrist.
And you just say thank you? Do you really think there's a way out now? At this point, you still think you can use me and then disown me? Dream on.
This lady is sticking around as your girlfriend for good.
Well. Oh, right, how's the case going today? I thought you'd be tied up with the case and couldn't make it. Zhang Yang quickly changed the subject. Oomph. Don't think this will just blow over, you owe me a favor. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes. Do you know about Tianhao Group?
Qin Wanqing hesitated when Zhang Yang brought up the case, but still asked him.
Tianhao Group? You mean that Tianhao Group, the one touted as Tianhai City's leading enterprise? Didn't I hear their chairman fell recently? And there was some shareholder change that made headlines? Zhang Yang looked equally surprised. Yes.
But the news is all for fooling the public. The chairman of Tianhao Group actually died unexpectedly while overseas not long ago. And just yesterday, 2 board members were murdered inside the group's headquarters, 2 bodies in a sealed room, not a single clue. Word is the higher-ups are taking this very seriously. You should have seen the captain's face in the meeting room, dark as night. Qin Wanqing stuck out her tongue as she spoke. Of course it is. After 2 major cases back-to-back, now a leading enterprise in Tianhai City has a murder, and a locked room murder at that. That's even more trouble. If we don't crack this case soon, it could damage Tianhai City's investment climate.
Zhang Yang nodded. The pressure on Lu Mang was undeniable.
So you slipped out like this, won't that cause any problems?
At this moment, Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing.
Under normal circumstances, when a major case like this occurs, the entire criminal investigation division should be fully mobilized.
Not really. Since I was directly involved in the previous 2 cases, I'm currently wrapping up those investigations.
I haven't been assigned to this new case.
Plus, I hear Tianhao Group isn't being very cooperative.
Sending too many people might actually make things more difficult.
Qin Wanqing explained slowly. Uncooperative? How arrogant. Zhang Yang was taken aback. You didn't know?
Back when the Tianhao Group CEO was still around, forget ordinary people, even as cops needed our chief to personally call and coordinate just to get inside for an investigation.
Qin Wanqing teased her father.
Alright, the power of these big corporations is beyond what ordinary folks like us can imagine. But no matter how formidable they were, now that the top brass are all dead, Tianhai Group is probably going down too.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
Just as Qin Wanqing was about to respond, the phone rang.
What? Alright, I'm not far away. I'll head over immediately.
Qin Wanqing tucked away her phone, grabbed Zhang Yang by the arm, and pulled him into the car without another word.
What's this about? Where are we going? Zhang Yang was completely baffled. The funeral home. We got a report that an employee was found dead in the staff dormitory. I'm heading there immediately.
Qin Wanqing said as she started the car.
The funeral home? What am I supposed to do there? I still have to.
Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, Qin Wanqing slammed her foot on the gas pedal, and the car roared away.
Chapter 15, Can't Escape Daylight, Can't Evade Nightfall.
The Tianhai City funeral home was nestled on a mountain in the suburbs. The entire mountain was covered in pine trees, and there were no residential areas nearby. When Qin Wanqing brought Zhang Yang to the funeral home dormitory, police had already cordoned off the area. A forensic doctor was busy inside.
Wait.
Zhang Yang grabbed Qin Wanqing just as she was about to get out of the car. I'll go down first.
You take my jacket.
As he spoke, Zhang Yang slipped off his thin jacket. Only then did Qin Wanqing notice that the buttons on her blouse had come undone again at some point. The purple lace bra beneath was clearly visible, revealing her snow-white skin. If she went in like this, it would be utterly mortifying.
That damn Zhang Yang, now he'd seen it too.
Her face flushing crimson, Qin Wanqing accepted Zhang Yang's coat, draped it over her shoulders, and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Seeing Zhang Yang following behind Qin Wanqing, several members of the Criminal Investigation Division gave him a knowing smile but made no move to stop him.
Last time, if not for Zhang Yang, they all would have faced disciplinary action.
Though they'd endured a scolding from the captain, it was far better than actual punishment. Thus, the Criminal Investigation Division members were deeply grateful to Zhang Yang.
Moreover, even though Zhang Yang's reputation as a private investigator wasn't stellar, they were well aware of his capabilities. He was a valuable asset in critical moments. Not to mention, everyone was well aware of the relationship between Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing. How could a private investigator just appear out of nowhere? And one who could mobilize our chief to issue orders in the middle of the night?
Add to that Qin Wanqing bringing Zhang Yang along this time, even wearing his clothes, any fool could see what their relationship was.
Brother Lu, what's going on? Qin Wanqing slipped on gloves and stepped inside. No external injuries. Time of death was between 1 o'clock and 2 a.m. last night. Preliminary findings indicate death by respiratory failure. The deceased had a history of asthma. The exact cause requires further analysis back at the lab.
The scene was untouched when we arrived.
The medical examiner pointed to the deceased on the bed and addressed Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing nodded.
The deceased was found in an extremely contorted position, leaning against the corner of the bed. One hand pressed against the chest, the other clutching an empty spray bottle, the container crushed flat from the force of the grip.
The sheets and blankets were in disarray. It was clear the victim had struggled violently on the bed before dying. The ghastly, horrified expression on the victim's face was too gruesome for Qin Wanqing to bear looking at. And this was a funeral home, after all. Despite being a police detective for years and a staunch atheist, Qin Wanqing couldn't help but feel uneasy when truly immersed in such an environment. Thankfully, it was daytime, and the sunlight streaming in through the door provided an inexplicable sense of security. Qin Wanqing noticed the deceased's phone charging on the bed.
Picking it up, she was immediately startled. There, on the screen, stood a figure wearing a boar mask, wielding a blood-stained cleaver, seemingly poised to burst out of the display.
Qin Wanqing instinctively flung it away. Just some TikTok short video, look how scared you got. Are you a cop?
Zhang Yang, who had heard the commotion, walked over and glanced at the phone tossed onto the bed. Watching this stuff in the funeral home dorm late at night, really?
Qin Wanqing was speechless.
She picked up the phone and scrolled through the playback history, almost all horror movie series. This kind of thing is classic, can't watch it during the day, can't escape it at night.
Big data recommendations are so weird.
Zhang Yang remarked from the side.
He'd been there too.
Every night before bed, he'd try to watch videos of beautiful women dancing to have sweet dreams, only to get bombarded with horror movies. Yet during the day, when there were people around, he'd open any app and get flooded with screens full of black stockings and long legs.
Zhang Yang knew this feeling all too well.
All right. Qin Wanqing shook her head helplessly. Perhaps this was the reason behind the asthma attack.
Who made the report?
After pacing around the room, Qin Wanqing stepped outside.
It was me. I'm the manager of the funeral home. A stout middle-aged man approached. What's the situation? Give me the short version. Qin Wanqing asked the newcomer.
Last night was Xiao Lu's night shift. When I arrived today, old Wang told me Xiao Lu wasn't feeling well last night and went back to the dorm to rest. Xiao Lu is a timid guy who avoids trouble and slacks off at work. He's pulled this stunt a few times before, but I figured he was just going back to play games or something, so I didn't think much of it. I was planning to give him a good talking to when I saw him.
Even though we're a public institution, we can't be this irresponsible.
But after lunch today, Xiao Lu still hadn't shown up.
I thought he might actually be sick, so I came to check on him.
I never imagined that the moment I opened the door, I'd see Xiao Lu like that. I called the police immediately. The supervisor explained to Qin Wanqing.
Cowardly and afraid of trouble? Then why work at a funeral home? Qin Wanqing asked in confusion.
Oh, we did ask him about that. He said he's been dating his girlfriend for 5 or 6 years, and they're at the stage of discussing marriage. But her family is demanding a 300,000 yuan dowry and wants him to buy a house outright in her city. You know, places like ours might not have the best reputation, but the pay and benefits are actually pretty decent.
Plus, Lu lives and eats here, so he doesn't spend much money. When he first arrived, we accommodated him by assigning him to day shifts. But we're already short-staffed, so we couldn't keep making special arrangements.
Eventually, we put him on the regular rotation. Oh, here's our shift schedule. A few officers asked for it earlier and took it. The supervisor handed over a stack of schedules and patrol logs as he spoke.
Qin Wanqing took them.
Judging by the patrol records, the midnight entry was signed by this Lu Ming, likely the deceased. But the 3 a.m. entry was signed by Wang Kunwan, probably the old Wang the supervisor mentioned. It appeared the deceased had returned directly to the dormitory after signing the inspection log.
After the asthma attack, the medication ran out, and that's when the tragedy occurred. Alright, that's all for now.
You'll need to go back with our officers to make a statement. By this point, Qin Wanqing had already formed a basic conclusion. The victim's own mistake led to accidental death as long as it wasn't a malicious homicide. After arranging follow-up procedures, Qin Wanqing was about to leave when she suddenly realized Zhang Yang had vanished.
Chapter 16, Not an Accident, but Murder.
When Qin Wanqing emerged from the staff dormitory, she spotted Zhang Yang puffing on a cigarette, deep in lively conversation with the funeral home's gatekeeper.
Qin Wanqing felt both exasperated and amused.
Even though I don't need your help this time, you sure are friendly.
Zhang Yang seemed to spot Qin Wanqing too.
After exchanging a few words with the gatekeeper, he walked back with a grin.
What were you talking about? You actually struck up a conversation with the gatekeeper? I'm impressed. Qin Wanqing shook her head and asked.
You have to admit, funeral homes are loaded. Even the gatekeeper smokes soft-pack cigarettes. Zhang Yang grinned as he stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette and handed it to Qin Wanqing.
You smoke too? I absolutely hate smokers. Qin Wanqing frowned. Mind your own business. Do you live by the sea or something? What's going on inside? Zhang Yang tucked his cigarette away and asked Qin Wanqing. We've basically got it figured out, an accidental death.
You knew you had asthma, yet you still went watching that kind of thing instead of stocking up on more medicine.
It's truly tragic.
They were about to get married.
Qin Wanqing sighed. That's it?
Zhang Yang asked, looking utterly surprised.
What's with that look?
Qin Wanqing felt a twinge of guilt as she met Zhang Yang's gaze.
There's something wrong with this funeral home. And the deceased likely didn't die in an accident, it was murder.
Zhang Yang whispered, lowering his voice.
Huh? How do you know? Qin Wanqing was taken aback. Everything seemed to make sense. How could it suddenly become murder?
I can't help but suspect that your position in the Criminal Investigation Division is largely due to Chief Qin's influence.
Zhang Yang shot Qin Wanqing a piercing look. What did you say?
Qin Wanqing's embarrassment turned to anger, yet she couldn't refute it. After all, she hadn't spotted any inconsistencies herself. Her pretty face flushed crimson with rage. She twisted Zhang Yang's waist fiercely. Zhang Yang sucked in a sharp breath, nearly fainting. This woman was damn ruthless, ready to lay hands on him at the slightest provocation. Whoever marries her is doomed.
Speak up. What the hell is going on? Qin Wanqing glared at Zhang Yang as she demanded. Let's head back first. Take everything with us. They've cleaned up so thoroughly that even if we stay here, we won't find anything. Better to retreat first and let them lower their guard.
Zhang Yang rubbed his waist. He'd only known Qin Wanqing for a few days, yet his back was already covered in bruises. After leaving the funeral home, Zhang Yang followed Qin Wanqing to the station.
Hey, Zhang, you're here? I'm here. Busy? Have you eaten yet, Zhang?
Yeah, I ate. You guys should eat on time too, it's bad for your health otherwise. Zhang Yang walked along, greeting everyone familiarly as he went. The police station was a place where familiarity bred comfort. This was Zhang Yang's third visit, and each time he arrived hand in hand with Qin Wanqing. Naturally, the officers watched with smiles.
Enough chatting. Head to the conference room and wait for me. I'm going to get the report from the medical examiner.
Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes, leading Zhang Yang to the conference room.
Shortly after, Qin Wanqing returned carrying some documents. The preliminary findings from the medical examiner were in just as they'd suspected. The cause of death was respiratory failure due to an asthma attack. How did you determine that person died from murder?
Qin Wanqing handed the forensic report to Zhang Yang.
At first, I didn't really notice it either.
After all, based on the evidence at the scene, it did appear that only the victim was present.
The missing medication was puzzling, though not entirely impossible.
After hearing the funeral home's salary, I got curious and decided to ask the security guard for more information. Then I spotted a duty roster at the gatehouse.
Zhang Yang said slowly. A duty roster? The one the manager brought over back then? Qin Wanqing recalled. Yes. I glanced at it too, but the duty roster I saw was slightly different from the one you're referring to. Zhang Yang nodded. Huh? Are you saying the duty roster and patrol records shown to us were both forged by the person in charge? Qin Wanqing was taken aback.
No, the duty roster and patrol records both have employees' signatures. It's difficult for ordinary people to forge them. It's just that the one he showed us wasn't complete.
Think back, what was the cutoff date on that duty roster? Zhang Yang asked. When?
I recall it covered from the beginning of the month up until this morning.
Qin Wanqing thought for a moment before answering. Right, what about after that? Zhang Yang smiled. After that? There doesn't seem to be anything after that. Qin Wanqing was a bit confused. The time hadn't come yet, and no one had signed. What was the point of having a later section? There is. I saw it on the wall in the security room.
And it's strange the schedule for someone named Lu Ming only starts today, with nothing listed afterward.
Zhang Yang said indifferently. Qin Wanqing suddenly understood. What did you say? Doesn't that mean they already knew Lu Ming would get into trouble on this day? That's why they didn't include Lu Ming in the schedule. Qin Wanqing suddenly understood. Smart. But that's just one possibility. What if Lu Ming had already planned to take leave starting today?
Zhang Yang waved his hand, signaling Qin Wanqing not to worry. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Qin Wanqing also frowned. If it really was the first scenario, that would be terrifying. No wonder you said the entire funeral home was problematic, not just one person.
If it was indeed murder, it's highly likely everyone at the funeral home knew about it.
Qin Wanqing spoke slowly.
There's another possibility. Have you considered why they would choose this particular day to act if it's the first scenario? Could it be that something significant is happening at the funeral home today?
Zhang Yang tapped the tabletop lightly as he asked Qin Wanqing.
Ha! Hearing you say that, this case really does seem to be getting complicated. And they did cover their tracks very cleanly. If we go back now and ask the deceased if he took leave, it would be like stirring up the snake in the grass. Besides, since they didn't mention this in their statements to us, even if we asked, they probably wouldn't say anything. Qin Wanqing said with some hesitation. You're right. The living won't tell us, but perhaps clues lie in the dead man's belongings. Zhang Yang made a gesture as if dialing a phone. You mean that phone? Qin Wanqing immediately stood up. Chapter 17, The Vast Green Grasslands? If he really plans to take an extended leave, he'd either be heading home or visiting his girlfriend. We can check his chat logs in travel booking apps. If he's leaving in the next few days, there should be records. Also, about this phone I just remembered. Check if the auto lock feature is disabled in the settings. Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. Auto lock? Why are you asking about that? Qin Wanqing was a bit curious. Phones are practically a man's second life, they hold plenty of secrets. How could he not lock his screen? It's almost like he deliberately wants us to see him watching horror videos, don't you think? After all, we'd have to unlock it, maybe even bring it back to the tech department for help. Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing looked stunned. She'd been so startled at the time she hadn't even considered this. Now that she thought about it, it made perfect sense. Not just men, any ordinary person would lock their screen promptly. Especially with cashless payments everywhere now, if someone found it or used it, it would be all over. Besides, who doesn't have a few secrets? I'll go right now. The phone is in the materials department. Upon hearing this, Qin Wanqing hurried out. But barely had she left when a police officer walked in with two others. Ha! Someone's here? Oh, is that little Jin? The officer in front greeted Zhang Yang. Officer, please hurry and search. Something must have happened. The stylishly dressed woman behind him said tearfully, accompanied by a middle-aged man. What's going on? Zhang Yang looked puzzled. Officer, my husband didn't come home last night. We had planned to go out together this morning with Brother Wang to buy supplies. But when Brother Wang came asking where my husband was, I had no idea. He still hasn't returned. Something must have happened. It hasn't even been 24 hours, but you have to look for him. What if something happened to my husband? What would I do? The woman cried as she spoke, while the middle-aged man beside her looked equally worried. You can start by checking the places he usually frequents. According to regulations, unless there's concrete evidence, we can't file a missing person report until 24 hours have passed. The officer beside them explained with an expression of helplessness. See, I told you before we came, Shufan. Let's go look in other places. Maybe he's already come back. The middle-aged man beside her urged gently, patting her back lightly. No need. Zhang Yang interjected. Ha! The nearby police officer looked at Zhang Yang in surprise. Ma'am, may I ask if this gentleman is old Wang? When I visited your home this morning, what did he ask? Zhang Yang inquired. Ha! He just asked why my husband didn't go. What's the matter? The woman replied to Zhang Yang. Oh, then that's it. Officer, press the button to interrogate him. He knows where the person is. Zhang Yang said to the officer beside him. The officer looked completely baffled. When someone doesn't show up for an appointment, you'd normally go looking for them. But you started by asking why they didn't come. Clearly you already knew they weren't home. And from the way you acted earlier, I'd wager you two aren't just ordinary friends. Not exactly young anymore, yet still playing around like that. Zhang Yang said with a smile. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man abruptly spun around, lunging for the door. The officer swiftly executed a shoulder throw, pinning him face down on the conference table. It's you! Why did you do this? I agreed to it once a week. Isn't that enough for you? Why did you go after my husband? I'll beat you to death. Hearing Zhang Yang's words and seeing her husband's reaction, the woman finally understood. She immediately lunged at him. Officers outside, hearing the commotion, rushed in to assist. Old Wang was pinned down firmly. When Qin Wanqing returned in high spirits, she froze upon seeing the scene in the conference room. What the hell is going on here? Why are they fighting? Qin Wanqing was utterly dumbfounded. That's why our officers are so formidable. This big fool came to report a crime like a thief crying stop thief, and got taken down right on the spot. Zhang Yang chuckled. Before long, several officers escorted the suspect out. Detective. Thanks a lot. The officer from earlier gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up. Super detective? Qin Wanqing was filled with question marks. How's it going? Did you check the phone? Any leads? Zhang Yang turned to ask. Sure enough, there was no mention of taking time off. And judging from their chat history, he'd asked to see his girlfriend several times, but she'd turned him down each time. In short, it was all about money, nothing but money. I can't shake the feeling their relationship is in crisis. And you were right, there was no auto-lock setting. Qin Wanqing handed the phone, still in its evidence bag, to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang flipped through the messages. This isn't a relationship crisis, it's a complete disaster. This guy's a total sucker.
Reading the messages, Zhang Yang saw he was nothing but a pathetic sucker, no sign of serious marriage talk here.
Honest people get bullied like this.
This pretty much confirms it that funeral home is definitely up to no good.
I'm going to apply for an arrest warrant right now.
Once we bring them in, finding evidence of their crimes won't be a problem.
Qin Wanqing stood up. Hold on a moment. Do you remember what I said earlier about timing? Why was that person's death date predetermined before the schedule was even set? If they decided to act, why not do it immediately?
Also, I looked up funeral home salaries online and found something interesting. While funeral homes offer high salaries and benefits, that applies only to full-time staff. But the old security guard isn't included. He makes 2,800 yuan, with room and board included.
With that kind of pay, can he even afford Huazi cigarettes? Forget it. Zhang Yang remarked to Qin Wanqing. Are soft Huazi that expensive?
I've seen several packs in my dad's car.
He told me a box costs 20 yuan, and you get a discount if you buy more. Qin Wanqing asked curiously. Oh well.
That's a bit of leverage, isn't it? If your dad ever upsets you, just go report him to the relevant authorities.
Zhang Yang looked at Qin Wanqing with a hint of sympathy.
She was a living example of a daughter who could really get her dad into trouble.
So what should we do now? Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes. The key lies in their motive. Why would they team up to target a newcomer? What's the motive? Nothing unusual should happen during the day. Let's wait until nightfall. The two of us will sneak in and investigate.
I think they'll make their move tonight.
Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before saying. Sneak in?
Where?
The funeral home? Qin Wanqing's eyes widened. Chapter 18, Nighttime Visit to the Funeral Home.
Near the Tianhai City Funeral Home, the surrounding hills were covered in dense patches of pine forest. On one side of the mountain stood rows of gravestones. After all, the funeral home was located here. Few people ventured into this area, and a thick layer of pine needles covered the forest floor. When Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing stepped on them, their feet sank nearly halfway into the ground. They had arrived in the area early, but had waited inside their car until darkness fell completely before slowly making their way up the mountain. If they took the mountain path, anyone with intent could easily spot them from above. Therefore, they had no choice but to make their way up through the pine forest in the dark.
The night was eerily quiet, and the funeral home's location atop the mountain sent a chill down Zhang Yang's spine.
Qin Wanqing clung tightly to Zhang Yang's arm the entire way, terrified of losing him. Despite being a police officer, Qin Wanqing was unfazed when confronting criminals. Yet in this place, she was scared to death. If Zhang Yang hadn't been with her, she wouldn't have dared come here alone even if her life depended on it. Just as Zhang Yang was about to climb a dirt slope, he noticed Qin Wanqing clinging tightly to him, refusing to budge.
What's wrong? Zhang Yang whispered. Look ahead. There seems to be something there. I saw it move.
As soon as Zhang Yang reached Qin Wanqing's side, she clung to him tightly. Hearing her words, Zhang Yang shuddered violently, so much so that he barely noticed Qin Wanqing pressing against him.
Following the direction Qin Wanqing pointed, he saw a dark shadow flicker.
Zhang Yang swallowed hard. In an instant, images of zombies, headless ghosts, and midnight spirits swirled through his mind. At that moment, Zhang Yang wanted to slap himself. Why had he wasted his free time reading all that nonsense? Wouldn't it have been better to study some revolutionary history or listen to some patriotic lectures? But Qin Wanqing was no longer an option. If he chickened out now, how could he ever hold his head up again? Summoning his courage, Zhang Yang picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it toward the figure.
Meow.
A shrill cat's cry pierced his eardrums, sounding like a newborn baby's wail in the vast, pitch-black night.
Alright, it must be a stray cat. Are cops really that easily scared? Zhang Yang exhaled in relief and patted Qin Wanqing's back. What about the police? It's their job to charge forward even when scared. It's not like they don't feel fear. Qin Wanqing took a deep breath, finally calming down.
She shot Zhang Yang a glare, only then realizing she hadn't even noticed what had happened. She threw herself into Zhang Yang's arms, her arms still tightly wrapped around him. She scrambled to get out of his arms, only to find the rock he'd picked up had left a hollow in the ground. Her footing slipped and she tumbled back into his embrace.
Ha! You brought a weapon? Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have brought my baton too. Qin Wanqing winced as Zhang Yang nudged her. Maybe we should hurry up and leave. We haven't even covered half the distance yet.
Zhang Yang quickly turned around and headed back up the mountain. Qin Wanqing suddenly realized something, her face flushing bright red. If not for the darkness obscuring her features, she would have been utterly humiliated. Seeing Zhang Yang walk away, Qin Wanqing hurried after him. The two of them trudged through the snow, one deep footprint after another, until they reached the outer wall of the funeral home.
A single incandescent bulb illuminated the funeral home's entrance.
Inside the guardhouse, the same old man who had been on duty today sat smoking a cigarette while staring at his phone.
Why wasn't he asleep at this hour? Was he planning to open the doors tonight? Qin Wanqing whispered. This is a bit troublesome. There's light over there, and there are surveillance cameras too. But I don't see them lit up. I wonder if they're still working. Anyway, let's figure out how to sneak inside first. Zhang Yang pointed discreetly in one direction.
Qin Wanqing tugged at Zhang Yang's sleeve and steered him toward a corner. The funeral home's walls were also dilapidated.
Qin Wanqing looked at them and felt like they might collapse at any moment. What are we doing here? Qin Wanqing glanced around fearfully.
Even with the faint lights now, the fact that the walls enclosed the funeral home made Qin Wanqing feel less secure here than she had in the pine forest.
Climb in.
This is the darkest spot.
Unless someone deliberately looks here, they won't notice.
We'll go in from here.
Zhang Yang pointed upward. It's so high up. How are we supposed to get in? Maybe we should go back and get a search warrant.
Qin Wanqing was starting to lose her nerve.
We've come this far. If you don't bring back any clues, how are we going to explain this? What were we even doing driving out here in the dead of night?
You go back and tell them we did nothing, just drove through a little grove and came back.
Who's going to believe that?
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. If word got out, people might think I have some kind of physical problem.
Then how about you wait here while I go check it out?
Zhang Yang said helplessly.
No way. I'll come with you.
Qin Wanqing panicked the moment she heard Zhang Yang wanted to leave her alone here. She'd rather be wielding a stick and charging in through the door.
Step on my shoulders to climb up first, then pull me up.
Zhang Yang crouched down as he spoke. Qin Wanqing hesitated for a moment before stepping up.
Damn, she's heavy.
Zhang Yang groaned in pain.
You're gonna kill me. Qin Wanqing stomped down hard on Zhang Yang and climbed up.
Just as she turned to deal with Zhang Yang, two beams of light appeared on the mountain path. A car was coming up the mountain.
Look! Qin Wanqing hurriedly pulled Zhang Yang up.
Zhang Yang looked and saw a car indeed coming up the mountain road.
Get down first, hide and watch.
Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing leaped down from the wall and hid behind a low-rise building.
Do they work at night too? Delivered in the middle of the night? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang. Are you kidding? No one comes to burn things at night. Something's definitely up.
No sooner had Zhang Yang spoken than the vehicle that had ascended the mountain earlier arrived at the gate. The familiar-looking gatekeeper stepped out and opened the gate.
It was a minivan.
The driver tossed a pack of cigarettes to the guard.
You're a bit late today,
the gatekeeper said with a smile.
Don't even ask.
They were conducting drunk driving checks in the city in the middle of the night, so we had to wait a bit longer.
Let's go inside. The passenger leaned out to take a look.
The guard grinned and waved at them, and the car drove straight into the courtyard.
Judging by this, it's probably not the first or second time. Looks like they're delivering something. You wait here, I'll go take a closer look. Zhang Yang whispered to Qin Wanqing. Chapter 19, The Crematorium's Secret. Using the shadows of the buildings as cover, Zhang Yang quietly crept toward the vehicle.
Soon, the person in the car got out and another emerged from the house.
They exchanged a few words before lifting a black bag from the vehicle.
Zhang Yang, watching from a short distance away, froze instantly.
Judging by its shape, it must contain a human body.
But it felt stiff, likely a corpse. Zhang Yang also noticed water dripping from the bag as they carried the body. Zhang Yang was puzzled. Even if it was a corpse, how could there be water? Had it been frozen? Why would they be transporting a frozen corpse so late at night? Watching the two men walk inside, Zhang Yang saw the old security guard still staring at his phone from afar. He quickly made his way to the outside of that row of buildings. Just as he was about to peek up discreetly to see what was happening inside, he spotted the man who had driven in earlier walking straight toward the window.
Zhang Yang immediately crouched down. The man didn't seem to notice Zhang Yang.
He lit a cigarette, looked out the window for a moment, then walked inside. After waiting a while to ensure all was quiet, Zhang Yang peeked up again just in time to see the man from the funeral home pushing the body into the crematorium.
It all clicked for Zhang Yang in an instant. This cremation to destroy evidence.
This funeral home was no ordinary place. But now that the body was already inside burning, even if he called the police immediately, by the time they arrived, the evidence would likely be gone. Worse, it might alert the culprits. And judging by how familiar they seemed with each other, they must come here often.
Could cremating bodies to destroy evidence really be something they do every few days? How could there be that many people? Zhang Yang was deeply puzzled.
But he suspected that employee probably lost his life because of this very kind of thing. Zhang Yang sensed that behind this incident lay a vast, shadowy industrial chain.
Ding! System task activated, expose the funeral home's secrets. Reward, top-tier document examination skill. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
Zhang Yang froze, having assumed there would be no system quest this time only to have it arrive now.
Document examination skill? What was that?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
Ding!
Document examination skill includes handwriting analysis, forgery detection, altered document verification, counterfeit seal identification, certificate authentication, and related criminal investigation techniques.
Whoa, not bad.
Zhang Yang grinned.
Looks like he couldn't escape this one either.
But given the current situation, he could only head back and plan carefully. Without absolute proof, taking down these people would likely be a hassle. Zhang Yang had been hiding outside until the car drove away. Only after watching the guard turn off the lights and leave did he quietly make his way toward the corner. But when he got there, he was stunned.
Qin Wanqing was gone.
He had clearly told her to wait here just moments ago.
Had something happened? Zhang Yang scanned the area but saw no one.
A chill ran down his spine.
Qin Wanqing mysteriously vanishing in the middle of the night at a funeral home? This was downright spooky.
Just as Zhang Yang was wondering where to look, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a text message from Qin Wanqing.
Trash pile. Come quick. Zhang Yang was speechless. How the hell was he supposed to know where the trash pile was?
He steeled himself and started searching. Just as he rounded the corner from the other row of rooms, he spotted Qin Wanqing frantically waving at him from the base of the wall ahead. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over.
What's up? What are you doing over here? Zhang Yang asked in a hushed voice. Look at this.
Qin Wanqing handed him an object wrapped in tissue paper.
Is this an asthma inhaler?
Zhang Yang squinted at the faint light to make out the writing.
Yes. So it was these people who tampered with it.
They must have planted the deceased's pre-prepared inhaler here.
Qin Wanqing nodded. How did you find this place?
Zhang Yang asked, looking at Qin Wanqing. Earlier, I heard some noise over here and got startled.
I thought someone was coming, so I quickly hid.
But the sounds kept coming intermittently, so I sneaked over to check. Turns out it was just a few stray cats rummaging through the trash pile.
That's when I found this.
Qin Wanqing carefully wrapped it in tissue paper and tucked it into her pocket.
If we can find fingerprints on it, we can track down the culprit directly. How about your end? Anything? Qin Wanqing asked in a hushed voice. Got something. Let's talk outside. Zhang Yang nodded.
Qin Wanqing stood up, about to leave, but Zhang Yang grabbed her arm.
Wait a few more minutes. It's 2:50 now.
They have another patrol at 3 o'clock.
Let's wait until they finish their patrol before we leave. Zhang Yang reminded Qin Wanqing.
No sooner had Zhang Yang finished speaking than they heard footsteps approaching. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing quickly ducked behind a pile of debris in the shadows.
Ha! What's that noise? Why are there so many stray cats around lately? What a pain!
The man who had burned the body earlier walked over, glanced toward the garbage pile, and just caught sight of a stray cat darting up the wall. He muttered a curse under his breath and walked away. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Only after confirming the area was quiet did they climb over the wall and slip away. It wasn't until they entered the pine forest that Qin Wanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhang Yang hadn't pulled her back just then, they might have run right into that person. If they'd been discovered, it would have been disastrous.
The next day.
Early in the morning, Qin Wanqing delivered the new asthma inhaler she'd found the night before to the testing department.
Then, she took Zhang Yang to find Lu Meng.
After hearing their story, Lu Meng rubbed his temples hard.
Why were there so many incidents lately? Are these people just popping up everywhere?
Alright, I'll lead a team to focus on the Tianhao group case. You take a few people and reopen the investigation into the funeral home case.
Lu Meng instructed Qin Wanqing. As for you, are you just going to stand by and watch? You're already here.
He then turned to look at Zhang Yang.
Is there a bonus?
Zhang Yang asked with a straight face.
Lu Meng. Qin Wanqing. I have to go to a meeting. Let's just leave it at that.
Oh, and one more thing. And listen, if you ever take little Qin to a place like that again without telling me first, you'll get a beating.
What if you two get caught? Who's gonna take responsibility if something happens? And you, just because he's got no brain doesn't mean you should be brainless too. What about discipline? Sneaking into the crematorium at night? This is madness.
Lu Meng slammed the door shut and stormed out.
Has he always been like this?
Zhang Yang was at a loss for words.
I'm not even under your command, yet you're still bossing me around?
That's just how our captain loves to yell, but he's all bark and no bite. He's just worried about us getting into trouble.
Qin Wanqing smiled. Xiao Qin, your report.
Just then, someone from the lab walked over. Chapter 20, Tianhao Group again.
Qin Wanqing quickly snatched the report.
After just one glance, she frowned in disappointment. There were no fingerprints at all. It seemed the person had been wearing gloves. She had hoped it might be a lead, but it turned out to be a wasted trip.
Qin Wanqing shook her head in disappointment. It wasn't entirely wasted effort, though.
At least we've pinpointed the current issue at the funeral home and uncovered quite a bit of information. When I went inside, I saw them put a body into the cremation furnace likely to destroy the evidence. Zhang Bao remarked from the side.
That's really strange. There haven't been that many police reports lately. If someone dies, there should be a report, right? How could we not have heard anything? And how could they be so brazen? Could they be the ones committing the murders and using this method to make the bodies disappear? That's absolutely terrifying.
Qin Wanqing said, still shaken.
That might be the worst-case scenario. If so, there could be a massive organization behind it.
That deceased person likely knew something, so the entire funeral home ganged up to murder him. That night, the reason he went back so early probably wasn't just laziness, he might have fallen into a trap.
Zhang Yang nodded. Oh, and you should look into the license plate number of Tian BXXXXX. That's the car's plate. That car didn't seem like a last-minute rental, there should be clues.
Zhang Yang wrote down the license plate number from last night on a piece of paper and handed it to Qin Wanqing.
Qin Wanqing's eyes lit up.
She immediately took the note and walked out.
Moments later, she returned, her face aglow with excitement. Zhang Yang, I found it.
That vehicle is registered to a fleet management company, and behind that company lies Tianhao Group.
That car belongs to Tianhao Group. Qin Wanqing told Zhang Yang. Tianhao Group? Could those people be from Tianhao Group? That would explain it. It seems Tianhao Group's background isn't that of an ordinary company. Zhang Yang was taken aback. He hadn't expected the Tianhao Group murder case to be linked to the funeral home incident before any progress was made. Could there be a connection between the two? What should we do?
The investigation had unexpectedly reached Tianhao Group, and continuing the probe would likely prove difficult.
Qin Wanqing felt a bit discouraged. It might not be that complicated. We can start with this car. I recall someone reported to you that they were hit by this vehicle and it was a hit and run. Shouldn't we try to track down the driver?
Zhang Yang said with a smile.
Huh? Is that even possible? Qin Wanqing froze. Seize opportunities when they arise, create them when they don't.
Back in the day, I took on a case where a woman hired me to gather evidence of her husband's infidelity. But her husband and the mistress seemed to have caught on to something, and nothing ever happened. No choice, I used an unfamiliar number to text her husband in the mistress's voice, then used the same method to text the mistress, arranging to meet at the hotel where they'd often checked in before.
The result?
The woman rounded up her entire extended family and caught them red-handed.
Zhang Yang said with a smug look. Qin Wanqing. Follow me. We're going to Tianhao Group.
Qin Wanqing immediately grabbed Zhang Yang and started pulling him toward the exit.
Zhang Yang was dragged into the police car with a helpless look on his face. Officer Qin, this community service has to have an end, right? You get paid for your work, but what's in it for me? What if you delay my multi-million-dollar deal? What then?
Just as Zhang Yang was speaking, his phone rang.
Hello? You? Hello, are you a private investigator? I have a case to commission you with. Why is your office closed? You haven't gone out of business, have you?
The moment Zhang Yang answered, a woman's furious scream erupted from the other end.
Accompanying it was the sound of someone banging on the door. Zhang Yang was speechless.
Keep banging like that, and my door's gonna shatter.
I'm coming out now. I'll be back in a minute. Wait there for now.
Zhang Yang glanced at Qin Wanqing. She seemed to have heard the commotion on the phone too, her face flushing slightly. Lately, she really had been overstepping. First, she'd inexplicably shown up at Zhang Yang's company, not only freeloading a meal but also dragging him to the crime scene. Then, they'd snuck into the crematorium together at night. Now, she was practically pulling him along to Tianhao Group.
Zhang Yang was just a private investigator, not a member of the police force. It really didn't make sense. No wonder everyone was giving him those strange looks. I can't wait around for that.
Listen, I wrote everything down for you and put it in the milk drop box by the door along with the deposit.
I gotta get back.
The voice on the other end grew even more shrill.
Damn it, wait, that milk box doesn't have a key.
Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, the other end hung up decisively. Zhang Yang was left with a black line on his forehead. Qin Wanqing beside him glanced at Zhang Yang with a slightly embarrassed look.
I wouldn't have guessed you actually have business there.
Oh, no, I mean, if you ever get too busy, I could help out or something. Qin Wanqing had barely finished speaking when she realized she might have sounded a bit hurtful, so she quickly backtracked.
But you said it yourself. My place could actually use an assistant.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, showing no courtesy whatsoever, as if a major deal had just slipped through his fingers.
As they spoke, they arrived at the entrance of Tianhao Group.
The security guard at the entrance didn't stop them upon seeing the police car. They proceeded straight to the administrative department and found the department head.
Last night? Impossible. We rarely have vehicle requests at night. Here are the usage records, all accounted for. The administrative manager looked at Zhang Yang and his companion with surprise.
He handed over the vehicle usage log.
Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing flipped through the pages.
The entire group's vehicle usage records were meticulously detailed, even noting the mileage after each use. The vehicle in question had been returned yesterday and showed no further usage records.
Can we go take a look at that vehicle? Zhang Yang asked the supervisor. Certainly. After its maintenance yesterday, it hasn't been used since.
The supervisor said, retrieving the keys as he led Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang down to the underground parking garage.
Chapter 21, The Connection Between the Two Cases.
When Zhang Yang saw the car, he was certain it was the same one he had spotted at the crematorium the previous night. He remembered clearly that the corner of the rear license plate was bent upward exactly as he saw now.
Can I take a look inside? Zhang Yang asked the supervisor. Though puzzled, the manager handed Zhang Yang the keys. Moments later, Zhang Yang emerged from the vehicle. We've already gathered the relevant information. Since there's no record of the vehicle being used, we'll verify the details back at the office. We'll take our leave now,
Zhang Yang said to the supervisor.
He then pulled Qin Wanqing out with him. That's it? Are you certain it was the same car you saw last night? Could it be a cloned license plate?
As soon as they stepped out of Tianhao Group, Qin Wanqing hurriedly asked. Qin Wanqing wasn't particularly knowledgeable about cars, and last night she'd only seen it from a distance without noticing any details. It was indeed the same car. But this kind of record is too official, just going through the motions.
You can't really tell anything from it. If the person using the car has the keys, they just drive off.
As for us administrative staff, we probably all clocked out long ago last night.
We wouldn't know anything about this.
Zhang Yang scrolled through his phone and said to Qin Wanqing.
Does that mean we came all this way for nothing? Qin Wanqing sighed. Of course not. Did you notice the mileage recorded after the last maintenance yesterday? Zhang Yang asked.
I remember it was around 80,000 kilometers, but I didn't pay close attention.
Why? Qin Wanqing thought for a moment before answering. It was 84,321 kilometers.
But after I got in the car just now, I noticed the odometer had changed to 84,401 kilometers, an extra 80 kilometers.
Zhang Yang remarked calmly. You mean someone drove it another 80 kilometers after it was serviced and handed back yesterday? Qin Wanqing realized. Remember when I told you that when they carried out the body, there were water stains, clear signs it had been frozen?
We can hypothesize this. After the car was serviced yesterday, someone used a pre-prepared key to drive it out in the middle of the night. They went somewhere, loaded the frozen body, and then drove to the funeral home. After returning, they parked the car back in its spot, pretending nothing had happened.
Zhang Yang spoke slowly.
Qin Wanqing listened to Zhang Yang's analysis and nodded in agreement.
Let's go too.
Zhang Yang placed his phone in front of Qin Wanqing.
Is this the cold storage? How did you know it was here?
Qin Wanqing stared at the information on Zhang Yang's phone, utterly astonished. From Tianhao Group to the funeral home was roughly 30 kilometers, a round trip of 60 kilometers. That meant he had driven to the location where the frozen body was kept, within a radius of about 10 miles. There were 3 cold storage units in this area, but based on the direction, this one was the most likely candidate. So this was very likely where the body was hidden.
Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. Good heavens! You remembered that mileage after just one glance? And deduce all this just from the difference in mileage? Unbelievable! Qin Wanqing exclaimed in astonishment. It's the internet age now, don't you cops ever go online? And it's so easy to deduce.
I just looked up the registered company for that cold storage facility on my phone.
The legal representative is someone named Long Xiaodong. Seems like there are quite a few. Hold on. You said his name is Long Xiaodong?
Before Zhang Yang could finish, Qin Wanqing cut him off.
What's wrong? You know him? Zhang Yang was taken aback.
Last time we went to the Tianhao Group case, the person who handled our reception was named Long Xiaodong.
He's the assistant to the chairman of Tianhao Group. Could it be the same person? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang. Don't you think these two cases are becoming increasingly connected? Zhang Yang chuckled. Ding!
Reward for assisting in solving the Tianhao Group locked room murder case, crisis warning perception.
Just then, the system's voice sounded again.
Zhang Yang gave a wry smile. Sure enough, these two cases must be connected somehow, otherwise, the system wouldn't have assigned a task at this critical juncture. Just as Qin Wanqing was about to start the car and head to the warehouse Zhang Yang had discovered, Lu Meng called.
Hey, Qin, are you with Zhang Yang? Get him back to headquarters immediately. Right away. Damn it all to hell. After Lu Meng's roar, the call abruptly ended.
Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang stood there dumbfounded.
What the hell is going on? What did I do to you, or what's going on? Zhang Yang was utterly baffled. Let's just go back and talk about it. Qin Wanqing was equally puzzled, unable to fathom why Lu Meng had flown into such a rage.
When the bewildered pair finally returned to the station, seeing Lu Meng and the others' condition left them even more bewildered. Lu Meng and his team now had bandages wrapped around their heads, with several of them even having their arms in slings, a pitiful sight.
Captain, what happened to you all? Qin Wanqing gasped in shock. Don't even ask. Damn it! Someone's definitely sabotaging our investigation and they're actually targeting us? Do they really think we're just sitting around doing nothing?
Lu Meng slammed his fist on the table, tugging at his wound and wincing in pain.
It turned out.
For days, Lu Meng and his team had been buried in the Tianhao Group secret room murder case. Little did they expect that today, just after leaving the Tianhao Group premises, they were struck by a drunk driver in a truck not long after setting off. If the two in the front seats of their police car hadn't been wearing seatbelts, they would have been wiped out completely. After getting bandaged up at the hospital, Lu Meng and his team grew increasingly suspicious about the circumstances of the accident. The implication was clear this smacked of a hit to silence witnesses.
How brazen. We're police officers. Don't they fear we'll pursue this to the end? Qin Wanqing was too stunned to speak.
You've probably already uncovered some clues and are getting close to the truth.
Zhang Yang interjected from the side. That's why I called you back. The top priority now is to crack this case before they make their next move. Otherwise, I genuinely worry they might commit other heinous crimes.
If they use more murders to distract us, we'll be in big trouble.
Lu Meng snapped at Zhang Yang. By the way, there might not be a reward for this case.
Out of humanitarian considerations, our Criminal Investigation Division can offer you a retainer of 500 yuan.
What do you think? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes. This guy was definitely not one to get up early without a profit.
Just now, he'd already delayed one case because of the funeral home incident, and now he wanted to add another one.
Given Zhang Yang's personality, it was likely. Captain, Zhang Yang. I'll take it.
Before Qin Wanqing could finish her sentence, Zhang Yang interjected calmly from the side.
Chapter 22, The Mystery of the Closed Room. The moment Zhang Yang spoke, all eyes instantly turned to Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing flushed, shooting Zhang Yang a reproachful glance.
This guy was being way too deliberate in front of everyone like that. Anyone could see he was doing it for me.
Could it be he's developed feelings for me too? Has he been accompanying me all this time for that reason?
Qin Wanqing felt her face grow hot.
Zhang Yang, standing nearby, looked utterly bewildered.
Seeing Qin Wanqing's expression and the glances from the others, he knew exactly where their minds had wandered.
But heaven is my witness.
I, Zhang Yang, took this case because the system itself assigned me a mission. Only this way could I obtain the clues.
Otherwise, without getting involved, Zhang Yang wouldn't even know what was going on.
That's all there is to it, damn it.
Ahem. What's the status of the Tianhao Group case? What progress have you made in the investigation so far? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng.
Initially, we received a report from Tianhao Group stating that their two CEOs were assassinated in the conference room during an evening meeting.
Hold on. Lu Meng was interrupted before he could finish. You mean they were assassinated during an evening meeting? I recall the report was filed at noon. How could it have been at night?
Zhang Yang recalled that he had just finished lunch with Qin Wanqing when Lu Meng's call came in.
But if the murders happened at night, why would they wait until noon the next day to report it?
Lu Meng shot Zhang Yang an admiring glance, surprised he'd picked up on this detail right away.
We've verified this with Tianhao Group personnel.
According to them, ever since the chairman passed away, the remaining two directors frequently held meetings lasting until midnight. It was more like arguing than meeting. According to Long Xiaodong, the two directors habitually argued late into the night, but by the next morning, they usually reached an agreement on a particular matter. Thus, only these two were present during meetings.
However, by the following morning, no news had emerged from inside.
Occasional sounds could be heard, but without surveillance cameras, they remained unaware of what transpired within. It wasn't until close to noon that Lang Xiaodong and his team, finding no response when they knocked and no answer on the phone, sensed something was wrong. They forced their way in and discovered both directors had been found with their throats slit. What was bizarre was that the entire conference room was completely sealed, no windows, no hidden doors, and the main door was tightly shut. Two of the director's subordinates were stationed outside, so absolutely no one could have entered. Yet the two men were dead.
Lu Meng recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhang Yang. Could it be that one person killed the other and then committed suicide?
Zhang Yang frowned as well. No one had entered or exited the locked room, and there were no exits. Yet two people inside had been killed. It was indeed bizarre. We considered that possibility from the start, but no murder weapon was found in the room. Logically, if someone truly slit their own throat and then tried to hide the weapon, it would be impossible.
Moreover, there was no apparent motive.
While it's plausible that an argument escalated to the point where one accidentally killed the other, the simultaneous deaths of both individuals made absolutely no sense.
Moreover, judging by the angle of the wounds, suicide is impossible.
Lu Meng addressed Zhang Yang.
So what progress have you made in the investigation? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng.
During our door-to-door inquiries, we discovered that on the night in question, the entire Tianhao Group building experienced a brief power outage just 3 or 4 minutes before the fault was resolved. After speaking with the property management staff on duty, they explained that a mouse had gotten into the electrical panel, causing a short circuit. They made a quick repair, and everything returned to normal.
After we left the building, we got into that car accident.
Lu Meng slammed his fist hard on the table.
Based on current evidence, that power outage definitely wasn't normal.
It's highly possible someone entered during the outage, but according to them, sounds were still heard coming from inside the next day, which ruled out that possibility. Lu Meng knew full well that their investigation must have touched upon some core issue.
That's why the killer was so ruthless as to target them police officers.
And the fact that they dared to target them meant this case was bound to be even more extraordinary. What if these people were all in cahoots? All the statements you obtained were coordinated, whether it's the sounds from inside or the details from the earlier meeting.
Zhang Yang asked. Another point, the car accident itself reveals something. If the drunk driver poses no suspicion, then whoever targeted these two directors clearly isn't just an ordinary person.
They must have known the current status of your investigation and had the capability to orchestrate this accident, including bribing a driver.
Though it seems he temporarily halted your progress with this accident, he's also slipped up.
Zhang Yang said slowly. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone froze in surprise. They were all immersed in shock and anger at being targeted, overlooking the critical issue exposed in the process.
Damn it! Go!
Once that man regains consciousness in the hospital, have him restrained immediately and interrogate him.
I refuse to believe we won't get anything out of him. Someone must have ordered him to do this.
Lu Meng slammed his fist on the table. The two cops with their arms in slings immediately stormed out.
So according to you, you suspect someone within Tianhao Group?
But even if it were someone from their group, based on what we've heard from Tianhao Group, the two directors have been at odds for years. It's impossible they could have coordinated on this matter. The most baffling part is how anyone could kill both of them in the conference room with so many people present. Besides, the power outage lasted only 3 or 4 minutes. Even if someone entered, there's no way those two would just stand there and get killed.
There were no outsiders present. It absolutely couldn't have been someone outside at the time.
Lu Meng sighed as he spoke.
I can't figure it out either for now.
I need to go to the scene and take a look myself.
Moreover, we seem to have uncovered some leads here that connect back to Tianhao Group.
Perhaps it could be of some assistance.
Zhang Bao glanced at Qin Wanqing. Chapter 23, Returning to the Scene.
The Tianhao Group building. Lu Meng brought Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang back here once more. The crime scene was always the most promising place to find clues. No matter how cautious the killer might be, they could never flawlessly cover every single detail. Zhang Yang's task was to unravel these details, layer by layer, to uncover the killer's traces. In modern criminal investigation, surveillance cameras are a primary source of evidence, yet they are also the easiest to evade or falsify.
However, at a crime scene, they never lie.
This time, Lu Meng and Qin Wanqing had changed into plain clothes.
After all, Zhang Yang was no longer a police officer.
If he accompanied them, being the only one not in uniform would only cause inconvenience. Lu Meng and his team had been here before, and the security guard, recognizing them, smoothly let them in. When Lu Meng and his team arrived, an employee from Tianhao Group came out to greet them.
Captain Lu, our boss Dong has some matters to attend to today and couldn't make it, the employee said. But he instructed me to cooperate fully. You must solve this case as quickly as possible. The employee addressed Lu Meng and his team, escorting them all the way into the conference room where the incident had occurred. After the murder occurred here, the conference room was completely sealed off. Fortunately, being on the top floor of the corporate building, it wouldn't cause any additional disruption. As soon as they entered, Zhang Yang began meticulously examining the scene. Behind him, Lu Meng was chatting with the employee. They had already been here several times and hadn't found any new clues. However, Lu Meng's attention gradually shifted toward Zhang Yang. His expression shifted from initial indifference to surprise, then from surprise to utter astonishment. The man before him was no ordinary private investigator. Judging by his investigative methods and procedures, he was clearly highly experienced, even surpassing most seasoned detectives. At that moment, Zhang Yang was completely immersed in his own world, meticulously reconstructing the possible scenarios that could have unfolded here in his mind. Inside the conference room, the original positions of the two bodies were marked with chalk lines. The carpet was still stained with blood. Zhang Yang frowned, then paced back and forth several times between the two sofas, leaving Qin Wanqing utterly baffled. No! Something's wrong here.
Zhang Yang muttered to himself.
He crouched down before the pool of blood before him.
These bloodstains had already been tested. They all belonged to the two victims. Since their throats had been slit, the blood loss was massive.
Lu Meng remarked from the side. Not bloodstains, I'm talking about footprints. Zhang Yang pointed at the footprints on the carpet.
The carpet was now a chaotic mess. After the two executives were killed, many people rushed in immediately, mostly underlings who paid no attention to preserving the scene. So the footprints were all jumbled up. Plus, the carpet itself doesn't hold footprints very well, so they're pretty much useless for analysis.
Footprints? What about the footprints? Lu Meng and Qin Wanqing moved closer.
Look at these. The color of these footprints is slightly different from the others, and most importantly, the direction.
Zhang Yang seemed to have an idea. Were you at the scene when your boss had that incident? Zhang Yang approached the employee and asked. I was outside at the time. After Brother Dong realized something was wrong, we followed him inside.
We went straight to Manager Fong, who was already dead by then. The employee said with deep sorrow.
The boss you're referring to is the one lying here, right? Zhang Yang pointed to the sofa on the left. The employee nodded. I heard there was a power outage that night. Did you hear any noises outside? Zhang Yang continued to ask.
Not really. After the power went out, those of us outside were busy contacting property management and such.
We didn't really notice what was happening inside.
The employee thought for a moment before replying.
Zhang Yang smiled faintly and instructed Qin Wanqing to close the conference room door. Suddenly, darkness engulfed the room, plunging the entire conference space into pitch blackness. But then it lit up again. It seemed this conference room truly had no light source. If there were a power outage, the room would likely be just as dark as before, right? This was rather interesting. Zhang Yang fiddled with the switch nearby. Zhang Yang, did you just figure something out? A clue? Lu Meng was taken aback by Zhang Yang's reaction. They had analyzed those footprints and such back then, but found no valuable clues. Yet now, judging by Zhang Yang's demeanor, he clearly had some new discovery. How did he manage that? Before Zhang Yang could speak, the conference room door swung open. A tall man stepped inside. Captain Lu, sorry I was tied up with something earlier. Any progress on the case? Ha? What's going on? Are you injured? The newcomer was Long Xiaodong. Got bitten by a dog while apprehending it. Nothing serious. Lu Meng said coldly. Is that so? Then Captain Lu should be careful. Is there anything I can help with? Long Xiaodong asked slowly. Nothing today. We've got a lead. We'll study it back at the station. I'm sure the killer will surface soon enough. Let's go. Lu Meng spoke as he led Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang out. Behind them, Long Xiaodong watched the group walk away, then glanced at the messy blood footprints on the ground. He snorted coldly and turned to leave as well. As soon as Lu Meng and the others got into the car, he and Zhang Yang exchanged glances. You noticed too? Zhang Yang asked with a smile. Of course. The conference room was definitely bugged. That Lang Xiaodong is definitely up to no good. Lu Meng slammed his fist on the steering wheel in anger. In the passenger seat, Zhang Yang closed his eyes and reclined. You just now. Don't disturb him for now. Qin Wanqing was about to ask Zhang Yang about the clue he'd just discovered, but Lu Meng pressed her hand down. Though Zhang Yang lay motionless with his eyes tightly shut, his eyelids betrayed the constant movement of his eyeballs beneath. Lu Meng was deeply impressed. He hadn't expected Zhang Yang to actually know how to use scenario immersion to deduce clues. Lu Meng was right. At that moment, Zhang Yang was putting himself in the killer's shoes. But this time, the immersion wasn't going smoothly. He kept sensing something off. Typically, at a crime scene, Zhang Yang could effortlessly slip into the killer's mindset and grasp that immersive sensation. But now, he found himself utterly unable to immerse. Unless there were two killers. Or perhaps the killer wasn't there at all. Zhang Yang snapped his eyes open. Chapter 24, The True Culprit. I figured it out, so that's how it was. And I think I've got a clue about that other case too. Zhang Yang exhaled deeply. Have you figured it out? What the hell is going on? Lu Meng stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Qin Wanqing in the backseat was so shocked her mouth hung open, her face etched with utter defeat. Earlier in the room, she had clearly understood the case details before Zhang Yang did and had already visited the scene once yet found nothing. Zhang Yang, who had only been there once, had made a major discovery. Judging by his reaction, he seemed to have even identified the killer. Could the gap between people really be this wide? Qin Wanqing felt utterly defeated. Back at the station, I still need to review the case files and some materials to verify my theory. Zhang Yang glanced at Lu Meng. Lu Meng hesitated no longer. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the police car roared to life, speeding away. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Tianhao Group, Lang Xiaodong stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, coldly watching the departing police car. A fleeting hesitation flashed in his eyes as he lost himself in thought. 2 hours later, inside the Criminal Investigation Division's conference room, the entire Criminal Investigation Division was seated inside. I'll cut straight to the conclusion. The murderer at Tianhao Group is none other than Lang Xiaodong. The funeral home incident wasn't merely about helping Tianhao Group dispose of the body. This kind of scheme has likely been going on for years. Zhang Yang declared from the podium. No sooner had he finished speaking than murmurs erupted throughout the room. These are the footprints found at the crime scene. Look at this one. Zhang Yang had anticipated this reaction and projected crime scene photos onto the large screen. This footprint differs from the others in two key ways. First, the bloodstain on this print is the clearest. Though covered by other footprints, one distinctive feature of its pattern remains distinct right here. Following Zhang Yang's pointing finger, the crowd saw that the rear portion of the footprint indeed had a blank space where the pattern was incomplete. The reason for this incompleteness was this. Zhang Yang produced a photograph of the sole of the victim's shoe. The heel of the shoe had stepped directly onto a piece of chewing gum. And it was precisely this piece of gum that had prevented the pattern from being complete. Everyone gasped in unison. What did this mean? It meant that after one victim died, the other victim was still moving around the scene. Second, the direction of the footprint pointed toward the other sofa. Beneath that sofa, a similar footprint was also discovered. If someone inside had discovered the deceased, their first instinct would be to flee. Yet this victim surnamed Wang returned to the very sofa where he had been lying. There was only one possible explanation. Wang killed the other person. Lu Meng blurted out. Right. Zhang Yang nodded. But how did that one guy die? He didn't kill himself. Could there have been a third person in the locked room? An officer asked from the side.
The so-called locked room actually misled your thinking from the start.
If it was truly locked, how could anyone have committed murder inside?
Zhang Yang said with a smile. So you mean when the door opened?
Qin Wanqing followed Zhang Yang's reasoning and considered another possibility.
According to the statement, when Leng Xiaodong stormed in with his men, the man under Mr. Fong went straight to Mr. Fong, while Leng Xiaodong immediately went to the deceased surnamed Wang.
At that moment, Leng Xiaodong only needed a blade. Zhang Yang nodded.
That does make sense, but it's all just your speculation. Lu Meng frowned as he spoke up.
Solving a case can't rely solely on speculation, it requires evidence.
Without evidence, even if we bring someone in, it's all for nothing.
There is.
Zhang Yang said slowly. Look at this. Zhang Yang displayed another surveillance screenshot, a photo of Leng Xiaodong leaving the scene after the murder.
Bloodstains. Lu Meng quickly spotted the issue.
Prompted by Lu Meng, the others gradually caught on as well. At that moment, Leng Xiaodong's clothes were completely covered in bloodstains, but there were also traces on his face and hair. If he had touched the victim after entering the room even through close proximity, there was absolutely no way blood could have appeared in those areas. But this photo alone couldn't serve as direct evidence, it still wasn't enough. Lu Meng shook his head. You're missing one crucial detail at this point. Leng Xiaodong wasn't wearing gloves. Zhang Yang pointed at Leng Xiaodong's hands. Lu Meng slammed his hand on the table. Quick! Recollect fingerprints from the deceased Wang immediately, especially from his shoulders, chest, and other areas. Have the tech team return to the scene and collect fingerprints from the sofa. Bring in everyone with fingerprints and take their statements one by one. With this evidence, we'll have no trouble securing arrest warrants. Handcuff them and bring them in first. Team 1, grab your gear and follow me. Lu Meng immediately dashed out to apply for the arrest warrant. For them, they had already guessed that Leng Xiaodong was the instigator of that car accident. This incident was a provocation against the police. A blatant disregard for police authority. Once they brought Leng Xiaodong back and presented the drunk driver to him, he'd surely spill the beans. With that, plus the fingerprints, they could gradually crack open this case. I wasn't finished yet. We could actually apply for an arrest warrant for that funeral home case too. Zhang Yang looked utterly helpless. Zhang Yang, what's the status of the funeral home case? How did you find out about it? Qin Wanqing approached Zhang Yang and asked. It felt like these past few days had been a brutal beating from Zhang Yang. Forget catching up to him, just keeping up with his train of thought was proving difficult.
The Tianhao Group testimony mentions several people.
Many had recently resigned, and they were all subordinates of the two deceased Tianhao Group executives. Clearly, Leng Xiaodong was deliberately eliminating threats. Zhang Yang handed some documents to Qin Wanqing. But I still don't quite understand why Leng Xiaodong is doing this. Qin Wanqing asked, clearly puzzled. From what I understand, after the chairman of Tianhao Group passed away, his wife and children didn't take over the company smoothly. Moreover, this Leng Xiaodong was reportedly saved by the chairman himself, so their relationship is quite extraordinary. If you were Leng Xiaodong, and now the other two directors want to divide up Tianhao Group, what would you do? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. Chapter 25, Future Mother-in-Law. When Lu Meng led his team to arrest Leng Xiaodong, they discovered he had already fled, preparing to board the next flight out of the country. Fortunately, airport air traffic control intercepted him in time. Leng Xiaodong confessed to his actions without hesitation. He knew that once the police discovered the footprint evidence, it was only a matter of time before they found proof. But he hadn't expected to be caught after all. According to Leng Xiaodong's confession, the details of the crime matched Zhang Yang's deductions perfectly. He had eliminated those who posed potential threats precisely to repay a debt of gratitude. His mission was complete. It was precisely because of the current situation. Leng Xiaodong had nothing to hide and confessed to the funeral home incident as well. Over the past period, he had indeed secretly disposed of some of the two directors' confidants, transporting all the bodies to the funeral home to destroy the evidence. The funeral home had agreed to this because, for years, it had been involved in the illegal trade of organ trafficking. Part of the distribution channels for these organs ran through Tianhao Group's logistics network. The newly hired employee, after participating in several such illicit activities, couldn't bear the guilt. In a naive attempt to do the right thing, he tried to persuade others at the funeral home to turn themselves in. Under the funeral home manager's direction, a murder was staged. Had Tianhao Group not suddenly delivered the body, it would have been extremely difficult to uncover evidence related to this case. Perhaps the connection between these events could only be explained by the saying, "Heaven's net is wide, yet nothing escapes it." After wrapping up these two cases, Zhang Yang successfully claimed his system rewards. Adding to that the 500 yuan bonus from the Criminal Investigation Brigade, or rather, personally subsidized by Lu Meng, Zhang Yang was finally ready to head home in high spirits. Having spent recent days investigating cases alongside Qin Wanqing, even sleeping in the station dormitory at night, he had truly experienced the hardships of police work firsthand.
Dear readers, please consider donating gold tickets. The author is deeply grateful. Gold tickets are crucial for the author's work. His resolve to stick to his private detective work grew even stronger. Just as Zhang Yang was hailing a cab home, a black Passat suddenly swerved toward him, nearly sending him flying. Just as Zhang Yang was about to curse out loud, the window rolled down, revealing none other than Chief Qin Aigua himself. Get in! Qin Aigua ordered Zhang Yang with a cold expression. Zhang Yang swallowed hard, pulled open the door, and climbed in. After a hectic day at work, Qin Wanqing finally returned home. She'd been swamped with various cases these past few days, leaving her completely overwhelmed. Just before quitting time, she received a call from her mother, who had prepared a feast and urged Qin Wanqing to come home for dinner. But when Qin Wanqing walked in, she was stunned. There stood Zhang Yang, wielding the spatula in the kitchen, while her mother stood by assisting him, her face beaming as she chatted with Zhang Yang. Qin Aigua sat nearby, his face dark and grim, gritting his teeth as he watched a boxing program on TV. It turned out that when Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing had dinner together that day, Qin Wanqing's mother happened to see them passing by. She immediately stormed into Qin Aigua's office, only to discover he had already known about it. He unleashed a torrent of scolding. She demanded Qin Wanqing bring Zhang Yang home. At the time, Qin Wanqing was busy with the case and had finally managed to wrap it up today. Qin Aigua finally brought Zhang Yang, the man who had stolen his daughter, back home. Naturally, this entire process was kept hidden from Qin Wanqing. The goal was to interrogate Zhang Yang alone, preventing the two from colluding. Everything had been meticulously planned beforehand. The two of them were instructed to remain completely impassive and cold toward him. He dares to marry a daughter of the Qin family? That young man has some nerve, they thought. But unexpectedly, after Qin Wanqing's mother saw Zhang Yang and exchanged a few words with him, she completely lost her resolve. No other reason. This Zhang Yang was simply too perceptive and too smooth-talking. Zhang Yang sighed, I'm helpless too. Having worked as a private investigator for so long, his clients were almost exclusively middle-aged women and elderly ladies who'd lost their cats or dogs. He'd long since mastered their preferences, and with his top-tier observational skills, winning over a future mother-in-law was child's play. He even planned to show off his cooking skills later, with his future mother-in-law beaming as she offered to help. Her own daughter was hopeless in the kitchen. Finding a boyfriend who could cook well. Just thinking about their future together made her happy. Qin Aigua had planned to play the bad cop, but before he could utter a word, Qin Wanqing's mother had already shooed him off to watch TV. Listening to the warm laughter and cheerful chatter coming from the kitchen, Qin Aigua felt his teeth itch with frustration. Zhang Yang? What brings you here? Qin Wanqing hurried into the kitchen. Would you believe me if I said I was kidnapped here? Zhang Yang said jokingly. It's all because of your old man. I told him to bring both of you back for dinner, but instead he dragged Zhang Yang back early and started interrogating him. It's outrageous. He treats this house like his police station. I say he's just too used to being in charge. Qin Wanqing's mother said without batting an eye. Qin Aigua listened to his beloved wife's serious nonsense, feeling the knife-like yet gentle gaze she shot his way, and obediently shut his mouth. At the dinner table. Zhang Yang's cooking is truly excellent. Our little girl at home, though, can't cook a thing. She comes home from work and just lies in bed playing with her phone just like her deadbeat dad. Qin Wanqing's mother surveyed the lavish spread before her, thoroughly pleased. While praising Zhang Yang, she couldn't resist taking a dig at the father-daughter duo on the other side. Qin Aigua. Qin Wanqing. Auntie, it's all thanks to your perfect ingredient pairings and thorough preparation. I just threw them in the pot and cooked them. Even the most skilled cook can't work miracles without ingredients. You deserve the lion's share of the credit. Zhang Yang chuckled from the side. Zhang Yang's smooth talk was well practiced from coaxing his mom. If he couldn't sweet-talk his way out of trouble at home, it wouldn't just be the end of the world. When it came to handling Qin Wanqing's mother, he was more than capable. Especially after tasting Zhang Yang's cooking, Qin Wanqing's mother couldn't stop praising him. The look in her eyes was unmistakably that of a mother-in-law doting on her future son-in-law. Qin Aigua and Qin Wanqing, watching from the side, nearly rolled their eyes out. Qin Aigua grumbled under his breath, but his chopsticks never stopped moving. It had to be said, this Zhang Yang fellow really did cook better than the old woman. The entire table of food was devoured clean. Zhang Yang felt he hadn't even gotten his fill. After the meal, Zhang Yang tactfully excused himself from Qin Wanqing's mother. If he went home at this hour, he'd inevitably face his mother's interrogation. After weighing his options, Zhang Yang decided to take a taxi to the private detective agency. The moment he opened the door, he stepped on a piece of paper. Chapter 26, Catching the Other Woman. Picking it up, he discovered it bore a line of blood-red writing. Startled, he flicked on the light. There, written in lipstick, was a message: the commission is in the milk box. The deposit has been paid. Hurry up and find someone. Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly remembered the commission he'd picked up on the way today. He hurried to the milk drop box by the door. These milk crates were installed years ago when milk delivery was popular, but they hadn't been used in so long that even if he had the key, he probably couldn't open it.
Zhang Yang decided to simply remove the milk box altogether. Using pliers to pry it open, he found a thick envelope inside. Inside was a stack of cash and several photographs wrapped in paper, showing a pot-bellied middle-aged man. Zhang Yang picked up the paper and saw it printed with information all about this man. All about this man. Zhang Yang shook his head with a smile. Another case of catching a mistress. Qin Shou? Nice name. Zhang Yang looked at the 2,000 yuan in cash paid up front, feeling quite pleased. This clearly wasn't someone short on money. With this kind of job, getting a few thousand was a breeze. Zhang Yang walked over to the computer and searched the information provided by the client. He discovered the man was the owner of a renovation company. Recalling the woman's shrieking voice during the earlier phone call, Zhang Yang could easily picture him as a hot-tempered, aggressive type. Probably another case of a husband ditching his wife for a new fling. Since becoming a private investigator, most clients who came knocking were dealing with similar situations. Their goal was invariably the same: find evidence of a spouse's infidelity to secure a larger share during the property division. Zhang Yang had long since grown accustomed to it. For cases like this, it's relatively straightforward. Infidelity is a matter of either 0 times or countless times, especially in the early stages when the frequency is quite high. Once you find the time and place, then provide the information to the client, the job is done. The simplest approach is to stake out the location. Lunch breaks and evenings after work are prime times for affairs. Looks like another stakeout is in order. Zhang Yang lay back on the sofa with a sigh. Private detective work sounds cool, but the reality is grueling. Take stakeouts, for instance. Sometimes you're stuck waiting in the car for hours with no guarantee of results. Sometimes, if luck isn't on your side, you might not spot anyone for days. And Zhang Yang didn't even own a car. He had to rent one every time, and to avoid losing track of his target, he often had to rent a decent car. The price for that was... Wait a minute. Zhang Yang shot up from the sofa. Didn't Qin Wanqing promise to help? Why not just use her car this time? Right. Zhang Yang slapped his thigh. He immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Qin Wanqing. At that moment, Qin Wanqing was lying in bed, thinking about Zhang Yang's visit to her home today. In truth, Qin Wanqing also faced constant pressure from her mother to get married. She'd attended countless arranged blind dates set up by her mother before. But Qin Wanqing was someone who placed great importance on that special feeling. Although she'd met many well-qualified suitors before, she always felt something was missing, that spark that truly moved her heart. It wasn't until she met Zhang Yang that Qin Wanqing felt as if the door to her heart had finally opened. When Zhang Yang was unexpectedly brought home by Qin Igua today, Qin Wanqing felt a wave of secret delight after her initial shock. After Zhang Yang left that day, her mother, Huang Meiwan, openly expressed her approval of him. She was already treating Zhang Yang as if he were her future son-in-law. This left Qin Wanqing feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, the nature of her relationship with Zhang Yang was rather ambiguous. When had it all begun? Perhaps it was from the very beginning, when she walked out of the detective agency arm in arm with Zhang Yang. A single, offhand excuse had set their relationship in motion. From initially pretending to be someone else, they had gradually grown accustomed to each other. At first, Qin Wanqing hadn't felt particularly drawn to Zhang Yang. He was just a tall, handsome guy. But after solving so many cases together with Zhang Yang, Qin Wanqing had become utterly captivated by Zhang Yang's abilities. They say exceptional people are proud and isolated, but the proud Qin Wanqing found in Zhang Yang a sense of admiration and awe. When Zhang Yang analyzed those cases, Qin Wanqing could even see little stars in her own eyes as she looked at him. Yet this very Zhang Yang, when not immersed in cases, reverted to his usual infuriatingly carefree demeanor. Qin Wanqing found him utterly inscrutable, yet strangely comfortable in his company. His feelings toward her were equally elusive. If he liked her, why hadn't he confessed? And if he didn't like her, why did he slip so effortlessly into the role of her boyfriend? Qin Wanqing picked up her phone, finding no messages from Zhang Yang. Feeling a pang of disappointment, she was about to put it down when she noticed he was actually calling her. A rush of excitement swept over Qin Wanqing, but in her flustered state, she accidentally tapped the hang-up button. Qin Wanqing felt a wave of frustration wash over her. She quickly redialed. Asleep? Zhang Yang's surprised voice came through the phone. Oh, not yet. What's up? You're back? Qin Wanqing deliberately adopted a cool, indifferent tone, but the moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it. She quickly asked again. I'm back. About that favor you mentioned last time, are you still offering? Are you free tomorrow? Zhang Yang asked from the other end of the line. Help? What kind of help? Sure, I can take a day off after wrapping up my current case tomorrow. Qin Wanqing agreed without hesitation. A flicker of secret delight danced through her heart. Could it be he wants to take me shopping? Oomph. Men really are all pigs. Using such a cliché excuse and asking for help? What favor? Catching the mistress. Pick me up at the detective agency tomorrow at 10:30? Zhang Yang grinned widely as he spoke. Qin Wanqing. Zhang Yang, go to hell. Qin Wanqing hung up the phone in a huff. I thought that jerk Zhang Yang might actually take the initiative and ask me out shopping or something, but instead he wants to drag me along to catch his mistress?
Catch your sister. This is infuriating. On the other end of the line, Zhang Yang was completely baffled. What's going on?
Women really are strange creatures. One second she's agreeing so readily, the next she's cursing at me. Her thought process is just too bizarre.
Great. Looks like I'll have to go rent a car first thing tomorrow morning.
Zhang Yang sighed helplessly.
Chapter 27, The Trail. Early the next morning.
When Zhang Yang woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock. Last night, he'd been struck by some inexplicable urge to watch a newly released horror movie. It had kept him awake for most of the night. Zhang Yang made up his mind, tonight, he was going home to sleep. With his mama's fierce, demon-like expression, she was definitely more effective than any door god.
She was the ultimate deterrent. No ghosts could enter, no evil spirits could invade.
After a drowsy wash and brush, he finally sauntered downstairs. But the moment he stepped outside, he spotted Qin Wanqing standing by the roadside, glaring at him through gritted teeth.
Ha! Why was she here? Hypocritical? Women never speak a single truth.
When they say they don't want it, they actually want more.
Morning. You're here. Pretty early, huh? Zhang Yang walked over with a grin. Morning? Zhang Yang. It's almost 11. We clearly agreed on 10:30. I've been waiting here since 10, and you didn't even show up until 11.
If you wanted to die, just say so earlier, I'd have helped you.
Qin Wanqing delivered a full 360-degree spin to Zhang Yang's lower back.
The pain nearly sent Zhang Yang's soul flying out of his body.
Ouch, you little brat.
The pain nearly made Zhang Yang curse. But seeing the look in Qin Wanqing's eyes, he promptly clamped his mouth shut. Only then did Zhang Yang notice that Qin Wanqing had changed into athletic wear today. She'd even put on a baseball cap, her hair pulled back into a ponytail instead of flowing freely as before, and she'd switched to sneakers on her feet. With her youthful and vibrant appearance, this petite police officer is a walking clothes hanger. Even ordinary athletic wear looks alluring on her. Look at these two, whatever they are, those clothes sure make them look younger.
Hey, officer, we're here to find evidence, not catch a mistress. You watch too much TV, don't you? Zhang Yang chuckled. Oomph. How was I supposed to know what you were up to? You didn't explain clearly. Where should I look? Qin Wanqing flushed and glared fiercely at Zhang Yang. Ahem, looking around isn't illegal.
No, to Tianhong Tower.
Zhang Yang glanced again at the two distant mountains and quickly added. Oomph.
Qin Wanqing snorted coldly, slammed her foot on the gas pedal, and the car roared away.
Before long, the two arrived at the Tianhong building parking lot.
Earlier, Zhang Yang had used Qin Shou's ID number to successfully look up his license plate number in the vehicle management software.
He then used that plate number to retrieve Qin Shou's vehicle information on the DMV website.
It was a white Land Rover. Sure enough, they found it parked in a corner of the lot.
We wait here? Then follow them? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang.
Yeah, it should be close to quitting time. Zhang Yang pulled out his camera.
Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes.
She thought being a private detective would be exciting, but this was boring.
Here they come. Get down. Don't let them spot us.
No sooner had Qin Wanqing spoken than Zhang Yang suddenly pinned her onto his lap, then smoothly reclined his seat. In the parking lot, two people sitting in a car for no apparent reason. Any fool could tell something was up. But inside the car at that moment,
Zhang Yang lay flat on the seat, one hand pressing Qin Wanqing's head down onto his lap.
If anyone outside saw this scene, they'd surely jump to conclusions.
Sure enough.
After stepping out, Qin Shou glanced around furtively. Qin Wanqing, pinned down by Zhang Yang's hand with her nose pressed against his pants, was both embarrassed and furious. She angrily lifted her head only to lock eyes with Qin Shou, who was looking this way. Only then did Qin Wanqing realize the gravity of the situation. Fortunately, Zhang Yang reacted swiftly, pressing her head back down once more. Qin Shou, his expression wary, glanced over in their direction. Upon seeing Zhang Yang sprawled across the chair with Qin Wanqing perched on top of him, Qin Shou gave Zhang Yang a knowing look that any man would recognize. He glanced at the camera in Zhang Yang's hand, then walked away with a lecherous look on his face. Watching the car start up and drive away, Zhang Yang finally released Qin Wanqing.
Zhang Yang. You're dead meat. How could you?
Qin Wanqing glared at Zhang Yang, her teeth clenched. If we'd just stayed sitting in the car like that, we would have been discovered.
I had no choice.
Quick, hurry up and chase after them. Zhang Yang shrugged his shoulders.
Qin Wanqing snorted coldly.
She understood the situation perfectly well. But Qin Wanqing had no time to dwell on it. She quickly started the car and followed. Following the white Land Rover, they picked up a curvaceous beauty near the company before merging onto the elevated highway. After driving over 10 miles, they finally arrived at the entrance of a budget hotel. These two were quite cautious. Based on Zhang Yang's estimation, the woman might very well be from Qin Shou's company. They split up to go downstairs separately, then met up and headed straight for the hotel. This routine was too polished, definitely not their first time. Moreover, they were willing to travel this far in broad daylight to conduct business.
Meaning they could squeeze every last minute out of their window. Get out.
Zhang Yang finished composing a text message, opened the door, and stepped out.
Why get out? Don't we already know the hotel? Qin Wanqing asked in confusion, but still followed Zhang Yang out of the car.
As private investigators, we must provide meticulous service to build our reputation.
We absolutely must find the exact room number. Let's go. Zhang Yang didn't wait for an answer, pulling Qin Wanqing inside. Quick, book an hourly room next to those two from earlier.
Zhang Yang spoke while handing over his ID card, with a 100 yuan bill tucked behind it. The front desk clerk glanced at Qin Wanqing, who stood flushed and embarrassed nearby, and her expression turned stunned. No wonder this guy was in such a rush, he had such a stunning companion. That aloof aura, that sweet, charming face, good heavens, it was hard to imagine what would happen next.
But the guy is handsome too.
Zhang Yang snatched the room key and hurriedly dragged Qin Wanqing upstairs. After a frantic dash, they finally caught the last moment before the doors closed. Zhang Yang quickly swiped the card to enter the room, pulling Qin Wanqing inside. Once inside, he immediately sent the hotel address and room number to the client. Then he flopped down sprawled on the hotel bed. Seeing Qin Wanqing still standing there in stunned silence, he patted the spot beside him on the bed.
Come on, lie down and rest for a bit? The client probably wouldn't arrive for a while.
This bed is huge and super soft.
Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes. Are we really waiting for someone to catch them in the act? This is just too.
Qin Wanqing was at a loss for words. She'd been led here by Zhang Yang in a daze, and before she knew it, they'd checked into a hotel room. Qin Wanqing was starting to wonder if Zhang Yang really had a client who wanted to catch a mistress or if he was deliberately setting her up.
Something didn't add up here.
Suddenly, Zhang Yang leaped off the bed. He dragged over the nearby table and unscrewed a small device from the fire sprinkler on the ceiling.
Chapter 28, Aren't you my girlfriend now?
It was a miniature camera.
Qin Wanqing's expression turned icy.
As criminal investigators, they were naturally familiar with such devices.
Looks like there's something fishy about this hotel.
Zhang Bao chuckled. Qin Wanqing immediately pulled out her phone and reported the situation to the local police station. Though their criminal investigation division reported directly to the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, their daily work frequently involved coordinating with local precincts. Coupled with Qin Aigua's connections, Qin Wanqing was quite familiar with the personnel at various precincts.
Sure enough.
Upon hearing the details, the local police station immediately dispatched officers to handle the situation.
Who would have thought that accompanying you to catch a mistress could also lead to solving a case like this? Truly. Qin Wanqing was speechless.
No sooner had she spoken. Suddenly, the sound of someone kicking the door came from outside.
Zhang Yang quickly pressed his eye to the peephole and saw a crowd gathering in the hallway outside. Holy moly, I only told you to get ready, did you really have to prepare this thoroughly? Look at this lineup, young and old alike. You've practically called every distant relative in the family. Nice work.
Zhang Yang grinned widely.
Let me see. Qin Wanqing couldn't resist peering through the peephole too. She looked like a curious little kid. Zhang Yang peered over Qin Wanqing's shoulder, nearly losing his mind.
At that moment, Qin Wanqing was bent over, peering through the peephole. Her two perfect, long legs stood there, her rear end high and pert and in front. Zhang Yang unconsciously tugged at his pants.
You bastard! You're cheating on me behind my back.
How much have I sacrificed for this family, you bastard?
I'll scratch you to death.
Out in the hallway, a fight had clearly broken out.
Oh my god, they really are fighting.
That was fierce, one slap like that, and that guy must have been knocked out cold.
That dark-faced guy must be his dad. Look, they're dragging the woman out too. Qin Wanqing watched with keen interest while turning back to tell Zhang Yang. She'd never imagined catching someone in the act could be this entertaining. Hey, what are you doing? Freeze. Just then, several police officers approached. Officer, help. This woman is going to kill someone.
The moment Qin Shou saw the police, he didn't even care that he was naked. He immediately grabbed an officer's leg and started wailing. If the cops hadn't shown up in time, he'd probably have been crushed to death by that old hag.
We should get out of here fast.
I think I recognize those cops.
Qin Wanqing flushed and pulled away from the peephole.
Noticing Zhang Yang's burning gaze, she suddenly realized her earlier movements might have been a bit too seductive.
If we go out now, we might run right into them. How are you going to explain that? Getting a hotel room together?
Zhang Yang said with a mischievous grin.
Then let's wait a bit longer. Qin Wan shot Zhang Yang a disapproving look. It really wasn't the best time to go out now.
Besides, she was already regretting making that call earlier. She shouldn't have given her name. She should have just reported it anonymously.
How was she supposed to explain being here now? Wouldn't that be awkward?
Qin Wanqing felt her face flush. Turning around, she discovered Zhang Yang standing right before her, leaning against the wall and watching her silently.
What are you doing?
Qin Wanqing's heart began to race wildly.
For the first time in so long, she was being cornered by a man, and what was this feeling?
My heart's racing so fast.
You mean we just booked a room together and didn't do anything? Isn't that a bit? Aren't you my girlfriend now? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he looked at Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing froze for a moment, her mind going blank under Zhang Yang's intense gaze.
As Zhang Yang's face drew closer, she could feel his faint breath.
Qin Wanqing instinctively closed her eyes.
Zhang Yang gazed at the policewoman before him, her face flushed like a ripe apple, radiating shy charm. Her stunning beauty was utterly captivating.
Finding a girlfriend like this wouldn't be half bad. That face, that figure, that aura, absolutely perfect.
Not to mention she carried the great calamity. Just as Zhang Yang was about to kiss her,
suddenly, Qin Wanqing's phone rang. Qin Wanqing quickly opened her eyes.
Seeing Zhang Yang's expression, which seemed to say I could cry, she couldn't help but smile apologetically as she answered the call. That's how it is for detectives' phones must stay on 24/7. And whenever a case arises, whether you're on vacation or not, you have to drop everything and return immediately.
Moments later, Qin Wanqing hung up the phone with a grave expression. What's wrong? A case?
Zhang Yang saw the gravity in Qin Wanqing's expression and knew immediately that it must be a major case. 8 girls in a dorm at Tianhai University of Science and Technology were raped and murdered.
I need to head there immediately. Qin Wanqing glanced at Zhang Yang. A case this big? Zhang Yang was also startled.
Typically, 3 or more victims constituted a major criminal case. Now there were 8, and it happened on a university campus.
This news couldn't be kept under wraps. No wonder Qin Wanqing looked like that. Let's go. I'll accompany you.
A case this big I can't just stand by and watch,
Zhang Yang said from the side. Qin Wanqing glanced at Zhang Yang with gratitude. With his involvement, finding the real culprit would naturally be more certain.
Outside, the commotion had finally subsided.
The 2 officers hadn't expected that investigating a voyeurism case would land them in the middle of a brawl.
Had they not arrived in time, given the intensity of the fight, someone might have ended up dead. They could only take these individuals back first and have others handle the voyeurism matter later. Taking advantage of the lull, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing slipped back to their car.
The incident just now. You. Qin Wanqing glanced at Zhang Yang, hesitating to speak.
My dear girlfriend, while this counts as family support during the investigation, you should still apply for the proper rewards, Zhang Yang said with a smile.
Oomph. Money-grubbing jerk. Who says you're my girlfriend? You haven't even confessed to me.
Qin Wanqing bit her lip, flushed, and glared at Zhang Yang.
He drove toward the crime scene. Chapter 29, Suspicious Scratches. Tianhai University of Science and Technology. With the recent expansion of enrollment, the original campus could no longer accommodate the current scale.
Therefore, Tianhai University of Science and Technology acquired an additional plot of land to construct a new campus. However, due to the persistent failure to settle wages owed to migrant workers, progress had been significantly delayed. Consequently, by the time the new semester began, the new campus was still incomplete. Only a few dormitory buildings and 1 academic building were completed. Even the cafeteria was partially under construction while partially open. After the new semester began, a group of freshmen from majors like accounting were the first to move in.
The tragic incident occurred in one of the female dormitories.
When Qin Wanqing led Zhang Yang into this new campus, she was stunned by the sight of a campus that resembled a construction site. This wasn't a school at all, no perimeter walls, just construction sites everywhere. How could students' safety possibly be guaranteed? The school administrators were utterly irresponsible.
Qin Wanqing exclaimed indignantly. Do you really think any teacher in this kind of school environment is a good person?
Just look at all those unscrupulous university professors exposed lately, they're worse than beasts. And don't even get me started on the ones who haven't been exposed yet. They're brainless, nothing unusual about that, Zhang Yang said with utter disdain. Lately, with media reaching everywhere, it keeps reshaping people's perceptions of the university environment. When Zhang Yang and his companion arrived at the scene, police tape had already been strung around the dormitory.
Students from other dorms were peering over to watch. Many were even recording the scene with their phones. Police officers were talking to the students, likely trying to persuade them not to spread the news.
They were trying to minimize the negative impact of the incident.
But Zhang Yang knew such matters were impossible to conceal.
The pressure on the police was palpable. Seeing Zhang Yang follow Qin Wanqing over, Lu Meng said nothing but proactively handed him a pair of white gloves. Zhang Yang shrugged, looking helpless. He was practically half the police force now. Wearing the gloves, Zhang Yang stepped inside. It was a modest dorm room with 4 sets of bunk beds, housing 8 girls. All had already passed away, and there was no blood at the scene. The investigation revealed that 7 had died from mechanical asphyxiation, likely by a rope-like instrument, though none was found at the scene. The 8th victim had died from an overdose of sleeping pills. It appeared the killer was this female student.
This was the suicide note she left behind.
Lu Meng handed over a sealed evidence bag containing the note.
Zhang Yang took it and examined it.
The neat handwriting stated that she had been bullied by her roommates, leading to resentment that drove her to kill everyone before taking her own life.
Something doesn't add up. If she really did it, she couldn't have acted alone. How could a single girl possibly kill all those people? Besides, wasn't it reported as a rape murder? That made even less sense.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. All three girls' bodies showed traces of a sticky, yellow, vital fluid they had been assaulted. Additionally, several footprints were extracted from the windowsill. They matched the footprints found inside the room. Preliminary assessment indicates someone climbed up from the second floor and raped the three girls in the dead of night. Fearing discovery, the perpetrator then killed them to silence them. As for the girl who had taken sleeping pills, it seemed the killer had burst in before she could take any action.
Lu Meng remarked from the side. Zhang Yang walked over to the window and looked down. There were indeed some messy, muddy footprints below.
Only the first floor dorms had security grills installed, none were fitted above the first floor. Beside this window was a rainwater pipe. The killer must have climbed up here. Zhang Yang surveyed the room again. While he agreed with Lu Meng's assessment, something still felt off.
Alright, photograph the entire scene. Don't overlook a single detail. Let's transport the body back first. Have the school administration follow us to discuss next steps.
You lot, head straight to the school construction site.
Find out if anything unusual happened last night.
If you spot any suspicious individuals, bring them in.
Send more people. This was almost certainly done by someone from the construction site. Lu Meng methodically organized the scene. What about you? Should we bring him back to the station too? Although this is a major criminal case, the perpetrator doesn't seem particularly cunning.
There are plenty of leads, so I believe it won't take long to solve. Lu Meng turned to ask Zhang Yang. I'll just tag along back to the station first, then I'll take a cab later. It's on the way anyway, and this place is too remote to hail a cab easily.
Zhang Yang replied to Lu Meng.
Yeah, this place is just too remote. I really don't know what those school administrators were thinking, letting so many female students live here and having so many outsiders working on construction. It was only a matter of time before something happened. The school administration absolutely bears responsibility for this kind of thing.
Lu Meng said indignantly. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement.
He and Qin Wanqing had already considered this when they first arrived.
Why are there signs of forced entry on the lock?
Just as Zhang Yang was about to step outside, he suddenly noticed several faint scratches on the dormitory door lock.
Scratches? Qin Wanqing leaned in to take a closer look.
Sure enough, she found some marks on the dorm room door lock.
These must be from the key opening the lock, right? Qin Wanqing dismissed the thought.
When using a key to open a door, it was only natural to miss the keyhole occasionally, leaving marks on the exterior of the lock.
No.
If a key had been used, it would indeed leave marks, but they would run vertically along the direction of the keyhole. Look at these marks, they're horizontal. Plus, the paint is chipped off around the lock cylinder. These are clearly signs of the lock being pried open. Zhang Yang had acquired top-tier lock-picking skills as a mission reward earlier. Combined with his meticulous observational skills, this was how he spotted the anomaly.
Zhang Yang's mind raced. If they had all climbed in through the window, why go to the trouble of picking the lock?
Moreover, the girls' bodies at the rape scene seemed somewhat cleaner.
Could it be? Zhang Yang had a sudden realization. He turned and walked back inside, carefully scanning the entire dormitory. This must be the deceased's notebook, right? Take this back with you too. I've got some new ideas. Zhang Yang pointed to the notebook on one of the beds and said to Qin Wanqing.
Though Qin Wanqing didn't understand Zhang Yang's reasoning, she obediently placed the items into an evidence bag and followed him out. Before Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang even reached the station, news came from Lu Meng's end.
3 suspects had been apprehended. Chapter 30. Did you check into a hotel? Inside the Criminal Investigation Division office. Zhang Yang, the killers have all been caught. Why are you still looking at these things? Is there something strange about it? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang. Yes, and I have a feeling the 3 people we arrested might not be the real killers.
Zhang Yang said slowly.
Qin Wanqing was taken aback.
As they spoke, Lu Meng and several members of the Criminal Investigation Division walked in again.
Damn it!
They've got the suspects, yet they stubbornly refused to confess, insisting it was only rape, not murder. Every fingerprint and trace at the scene matched them. It seemed the 3 knew that rape would only get them a few years, but murder meant the death penalty. Lu Meng slammed his fist hard on the table.
Captain Lu, something about this case feels off. Those 3 might not actually be the killers.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng.
What did you say? Lu Meng was taken aback. Captain Lu, the chief wants to see you. Just then, someone outside called out to Lu Meng. Lu Meng sighed. You, come with me.
Without another word, he grabbed Zhang Yang and headed toward Qin Aigua's office. Inside Qin Aigua's office, he was frantically hanging up a phone call. Ever since the tragic incident at Tianhai City's university, the pressure had been overwhelming. Reporters from all media outlets, higher-ups from various departments, and the fermenting online public opinion were all pressuring Qin Wanqing to crack the case quickly.
What's going on? Hadn't the killer already been apprehended? Still haven't taken it down? Zhang Yang? What brings you here?
Qin Wanqing spotted Lu Meng entering and immediately asked, only to suddenly notice Zhang Yang following behind him.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Like I wanted to come? You old fart, every time I see you, it's like we're mortal enemies.
Chief, we've got the suspects, but they're sticking to their story, just rape, no murder. All the physical evidence at the scene matches up perfectly, but they just won't confess. I've got old Lu continuing the interrogation over there. Lu Meng said to Qin Wanqing.
You tell me, how many times has this happened this damn month?
A dismemberment case, a child trafficking case, a crematorium case, a locked room murder case, and now this damn university massacre. 8 victims at once.
8. Qin Wanqing was about to lose his mind. Zhang Yang's mouth twitched.
The old codger was actually speaking the language of the Little Sunshine Nation. The occurrence of such major cases not only impacts the comprehensive security assessment of a region but also affects the career prospects of everyone involved here.
Not just the public security system. Even the city's top leaders would be implicated.
That's why, ever since the incident began, the phones of every major leader had been ringing non-stop. Upon hearing that Lu Meng and his team had already apprehended the killer, Qin Wanqing finally felt somewhat relieved. A murder had occurred yesterday, and the perpetrator was caught today. At least we've handled the investigation properly. Now we just need to strengthen public security to minimize the impact. But when Lu Meng mentioned the suspect refused to confess, Qin Wanqing started boiling over.
A refusal to confess meant the case couldn't be closed.
An unclosed case meant their incompetence. Incompetence meant another dressing down.
Interrogate him again. Put that lie detector to use. We spent a fortune on that thing, is it just going to sit there gathering dust? No matter what, I'll make them talk today. Qin Wanqing slammed his fist on the table. Ha! Right, I forgot about the lie detector. I'll go get it right now. Lu Meng's eyes lit up and he dashed out immediately. Zhang Yang. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get left behind? What are you doing here again, kid?
Listen up, kid, stay away from my daughter until she's married. Stop showing up here trying to cozy up to her for no reason. If you try anything, I'll break your legs.
Qin Wanqing sat down angrily, only to notice Zhang Yang still sitting there. He stood up again, fuming. Actually.
Just as Zhang Yang spoke, Qin Wanqing's phone rang again.
Hello, old boss. What a fine daughter you've raised. Truly remarkable. Like father, like daughter. A burst of laughter came from the other end of the line. Qin Wanqing's face darkened. He picked up the phone and saw it was a former subordinate, now the chief of a district station. What's this about? I'm busy right now. You're setting my daughter up again? Forget it.
That girl's blind as a bat, she's already found someone herself.
Qin Wanqing shot Zhang Yang a glance. Zhang Yang looked utterly speechless. Damn it. Sitting on the couch, trouble falls from the sky? Besides, how is your daughter blind? I'm clearly a super duper hottie, but in your mouth I'm suddenly worthless? You're the one who's blind, you old fart.
Zhang Yang shot Qin Wanqing a subtle look of contempt.
I know about this too. Kids grow up and have their own lives.
Today, that girl discovered a hidden camera while she was in a hotel room with her boyfriend.
We followed the trail and just busted an illegal operation that was secretly filming customers and selling the videos for money. All thanks to your excellent guidance, sir.
The voice on the other end chuckled. After receiving Qin Wanqing's tip, they immediately dismantled all the equipment. The footage from the camera in Zhang Yang's room not only captured Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang entering the hotel room but also faintly recorded the moment Zhang Yang pinned Qin Wanqing against the wall. The station chief came to deliver the good news.
WH what? Qin Wanqing turned to stare at Zhang Yang. Holy crap? What happened? What's with that look?
Zhang Yang strategically stood up and took a step toward the door.
Did you guys get a hotel room?
Qin Wanqing slammed the phone down, his face turning dark.
I can explain. Will you believe me? Zhang Yang's hand was already on the doorknob. No use making excuses. The hotel registration system holds no secrets for a police chief. This is crazy. They weren't lying. What did you just say? How do you know they're not the killers? Come with me now.
Before Zhang Yang could respond, Lu Meng yanked open the door and dragged him out.
A roar erupted from the bureau chief's office behind them.
Lu Meng shuddered violently, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. After the lie detector test results came back, Lu Meng panicked. If they weren't lying, it meant either they'd somehow evaded the lie detector's detection or they'd arrested the wrong people. These 3 migrant workers before him certainly didn't look like the type who could evade a polygraph test.
The conclusion was obvious, Zhang Yang was probably right. These 3 men were not the murderers. The handwriting. I cross-checked the deceased's handwriting.
While the script appeared similar, there were significant discrepancies in the pauses and strokes. That so-called suicide note was not written by the victim. Add to that the lot-picking marks, and it proves there was another person at the scene besides those three. Zhang Yang said slowly.
Chapter 31, The Clever One. What did you say? Another person at the scene? Lu Meng was stunned. Yes, and not only that. Don't you think it's a bit suspicious that these three girls are so clean? Even if they were too scared to struggle, their bodies would still have shown some instinctive reaction. But there were clearly no such signs on their bodies. Zhang Yang nodded and continued. You mean they were already dead when those three raped them? Lu Meng asked in shock. Yes. They were likely freshly deceased, but their bodies still exhibited basic physiological reactions, so the perpetrators didn't notice. They probably thought the girls were pretending to be asleep out of fear. That kind of scenario is all over those trashy movies. Those guys must have watched plenty of them. Also, don't you think those three girls were the prettiest ones in that dorm? Zhang Yang followed Lu Meng back to the Criminal Investigation Division office. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lu Meng carefully reviewed all the crime scene photos again. It was exactly as Zhang Yang had described. How did you spot the lockpick marks? You know how to pick locks? And this handwriting, if you hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed. There are indeed subtle differences at the pauses. You know handwriting analysis too? And now that you mention it, this crease in the paper doesn't look like it was made right after writing. Lu Meng stared at Zhang Yang as he asked. But he noticed Zhang Yang had closed his eyes again. At this moment, Zhang Yang still harbored several unresolved doubts. What was the relationship between the real killer and the deceased? And why forge the victim's handwriting to write the suicide note? Moreover, judging by the familiarity with the victim's handwriting, they must have had an extraordinary relationship. But if they were so close, why kill so many people? And how had he managed to slip into the girls' dormitory undetected? Even after prying open the door, none of the residents had reacted? This was far too abnormal. What kind of person would you be? Zhang Yang tried to put himself in the killer's shoes. Why kill those 8 people? Since there was a suicide note, it couldn't have been a spur-of-the-moment decision. It must have been premeditated. Killing so many at once, was it hatred? Yes. Only uncontrollable hatred could drive someone to such madness. Was it love? There must have been some unrequited love? Or love born of humiliation? Humility? Wait. Zhang Yang's eyes snapped open. I think I know who the killer is. Zhang Yang exclaimed to Lu Meng. Hurry up and tell us, who's the killer? Lu Meng and Qin Wanqing immediately crowded closer. Damn it! You're not some fortune teller, are you? Every time you deduce something, you just close your eyes and know who the killer is? If you put on those little sunglasses and wave your fingers around again, I'll damn well throw money at you. The killer is probably someone from the construction site, around the same age as the victim. He started working after high school, learned lockpicking, and seems pretty cocky. He probably sticks out like a sore thumb among the migrant workers. This might show in his clothes, his aloofness, or his reading habits. He also likely wrote frequently and had access to paper and pens. Zhang Yang delivered the entire analysis in one breath. Though the specific identity of the killer remained unknown, their characteristics and personality had become crystal clear in Zhang Yang's mind. Everyone, assemble. Back to the construction site. Lu Meng led a group of people rushing out in a hurry. Before long, the killer was apprehended. After the 3 rapists were arrested, the killer thought he'd gotten away with it. But he never expected the police to launch a counterattack. Panic seized him instantly. Without even bothering to ask questions, he bolted only to be brought down by a kick from the Criminal Investigation Division. But to everyone's surprise, the man refused to confess. Damn it! The ones we've caught today are each more stubborn than the last. If you're not the killer, why did you run? Lu Meng took a big gulp of water. His face bore quite a few injuries. When they apprehended the killer at the school construction site, they were instantly surrounded by the victim's parents who'd rushed over upon hearing the news. If the police hadn't shielded him and managed to escort him out, he might have been beaten to death on the spot. But then, after getting to the police station, the kid suddenly denied everything, yelling that they'd arrested the wrong person. That was to be expected. He's clever whether writing letters or committing crimes. He always wore gloves, leaving no traces at the scenes. He must have some counter-surveillance skills. And with 8 lives on the line, once he confessed, it would be a death sentence. Zhang Yang remarked from the side. So you've known this all along? Lu Meng asked, his eyes widening. When I was putting myself in the killer's shoes, I got this feeling he's smart and highly sensitive. How about I give it a shot? Zhang Yang suggested tentatively. Alright. No way. Lu Meng and Qin Wanqing blurted out simultaneously. Captain, the person inside is a murderer. He killed 8 people. If we let Zhang Yang go in, won't he be in danger? Qin Wanqing hesitated before asking. That's true. Then I'll go with you. Lu Meng nodded. Forget it. With someone like this, we need to work on his psyche. More people would just make him more guarded and reduce our effectiveness. He's handcuffed, right? You guys watch from outside. If anything happens, just rush in. Oh, and don't forget to record it. Zhang Yang stood up. No worries, trust me. Zhang Yang gave Qin Wanqing a reassuring smile. Inside the interrogation room, a young man in a shirt sat with his head bowed over the table, his hands constantly rubbing together. He occasionally glanced up to look around. Hearing the door open, he looked up. To his surprise, the person entering was a young man barely a few years older than himself. After entering, Zhang Yang walked straight over and sat down in front of the man. He didn't rush to speak, instead sizing up the murderer before him with his eyes. Outside the interrogation room at that moment. Why isn't Zhang Yang saying anything? He should be asking questions already. A police officer asked in puzzlement. Shut up, all of you, and watch carefully. Though Zhang Yang is a private investigator, his interrogation skills are likely more professional and effective than those of our bureau's interrogation experts. Often, the silent treatment not asking questions puts far more pressure on the killer. Lu Meng remarked coldly from the side. For some reason, ever since meeting Zhang Yang and working on these cases together, I've grown increasingly dissatisfied with the quality of my own team. If all his subordinates were like Zhang Yang, Tianhai City's case clearance rate would undoubtedly rank among the nation's highest. Zhao Min. She was raped too. Zhang Yang suddenly spoke up. The person before him jerked his head up, glaring at Zhang Yang with intense hatred. Zhao Min? The victim who was drugged with sleeping pills? But that can't be right, she wasn't raped. Qin Wanqing asked from outside, puzzled. No one spoke, continuing to watch inside the interrogation room. Moreover, she didn't die. Although you gave her a large dose of sleeping pills, the intense trauma during the assault slowed the drug's effects. After emergency treatment, she's now out of danger and will regain consciousness sooner or later. When that time comes, do you think it will matter whether you talk or not? Zhang Yang said indifferently. Chapter 32, Truth and Deception. After speaking, Zhang Yang slowly rose to his feet, preparing to leave. You're lying to me, right? The man asked coldly. I can see you're quite clever, but unfortunately, you're using that intelligence in the wrong place. And now, should I call you Hu Jianya or Chu Liang? Zhang Yang turned around and said with a smile. The man's eyes flashed with coldness. You know everything? Judging by your appearance, you don't seem to be a cop? The man finally looked at Zhang Yang with surprise. That's right, I'm not a cop. So our conversation has nothing to do with the investigation. As I mentioned earlier, Zhao Min is currently undergoing emergency treatment at the hospital. The police aren't particularly interested in whether you confess or not. But I'm very interested in you, so I'd like to have a chat. As Zhang Yang spoke, he walked over to the camera and turned it off. Now, only Zhang Yang and the man remained in the interrogation room. Of course, the man was unaware that outside the two-way mirror, Lu Meng and the others were coldly observing the situation inside. Moreover, through the two-way mirror, a camera was pointed directly at the man. This was Zhang Yang's deliberate arrangement. At the beginning, Lu Meng hadn't understood what Zhang Yang meant when he specifically said remember to record before entering. After all, interrogation rooms were equipped with dedicated recording devices. It wasn't until he saw Zhang Yang shut down the camera inside the room that Lu Meng realized Zhang Yang had intended to disable the recording equipment from the very start. Sure enough. After remaining silent for a long while, the man finally spoke to Zhang Yang. My name is Chu Liang. Hu Jianya was the alias I used when working. That's all I can say. I didn't kill anyone. They've got the wrong guy. If they keep me locked up after 24 hours, I have the right to sue them for illegal detention. Chu Liang spoke slowly. Looks like you've read quite a few books on this subject. But there's one thing you've overlooked. Zhang Yang paused mid-sentence. Legal regulations are constantly being refined and adjusted. The time limit for detaining criminal suspects has now been extended to 48 hours. Moreover, if there are eyewitnesses, it can be extended to 72 hours to allow the police to gather additional evidence. Judging by the updates from the hospital, it seems Zhao Min will regain consciousness before that time is up. By then, getting out of here won't be so simple. Zhang Yang said with a mocking expression. You're lying. Chu Liang stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Outside the interrogation room, everyone else looked equally bewildered. Detention time adjusted? How come I didn't know? And this Zhao Min, is she really dead? Zhang Yang's words have me doubting it too. It's not just you. I almost believed him too. How come I feel like Zhang Yang hasn't told a single truth since he went in? Several officers whispered among themselves. Shut up. Truth or lies, have you forgotten the most basic interrogation techniques? Listen up properly. Lu Meng glared at them. But Captain, doesn't this constitute leading the suspect? That tape might be inadmissible in court. One officer voiced his concern. No, it's not. Who's conducting the interrogation? Zhang Yang was just a passerby who somehow ended up in the interrogation room talking to the suspect. Is there a problem with that? Lu Meng flashed a sly grin. Seems like there really isn't. The officer shrugged helplessly. Besides, do you really think Zhang Yang just wants to extract a confession from him?
You're underestimating Zhang Yang. I have no idea how you even graduated or who recruited you into the criminal investigation division in the first place.
Did you bribe your way in?
Lu Meng shot the others a look of exasperation. Inside the interrogation room at that moment,
Zhu Liang had shed the indifference he'd worn upon entering.
Now he fidgeted with his pant-cuffs, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was worried, or rather, he was analyzing whether Zhang Yang's words were credible.
Was Zhao Min really dead?
If she wasn't dead, revealing that fact would spell his complete ruin.
Which university was your favorite?
I looked up Zhao Min's major accounting at Tianhai University of Science and Technology. While it's not a double first-class university program, it still seems rather incongruous with your migrant worker background. And judging by Zhao Min's living conditions, her family probably couldn't afford to support her through university.
Yet strangely, her cosmetics were all decent, even high-end. You tell me, could she be kept by someone?
Sigh, these college girls nowadays, they really have no sense of propriety.
Zhang Yang shook his head with a smile. Shut up. Out of nowhere, Zhu Liang lunged forward, clamping his hands tightly around Zhang Yang's neck.
Though handcuffed, he could still move his arms. People outside the door saw this and were about to rush in, but Lu Meng pulled them back.
Everyone, stop. Look at Zhang Yang's hand signals. This was entirely his doing. And don't you think about it, how could a suspect under 5 feet 7 inches and his weight possibly overpower Zhang Yang's build? Lu Meng whispered urgently to the others. Only then did everyone notice
that the moment he was grabbed, Zhang Yang had been waving his hands toward them the entire time. Seeing Zhang Yang, whose height and weight completely outmatched the suspect, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Hey, why are you overreacting like this, bro? I wasn't talking about you. You wouldn't be.
Zhang Yang said to Chu Liang behind him.
He stared at Chu Liang in disbelief.
Although Chu Liang was restraining Zhang Yang with handcuffs, Zhang Yang sensed Chu Liang's strength and was confident he could easily throw him over his shoulder. He figured Chu Liang must have used other methods when killing those girls.
Electrocution? Or drugs? Sleeping pills?
The two remained locked in a tense standoff for a moment.
Not long after,
Chu Liang gradually released his grip on Zhang Yang. He buried his face in his hands and began sobbing into the chair. Whatever the situation is, if you come clean voluntarily, it might at least ease some of your guilt.
But don't even think about getting a reduced sentence.
But peace of mind matters more than anything. Zhang Yang rubbed his neck, still red from the chokehold, and said to Chu Liang,
Zhao Min, she really isn't dead?
After a long while, Chu Liang gradually calmed down and looked up at Zhang Yang, asking slowly. Zhang Yang shook his head gently.
Sigh. Chu Liang let out a long sigh. Well, it's good she's not dead.
Truth be told, I still love her just as much as ever.
Xu Liang lowered his head. Did you also apply to Tianhai University of Science and Technology back then? Zhang Yang asked slowly. Chapter 33, Peace of Mind Matters Most.
Yes. Based on my scores back then, I could have applied to better schools and even secured a full scholarship.
I could have easily gotten into college.
But Zhao Min's scores weren't high. Based on her mock exam results, her chances of getting into Tianhai University of Science and Technology were better, so we both applied to that university. Chu Liang spoke slowly, as if addressing a close friend.
So why didn't you end up going to college? Zhang Yang asked. College? It wasn't that simple.
Chu Liang gave a wry smile. After receiving the acceptance letter, we realized how much money college actually cost. Even though the school could help us apply for loans, those loans only covered basic tuition fees. Neither of our families could afford the monthly living expenses. In our little village, having 2 college students was an unprecedented honor. But my mother had to borrow money from every family in the village just to scrape together 2,000 yuan.
Zhao Min's family couldn't even scrape together 500.
So I secretly took money from home and gave it to Zhao Min. Then, without telling my family, I came to the city to work, sending her money for living expenses. I had originally learned some locksmithing skills from a master, thinking that having a trade would make life easier wherever I ended up. But not long after school started, Zhao Min told me she wanted to buy a computer. She said that since every one of her roommates had one, she felt looked down upon for not having one.
But you know what?
That bitten Apple logo thingy cost 10,000 yuan. Even if I worked non-stop opening locks every day, I couldn't possibly scrape that much cash together that fast. Later, I heard that a construction site near Zhao Min's school was hiring. Working there full-time could earn nearly 400 yuan a day. If I lived and worked on site, I could save up enough in just 1 month.
Chu Liang said to Zhang Yang. But I heard this project is behind on payments? Will we actually get paid?
Zhang Yang recalled the rumors he'd heard earlier.
Get paid? I've been working here for over 2 months and haven't seen a single penny.
After the contractor ran off last time, I heard the school took over the project.
We thought there might be a chance, so we kept working. Turns out the school people are even shadier than the contractor.
Not only did they refuse to pay us, but they even started deducting from our food allowance. This world is just too tough for us. Chu Liang hung his head in despair.
But what does that have to do with you killing someone? Are you saying Zhao Min betrayed you? But what about their roommates?
Zhang Yang fired off several questions, not asking if Chu Liang had committed the murder, but already assuming it as fact. But Chu Liang was clearly still immersed in the story he'd just told, completely unaware of this. I killed them because Zhao Min told me to. Ever since she started college, she's constantly asked me for money, demanding the best of everything. If that were all, I could accept it. But she rejected me. I gave so much for her, yet she threw the medicine I bought her into the trash can in front of everyone. I hated her. And them. I'll never forget the look of contempt in their eyes. Chu Liang said, visibly agitated. So you killed them? Zhang Yang nodded. Xu Liang had given up his chance to rise above for Zhao Min, only to be abandoned in the end, left with nothing. Naturally, he harbored immense hatred. And perhaps the looks in those girls' eyes were the final straw that broke the camel's back. No. It wasn't my idea to kill them. Zhao Min made me do it. Xu Liang sprang to his feet. Zhao Min? You mean Zhao Min ordered you to kill them? Zhang Yang pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and handed it over. Xu Liang took it, drew a deep drag, and slowly sat back down. That night, Zhao Min suddenly told me that the girls in her dorm had beaten and humiliated her. She broke down, saying it was all because they'd stood in her way that she'd acted that way toward me. She said if I killed them, she'd take me back. Xu Liang puffed on the cigarette in deep, ragged breaths. You're so naive. Zhang Yang said coldly. Yeah. I was so naive. You know what? I did everything she asked. I strangled everyone. But just as I was about to leave, a text message popped up on her phone. That's when I realized she'd been lying to me all along. The moment she got into college, she started seeing someone else. Her plan was twofold: to use my hands to kill the girls who looked down on her, and to frame me as a murderer so they'd never bother her again. And I believed her lies. The moment I realized the truth, I wanted to die with her. Xu Liang said calmly. Now that it had come to this, Chu Liang felt a strange sense of relief. After you gave her the sleeping pills, did you hear someone coming in? Zhang Yang pressed further. Yes. Just as I was about to eat, I heard a noise coming from the window. I quickly hid, then slipped out through the second-floor bathroom. Later I heard someone had committed rape and murder inside. With the police arresting those three, I figured I was off the hook and could start anew. But I never imagined I'd still end up getting caught. Xu Liang stubbed out his cigarette and looked up at Zhang Yang. Truth is, I knew from the start you were trying to get me to spill the beans. But I played along anyway because I couldn't accept it. I feel like I've sacrificed so much only to end up like this. Even if I could escape, I doubt I'd ever find peace for the rest of my life. Let them come in. I heard their voices just now. Xu Liang pointed toward the doorway. Lu Meng and the others rushed in, giving Zhang Yang a thumbs up. Actually, I should thank you. You were right about one thing: peace of mind matters more than anything. As Chu Liang was led away, he turned back and said to Zhang Yang. I'm not helping you. I'm just punishing the murderer. Though your experiences are tragic, that doesn't justify killing indiscriminately, especially so many innocent lives. Society is inherently unfair, but you've brought this upon yourself. And Zhao Min is dead. Zhang Yang shrugged and said to Chu Liang. Chu Liang opened his mouth but said nothing more before being led away by Lu Meng and the others. Are you okay? Qin Wanqing approached Zhang Yang, her gaze fixed on the pressure marks around his neck. I'm fine. I was just straining my neck. But even though the case is closed, the real horror is just beginning, isn't it? Zhang Yang sighed. Huh? What do you mean? But the case is solved, isn't it? Qin Wanqing was puzzled. Yeah, the case is solved, and the weight on someone's heart is lifted. Judging by the timing, it should be coming down soon. I'd better get out of here fast. Zhang Yang hurriedly stood up and walked out. Sure enough, as soon as he reached the lobby, he saw Qin Wanqing storming down the stairs. That Zhang fellow, and you. Come to my office. Qin Wanqing bellowed. The entire Public Security Bureau fell silent. Chapter 34, What's so great about Zhang Yang? Qin Wanqing's office. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing stood side by side, obediently. They had endured Qin Wanqing's scolding for over half an hour, yet he showed no signs of stopping. He ranted about everything from core social values to police conduct codes, from the arduous labor of planting cabbages to the ease of pigs rooting through them, from recent cases to the precarious state of his position as bureau chief. Zhang Yang had now witnessed the full range of a bureaucratic leader's oratory skills. No matter what the topic, he could twist it into a political issue, leaving you unable to respond. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes so many times she lost count. Anyway, let me repeat, this is the Public Security Bureau. It's a workplace. It's a very serious place. You better not pull this crap again. Wait, what the hell is going on with your neck? Holy. Did you kiss him? Qin Wanqing pointed at Zhang Yang, only to notice the marks beneath his neck, fresh bruises from the handcuffs. They looked exactly like a few strawberries planted there. He immediately turned and glared fiercely at Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing was dumbfounded, utterly at a loss for words. What do you mean I kissed him? Besides, even if I did kiss him, it wouldn't leave such obvious marks. Put. Who would kiss him? Qin Wanqing was both embarrassed and furious, nearly choking on her own anger at her clueless old man.
Zhang Yang was equally dumbfounded. Are you blind? Is this what a kiss looks like? I was just held hostage by a murderer who killed 8 people, and now you're implying I'm off to some paradise? Oomph. Chief Qin, I checked this soft china brand costs 65 yuan per box. Listen carefully, per box, not per carton. So a whole carton would be at least 650 bucks. 3 cartons? That's Zhang Yang. How much was that again?
Qin Wanqing held her head high as she addressed Qin, nudging Zhang Yang, who stood nearby grinning like an idiot.
That's easily 1,000 or 2. Could it be that our esteemed director Qin enjoys smoking this brand?
But he is the director, so he can probably afford cigarettes at this price point.
Zhang Yang chuckled. You 2 little brats. Qin nearly choked on his breath hearing their coordinated retort.
Not only had they caught him red-handed, but judging by their seamless coordination, their relationship had clearly reached a certain level of intimacy. Just as Qin was about to curse them out, the office door swung open.
Little Qin, are you blowing your top again?
3 men in white shirts walked in, their armbands adorned with long olive branches and several floral emblems. Zhang Yang froze in place.
Shao Qin? And in white shirts? Could they be Qin superiors? Zhang Yang knew a thing or two. These white shirts weren't for just anyone.
Within the police force, ranks were strictly defined, comprising 13 distinct levels. The lower ranks included sergeant, inspector, and constable. Sergeants and inspectors each had 3 sub-levels, while constables had 2.
Most commonly seen were those wearing blue shirts.
Among the higher-ranking officers, the superintendent rank also had 3 sub-levels. Beyond these 11 ranks, there were also deputy commissioners and commissioners. However, only those of the highest caliber were qualified to wear the white shirt. Their rank had to be at least 3rd-grade superintendent. Judging by the arm patches on these individuals, they were clearly figures of considerable stature.
Oh my, are these 3 former leaders here? Please, have a seat. You 2, hurry up and pour some water. What are you standing around for?
Qin immediately switched to a fawning smile, then turned back to give Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing a cold stare. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing exchanged a glance and shared a helpless smile.
Qin Wanqing promptly poured tea for the 3 leaders.
Young Qin, your Tianhai City Criminal Investigation Division is quite impressive. We 3 old-timers heard about this major case in Tianhai and thought we'd come lend our support and allocate some resources. But imagine our surprise, we'd barely reached the lobby when we heard the case was already solved.
And it was solved by a young man named Zhang Yang? Impressive.
Though the case is solved, we can't come all this way for nothing.
We'll at least come up for a glass of water. The man in the middle chuckled as he spoke to Qin. You're too kind, sir.
This is our job. Catching criminals is what we're supposed to do. Besides, I'm not trying to brag to you leaders, but recently several major cases have occurred in Tianhai City, and we've successfully solved them all. If it weren't for your earlier advice to keep a low profile, I might have gone straight to your office to take credit for it.
Qin beamed at the 3 men. We've heard about those cases.
Regarding the dismemberment case, we were actually considering demoting you to a police station chief if there was no progress by the deadline. But you proved your worth and cracked the case at the last moment. To be honest, as fellow officers, we weren't happy about it either. But no matter who the person is, if they commit a crime, it's our duty as police to punish them severely.
The leader stated.
Yes, sir.
You're absolutely right. Qin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Holy cow, that was close.
Thank goodness the kid Zhang Yang showed up in time.
Otherwise, it would have been disastrous.
By the way, we're quite intrigued by this Zhang Yang fellow.
But we've never heard of him before. Is he a new recruit? Or an intern? Have him come over.
We want to see this criminal investigation genius who keeps cracking cases. The leader said with a smile.
Every time the police solved a case, they documented and traced the details.
Such records were filed and sealed, so naturally Zhang Yang couldn't be left out. So these officers had heard of Zhang Yang since the dismemberment case back then. At first, they might have thought Zhang Yang was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, a lucky guess. But then came the child trafficking case, the Tianhao group murder in the secret room, the funeral home case, and now the rape and murder of the female college student. Zhang Yang's fingerprints were on all of them. And according to the records, he played a crucial role in each one. If one instance could be dismissed as coincidence, then a string of such occurrences could only be attributed to genuine skill. That's why they wanted to come see for themselves. If he truly was promising talent, they would pay close attention and nurture him properly. Qin was stunned upon hearing this.
Meet Zhang Yang? Holy crap! What's so special about meeting Zhang Yang?
He's a private investigator.
If you meet with him, doesn't that mean our criminal investigation division is completely useless?
Qin panicked. Chapter 35, call him whenever there's a case.
Actually, well, I am Zhang Yang. But I'm not a cop, I'm a private investigator. Still, fighting evil and promoting good is something every citizen should do.
I only offered a few suggestions. The real work was done by Captain Liu and his team.
Zhang Yang, watching Qin Wanqing's troubled expression from the side, stepped forward and said, "Exactly.
This Zhang Yang is a good man, not only smart, but also highly responsible. Since he happened to be at the scene for these recent cases, he offered some advice."
Qin Wanqing hurriedly chimed in.
If the higher-ups found out he'd solved the case using a private investigator, it would make his own criminal investigation division look like a useless ornament.
That would be utterly unacceptable. Qin Wanqing felt deeply uneasy. Surprisingly, Zhang Yang was quite sensible.
Mentioning it casually like that wasn't a bad idea. Standing nearby, Zhang Yang rolled his eyes inwardly.
What did he mean? I happened to be present at the scene for these cases. Did that make him the murderer? Are you kidding me? A private detective?
Several people looked at Zhang Yang, all surprised. They had assumed he was a top graduate from the police academy, but instead he turned out to be a private investigator, and such a young one at that.
Is that Wanqing?
I didn't dare recognize her earlier.
She's all grown up now. Is this your boyfriend?
The leader exchanged a meaningful glance with Qin Wanqing, then looked at Qin Wanqing.
Hello, Uncle Gong.
This is my boyfriend, Zhang Yang. He happened to accompany me to a few crime scenes when I needed to rush out. It was actually thanks to Zhang Yang that we got several crucial leads. Qin Wanqing smiled as she linked arms with Zhang Yang and addressed the leader. Qin Wanqing was that man's subordinate, so Qin Wanqing naturally knew him.
However, since they were now at the bureau, she couldn't use informal terms.
But since the man had asked, Qin Wanqing smiled and introduced him.
Oh, that chubby little girl has grown into a young lady now. A private investigator? Not bad at all.
At least she has a righteous heart and such impressive investigative skills.
Little Qin, you found yourself a fine son-in-law. The lead official chuckled as he addressed Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing's smile was more painful than crying. Damn it! When did I ever acknowledge this kid as my son-in-law? I was just about to deal with the two of them.
Well, this young man still needs more experience. After all, he's too young. He needs to be more careful about his behavior and keep a low profile.
Qin Wanqing gritted his teeth as he spoke.
Heh, you're absolutely right. He does need more experience.
Young man, would you be interested in becoming my disciple?
Based on your contributions in these cases, if you were part of our police force, a third-class merit award would be well within reach.
I can recruit you into the force specially.
With such talent, you deserve the right position. The leader smiled as he addressed Zhang Yang.
Thank you for your recognition, sir.
Honestly, being a private investigator is much the same. Besides, everyone under Director Qin is exceptionally capable. I've just been fortunate.
Serving the people can be done anywhere. Zhang Yang declined without hesitation. Not only had he just paid his rent, but if he became a cop now, wouldn't he end up getting dragged into Qin Wanqing's office for lectures every single day? Am I stupid or what? Oh, the young man spoke well.
Xiao Qin, he's better than you were at his age, doesn't care about fame or fortune, doesn't judge by status, and has a strong sense of responsibility. The leader said to Qin Wanqing.
Qin Wanqing awkwardly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Alright, since that's the case, I won't force you. If you ever face difficulties or obstacles in the future, don't hesitate to come find me.
You're right. If everyone could embrace that sense of responsibility to punish evil and promote good, this society would be far better than it is now.
No matter what position you hold, having that mindset is what truly matters.
The leader smiled as he handed Zhang Yang a business card, which Zhang Yang accepted with both hands.
Thank you, Uncle Gong.
Qin Wanqing remarked with a smile from the side. The way she acted was just like a wife thanking relatives on behalf of her husband. Young lady, don't forget to invite this old man to your wedding.
I'll officiate for you. We're off. The three of them stood up, chatting and laughing. Qin Wanqing, with nimble steps, swiftly escorted the three downstairs before returning.
When he returned, he discovered Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing had already slipped away.
Qin Wanqing gritted his teeth in frustration. Director, the Campus 8 corpse case has been closed. Given its significant social impact, should I immediately arrange a press conference?
Just then, Lu Meng pushed open the door and walked in.
Damn it! You don't even knock before barging in? What kind of manners are these?
Lu Meng, if you ever forget to knock again, watch out, I'll beat you to a pulp.
Qin Wanqing spat out angrily.
Lu Meng broke out in a cold sweat. Lately, one major case after another had nearly worn out both the chief and the criminal investigation team leader. Every time a new lead surfaced, Lu Meng would rush over to Qin Wanqing like his pants were on fire, begging for an arrest warrant.
Who had time to knock?
He'd grown so accustomed to this routine over time that he never expected Qin Wanqing to catch him red-handed today. Lu Meng obediently backed out, knocked on the door, and then entered.
What's the matter? Spit it out if you have something to say.
Qin Wanqing's blood boiled at the sight of his own criminal investigation team captain.
If this criminal investigation captain were any good, would he even need that good-for-nothing kid Zhang Yang?
If their own criminal investigation division had cracked these cases so quickly, Qin Wanqing would have already dashed off to the provincial bureau to report the good news and claim credit. He could have easily earned a few third-class meritorious service awards, which would have meant more generous bonuses and perks down the line. But now Zhang Yang had stuck his nose in. If he'd just made a minor contribution, it wouldn't have mattered. But every single one of these cases was led by Zhang Yang. Go ahead and submit the reports, all the credit will go to Zhang Yang. Qin Wanqing couldn't possibly give Lu Meng a friendly look. About this press conference, what about Zhang Yang's involvement? Lu Meng asked in a low voice.
Qin Wanqing felt wronged, but Lu Meng felt even more so, even experiencing a deep sense of defeat. A group of professionals from specialized academies and seasoned criminal investigators couldn't even match a young private detective? Who would believe that? What Zhang Yang? Who even is this guy? Just say it's my daughter. If he wants to pursue my daughter, he'd better pay a price. From now on, if there's a case, just call him. If he dares not show up, I'll see if he ever dares set foot in our house again. Qin Wanqing declared angrily. Hearing Qin Wanqing's words, Lu Meng finally understood. So it wasn't just about the case, there was also the pig rooting through the cabbage patch. No wonder. Captain. Quick. Something's wrong. Just then, a panicked officer burst into the room. What's the rush? Don't you know to knock? Qin Wanqing rolled his eyes. This police station had no discipline whatsoever. Chief, Captain, hurry. The armory. During today's inventory check, we discovered a Type 64 pistol is missing. The person who arrived didn't wait for Qin Wanqing's response, panting heavily as they spoke. Chapter 36, Missing Gun. What? What did you say? Qin Wanqing was struck dumb, as if by lightning. Lu Meng stood dumbfounded beside him, then bolted out the door, racing toward the armory. Qin Wanqing stood frozen for a moment before snapping out of it. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, everyone assemble. Lock the main entrance to the police station. No one leaves. Confiscate everyone's cell phones. Hurry. Qin Wanqing's voice was trembling with emotion. By now, a crowd had gathered outside the armory. The officer in charge of registration looked ashen-faced, utterly devastated. He was a new recruit, his father a city official, assigned to this armory as a registration clerk. Not only was the job easy, but he could even play around with the guns. Not long after arriving, during today's routine inventory check, they discovered a handgun was missing and immediately freaked out. Currently, officers typically carry Type 64 pistols, Type 77 pistols, and possibly some Type 54 pistols. Due to its excessive power, the Type 54 has largely been replaced by the Type 64. In some regions, officers may also be equipped with Type 92 pistols or automatic weapons, typically the Type 79 submachine gun. However, officers generally do not carry sidearms off duty. They only request to carry a weapon when executing specific tasks, and each such request is meticulously documented. But exceptions exist, like Ai Shaoqin or Chief Chi Tongwei wielding a sniper rifle. Their authority speaks for itself, naturally granting them special privileges. Systems exist to constrain ordinary people. Power, however, stands above the system. But losing a service weapon is extremely serious. Even if nothing happened and the gun was recovered, this official's offspring would never wear a police uniform again. If someone used that pistol to commit a crime, he might even face jail time. Zhang Yang also heard the commotion, but he didn't come out to join the crowd. After all, this was a police station, full of surveillance cameras. It was impossible for someone to simply walk out with the gun. Although he couldn't figure it out, Zhang Yang wasn't a police officer. When it came to sensitive items like guns, outsiders couldn't be allowed to get involved lightly. Lu Meng and the others had already searched the armory thoroughly, finding no traces. The firearms registry showed no discrepancies, all withdrawals and returns were accounted for, with every detail matching. Even yesterday's verification list confirmed the gun's presence. Yet overnight, it vanished. What was even stranger was that from the time of last night's inventory check until now, there had been no record of the gun being used. This meant no one had touched the gun since then. Consequently, the primary suspect was the armory custodian. When Lu Meng had the custodian detained, the man clearly realized something was amiss and vehemently denied touching the weapon. Lu Meng had no choice but to have the armory custodian detained. The urgent priority was to locate the missing firearm, but with no leads whatsoever, how could they search? Moreover, it was lost from the police station's own armory. If word got out, the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau would lose all face. Therefore, upon hearing the news, Qin Wanqing immediately sealed off the information. The gates were shut, and everyone's cell phones were confiscated. Lu Meng's mind was a complete mess. The relentless string of cases had pushed him to the brink of both mental and physical exhaustion. Go. Get Zhang Yang over here. No, have him come here. Lu Meng ordered his officers. Shortly after, Zhang Yang arrived outside the armory accompanied by officers. The area outside the armory was now deserted. Under Qin Wanqing's direction, everyone had been taken in for questioning one by one. Seeing Zhang Yang walk in, Lu Meng gave a wry smile. I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you again. I never imagined something like this would happen. Lu Meng said helplessly.
They were now investigating recent instances of firearms being taken off-site to ensure every weapon had been returned. We also need to review the armory surveillance footage. We have to locate this gun's whereabouts as quickly as possible. The workload is no small task.
No problem. Tell me what happened.
Since we're all here, it's only right we help.
Zhang Yang addressed Lu Meng. According to last night's inventory records, all firearms were accounted for. However, after arriving today, an incident occurred off campus.
A large crowd gathered outside, and many officers from the bureau were deployed to maintain order, including the armory custodian. When he returned to conduct the afternoon inventory, he discovered the firearm was missing. What's more, surveillance footage showed the armory door hadn't been opened at all during that period, meaning no one had entered.
That was the most puzzling part.
Lu Meng said helplessly. Zhang Yang nodded and stepped inside. The armory was smaller than expected. All firearms were locked inside cabinets, with the keys held by the custodian. Furthermore, both the interior and exterior were partitioned off with iron bars. Even if someone managed to enter the armory, they couldn't reach the rear area where firearms and ammunition were stored. According to the registration records, everything appeared to be in order.
So where had the gun gone? Surely it didn't just grow legs and walk away?
Zhang Yang scanned the surroundings.
Let's start by making a few assumptions and then eliminate them one by one.
First possibility, someone may have picked up the gun but never returned it, yet it was recorded as returned.
But that would be easy to screen out.
Looking at the issuance records, no one had ever requested a Type 54 pistol, so that scenario couldn't apply. Alternatively, the administrator could have taken the gun last night and failed to return it.
Yet the surveillance footage would clearly show any removal of the weapon. Viewing the tapes would reveal it immediately.
The administrator must be aware of this procedure. If he had done it, he would likely have confessed by now. Another possibility is that the pistol was never properly logged when it was taken out of storage. During inventory checks, the administrator might have concealed it, but this would be difficult given that each verification is conducted by two people cross-checking together. Zhang Yang ran through several scenarios, but none offered a plausible explanation. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang made his way to the storage area for the Type 64 pistols. The moment he crouched down, a chill swept over him. Why was it so cold? Zhang Yang was puzzled. This room had no windows and was isolated from the outside, so it was naturally a bit chilly. Combined with all the metal objects stored here, the cold felt even more pronounced. Lu Meng explained to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang nodded.
He noticed a faint water stain beneath this particular cell. Zhang Yang was puzzled. Logically, a storage area like this should be relatively dry. He recalled seeing a dehumidifier specifically installed outside the iron bars.
Captain,
I heard city officials have arrived.
The chief wants you to come over. Just then, a police officer poked his head in and said, "Damn it! Annoying with these worthless leaders. Probably his dad showing up again.
With this damn gun incident, no one coming here is going to help."
Lu Meng stood up angrily.
"Oh, this doesn't concern you.
Keep working. I'll be right back."
Lu Meng exchanged a few words with Zhang Yang before walking out.
Chapter 37, Clues.
A moment later, Qin Wanqing peeked her head in cautiously. Seeing Zhang Yang surrounded by several police officers examining something at the scene, she stuck her tongue out at him.
"Any new discoveries?"
"Our chief Qin has gone completely mad. You should have seen his face, it was so dark, it was almost unbearable to look at."
Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. "Nothing yet.
It's highly suspicious, but there are several points of doubt.
Can't figure it out. Let me take another look at this record."
Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly and picked up the registration records nearby. "Earlier I heard some big shot came in, acting all high and mighty, demanding we release his son. But his son is the prime suspect, how could we just let him go? These people are so used to being in charge, they don't even realize how serious this is."
Qin Wanqing muttered with a pout.
"This is different." Zhang Yang replied slowly.
"Right. This is our police station. Of course it's different.
No matter who you are, no matter who your father is, if you make a mistake, if you commit a crime, you'll face the consequences. If this gun ends up in a homicide case, the entire station could be implicated."
Qin Wanqing nodded.
"No, I mean, this signature looks different from the previous ones."
Zhang Yang handed the registration record to Qin Wanqing.
Qin Wanqing examined it carefully as Zhang Yang instructed.
"Aren't these two identical? What's different?"
Qin Wanqing studied it for a long time but couldn't tell. "Here, look at this final stroke. Previous signatures all extended outward, but this one stops midway. Moreover, to be precise, this consists of two strokes, whereas the previous ones were a single stroke."
Zhang Yang explained to Qin Wanqing. "Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit off.
So this means the signature is forged? But why would someone forge a signature?
And who did it?" Qin Wanqing asked. "How should I know? But judging by this indentation, I suspect someone copied this handwriting."
"That's quite interesting. Go ask that officer Shi Wentao if he picked up a gun that day. That should clear things up." Zhang Yang handed the notebook to Qin Wanqing, who immediately dashed out.
Moments later, she returned with Lu Meng and an officer. What's the situation? Did you find any clues? Lu Meng asked urgently. There's something off about the signature on this record.
Zhang Yang pointed to the signature.
Captain, I just checked. I absolutely did not pick up a gun that day.
I was with you at Tianhao Group and wasn't at the station. Besides, there was absolutely no need to bring guns when we went there.
Sure, Wentao chimed in from the side. You too, retrieve the surveillance footage from that day immediately. Find out who fired the gun. Lu Meng ordered the two officers. The two officers immediately ran out. Damn it! I told you that kid was trouble. There's a good chance that kid forged the signature. He's got some nerve. Recruiting dishonest scum like that into the force is like planting a ING time bomb. Lu Meng raged beside them. Captain Lu, hold your horses. The priority now is finding the gun.
Even if that custodian did it, it only proves he's not involved in the missing firearm.
Zhang Yang interjected.
If he could forge a signature, it shows he has some brains. He wouldn't be unaware of the consequences of losing a gun. If they did it, the fallout would be too heavy to bear.
Right. Let's detain him for now. Are you suggesting you've uncovered new evidence? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang.
Yes.
Look here. I just rechecked these two door locks and found something underground. Zhang Yang opened his palm, revealing a substance resembling plastic powder in the center.
What is this?
Lu Meng pinched it between his fingers, curious.
This should be some kind of instant-setting hard plastic. The powder was created by friction, probably shaken out of the keyhole when the door was shut. Zhang Yang pointed toward the lock cylinder. Lu Meng quickly shone his phone's light into it and indeed spotted similar particles inside the lock cylinder. It was minimal, hard to spot unless you looked specifically for it.
How did this stuff get in there? Could someone have secretly made a duplicate key for this place?
Lu Meng exclaimed in shock.
This lock was an older mechanical type.
While sturdy and durable, its internal structure was relatively simple, leaving numerous ways to pick it. In theory, if someone else wanted to get in, all they'd need was 2 pieces of wire. It could be done in under 10 seconds.
Zhang Yang explained slowly. But why go to the trouble of making a plastic key? That was puzzling. The administrators had no reason to make things so complicated. They had the keys and could easily get duplicates made anytime. Yet someone had done it.
Therefore, someone else must have entered. But logically, once he took the gun, it should have been discovered immediately. This was quite strange. Zhang Yang frowned as he spoke. Several aspects of this situation still baffled him.
Captain,
we just reviewed the surveillance footage. No one came to pick up the gun that day. Only that kid Gang Hao was messing around with it inside. The two officers who had gone to check the surveillance footage returned and reported.
Bring him out for another interrogation.
Let his old man yell all he wants, ignore him.
The chief is stalling. I'll take the heat if there's any trouble.
Go!
Lu Meng barked at the two men. What are you planning to do? That kid's probably involved in this gun theft too. He was on duty today. He's the only one with the keys.
Lu Meng turned to ask Zhang Yang.
I want to check the surveillance room. Maybe we'll find some clues. Zhang Yang nodded. Let's go. Hurry up and follow me.
Lu Meng led Zhang Yang toward the surveillance room.
Chapter 38. This isn't Gang Hao.
When Lu Meng led Zhang Yang and the others into the surveillance room, several police officers were already gathered around the monitors.
Spotting Lu Meng enter, they turned to report their progress. So far, nothing suspicious had been detected. Step aside for a moment. Let Zhang Yang take a look. Lu Meng instructed the group. Captain, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, Zhang Yang isn't part of our police force.
Besides, we specialize in finding clues through surveillance footage.
If we haven't found anything, it's unlikely Zhang Yang will uncover additional leads either.
The two officers in front of the monitors spoke hesitantly.
I said, let Zhang Yang take a look. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame.
Lu Meng said coldly.
No problem. I don't know how to operate it anyway. Just retrieve the surveillance footage from the armory for today and yesterday.
Zhang Yang interjected from the side.
Though somewhat reluctant, the two men retrieved the footage from the armory. Speed it up. Zhang Yang instructed.
The two rolled their eyes as the footage sped up to double speed.
Stop.
From here on, return to normal speed.
When a figure appeared, Zhang Yang pointed at the screen and said, That's Gang Hao. He came in early for work.
We've all seen this part before. It's just like any other day, nothing unusual. The two men said to Zhang Yang. In the footage, after Gang Hao arrived for his shift handover, he changed clothes, did a quick patrol inside, then sat down and started playing with his phone. The surveillance system was outdated and not very clear. Though they couldn't make out what Gang Hao was looking at, judging by the phone's landscape orientation and his rapidly moving fingers, he was likely playing a game.
Lu Meng couldn't help but frown. Damn it!
We're busting our asses running around outside all day, and these guys inside, sheltered from wind and rain, have this kind of work attitude.
Damn it! Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle.
This sort of thing was hard to avoid. These second-generation officials come here looking for a job, probably just to enjoy a life of leisure. Expecting them to show up for work like regular folks? Yeah, right. Ding. System task activated. Help the police locate the missing firearm. Reward, bloodhound sent. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised. He'd found it odd that the system hadn't issued a task during the last case. Apparently, not every case triggered the activation of a system mission. This was rather interesting. A hound's sense of smell? Not bad. A hound's sensitivity is overwhelmingly superior to humans, a full million times greater. They can detect traces humans simply can't smell. Having one around would be quite useful. Zhang Yang pushed his thoughts aside and focused entirely on the surveillance feed. On the screen, Gung Hao played with his phone for a moment before someone walked in. Whatever was said made Gung Hao grin, and he tucked his phone away. He retrieved a gun from behind him, placing it on the table as he began wiping it down. Just then, the door swung open. A police officer walked in, beckoning to the two men. Gung Hao and his companion stood up and headed outside. Zhang Yang thought to himself, this must be when trouble started outside, and someone came to call them out to maintain order. The armory was secure with the door locked. But just moments after leaving, Gung Hao returned, packed the gun from the table into its case, and stored it in the cabinet. Hold on. Zhang Yang called out to the two men. What's the problem? Gung Hao, that kid, at least had some sense he didn't forget to put the guns back. It seems someone's causing trouble outside, so they went out to maintain order. The man in front of the monitor turned to explain to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang ignored him, staring at the screen for a moment before shaking his head. No, this isn't Gung Hao. It's not the guy from earlier either. It's someone else entirely. Zhang Yang pointed at the screen and said slowly. What? You're saying this isn't Gung Hao? You've got to be kidding me. Look at that hairstyle peeking out, it's definitely Gung Hao. In our entire police station, only that kid Gung Hao keeps his hair this long. How many times have you even seen Gung Hao? Are you more familiar with him than we are? The man in front of the screen said with obvious disdain. Lu Meng, standing nearby, leaned forward to scrutinize the figure on the screen. He knew that if Zhang Yang was this suspicious, there must be something wrong. The surveillance footage was a bit blurry, but the man's height, build, clothes, and hairstyle all matched Gung Hao's perfectly. Lu Meng stared intently at the screen for a long while but couldn't spot any differences. He turned to look at Zhang Yang. Look at his hand opening the door. Zhang Yang pointed to the frame where Gung Hao was about to open the door. The two officers looked utterly confused. Left hand. This guy is left-handed. Lu Meng shouted loudly from behind them. Only then did the two react. On the screen, the man was opening the door with his left hand. But Gung Hao, that kid, was definitely not left-handed. Rewind the footage and watch the beginning. When he first entered, Gung Hao used his right hand to open the door. Not just opening the door, taking his phone, checking things, his dominant hand was always the right. But just now, when this person entered, he kept using his left hand. Zhang Yang addressed the two men. The two immediately rewound the footage. At this moment, they dared not underestimate Zhang Yang. Qin Wanqing, standing behind Zhang Yang, watched their efficient response and gave a helpless smile. Truthfully, when Zhang Yang first arrived, nearly everyone had reacted this way toward him. Just like Lu Meng back then, he'd even gotten quite angry upon first hearing Zhang Yang was a private investigator. But after handling so many cases, Zhang Yang had gradually earned everyone's respect and recognition through his exceptional criminal investigation skills. Even Uncle Gong now looked at Zhang Yang with newfound respect. Sometimes, the only way to earn others' respect is through unquestionable competence. Qin Wanqing admitted she was a very proud person. From a young age, she had enjoyed learning criminal investigation techniques from Qin Wanqing, giving her a much earlier start than others. Not to mention, she possessed unparalleled resource advantages throughout this process. Combined with her passion and intelligence, this allowed her to stand out at the police academy and gradually earn her way into the criminal investigation division through her own abilities. While routine cases posed little challenge, encountering such a complex case left even Qin Wanqing feeling thoroughly stumped. But Zhang Yang could handle them. Zhang Yang's abilities far surpassed her own, and perhaps this was a crucial factor in winning Qin Wanqing's respect. The strong only admire those stronger than themselves. As everyone watched the surveillance footage, the earlier scene replayed. Sure enough, Gung Hao used his right hand, and the other person also used their right hand. This confirmed Zhang Yang was right. The second intruder was definitely not Gung Hao and his partner. Continue. Let's see what he did next. Zhang Yang nodded to the two of them. Chapter 39, The Big Boss. The figure in the footage approached Gung Hao's desk, placed the handgun into its case, and returned the case to the storage cabinet. Then he walked out. Not long after, Gung Hao returned, deliberately glancing at the cabinet before resuming his phone use. A little later, seemingly during shift change, two people were checking something near the cabinet. Then several others entered and discovered the gun was missing. Strange. Could that person have been a colleague?
Did they come in to help put the gun away? And if he had taken the gun, Gung Hao would have noticed something off when he checked the cabinet. He should have realized the gun was missing then, not waiting until the shift change. Lu Meng voiced his confusion. But Captain, that person looked unfamiliar. The one who resembled him most was Gung Hao. The person in front of the screen said with a bitter smile. Wait a minute. You say he looked like him? Zhang Yang froze, suddenly interrupting the person. Yeah, look at the build and the hairstyle from behind, they're identical. The person said to Zhang Yang. Captain Lu, after those people left earlier, was the main gate closed immediately afterward? Zhang Yang quickly turned to ask Lu Meng. Yes. I was just about to go up and ask the chief about holding a press conference, thinking we could explain the case first and then have them disperse. But before I could even go downstairs, the gun went missing, and then the main gate was locked. Absolutely no one got out. Lu Meng seemed to pick up on something in Zhang Yang's words and immediately said, Captain Lu, notify everyone to stay put and not move. No one is to move about. Anyone who dares to move will be arrested on the spot. I might be able to find the gun. Zhang Yang turned to Lu Meng and said, What? Are you serious? Lu Meng was overjoyed. If they could find the gun, nothing bad would happen. Notify everyone immediately. No one moves a muscle even if you need to take it, do it in your pants. Hurry up. Lu Meng bellowed, then sprinted out himself. Zhang Yang paused, then rose and walked out, with Qin Wanqing close behind. Zhang Yang, where are you going? Qin Wanqing asked. Where is the changing room? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. Follow me. Qin Wanqing didn't ask any further questions and immediately led Zhang Yang into the changing room. You start from this side, I'll take the other. Use your phone's flashlight to check the keyhole for any traces of that plastic powder or lockpicking marks. Zhang Yang instructed Qin Wanqing. The two immediately split up to inspect. But after checking everything, they found nothing of the sort. Zhang Yang felt something was off. Could it be that it wasn't taken from here? Zhang Yang carefully scanned the changing room once more, confirming there were no traces inside before stepping out. Where's the storage room? Zhang Yang continued to ask. Qin Wanqing led Zhang Yang to the storage room entrance. After finally getting the key from the management office, as soon as the door opened, thick dust filled the air. Zhang Yang stopped Qin Wanqing, who was about to step inside, and carefully examined the area for any signs. Judging by the dust on the floor, it seemed no one had been here in a long time. This wasn't the place either. Zhang Yang, what exactly are you looking for? Qin Wanqing followed behind, wanting to help but unsure of Zhang Yang's purpose. The gun. If it's not in either of these two places, there's only one place left. Zhang Yang looked up. Where? Qin Wanqing was puzzled. The restroom. Zhang Yang started walking toward the restroom. A moment later, Qin Wanqing stopped at the entrance to the men's restroom. Do you want to tell me? I can go look in the women's restroom. Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang. No need. It won't be in the ladies' room. Could you help me bring over a chair? Zhang Yang smiled. Then he began searching inside the restroom. Suddenly, he spotted a speck of dust in one of the squat toilets. This dust seemed out of place in the damp restroom. Even if someone had dust on their feet, it would get soaked the moment they stepped inside. Unless. Zhang Yang looked up. Just as Zhang Yang waited for Qin Wanqing to bring over the chair, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Why should she be able to just walk away? I can't even leave? Your public security bureau is way too bureaucratic. Director Qin, how do you explain this? A pot-bellied middle-aged man pointed at Lu Meng and Qin Wanqing. Look, there's another one. Just then, Zhang Yang emerged from the restroom and was pointed at as well. Who is this guy? What's with the attitude? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. Who else could it be? He's a city leader, of course. Otherwise, why would our director Qin be acting so obsequious? Qin Wanqing deliberately teased loudly. She couldn't care less about some so-called leader and wasn't about to give Qin Aigwei any face. Oh. It must be that official's son, Gung Hao's dad, right? No wonder, no wonder. He's a big shot, after all. Naturally, he has to be different from the rest. Otherwise, how else could he show off his high status? Zhang Yang looked as if he'd just had an epiphany. You're not wearing your uniform during work hours? Director Qin, is that how your bureau operates? The high-ranking official was rendered speechless by Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang's taunts. He could only turn to pick on Qin Aigwei instead. Qin Aigwei was utterly flabbergasted. If this official were anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But this particular official happened to be the head of Tianhai City's Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Qin Aigwei was powerless to do anything about it. Earlier in the office, he'd managed to stabilize the situation with great effort. But when the leader tried to visit his son, he was stopped by police in the hallway the moment he stepped out. They stated that Captain Lu had issued an order, no one was to move without permission. The senior leader exploded upon hearing this. How dare they defy even him? This was lawlessness. His official authority flared up instantly.
His entire visit had been solely for his son. In his view, his son's dereliction of duty was undeniable. At worst, he'd just have to leave the police force. With his connections, finding him a job somewhere in the political legal system would be a piece of cake. Besides, he could simply send him abroad. Otherwise, all that money sitting in overseas accounts would be useless, and that wouldn't do. But upon arrival, he heard his son had been detained as a suspect. He immediately stormed into Qin Wanqing's office demanding an explanation. "Sorry, I'm not a cop. I'm a private investigator, so I don't have to follow police procedures." Captain Lu ordered everyone to stay put precisely to prevent outsiders from compromising any potential evidence. He certainly didn't want the suspect to take advantage of the situation. As a leader, not only did you refuse to assist or follow Captain Lu's instructions, but you actively obstructed the investigation, going out of your way to cause disruption. If you're merely trying to assert your authority, we'll simply look down on you. But if you're deliberately tampering with evidence to exonerate the suspect or create favorable conditions, we have reason to suspect you're deeply involved in this case. Which do you think it is, big boss? Zhang Yang said to the leader with a smirk. Chapter 40, Can't I come find my girlfriend? He was just an ordinary guy with a crew cut. He wasn't afraid of some big shot. Whoever you want. You. The big boss was rendered speechless by Zhang Yang's retort. If he claimed it was official authority, that would sound damn bad. If he denied it, he'd become a suspect accomplice outright. Director Qin. What the hell is going on here? What the hell are you cops feeding on? Do you actually need private investigators to solve cases? I honestly have no idea what you're doing all day with taxpayers' money. The senior official was left speechless by Zhang Yang's words. But they could still attack Zhang Yang's credentials. Well, who said I'm here to help investigate? Can't I just come find my girlfriend? Zhang Yang suddenly pulled Qin Wanqing close beside him. Qin Wanqing's face flushed crimson. At this moment, she certainly couldn't show weakness in front of Zhang Yang, especially since her heart was already fluttering with sweetness. Chief, I'm sorry. I had a stomachache today, so I asked my boyfriend to bring me some feminine products. I never expected to run into this situation. I'm so sorry. Qin Wanqing mumbled to Qin Wanqing with her head bowed. Qin Wanqing inwardly cursed under his breath. Sorry? Sorry, you jerk? He actually hugged you in public? Right in front of me? Qin Wanqing clenched his fists tightly, but with the boss present, there was nothing he could do. Be more careful in the future. Leave immediately after the delivery. Qin Wanqing's face was stern as he spoke with great seriousness. Oh, we'll leave after moving the chairs. Earlier, Captain Lu found some traces on the bathroom ceiling, and since we were nearby, we just helped out. Assisting the police is every citizen's duty. We can't be like certain people who not only refuse to help but also interfere with others doing their jobs. Zhang Yang said indifferently. The leader beside him, his face flushed with anger, tried to retort but couldn't utter a word. Right. I noticed something was off here earlier. Did you bring the chair over? Hand them over. Seeing this, Lu Meng immediately stepped forward, took the chair from Qin Wanqing's hands, shot Zhang Yang a grateful glance, and walked into the restroom. Earlier, Zhang Yang had mentioned there was something wrong with the ceiling. This clearly meant Zhang Yang had discovered some clue, but he'd given himself the credit for it. Damn it! This Zhang Yang, I'm starting to like you more and more. Lu Meng stepped onto the chair and entered the stall. He checked each one in turn. Reaching up to the ceiling of the middle stall, he pulled out a handgun. It was the missing Type 63 pistol. Ding! Reward for assisting police in recovering lost firearm, pound sent. The system's voice echoed in Zhang Yang's mind. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, keeping his achievements and fame hidden. The moment Qin Wanqing spotted the pistol, he rushed into the restroom without a second thought. Ah! It really is here. Good. Excellent. Qin Wanqing grinned widely. Even though the gun was lost, it was found again inside the police station. That means there's absolutely no problem. At worst, they just have to give the custodian a good scolding. Everyone who witnessed the gun's discovery breathed a collective sigh of relief. Now they wouldn't have to worry about any major incidents unfolding. All eyes turned to Zhang Yang. That big dummy of a leader didn't know, but they all understood. Zhang Yang had clearly found the gun's trail and tipped off Lu Meng. Not only had he preserved the dignity of the Criminal Investigation Division in front of that worthless leader, but he'd also left that incompetent leader with no face. Awesome. Zhang Yang, you rock. If that useless leader hadn't been there, they might have even given Zhang Yang a thumbs up. Oomph. Now that the gun's been found, why the hell aren't you releasing my son? He's innocent now, right? The big boss snorted coldly, showing no joy at finding the gun, only harping on about his son. That's not going to happen. Commissioner, Officer Gun Hao is suspected of falsifying firearm registration records, which violates our Bureau's regulations on firearm management. We must formally detain and question him. Lu Meng ignored the senior official and addressed Qin Wanqing directly. Ahem. This. Follow procedure. Qin Wanqing said slowly. Also, Captain Lu, didn't you just tell me to arrest the suspect first?
Didn't you specifically ask me to use my private investigator credentials to find someone in police uniform but with an unfamiliar face inside the station? Of course, this person might not be wearing a uniform. I didn't spot anyone earlier, so you'll have to look yourself. You probably know everyone in this station anyway. Tell them all to stay put while you make your rounds. I've got some business to attend to, so I'll be heading out with my girlfriend now, Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng with a smile. Then he stepped forward and took Qin Wanqing's hand. Honey, let's go? Your stomach hurts, let's grab some hot pot, Zhang Yang asked with a smile. Qin Igua. Lu Meng. Big boss. Everyone, freeze. Let me take a look. Lu Meng bellowed. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from upstairs, followed immediately by several shouts. Quick! Someone jumped out the window. Catch him. Lu Meng immediately led his men out. Moments later, several officers returned, escorting a limping man dressed in police uniform. Old Six? You bastard, you actually dared to impersonate a cop? Lu Meng flew into a rage the moment he saw the man. Chapter 41, The Master Thief Lao Lu. This man was none other than a thief, a habitual one, to be precise. The sixth son in his family, he didn't even have a proper name. He'd been caught by Lu Meng and his crew before. But he'd always stuck to petty theft, and strictly speaking, he wasn't a truly bad person. He stole money solely to pay for his mother's medical treatment. Lu Meng remembered him vividly because, during one night, Old Six had used his exceptional thieving skills to roam the municipal building. He swept through every office, clearing out all the supplies. He even used a tricycle to haul everything out. Truthfully, this incident wouldn't have come to light. After all, Lao Lu didn't take much in RMB, it was mostly foreign currency, plus a significant amount of premium cigarettes and liquor. But as luck would have it, an older woman forgot to take her holiday oil ration home after work, and old Lu spotted it. He figured he'd take it home for his mother, claiming it was a holiday gift from his workplace. The next day, when the woman arrived and found the oil gone, she blew her top. She insisted it was the work of the person sitting across from her, someone she'd always clashed with. But this woman's son happened to be the secretary to a certain high-ranking official. How could he tolerate such baseless accusations? So he immediately caused a huge scene throughout the entire municipal building. After the police were called, Lu Meng and his team were summoned to the scene. Normally, a petty theft case like this wouldn't require the Criminal Investigation Division. But he was a big shot. One phone call summoned Lu Meng and his team. Once there, Lu Meng realized this thief was no ordinary criminal. Not only had he skillfully avoided all the surveillance cameras, but his movements were incredibly swift and precise, clearly the work of a master. The security footage offered very few clues. Lu Meng and his team were baffled. Such a skilled thief breaking into the municipal building just to steal a barrel of oil? It was utterly baffling. Either the criminal underworld was holding some sort of king of thieves competition, or this case was far more complex than the initial report suggested. But just as Lu Meng and his team were preparing to launch a full-scale investigation, several high-ranking city officials jointly intervened to halt it. And the woman who originally reported the theft suddenly changed her story, claiming she had forgotten. She said she had actually taken the oil home herself that day, and had only made the false report because she disliked the man across the street. Though Lu Meng and his team withdrew from the case, they kept digging. Without much effort, they tracked down Lao Lu. After all, Lao Lu's thieving skills were quite notorious within the industry. Legend has it, Lao Lu learned his advanced thieving skills from a vagabond. Originally, Lao Lu had vowed to steal across the entire land. Once his skills reached perfection, he planned to go abroad and steal back all the national treasures and cultural relics previously plundered from China. He would then place them right at the entrance of the Chinese museum. This was the dream Lao Lu often spoke of. But because he had to care for his elderly mother, he decided to see her off first before pursuing his dream. Truth be told, Lao Lu was a pitiful figure. His father had once fallen from scaffolding at a construction site. The company compensated them with 5,000 yuan, but before Lao Lu and his mother could even see his father, the foreman slipped money to the crematorium staff and had the body cremated. At the time, Lao Lu was still in elementary school, but he consistently ranked first in his grade. His teachers held high hopes for him. But after that incident, Lao Lu dropped out of school. His mother had fallen gravely ill and remained bedridden for years. Lao Lu's older siblings all left home after growing up, never to be heard from again. Only Lao Lu remained to care for his elderly mother. Years passed in the blink of an eye. The welfare funds allocated by the neighborhood committee ended up going to a BMW driving relative of the neighborhood leader, who claimed their household expenses were too high and they couldn't make ends meet. As for Lao Lu's family, they claimed it had too many children, all grown up and able to earn money, so it didn't meet the criteria for poverty relief. Back then, Old Six was just a teenager. No one would hire him for work, so he turned to petty theft. Later, he encountered that streetwise figure who recognized Lao Lu's exceptional talent, seeing him as the perfect heir to his legacy. Thus began the legend of Old Six, the master thief. In the interrogation room, Lao Lu was handcuffed to the table, his right foot swollen high, wearing an expression of utter indifference. Spill it. Why did you steal the gun? I won't waste my breath on you. Lu Meng slammed his fist on the table. How did you find me? Lao Lu didn't answer Lu Meng's question. Instead, he asked Lu Meng. Lao Lu, you. How the hell can you do this to your mother? Have you forgotten how you swore by your mother's bedside last time? Lu Meng glared at Lao Lu with disappointment. He knew Old Six's situation well. After apprehending him last time, they'd seized several cases of cat platform liquor in foreign currency totaling hundreds of thousands of yuan. But when Lu Meng and his team returned to City Hall to trace the owners of this money, they couldn't find a single rightful claimant. In the end, Qin Wanqing personally intervened, confiscating the funds to use as operational expenses for the Public Security Bureau. But everyone present understood the unspoken truth behind this arrangement. The reason Lao Lu hadn't spent it was that he'd brought back so much loot this time that he couldn't hide it from his mother. After getting a thorough scolding from his mother, he was preparing to turn himself in. After seeing Lao Lu's situation, Lu Meng and the others decided to detain him for a few days. During his confinement, they even arranged for someone from their station to look after his elderly mother. They even pooled money to give to Lao Lu. They hoped that from now on, for his mother's sake, he would turn over a new leaf. But who could have predicted he'd impersonate a cop to steal guns? No matter which charge sticks, Lao Lu is in deep trouble this time. Lu Meng was naturally disappointed. My mom? Oomph. Just tell me how you found out. I'll be smarter next time and won't get caught by you guys again. Lao Lu said coldly to Lu Meng. Damn it, Lao Lu, you're being ungrateful. Just as Lu Meng was about to explode, a colleague tugged his sleeve and gave him a meaningful look. Lu Meng followed the colleague out, looking puzzled. What's going on? Why'd you pull me? Lu Meng demanded as soon as he stepped outside. Captain Lu, you probably haven't heard yet, Lao Lu's mother has passed away. A while back, their house was forcibly demolished. Old Six was unloading cargo at a warehouse and wasn't home. His mother was lying in bed, unable to get up, and made no sound. She was crushed to death. But the whole thing was hushed up. You mentioned his mother earlier, how could he possibly cooperate? The colleague said to Lu Meng. Chapter 42, I need to meet that private investigator. Hearing his colleague's words, Lu Meng was stunned. Damn it all to hell. Lu Meng cursed under his breath, though it wasn't clear who he was cursing at. Well, that at least clarified the motive. Old Lu probably came in just to steal a gun and seek revenge. His targets would either be the demolition crew or some higher up involved. If Lao Lu really managed to smuggle a gun out, given his skills, it could spell disaster. A chill ran down Lu Meng's spine. He took a deep breath and stepped back inside. This time, Lu Meng didn't rush to ask questions. Instead, he lit a cigarette and handed it to Lao Lu. Lao Lu accepted it without hesitation, closing his eyes as he took a drag. You entered using your left hand. Lu Meng remarked calmly to Lao Lu. Just as I thought. Lao Lu opened his eyes. Back then, after waiting so long for an opportunity, I still panicked a bit when I went in. After all, breaking into a police station during the day just wasn't something I was used to. You guys are impressive. Lao Lu stared silently at Lu Meng, as if he'd anticipated this all along. But where's the gun? I thought I'd hidden it well enough. And I didn't carry it on me, I was afraid my left hand might give me away. I never imagined you'd find it so quickly. Captain Lu, I admit I underestimated your criminal investigation division. Looks like I still need more training. Lao Lu sighed. At this point, I won't hide it from you, the person who found the gun wasn't from our criminal investigation division, but a private detective. He just happened to be here and found it without much effort. Oh, and your left hand? The plastic key? He uncovered those too. Even if our criminal investigation division isn't that formidable, there are plenty of capable people in this world who can stop you. Lu Meng said slowly. What did you say? A private investigator? Lao Lu froze, cigarette in hand. Fine. They sure got lucky. But Captain Lu, this is just stealing a gun, it can't be death penalty, right? Once I get out, they're dead. Lao Lu rolled the remaining cigarette but between his fingers. Lao Lu, I feel helpless about your mother's situation too. But is this what your mother would have wanted? If you really go through with this, you'll have painted yourself into a corner. Lu Meng felt a chill run through him at Lao Lu's words. In the eyes of the man before him, he saw a resolve bordering on death. He was absolutely right. Given his current situation, he wouldn't even serve many years. Once released, with Old Six skills, eliminating those people would be a simple task. But this wouldn't be just one or two major cases. Lu Meng felt both anxious and terrified. I want to meet this private investigator you mentioned. After speaking, Lao Lu closed his eyes and ignored Lu Meng. Lu Meng had no choice but to have someone fetch Zhang Yang. He was truly at a loss now. Though the idiots from the demolition office always acted this way, and the same went for those from the Urban Construction Bureau, this time they'd really hit a brick wall. Persuasion was futile. He can only summon Zhang Yang first and try to stabilize the situation. At that moment, Zhang Yang was painstakingly changing Qin Wanqing's tire. Originally,
Both had planned to go out for hot pot, but they discovered Qin Wanqing's car tire had gone flat. A piece of metal had punctured the rear tire. With no other choice, Zhang Yang had to swap in the spare tire and prepare to take it to a repair shop. Just then, Lu Meng's men called him inside.
What's going on? Haven't they already captured the person? Why do you need me to come in? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng, who was waiting outside the door. Don't even get me started.
That kid snatched the gun to kill someone.
Thank goodness you found it, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Meng gave Zhang Yang a rough account of Lao Lu's situation, leaving Zhang Yang quite shocked.
He had indeed pondered the motive behind the theft after all. Daring to steal a gun from the police station required both skill and audacity. But he'd never figured it out until Lu Meng explained it. Lu Meng accompanied Zhang Yang inside. Lao Lu looked at Zhang Yang, then glanced at Lu Meng beside him with surprise.
Captain Lu, you're not joking with me, are you? This is the private investigator? He's so young?
Lao Lu stared at Zhang Yang, who looked younger than himself, utterly astonished. In his mind, someone capable of uncovering all his traces must be a seasoned veteran, even if a private investigator, perhaps someone retired from the criminal police squad. But Zhang Yang wasn't just young, he was tall and handsome. You could pass him off as a model and people would believe it. How could he possibly be a private investigator? He could easily make a living off his looks, why bother with this? Nice police uniform. Did you buy it online? Zhang Yang asked with a smile, settling into the chair opposite Lao Lu.
Not bad, huh? Bought it on Tajiahuo.
9 yuan 99, free shipping.
Old Six couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Yang's easygoing manner.
At first I thought you'd stolen it from the locker room.
You're pretty good at making keys. Did you know gun how before? Zhang Yang chuckled.
The clothes in the locker room are all numbered, and I couldn't get my hands on the keys anyway. Picking the lock would be easy enough, but it'd take at least a few seconds.
With people coming and going at the police station, it just wasn't worth it. As for the key? That rich kid named Gun Hao?
I snatched it when he was bragging at the bar earlier. That rich brat was showing off with his gun and keys hard to miss. Lao Lu said to Zhang Yang.
Lu Meng, standing nearby, froze in shock. Holy! You two are close? Just striking up a conversation like that? And what the hell is this about a handgun? Could it be that this Gun Hao had secretly taken a handgun out before? That bastard. Lu Meng fought the urge to ask questions, quietly turning on the voice recorder. The pistol you swapped out, it was made of dry ice, right?
Zhang Yang nodded, avoiding the gun topic altogether as he turned to ask Lao Lu.
Right.
I mixed dry ice with some dye to make a pistol. When I went back to check, it was still there, but after a few hours, it vanished.
My master taught me that. But how did you figure it out?
That box was black to begin with, you couldn't tell at all. Lao Lu asked Lu Meng for a cigarette beside him and turned to Zhang Yang.
Chapter 43, Winning Hearts and Minds. Temperature, and a bit of moisture. Dry ice evaporates at a very low temperature, so it forms droplets on surfaces. Under the dryer's heat, these droplets turn into water stains. Plus, in that enclosed space, the metal rack doesn't cool down as quickly.
Zhang Yang said indifferently. You're quite skilled. I don't blame myself for falling into your hands. Lao Lu blew a smoke ring and shook his head.
No, you're wrong. It wasn't me who caught you. It was your fate. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before addressing Lao Lu. Destiny? What do you mean?
Lao Lu was puzzled. For some reason, this man before him felt strangely familiar, exuding an inexplicable sense of reliability.
I imagine your original plan was to grab the gun and head straight out, right?
But you didn't expect so many people to be gathered outside, and Gun Hao just happened to be out there maintaining order. If you rushed out now, the hairstyle you went to such lengths to create would definitely draw attention from others. Besides, you wouldn't be able to leave here so easily. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. You're right. I didn't expect this to happen, so many people gathered outside. If I went out now, I'd be too conspicuous.
The cops would just glance at the surveillance footage and track me down. They'd probably nab me before I even got a chance to act.
Even if they don't arrest me, they'll probably alert those people, making it hard for me to strike. Lao Lu said, removing the wig from his head. So you hid the gun first, planning to slip out from here when the chance arose.
Getting back in to retrieve it would be much easier for you. Zhang Yang continued. Though Lao Lu didn't respond, he looked at Zhang Yang with genuine admiration. You know who those people outside are, right?
Zhang Yang didn't dwell on the gun issue but turned to ask Lao Lu instead.
How should I know?
They were all crying like someone had died.
Running into them was my bad luck. Lao Lu said irritably. No, you're wrong. Running into them was your lucky break.
Their child was murdered, so they came to the police station demanding the killer be punished severely.
In other words, they're all parents. And don't you think that being stopped, that not being able to take the gun out smoothly, was all due to some coincidences in the unseen world?
Or perhaps it was what your mother would have wanted to see. Zhang Yang spoke slowly.
What did you say? Lao Lu sat bolt upright.
If you had successfully gotten the gun out of here, I have no doubt that with your skills, not a single one of those people you wanted to kill would have escaped. After such a major incident, Captain Liu and his team will definitely catch you. When that happens, the death penalty is inevitable. Do you think your mother would want to see you like this? Zhang Yang said to Lao Lu. You don't know. I'm killing them to avenge my mother. As long as I kill them all, even if I die, it'll be worth it. Lao Lu said, visibly agitated. Who told you that killing these people requires you to do it yourself? All I can say is, you've chosen the dumbest way to do it. Zhang Yang said coldly. You don't seriously believe the people behind those crimes have spotless records, do you? With your connections, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to get some dirt on them? With evidence in hand, there are plenty of avenues to deal with them in this world. After all, there are still people like Bureau Chief Qin, or rather, people like Captain Liu. And precisely because those people wield power, you can't touch them. But if you could lock them up first, even if they don't die, they'd come out stripped of their influence. Then dealing with them would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? If all else fails, just torture them to death day by day. Also, with all these social media platforms booming these days, you can just scrape together some cash, find an influencer to expose them, and someone will naturally take care of them. Once they're disgraced and ruined, do you really need guns to deal with them? Let me tell you, sometimes mental torment is worse than physical pain. Alright. Stop talking, I think that's enough. Lu Meng, standing nearby, quickly covered Zhang Yang's mouth. At first, Lu Meng's admiration for Zhang Yang was as boundless as a raging river, flowing endlessly. As they chatted, the entire crime was laid bare. This guy's way more impressive than those interrogation experts at the provincial bureau. But things started to go off the rails later. At first, it was all about gathering evidence and reporting things normally. Why did the conversation keep veering off track? While the methods he taught Lao Lu were all viable, many of them were skirting the edge of criminality. More importantly, I was recording the whole damn thing. If you're going to talk about this, couldn't we do it another day, somewhere else? Lu Meng was nearly driven to frustration. Alright, Lao Lu, that's it for your case. Cooperate properly and don't cause me any more trouble. Now tell me about that gun in the bar. What exactly happened? Lu Meng pressed Lao Lu. It wasn't long ago. I was running a small operation in the bar when I spotted a group of young guys in designer clothes at a booth. I figured I'd go over and see if they wanted to buy something. Then I heard one of them say he'd brought out the real deal today to show them something. I moved closer and found out he was some official's son, currently working in the police department's armory. I thought, this is perfect for revenge. If I could get my hands on a pistol, it would be convenient. I was about to make my move, but they suddenly had to leave. So I had to go to the police station to get it. Lao Lu shrugged and said, damn it! How dare he take a gun out to play with? If it had been stolen back then, he'd be Ed for real. What the hell are you doing, digging your own grave? Lu Meng gritted his teeth and stood up. He slammed the door and stormed out. Chapter 44, Dad? Inside Qin Aigua's office at that moment. The senior leader sat before Qin Aigua, his face ashen as he sipped his tea. Qin Aigua kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Oh my god. This is too much to handle. If Zhang Yang hadn't been here just now, it would have been truly embarrassing. But now it's still a mess. Just now, Lu Meng said they already had enough evidence that Gung Hao had taken the gun out without authorization. That's a serious violation of police regulations and discipline. Getting fired is a done deal. At least it's not a major offense, so he won't have to serve time. Qin Aigua breathed a sigh of relief. The problem was that this high-ranking official standing before them had been thoroughly humiliated within their own police bureau. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing had taken turns confronting him. And in front of so many people, no less. His authority within the bureau was now virtually non-existent. The senior official was now stubbornly refusing to leave. While his son's matter was secondary, his primary goal was to regain face with Qin Aigua. After all, within the entire bureau, Qin Aigua seemed to be the only one who could still give him any face. The others are out of the picture. He could only seek a sense of presence through Qin Aigua. Qin Aigua's face was a picture of misery. Damn it! What the hell does this have to do with me? I'm not the one who provoked you. But the problem was, it seemed to matter after all. One was his precious daughter, the other a worthless woman. What kind of son-in-law was this? If he wanted to get past Qin Aigua, it wouldn't be that simple. Tonight when I get home, I'm locking up the household register and carrying it with me every day. Let's see how you'll beg me then. Qin Aigua gritted his teeth in fury. But first, he had to get through this immediate hurdle. Damn it, he'd accept it. Qin Aigua sighed. But whatever happens, the big boss must never find out the true identities of Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang. Otherwise, he'd assume this whole charade was orchestrated under his orders. Otherwise, how could a lowly police officer and a private detective dare to confront him so brazenly? If that happened, his dream of advancing another rank would be in jeopardy. This leader, today, it was truly my fault for not keeping them in line. It's all on me. After today, I will severely reprimand those two and warn everyone, absolutely no more unscrupulous individuals are to enter the bureau.
Qin Wanqing said slowly. Your public security bureau needs proper oversight.
Even the officers at the local precincts know how to follow the rules. This is a matter of principle, it must be dealt with severely. Seeing that Qin Wanqing was reasonably cooperative, the senior leader's temper cooled slightly.
Yes. You're absolutely right, sir. I'll make sure to deal with them properly. Qin Wanqing nodded hastily. All right then.
As for Gung Hao's situation, I'll leave it entirely to you.
Since it's all within this system, there's no need to make certain matters public knowledge. A warning within a small circle will suffice. As he was leaving, the senior leader turned back and emphasized to Qin Wanqing. Yes. Understood. Qin Wanqing knew exactly what the big boss meant. It was crystal clear, they intended to keep scamming other departments. Whoever they targeted was irrelevant, as long as it wasn't within the public security system. Next time, it'd be best if you guarded a prison and let the inmates escape. And while you're at it, throw you bastard, in there too. Qin Wanqing rolled his eyes inwardly countless times. But he dared not let a single trace of it show on his face. With a smile plastered on, he escorted the leader out the door. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang finally managed to help Qin Wanqing change the spare tire. Just as he was about to drive out, he spotted Qin Wanqing emerging from the lobby. Dad, we're leaving now. I won't be back for dinner tonight. Qin Wanqing rolled down the window and greeted Qin Wanqing.
At those words, Qin Wanqing's scalp instantly tingled.
Damn it! Why the hell haven't you two left yet? It's been nearly an hour since Mingning came out, and you two still haven't left the police station gates? What the hell are you two doing here? Making babies? Sure enough, the big shot standing next to Qin Wanqing saw that the woman who'd been confronting him one after another was actually Qin Wanqing's daughter. His face instantly darkened. That's your daughter? The senior official turned to Qin Wanqing and demanded. This. Actually. Damn it all to hell.
Qin Wanqing wiped the sweat from his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words.
Holy, you idiot.
The big boss hasn't left yet, saying that just gives you away.
Zhang Yang leaned in and said to Qin Wanqing. Ha? You? You too? Wait a minute.
The big boss seemed to suddenly recall something.
Since they're boyfriend and girlfriend, that means this person is your son-in-law? The big boss's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Ahem, Dad, we'll be heading out now. Hurry up and drive. Haven't you seen Dad's face? It's uglier than crying.
Zhang Yang grinned and delivered the final blow, urging Qin Wanqing to hurry up and drive.
Qin Wanqing stuck out her tongue. Bye.
The windows rolled up, the gas pedal hit, and the two sped off.
Qin Wanqing's mind went blank. What the hell did that little bastard Zhang Yang just call me? Dad? You're my dad. Qin Wanqing was on the verge of tears.
Well, Qin Wanqing, so it was your daughter and son-in-law all along.
No wonder they're so sharp-tongued and brazen, they've got you, Big Chief Qin, backing them up.
I can tell you're doing this on purpose, Director Qin.
You're setting me up, aren't you? Fine, Qin Wanqing. You've got some nerve. I'll remember this.
The senior leader said coldly to Qin Wanqing.
No. Sir, it's not like that. Heaven knows, he really isn't my son-in-law. They haven't even gotten their marriage certificate yet. Ugh.
No, I mean, I absolutely would never let that kid into our family.
Hey, boss, don't leave. Let me explain. No.
The senior leader got straight into his car and drove off. Qin Wanqing ran after the car for a while before finally giving up. Damn daughter, you've really dug your old man into a hole. You've been working all these years and never once called me at the office. Just this one time today, and you've ruined your dad's chances of promotion. Are you kidding me? And that good-for-nothing Zhang Yang, what the hell was he shouting for? What the hell are you yelling about? Did you forget that just a moment ago you were practically yelling right in the big boss's face? Now you go and call me dad. Great, you're fine, but you've screwed me over. Qin Wanqing returned with a face as dark as iron. He happened to run into Lu Meng, who was striding out in high spirits. Today, Lu Meng was truly on a high. His mood was like a roller coaster plunging into the abyss one second, soaring to the heavens the next. Thrilling. All thanks to Zhang Yang. If not for Zhang Yang, just today's incident with the lost gun would have been enough to get them all into serious trouble, let alone the case involving 8 deaths at the university. Without Zhang Yang, who knows how long it would have dragged on. The media frenzy would have been relentless. Not only is Zhang Yang sharp, but he's also got a knack for handling situations without ever taking credit. Damn, he's so damn likable. I absolutely have to discuss this with Qin Wanqing. If nothing else, we should at least bring him on as an advisor. How could we ever manage without Zhang Yang from now on? Have you lost your mind? Your mouth's hanging open like a toad's. People are dying, guns are disappearing, what's there to be happy about? Spit it out already. Before Lu Meng could even open his mouth to Qin Wanqing, he was met with a torrent of abuse. Chapter 45, Hey, baby, wanna tie the knot with me? Lu Meng's mood instantly deflated. Chief, I was thinking, we owe these recent cases to Zhang Yang. The previous cases, due to the prolonged investigation and their nature, all came with bonuses.
It's not right to keep using him like this.
Maybe we should give Zhang Yang a formal position or something, so he can join our bureau legitimately.
Lu Meng whispered. What did you say? Make him official? Damn it, you want him back?
Starting today, Zhang Yang isn't stepping foot in this door. I'm telling you, even if the Buddha himself showed up, it wouldn't change a thing.
Lu Meng, mark my words, get this out now.
If anyone brings Zhang Yang back here again, I'll eat my hat if I don't make them pay.
A dog. A dog. A dog. Dog. Qin Wanqing's echo reverberated through the empty courtyard of the Public Security Bureau. Halfway there,
Qin Wanqing cracked the car window open a sliver, letting the breeze gently flow inside.
This finally brought some relief to Qin Wanqing's flushed cheeks.
Just moments ago, Qin Wanqing never imagined Zhang Yang would follow her in calling Qin Wanqing dad. It nearly made her heart leap out of her chest. All the way there, Qin Wanqing hadn't dared to look at Zhang Yang.
Could this guy already be mentally treating her as his wife? Was that why he acted so naturally?
The more Qin Wanqing thought about it, the more a wave of secret delight washed over her. She nearly rear-ended several cars on the road,
scaring Zhang Yang, who was beside her, into trembling.
This.
Honestly, I just blurted it out earlier.
Seeing that so-called leader there really gets on my nerves.
Please don't take it personally. Zhang Yang turned to Qin Wanqing and said. Ha? Zhang Yang. What do you mean by that? Qin Wanqing turned and glared fiercely at Zhang Yang.
You called me dad in front of everyone, and earlier you dared to touch me in front of all those people.
Now you're turning your back on me? You dare? No way. You're coming with me to get married right now. Qin Wanqing gritted her teeth as she confronted Zhang Yang. Ha? Get married? Right now?
Zhang Yang froze in shock. Qin Wanqing's face was flushed crimson. She'd blurted it out in the heat of the moment, but now that the words were out, she could only glare fiercely at Zhang Yang.
What? Got a problem with that? You're not backing out, are you?
Qin Wanqing asked, her face still flushed.
Me, scared? I'm a real man, would I be scared? But how could I let a woman bring this up first? What kind of man would I be?
Zhang Yang unbuckled his seatbelt as he spoke. He lifted Qin Wanqing's delicate chin with his fingers and pressed his lips directly against hers.
Qin Wanqing's mind went completely blank.
A sudden brake screeched to a halt, followed by a chorus of honking horns behind them.
Hey, babe, wanna go get married with me? Let's go? Zhang Yang asked with a grin. Qin Wanqing's face was now as red as a ripe apple.
She pressed her lips together, still lost in the lingering warmth of their embrace. She never imagined Zhang Yang would take her first kiss in such a forceful way. Yet in Qin Wanqing's heart, instead of feeling any aversion, her heart was pounding wildly.
Was this what love felt like? Hey, can you even drive? You can't just stop in the middle of the road. Hey, beautiful, did something happen?
The person from the car behind got out, ready to cause trouble, but upon seeing the stunningly beautiful woman in the driver's seat, their tone did a complete 180.
Come over here. I'm afraid something might happen before we even reach our destination. I'll drive.
Without waiting for a response, Zhang Yang scooped Qin Wanqing up in a princess carry from the driver's seat to the passenger side. He then slid into the driver's seat himself and, to the stunned disbelief of the man behind them, floored the gas pedal and sped off. It took Qin Wanqing a while to snap out of it.
You know how to drive? Then why do you always make me drive? Qin Wanqing pouted.
Heh, how else would I get to admire the beauty while driving?
Besides, if I'd done this while driving before, wouldn't you have knocked me out?
Zhang Yang spoke as he gently lifted Qin Wanqing's hand with the hand that controlled the gearshift.
Qin Wanqing blushed, obediently letting Zhang Yang take her hand, their fingers intertwining. The car glided smoothly forward, soft music enveloping them inside. Scenery flashed by outside the windows.
Both remained silent in perfect harmony, quietly savoring this palpable excitement, wishing time could freeze forever in this moment.
Oh no! We seem to have forgotten something.
Finally, Zhang Yang slammed on the brakes and came to a stop.
What's wrong? Qin Wanqing asked softly.
For some reason, at this moment, Qin Wanqing no longer resembled the fiery, efficient policewoman, but rather a gentle, demure young woman.
The household register.
If we want to get married, we'll need the household register. Zhang Yang said with a helpless expression.
My dad's probably still at the station.
The household register is at home, just my mom's there.
Let's go get it. Qin Wanqing smiled and said to Zhang Yang. Let's go.
First to your place, then to mine. Zhang Yang floored the gas pedal and sped toward the Qin residence. When Qin Wanqing's mother heard the news that the two were going to register their marriage, her face lit up like a flower.
Go. Right now. I'll go get it for you right now.
I'm the one who makes decisions around here, don't listen to that stubborn old man.
He doesn't know a thing. If we listen to him, my daughter's happiness would be delayed. Huang Meiwan seemed even more anxious than Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing themselves. After all, Qin Wanqing had always been so picky over the years, and at her age, she'd been putting it off for far too long. How could she let such an exceptional man as Zhang Yang slip away? She rushed inside to fetch the household register and insisted on accompanying them. If that old fool Qin Igua found out, she'd deal with him. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing had no choice but to bring Huang Meiwan to Zhang Yang's home. This was actually the first time both sets of parents had met. The moment they met, Huang Meiwan and Zhang Yang's mother froze in shock. Chapter 46, You should call them in-laws. You look vaguely familiar. The moment Zhang Yang's mother opened the door, she kept staring at Huang Meiwan. Huang Meiwan, overcome with emotion, stepped forward and grasped Zhang Yang's mother's hand. Sister! I've finally found you. I've been searching for you for over a decade. Huang Meiwan exclaimed excitedly to Zhang Yang's mother. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing exchanged bewildered glances. What was going on? Why do I feel like these two know each other? Zhang Yang whispered. I think I heard my mom mention it before. She was in a really bad car accident once and needed a rare blood type for a transfusion. A woman happened to be at the hospital and heard the news, so she came immediately. If it weren't for that woman donating a lot of blood, my mom might not have survived. I heard she ended up hospitalized herself after the donation. By the time my dad arrived, she had already been discharged and left. All these years, my mom has been searching for her, but she doesn't know her name and has no way to find her. Could that woman have been your mother? Qin Wanqing asked, her face frozen in shock. That happened? How come I never knew about this? As Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing whispered to each other, Huang Meiwan had already embraced Zhang Yang's mother, both of them weeping uncontrollably. Upon hearing that Zhang Yang's parents intended to marry Huang Meijuan's daughter, they were utterly speechless. The two mothers alternated between tears and laughter, with endless things to say. Finally, prompted by Zhang Yang's father, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing, accompanied by the three elders, rushed to the registry office and obtained their marriage certificate before closing time. Holding the certificate awkwardly, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing trailed behind the two elderly mothers, listening to their chatter all the way. It seemed as though today's grand event wasn't their marriage registration, but rather the reunion of these two sisters after so many years. Since we have double good fortune today, let's all have dinner together tonight. I'm treating. Zhang Yang's father, unusually taking charge, waved his hand with a smug look. Hey, call your dad. Tell him to come straight to the hotel after work. That old fool isn't even here for such an important occasion, utterly unacceptable. Go home and give him a piece of your mind. Huang Meiwan took advantage of the pause in conversation to turn and say to Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes. You were the one who took the lead and just went ahead with it without telling my dad a thing. And now you're actually trying to blame him? As expected, experience counts. My skills at throwing unreasonable tantrums aren't quite perfected yet. When Qin Igua arrived at the hotel, completely bewildered, he was utterly stunned by the sight of the room filled with people. His gaze drifted to the enormous bouquet of flowers in the center of the table, then to the two bright red certificates. Qin Igua's mind went completely blank. He nearly collapsed. You little Wang. Shut up. Come here. Before Qin Igua could finish his sentence, Huang Meiwan silenced him with a single piercing glance, then grabbed his hand and pulled him over to Zhang Yang's mother. This is the woman we've been searching for all along. Talk about fate. Huang Meiwan introduced to Qin Igua. What? You're the woman who saved my wife all those years ago? Oh my goodness, we finally found you, sister. If it weren't for you back then, my wife would have been done for. I heard you collapsed too back then. Are you still suffering from any lingering health issues? How's your health holding up? No way, I have to kowtow to you, sister. Qin Igua spoke while preparing to kneel before Zhang Yang's mother. Startled, she hurriedly helped him up. During their earlier casual chat, she'd learned that Qin Igua was now the chief of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. For ordinary folks like them, he was a big shot. No, you mustn't. You're a high-ranking official. Besides, it's been so many years, let's not dwell on it. Zhang Yang's mother said with a smile. Don't talk about official positions. Sister, starting today, you're my own sister. Qin Igua addressed Zhang Yang's mother. Have you lost your mind, old man? What sister? You should be calling her mother-in-law. Huang Meiwan slapped Qin Igua hard on the back of the head. In-laws? Wait, right, what's this kid doing here? Could it be? Qin Igua suddenly remembered Zhang Yang was still standing nearby. Then something else flashed through his mind, and he hurriedly grabbed the marriage certificate from the table. When he saw the photos of Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing, he clutched his chest and collapsed. He was just a step too late. Those two brats moved way too fast. He'd planned to hide the household register after work today, but never imagined they'd get it done during his brief absence. Damn it! Big sister, is this Zhang Yang your child? Qin Igua's face twisted into a grimace uglier than a cry. Yep. That little brat's no good. If he ever misbehaves, you'd better give him a good scolding. Zhang Yang's mother said with a laugh. Both Zhang Yang and Qin Igua's mouths twitched violently. Zhang Yang, damn it, now I'm stuck with this old geezer. Qin Igua, damn it, stuck with such a little terror. You two know each other?
Only then did Zhang Yang's mom notice that Qin and Zhang Yang seemed to know each other.
More than just acquainted.
Sis, your son is something else. He really screwed me over today.
Qin finally found someone to vent to. Huh? What happened? Everyone rushed to ask. Qin vividly recounted Zhang Yang's every move at the police station today. Good. Well said.
That bull leader, thinking he's all-powerful just because he has a little authority, arranging his son left and right serves him right. I never imagined Zhang Yang was this capable. I used to have prejudices against private investigators, but this one is amazing. He even solved a case that Captain Lu couldn't crack. Sis, you really raised him well. No sooner had Qin finished speaking than Huang Meiwan chimed in. The more she saw of Zhang Yang, the more satisfied she became. Before, she'd only thought he was a good cook and a responsible young man. Now, she never imagined his professional abilities were this strong too. And my daughter actually found such a great guy. Qin ancestors must be turning over in their graves right now. Oh, no. It's your daughter who's wonderful. Just look at her, she's like a painting come to life. Such a sweet temper, so gentle, and such a good conversationalist. For our Yang to marry such a daughter-in-law, oh my, we're truly blessed. Zhang Yang's mother returned the compliment without hesitation. Both mothers beamed with satisfaction, contentment, and joy. Qin standing nearby, was dumbfounded. Damn it! What's going on here? Wasn't I supposed to be reprimanding Zhang Yang for his arrogant behavior? How did we end up talking about this now? This isn't going right. Damn it. Chapter 47, License to Operate. When Zhang Yang woke up the next day, he found himself lying on the sofa, the chandelier overhead looking strangely unfamiliar. Huh? Where the hell was this? Zhang Yang sat up groggily, his head pounding from the hangover. Scanning his surroundings, he suddenly realized he'd ended up sleeping at Qin Wanqing's place. Zhang Yang rubbed his temples. His memories from the night before were clear up until drinking with Qin. After that, only vague fragments remained like arm-in-arm brotherhood vows exchanged with Qin. Everything else was gone. Zhang Yang simply lay back down. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted from the blanket covering him. It finally dawned on him. Holy, did I get married yesterday? Just like that? But why was he sleeping on the couch? Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. Who gets married and doesn't immediately put the certificate to use, properly test driving the car? Yet here he was, not even getting to sleep in a bed? Just then, he heard soft footsteps. Looking up, he saw Qin Wanqing tiptoeing out of the bedroom in a pink nightgown. You're awake? Qin Wanqing bit her lip and whispered the question. Seeing Qin Wanqing's charming and lovely appearance reminded Zhang Yang of yesterday's tender moments on those cherry lips. He grabbed Qin Wanqing's hand and pulled her gently. Losing her balance, Qin Wanqing fell directly onto Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang wrapped both of them in the quilt. Qin Wanqing lay tightly pressed against Zhang Yang, feeling the softness against her body. Zhang Yang's hand slid under the hem of her pajamas. You're going to get me killed. Qin Wanqing's face flushed crimson, her entire body soft as water, melting against Zhang Yang. What's there to be afraid of? We're already married. Zhang Yang chuckled, his hands never stopping. Qin Wanqing stiffened, her face flushed so deeply it seemed water could drip from it. She buried her small head against Zhang Yang, her faint breath tickling his neck. Only then did he withdraw his hands. This was happening in Qin Wanqing's own home. If Qin came out and discovered them, that old man would probably grab a knife and fight to the death. How did I end up at your place? I thought we were at the hotel. Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. You're one to talk. All three of you got completely wasted yesterday. Your dad's the most responsible drinker, he just passed out after getting drunk. But you two? You insisted on hugging each other and swearing brotherhood. We couldn't even pull you apart. In the end, you two ended up bumping knuckles 3 times. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes dramatically. Zhang Yang looked utterly speechless. Yesterday, that old codger Qin just wanted to settle a score over drinking, so he dragged Zhang Yang into it from the start. Zhang Yang knew full well he was no match for Qin. If they drank slowly, he'd never win. So right off the bat, Zhang Yang downed 3 shots with Qin. Then both of them passed out. When you can't hold your liquor, you have to race to finish it fast. While you still have your wits about you, taking out your opponent quickly isn't a problem. Clearly, Zhang Yang's strategy yesterday had succeeded. After that, my dad insisted on dragging you, his brother, home to sleep, so I had no choice but to bring you along. But Dad took a nap on the way home and seemed to sober up by the time we arrived. He insisted on kicking you out to sleep elsewhere, only to get slapped back inside by Mom. In the end, he reluctantly agreed to let you stay but only on the couch. Poor guy had to rough it out there all night. Qin Wanqing looked at Zhang Yang with a hint of apology. So how are you going to make it up to me? Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow at Qin Wanqing. Oomph. You're so mean. I'm getting up. Qin Wanqing's face flushed as she tried to sit up, but Zhang Yang tightly wrapped her in the quilt, leaving her unable to move. Cough cough. Cough.
Cough.
Just then, the sound of Qin Wanqing's desperate coughing erupted from the bedroom. Judging by the sound, it was the kind of cough that signaled someone was on the brink of death. If he wasn't rushed to the hospital, he might cough up his own guts. Qin Wanqing quickly struggled to her feet from Zhang Yang's embrace and sat upright on the sofa beside him.
A moment later, Qin Wanqing finally emerged from the bedroom with a face as dark as iron.
He shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. What are you looking at me for? It's not like I came here on my own.
Besides, we're sworn brothers. Sworn brothers don't just go around hitting each other.
Why are you sitting here instead of brushing your teeth and washing up first thing in the morning? What time is it? Aren't you going to work? Qin Wanqing barked at Qin Wanqing in a gruff voice. Qin Wanqing pouted and got up to wash up.
Her old man was like a live firecracker these days, just waiting for someone to light the fuse.
What are you staring at? Listen up, you little brat.
Don't think just because you two got your marriage certificate you can run wild. I'm laying down the law. Before the wedding banquet, if you dare touch her, I'll break your legs.
Qin Wanqing sat down across from Zhang Yang. Seeing Qin Wanqing's attitude, Zhang Yang immediately flopped back down. This old fart, I've already gotten the marriage certificate, so why should you still be bossing me around? If you say one more word, you'll be a grandfather tonight, believe it or not. Oh, so talking's okay then?
Zhang Yang pulled the blanket tighter around himself and grinned.
Talking's even worse. And that thing definitely won't do. Shut your mouth, kid. I'm not done yet. Qin Wanqing glared at Zhang Yang with fury. This kid was infuriating. Damn it, I'm sitting here, and you're lying down, wrapped in my daughter's blanket? Qin Wanqing was so furious steam seemed to rise from his head.
From now on, keep your distance from the Public Security Bureau's gates. Don't wander in there for no reason, and definitely don't wander in there if you have business. If I ever see you inside the police station again, I'll beat you every single time. If I don't beat you, I'll change my last name to yours. Qin Wanqing thrust his fist, as round as a meat bun, toward Zhang Yang and waved it menacingly.
Ding dong.
Before Zhang Yang could respond, the doorbell suddenly rang.
Who the hell is it this early in the morning? Qin Wanqing stood up with a sour expression. He'd just flexed his meager authority when interrupted, utterly infuriating. Delivery.
A hoarse voice called out from outside the door.
Delivery? Why so early? Qin Wanqing opened the door and took a box. It felt quite heavy.
Just as he was about to ask what it was, the delivery person hurriedly turned and left.
Are they pushing so hard even on Singles Day? Seeing how flustered he was, Qin Wanqing asked, What did you buy this time, kid? Qin Wanqing said as he set the package on the table, about to open it. Don't touch it.
Zhang Yang bellowed, snatching a cup from the table and hurling it at Qin Wanqing. The man yelped as he was knocked flying. Qin Wanqing and Huang Meiwan, alerted by the commotion, rushed out immediately. They saw Qin Wanqing lying on the floor, a huge bump swelling on his head, soaked from head to toe. Zhang Yang stood on the sofa. You little bastard, are you out of your mind? How dare you hit me? Qin Wanqing was furious. On the very first day of marriage, this son-in-law dared to lay a hand on him. If he couldn't rein him in today, what would happen in the future? Where's my knife? Honey, get our knife. Qin Wanqing leapt to his feet in fury. Don't move. There's a bomb in there. Zhang Yang's words instantly froze Qin Wanqing in his tracks. Chapter 48, The Bomb. What did you say? There's a bomb in here? How do you know? Qin Wanqing swallowed hard and whispered to Zhang Yang. Though he disliked Zhang Yang, he was well aware of his abilities. Besides, Zhang Yang wouldn't do something this reckless at a time like this. The smell. This package carries the distinct scent of concentrated nitric acid, ether, and acetone. When mixed together, these substances serve only one purpose, to create a homemade bomb. You just shook it and it didn't go off, so it's not a pressure bomb. There was no ticking sound either, so it's not a timed device. I suspect the trigger mechanism is somehow tied to the box itself. Had you opened the package just now, it would have detonated. Zhang Yang spoke as he approached the delivery box, examining it closely. After completing his last mission, he had gained the system-awarded Hound's sense of smell, making him exceptionally sensitive to such odors. Now, after getting closer to sniff it, he was even more certain of his judgment. On the other side, Qin Wanqing and Huang Meiwan had long since turned pale with fear. Had Zhang Yang not intervened in time, they might all have been blown to bits. Who the hell was it? Who dares to target me, the chief of public security? Qin Wanqing roared with fury, his voice dripping with venom. Shut up! Don't touch that box. Call your bureau immediately and have the professionals handle this. Evacuate everyone in this building right now. Now! Zhang Yang barked at Qin Wanqing without mincing words. This bomb had pushed Zhang Yang to his absolute limit. Even though that old fool Qin Wanqing treated him like dirt, he was now legally married to Qin Wanqing. That made him Zhang Yang's father-in-law, his own family. Not to mention, Qin Wanqing and Huang Meiwan were also here. If they actually succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Damn it! I'm the chief of police here, and you're giving me orders? Qin Wanqing clutched the lump on his head, shooting Zhang Yang a displeased glance. But his hands obediently dialed the number according to Zhang Yang's instructions. Also, retrieve all surveillance footage from this area immediately.
That person just left, track him down right now.
Also, I saw that guy wearing Shunshui Express gear earlier.
Go check every Shunshui Express location in this district immediately.
Wanqing, take your mother and stay somewhere else.
Don't tell anyone where you are. We don't know who that man was after. Don't come back until he's been caught.
Also, after making the delivery, that person might be lurking nearby waiting for the explosion. Given the weight, they probably aren't too close. Once Captain Lu and his team arrive, have them immediately screen people in this area and ask if anyone saw anything suspicious.
Also, you little brat, could you slow down? I can't keep up.
I'm not as sharp as I used to be at my age. Qin Wanqing was sweating profusely as he scribbled hastily on his phone's writing function.
That's all for now. The guy just left. I should be able to find some traces of him.
Before the police arrive, don't open the door and don't move around carelessly.
I'm off.
Zhang Yang spoke as he started to walk out.
Zhang Yang. Qin Wanqing hurried out after her. Ha!
Zhang Yang stopped in his tracks as Qin Wanqing pulled him into a tight embrace and planted a fierce kiss on his lips.
Be careful. Qin Wanqing looked into Zhang Yang's eyes, filled with concern. Don't worry. I don't want you to become a widow. Let's go. Zhang Yang ruffled Qin Wanqing's hair affectionately before hurrying downstairs.
Stepping out of the stairwell, Zhang Yang surveyed his surroundings. This was an upscale gated community where access required a keycard. It was too early, with few people around, making it nearly impossible to tail someone inside. If the person wore delivery attire, they could likely just greet the gatekeeper and enter, or even drive in with a delivery van.
Zhang Yang sniffed the air around him. Sure enough, a faint scent lingered by the roadside.
There were tire marks on the ground, indicating the person had arrived on a delivery bike. Zhang Yang sprinted toward the security gate.
Did a delivery person just ride out on a bike? Zhang Yang asked the security guard. Yes, why? I was wondering about that earlier.
Usually, delivery guys are busy for hours, but today he left after just a short while. I didn't see any packages on his bike, so I thought maybe he'd been delivering all night for Double 11. The guard said with a smile.
Which way did he go? Zhang Yang didn't bother chatting with the guard and hurriedly asked. That way. Their delivery station is just a short distance over there.
The security guard pointed in a direction.
Zhang Yang hurried over. After walking less than a kilometer, he spotted the Shunshui Express drop-off point.
It was still early, and it seemed they had just opened.
Zhang Yang didn't want to tip off the courier.
He pretended to casually look at something on his phone while walking, sniffing the scent of the vehicles as he went. Sure enough, on one of the vehicles, he caught the scent of the package he'd been tracking. He crouched down, pretending to tie his shoelaces, and carefully confirmed it no mistake.
Stretching lazily, Zhang Yang entered the small park nearby.
Just as he was about to call Lu Meng's call came through.
Hello? Zhang Yang, what the hell is going on? Where are you?
Lu Meng sounded like he was about to spit blood on the other end of the line. No wonder a bomb had been delivered to the home of the Public Security Bureau chief.
If it weren't for Zhang Yang, the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau would have been utterly disgraced.
Lu Meng was both terrified and furious.
800 meters southwest of the complex, at the Shunshui Express delivery point. Have your people move in quietly? The suspect might be inside. Zhang Yang whispered. What? Holy, you stay right there. Lu Meng hung up the phone in a fluster. Zhang Yang watched the delivery point in the distance.
It seemed they had just started work. One by one, people wearing Shunshui Express uniforms walked over, eating breakfast. Their delivery tricycles were parked haphazardly along both sides of the road.
Before long,
a truck bearing the Shunshui Express logo pulled up, apparently delivering packages. The truck doors had barely opened when, before the delivery station staff could begin loading, a crowd suddenly surged in from all directions.
Freeze! Police! Everyone freeze!
Lu Meng and his team surrounded the area. The delivery guys clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events and were all frozen in shock. After all, being pointed at by a bunch of dark gun barrels would unsettle anyone. The delivery station manager reacted quickly, waving his hands to signal everyone to stay put.
Zhang Yang didn't rush out.
Instead, he quietly surveyed the surroundings. Finding nothing unusual, he then walked toward the delivery station.
Chapter 49, The Opponent.
Hey kid, how come trouble follows you wherever you go? You're practically a magnet for trouble. Seeing Zhang Yang approach, Lu Meng let out a bitter laugh. Ever since meeting Zhang Yang, it felt like cases had somehow multiplied. Criminals seemed to pop up like they were competing for performance metrics.
Just seeing Zhang Yang gave Lu Meng a headache. But give me a break. If I hadn't reacted fast today and tossed that cup at him, I'd be dead meat by now. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, looking utterly exasperated. What? You're the one who gave the chief that bump on his forehead? You're something else, kid. The son-in-law actually cracked his father-in-law's skull open. Lu Meng gave him a thumbs up. Just let me off the hook. What's the scene like? Any suspicious people? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. Still questioning them, but from what I saw, nothing seems amiss.
Lu Meng replied to Zhang Yang.
Damn it! Someone just jumped out the back window and ran.
No sooner had Lu Meng finished speaking than a startled cry echoed from inside.
Damn it! You guys stay here and keep searching. Zhang Yang, you stay too. Dazhuan, you guys come with me to chase them. Lu Meng cursed under his breath and immediately took off in pursuit. Zhang Yang was speechless. This slap in the face was lightning fast.
Shaking his head, he entered the delivery point.
Are you the manager here?
Zhang Yang asked a middle-aged man.
Yes, officer.
We genuinely have no idea what happened.
That Wu Zhao guy just started a few days ago, could he be a murderer?
The manager said to Zhang Yang, his face still showing lingering fear.
He had seen Lu Meng talking to Zhang Yang earlier and mistakenly assumed Zhang Yang was an undercover cop too. It's fine. What time do you guys usually start work? Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively and asked the manager. Usually around 7:30, people start arriving.
Between 7:30 and 8 o'clock, the delivery trucks come in, and we have to unload the goods. The manager replied.
Zhang Yang thought for a moment. The time then should have been around 6:30. That meant it was highly unlikely to be someone from the staff here.
Otherwise, given the proximity and the fact that this neighborhood was a frequent delivery location, there would definitely be someone familiar.
That would make it easy to track down.
The person who just fled ran out from inside, making it even less likely. Judging by where the car was parked right at the very edge, it was likely stolen, and the driver had probably already fled. As for the clothes, they could have been bought online, or perhaps the person had previously worked as a courier elsewhere, or even stolen them. It didn't really matter.
Is this vehicle usually parked here at night? Can it be started without keys?
Zhang Yang pressed further.
Ours are electric tricycles. We charge them here every night.
You definitely can't start it without the key, but sometimes they don't even remove the key.
We have 2 rows of outlets on either side.
At night, we park our vehicles here. Although we leave early in the morning, some merchants inevitably open their shops earlier. It's inconvenient for them if we block their paths, so the vehicles not parked directly in front of our entrance leave their keys there. When they open their shops, they simply move our vehicles out of the way. We're all neighbors here, and we all know each other. The manager explained.
Zhang Yang nodded. That cleared things up.
His reasoning was largely sound. And from this person's account, the killer was clearly someone very familiar with the local area. They knew about these delivery vans, so all they had to do was return the vehicle before work started to cover their tracks completely.
Moreover, they had successfully assumed the identity of one of these delivery personnel.
The more someone tries to appear a certain way, the more they lack it.
This principle applies equally to deduction. Whatever the killer appears to be, they most certainly are not. Oh no!
Zhang Yang thought to himself. If the killer was familiar with the area, it couldn't have happened overnight. Right now, the killer was likely hiding behind a window nearby, watching the scene below.
Didn't that mean he'd already given himself away? Zhang Yang took a deep breath. This killer was unlike any he'd encountered before.
Not only did this individual possess formidable counter-surveillance skills, but they were also incredibly bold, daring to deliver explosives directly to the police chief.
Moreover, the ability to manufacture explosives itself indicates they are no ordinary person.
They must either work in a specialized industry with access to explosives or be highly intelligent. Zhang Yang had a feeling. This time, it seemed he had encountered a worthy adversary, a truly equal opponent. So far, all Zhang Yang had to go on were vague details: about 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing around 260 pounds, and residing in the vicinity. Yet the killer seemed to know everything about them. What was even more terrifying was that they still didn't know who the killer intended to target.
Was it targeting Qin Wanqing? Or perhaps him?
Zhang Yang feigned indifference as he shuffled a few steps into the parcel delivery outlet, where the feeling of being watched finally lessened slightly.
Damn it! They caught someone, but it probably wasn't him.
It was a wanted criminal with a prior record, nothing major. He'd just been hiding inside and didn't dare come out, making me get my hopes up for nothing. Just then, Lu Meng returned, cursing under his breath.
Captain Lu, this area falls under the jurisdiction of the Westtown Police Station, right? Do you have household registration records for all residents in this vicinity? Seeing Lu Meng return, Zhang Yang stepped forward to ask.
Sure, that's easy.
Just a phone call away. Wait a minute, your reaction makes me think you already knew that guy wasn't the killer? Lu Meng looked at Zhang Yang with surprise. Exactly. This killer isn't ordinary. Why would they be dumb enough to just wait around to get caught?
But this surveillance footage should capture some clues about the killer.
You guys should retrieve it. Even if it doesn't help much, we can't overlook any leads. Zhang Yang pointed to the camera at the intersection. Got it, I'll arrange it immediately. Everyone, prepare to wrap up.
Lu Meng nodded and addressed the team.
No. We can't stand down. Zhang Yang retorted to Lu Meng. What do you mean? Why aren't we retreating? What are we doing here? Lu Meng was taken aback. The killer might be watching us.
Zhang Yang lowered his voice and whispered slowly into Lu Meng's ear.
Chapter 50, Magnet for Danger. West Town Police Station, Household Registration Section. Zhang Yang was flipping through the resident registration records.
Lu Meng pushed open the door and walked in. Everything's been taken care of. For safety, we brought everyone from the delivery point back for questioning.
The one who tried to run is locked up too. We've briefed each of them individually. Should be fine now. How's it going on your end? Any progress? Lu Meng rushed in and immediately asked Zhang Yang anxiously. Nothing. This is the old city district. The population is much larger than we anticipated.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
While this is an old neighborhood, we have several excellent schools and many school district properties. Quite a few young people have registered here.
Plus, the population density is quite high, so there are indeed more people. The female police officer handling household registration explained to Zhang Yang.
In that case, let's just search building by building. Use the census as an excuse, we'll definitely find them. Lu Meng chimed in from the side. That's a tough one. A census doesn't just happen on a whim.
This guy knows these tricks, he's probably smart and alert. Even if we're super careful, we'd probably tip him off.
Besides, if he can make one bomb, who's to say he hasn't made others?
If one were to go off in an old neighborhood like this, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Zhang Yang shook his head. Damn it. Why not use that intelligence to contribute to society? Why must he come out and harm people? Lu Meng cursed under his breath. Alright, drop your current case. Give us some basic intel, I'll have someone from headquarters take over. This is a painstaking job. We'll discreetly screen the elderly folks in this neighborhood too. Sometimes they're more useful than our officers.
Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded and closed his eyes. Young man, around 30 years old, 5 feet 9 inches, weighing about 265 pounds, short hair. Resides in a building over 3 stories tall within a 1,500-meter radius of the delivery point.
Possibly using binoculars. He often wears a hat and has a somewhat. That's all for now.
Zhang Yang opened his eyes. Though he'd met the man briefly, Zhang Yang couldn't shake the feeling that the information revealed was deliberately staged.
Providing too much information might actually lead them astray.
The most perplexing question remained, the killer's motive.
Who exactly were they after?
Zhang Yang rubbed his temples.
As someone present at the scene, he possessed first-hand information far more extensive than Lu Meng and the others.
Zhang Yang carefully recalled the scene. After Qin Wanqing received the package, there was no indication it was meant for someone else.
The most likely scenario is that it was targeted at Qin Wanqing.
However, it could also have been intended for Qin Wanqing. After all, she was at home at the time. Had she heard the commotion, she could have been certain. If it had been intended for him, it wouldn't have been delivered to Qin Wanqing's residence at all. It would have been delivered directly to the detective agency.
Regardless, the fact that this person chose explosives as their method made them extremely dangerous. Had the bomb detonated, the entire building would likely have been engulfed in the blast.
The death toll would certainly extend far beyond Qin Wanqing's family. This was no longer a simple act of revenge. The perpetrator behind this was undoubtedly a madman, a reckless individual who cared not for consequences, and an extremely dangerous figure. I want to examine that bomb, it might hold clues.
Have we started tracing the source of the bomb materials? Zhang Yang stood up and asked Lu Meng. Let's go. The bomb has been taken back by the technical division. I'll take you to headquarters. As soon as the bomb is dismantled, we'll start tracing the material's origin immediately. Lu Meng nodded. He led Zhang Yang out.
Midway, Zhang Yang received a call from Qin Wanqing. Upon learning that Qin Wanqing and the others had been transferred to the Public Security Bureau's safe house, I recalled that the Bureau sometimes establishes specialized safe houses to protect certain special witnesses.
Not only are they concealed, but they also offer uncompromising security. Don't let your guard down. After all, if the killer dared to target a police chief, there's nothing they wouldn't do. Be extra cautious about what you eat and drink, don't let anyone else handle your food or water. Also, send me a text every hour. Just send a picture of that thing you like to drink at the little restaurant. Delete the message immediately after sending. Zhang Yang instructed Qin Wanqing. Okay, you be careful too. Qin Wanqing replied to Zhang Yang. Got it. Zhang Yang nodded.
After hanging up, Lu Meng turned to look at Zhang Yang with keen interest.
You're something else, kid. Everyone knows Qin Wanqing is our bureau's famously cold-hearted police beauty. Over the years, plenty have tried to win her over, but you managed to get her in just 1 month? Unbelievable.
Lu Meng shook his head as he spoke.
Maybe it's because I'm pretty handsome. Zhang Yang leaned back in the passenger seat. Yeah, you're definitely handsome. You look a lot like me when I was younger. But I suspect that girl didn't just fall for you because of your looks. Anyway, you're quite the catch.
It's just that this magnet for trouble is no good. It's just like in that TV series Young Judge Bao, wherever Bao Zhang went, murders followed.
You're exactly the same.
No wonder the chief said to keep you out of the station more often. Damn, he had foresight. If you'd slept at the station last night, I bet we'd have had a bomb delivered to our doorstep this morning. Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. A magnet for trouble? What the hell? Like I'd choose this. But thanks to you being here, this killer is incredibly bold. They actually delivered the bomb right into the chief's hands. When I got the chief's call today, I practically jumped out of bed. It was terrifying. I think you should just move in with our chief permanently. Lu Meng said, still shaken. Stay permanently? Forget it. I slept on the couch last night. If I really had to live under the same roof as that old geezer, it'd be the death of me. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. By the way, does that old bureau chief have any enemies or anything? I have a feeling that person is after your director. Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. Chapter 51, A Single Hair. I'd been pondering that too. Logically, it shouldn't be possible. Director Qin has been in office for 7 or 8 years now. He's long since stepped away from frontline work. If he'd made enemies during his investigative days, they would have sought revenge by now. Besides, our chief doesn't make enemies internally. I'll tell you this, don't let his gruff demeanor toward us fool you. He's a bully at home but polite to outsiders. Lu Meng said with a sneer. Zhang Yang nodded in deep agreement. Lu Meng's assessment of Qin Igua was spot on, dead accurate. If it wasn't Qin Igua, could it be Qin Wanqing? As for Qin Wanqing, I think she's more likely to be the one. Lu Meng continued. You know, working in criminal investigation means we deal with criminals every day. We've pissed off plenty of people. My son was even kidnapped before. Damn it, these criminals have no conscience. Retaliation is all too common. Lu Meng slammed his fist hard on the steering wheel. Zhang Yang was taken aback. Then why are you still a cop? Aren't you just dragging your family into this? Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. If everyone chose not to be a cop out of fear of criminals' retaliation, who would uphold justice? Sure, there are some bad apples in the force, like that rich kid, but you have to understand every single one of us cops has a belief. The moment we put on this uniform, we took an oath to fight all evil forces and criminal acts to the end, to protect the peaceful lives of the people. Lu Meng said with great pride and conviction. Respect. You cops are truly remarkable. No matter how skilled we private investigators may be, when it comes to contributing to society, we can never match what you police officers do. Zhang Yang gave him a heartfelt thumbs up. After spending time with them, Zhang Yang had come to understand just how tough the police had it. Not only did they face constant danger on the job, but they often couldn't even manage basic family life. Take Lu Meng, for instance. During that dismemberment case, he hadn't been home for a full month. The same went for other officers. A 9-to-5 lifestyle was nothing but a pipe dream. Even Qin Wanqing, with her occasional whims and certain privileges, would drop everything, be it a date or any other activity, and rush to the crime scene the moment a case arose. This was a job that demanded no reward. More than a job, it was a responsibility, one that might seem insignificant to many. Yet it was precisely these seemingly insignificant responsibilities that guarded the light in the unseen darkness. Ding! System task activated. Assist police in apprehending the bomber. Reward: top-tier mimicry skills, including but not limited to handwriting and voice impersonation. Just as Zhang Yang pondered this, the system's voice sounded again. Zhang Yang smiled. Even without the system's task, he was determined to catch the culprit this time. Captain Lu, this time, you don't need to treat me like an outsider. Whatever I can do, I'll give it my all. After all, this involves my family too. Zhang Yang addressed Lu Meng. All right. With you on board, I feel confident. This time, he's not just targeting the chief, he's provoking us police officers. Let's go. We're taking him down together. Lu Meng nodded, stomped hard on the gas pedal, and with a roar of the engine, sped toward the Public Security Bureau. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau Technical Division. Several technicians were dismantling the bomb. Beads of sweat glistened on each of their faces. This bomb was exactly as Zhang Yang had described, multiple triggers connected to all 6 sides of the box. Disassembling any single side risked detonating the entire device. Completely dismantling the box or damaging its structure would also instantly detonate the device. The technicians finally devised a way to avoid the contact points. They drilled a small hole in the box and used it to handle the bomb's fuse, successfully disarming the device. Captain Lu, it's done. Whoever made this bomb is definitely an old hand. The materials used were simple, but the structural design was ingenious. The technical team presented the dismantled bomb to Lu Meng and Zhang Yang. An expert makes things easier. Not just anyone could build this thing. The more sophisticated it is, the more clues it leaves behind. This guy's intelligence backfired on him. Lu Meng remarked coldly. Generally speaking, in today's society, very few people have access to explosives. Those who do are mainly concentrated in specialized industries. And these specialized workers are all registered on record. Furthermore, the materials used to make bombs are niche items, strictly controlled with limited circulation. Every sale is recorded. If you search through these channels, you're bound to find him.
We live in the information age.
Almost every store has surveillance cameras, and streets are packed with them.
By following this person's trail, we'll definitely find him. Thanks. We'll get started immediately. Lu Meng took the technical department's files, addressed the department head, and immediately walked out. Can I take a look at these materials?
Zhang Yang felt a bit helpless. After Lu Meng got the lead, he just walked off, leaving Zhang Yang behind.
You must be Zhang Yang. No problem, just don't move around. The head of the technical division seemed to recognize Zhang Yang too.
After all, he'd helped recover a lost firearm within the police bureau, a feat known throughout the entire department.
Not to mention Zhang Yang's special relationship with Qin Wanqing. Alright, thanks.
Zhang Yang said no more, approaching the dismantled bombs to examine them closely. Though he knew nothing about explosives, his keen observational skills and heightened senses detected something peculiar.
What was this box originally used for? Zhang Yang pointed at the box containing the bombs and asked the others.
It must be a new box, no obvious markings, just a plain cardboard box you'd find anywhere.
It hadn't held anything before.
A technician from the technical division said to Zhang Yang.
Can I get an evidence bag and some tweezers? Zhang Yang inquired. An officer handed them over.
Zhang Yang discovered a barely perceptible strand of fur in the box's crevices.
Is this animal hair? Several people nearby gathered around. Good heavens, how did you spot that? It's practically invisible. Yeah, with my eyesight, I wouldn't even see it if you put it in an evidence bag.
The group marveled at the tiny hair.
Well, maybe it was the lighting earlier. From that angle, I could just make it out. Zhang Yang didn't elaborate further.
Thanks to the rewards from the system earlier, Zhang Yang's observational skills and sense of smell had long surpassed those of ordinary people. Moreover, he finally understood what that faint, peculiar scent he'd been detecting all along was. It was the scent of a cat. Chapter 52, the culprit is caught. Even without direct contact with a cat, wherever cats lived, traces were bound to remain.
However, the amount of fur was minimal. After searching the entire box, only this single strand was found.
This indicated that there weren't many cats in this environment, or perhaps they had only recently been present.
That was rather interesting. Wherever cats are present in a home, there's a need for cat litter and food. Perhaps he should revisit that delivery point. Zhang Yang pondered. Just then, Zhang Yang received a call from Lu Meng.
On the other end, Lu Meng's voice was filled with excitement.
The killer's been caught. Zhang Yang was taken aback. That easy?
Inside the interrogation room at the police station. A young man sat inside, shifting uncomfortably as he glanced around the room. In terms of height, build, and other distinguishing features, he matched Zhang Yang's description perfectly. More importantly, investigations revealed this individual resided on the top floor of a building near the delivery point.
What do you think? Is this the guy? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang excitedly.
Visually, he does look quite similar.
How did you manage to apprehend him?
Zhang Yang peered through the two-way mirror at the man inside the room, then turned to ask Lu Meng and the others.
It was quite a coincidence. We traced the chemical substances extracted from the explosives to specialty chemical supply stores in the city.
These stores are rare to begin with, and most deal primarily with corporate bulk purchases rather than retail sales.
Unexpectedly, we hit a lead almost immediately.
Last week, a young man bought a large quantity of chemical reagents, including 2 types used to make explosives. We suspect this person likely made purchases in batches at different stores, deliberately buying many different types to confuse our investigation. We immediately retrieved the store's surveillance footage, and the person in the footage bears a striking resemblance to the individual you described. Just as we were preparing to track down more information, the individual unexpectedly returned, claiming the concentrated nitric acid he'd previously purchased wasn't strong enough.
We immediately detained him and brought him in.
Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Even Lu Meng hadn't anticipated such a stroke of luck this time. Otherwise, it would have taken considerable effort to screen through the leads.
We've already dispatched someone to fetch our bureau chief.
Once he arrives, he'll identify the suspect. After all, he had direct contact with him. This guy won't admit it, but we've already started cross-checking his records. Once we find explosives making materials in his home, he won't be able to deny it.
Lu Meng slapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder. I can't shake the feeling something's off. There's something missing about this guy.
Zhang Yang shook his head slightly.
Intuition? Solving cases requires evidence. Relying on intuition alone is too arbitrary. Lu Meng shook his head as well.
It wasn't that kind of feeling, but something I can't quite put my finger on. In short, there's something missing in his eyes. And another thing, so much time has passed.
He must know by now that police involvement means the bomb won't go off. So why would he keep showing up so brazenly in places the police are bound to investigate? That would be incredibly unwise.
Zhang Yang said doubtfully.
I think you're overthinking it.
Not everyone in this world is as sharp as you, and there's no such thing as a perfect crime.
You'll understand once you've handled more cases. Coincidences during investigations aren't uncommon.
Many major cases are solved simply because the killer had bad luck and got caught by accident.
Alright, enough about that. I heard you made some discoveries in the tech lab. How's it going? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. We found an animal hair. It's already been sent to the lab for analysis.
I suspect the suspect keeps a cat at home, which could significantly narrow our search.
If we follow up with the courier company, they might have some leads about pets. Zhang Yang recounted his earlier discovery to Lu Meng. A cat? How can you tell it's a cat just from a single hair? Couldn't it be a dog or something?
There are quite a few older neighborhoods around there, and many elderly folks like to keep pet dogs or the like.
Lu Meng was a bit skeptical. No.
I'd previously imagined how the killer might be watching us. It's a feeling of habitually hiding in the shadows, and more than that, a sense of fear toward the outside world. But owning a dog requires regular walks, which doesn't fit the killer's personality.
Zhang Yang said calmly. These are all your speculations, right? Lu Meng asked. Yes. Zhang Yang nodded. Captain Lu, we've located this individual's records and found his address. Just then, an officer approached Lu Meng and reported.
While your theory makes sense, I still place more trust in evidence.
I'm going to apply for a search warrant right now. Do you want to come alone? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. I'll pass. I want to check with the courier service first. Zhang Yang shook his head. Alright, then be careful. Call me if anything comes up. Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang before quickly walking away.
Zhang Yang arrived at the courier station once more. Despite the major incident that had occurred early that morning, the courier station was operating as usual. It just so happened to be double 11, and all the courier services were swamped with backlogs. On top of that, early this morning, the police called everyone in for questioning, which took up a lot of time. When Zhang Yang arrived, not a single delivery tricycle was left at the parcel center. They were all out making deliveries. Only the previous manager was inside.
The officer is here again? What's the matter now? The manager immediately stood up upon seeing Zhang Yang approach.
Zhang Yang didn't bother explaining. After all, his police credentials made things easier to handle.
Oh, no problem. Do you have any records of customer shipping information entered here?
Like what customer sent what package?
Zhang Yang asked the manager. No, we don't.
Our parcel station handles 4 containers of packages daily. As you saw this morning, once the delivery truck arrives, they unload and sort the parcels. After grouping them into their respective zones, they immediately proceed with distribution.
We can't possibly keep records for every single package. The system only scans basic user information. Some merchants might include item details in the notes, but others don't.
The manager explained to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang nodded in understanding.
After all, different merchants ship different kinds of goods.
Are there many cat owners in this neighborhood? Do your delivery personnel have any recollection? Zhang Yang asked again. Of course they remember.
These cat and dog owners nowadays buy cat litter, cat food, dog food. They always buy over 10 pounds at a time. These old buildings don't have elevators or mailboxes, so when our delivery guys make deliveries, they're often exhausted.
There's a lot of complaining.
There are plenty of dog owners around here, and we deliver a lot of dog food too. These days, with their children living elsewhere, most elderly folks keep a pet or two.
But cats aren't as common. This is an older neighborhood with plenty of stray cats already. Who'd bother keeping one at home?
The manager explained to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang nodded.
It seemed he'd have to wait until the delivery staff returned to ask them about it.
Just then, Zhang Yang's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 53, Another Bomb. Zhang Yang picked it up to see it was Lu Meng calling. Hello?
Zhang Yang, are you still at that delivery point?
Damn it, another bomb. This time it actually exploded. Meet me at the intersection of Huangchuan Road. I'll pick you up.
Lu Meng's frantic voice came through the phone, along with the sound of a car engine starting. Zhang Yang was startled and hurried outside. Just as he reached the intersection of Huangchuan Road, he saw a police car with flashing lights speeding toward him. Zhang Yang hurriedly opened the door and climbed in. Before he could even close the door, Lu Meng slammed the gas pedal and took off. Startled, Zhang Yang quickly slammed the door shut and buckled his seatbelt.
What's going on? Another bomb? Zhang Yang demanded of Lu Meng. Don't even ask.
This time it was a standalone villa by the coastal law firm. The bomb exploded, leaving 1 dead and 1 injured.
Details are unclear. Damn it. It's definitely the same person. 2 bombs in 1 day? This guy's insane.
Lu Meng gritted his teeth.
Did you find anything at that person's place? Zhang Yang inquired.
That guy had a lot of chemicals at home, but damn it, he's actually a streamer specializing in live streaming himself destroying things with all kinds of chemicals.
The livestream channel's name is Melt Everything? That.
Lu Meng spat out bitterly.
Due to a misstep in the investigation, they arrested the wrong person, and to make matters worse, another crime occurred.
Lu Meng had been cursing non-stop since the beginning. By the time Zhang Yang and Lu Meng arrived at the scene, chaos reigned. Zhang Yang stared in disbelief at the scene before him. This area was a villa district, and the villa before them had been reduced to rubble. Debris and smoke filled the air as several fire trucks dug through the wreckage. The glass in several surrounding villas had shattered completely under the immense blast wave. Amidst the rubble, half of a dented sign was exposed, bearing the words law firm. Law firm? So it really was connected to some case. 2 bombs on the same day, highly likely the work of the same person. Could it be that the killer, realizing their cover had been blown, was now accelerating their actions? The thought sent a chill down Zhang Yang's spine. If I were the killer, after delivering the bomb to Qin Wanqing, the optimal timing for the next strike would be after the turmoil on Qin's side had subsided somewhat. This would not only extend the time between incidents, draining police resources, but also afford ample preparation time. And this latest incident involving Qin Wanqing clearly showed meticulous preparation. Reconnaissance, surveillance, these all require time. Yet he was acting with such urgency now. Clearly, he feared exposure. Zhang Yang and his team had already discovered his residence. If they conducted a thorough investigation, he would inevitably be exposed sooner or later. First bombing the police chief, then the lawyer. This must be connected to some case. One represents the law enforcement system, the other the legal system. Could it be? Zhang Yang seemed to grasp something, suddenly charging toward Lu Meng. But Lu Meng had already entered the cordoned-off area. As Zhang Yang tried to push through, several officers grabbed him firmly. These arriving officers were from the nearby police station and didn't recognize Zhang Yang. Captain Lu. Get out here. I have critical intelligence. Struggling and pushing forward, Zhang Yang was held down by several officers. Fortunately, Lu Meng heard Zhang Yang's voice and hurried over. After hearing Lu Meng's explanation, the officers finally released Zhang Yang. Hurry! Captain Lu. Immediately screen recently released convicts. Also, focus the investigation near the delivery point on people renting apartments. And I need all information on the deceased, including every case he was involved in. Hurry! There's a high chance a third bomb could go off today. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. What? What did you say? What the hell is going on? Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lu Meng panicked too. My preliminary assessment is that this is very likely a case of deliberate retaliation. The perpetrator was probably recently released after being locked up and is now seeking revenge against those who put him away. First, they bombed the police chief. Then the lawyer. The next target is the defendant. The killer has clearly discovered us and is now racing against time. If we can't uncover the case from back then quickly, another tragedy could happen. Zhang Yang said urgently. Lu Meng was stunned upon hearing this. He had considered this possibility himself moments ago and was secretly relieved that the explosion had occurred in a villa. Judging by the bomb's power, had it detonated in a residential building, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Damn it, I'll handle the scene. You come with me. Lu Meng said, running off to give instructions while the other officers continued examining the scene for clues. Where are we going first? Lu Meng hurriedly climbed into the car. The courthouse. Zhang Yang fumbled with his phone before answering Lu Meng. Lu Meng had no time to ask further questions. He activated the siren and sped toward the courthouse. The Chief Justice's office. You mean Lu Di? Yes, he used to be one of our judges, but he left our court several years ago to open a law firm. We still have some dealings with him occasionally due to certain cases. What's up? Could it be that Lu Di committed some crime? The court president addressed Zhang Yang and Lu Meng. By checking the law firm's records, Zhang Yang discovered it had only been registered and established a few years prior. This was after Qin Wanqing's retirement, so if the killer had a motive, it was likely someone connected to the firm, perhaps its legal representative or a partner. From the registration records, Zhang Yang discovered that this Lu Di had previously worked at the court. It was highly probable that this was the person. Meanwhile, en route, Lu Meng received a call from a colleague. He learned from other employees at the law firm that only their managing partner, Lu Di, and an older woman were present at the office at the time. Therefore, there was no doubt that the victim this time was Lu Di. Chapter 54, It's him. Dean, we wish to review all case files Judge Lu Di handled during his tenure at your court, specifically those from the 3 to 10 years prior to his resignation. Zhang Yang addressed the president. There was no time for lengthy explanations, and the explosion had just occurred. The president clearly hadn't been informed yet. This is a bit troublesome. While the previous case files are still preserved, they're all sealed in the archives. We'll still need to go through the proper procedures. The president said with some difficulty. Their court handled a significant number of cases annually, all of which were stored and filed. However, given the considerable time that had passed, even if they searched, it would be extremely laborious. Chief Judge, I won't beat around the bush. Lu Di is now dead, and we suspect his death may be connected to one of the cases he presided over. We need to find the killer as soon as possible. Otherwise, more cases will occur. Whatever paperwork or materials you need, put all formalities aside. There's no time for that now. I'll have our chief personally call you immediately. All procedures will proceed simultaneously, but we must obtain the case files without delay. Lu Meng addressed the president.
The public security, procuratorate, and courts form one large system. They are all familiar with each other, and besides, these cases cannot be concealed within their internal circles. There is no need to deliberately hide anything. The court president was startled upon hearing this. After a moment's thought, he rose and led Lu Meng and Zhang Yang out. When Zhang Yang and the others saw the case files, they frowned. A room filled to the brim with case files, it would be difficult to sift through them all in a short time. Hey! Bring several people to the courthouse immediately. Move all relevant case files back here. Notify all personnel to cancel their leave. Additionally, pull some personnel from every police station across the city and have them report to the station to stand by. Lu Meng immediately pulled out his phone to make arrangements. Otherwise, if Zhang Yang and Lu Meng had to sift through those files by themselves, it would probably take them a week just to get through them. Captain Lu, we can't waste time here. Let's work on two fronts simultaneously. We'll head to the courier station and follow up on the leads from the cat. We might uncover something else. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Let's go. Lu Meng nodded, briefed the accompanying officers on the leads they were pursuing, instructed them to take the case files back to headquarters, and then led Zhang Yang back to the courier station. By now, some people had returned to the parcel center and were packing deliveries. Boss, this is urgent. We'll need your help again. Zhang Yang, accompanied by Lu Meng, didn't bother with formalities with the owner. Call each courier one by one and ask if any packages delivered nearby contain cat food or litter, with a young male recipient. Zhang Yang instructed the owner. Why check again? They might be out on deliveries and can't answer their phones. The owner of the delivery station seemed reluctant. Call them. Right now. What the hell are you talking about? Lu Meng, standing nearby, wasn't as easygoing as Zhang Yang. He slammed his hand on the table, startling the owner. Now dressed in his police uniform, Lu Meng wore a menacing expression, and a faint aura of menace emanated from him. The owner immediately pulled out his phone and started dialing. Moments later, he turned back and said, "One of my guys just mentioned he delivered a package earlier, a big bag of cat litter. He encountered a strange person, sounded like a young guy. The package was left at the door." The owner turned and said, "What? Give it to me, I'll handle it." Zhang Yang snatched the phone away. "Hang up." The delivery point owner said. "Damn it. Where is he? Get him back here immediately." Lu Meng panicked at the news. "He'll be back soon, he's nearby." The delivery point owner shuddered. Sure enough, moments later a delivery guy rode back on a tricycle. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang rushed forward to ask. "This is the second time I've delivered for that person. Last time it was a bag of cat food. They told me to just leave it at the door, and I didn't think much of it with the pandemic going on. Lots of people need contactless delivery these days. So I left it at the door. But just now, I delivered a bag of cat litter. When I unloaded it, the hook snagged the bag, tearing a corner and spilling quite a bit. Usually in these situations, we have to explain it to the customer face to face, either compensate them or negotiate a solution. But he kept insisting I just leave it at the door. I couldn't risk it. What if he complained later? I'd be the one out of pocket." After arguing for a while, he still didn't come out. I had no choice but to leave my phone number and head back. The delivery driver said helplessly. "Which unit was it?" Zhang Yang found it highly suspicious. The refusal to open the door likely stemmed from the strong chemical odor, making it easier for someone to detect the issue. 9 times out of 10, that's the case. "It's in Building 39, Unit 7, Apartment 601, the top floor." The delivery guy said. "Captain Lu, we've got it confirmed. Get reinforcements here fast. I suspect there might be more explosives inside. Don't tip off the target." Zhang Yang hurriedly warned Lu Meng. Lu Meng had already begun making arrangements. "Let's go. The two of us will go keep an eye on things first. Don't let that kid get away." Lu Meng shed his police uniform and, taking Zhang Yang with him, sprinted toward the area. The buildings in this area were at least 30 years old, all multi-story structures without elevators. Several were even connected in a row, forming typical tube-style apartment blocks. Most of the residents were elderly people. As Lu Meng and Zhang Yang approached quietly, several elderly men were still playing chess and walking their dogs downstairs. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang exchanged glances, both feeling a headache coming on. With so many elderly residents, most would be indoors at this hour. Evacuating them would be difficult and could easily alert the suspects. If anything went wrong, it would undoubtedly make national headlines. Worry knotted Lu Meng's brow into a tight knot. "Captain, this is the lady from the neighborhood office. She says there are too many elderly people here and several are bedridden. If we evacuate everyone, it might take more than a day. Not to mention doing it discreetly." An officer said to Lu Meng with obvious distress. "Damn it!" Lu Meng cursed under his breath. He knew full well how difficult this would be. More than difficult, it was practically impossible. "Captain Lu, I actually have a solution." Zhang Yang thought for a moment before speaking up. "Stop calling me Captain Lu. From now on, just call me Brother Lu. Hurry up and tell me what's this solution." Lu Meng demanded of Zhang Yang. Chapter 55. Have you seen the cat? Use fire. Since we can't get in, we might as well make him come out on his own. We'll pick any apartment on the first floor, light something inside, or just set it off right here in the hallway. Fill the entire stairwell with black smoke and the smell of burning make it look like a fire. That way, we can loudly shout for everyone inside to evacuate. Once that person steps out, we can immediately restrain him. And even if he doesn't come out, we can pose as neighborhood officials, knock on doors to evacuate residents. No one will suspect a thing. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Great idea. You really are the smart one. I'll make arrangements immediately. Lu Meng was overjoyed upon hearing Zhang Yang's plan. He immediately went to discuss it with the neighborhood auntie. Soon, they lit up cardboard boxes and newspapers in the stairwell. The auntie was so enthusiastic she even brought over plastic bags and other trash from her own home. Before long, the entire stairwell was filled with the acrid smell of burning and thick smoke. You two come with me to shout at the people upstairs. Keep an eye out for anyone coming down from the 6th floor. Pin him down the moment he appears. Lu Meng charged in with 2 capable officers. Get out. There's a fire. Evacuate immediately. Hurry. Lu Meng and his 2 officers pounded on doors as they ascended the stairs. Within moments, chaos erupted throughout the entire stairwell. Not only in this hallway, but people in the adjacent hallway also heard the commotion and rushed out in a panic. An elderly woman was literally carried out on a bed by 4 plainclothes officers lying in wait nearby. The old woman, however, remained completely calm. She was clearly someone who had weathered many storms. Lu Meng led his 2 companions straight to the 6th floor. Instead of knocking on door 601 first, they forced open the doors of several other units before finally reaching 601. Open up! The building's on fire! Lu Meng pounded on the door forcefully, simultaneously signaling the other 2 to take up positions near the stairwell. Their plan was to pin the occupant down the moment they emerged and descended the stairs. But after pounding on the door for a long time, there was no response whatsoever. This left Lu Meng secretly startled. Could it be that the person inside had already figured out their plan? Continuing to bang would surely draw attention. Lu Meng could only shout, "Nobody home," before leading his men downstairs. They quietly hid on the floor below, listening intently for any sounds from above. But after a long while, there was still no sound. Lu Meng couldn't wait any longer. Signaling his 2 men to keep watch, he slipped downstairs himself. Something's not right. Could that person have slipped away already? Lu Meng called Zhang Yang over and recounted the recent events in a hushed voice. Zhang Yang listened. His heart sank. If someone had been home, they absolutely wouldn't have stayed inside during that situation. Not to mention, there might have been explosives if the fire had spread up there. Even he wouldn't have escaped. The fact that no one had emerged meant either he had seen through their scheme or he had fled long before Lu Meng and Zhang Yang arrived. Damn it! Police cars! Zhang Yang slapped his hand in frustration. When he and Lu Meng arrived earlier, they'd come straight from the courthouse in a police car. Though the siren wasn't blaring, the car's presence was unmistakable. It was highly likely that the deliveryman's insistence on having the killer open the door to inspect the package had aroused suspicion. The killer, positioned upstairs, had spotted the police car and realized his cover was about to blow. That's why he'd left before Zhang Yang and Lu Meng arrived. And here they were, having just staged this whole charade. They thought they were clever, leaving both Zhang Yang and Lu Meng feeling frustrated. Damn it, he slipped right under our noses. If we'd listened to you earlier and checked the delivery point sooner, we might have caught him already. Lu Meng said with deep regret. Bro Lu, it's fine. This time, he left in a hurry for us, but for him, we were equally rushed. There's no way he could have cleaned up the scene in such a short time. Let's go inside and look around, we might find some clues. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. You're right. But this is just speculation. What if that kid is inside? That would be trouble. I'll take the team up first. We'll use the pretext of checking for hazards to get inside. Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Brother Lu, don't let your guard down. If this guy knows he's been exposed, he might have planted something when he left. Be extremely careful. Zhang Yang grabbed Lu Meng's arm. Relax. We're seasoned detectives. We won't be reckless. Lu Meng nodded at Zhang Yang. Go. Get lockpicker Lu over here. Lu Meng barked at someone nearby before charging back inside. After quite some time, Zhang Yang received Lu Meng's call and cautiously made his way up. The door to room 601 had been opened and a pungent odor wafted out. Lu Meng and 2 others were inside collecting evidence. Sure enough, they had left in such a hurry that these items were left behind. It was almost certain this was where the killer lived. Lu Meng gestured to Zhang Yang. On the table inside the room sat various chemical instruments and numerous pharmaceuticals. This was way too professional. Zhang Yang stared in astonishment. We were probably wrong all along. This person actually extracted the substances used to make explosives themselves. No wonder we found nothing when tracing the raw material sources. Lu Meng nodded in agreement.
To know so much at such a young age is truly impressive.
He must be a top student.
Zhang Yang stared at the messy pile of materials on the table, feeling quite moved. Even he, a proper college graduate, couldn't make heads or tails of it.
Thanks to you.
Judging by these ingredients, he was preparing to make a third explosive.
If we hadn't discovered this in time, it could have been dangerous.
Lu Meng said, his face still pale with fear.
This is a rented place, right? It's so basic, and it looks like they've only been living here for a short while.
Zhang Yang scanned the room.
Wait, did you see the cat when you arrived? Zhang Yang spotted an open bag of cat food and asked Lu Meng. Cat? No, I didn't. Lu Meng asked in surprise. Captain, the cat's here.
Just then, an officer inside the restroom called out to them.
Chapter 56, Ex-Convicts.
Hearing the voice, Lu Meng and Zhang Yang hurried inside.
They discovered a tiny kitten drowned in the toilet bowl. Zhang Yang froze.
Judging by how this person bought both cat food and litter, he must have cherished the cat deeply. Yet upon discovering it had been found, he killed it outright. Not only had he severed a potential lead, but it seemed to reinforce some conviction within the killer.
Zhang Yang looked at the kitten.
It wasn't very big, probably only 1 or 2 months old, just an ordinary little stray, likely picked up by the killer somewhere. Zhang Yang shook his head in resignation. After the killer left this place, all the previous clues became useless. Despite being so close this time, the killer had slipped away. Zhang Yang felt thoroughly frustrated. But now that the killer's hideout has been raided, without bombs as a tool, explosions won't occur, at least not in the short term.
Moreover, since it's a rented place, there must be clues left behind.
Add to that the court case and witnesses like Qin Wanqing and the landlord. I refuse to believe we can't catch you. Zhang Yang clenched his fists tightly. Late into the night, the entire public security bureau remained brightly lit. This serial killer's spree had shaken the entire public security system to its core, mobilizing nearly every officer in Tianhai City.
Police officers were everywhere on the streets, screening any suspicious individuals. This was the atmosphere deliberately cultivated by Lu Meng and his team.
Under such conditions, committing crimes openly carried enormous risks. Under these circumstances, the best course of action was to lie low for the time being. What Lu Meng and his team needed now was time. Inside the Public Security Bureau's conference room,
a case analysis meeting was underway.
Based on evidence from the explosion site, it was now virtually certain that this bomb structure matched the one delivered to Director Qin, a device concealed within a box. However, the surveillance system at the scene had been destroyed, and the footage was stored locally on their servers, making it impossible for us to access it. The explosive components were identical to those used in the previous incident.
An officer addressed the group.
We've combed through all surveillance footage near the delivery point, but none yielded valuable clues. Most footage only showed a blurred silhouette, and since the perpetrator was wearing a hat, no useful information was captured. The perpetrator likely possesses strong counter-surveillance skills and is familiar with the locations of various surveillance cameras. We also retrieved footage from the Villa district. This time, the suspect wasn't wearing delivery attire. We combed through all roadside cameras but found nothing.
The Villa area is near a scenic spot, and the surveillance doesn't cover all the roads. Another officer addressed the group.
We obtained a list from the prison system that identified several young men matching the profile, all released within the last 3 months. As he spoke, he displayed photos of 4 individuals on the screen. At first glance, they all looked rather similar. After all, in prison, everyone sports the same buzz cut, and most are generally thin.
They all look somewhat similar. The suspect was wearing a mask and a hat, covered up pretty well.
I didn't get a clear look at his face either.
Qin Wanqing remarked from the side. Show these photos to the landlord who rented the room to the killer. The landlord should have seen that person too. Lu Meng chimed in. Zhang Yang studied the photos of these 4 men, still undecided.
These were all photos obtained from the prison, showing nothing unusual.
How many years were these guys sentenced to?
Zhang Yang asked the man. The shortest sentence is 8 years, the longest is 15 years, but they rarely serve their full terms.
Most are released early.
The police officer explained to Zhang Yang.
Since this killer can extract chemicals on their own, they must have attended university or studied chemical engineering.
If we narrow our investigation based on this, the pool of suspects should be significantly smaller.
And even for someone with a chemical engineering background, making bombs is definitely not something the average person can do.
Could we get the cyber police to assist?
Using keywords like explosives to filter browsing histories, might that help narrow things down? Another officer chimed in. That's another avenue. Let's start multiple investigations simultaneously and work in parallel.
I'm also monitoring the court records, but there haven't been any leads recently.
Bottom line, this isn't just about me, Qin Wanqing. This is a killer who poses a grave threat to society and the public.
We absolutely must apprehend this criminal and bring him to justice in the shortest possible time.
Qin Wanqing pounded the table emphatically.
Yes. The others replied.
Let's go, Zhang Yang. We should also review the case files.
This victim was specifically assigned to criminal cases, which makes it rather tricky.
It's a major undertaking. Zhang Yang? What's wrong?
Lu Meng called out to Zhang Yang twice, but Zhang Yang showed no response. I was just thinking if someone wanted to learn how to extract chemicals and then use those chemicals to make bombs, it wouldn't be a quick process.
How would they go about it?
Even if they went to college, only exceptionally talented students could manage it.
But judging by that person's age, if they started now, the timeline just wouldn't add up.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng.
What do you mean? Is he supposed to study in prison? Lu Meng chuckled.
His smile froze midway as his eyes widened.
You mean this killer learned all this stuff while he was in prison? Lu Meng's eyes widened.
If he had a few years to study under a master and master all the theory, he might just need to practice once he got out. I still lean toward the killer requiring these skills this way. That's why I need the files on these 4 people.
Zhang Yang addressed Lu Meng. Chapter 57, People are just not comparable.
When Zhang Yang obtained the 4 individuals' files, he realized this world wasn't as rosy as it appeared.
He gradually understood why police officers were so volatile.
When someone faces these vicious criminals in cases day in and day out, it likely requires not only immense mental fortitude but also an unshakable conviction.
Suspect 1, Zhao Dezhuang.
Convicted of sexually assaulting minors on 18 separate occasions, all victims underage, the youngest just 5 years old.
Caused multiple injuries and disabilities.
Sentenced to 11 years in prison, released 2 months ago, currently unemployed and living at home. Suspect 2, Wang Hai, led a drunken brawl, sexually assaulted a woman, and severely injured her husband with a broken bottle, causing brainstem damage and leaving him paralyzed. As a repeat offender, he received a 15-year sentence but was released 3 years early for good behavior. He now works as a delivery driver. Suspect 3, Li Chenglong, committed street robbery resulting in 1 person seriously injured and 2 others slightly injured. Sentenced to 8 years imprisonment, released 1 year early.
Currently works at a restaurant. Suspect 4, Zhang Jiahao, a habitual thief.
During a burglary, he encountered the homeowners and attacked them with a knife, causing serious injuries to both.
He was sentenced to 10 years in prison and is currently unemployed at home. All 4 were young when they committed their crimes, yet each is a repeat offender. Instant noodles.
Zhang Yang was deep in thought when Lu Meng approached carrying a bowl of prepared instant noodles.
Have some.
The cafeteria is closed at this hour.
How's it going? Any new leads?
Lu Meng sat down beside him.
Not yet.
All these guys seem like possible suspects.
If we compare DNA from hair or skin flakes found in the rental apartment, we might be able to confirm it.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng.
That's the problem.
When our tech team searched the rental unit, they didn't find any skin or hair samples.
Even the bathroom was spotless.
Lu Meng said helplessly.
How is that possible?
Anyone who lived there, even briefly, should have left some trace.
Zhang Yang was quite surprised.
You're forgetting his room contained numerous chemical reagents, many of which were highly corrosive. Besides exercising extreme caution, he likely disinfected the space regularly, leaving no traces behind. Lu Meng shook his head regretfully. He shoveled a large mouthful of instant noodles into his mouth.
What about fingerprints? He left in such a hurry, surely he didn't wipe away every last trace? Seeing Lu Meng's expression, Zhang Yang felt an ominous foreboding. Zhang Yang, we're dealing with a pro here. We searched the entire room and didn't find a single fingerprint.
There was no fingerprint evidence on the bomb we found earlier either. Lu Meng said slowly.
This. Zhang Yang didn't know what to say. Even if he wore gloves while making the bomb, he couldn't possibly keep them on all the time in daily life.
The sink where he washed his hands, the showerhead where he bathed, the cutting board where he chopped vegetables, no matter how careful he was, traces would inevitably remain on these surfaces.
Could it be that he had known all along his residence would be compromised and had deliberately set things up this way?
Zhang Yang felt a sense of unreality. This person was clearly right there, yet he couldn't find any information about him.
It was downright terrifying. Stop overthinking it, eat first. Clear your mind, maybe that'll spark some insight.
Keeping this tension wound tight isn't healthy either. Our people are already investigating those 4 individuals.
Just relax and wait.
Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Oh, and you've been swamped with our case lately.
What about your private detective agency? Will it affect business?
We haven't disclosed the lost gun case publicly, just issued an internal alert within our system. But this case does come with a reward.
Given its significant impact, we'll release details to the public and offer a bounty for information.
That should help offset some of your losses. Lu Meng changed the subject.
Don't give me that.
You guys know the score. My private detective agency already had few clients. Besides, those cats and dogs might have returned on their own if you hadn't reported them missing.
Zhang Yang shrugged. Lu Meng chuckled. Come to think of it, it's a shame you didn't go to the police academy. If you'd become a cop, your future achievements would be immeasurable. You're not interested in being a cop?
I heard even old Gong wanted to take you as his disciple. That's no small matter.
Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. That white-haired old man? Is he that impressive? Zhang Yang asked in surprise. Talented?
He's a veteran in our police system, a renowned criminal investigator with countless disciples. Even our chief was once under his tutelage.
And you actually turned him down. Yet old Gong didn't get angry.
Just now, he even called specifically to inquire. After learning you were involved in this case, he didn't say anything else. I can't help but feel Gong Lao has high hopes for you. He's been searching for a final disciple for years. Maybe he's been keeping an eye on you all along.
Lu Meng said with an envious look. Some things just can't be compared between people.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to respond, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Qin Wanqing calling.
Lu Meng chuckled and carried his instant noodles to the side. Have you eaten yet? Qin Wanqing asked from the other end of the line. Already. Captain Lu treated us. Zhang Yang chuckled. Our captain's so stingy, how could he possibly treat us? He hands all his money over to his wife. You guys didn't eat instant noodles again, did you?
Qin Wanqing on the other end knew Captain Lu well enough.
Nonsense. Braised beef soup with noodles. For some reason, the moment he got Qin Wanqing's call, Zhang Yang's earlier gloom vanished instantly. We're back home now. The property management has stepped up patrols and security checks, so it should be fine. Do you want to come back and rest tonight? My dad won't be home tonight and I'm a little scared. Qin Wanqing asked softly. Hearing Qin Wanqing's slightly coquettish voice, Zhang Yang's mind instantly went blank. Zhang Yang. Come with me now. The killer's been found.
Just as Zhang Yang began to let his imagination run wild, Lu Meng suddenly bellowed beside him, yanking Zhang Yang still on the phone and sprinting out the door.
Chapter 58, Shall we shower and sleep?
It turned out the Criminal Investigation Division had split into 4 teams to investigate the 4 suspects. The team sent to Wang Hai's place found him jumping out the window and escaping just as they knocked on the door. Fortunately, police were everywhere on the streets now. He didn't get far before officers tackled him. When Lu Meng and Zhang Yang arrived at the scene, they saw Wang Hai being escorted into a police car by 2 officers. Captain, that guy ran like a rabbit. Thankfully, some brothers from Pingxiang substation were nearby and tackled him down.
One officer reported to Lu Meng. Good. Excellent. Tell me what happened.
Lu Meng was quite pleased. Based on the evidence, Wang Hai, with his background in courier services, was undoubtedly the prime suspect. After all, when attempting something, one instinctively starts with what they know best. Plus, the fact that Wang Hai jumped out the window to escape speaks volumes.
If he had nothing to hide, why run?
When we first arrived downstairs and knocked on the door, the lights were on. But after we went upstairs to knock, no one answered. The brothers staking out downstairs told us the lights inside had gone out the moment we knocked. That's when we realized something was off. Just as we were about to kick the door down, we heard a thud from behind. The guy had jumped straight off the 3rd floor. Luckily, there was a car parked below, though it was totaled. That punk was still talking tough just now, demanding to know why we were arresting him.
What a joke! The officer said to Lu Meng. Alright, take him back. Interrogation immediately. Lu Meng ordered the others. Brother Lu, something feels off. That guy didn't strike me as the killer.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng from the side.
How did you figure that out? You know how to read faces? Lu Meng asked with a smile. Do you think that guy looks like someone who would keep a cat? Zhang Yang countered. Cat owner? Lu Meng was momentarily speechless. The guy we just caught looked like he was asking for a beating, a total thug. Someone like that keeping a cat? It'd probably be dead by nightfall. Can I go check out his place? Zhang Yang asked. Sure. The tech team is already collecting evidence upstairs. You can go straight up. I need to head back first. Now that we've apprehended him, we need to interrogate him promptly. Once you're done here, head straight home and get some rest. You've been working hard lately. Lu Meng patted Zhang Yang's shoulder with a smile before getting into his car and driving off. Now that the suspect was in custody, the rest was about extracting a confession. His current denial meant little. How many perpetrators actually confess when first arrested? Zhang Yang arrived at Wang Hai's residence. The door lock had clearly been tampered with and now hung loosely on the frame. Inside, several technical investigators were examining something. They gave him a slight nod when they saw him arrive. Zhang Yang was practically an old acquaintance now. One of them even handed him a pair of gloves without a second thought. Zhang Yang scanned the room. It was clearly a bachelor's dwelling, cluttered beyond belief. Trash and takeout boxes littered the floor. A delivery uniform, worn and wrinkled from sitting, was draped over the sofa. Beside the sofa sat a delivery helmet, now repurposed as an ashtray, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Seeing this, Zhang Yang was almost certain that Wang Hai wasn't the killer. He was too different from the killer Zhang Yang had deduced. And given Wang Hai's reckless nature, if he'd actually been tasked with building a bomb, he probably would have blown himself to bits by now. As for why Wang Hai jumped out the window to escape, you could tell from his home that he probably hadn't worked as a courier for a long time.
Plus, someone who'd just been locked up for so many years would naturally be unfamiliar with the surrounding area. The challenges of working as a courier are naturally greater for someone like him. Deprived of income and struggling to find employment, ex-cons often resort to crime again. After leaving Wang Hai's residence, Zhang Yang hailed a taxi to Qin Wanqing's residential complex. As expected, security stopped him at the gate. It was Qin Wanqing who came down to escort Zhang Yang inside. Better late than never. I just saw those packages piled up in the security booth. As long as you're here, you should be fine for now. Zhang Yang said with a smile. You bet. The property management nearly freaked out when they heard about it. If a bomb had actually exploded, they would have been in big trouble. They wouldn't be able to shirk responsibility. Qin Wanqing chimed in from the side. True. But at least this way, security will be tightened. This incident has been all over the news. While it helps prevent unknown explosions, the way it's being handled means this kind of thing can't be kept under wraps. Zhang Yang spoke as he walked inside with Qin Wanqing. My mom's been quite shaken these past few days. She went to bed early after coming home today. Qin Wanqing made a shushing gesture with her lips. Zhang Yang nodded and quietly followed her inside. Upon entering the room, he saw 2 dishes and a bowl of rice laid out on the table. One was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, the other stir-fried pork. I'm not very good at cooking, but please try it, it's still warm. Qin Wanqing's face flushed as she followed behind Zhang Yang with her hands behind her back, like a child waiting for praise. Zhang Yang smiled, sat down, and took a bite. Delicious. It's just a bit heavy on the rice. Zhang Yang smiled at Qin Wanqing and gently tickled her nose. Ha? How could that be? Qin Wanqing picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. Yuck, you put too much salt in it. Then I'll make you a new one. Qin Wanqing bit her lip lightly, looking a bit unhappy. It's fine. I ran around all day and sweated a lot, so replenishing some salt is good. Zhang Yang spoke as he mixed the tomato, scrambled eggs and stir-fried pork into his rice, lifting the bowl to eat. He was truly starving. Lu Meng had given him a bowl of instant noodles earlier, but he hadn't had time to eat them before Lu Meng dragged him out. Now he was ravenously hungry. Watching Zhang Yang wolf down his food, Qin Wanqing sat across from him, cupping her face with her hands, a satisfied look on her face. To be honest, she'd always thought Zhang Yang was handsome, but now that they were officially married, he was her proper husband. Now, she felt a little like a satisfied young wife. Before, she'd come home from work alone with nothing to do. Sometimes working overtime didn't bother her, but now she felt a sense of anticipation. She cooked, then waited for the man who belonged to her to come home and devour his meal. Wasn't this what happiness felt like? Why are you staring at me? Is it written all over my face? Zhang Yang noticed Qin Wanqing staring at him and wiped his face. No. Qin Wanqing flushed and averted her gaze. Ahem. Honey, I'm full. It's getting late. Shall we take a shower and go to bed? Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing with a straight face. Ha? Shower? Sleep? Qin Wanqing's mind suddenly went blank. Chapter 59, All for Nothing. Qin Wanqing quickly rinsed off in the shower before burrowing under the covers. Listening to Zhang Yang's sounds from the bathroom, she closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. For Qin Wanqing, although she and Zhang Yang had already obtained their marriage certificate, this was strictly speaking their first time living together. Qin Wanqing felt her face burning as if it were on fire. Anticipating what was about to happen, her heart raced with panic. She'd heard that a woman's first time was always painful. If it hurt, would she be allowed to cry? Qin Wanqing bit her lip lightly. For some reason, her head felt heavy and foggy. She'd felt this way ever since returning home, but after her shower, it intensified. A chill crept over her body, prompting her to pull the blanket tighter around herself. After his own shower, Zhang Yang quietly emerged from the bathroom only to find Qin Wanqing completely still. He couldn't help but snort. He'd thought something might happen, but she was asleep already? When Zhang Yang approached her side, he saw her face flushed crimson, her expression twisted in pain. His heart tightened. He quickly placed his hand on her forehead. It felt hot. Wanqing, you have a fever? Zhang Yang gently nudged Qin Wanqing. I don't know, Zhang Yang. I feel a bit cold. I feel so dizzy. Qin Wanqing opened her eyes dazedly. Do we have any medicine at home? This feels like a high temperature. I think I should take you to the hospital. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. No hospital. I just want to sleep. Alright, Zhang Yang. Just let me lie down for a bit. Qin Wanqing whined at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes inwardly. When she came out to meet him that evening, Qin Wanqing had been dressed very lightly. She must have been in such a hurry to come downstairs that she hadn't had time to put on warmer clothes. It was already autumn, and the night air was quite chilly. Maybe that's when she caught a chill. No, get up and put on some clothes. We can't delay this. Zhang Yang's expression darkened. He pulled back the blanket covering Qin Wanqing, intending to take her to the hospital by force. But when he pulled back the covers, Zhang Yang froze in shock. Qin Wanqing lay there in only a thin nightgown. Though loose-fitting, it still accentuated her alluring curves. She was lying on her side, revealing a startling expanse of snow-white, rounded skin. Just then, Qin Wanqing seemed to feel a chill. She opened her eyes and caught sight of Zhang Yang's rather unnatural bulge in his pants. Her face flushed crimson instantly. She hurriedly sat up and dressed herself. She immediately followed Zhang Yang to the hospital. Only after finishing the 4-drip did she return home. By then, it was already late at night. Though Qin Wanqing's fever had broken, her body still felt weak and limp. Zhang Yang tucked the blanket around her and went to pour her a glass of water, but she pulled him back. "What's wrong? Still not feeling well?" Zhang Yang sat down beside the bed. "I'm sorry, Zhang Yang. Tonight, I was hoping to." Qin Wanqing bit her lip, looking at Zhang Yang with a touch of embarrassment. For Qin Wanqing, though she wasn't young anymore, when it came to matters of love, she was still a blank slate, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say she was consumed by anxiety and uncertainty. What time is it now? You silly thing." Zhang Yang gently tapped Qin Wanqing's nose. "But I thought you already." Qin Wanqing pointed. I'm a perfectly normal man, okay?" Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. "Besides, who told you to be so good looking?" Zhang Yang said with a smile. "Zhang Yang, am I really that beautiful?" Qin Wanqing bit her lip lightly, her face flushed as she looked at Zhang Yang, a mix of nervousness, coyness, and anticipation. Seeing Qin Wanqing like this, her face flushed with shyness, radiant and captivating, Zhang Yang couldn't resist leaning in for a kiss. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang was jolted awake by his phone ringing. "Hey, Zhang Yang. Get your ass over to the bureau. Damn it, looks like we wasted our time." Lu Meng's furious voice came through the phone. "I'm on my way." Zhang Yang instantly sobered up. "What's going on?" Qin Wanqing was also jolted awake, lazily wrapped in her blanket as she asked. "It's probably about the case. I need to head over right away." Zhang Yang stood up, only to discover his entire body felt completely different from when he'd woken earlier. There was even a trace of blood on him. Only then did he suddenly realize what had happened last night. We. Zhang Yang felt a flush of embarrassment himself as he met Qin Wanqing's coy, flushed smile. "Oomph. Bad boy. I'm so tired, I'm not getting up. You take my car. The keys are by the door." Qin Wanqing said, pouting. "All right. Don't forget to take your medicine." Zhang Yang hurriedly dressed, planted a kiss on Qin Wanqing's forehead, then rushed out the door. When Zhang Yang arrived at the station, he saw Lu Meng standing in the courtyard, his greasy face framed by dark circles under his eyes, smoking a cigarette. Spotting Zhang Yang, he offered him one. Seeing Lu Meng's demeanor, Zhang Yang guessed he was just trying to get some fresh air, so he accepted it. "Brother Lu, what's the situation?" Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. "We arrested Wang Hai last night and interrogated him all night. After getting out, he took a job at Datong Express through a friend's referral. But the kid couldn't even use a smartphone. Tianhai City has changed so much in recent years, and he had no clue where to deliver the packages. After just a few days, he skipped town with a truckload of packages. After that, he drifted around, scraping by in casinos. He said he ran out of money, stabbed someone in the middle of the night to steal cash, and thought we were after him for that. That's why he jumped out the window and ran. The bomb incident had absolutely nothing to do with him. We even used a lie detector. The kid wasn't lying." "Damn it!" Lu Meng cursed under his breath. "Last night, they finally caught him, but he wouldn't talk no matter what. They took turns interrogating him until dawn, when he finally cracked. And this is the result? What a waste of time. What about the other 3? Didn't the screening process uncover any issues?" Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. "No, I questioned them one by one. They all said things seemed normal after they returned." "Zhang Yang, what do you think? Could we have misjudged this? Maybe the killer isn't an ex-convict at all?" Lu Meng took a deep drag on his cigarette. Zhang Yang didn't rush to respond. Instead, he mentally replayed the entire case. Their initial assumption that the killer was an ex-convict stemmed from the bomb-making circumstances, coupled with psychological profiling that most closely matched an ex-convict's profile. The motive also seemed plausible. Logically, this direction should hold up. But where exactly had they hit a snag? These 4 individuals. Could I speak with the investigators who conducted the initial screenings? Also, do we have pre-incident records for the other 3 suspects? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. "Yes. Follow me inside. I'd been up all night, my brain's practically fried." "Count on you." Lu Meng stubbed out his cigarette and led Zhang Yang inside. Chapter 60, Case Files. A short while later, Lu Meng summoned the other 3 investigation teams into the conference room. They recounted their entire process, every detail of the subject's reactions, expressions, and words to Zhang Yang. "What do you think?" "It all sounds fine to me," Lu Meng asked, rubbing his temples. These 3 individuals have led remarkably straightforward lives since their release. It must be said that prison does reform people. Coupled with the fact that they'd been disconnected from society for quite some time, while their families might be more accepting, society's rejection of them remains quite severe. If what they said is true, then Zhao Dazhuang and Zhang Jiahao can both be ruled out.
Zhang Yang thought for a moment before addressing the group. Ha? How could that be?
I actually think Zhang Jiahao is the most likely suspect. He's got a whole set of thieving skills. Picking up bomb making would probably be a breeze for him.
As for this Li Changlong you didn't mention, I went to check him out. He seems like a really honest guy. Plus, the restaurant owner said Li Changlong is usually quiet and very capable. Are you seriously suspecting him? A police officer asked Zhang Yang. This Li Changlong, I'm not talking about him now, but before. To be precise, I'm referring to before he went to prison. I just reviewed his records. This Li Changlong was a top student throughout middle and high school. Though his records don't mention it, I found some information on his school's website news.
This Li Changlong participated in the national physics and chemistry competitions during high school and won third prize nationally. But such an outstanding individual suddenly dropped out of high school in his senior year. Within just half a year afterward, he escalated to committing violent crimes on the streets.
It's utterly baffling.
Zhang Yang handed over his phone. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lu Meng and the others were equally astonished. None of this had been mentioned in Li Changlong's previous records. They knew nothing about it.
Wait a minute. I think I have some recollection of this Li Changlong.
It wasn't our team that responded to the call, it was Team 2. I remember someone was seriously injured, and there was even a lawsuit later over compensation. Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. At that time, Lu Meng wasn't yet the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. He had heard about the case, but so much time had passed that many details were unclear. That's why I keep thinking Li Changlong's motive for the crime back then, the reason he dropped out of school, and his current motive for seeking revenge all seem to stem from the same source.
If we could uncover the reasons from back then, we might find something. Zhang Yang remarked calmly. By the way, is there anything in the court records that might lead us somewhere?
Zhang Yang recalled something and asked Lu Meng.
Nothing.
After they caught Wang Hai, they stopped looking. But as of that point, they hadn't found any suspicious cases. Lu Meng shook his head.
Search Li Changlong's case files. Look for that name, we're bound to find something.
And I think we should secure Li Changlong first. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. You guys, hurry over to Li Changlong's place.
No matter what, bring him back to me first.
I'll take Zhang Yang to find the case files.
Hurry. Lu Meng said, his bloodshot eyes glaring. Soon. Zhang Yang and his team retrieved Li Changlong's case file from back then. After all, having the exact name made the search considerably easier.
But while reviewing the files, something peculiar emerged. They discovered two separate files, one pertaining to Li Changlong's own case and another where Li Changlong served as a witness. The parties involved in this case were none other than Li Changlong's parents. Zhang Yang and his team first reviewed Li Changlong's own case file, which was straightforward. Li Changlong had stabbed a rich kid with a knife in a parking lot. When two other friends of the rich kid stepped in to intervene, they were also slashed to varying degrees. Afterward, Li Changlong confessed to his actions without reservation. He made no appeal or defense. This left Lu Meng and the others baffled. Logically, a case like this should have undergone at least a basic trial process. But this case seemed to wrap up surprisingly quickly. Even the prosecution's review period was unexpectedly swift. Captain, how could the process move this fast? Something doesn't feel right. Our last case dragged on for 3 whole months before we got a result. This is way too, remarked a nearby officer. To what? This kind of thing? Clearly money was involved. Haven't you heard that the seriously injured guy is a rich kid? And logically speaking, even if it was intentional injury, the circumstances weren't that severe. To get sentenced for so many years? That's definitely deliberate retaliation from that rich kid's family. Lu Meng said with obvious disdain. As the head of the criminal investigation squad, he naturally had seen his share of such cases. Sometimes, while there are basic procedures, money and power can influence things during the process. And sentencing is merely the outcome. It just expedited the entire process. It wasn't exactly a major manipulation. It was highly likely that Lu Di, as the presiding judge at the time, had shown bias in Li Changlong's case, which had provoked retaliation. Immediately after, Zhang Yang and his team retrieved the case files of Li Changlong's parents. So that's how it was. After reviewing the files, Zhang Yang and Lu Meng both looked as if they'd just had an epiphany. Damn it! It was almost certainly him. No wonder he attacked that rich kid. No wonder he pleaded guilty right away. It was all for this. Now the motive is crystal clear. How did you figure it out? If we hadn't searched using Li Changlong's name, we'd never have discovered any of this. And even if we had found Li Changlong's file, we wouldn't have paid it any mind. Thank goodness you were here. Lu Meng slammed his hand on the table. The phone rang at the same moment. The moment Lu Meng answered, he shouted, "What? Li Changlong is missing?" Lu Meng was stunned. Zhang Yang, standing nearby, froze in shock. The police must have been searching for him, making him wary. He'd likely take action immediately. Hurry! That rich kid. Zhang Yang sprang to his feet. Chapter 61, Li Changlong. Tianhao International.
From the 10th floor up to the rooftop, a modeling agency occupied the space. Every day, all kinds of leggy beauties came and went, making it a favorite spot for delivery guys. Inside the elevator now, two girls dressed up to the nines watched a delivery guy who had just stepped out through the doors, their faces full of disdain. What's he trying to pull? What man can resist a little excitement? And he actually had the nerve to complain about our perfume? What a hick. Our perfume is expensive, you know. Suckers. Delivering packages his whole life won't even buy him one. Before the elevator doors even closed, one of the girls deliberately shouted loudly. Just moments ago, when this delivery guy stepped in, he actually wrinkled his nose in disgust. And while in the elevator, he wouldn't even glance their way. It instantly pissed off the two women. I'm dressed this skimpy to catch men's eyes, and he won't even look? Is he even a man? Hearing the women's mockery, the delivery guy showed no reaction. Instead, he walked straight toward the office area. Hello, is Mr. Chun Hao available? He has a package. The delivery guy addressed the receptionist. Leave it over there. Our CEO hasn't arrived yet. The receptionist replied to the delivery guy. Not here yet? The delivery guy glanced at the clock on the front desk. It was almost 10 o'clock. Shouldn't he have been at work long ago? And as the company's CEO, shouldn't he arrive a bit earlier? Right, our CEO usually comes in the afternoon. He's here this morning because of an internal meeting. Just leave it here. The receptionist replied with a hint of impatience. The receptionist was well aware of their boss's lifestyle habits. He'd party at nightclubs until the wee hours. To accommodate him, even meetings requiring his presence were deliberately scheduled for 10:30 a.m. If it were any earlier, Mr. Chen simply wouldn't be able to get up. But our company policy requires the recipient to sign for it personally. The delivery guy looked troubled. No sooner had he spoken than the elevator doors on this floor slid open. Oh my goodness, gentlemen, how many times have I told you? I have an important meeting today. If I'm delayed, can you afford the consequences? A young man dressed in designer labels stepped out. Listen carefully, you're in serious trouble right now. Only by coming with us to the station can we guarantee your safety. Don't mess with me. Lu Meng followed coldly behind. Earlier, when Lu Meng and his crew arrived, they happened to encounter Chen Hao pulling up in his Ferrari. After hearing Lu Meng's demands, Chen Hao responded with utter arrogance, completely ignoring Lu Meng. Mr. Chen, your package. Just as Chen Hao was about to enter, the receptionist called out to him. A package? I haven't ordered anything recently? What is it? Chen Hao raised his foot, about to kick the cardboard box. Damn it! Watch out! Lu Meng bellowed, shoving Chen Hao away forcefully. Earlier, when the receptionist mentioned the delivery, Lu Meng had noticed the box on the floor identical to the one Qin Aigua had received before. If Lu Meng had kicked it just now, it would have been finished. Chen Hao was shoved to the ground by Lu Meng. Just as he turned to curse, he saw the delivery guy beside him suddenly pull out a knife and lunge at him. Caught completely off guard at such close range, the rich kid was stabbed straight through the heart and collapsed in a pool of blood. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The delivery guy had drawn his knife and charged forward almost the instant Chen Hao hit the ground. Lu Meng and the others had no time to react. They watched helplessly as the rich kid was stabbed to death. After the delivery guy committed the murder, two police officers tackled him to the ground. Lu Meng stepped forward and tore off the hat and mask, revealing none other than the missing Li Changlong. Inside the interrogation room at the Public Security Bureau, Li Changlong remained silent, head bowed, regardless of what Lu Meng and the others said. Li Changlong's murder charge was now a foregone conclusion. Killing someone in front of several officers, even disregarding the previous bombings, meant the death penalty was inevitable. But Lu Meng and the others were seething with frustration. They had identified the killer at the very last moment, had already tracked down that rich kid ahead of time. Yet he was killed right before their eyes. What frustrated Lu Meng even more was that the delivery box, after forensic examination, contained nothing but a jumble of scrap paper, not a bomb at all. Had they not been so preoccupied with the potential explosive threat, Lu Meng might have spotted the delivery guy immediately. To be honest, Lu Meng's actions at the time were not wrong. If Chen Hao had kicked that bomb, it wouldn't just have killed him, the entire building would have suffered casualties in the hundreds at the very least. So when Lu Meng learned it wasn't a bomb, he felt immense regret. Brother Lu, you did the right thing. In such an urgent situation, there was no time to think. If it had been me, I would have done exactly the same. Zhang Yang said from the side. No need to comfort me. I understand what you're saying. I just can't help but feel sorry that someone like him had to end up like this. Lu Meng said, sounding a bit annoyed. Brother Lu, maybe I'm not a cop. I don't share your absolute sense of justice, or rather, I don't have that unwavering commitment to upholding the law. From my perspective, this rich kid deserved to die. Scum like him, if he hadn't been killed, he'd probably have gone on to ruin even more people. Zhang Yang remarked from the side. Lu Meng sighed beside him. Yeah, I know that too. But resorting to such extreme revenge, dragging others into it, that Li Changlong is out of his mind. Lu Meng couldn't find words to describe his feelings.
Legally speaking, both deserved death, yet one could evade justice through wealth and power, while the other resorted to extreme measures to uphold it. But this kind of justice is also a crime. For Lu Meng and his fellow detectives, such cases were far from uncommon.
Could I go in and talk to him? Perhaps he might confess. Zhang Yang asked calmly.
You? He's already a dead man walking. There's no point in talking, which is why he's clinging to his story. Besides, he's on the verge of killing the police.
At this moment, he's directly opposing us. It's going to be tough.
Where do you plan to start?
Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang.
Brother Lu, don't forget I'm not a cop. I think he's a proud man, a conceited man.
People like that actually crave recognition more than anything.
Zhang Yang said calmly.
Chapter 62, Prison isn't a nice place. Interrogation room.
Over the past 3 years, Chen Hao drugged and raped more than 300 girls.
He filmed each encounter to blackmail them.
Of course, some appeared to consent, but most showed signs of struggle. We found all this material on Chen Hao's office computer. Perhaps they would be grateful to you. Zhang Yang sat across from Li Changlong, speaking calmly.
Do you smoke?
Zhang Yang handed him a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. Li Changlong slowly raised his head.
I don't smoke. You're not a cop, are you? Li Changlong asked Zhang Yang.
Yes, I'm a private investigator.
Zhang Yang smiled and put the cigarettes away.
He didn't smoke either, it was merely a tool. Smoking could help build rapport with suspects, but this was the first time he'd encountered a suspect who didn't smoke. To be honest, he said, after learning what Chen Hao had been up to these past years, I have to admit you got what you deserved. Even though you committed a crime, you did it with style.
Zhang Yang said with a smile. You really think so? But I broke the law. Li Changlong looked at Zhang Yang with a hint of mockery.
The law is fair, but those who wield it aren't necessarily so. And when power exceeds certain limits, the law itself can become unrestrained. Take that night 7 years ago, for instance. Chen Hao was clearly driving under the influence when he caused that accident, yet they managed to tamper with the forensic report and swap out surveillance footage. That kind of thing isn't just about money, it requires certain people with special connections. Zhang Yang spoke slowly. He had formed this suspicion while reviewing the case files of Li Changlong's parents. According to the case files, Li Changlong's parents had been riding a vegetable delivery bike through a red light in the early morning when they collided with Chen Hao's Lamborghini, which was driving normally. Li Changlong's mother died instantly, while his father suffered severe injuries. Later in court, he became a vegetable from the shock and passed away from illness 6 months later. Due to Mr. Li's physical condition, his son Li Changlong had to represent him in court. In his testimony, Li's father stated that Li Changlong's mother had not died instantly. However, Chen Hao, reeking of alcohol, got out of his car, looked at her, then deliberately drove over her body again, finally extinguishing her life. Yet in court, it was suddenly claimed that Chen Hao was not driving under the influence. Reports from the traffic police and the hospital were crystal clear, his blood alcohol content was 0. The traffic signal at the intersection was also reinterpreted to show Li Changlong's parents had run a red light. Consequently, Li Changlong only paid a minimal compensation, yet the defendant then demanded money from Li Changlong's father for car repairs. This enraged Li Changlong's father so much that he spat blood on the spot.
Naturally, Zhang Yang believed Li Changlong's account of the incident.
For a rich second-generation family like Chen Hao's, bribing the traffic police to tamper with records and fabricate a video was child's play. As for Li Changlong's claim about running a red light, Zhang Yang knew better. At that hour, traffic lights at intersections switched to amber, meaning there was no such thing as running a red light.
With such an obvious flaw, the case was closed hastily.
How could Zhang Yang not see the foul play involved? After Zhang Yang finished speaking, Li Changlong stared at him with a complex expression. He couldn't understand why this non-police officer had come here. Yet every word Zhang Yang spoke struck a nerve deep within him. All these years, the pent-up resentment gnawing at his soul had nearly driven him mad. He hated this world, hated its injustice, and hated the wealthy even more. In his original plan, after eliminating Chen Hao, he intended to target other wealthy individuals.
Don't look at me like that.
While I sympathize with you, I don't condone your actions. Like you, I despise those who trample on the dignity of the law, but I wouldn't resort to such extreme measures.
I've seen your academic record, you're brilliant.
If I were you, to take down that lawyer, I'd study law with all my might, become 100 times more skilled than him, and crush his pride right in the courtroom. To take down Chen Hao, I'd go into business. I'd use commercial tactics to wreck his company, strip him of every last crutch, and turn him from a high and mighty tycoon into a pathetic wreck.
Do you know the suicide rate among the wealthy after bankruptcy?
Or I could infiltrate his company, whether to sabotage them from within or gather evidence to take them down. There are countless ways.
But you've chosen a path of no return.
I doubt your parents would rest in peace knowing this.
Your parents named you Li Changlong, they must have had high hopes for you, right?
Zhang Yang spoke slowly.
Listening to Zhang Yang's words, Li Changlong didn't erupt in rage as expected. Instead, a single tear slid down his cheek. Prison isn't a good place.
It taught me how to destroy fingerprints with sulfuric acid, how to make bombs, how to disguise myself as a courier to steal, and how to fight fire with fire. My father said the same thing to me on his deathbed, but I still chose this path. When I learned someone else was seriously injured in that explosion, I did have doubts. But now that Chen Hao is dead, I have no regrets. You. Li Chenglong looked at the man before him, someone much like himself. With a respectable job, confident speech, and stylish clothes, he lived in the light, exactly the person Li Chenglong had hoped to become. Probably the person my parents hoped I would become too. Let the police come in. Get it over with quickly. I hope my case moves as swiftly as that one did. After all these years, I miss my parents too. Li Chenglong said calmly. It seemed these events had played out countless times in his mind, and he had long since accepted his fate with calm resignation. Zhang Yang didn't ask any more questions. The details of how he committed the crime no longer mattered. He had already agreed to plead guilty. And this outcome, perhaps, was for the best for everyone. Chapter 63, Old Dog Qin Aigua. The Qin family. No matter how much Qin Aigua resisted acknowledging it, Zhang Yang had played a pivotal role in this case. Almost every crucial clue was discovered by Zhang Yang. Not to mention, if it weren't for Zhang Yang back then, the entire Qin Aigua family would have been blown to bits. Today, Huang Meiwan took charge and prepared a table full of dishes as a thank you banquet for Zhang Yang. Qin Aigua reluctantly raised his glass to Zhang Yang. Let me tell you, don't think that just because you saved me this time, you can get cocky. After dinner, get out of here. Don't even think about staying. Listen up, we're married on paper now, but we haven't had a wedding yet. Keep your hands to yourself. And when you two are together, keep at least a meter apart. Qin Aigua glared at Zhang Yang with obvious displeasure. He seethed with hatred toward Zhang Yang, yet couldn't do without him. Because of Zhang Yang, his old face had been slapped countless times. Now, forget about the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Even his former superior, Old Gong, had personally called him, ordering him to keep a close eye on this Zhang Yang. Keep a close eye on him, my ass, he thought. That kid will be calling me dad before long. As his father-in-law, not only did he hold no authority over Zhang Yang, but lately he even felt like he was relying on his son-in-law to keep his position. Actually, it wasn't just a feeling, it was the plain truth. If not for Zhang Yang, Qin Aigua would have been stripped of his position long ago. For a father-in-law to be so easily manipulated by his own son-in-law, Qin Aigua now looked at Zhang Yang with nothing but resentment. And the thought of his daughter whom he'd doted on for years being devoured by this pig? The very image made him sick. Huang Meiwan shot Qin Aigua a withering glance from the sidelines. Can't you old fool get a clue? What good are you at watching over your daughter? Your daughter's already been taken and you're still trying to lay down the law? What a blockhead. How could I have been so blind back then to fall for such a fool? Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing exchanged a helpless glance, Qin Wanqing blushing and lowering her head. Zhang Yang was speechless. I've already taken the first blood, and now you're telling me to keep a meter away? What if I'd hit the bullseye that night? Wouldn't you have cried yourself to death? This old fool. Zhang Yang looked utterly exasperated. After dinner, Zhang Yang was sent away. He didn't mind, because as soon as he left, Qin Wanqing followed in her car, claiming she needed to return to the station for overtime work. Qin Aigua hadn't noticed that Qin Wanqing had been working late and pulling night shifts much more frequently lately. Previously, to avoid any appearance of impropriety, Qin Aigua rarely inquired about Qin Wanqing's work matters. But he never imagined. His daughter's overtime was actually spent at Zhang Yang's private detective agency. Or to be precise, they were happening on the detective agency's sofa, desk, chairs, windowsill, and bathroom sink. Following the major case last time, crime rates across Tianhai City had noticeably declined. After all, during the investigation, the entire city had undergone multiple rounds of intensive sweeps. The sweeping operations had netted a significant number of criminals. The Criminal Investigation Division was now considerably less busy. For a department like theirs, if they could truly spend their days reading newspapers and sipping tea, that would be ideal. It would mean national stability, public safety, and the people living in happiness and peace. However, Zhang Yang hasn't been enjoying such leisure lately. This certainly wasn't due to client work. He'd been stuck on this case for days, with private investigators camped outside his office for several days straight. Those who occasionally came here on a whim, finding the door locked, assumed it had gone out of business. Lately, Zhang Yang had also taken on a part-time role with the Public Security Bureau. After handling these cases, he's become a well-known figure in the public security system, not just in Tianhai City, but throughout the entire province. At Old Gong's suggestion, Zhang Yang was hired as an instructor, providing training to the criminal investigation team whenever he had free time. Zhang Yang had initially been reluctant. But after enduring a month without any cases and seeing the generous compensation offered by the criminal investigation team, he finally agreed. After all, Qin Aigua had once declared that if Zhang Yang ever set foot in the Public Security Bureau again, he'd be a dog. This time, Zhang Yang didn't go on his own initiative. He was invited by Qin Aigua's former superior, Old Gong. What could Qin Aigua say? So whenever Zhang Yang went to the police bureau for training, Qin would either hole up in his office all day, pretending not to know Zhang Yang was coming, or find an excuse to visit various police stations under the guise of work inspections, grabbing free meals, free tea, and free conversation, avoiding any chance encounter with Zhang Yang. At that moment, Zhang Yang was demonstrating lock-picking techniques to the group. A private investigator teaching advanced burglary techniques to a group of police officers within the force. This was truly unprecedented. Especially Qin holed up in his office. Upon hearing today's training agenda, he nearly exploded with rage on the spot. If not for his fear of being labeled a dog, Qin might have stormed in to disrupt the session. According to Zhang Yang, to understand a killer's modus operandi, one must get as close to the killer as possible. Lockpicking was a frequently used technique. During the previous incident where a gun went missing at the police station, it was precisely because Zhang Yang discovered lockpicking traces that he could provide direct evidence proving the culprit wasn't Gung Hao. Zhang Yang, hold the training for a moment, we've got a case. A murder has occurred at the broadcasting station. A female anchor has been killed. As Zhang Yang was demonstrating, Lu Meng rushed in, phone in hand. Let's go? Lu Meng gave Zhang Yang a knowing smile. What for? I'm just a lecturer here to teach a class. I'm not a cop, so I don't need to go, right? Zhang Yang knew from Lu Meng's expression that the old guy was trying to get something for free again. Your class starts in an hour, right? Has this month's payment already been made? We're not asking you to be present at the scene just to teach somewhere else. If you hurry, you can still get back to the scene in time for the last half hour. Lu Meng grinned. After everything that had happened, they were all quite familiar with Zhang Yang now. Zhang Yang. If you were in business, you'd be a total shady operator. We've got a deal, lunches coming up soon, so you're buying me a meal. I won't settle for instant noodles. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. No problem, no problem. Let's go. Lu Meng, looking every bit the shady businessman, led Zhang Yang out. Chapter 64, The TV Station Murder. Tianhai City Broadcasting Station. During a live broadcast, the power suddenly cut out for 3 minutes. When the studio lights came back on, the female host was found with her throat slit. Only a female assistant and an equipment technician were present in the studio. The director and another assistant were outside the studio. No one else was present at the scene. When Zhang Yang and his team arrived, everyone at the scene had been separated and placed under control. The cause of the power outage was identified. Someone had tampered with the wiring in the electrical distribution room beforehand, cutting off several circuits. This caused the remaining circuit to overload and blow shortly after the outage began, resulting in a power failure across several floors. 3 minutes later, the building's backup generator automatically kicked in. That's when the murder happened. A police officer addressed Lu Meng and Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang approached the host's position, eyes closed, feeling his way toward the entrance. What is he doing? The officer asked Lu Meng. Simulating the crime scene to eliminate possibilities. If there had been no light in this windowless studio, it would have been pitch black. That means the killer must have been very familiar with the environment here, able to feel their way to the victim in the dark, and then escaped smoothly after the murder. Simulating this process can reveal many issues. Class is still in session, you'd better focus on your studies. Lu Meng said with obvious displeasure. At this moment, Zhang Yang, relying solely on his memory of the studio layout from earlier, felt his way toward the door with his eyes closed. Eventually, he reached the wall beside the doorway. By the time he reached the door and felt his way back to the victim's original position, nearly 10 minutes had passed. Zhang Yang opened his eyes, glanced at the time on his phone, and exhaled deeply. 3 minutes, no outsiders would have entered. The killer was among these people. Moreover, the killer was clearly very familiar with the environment here. To be able to slit a throat so cleanly and efficiently in the dark meant they must have rehearsed this many times. Zhang Yang addressed Lu Meng. Although the overall environment of the studio remained largely unchanged, when people were plunged into complete darkness, they would lose even the most basic judgment. This includes sense of direction, sense of distance, and even time. Only someone extremely familiar with the space who had meticulously measured distances and rehearsed the sequence could possibly commit the crime within 3 minutes and cover their tracks. By the way, have you found the murder weapon? Zhang Yang asked the person. No blades or sharp objects were found at the scene. That's the strange part. If the killer never left the scene, the weapon should still be there. But we found nothing. The officer replied. Zhang Yang nodded and began pacing around the broadcast hall. The host's position was directly in the center of the studio, while the assistant at the time was near the director's booth door, controlling the scrolling subtitle screen. On the other side, the equipment technician handled all camera and audio operations. The director, holding the script, was in the adjacent director's room with the assistant. If they had tried to leave, they would have been spotted. Therefore, the most likely suspects were the assistant and the equipment technician. According to their statements, the assistant claimed she had been terrified since the power outage and remained crouched on the floor without moving, though she did hear some commotion coming from the host's area. We confirmed this assistant's identity within the station. She and the victim were classmates who joined the station together. However, the victim quickly became a full-time employee and rose to the position of lead TV program host, while she remained an assistant. We suspect this could have motivated her to act out of jealousy against the deceased. The police officer continued. Zhang Yang nodded. Judging by her appearance, the victim was fair-skinned, beautiful, and had long legs. Typically, hosts who sit behind desks would dress more comfortably on the lower half of their bodies. But the victim was not only wearing high heels, but also sexy black stockings. She clearly took great care in her appearance. In contrast, the other assistant looked rather plain. Not only was she short and had darker skin, but most importantly, she was quite ordinary looking. Although both had joined the television station together, it was obvious that the deceased was far more popular than this assistant. After all, attractive women are always the darlings in the workplace. Add to that her bold fashion choices. Had she been just a bit more outgoing, the resources she could have secured would have far surpassed those of others. The growing disparity in their status would inevitably breed resentment, and it's understandable that this resentment would eventually find an outlet. And the other person? The equipment operator? Zhang Yang pressed further. Zhang Yang knew that when judging a situation, one must never immediately impose their own subjective desires. Any preconceived assumptions would inevitably cloud the analysis of the case. The equipment operator stated that after the power outage, he hadn't moved around, but claimed he was constantly monitoring the equipment and hadn't heard any unusual sounds. He wasn't acquainted with the victim, had no interaction with him at the scene, and lacked any motive for the crime. The police officer stated. What about the director and that assistant? What about them? Zhang Yang inquired. Both claimed they never left the director's office. During separate questioning, the assistant also stated that during the 3-minute power outage, the director attempted to molest her but failed. The director, however, didn't mention any of this. The officer said with a wry smile. What kind of mess is this? I was thinking of getting my kid into broadcasting someday, but with this kind of filth, forget it. Lu Meng rolled his eyes at the side. Ever since the TV station exposed 2 prominent male hosts for sexual harassment, Zhang Yang never believed these hypocrites on screen were any different from the rest. Zhang Yang, what do you think? Should we question these guys again? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. We probably won't get anything out of him for now. This guy has rehearsed the murder so many times, he's likely rehearsed the interrogation process too. Without new evidence or leads, it'll be tough to break him. The crucial issue now is the murder weapon. Finding the murder weapon will provide a breakthrough. Since no one has entered or exited the scene, it means the murder weapon must still be there. Zhang Yang said slowly. Chapter 65, The Vanished Weapon. Zhang Yang surveyed the entire studio. The studio itself wasn't overly cluttered, just a wide anchor desk, a chair, and behind them, the camera and teleprompter. There was nowhere to hide anything. The wound had been caused by an extremely sharp blade. It was highly likely a small blade. Zhang Yang rummaged through the trash bin but found nothing. He then searched every nook and cranny, yet still came up empty-handed. According to Zhang Yang's reasoning, disposing of the murder weapon in such a short time would have been straightforward. If I were the killer, I would have carried the weapon with me beforehand. That way, I could strike the moment the lights went out. Leaving it lying around would waste precious time in the pitch-black darkness and risk making unnecessary noise. Moreover, the table in front of the female host was quite wide. To carry out the attack, the perpetrator would have had to approach from behind. The hostess would instinctively turn toward the sound upon hearing movement. This meant the killer had to slit her throat while facing her directly, a rather awkward position. Zhang Yang sensed something was terribly wrong. The hostess's throat was slit on the right side, slightly toward the back. But if the killer was facing her directly, even a left-handed person would have to wrap their arm around beneath her neck to reach that spot. In that case, the blood spurting from the cut would inevitably splatter onto the killer's clothing. But clearly, there was none. Can you help me out? Zhang Yang turned to ask the officer from earlier. Oh, sure. What do you need me to do? Though he'd just been scolded by Lu Meng and didn't understand Zhang Yang's intentions, the officer obediently followed Zhang Yang's instructions and sat down in the female host's previous seat. Zhang Yang approached the man from behind, first gesturing near his right neck, then giving it a light tap. The man whipped his head around, and Zhang Yang made a gesture with his hand. Sure enough. Zhang Yang nodded. What is it, Zhang Yang? What did you find? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. The crime scene reenactment Zhang Yang had just performed seemed to be verifying something. The murder technique is wrong. Judging by the direction of the knife wounds on the victim's neck, the killer slit the throat from behind. Zhang Yang stated to Lu Meng. Isn't that obvious? Stabbing the throat comes from behind, which is why there was no resistance. What's the problem? The police officer asked in confusion. You idiot. In complete darkness, even the most cautious killer would make some noise. Would you not notice someone approaching from behind? Especially a woman, they have strong intuition. The killer approached from behind, and the victim must have turned to look before turning back. What does that tell us? Lu Meng pressed the officer. The victim knew the killer. And I feel completely at ease. Or perhaps he simply didn't care to engage with him. The officer followed the train of thought.
At least he's getting smarter. Lu Meng nodded. But it wasn't just that. Imagine this, if the entire studio lost power, wouldn't you ask a single question? Zhang Yang pressed on. Of course not. At the very least, you'd ask something like, why did the power go out? And you wouldn't be afraid to talk to each other, right? The officer said. Right. But according to what the assistant and the equipment technician said earlier, after the power went out, there was no sound at all. Only the assistant mentioned hearing a little noise. As for the two directors in the other room, we'll set them aside for now. 3 living people, after a sudden power outage, sat there for 3 whole minutes without uttering a single word. Isn't that rather strange? Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. They're lying. The police officer stood up. But why didn't they use their phone flashlights to see? If my power went out, I'd definitely think to grab my phone first. The officer said with obvious confusion. When they host the show, they don't bring their phones inside to avoid disrupting the scene. Otherwise, the killer wouldn't have chosen this place to strike. Lu Meng chimed in from the side. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement, glancing at the suspects being held on either side. Why would they both lie? Unless they're both the murderer. But what was their motive? The female student's jealousy might be a stretch. Would someone really kill over jealousy? And the equipment technician, could he have some connection to the female host? It doesn't seem likely. He appears quite honest, and judging by his attire, he's very ordinary, a world apart from the glamorous host. Under what circumstances would someone, after the power went out and hearing noises, trust someone enough to turn their back on them in complete darkness? And where was the murder weapon? Something sharp enough to slit a throat yet easily concealed. It must be something commonplace within the TV station. Zhang Yang closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Wait a minute. The TV station? Zhang Yang snapped his eyes open. To hide a leaf, you must hide it in a forest. To hide a pearl, you must hide it in a fish's eye. And to hide a weapon in a television station, there's only one place. Zhang Yang seemed to realize something. He hurried over to the equipment nearby. Hey, what are you doing? This equipment belongs to the station. It's very expensive. You can't just mess with it. Watching Zhang Yang rummage through the equipment and fiddle with it, the nearby equipment technician noticed and hurried over. Are you scared? Zhang Yang looked at the equipment technician and asked coldly. Me? What's there to be afraid of? The equipment technician replied nervously. Because of this. Zhang Yang pressed a button on the camera, and the disc tray popped open. Inside lay a disc, worn thin and stained with blood. Chapter 66, The Vast Green Grasslands. The moment Zhang Yang retrieved the blood-stained disc, the equipment technician's face instantly drained of color. Just as he tried to flee, Lu Meng kicked him to the ground. Several police officers rushed forward and handcuffed him. Zhang Yang, you're the man. I knew bringing you along was the right call. Order whatever you want later. Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Hold on a second. Zhang Yang called out to Lu Meng and the others who were about to take the person back. And she's an accomplice too. Bring her back as well. Zhang Yang pointed at the assistant beside him. Me? You're out of your mind. I didn't see a thing. The assistant hurriedly protested. Yes, you didn't see anything, but you heard it. Yet you chose to shield the killer. That constitutes a crime. I don't know what grudge you two have, but the deceased comes first. The law makes no exceptions. Zhang Yang stated with unwavering conviction. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, the assistant's defiance instantly vanished. He collapsed to the ground. Her reaction spoke volumes. Police officers who had been waiting nearby immediately stepped forward and handcuffed the assistant. Were the two of them actually in cahoots? How did you figure it out? Lu Meng asked in astonishment. It probably wasn't collusion. She likely just concealed the killer's identity. She didn't participate in the murder itself, otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted this way. During the interrogation just now, her gaze kept drifting toward the killer. She seemed more concerned about the killer than the victim's death. And when the killer came over to check the equipment earlier, she even instinctively moved with him. Their relationship seemed unusual. That might explain why she covered for the killer. Zhang Yang spoke slowly. During the interrogation, Zhang Yang had been observing their interactions closely. When Zhang Yang used the police officer as an example, the equipment technician's focus was clearly on him. From the very beginning, he had been facing away from Zhang Yang and the others. But by the time Zhang Yang went to check the equipment, the device operator had unnoticed shifted to face them directly, a telling shift. Hey, you didn't just demonstrate that on purpose for the killer to hear, did you? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. A little bit. After all, the killer is among these people. Hearing us recount the crime scene, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Zhang Yang shrugged. You little bastard. You're something else. Lu Meng gave Zhang Yang a hard pat on the shoulder. Take them back for questioning. They've got nothing left to say now. They'll probably confess soon enough. I'm heading to that hot pot place next to the police station. You settle the bill later. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Lu Meng. Oh, and my lesson just ran 38 minutes over. Wait until you settle the bill, then make sure to reimburse me for the extra time next time. See you. Zhang Yang said as he walked out, leaving Lu Meng speechless.
This guy, besides being smart, he seems a bit of a money-grubbing miser.
Lu Meng shook his head and escorted the two men out. Pot restaurant.
After the fourth plate of meat hit the pot, Lu Meng finally rushed over in a hurry. He sat down, said nothing, and immediately picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. It had barely hit the pot, it wasn't even cooked yet.
Zhang Yang was utterly speechless.
Lu Meng seemed oblivious to the heat, devouring it in no time.
Is the case closed? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng.
You were right, kid.
Those two confessed as soon as they got in.
Turns out the killer was the guy he and the female host had been dating. But to avoid suspicion, they'd worked together for nearly a year without anyone finding out.
They even commuted separately.
According to him, his girlfriend changed after joining the station.
She often dined with station executives and frequently worked late into the night.
On top of that, within just a year, she had pushed out the original host and risen to the top. Rumors were swirling throughout the station about the female host's relationship with several station executives. The man hadn't believed the rumors until one day in the office, when he happened to witness his girlfriend with a superior.
That's when he lost it.
He'd held a grudge ever since. Just before today's recording, he reportedly saw his girlfriend emerge from a station executive's office, and he couldn't hold back any longer.
The medical examiner also found traces of rice wine in the victim's system. Lu Meng continued his story while pouring in the wide noodles.
Another incident sparked by that vast green meadow.
What man could possibly tolerate something like that? Let me guess that female assistant must have had a crush on him.
So when she overheard or figured something out, she deliberately kept quiet.
Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. Exactly.
Once a woman falls in love, she loses her normal judgment. The more she acts like this, the more she's hurting him. If she'd realized what was happening and warned him sooner, things might not have ended up this way.
Lu Meng sighed. What about that director? Did those two really not hear a thing? Zhang Yang asked. Don't even get me started. We detained that director too.
As soon as word got out we brought him in, a bunch of girls from the station started calling in with tips. We only intended to have him come in for a statement, but it ended up unraveling a whole series of incidents. What goes around comes around. Heaven's net is wide, yet nothing escapes it. That's why people should always be honest, no matter what.
Lu Meng sighed deeply.
Alright, glad you're here. I'm already full, so I'll head out first. Oh, and there's a bowl of hand-pulled noodles left.
You can cook that later. Zhang Yang belched and stood up.
Alright, let's go. I'll settle the bill later. Lu Meng waved his hand.
Captain Lu, you're the man. Zhang Yang walked out with a grin.
A short while later, after finishing his meal, Lu Meng approached the front desk to settle the bill. He stared blankly at the lengthy receipt.
10 plates of pork kidney? 14 plates of layered tripe? 5 plates of raw oysters? Zhang Yang, you damn bastard, how the hell can you eat so much? I didn't see you eat a single one. You just kept ordering dishes.
Lu Meng roared in anger.
Chapter 67, Exposed.
They say couples in love are inseparable. Ever since Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing took their first step together, their lives had settled into a steady rhythm. Every day after work, Qin Wanqing would head to Zhang Yang's private detective agency first. Either Zhang Yang would prepare a simple meal for them there, or they'd go out to eat together.
Sometimes they'd catch a movie or something. If it got too late, Qin Wanqing would use overtime as an excuse to stay over at Zhang Yang's place.
Zhang Yang's couch inevitably suffered some wear and tear. That day after work,
Qin Wanqing deliberately bought some snacks, planning to visit Zhang Yang again.
But as soon as she pushed open the door to the detective agency, she saw a familiar, imposing figure sitting on the sofa.
Excuse me. I must have the wrong place. Qin Wanqing immediately started to back out.
Get in here.
Qin Igua bellowed. Qin Wanqing walked in with a helpless expression. Didn't you say you'd be working overtime today? Didn't you say you wouldn't be coming home for dinner because of overtime? What are you doing here?
Qin Igua stared at the keys and food in Qin Wanqing's hands, his face dark as a pot bottom.
Day and night I guarded against it, but in the end, I couldn't stop it.
A man and a woman alone together, if nothing happens, it'd be like the sun rising in the west. The station just said they weren't adding shifts, so I was passing by.
Qin Wanqing stammered. Add my ass.
I already checked with your captain, you haven't worked a single overtime hour this past month.
You clock out right on time. So that's where it's been going. Qin Igua fumed, spittle flying from his mouth.
Just as he was leaving work today, Qin Igua happened to run into Lu Meng, who was also heading home.
He casually asked, why all the overtime lately? There aren't even many cases.
You should make sure your team rotates shifts for proper rest. That single question left Lu Meng completely dumbfounded.
Lu Meng considered their criminal investigation team quite humane.
When cases arose, everyone worked day and night at the bureau. When there were no cases, they simply left some officers on duty while others took turns resting and spending time with their families.
As for nighttime overtime, that was simply unheard of.
And so, Qin Wanqing's situation was exposed.
Qin Aigua immediately stormed over.
Zhang Yang was still blissfully anticipating Qin Wanqing's arrival that evening for their rendezvous, only to be met instead by Qin Aigua, the very embodiment of a killing machine.
But that wasn't the worst of it.
No sooner had Qin Aigua plopped down on the sofa than he casually pulled out a pair of black stockings.
And it was used. And it was torn. Qin Aigua went berserk on the spot. Ugh. Actually. Shut your mouth. Dare say another word to me, and I'll beat you to death.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to explain, Qin Aigua shouted angrily. Zhang Yang promptly shut his mouth. I've told you both time and again to keep a meter apart and to stop showing up at the bureau for no reason. From now on, you're staying put in this godforsaken place. Step outside this place once more, and I'll break your legs. I've been tiptoeing around you like a thief at work all day, what for?
And in the end, you still got me.
I've raised him for over 20 years.
Qin Aigua's tirade was cut short by the ringing of a phone. Whose call is this? Hang up on them. Qin Aigua snapped, furious.
His mood was disrupted, leaving him thoroughly annoyed. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing hurriedly checked their phones.
It doesn't seem to be ours, it might be yours.
Zhang Yang stared at Qin Aigua in utter disbelief.
Qin Aigua finally noticed a vibration inside his pants.
His face flushed as he pulled out his phone. It was an incoming call from Old Gong.
He answered immediately. Oh, old boss. What's up?
Even though it was just a phone call, Qin Aigua's face broke into a smile that creased his wrinkles. Seeing how quickly Qin Aigua's expression changed, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing exchanged glances and shook their heads.
Qin Aigua seemed to catch their expressions, shot them a fierce glare, and walked away.
Taking advantage of the moment Qin Aigua rose from the sofa, Zhang Yang swiftly moved to the sofa, gathered the black stocking into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. Beside him, Qin Wanqing's face flushed crimson.
Last night,
to satisfy Zhang Yang's little request, she had put on her flight attendant uniform and black stockings for a little play. Perhaps she'd gotten too carried away, forgetting to tidy up afterward. This morning, she woke up late and rushed off to work in a fluster, neglecting to tidy up.
Little did she expect Qin Aigua would discover it. Yes, you're absolutely right, sir. If it weren't for your luck, I'd be with Zhang Yang right now. Answer the call? No problem, no problem.
Qin Aigua turned around while speaking, covering the phone's microphone with his hand. He lowered his voice and whispered to Zhang Yang, hurry up.
It's Gong Lao calling. I'm telling you, don't screw this up. Qin Aigua shot Zhang Yang a fierce glare.
Zhang Yang immediately waved his hands, pointed to his mouth, then spread his arms wide in a helpless gesture.
Qin Aigua nearly lost his temper. Damn it.
I told you to shut up earlier, but damn it, I need you now.
You can talk.
You little bastard, speak up now.
I won't beat you.
I swear on my life, if I lay a finger on you, I'll be damned. Qin Aigua, driven to desperation, snapped angrily.
Fine, why didn't you say so earlier? You've kept old Gong waiting this long. Give it to me now.
Zhang Yang hurriedly said, snatching the phone away. Qin Aigua gritted his teeth in fury, but there was nothing he could do. He punched the sofa cushion with all his might, only to hit the sofa frame instead.
He immediately clutched his hand and let out a wail. What the hell just happened? What did you just say about a dog?
Old Gong on the other end of the line asked in confusion. Oh, we were walking down the street when we encountered an old dog that bit Director Qin's hand. Zhang Yang explained with a laugh. Qin Aigua, standing nearby, was so furious his eyes turned green. But he dared not utter a word.
Qin Wanqing watched from the side, struggling to stifle her laughter.
Her shoulders shook violently, and she nearly burst out laughing. Zhang Yang, there's been a case in the provincial capital. I heard you're quite skilled in forensic analysis.
We'd like to transfer you over to assist.
What are your thoughts?
Our provincial bureau can cover your expenses.
Old Gong said on the other end of the line.
Go to the provincial capital? I'm afraid that won't be possible. Zhang Yang frowned.
Qin Aigua, who had been listening nearby, immediately stepped forward. He gestured like an old monkey, eager to seize this opportunity.
After all, who was old Gong?
If you refused help from such an influential figure, you'd be finished.
Qin Aigua jumped up and down, urging Zhang Yang to agree. What's the matter? Do you have any other cases or commissions on hand?
Old Gong sounded disappointed.
Not really.
The thing is, someone threatened to break my legs if I left the private detective agency.
So I really can't help with this case.
Zhang Yang explained helplessly. Qin Aigua, who had been jumping up and down, froze in place upon hearing Zhang Yang's words.
Damn it. Not again.
Chapter 68, I'll slap that big mouth of his.
What does that mean? You've been threatened? What the hell is Qin Aigua doing? Hand him the phone.
Old Gong on the other end blew his top the moment he heard.
Zhang Yang handed the phone to Qin Aigua with an innocent look. You little bastard, you did this on purpose, didn't you? You're dead meat. Qin Aigua gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Henha, boss? What are your instructions? Qin Aigua took the phone and instantly switched his demeanor. Listen here, Qin Aigua. Zhang Yang is the man I specifically requested. Since he's not currently in a police capacity, he's more vulnerable to retaliation from those criminals. You must ensure Comrade Zhang Yang's safety. If anything happens to his safety, I'll hold you personally responsible. Old Gong addressed Qin Aigwa bluntly. Alright. Hand the phone over to Zhang Yang. Before Qin Aigwa could respond, Old Gong cut him off. He handed the phone to Zhang Yang with a listless expression. Zhang Yang, I've entrusted your safety to Qin Aigwa. If he neglects you or fails to fulfill his responsibilities, call me directly. Old Gong addressed Zhang Yang. Mr. Gong, the signal was poor earlier. Could you repeat what you just said? Zhang Yang grinned as he activated the speakerphone. I said, I've entrusted your safety to Qin Aigwa. If he drops the ball, I'll slap him across the face. Old Gong chuckled. How could he not tell Zhang Yang had put the call on speaker? Hearing Qin Wanqing's laughter in the background, he could guess that Qin Aigwa was picking on the two kids. After all, ever since Qin Wanqing was little, he treated her like a precious treasure, holding her in his hands for fear she'd fall, and cherishing her as if she might melt away. Now that she had a boyfriend, they could easily picture Qin Aigwa going ballistic. Zhang Yang watched Qin Aigwa's face turn as dark as a pot bottom before finally turning off the speakerphone. Alright, since that's the case, I'll head to the provincial capital as soon as possible. Zhang Yang agreed. He couldn't refuse this invitation. On a larger scale, contributing to the case was simply his duty. With great power came great responsibility. On a smaller scale, it was also for the sake of Qin Aigwa's old face. After all, he was his father-in-law. Good. Leave the rest to me. I'll have someone arrange the itinerary. Old Gong on the other end of the line was clearly pleased. He hung up. Qin Aigwa immediately swung his arm, ready to strike Zhang Yang. Earlier, Zhang Yang had used Gong Lao's phone call as an excuse to thoroughly tease him. As his father-in-law, this old man's face was utterly humiliated. Damn it! What kind of son-in-law doesn't tremble like a mouse seeing a cat when facing his father-in-law? But this one? Relying on someone backing him up, he actually dared to scheme against me? Ha! Old Gong, anything else? Zhang Yang picked up the phone again. Qin Aigwa's hand, poised to strike Zhang Yang's face, froze mid-air. The sudden halt strained his muscles, causing him to clutch his arm and slump down. Oh, it's gone. Sorry, I misheard. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. You little bastard. You're ruthless. Mark my words, once you get to the provincial capital, don't you dare embarrass me. Or else, when you come back, I'll break your legs. Qin Aigwa glared at Zhang Yang with venom. Now that Old Gong specifically requested him, if I beat him up now, who knows what kind of complaints this brat might make to Old Gong. You little bastard. You just wait. Get moving. Come home with me. Qin Aigwa turned and barked at Qin Wanqing. Dad, I want. In the provincial capital, isn't it? Qin Wanqing stammered hesitantly. What the hell do you want? Don't think I don't know you. If you dare go to the provincial capital, I'll break your legs. Starting tomorrow, you'd better show up to work like a good employee. Try skipping a single day, and see what happens. Qin Aigwa dragged Qin Wanqing out. Before leaving, he didn't forget to kick Zhang Yang's door hard, venting his pent-up rage. This drew the attention of the landlord, who happened to pass by and witness the kick, chasing after him and cursing all the way. It must be said, Old Gong was incredibly efficient. That very evening, he called Zhang Yang to say everything had been arranged, a direct flight to the provincial capital at 8 a.m. the next morning, with someone waiting to meet him upon arrival. But he didn't elaborate much on the case itself. Zhang Yang recalled Gong Lao mentioning over the phone that his expertise in forensic analysis would be required. If even they, backed by the provincial capital's elite police force, were stumped, it must be a particularly tricky case. But now, armed with his top-tier deductive and observational skills, the keen sense of a hound, and his newly acquired mimicry ability, he was confident he could make a difference. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang packed a few clothes and hailed a taxi to the airport. After receiving his boarding pass, he discovered it was for first class. Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile wryly. This was far too extravagant. Perhaps it was precisely because he wasn't part of the police force that they were being so courteous. Good morning, Mr. Zhang Yang. As soon as Zhang Yang entered the departure lounge, a ground staff member approached him. They escorted him through a dedicated onto the aircraft. At this hour, the first-class cabin seemed nearly empty. No sooner had Zhang Yang sat down than a beautiful flight attendant crouched before him, offering assistance. Zhang Yang felt somewhat uncomfortable with this, so he requested an eye mask and lay down. After a while, he heard the chatter of several people and assumed other passengers had boarded. Drowsy, Zhang Yang sensed someone taking the seat beside him. Not long after, Zhang Yang felt someone gently tap him. Removing his blindfold, he saw it was the flight attendant who had served him earlier. Several other flight attendants were standing in front of him, smiling in his direction. What's going on? Zhang Yang was puzzled. Hello, may I add you on WeChat? We're also landing in the provincial capital. Could we treat you to a meal? The flight attendant whispered, lowering her voice.
The other flight attendants in front also wore expectant expressions.
Well. No thanks. He's very busy and doesn't have time to dine with you all.
Just as Zhang Yang reached for his phone, a familiar, icy voice suddenly came from beside him.
Wanqing? What brings you here?
Zhang Yang stared in shock at the figure seated beside him. It was none other than Qin Wanqing.
Oomph. If I hadn't come along, you'd have been eaten alive by those other beauties, wouldn't you? This is my husband. Could you please pour me a glass of water? Qin Wanqing said coldly to the flight attendant.
Oh, sure.
My apologies. The flight attendant's face flushed crimson.
Originally, they had all fallen for Zhang Yang at first sight because of his tall, handsome appearance. The group of friends had discussed trying to add him on WeChat and then having a meal together. As for who would win him over, that would depend on their individual skills. Little did they expect his wife to be right beside him.
And seeing Qin Wanqing's goddess-like face and stunning figure, they instantly felt ashamed.
Dare to mess around outside again, and I'll deal with you when we get home.
Qin Wanqing twisted Zhang Yang's waist hard. Ouch.
Zhang Yang instinctively blocked her, but his hand slipped backward, landing squarely on a soft, plump thing. There was even a small grape-like nub in the center.
Zhang Yang instinctively gave it a squeeze. Ha? Not wearing any? Zhang Yang froze. Oomph. Qin Wanqing instantly lost her temper. Chapter 69, She's Taking Leave. Oh, right, didn't your dad say you weren't allowed to come? How did you get here? Besides, how did you even know I was on this flight?
Zhang Yang asked, somewhat surprised.
Oomph. Did I interrupt you hitting on a girl?
Thanks to me showing up, otherwise you'd be off to the provincial capital. Who knows where you'd end up.
I just needed to know your flight number and give Uncle Gong a call.
I've already taken annual leave from the captain. I'm keeping a close eye on you the whole way. Don't even think about escaping this lady's clutches.
Qin Wanqing waved her little fist in front of Zhang Yang. Oh no. When we get back, won't your dad kill us both? Zhang Yang was speechless. Oomph. I don't care anyway.
When the time comes, I'll just say you insisted on bringing me along.
And you even gave me your flight details.
You can explain it to my dad later.
Qin Wanqing winked at Zhang Yang. Your ability to pass the buck is seriously impressive. But I do have a solution.
When you get back, your dad won't dare lay a finger on you.
Want to hear it? Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. Really? What's the plan? With my dad's temper, that's impossible.
Qin Wanqing was highly skeptical. Just go back with your big belly, that'll settle it. He'll spare you out of respect for his grandson. He'll probably worship you like a deity.
Zhang Yang grinned. Get lost.
Qin Wanqing flushed and shot Zhang Yang a glare. Inside the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau at that moment, Lu Meng had just brewed a pot of tea and picked up today's newspaper. Lately, their criminal investigation team had been surprisingly quiet, a welcome change. After tackling several major cases, public safety across Tianhai City had significantly improved. As the head of the squad, he was now able to clock in and out on time for the first time in ages. After work, he even had time to pick up his child, have dinner together, and help with homework, something that would have been impossible before. His child kept pestering him, asking if he'd lost his job or something, leaving Lu Meng utterly speechless. Before he could finish reading a single page of the newspaper, Qin Aigua pushed open the door and walked in. You're living it up even more than I am, Captain. Tell me, I haven't even had time to read the paper and you're already starting.
Qin Aigua snapped at Lu Meng, clearly annoyed. Please sit down, Director. I've got some fine tea here, I've been saving it for myself. Lu Meng immediately scurried off to brew tea. Don't pull any nonsense.
I'm here for one thing today, keep a close eye on that girl Wanqing while she's at work these days.
Absolutely no time off.
If there's no case, have her clean the place, just keep her busy.
Qin Aigua got straight to the point. Who? You mean Wanqing?
She took leave. She called me late last night to take annual leave, saying she wanted to go to the provincial capital for a few days to relax. I figured things aren't too busy lately, and besides, Wanqing's been working hard lately. You should let her unwind a bit.
You can't keep the kid tied down forever.
Lu Meng said with a grin.
What? She took leave? Qin Aigua bellowed so loudly the entire police bureau could hear him.
A police officer on the second floor, who had been about to go up to Qin Aigua for approval of his leave request, shuddered. After a moment's thought, he crumpled up the request and went back to work.
What's going on? She said you know.
Lu Meng saw that Qin Aigua's demeanor was off.
I know, Jack. Why didn't she report her leave request to me for approval? Qin Aigua exploded. Director, have you forgotten?
When Wanqing first started working here, you specifically instructed us not to treat her differently.
You said all matters didn't need to go through you, just handle them as necessary. We've been following that policy all these years. Lu Meng was a bit dumbfounded.
All these years. This year is different.
Isn't that little bastard Zhang Yang here now?
This girl isn't going to the provincial capital for a vacation, she's going with Zhang Yang to handle a case.
Holy cow. Lu Meng. I'm not done with you yet. Qin Wanqing slammed the door and stormed out.
He pulled out his phone and dialed both Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang's numbers, but neither went through. By now, both of them were already on the plane. With their phones in airplane mode, naturally, they couldn't receive Qin Wanqing's calls. Amidst Qin Wanqing's furious roars, the two of them shamelessly sipped their drinks and ate their in-flight meals as they flew toward the provincial capital. Upon landing, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing stepped out of the passenger exit to find a massive sign.
It bore the names of Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing.
Upon learning that Qin Wanqing had inquired about Zhang Yang's flight, Old Gong naturally guessed she would come, so he had made arrangements accordingly.
Hello? Zhou Yan, Criminal Investigation Division 1, Provincial Bureau.
I never imagined the criminal investigation expert Mr. Gong spoke of would be so young.
This must be Ms. Qin Wanqing? Let's go.
Old Gong said that after picking you up, we'd head to the guest house for a meal. It's already lunchtime.
Zhou Yan addressed the two. No need to trouble yourselves. We just had an in-flight meal. Let's head straight to the bureau. Calling us in so urgently must mean there's an urgent case, right?
Zhang Yang waved his hand at Zhou Yan.
Zhou Yan paused, taken aback. All right. No wonder Old Gong took a liking to you. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. We'll head straight back. The car's over there. I'll brief you on the case en route. Zhou Yan led the way toward the side. Chapter 70, 12 Notes. 7 days prior. The child of a prominent entrepreneur in the provincial capital went missing on the way home from school. They searched all night but found nothing. This entrepreneur headed a key provincial technology enterprise and was also a talent recruited through the provincial capital's investment promotion efforts. The incident drew high-level attention from provincial authorities, who established a special task force to investigate. Early the next morning, a sanitation worker discovered a shoe near a trash bin on their way home. Inside the shoe was an ear and a note. The sanitation worker immediately reported the discovery to the police. The entrepreneur identified the shoe as the one his child had worn that day, and the birthmark on the ear confirmed it belonged to the child. The child's mother fainted upon seeing the ear. The note, scrawled in shaky handwriting, read, "The child is still alive. Prepare 1 million yuan in cash. At 10 p.m., place it under the bench 100 meters north of the intersection of Jinsong 3rd Road and Pingfeng Road." Everyone assumed this was a routine kidnapping case. The police arrived at the designated location 4 hours early and set up an ambush, waiting to apprehend the kidnapper when they came to collect the money. But the police waited until 2 a.m. and no one ever showed up. Early the next morning, the kidnappers called the entrepreneur again, instructing him to retrieve another note from a different location. Following the location given in the call, another note was indeed found. Cooperating with the police is playing with fire. Using counterfeit money is courting death. I don't have that kind of patience. Tonight at 11 p.m., place the money in the restroom next to Huaming Park Station on Subway Line 1. During the first transaction, following police advice, I used a stack of counterfeit bills borrowed from the bank only to be exposed. Moreover, the police stakeout failed to uncover the killer. Either the killer has already discovered the police's surveillance, or this was simply a test. Either way, the killer possesses extremely strong counter-surveillance awareness. Over the next few days, they discovered 12 more notes delivered by the killer, each time at a different location. The police were scrambling all over the provincial capital. Yet they gained nothing. After the final note, all communication ceased completely. Accompanying the final note were 3 severed fingers. What was even more unbearable was the forensic identification. These 3 fingers had been severed after the victim had already died. Yet when the ear was first received, the child was still alive. This meant that after several exchanges, the kidnappers lost patience and executed the child. Yet the killer vanished without a trace. Old Gong and the others had no choice but to turn to Zhang Yang for help. The only clues the killer had left behind were those 12 notes, and all the previous calls had been made using prepaid SIM cards. The time frame was too brief to trace the calls. Additionally, the killer used a voice changer. The locations where the entrepreneurs received the calls were random, sometimes at home, sometimes at the office, and occasionally even at the property management office. While these places could relay the information to the entrepreneurs, the police couldn't set up preemptive surveillance. Moreover, on several occasions, the calls were not answered by the intended recipient, leaving no useful information behind. Compounding the situation, there was a strong possibility the child had already been killed. This cast a shadow over every officer's heart. After all this time spent maneuvering, to end up with such a result left everyone feeling utterly defeated. The child's parents harbored deep resentment toward the police, believing their inefficiency had led to their child's misfortune. Had they simply followed the kidnappers' instructions the first time and delivered the real money, perhaps none of this would have happened. It was precisely because they trusted the police's instructions to set up surveillance that the perpetrators became aware of their plan. The police were filled with frustration and helplessness. It was in this stifling atmosphere that Zhang Yang arrived. When Zhang Yang entered the provincial headquarters conference room, everyone who saw him reacted just like Zhou Yan, utterly astonished. Old Gong, this guy is way too young, isn't he? Even as a private investigator, he hasn't been in the field for long. Should I take charge instead? Give me 3 more days, and I will find the killer.
Dun Liang, captain of the 1st Criminal Investigation Team, addressed Old Gong.
Dun Liang, effective immediately, you are removed from the task force.
A body was found floating in the southern suburbs.
Take a few people and focus on that case.
Starting today, Zhang Yang will lead this task force, with me as deputy.
We'll focus all our efforts on solving this case. 2 days.
If it's not solved within 2 days, I'll retire early. But let me make this clear, during the investigation, anyone who fails to cooperate with Zhang Yang will be suspended immediately.
Gong Lao's words rang out with authority. The conference room fell deathly silent. No one had anticipated that Old Gong would place such immense trust in this newcomer.
He'd even gone so far as to offer to resign in disgrace. Zhang Yang, standing nearby, rolled his eyes.
Damn it! Your entire task force has been working non-stop for 7 days without a single lead, and you expect me to crack this in 2 days? If you end up taking the fall and retiring because you can't crack this case, won't I become the enemy of the entire provincial police force? And Qin Wanqing will kill me when I get back. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. I want every single file and all the raw evidence related to this case. Zhang Yang didn't mince words as he addressed the group.
Soon, someone brought over all the materials.
There wasn't much, mainly those 12 notes and the investigation files on the payment addresses. Everyone, take a break. We can't keep pushing ourselves like this. Maybe some rest will clear our heads. We're wrapping up early today. Keep your phones on. If I don't contact you, just come straight here first thing tomorrow morning. Dismissed.
Zhang Yang addressed the group. He used the words Lu Meng had once used to console him. After all, just looking at their state, it was clear they'd been working non-stop for days. If any ideas were going to come, they would have by now. It wouldn't have dragged on this long.
Sticking around here was pointless.
Zhang Yang himself needed time to digest the case. Their continued presence here served little purpose. Besides, it seemed they harbored some grievances toward him. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone froze. They exchanged glances, utterly surprised that the newly appointed task force leader would grant them time off so soon after taking charge.
Didn't you hear? Dismissed. Everyone, clock out. Keep your phones on. Stand by at all times. Gong ordered sternly. Chapter 71, Special Circumstances Call for Special Measures. In many people's minds, police officers often eat either takeout or instant noodles. This perception is largely influenced by numerous TV dramas.
In reality, most local police departments have their own staff cafeterias. The variety of dishes is quite extensive, and purely in terms of meals, it's actually quite decent. Though past the usual meal times, the cafeteria remained bustling with people, and all dishes were kept warm. After all, the police profession rarely allows for fixed meal times. I never imagined that the master detective Old Gong mentioned would be such a young person. Yeah, I'd assumed it would be some retired criminal investigation expert or the like.
So young, can he really handle it?
To catch Old Gong's eye, he must have something special. Instead of rushing to make judgments upon taking the case, he first familiarized himself with the details. That's impressive. If it were anyone else, with only 2 days to solve the case, where would they find the patience? They'd probably have us conducting personnel screenings already.
But come on.
We've been on this for 7 days straight, and even Old Gong and his team haven't found a single lead.
And this kid's supposed to crack it? Talk about an outsider knowing best. I refuse to believe it.
Just wait and see how he embarrasses himself in 2 days. Several officers discussed the newcomer, Zhang Yang, over their meals. To most of them, someone so young and a private investigator at that wasn't someone they held much hope for.
Gong Lao, having Zhang Yang directly take charge as the task force leader isn't exactly by the book. And he's not even one of our own.
I bet a lot of people are pretty resentful about it. A middle-aged officer addressed Old Gong. Special cases call for special measures. What's proper or improper matters little.
If we can't crack this case, that's the real problem.
Old Gong tapped the table as he spoke.
But we've been following him for days with no leads. This Zhang Yang is so young, it seems a bit.
The man beside Gong Lao hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but stopped himself. I recall when you were still a field officer, you discovered a shell casing left behind by criminals at a crime scene. Based on the firing pattern, you proposed merging the cases. Eventually, the merged investigation allowed us to cross-reference clues and pinpoint the suspect, right? Old Gong asked the officer.
Yes.
At the time, no one in our squad believed the 2 cases were connected to the same perpetrator. But our captain used my hypothesis to build a theory and ultimately adopted my approach. Thank goodness our captain agreed with me back then, otherwise, judging by my mentor's expression, my probationary period would have been over before it even began.
The middle-aged officer chuckled. So sometimes, boldly adopting a young person's suggestions isn't such a bad approach, especially when that young person is highly capable.
Give the young ones more chances to try, and they'll surprise us in ways we never imagined.
When it comes to hiring, don't be so rigid, don't be so cautious.
Old Gong said with a smile.
All right. But Mr. Gong, why do you hold this young man from Tianhai City in such high regard? Could it be you're planning to take him as your final disciple? The middle-aged police officer asked curiously. You know about the dismemberment and explosion cases in Tianhai City a while back, right? Old Gong stood up.
Of course. Qin Wanqing called me several times about that dismemberment case, wanting to borrow some of our criminal investigators.
But we really couldn't spare any personnel at the time.
And the bomb incident afterward, needless to say, he called me for over half an hour that very night, nearly driving me crazy with his constant nagging.
Just like when we were in school, sharing a bunk bed.
The middle-aged officer said with a helpless expression.
Both cases were solved by Zhang Yang.
Oh, and I just heard that Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing's daughter got married. Old Gong spoke as he walked toward the exit.
Mr. Gong, where are you going? The middle-aged officer quickly stood up. Heading home after work. Didn't the task force leader say so? Time to rest.
I've been watching this for 2 days straight, it's worn out my old bones. Old Gong just walked away without a word.
The middle-aged man was left staring blankly. Did Zhang Yang solve all those cases? License? Qin Wanqing's son-in-law? Holy?
Inside the police bureau's conference room at that moment, Zhang Yang had been staring at these case files for over 3 hours. He was thoroughly familiar with the entire case now. The real problem was that there was no further contact with the killer and no body had been found. If this killer didn't come forward on their own, it would be extremely difficult for the police to pinpoint them further. Many unsolved cases within the public security system had been shelved precisely because some individuals committed crimes by chance and never struck again. Coupled with the fact that surveillance and sky eye systems were not yet fully developed at the time, leaving no clues behind, these cases were also shelved.
How about it? Any new leads? Qin Wanqing poured Zhang Yang a glass of water. Not yet.
Zhang Yang rubbed his temples and shook his head. This kidnapper is quite peculiar. Demanding ransom via written notes is something I've never encountered before. Qin Wanqing looked puzzled beside him. Indeed, under normal circumstances, handwritten notes actually leave more clues: the type of paper used, the handwriting style, even the material of the pen, and so on.
But there are advantages too. Modern criminal investigation relies heavily on advanced information technology. Even your criminal investigation school's textbooks keep up with the times, right? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing.
Yes, I recall 2 new courses were added during my studies, one on surveillance screening and another on sky eye system applications.
Qin Wanqing nodded. Exactly.
Often, text messages or phone calls can be geolocated or traced to base stations, things the killer can't control. That's why I believe the killer chose this method largely to evade such tracking.
Many veteran detectives in the police force have retired now.
The younger recruits grew up in an information-driven society, so their investigative methods are too advanced. Many of the traditional investigative techniques haven't been preserved.
It's clear this killer is very clever. Moreover, he clearly possesses strong counter-surveillance awareness.
Notice how he made calls from locations that switched between different cell towers. These calls managed to reach the child's parents while evading the police. Truly impressive. More importantly, the note he left behind contained no useful clues whatsoever. Typically, during trace analysis, we infer information by observing writing habits and penmanship.
But these 12 notes?
Just from the writing habits and handwriting alone, there are at least 9 distinct styles.
It can't be that there are 9 different killers, right?
Zhang Yang handed the dozen or so notes to Qin Wanqing.
Chapter 72, A single word awakens the dreamer. How could this character be? Qin Wanqing took them and examined them. The handwriting on the note was quite awkward. While it resembled a child's writing, certain pauses and strokes were entirely unlike a child's handwriting.
This was written with the non-dominant hand. Zhang Yang explained from the side.
Non-dominant hand? Exactly. Qin Wanqing demonstrated. Right.
If you're right-handed, when you write with your left hand, you'll instinctively lean to one side. It's hard to control the direction of the strokes, so naturally it's difficult to write well.
Unless you've practiced extensively. Zhang Yang explained. So you're saying this killer could produce 9 different handwriting styles using their non-dominant hand? That's terrifying. There can't be many people like that, right?
And they must be well educated too. Look at that sentence, they even used an inverted sentence structure.
If they can write like this with their non-dominant hand, wouldn't they have impeccable handwriting with their dominant one?
Qin Wanqing shook her head helplessly.
Wait a minute. What did you just say? Zhang Yang froze, then hurriedly asked Qin Wanqing. I said this person has beautiful handwriting. What about it?
Qin Wanqing was puzzled. No, the sentence before that. Zhang Yang stood up and looked into Qin Wanqing's eyes, as if he caught something. I said he must be well educated too, he even used an inverted sentence. What's up?
Qin Wanqing spoke as she pulled out one of the notes. Zhang Yang took it. I get it. Finally, a clue. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up. Thanks to you, you've awakened me from my slumber.
Zhang Yang planted a firm kiss on Qin Wanqing's cheek.
Qin Wanqing's face flushed crimson.
This Zhang Yang, they were still in the Public Security Bureau's conference room.
What if there was a camera? That would be so embarrassing. What's really going on here? I still don't quite understand. Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang.
I was too focused on the handwriting of each individual character and overlooked a crucial point: the sentence itself on this note. I suspect Gong Lao and the others did the same. They habitually focused on handwriting analysis and overlooked this crucial part. Zhang Yang pulled several notes out from the middle.
Look at this one, and this one. Don't focus on the characters, look at these sentences. What do they make you feel? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing.
They sound rather pedantic, like something our Chinese teacher might say in class.
You mean the killer is a teacher? And most likely a Chinese teacher? Qin Wanqing caught on too.
Judging by the entire incident, the killer was clearly very familiar with this family. To snatch a child away silently after school, they either took advantage of the child passing through an unpopulated area or were someone the child knew well enough to lower their guard.
Another issue: most households no longer have landlines. When providing contact information, people typically give their mobile numbers. Yet the killer managed to reach the family's landline, proof of deep familiarity.
After all, property management and company phone numbers can be traced, but personal landlines cannot. This is a crucial oversight. Therefore, considering all the evidence, it's highly probable the perpetrator was the child's tutor or someone like a teacher.
Zhang Yang exhaled slowly. Doesn't that mean we can arrest someone directly? Qin Wanqing looked utterly shocked. No. We don't have enough evidence yet.
All of this is just speculation.
Zhang Yang shook his head. Qin Wanqing sighed as well.
The clues they currently held were merely suspicions. Even if they arrested someone, given this person's meticulous nature and exceptional counter-surveillance skills, even searching his residence might yield no clues and could alert him instead. Help me gather every sheet of A4 paper you can find, and get some black ballpoint pens too. Zhang Yang thought for a moment before saying to Qin Wanqing.
Paper and pens? What are you planning to do?
Qin Wanqing was puzzled. I need to restore his handwriting.
Then lure him out.
Zhang Yang said with a smile.
Early the next morning,
when everyone on the task force arrived punctually at the conference room, they were stunned by what they saw inside. The entire conference room was now plastered with countless sheets of A4 paper covered in handwritten text. Desks, chairs, and walls were covered in dense clusters of writing. Qin Wanqing lay asleep amidst a pile of papers, wrapped in Zhang Yang's jacket, while Zhang Yang himself was still scribbling away with a pen.
Zhang Yang, what on earth are you doing?
Old Gong stared at the room filled with papers, utterly astonished. Hearing Old Gong's voice, Qin Wanqing rubbed her eyes and woke up.
Old Gong, you're here?
I won't waste time on pleasantries.
There are two things I need you to do immediately.
First, ask the child's parents if they've hired any private tutors. If so, obtain the tutor's records.
Second, go to the child's school. Use the pretext of an education bureau inspection to collect all the teacher's lesson plans.
Bring them here for handwriting comparison with this note. If you find a match, don't alert them. Instead, place this note inside the teacher's lesson plan.
Have someone discreetly monitor him. Zhang Yang addressed everyone. He handed over the two notes. The officer holding the notes looked utterly bewildered. Didn't you hear me? Act immediately. Hurry.
Though Old Gong didn't understand Zhang Yang's purpose, he immediately shouted to everyone. After a night's rest, everyone's mental state was noticeably different.
They immediately split up and began their respective tasks. Chapter 73, The Murderer.
Zhang Yang, who had stayed up all night, was yawning constantly on the sidelines. Qin Wanqing rose to brew Zhang Yang a cup of coffee, handing it to him before preparing a cup of tea for Old Gong. Only then did she begin tidying the papers in the conference room.
What are you doing? I don't understand a single thing. No one's around now, hurry up and tell my old man.
Old Gong took a stack of papers from Qin Wanqing and examined them. They were all transcriptions of those notes.
Well, how should I put it?
I imitated the killer's non-dominant handwriting and reconstructed it into their dominant handwriting.
Zhang Yang explained calmly.
Ever since completing that last mission, the system had rewarded him with a top-tier mimicry skill.
To Zhang Yang, this seemed utterly unbelievable, yet he had indeed managed to pull it off. What? That's possible?
Old Gong, standing nearby, listened with wide-eyed astonishment. Earlier, when I compared samples for them, it was the actual handwriting of the killer that I had imitated. He wouldn't normally have such concerns. This handwriting alone could pinpoint the killer. Zhang Yang said with a smile.
Then what was the meaning of sending the killer another note just now? Don't tell me it was to get him to turn himself in.
Old Gong was deeply puzzled.
A man like him is arrogant. The very act of playing games with the police proves he's an extremely proud and conceited individual. Someone like that would never surrender.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
But he could lead us to the body. Zhang Yang continued. You got some nerve.
Old Gong smiled at Zhang Yang.
But how did you know this person was the teacher? Old Gong inquired. That wasn't my doing, it was my wife's. Zhang Yang chuckled and pointed to Qin Wanqing standing nearby. Hearing Zhang Yang's address, Qin Wanqing flushed bright red. Thanks to my wife's reminder, otherwise I'd have just focused on the details and overlooked the sentence itself. This speaking habit, plus the deliberately concealed handwriting that indirectly revealed his identity, combined with his familiarity with that child, only a teacher could have done that. Zhang Yang explained with a smile. So that's how it was. Who would have thought the simplest thing would be the one we overlooked? We started off thinking the killer was too clever, and in the end, our own cleverness backfired. Old Gong nodded with a smile. He fully understood Zhang Yang's meaning. Using the Education Bureau to inspect the lesson plans avoided alerting the killer. Then, by mimicking the same handwriting, they could instill panic, forcing him to check the hiding place of the body. That way, we'd have concrete evidence. Let me guess, the note you returned said something like the body had vanished, right? Old Gong asked Zhang Yang. No. I wrote, teacher, I'm a bit cold. Zhang Yang said indifferently. You. He must be scared to death by you. You're something else, I definitely didn't misjudge you. Old Gong chuckled. By the way, I heard you two already got your marriage certificate. When are you planning to hold the wedding? With a lead in the case, Old Gong breathed a sigh of relief and turned to ask Qin Wanqing. We haven't decided yet. Qin Wanqing said with a pout. It's your father, that stubborn old man, isn't it? That old fool. Does he think his own daughter will never marry? That she'll stay at home forever? What is he thinking? Old Gong rolled his eyes. Just then, Zhang Yang's phone vibrated. He pulled it out to see it was Qin Aigua calling. Qin Wanqing quickly pulled out her own phone and saw 108 missed calls. All from Qin Aigua. Earlier, when Qin Wanqing entered the conference room, she had habitually switched her phone to silent mode. Zhang Yang's phone had run out of battery and had just finished charging and booting up. Zhang Yang gave a wry smile, answered the call, and switched it to speakerphone. The moment he answered, the entire conference room was flooded with Qin Aigua's furious, thunderous voice. Even through the phone screen, Zhang Yang could feel Qin Aigua's rage threatening to spill out of the receiver. Hello? Damn it! Gong Lao, I need to take this call. Zhang Yang nearly cursed at Qin Aigua's words and quickly shouted back. Qin Aigua's remaining words were abruptly stifled. Zhang Yang, your speaker volume is too loud. Don't disturb old Gong's work. Are you right next to him now? Qin Aigua instantly switched his tone, though the words were gritted out between clenched teeth, making his tone sound complex. Ah, right. Director Qin, I'm with old Gong right now. Wanqing is here too. Old Gong specifically sent someone to pick her up. Zhang Yang replied with solemn earnestness. Huff. Huff. Qin Aigua's heavy, bovine-like snorting echoed through the phone. Judging by that sound, he was furious enough to go mad. Is this Director Qin? What's going on? Checking up on work? Your daughter and son-in-law are right here with me. You still don't trust me? Old Gong chimed in from the side. Whoa. Old Gong, what are you saying? I've got nothing to worry about with you. It's just this little brat won't listen. If she causes you any trouble, go ahead and give her a good thrashing. Qin Aigua said through gritted teeth. Nonsense. If it weren't for Wanqing just now, we'd have been completely fooled. Your daughter deserves credit. You old codger didn't seem like much before, but look at the fine daughter you raised, and now she's snagged such an outstanding son-in-law. I say, you should retire early and enjoy your golden years. Old Gong shot back immediately. Ha? Don't do that. Old Gong, I still have 3 years left. Don't you want me to come serve you? Qin Aigua immediately grew anxious. Enough, enough. I can't talk to you now. We've got a case to handle. Hanging up. Old Gong didn't even give Qin Aigua a chance to speak before hanging up. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Zhang Yang grinned and gave Old Gong a thumbs up. Just as the group was talking, Gong Lao's phone rang. Chapter 74, Surveillance. Provincial capital, Wowo Residential Complex. This was a neighborhood over 30 years old, consisting mostly of multi-story buildings. The residents here were predominantly elderly. Despite the provincial capital's overall progress, such neighborhoods inevitably remained. Inside Guohuo residential area, a beat-up minivan was parked. The lights were all off. They probably wouldn't come out now, right? I don't buy this whole Zhang Yang thing. That teacher looks like a bookish intellectual. Could he really kidnap and kill someone? I'm freezing to death out here. A police officer whispered, lowering his voice. Don't let your guard down. He might come out in the wee hours. Honestly, this whole Zhang Yang business is pretty far-fetched. How could he possibly reconstruct someone's original handwriting from their non-dominant hand? That's impossible. Sounds like a fairy tale to me. I just can't wrap my head around it. Another officer shook his head. Early this morning, after receiving the note Zhang Yang provided, they had gathered all the teachers' lesson plans from the school under the pretext of the Education Bureau for handwriting comparison. To their surprise, they actually found someone with remarkably similar handwriting, successfully pinpointing a Chinese teacher named Wang Kai. Following Zhang Yang's instructions, they slipped the note he had written into Wang Kai's lesson plan notebook.
After he left the school, the police had him under surveillance. However, because this was an old residential neighborhood, the police could only use a rickety van that was leaking air everywhere. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous in this old neighborhood. It was late autumn, early winter, and evenings were bitterly cold. The two tailing officers were shivering uncontrollably from the cold. In fact, surveillance points had been set up not only here but throughout the entire neighborhood and several surrounding streets. Considering the suspect's highly acute counter-surveillance awareness, a single surveillance team could easily be detected. Therefore, the police adopted the most straightforward approach, deploying multiple checkpoints to ensure the suspect remained within their field of vision. However, this approach required a massive deployment of police resources. Not far from Guohua residential complex, in a small hotel, Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang were hiding behind a window, silently watching the street ahead. "Zhang Yang, how can you be so sure that person will head this way?" Qin Wanqing whispered to Zhang Yang. "Do you remember where the kidnapper left the notes?" Zhang Yang asked softly. "I remember a few spots, but this is the provincial capital after all. I'm not familiar with the area here, so I don't really have a sense of it." "What about those spots?" Qin Wanqing shook her head and asked. "Think about it. This guy commutes by bicycle and doesn't have any vehicle to transport people. That means if he took the child home, he'd likely be spotted. So the abduction spot probably wasn't his usual residence. My guess is it was near the school. Their school is a key elementary in the provincial capital, surrounded by old, run-down, small buildings that are all school district housing. There are plenty of places nearby to hide someone. Plus, when leaving that note as a clue, the kidnapper would instinctively avoid that area, maybe even went in the opposite direction." Zhang Yang explained to Qin Wanqing while fiddling with his phone map. By now, Zhang Yang's digital map was dotted with numerous red markers pinpointing the locations where the 12 notes had been found. Though their distribution showed no apparent pattern, most were concentrated in the new district, while the school and their residents were both in the old district. "School district housing? How did you know that? Have you been to the provincial capital before?" Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang in surprise. "No, this is my first time here. All this local info is right there, you can look it up anytime. You don't even have a news app on your phone, do you?" Zhang Yang was a bit speechless. "No, I don't. I don't really follow the news." Qin Wanqing pulled out her phone with a sigh. Zhang Yang glanced at it. All sorts of video apps, photo apps, fitness apps, food delivery apps, you name it. Not a single useful one. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, a muffled moan suddenly echoed from the adjacent room. Both Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang froze. Holy crap? Live broadcast? The small hotel they'd checked into this time had decent surveillance positioning, but the surroundings were a bit rough. The room they'd booked had only a small bed and a broken TV that wouldn't turn on. The room was a partitioned-off space within a residential building. Zhang Yang estimated it had been carved out of what was originally a living room, creating 3 tiny rooms each barely 4 square meters at most. The soundproofing was practically non-existent. It was practically non-existent. Qin Wanqing wasn't some naive young girl anymore. Hearing that sound earlier, she knew exactly what was happening next door. Her face flushed, and in a fit of embarrassment, she twisted Zhang Yang's waist. "It's not my fault. This spot had the best positioning, I had to choose it. I can't exactly set up surveillance in someone else's home, can I?" Zhang Yang looked utterly innocent. Qin Wanqing shot him a withering glance before moving to the window to look outside, trying to distract herself. But clearly, the young couple next door, whether lovers, adulterers, or illicit workers, wouldn't give Qin Wanqing that chance. The woman was clearly already in the zone. At first, you could still hear her desperately trying to suppress her gasps, but later, she completely let go. Her cries filled the entire hotel room. Not just Qin Wanqing, even Zhang Yang felt his blood boil. Truth be told, he'd watched his fair share of adult films before. But hearing it live was an entirely different experience. More importantly, whether spurred by the noise next door or not, the couple in the other adjacent room to Zhang Yang's also began their own session. These two were even more intense. Not only were their high-pitched moans audible, but the vibrations from their beds seemed to transmit through the wall into Zhang Yang's room. It pulsed rhythmically. Even a picture hanging on the wall was shaken loose. Qin Wanqing's face was now flushed like a ripe apple. Like an ostrich, she buried her head facing outward, tuning out the sounds from next door and focusing solely on the street view. Little did she know, however, that as she bent over, leaning on the bed to peer out the window, her entire body was positioned in an extremely seductive manner. Coincidentally, Zhang Yang was standing right behind her. Zhang Yang nearly had a nosebleed. This position seemed just right for a little push. Just as Zhang Yang was about to demonstrate, a low voice suddenly crackled through his walkie-talkie. "Attention all personnel. The suspect is out." Chapter 75, The Corpse in the Freezer. Zhang Yang froze upon hearing the sound. He quickly pressed himself against Qin Wanqing and peered outside. Sure enough, at the entrance of Guohua residential complex, that Wang Kai emerged, bundled up tightly, pushing a cart. He first glanced around warily before slowly pushing the cart toward Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing's direction.
Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing instinctively ducked their heads. Zhang Yang, you're not thinking of trying to catch him, are you? Qin Wanqing whispered. No, why? What would I arrest him for? Isn't arresting people the police's job? I'm just a private investigator, okay? Zhang Yang remembered all too well the first time he'd accompanied Qin Wanqing on an arrest. He'd been gloriously run over by a car. If not for the reward money, he'd have been way out of pocket. If there's any more of this arrest business, you guys take over, I'm out of here. Then why are you carrying a baton? Don't move around. You just hit me really hard. Qin Wanqing complained to Zhang Yang without even turning her head. Zhang Yang stared at his own tent, utterly speechless. This woman really doesn't know my signature weapon at all, does she? She didn't even sense it? Looks like you two need to get a little closer in the future. The person on the bike is already far away. They must have caught up. Let's go too. Zhang Yang gave Qin Wanqing's pert behind a firm pat. Qin Wanqing shuddered. Hearing those sounds earlier had already sent tingles through her body, leaving her highly sensitive. Zhang Yang's slap made her realize just how provocative her earlier posture had been. And the weapons on Zhang Yang's body. That damn Zhang Yang. After Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing left, a man stood in the doorway of the adjacent room, holding his clothes. Bro, don't be scared. If it were the cops, they'd have barged in already. What's there to be afraid of? Let's keep going. They haven't even. Shut up. That was clearly the walkie-talkie. Didn't you hear them shouting suspect? Listen to me, delete those transfer records. If you dare say anything, watch my fist fly. The man, hearing no movement outside, hurriedly threw on his clothes and bolted out. Meanwhile, next door, seemingly lost in ecstasy, they hadn't heard the commotion in Zhang Yang's room and were still in the thick of things. The woman left behind listened to the sounds next door with a look of resentment. She pulled tissues from her bag and wiped her fingers. Wang Kai rode his bike along the street. He kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. Fortunately, it was late at night and the streets were deserted. Aside from the occasional late-night returnee and a passing taxi, there was hardly anyone around. He scanned ahead and behind, ready to spot any movement. Yet Wang Kai was still sweating profusely with tension. Truth be told, ever since discovering that note with handwriting identical to his own, Wang Kai's heartbeat had been irregular. He had barely managed to force himself through his class. After work, he rushed straight home. To Wang Kai, it felt like encountering a ghost. Last time, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to have discovered it. And even if someone had, how could they possibly leave him a note? One written in the exact same handwriting as his own? This handwriting was the result of countless hours of practice. For it to match his own handwriting was definitely not something a human could do. After wrestling with the thought for a long time, Wang Kai couldn't bring himself to close his eyes and sleep. After much deliberation, he decided to take the risk and bury the child's body. It was the least he could do to give the child some closure. Otherwise, if the child kept haunting him, it would be a real problem. Wang Kai rode his bike slowly and deliberately for over an hour before arriving at a large compound near the school. He had once rented a basement apartment here. The entire neighborhood was filled with school district properties, leaving no available rentals. When Wang Kai inquired about housing, he discovered that not only were rentals impossible, but even buying a home required standing in line. Even people with millions in cash were lining up for a single spot. As a lowly teacher, such a prospect was beyond his wildest dreams. Wang Kai parked his bike, then waited in a nearby shadow for a while. Only after confirming no one had followed him did he pull out his keys and unlock the basement door. Inside sat a dilapidated freezer. Child, don't blame me. Blame your wealthy father and your snobbish mother. I'm burying you today, so please never come looking for me again. I'll burn extra paper money for you during festivals from now on. Wang Kai bowed before the freezer before opening it. Inside lay the body of the missing child. Wang Sai wrapped the body in a blanket he'd prepared earlier, intending to carry it out and bury it in that abandoned park. But the moment he pushed open the door, he was immediately pinned to the ground by several police officers. Seeing the body wrapped in the blanket, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Why are you arresting me? What have I done? I don't even know where this body came from. Wang Kai protested repeatedly. Bull! Take him back. The lead officer, furious, slapped Wang Kai across the face. You were practically carrying the body out of here, and you still dare to deny it. After discovering the basement, the police found unused sedatives inside, along with a blood-stained axe. Forensic analysis confirmed it was the very axe used to sever the child's finger. The fingerprints on it matched Wang Kai's perfectly. The forensic team confirmed this was the primary crime scene. Wang Kai never imagined this place would be discovered, so he hadn't bothered to cover it up at all. Even if Wang Kai refused to confess, the existing evidence was more than sufficient to convict him. Chapter 76, A Little Knowledge. Inside the conference room. Chief Gon, all the evidence is ironclad. Even if he doesn't say a word, it's more than enough to convict this bastard. Tan Yejuan, captain of Criminal Investigation Team 1, addressed Old Gong.
With all this irrefutable evidence laid out before him, Wang Kai still refused to confess. It nearly drove Tan Yejuan mad.
He insists on knowing exactly how they caught him. He even wants to meet the person who forged his handwriting. Captain Tan, since that's the case, how about I give it a try? Zhang Yang asked from the side. Old Gong, this. Honestly, there's no need for us to talk to him now. We can just convict him without a confession. We've already troubled Zhang Yang enough this time, why bother you too? Tan Yejuan turned to address Zhang Yang. Captain Tan, you're too kind.
Before coming, Director Qin specifically instructed me to spare no effort.
I absolutely must see this through to the end. Otherwise, when I return, Director Qin won't let me off the hook.
Zhang Yang replied with a smile.
Ha! That old fox Qin Igwe is nothing but a bully at home. Don't worry about him. Tan Yejuan, since Zhang Yang himself insists, let him go. Old Gong chuckled from the side. Alright. Then I'll trouble you again. Tan Yejuan smiled at Zhang Yang.
What had been a difficult arrangement to pull off was suddenly resolved with a laugh after Zhang Yang pulled in Qin Igwe to cover for him. Old Gong watched from the side, smiling with his eyes narrowed. His satisfaction with Zhang Yang grew by the day. Not only did he possess exceptional deductive skills, but he also handled interpersonal dynamics with finesse. His attitude remained consistently humble in every aspect, a man with tremendous potential for growth. It was a pity he wasn't part of the public security system. Otherwise, he could be promoted to gain more experience. Before long, Zhang Yang emerged from the interrogation room. Captain Tan, Wang Kai has confessed. Have someone go in and take his statement. Zhang Yang addressed Tan Yejuan.
What? He's already confessed? Wasn't he still talking tough earlier? You know how to interrogate people? Tan Yejuan gaped in astonishment. I know a little.
Zhang Yang said modestly. Tan Yejuan, since Zhang Yang has made the effort to come all this way, and this case was solved before many could even grasp the clues, I'm sure there are plenty of questions. Here's what we'll do, after finishing the statements and handing over the case, gather everyone in the conference room. Any questions can be directed to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang holds the position of specially appointed lecturer at Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Old Gong said to Tan Yejuan with a smile.
Zhang Yang, you don't mind, do you?
Old Gong turned to ask Zhang Yang.
Me? There's a lecture fee, right? Same as before?
Zhang Yang grinned. Sure. I'll double it. I'll cover the extra portion myself.
Gong Laoda said angrily. Alright, I'll take a piss and get ready for class. Zhang Yang walked out grinning. Old Gong, I'll make the arrangements right away.
Tan Yejuan said as he started to walk out. Oh, and bring me the footage of Zhang Yang in the interrogation room later.
I want to review it. Old Gong added to Tan Yejuan.
Yes, sir.
Inside the conference room, all the police officers held paper and pens in their hands, staring at Zhang Yang.
I don't know where to start.
How about this, if you have any questions, just ask.
I'll speak as the thoughts come to me. Zhang Yang scratched his head. Alright, since Zhang Yang put it that way, if there's anything unclear about this case, ask now. I have to admit, Zhang Yang is truly impressive. We had no leads for so long, but he spent just one night not only finding clues and pinpointing the killer, but also devising a way to make the killer reveal themselves. In the end, we secured both witness testimony and physical evidence. I'm sure many of you are still processing this. Ask away if you have questions.
Tan Yejuan stepped forward first and addressed the group. Then I'll ask first, Zhang Yang. How did you manage to imitate that handwriting? Was it innate talent, or something you could master through dedicated practice? Tan Yejuan asked Zhang Yang.
To be honest, this question wasn't just troubling Tan Yejuan, it puzzled everyone else as well. After all, throughout the entire investigation process,
Zhang Yang's handwriting played a decisive role.
Especially during the final phase of luring the snake out of its hole, if not for that note prompting Wang Kai to consider moving the body. Otherwise, even if Wang Kai had been apprehended, his demeanor suggested he would never confess. Without a body or any evidence, arresting him would have been futile.
What astonished Tan Yejuan even more was the phrase Zhang Yang had written on it.
It wasn't so much that Wang Kai had lost to them as he had lost to his own inner demons.
Maybe it's talent. This thing might be hard to cultivate, I can't really say for sure.
Zhang Yang scratched his nose as he spoke. After all, this skill was a system reward naturally, he couldn't let others know about it. True. Such skills are often innate gifts. Back in the day, Zhou Buotong's fighting with both hands simultaneously technique was impossible for others to master, yet Zai Longnu learned it instantly.
That's the gap between people. Tan Yejuan summed it up.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes.
That analogy seemed a bit. I have another question, how did you discover the clue in the note? Was it because we were too focused on examining the traces and overlooked the content itself?
Now that I know the killer is the Chinese teacher, thinking back to the content on those notes, I can see the connection too.
A police officer stood up and said. Yes, that's one reason. At first, I got caught up in that too.
After all, when old Gong called me, he only mentioned trace evidence, which steered me off track initially.
But my wife reminded me.
Zhang Yang grinned.
Your wife?
The group exchanged puzzled looks. Ahem, this lovely lady standing beside me, she's the one who came with me.
She's my wife, my better half. Had ha. Zhang Yang couldn't resist showing off a bit in front of everyone.
Qin Wanqing, standing nearby, flushed bright red. Somehow, he'd managed to pin this on her. She shot Zhang Yang a withering look. Many young officers present immediately groaned in disappointment. They'd been eyeing the beauty who came with Zhang Yang, assuming she was also part of the public security system, and were all planning to build connections.
Little did they know she was Zhang Yang's wife? Being tall and handsome was one thing, but to be this capable too? Being competent is one thing, but having a police beauty as your wife? Damn it!
Life's not fair when you compare yourself to others.
Chapter 77, This kid's a real talent. Truth be told, this whole incident boils down to our investigative habits.
With all the modern technology and knowledge we have now, we tend to overlook traditional methods when we encounter them.
People today have so many ways to learn about the investigative process.
They're not unfamiliar with our procedures, and deliberately avoiding them can actually cause us trouble. Zhang Yang said with a smile. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, everyone froze in surprise. This served as a timely reminder.
Throughout this investigation, they'd become overly reliant on modern technology.
Yet, with no leads from surveillance footage and no modern technology involved whatsoever, the team found themselves at a loss.
I have another question.
It seems you suspected from the start that the first crime scene might be near the school.
How did you determine that? Another officer stood up to ask.
The suspect's profile. From the way he's been playing cat and mouse with us, it's as if he's deliberately trying to provoke the police. He must be a clever and arrogant individual. He even mentioned this himself during our earlier conversation. He boasts about his talents yet is stuck as a lowly elementary school teacher, surrounded by a bunch of unruly kids. This starkly contrasts with his own expectations. After being scorned by the child's mother, he became determined to prove he was smarter than the police. Prior to this, he had studied extensive police investigation materials, which inspired him to use notes to transmit messages. Thinking in reverse, he reasoned that the most dangerous place might actually be the safest. Operating near the school minimized the risk of discovery while also exploiting a blind spot in the police's instinctive habits. After all, it's hard to imagine a child being held less than 100 meters from the school. Zhang Yang explained to the others.
That really is strange. If he truly wanted to be more sophisticated, why didn't he use a printer to print the notes? That way, we wouldn't even have a final clue to go on. The officer asked in confusion. Everyone froze in surprise. If he had actually used a printer, he might have cut off even their last breakthrough. It's not that complicated. This Wang Kai is actually quite poor. He couldn't even afford a second-hand printer. If he went out to print it, the content would be exposed. With no other options, he came up with the idea of changing hands and fonts. Zhang Yang spread his hands helplessly. No way? He's at a top elementary school, right? His salary should be pretty decent. One officer said.
He gambles and owes a lot of money. He seems to be trying every trick in the book to prove himself.
But it seems like he keeps losing.
And if it weren't for worrying about the stench of the decomposing body spreading, he probably wouldn't have even bought that second-hand freezer.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
Everyone listened, at a loss for words.
The final clue that gave him away was actually about saving money?
He thought through so many clever details, yet stumbled precisely on this point. It was utterly absurd. But then again, the entire case itself was absurd. To commit such an unconscionable act merely to prove one's abilities, perhaps humanity itself is the absurdity.
Fortunately, Zhang Yang was there. Otherwise, Wang Kai's handwriting samples would have been indistinguishable from printed text to them. The interrogation dragged on into the evening.
By the end, it wasn't confined to this single case anymore. Even several major cases from Tianhai City were dug up. Had old Gong not intervened at the end, they might have dug up all the backlogged cases to present to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, since you've made the effort to come to the provincial capital, why not stay a few more days? Your return flights are already booked, you have 3 more days. Enjoy yourselves. Old Gong said to Zhang Yang with a smile.
Well, I'll gladly take you up on that.
Zhang Yang replied with a smile.
After Zhang Yang left, Tan Yejuan sat down beside Old Gong.
Old Gong, this kid is absolutely a talent.
Shouldn't we try to keep him in the provincial capital? I recall there's still one spot left for the special recruitment, right? Tan Yejuan asked, watching Zhang Yang's retreating figure.
Of course we will. Otherwise, why do you think I booked a flight for 3 days from now?
This Zhang Yang is no ordinary guy.
I reviewed his interrogation footage with Wang Kai. He started simple, then deepened the questioning.
Seemingly effortless, yet he gradually guided Tan Yejuan into following his rhythm. Do you know why Wang Kai confessed in the end? Old Gong asked Tan Yejuan. No idea. I've been wondering about that too. I've been glued to this all along and haven't even looked at the interrogation records yet. Tan Yejuan asked, sounding a bit surprised. He lost. He had believed his own cleverness, his sense of superiority, would completely overwhelm Zhang Yang.
It was precisely because his pride had been utterly crushed that he abandoned his final resistance. Without Zhang Yang, he probably wouldn't have spoken even in death. In his view, if he remained silent, it meant the police hadn't truly defeated him. Old Gong tapped the table with his finger as he spoke. So that's how it was. Old Gong, to be honest, I feel like I failed in my job. If only our capabilities had been stronger, or if we'd found Zhang Yang sooner, that child could have been saved.
Tan Yejuan said with some frustration.
At the beginning of this case, Wang Kai didn't immediately kill the hostage. However, through repeated confrontations, Wang Kai realized that successfully obtaining the ransom would likely be extremely difficult.
So he gave up.
That's why he killed the child. Regardless, the child had seen Wang Kai's true nature. There was absolutely no way he could have survived. Even if he got the ransom, the child would still meet his end. In such circumstances, unless the police could act like Zhang Yang and track down the killer within a day. Otherwise, it's nearly impossible to alter this outcome.
Gaining this understanding is a necessary process. Shame breeds courage. The lessons learned here, hopefully they'll be useful next time.
As for Zhang Yang's side, you needn't feel too defeated.
The future belongs to the young. Being surpassed by the younger generation is a sign of progress. Never cling to your own pride and suppress the youth.
The new generation pushes forward the old with fresh blood constantly entering our ranks. The capabilities of our public security system will evolve accordingly. Old Gong addressed Tan Yejuan.
Yes, I understand. But regarding Zhang Yang, he's not part of our police force. It's truly a pity. Tan Yejuan remarked with a hint of regret. Not at all, he's Qin Wanqing's son-in-law. Besides, solutions come from people's ingenuity. Old Gong flashed a sly grin. Chapter 78, Enforcing Family Law. Chaoyang Hotel, Provincial Capital. I don't care.
Tomorrow you're taking me shopping. I heard there are several stores here in the provincial capital that aren't in Tianhai City.
This lady is going on a shopping spree.
Qin Wanqing waved her little fists at Zhang Yang.
Sis, you can't do this to me. I finally get a few days off, can't I just relax?
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. He'd pulled an all-nighter yesterday and spent the entire day talking to countless police officers. Both his physical and mental energy were already feeling drained. Qin Wanqing, on the other hand, had crashed out in the middle of the night, so she naturally felt none of his exhaustion.
Oomph. Who do you think you're calling big sis? What did I say? Say it again.
Qin Wanqing immediately bristled at Zhang Yang calling her big sister. She was a few years older than Zhang Yang, and that had always been a sore point for her. After all, men these days all seem to prefer younger girls. She never expected Zhang Yang to call her big sister today, sounding like some woman in her 30s or 40s.
Qin Wanqing instantly exploded. Big what? What else could it be?
Right here, of course. Seeing Qin Wanqing's sour expression, Zhang Yang immediately took action. At this moment, any excuses, any explanations, any words, all were useless and superfluous. The only thing that mattered now was to dive right in.
What are you doing? I'm talking business here. Be gentle.
The moment Zhang Yang plucked a grape, Qin Wanqing's entire body went limp. Before Qin Wanqing could react, Zhang Yang flipped over and pinned her down on the bed.
Still want to go shopping? We'll see if you can even get out of bed tomorrow.
Zhang Yang thought to himself as he began his conquest.
Don't tell me you haven't showered yet?
No need to wash. This master is about to enforce house rules.
No. The next day at noon. When Qin Wan came to, her entire body ached unbearably.
Zhang Yang was still snoring loudly beside her. Qin Wan glanced at the scattered clothes on the floor and recalled last night's wild passion, her face flushing crimson once more.
Seriously? He pulled an all-nighter and still had that kind of stamina? Unbelievable.
Rest a little longer, grab lunch, then go shopping this afternoon. Qin Wanqing made up her mind, but just as she tried to get up, Zhang Yang pulled her back down onto the bed.
Where are you going?
Zhang Yang spoke to Qin Wanqing without even opening his eyes.
Me? Ugh, why are you doing this again?
Ugh, you. When Qin Wanqing finally woke up again, she realized it was already evening. With great effort, she lifted her phone to check the time. It was already 9 o'clock at night. And Zhang Yang was nowhere to be found.
Oomph. Damn Zhang Yang. I hate him. How could he be so great?
It's already 9 o'clock, how am I supposed to go shopping now?
Stupid Zhang Yang. Bad Zhang Yang.
Qin Wanqing buried her face in the blanket in frustration.
Forget getting out of bed, even the slightest movement hurt like hell. Looks like shopping was out of the question for the next few days. Who's cursing me? Do you want me to enforce house rules?
Zhang Yang spoke as he walked in, carrying a bunch of food.
I went out of my way to buy these treats for you.
Since you put it that way, I'll just take them back. Zhang Yang said with a smirk.
Oomph. Don't you dare. Hurry up and bring it over here. I'm starving. Qin Wanqing glared at Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang chuckled and dragged over the table beside them.
Seriously, you've been in bed all day, how could you possibly be hungry? Zhang Yang looked utterly baffled. You're going to get me killed.
It's all because of you, you stinker.
Qin Wanqing twisted Zhang Yang's ear.
Zhang Yang winced at the pain, but his hands roamed freely once more.
Qin Wanqing begged for mercy repeatedly. After all this time, her entire body was limp and weak. How could she possibly be a match for Zhang Yang?
What puzzled Qin Wanqing was that Zhang Yang had clearly been fighting too. How come he didn't seem the least bit tired?
Could it be that he had such incredible stamina? Oh my god. Does this mean I'm in for a rough time from now on? How was she supposed to go to work? Qin Wanqing felt a bit panicked inside.
Just as Qin Wanqing was lost in her thoughts, Qin Aigua's call came through. Qin Wanqing frantically pulled on her clothes, quickly pushed Zhang Yang onto the bed, covered him with the quilt, then forced herself to sit upright on the bed before answering the call.
Don't say a word. Turn the camera around. The moment the video connected, Qin Aigua's icy voice came through. Qin Wanqing looked utterly helpless. She flipped the camera and scanned the room. Behind the curtains, Qin Aigua bellowed. Qin Wanqing felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. With no other choice, she forced herself to stand up. Limping over to the window, she pulled back the curtains to look. Dad, there's no one here. I'm the only one in this room.
You don't need to worry.
Qin Wanqing sighed in exasperation. Sweetie, what happened to your leg just now? Did you hurt your leg? Qin Aigua asked from the side.
Oh, I just bumped my leg on the bedpost when I got up earlier.
It's nothing.
Qin Wanqing tried her best to act normal, but every step she took was excruciatingly painful. Inside, she cursed that jerk Zhang Yang several times over. Sweetie, I'm not trying to nag, but even though you're living on your own, you should still keep things tidy.
Why don't you ever fold your bedding? And your clothes, why are they scattered everywhere, even thrown on the floor?
If anyone sees this, they'll think I, Qin Aigua, failed to raise my child properly. Qin Aigua stared at the screen, his displeasure evident as he surveyed the tangled mess of bedding and clothes strewn everywhere.
Dad.
I was just about to eat, so I sat on the bed.
Oh, just leave it alone. Hanging up. Qin Wanqing's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly sat down beside the bed. Hang what? I wasn't finished yet. Are you going to go find Zhang Yang again?
Listen, girl, even though you two got married in a daze, you still haven't had a wedding banquet.
Most people don't even know yet. Don't I know you young folks? When you're doing that thing, you never use protection. It's easy to get pregnant. Imagine you showing up to the wedding banquet with a big belly. Where would I hide my old face?
You have no idea how rushed you two are.
I haven't even booked a hotel yet.
All the auspicious dates for banquet halls before the end of this year are already booked solid.
You better keep your distance from that little bastard. If he tries anything, call the cops.
If you really have no choice, make sure to buy a few in advance.
The Doodoo brand is pretty sturdy, I tried it before. Oh Dad. Why are you telling me all this? I'm done talking to you. I'm going to eat. Qin Wanqing blushed fiercely upon hearing Qin Aigua bring up such things. Her father, that old lecher, how could he talk to his own daughter like this? This is infuriating. Oh, fine, let's drop that for now. How's that case going? I'm just asking. You should eat. Qin Aigua took a sip of tea on the other end of the video call and asked. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes.
Judging by the way Dad had set up the tea set, he wasn't going to stop anytime soon. With no other choice, Qin Wanqing opened the food and prepared to eat. But the moment she picked up her chopsticks, her entire body froze. A hand reached inside from behind her clothes.
Chapter 79, Fever?
Zhang Yang, who had been under the covers, had been holding it in for far too long. The moment he saw Qin Wanqing put down her phone, Zhang Yang quickly poked his head out from under the covers.
The camera angle couldn't capture what was behind Qin Wanqing.
But the moment Zhang Yang heard Qin Aigua's words, he felt displeased.
What's the deal? Does that mean we can't fight just because we haven't had a wedding banquet? We got our marriage certificate, okay? We're legally married, okay? Zhang Yang was thoroughly annoyed.
He'd carefully calculated the timing. The 7 days before and 8 days after ovulation were his safe period. Tomorrow would mark the end of those days, so he had to act fast.
And you old hag, meddling from hundreds of miles away? Like I'd let you get away with it? Honey, keep eating. It's already so late.
If your mom finds out you're eating this late, she'll scold you.
I heard that case was solved today?
When I called old Gong, he seemed busy with something. We only exchanged a few words before he hung up.
Did Zhang Yang actually help or not? Qin Aigua asked Qin Wanqing. He did help. Qin Wanqing felt Zhang Yang's hand growing increasingly restless.
Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke.
You didn't actually speak up for that kid, did you?
But it'd be best if he could lend a hand. That'd earn me some face. After all, that kid is my son-in-law now, no matter what. Let me tell you, girl, raising you to adulthood hasn't been easy for your old man.
Now you're about to get married, and my heart? Well, it's just cold as ice. Qin Aigua sighed to himself. Qin Wanqing's mind had gone blank by now. She couldn't be bothered to listen to Qin Aigua rambling on. It's not that we think Zhang Yang is a bad guy. Just look at all the matchmaking opportunities your mom and I have arranged for you over the years. There were plenty who were better looking than Zhang Yang. Take this one, that one, and the other one. Right? But you set your sights on him. It's purely that feeling of disliking the kid. I know there's something going on between you two, but daughter, everything I've done is for your own good. Don't you dare blame your father. Qin Aigua pleaded earnestly. Qin Wanqing clenched her teeth tightly. Honey, what's wrong with your face? Why is it so flushed? You're not running a fever, are you? Wait here. I'm calling that kid Zhang Yang right now. He doesn't even know his own daughter has a fever, what good is he? Qin Aigua hung up the video call as he spoke. Can't your dad stop this habit of bad-mouthing people behind their backs? That's just too unkind. No wonder he lives by the sea, his mind is always wandering. Qin Wanqing shot Zhang Yang a resentful glare. Just as Zhang Yang was about to respond, his phone rang. Only then did Zhang Yang realize that Qin Aigua had ended the call specifically to video chat with him. Panic instantly seized him. He scrambled into the bathroom, quickly wiped his hands with a towel, then crouched on the toilet before finally opening the video call. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Qin Aigua demanded impatiently. What else would I be doing on the toilet? Zhang Yang looked guilty as sin. Get up immediately. My daughter has a fever and you're still sitting there, Ting? Hurry up and go buy medicine for my daughter. Listen to me, don't hang up the video call. I need to keep an eye on you. Don't try to wriggle out of it once you're in my daughter's room. Don't think I don't know your dirty tricks, you little bastard. Qin Aigua said viciously. Alright, so should I wipe it down first before opening it with you? You don't actually want to watch me do that, do you? Your tastes are way too. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Shut up. Get out of my way. If you dare hang up, I'll break your legs when I get back. Qin Aigua growled menacingly. Zhang Yang looked utterly helpless. No choice. He pretended to tear the paper, flushed the toilet, and stood up holding his phone. But when he opened the door, his hands were sticky. He lost his grip on the phone, and it plummeted straight onto the hotel carpet. As luck would have it, it landed at an angle against the doorframe. And just as unlucky, the camera was pointed directly at the bed. And just as coincidentally, Qin Wanqing was changing clothes on the bed. For a moment, an awkward atmosphere filled the air. You little bastard. Before Qin Aigua could finish his sentence, Zhang Yang swiftly hung up the call, then turned off his phone. Before Qin Aigua could reach Qin Wanqing, he turned off his phone again. The world fell silent in an instant. Qin Wanqing. Continue enforcing the family rules? Zhang Yang chuckled. Are you a monster? Qin Wanqing flushed and shot Zhang Yang a disapproving look. Go easy on me later. Early the next morning. Zhang Yang woke up starving. He hadn't eaten dinner last night, too busy fighting. He woke up starving. He glanced at the clock, it was already past 10. Qin Wanqing was still sleeping like a kitten. Zhang Yang tiptoed out of bed, just about to head out to get something hot to eat, when he pulled open the door and found Old Gong about to knock. Old Gong? What brings you here? Come in quickly. No, you can't come in. Zhang Yang swiftly turned the doorknob to lock it, effectively shoving Old Gong back outside as he tried to step through the doorway. Old Gong was no novice, he knew exactly what was going on inside. He let out a wry smile. I tried calling you this morning, but couldn't get through. Then I tried that girl's number, no answer either. Thought something might have happened, so I came to check. Old Gong said with a smile. Oh, nothing serious. Just forgot to charge it, so it shut down. Old Gong, you came looking for me, don't tell me another case has popped up? Zhang Yang felt a sense of foreboding. Chapter 80. Look at that dog. Yeah, that's right. Lately, we've been thinking about reopening some of those old unsolved cases. After all, many of them were left unresolved back then because the technology just wasn't there. But since the perpetrators remain at large, our public security system periodically reopens these cases. Gong Lao addressed Zhang Yang. What can I do to help? I'm not familiar with these cases either. Zhang Yang seemed to grasp the purpose of Gong Lao's visit. Precisely because of that, often when approaching things from an outsider's perspective, you might uncover new insights. Combined with your keen investigative skills, I'd actually like you to get involved. We still have 2 days, and the flight tickets can be rebooked anytime. Old Gong smiled faintly. Zhang Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He felt like he'd fallen into a trap. You came to find me personally, leaving me no chance to refuse. But... Zhang Yang paused for a moment. Go ahead and tell us. If there are any conditions, we'll do our best to meet them. Regarding payment, we'll settle it based on your regular hourly rate for teaching sessions. How does that sound? Old Gong smiled. He seemed to have long understood Zhang Yang's habits. That would be too awkward. It's settled then. Zhang Yang agreed readily. He had nothing better to do these days anyway, so why not make some extra cash?
Besides, Qin Wanqing clearly wouldn't be able to get out of bed for the next couple of days, so she wouldn't have a chance to go out and have fun anyway. If he stayed at the hotel, he wouldn't be able to do much either. Most importantly, for Zhang Yang, someone was finally going to pay him. He could finally experience the luxury of paid time off. Provincial Public Security Department. Conference room. I won't beat around the bush. The case remains unsolved, and the suspect is still at large. This is a disgrace to our police force. We must make it clear to those suspects that no matter how many years have passed, we police have never given up on tracking them down. Bringing criminals to justice and giving victims peace, that is our mission. What we're presenting today are all backlogged cases squeezed down from our provincial bureau, spanning from this year back to a decade ago. I expect each of you to boldly hypothesize from your professional perspective, fear not making mistakes, but fear having no ideas. Modern forensic techniques are advancing by leaps and bounds. Any ideas you generate will be immediately followed up and implemented by the units below. We must locate and apprehend those fugitive perpetrators as swiftly as possible. Gong Lao addressed the assembled group. Those seated here are elite personnel from the public security system, temporarily assigned to this task. We have little time. Let's begin immediately. Oh, right, let me introduce you all to Zhang Yang, a specially recruited forensic expert from Tianhai City. Alright, bring him in. Old Gong introduced Zhang Yang to the group. Whispers began to ripple through the group. Recently, Zhang Yang had become something of a celebrity within the Provincial Public Security Department. Not only had he solved a kidnapping case in a single day, but he had also been personally recruited by Old Gong. Many speculated that Zhang Yang might well be the final disciple Master Gong had chosen. For Old Gong, a veteran expert renowned throughout the national public security system. If he were truly taking on a final disciple, it would be a monumental event. What's more, rumors circulated that this Zhang Yang wasn't even part of the public security system, he was a private investigator. The crowd buzzed with discussion, with the most significant doubts centered on Zhang Yang's capabilities. Amidst the murmurs, a case file appeared on the large screen at the front. This information came from the narcotics police, who had been tracking a group of drug manufacturers and traffickers, determined to uncover their hideout. But these traffickers were extremely cunning. Multiple surveillance attempts had failed, and after their movements were exposed once, they had even resorted to armed confrontation with the police. Fortunately, the incident occurred on a remote road, avoiding public panic, after which they changed their ambush location. This time, we finally got another lead on the traffickers, but we lost them while pursuing them to a township. They want our assistance. Our police have already begun secretly investigating the surrounding area, but to avoid alerting them, we still want to pinpoint the direction as much as possible. Currently, we only have several surveillance clips. Our colleagues in the narcotics division reviewed them but found no useful leads. Everyone, take a look. As Tan Yejuan spoke, several surveillance clips began playing on the screen. The footage showed the suspect vehicle passing through the area, but it vanished from the cameras after entering a certain stretch of road. Within moments, over a dozen surveillance clips had finished playing. Simultaneously, printed materials were distributed to each of them. Take a look and see if you spot any clues. Tan Yejuan addressed the group. Everyone quickly began flipping through the case files. Zhang Yang, however, was staring intently at the frozen frame on the screen, deep in thought. Zhang Yang, the files. Seeing Zhang Yang still staring at the screen, Tan Yejuan pointed in front of him and reminded him. So the suspect's vehicle vanished after entering the final surveillance zone? What we need to confirm now is the possible direction the suspect fled. Zhang Yang asked Tan Yejuan. Exactly. The surveillance system below isn't as comprehensive, and there's a long stretch of road in between that isn't covered. What's up? Got any ideas? Tan Yejuan was a bit surprised. Surely he couldn't have discovered any clues just by watching the surveillance footage in such a short time? Could you replay the last video? Zhang Yang asked. Tan Yejuan nodded to the colleague operating the control computer. Soon, the final video began playing again. Stop! Zhang Yang suddenly called out halfway through. Zhang Yang pulled out a map of the surveillance area from the files, studied it, and circled a location with a pen. I think the drug lab is very likely right there. There's a river nearby. We can have someone pose as a fisherman to collect water samples downstream for testing. If the results come back clean, we can pretty much confirm it. Zhang Yang said to Tan Yejuan. What? We found it already? How did you figure that out? Tan Yejuan looked utterly stunned, and even Old Gong, standing nearby, leaned in with keen curiosity. This. Look at that dog. Zhang Yang pointed to a white shadow in the upper right corner of the screen. Chapter 81, The Gang Rape Case. Everyone froze in surprise. A dog? Where? How come I didn't notice it? Tan Yejuan looked in the direction Zhang Yang indicated and indeed spotted a faint outline beneath the white wall in the upper right corner. He then had his colleague replay the surveillance footage several times before finally noticing that there was indeed a dog there. However, the dog appeared to be white or yellow, blending inconspicuously against the base of the wall. Only upon close inspection could one barely make it out.
What's wrong with the dog? Tan Yejuan asked, puzzled.
It was nighttime, and the town was nearly deserted. If any vehicles or people had appeared, the dog would surely have sensed them.
Yet from the very beginning, the dog hadn't changed its lying position.
Just a moment ago, it had lifted its head once. It was highly likely that a vehicle had appeared, but clearly hadn't passed by. This meant it had stopped at least within the dog's line of sight.
Although it had aroused the dog's alertness, it hadn't posed a threat. Look at the map in your hands. The dog's direction should be northeast.
About 200 meters from the intersection where the dog is located lies an orchard. Orchards usually have some houses within them, and behind the orchard is a small river. Secluded, with cover from the orchard and a water source, it's an ideal spot for drug manufacturing. Zhang Yang said with a smile.
The others followed Zhang Yang's reasoning while flipping through their documents.
They discovered it matched Zhang Yang's description exactly.
But when they revisited the surveillance footage, their jaws still dropped in astonishment. Who would have thought? They could actually find clues from a dog's reaction.
What was even more crucial was that most of them had completely overlooked the dog's presence while watching the footage. The dog hadn't moved at all, merely lifting its head once. Such a subtle change, lasting perhaps just a second, had yielded so many clues. Perhaps it wasn't even a clue anymore, it had directly pinpointed the final drug manufacturing location. The police were being so cautious precisely because this drug manufacturing and trafficking gang possessed semi-automatic weapons. Without precise location data, a sweep operation could potentially result in significant casualties on the police side. Once pinpointed, armed forces could be deployed for a direct assault.
Maximizing safety.
Tan Yejuan listened intently before rushing out to make a call. When Tan Yejun returned, an awkward silence fell over the entire conference room.
For all of them?
Before the case had even been fully sorted out, Zhang Yang had already cracked it.
This was simply too. Ahem. Continue. Next.
Tan Yejuan said to his colleague operating the computer beside him. The others sighed, inexplicably feeling a sense of defeat as if they were imposters. As the screen transitioned, their attention shifted.
This is a particularly heinous gang rape case that recently occurred in our province.
The reason it's considered heinous is that this criminal gang not only consists of numerous members but also operates across multiple regions in our province. Their activities span a wide geographical area, a long period of time, and involve a large number of crimes, posing significant challenges to our investigation. This case was presented by Old Gong as he stood up to speak. From the furrowed brow of the elderly Gong, it was clear this case was no simple matter. Zhang Yang watched the constantly scrolling documents and photos on the screen, realizing why this major case had made no progress for so long. If the crime had been committed locally and there were records, even a slightly clever criminal would find the police smarter than them. Sooner or later, they'd unravel the clues and apprehend the culprit. But with random, violent crimes like this, it was a different story. Suspects were hard to pin down, and evidence was difficult to gather. The first incident occurred in a township of coastal province.
3 masked assailants robbed a couple returning home late at night.
After failing to steal much money, they dragged the woman into a nearby forest and gang raped her. When her boyfriend intervened, he was severely beaten. The man suffered lifelong disabilities from his injuries, while the woman endured severe psychological trauma after the gang rape. She spent several months in the hospital and still suffers from nightmares to this day. After investigating the case, police determined the 3 perpetrators were experienced criminals. Their methods were clean and efficient, targeting the man's body in precisely the right places to incapacitate him, leaving behind almost no clues. The semen left at the scene could not be analyzed for DNA at the township police station, which lacked the technology and did not prioritize the investigation, resulting in no DNA evidence being discovered. That same night, in a neighboring village, a convenience store was robbed, and the shop owner's 16-year-old daughter was gang raped by the 3 men. According to the shop owner's recollection, the assailants carried hunting rifles and spoke with a local accent.
Yet again, no significant clues were left behind. More crucially, it appeared the perpetrators had taken precautions during this sexual assault, leaving no useful evidence. For 2 months after these incidents, no similar cases occurred. Yet during these 2 months, the police made no progress whatsoever. The gang of criminals seemed to have vanished into thin air. But then, one night 2 months later, in a neighboring district, 3 gang rape incidents occurred in quick succession.
One occurred in a teacher's apartment. 3 knife-wielding criminals forced their way in, subdued the occupants, stole all the cash and valuable jewelry in the home, and then gang raped the female teacher in front of the male teacher. After being violated, the female teacher was devastated but, out of concern for her reputation, did not immediately report the full details to the police. Instead, she filed a standard report for a home invasion robbery. Only after police merged the cases and persistently questioned her did she reveal the truth about the gang rape. The next day, in a village under the jurisdiction of the city, a middle school student was dragged into a field and gang raped while riding her bicycle home from school. The young girl, still a minor, suffered severe physical and psychological trauma from the gang rape. She fell gravely ill and, several months later, took her own life due to depression. Even more shocking was that in the same town, just hours after the rape of the girl, 3 masked criminals armed with hunting rifles and machetes scaled a wall and broke into a home. Not only did they steal 10,000 yuan in cash from the home, they also knocked the couple unconscious, bound them, and dragged them into the pigsty. They then gang raped the couple's twin daughters, both in their 20s, for an entire night. Early the next morning, the 3 perpetrators vanished into the fog, leaving no trace. This incident revealed that they had prepared condoms before the gang rape and left no fingerprints behind. Chapter 82, A Premeditated Crime. Hearing this, Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. He never imagined such brazen audacity could exist in today's society. But it didn't end there. Over the course of more than a year, they crossed 3 provinces and cities, committing a total of 41 crimes, torturing and murdering 6 people, and gang raping 50 women. From girls under 10 to women in their 50s, they spared no one. More significantly, this gang's crimes bore 2 distinct characteristics. First, they committed multiple crimes in rapid succession before vanishing without a trace. After a period of silence, they would resurface. Only this time, they would resurface in entirely different locations, commit multiple crimes in rapid succession, and vanish once more. Precisely because they operated as a roaming gang. Local police had no way to prepare. Initially, the cases were treated as ordinary gang rape incidents. It wasn't until the cases were consolidated at the provincial bureau level that all the incidents were linked together. Only then did this massive, cross-provincial gang rape case come to light within the entire public security system. What unsettled them even more was that the gang was currently in a dormant phase. No one knew where they would strike next, or what kind of bloody carnage they would unleash. Another disturbing characteristic was their perverse preference during the crimes. When raping daughters, they forced the parents to watch. When raping women, they forced boyfriends or husbands to watch. When raping mothers, they forced the children to watch. This gang was utterly vicious and depraved, their actions beyond the pale. There's too much evidence here to show you all of it. Investigations over this period indicate the perpetrators are between 30 and 40 years old, speak with a coastal provincial accent, though victims cannot pinpoint the exact origin. They left no fingerprints at any of the numerous crime scenes, likely having deliberately destroyed them beforehand using specialized methods. Furthermore, they took precautions during the assaults to leave no useful clues. Most victims were women. After suffering brutal attacks, they lacked sufficient legal knowledge to preserve evidence immediately, leaving virtually no clues in this regard. This is the location of their crimes in our province, based on the timing of their offenses. As he spoke, Old Gong displayed a map. The locations were marked with sequential numbers. Only now did Zhang Yang finally understand why this case had dragged on for over a year without being solved. Just looking at the distribution across this region alone, it was likely that linking these cases together had taken a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the earlier crimes hadn't resulted in any fatalities, just robberies and gang rapes. While heinous in nature, they weren't homicide cases. If the police were careless, they could easily overlook them. Currently, the available leads were extremely scarce. There were no confirmed fingerprints or other evidence linking the perpetrator. Compounding the problem, most crimes occurred in rural townships with inadequate surveillance systems, leaving virtually no leads. Zhang Yang frowned. Something felt off. There was definitely something fishy here. Why did they always lie low for about 2 months each time? If it's merely to relocate and commit crimes elsewhere, that seems like an unusually long interval. Yet if it's to lie low, 2 months feels rather short. What was the real reason? Could it be that these crimes weren't random after all? But that doesn't add up either. Those highway robberies were clearly opportunistic crimes. Wait a minute. Could it be? Zhang Yang had thought of something. In a village or small town, under what circumstances would strangers appear without raising suspicion? Zhang Yang suddenly addressed the group. Zhang Yang had no clue himself, so he might as well ask for everyone's opinions. Strangers appearing without raising suspicion? That's unlikely, isn't it? Old Gong frowned in thought. Everyone else kept their heads down, silent. They seemed puzzled by Zhang Yang's question. Typically, in a village or town, the population was fairly stable. If a stranger did show up, they'd be identified quickly. Moreover, with such a major incident occurring, suspicion would naturally fall on those unfamiliar faces. No one had a satisfactory answer. Just as everyone was at a loss, the police officer operating the computer stood up. Officials were all from the countryside. Typically, during each stage of the harvest season, our villages or towns see traders from other regions coming to buy crops. You could call them acquaintances, but we have no idea where they come from. Yet they're strangers in the sense that we know exactly why they're here. The officer addressed the group. Zhang Yang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So you're saying it's like when the potatoes are ready, and after your villagers dig them up, someone comes to buy them? Zhang Yang asked the officer. Exactly. Before, we had regular buyers, but lately, all sorts of people have been showing up, those into agribusiness, e-commerce and such. We usually just sell based on the price offered and don't pay much attention to who they are. The officer nodded. Zhang Yang, are you saying that group was posing as these kinds of people to commit crimes while moving around? Old Gong hurriedly asked. Yes.
And I'm certain most of their crimes weren't random, they were premeditated, involving reconnaissance and selective targeting. There are also some random incidents to confuse our thinking.
Their 2-month disappearance served 2 purposes: relocation and scouting for new victims. Those random cases were likely just encounters that happened to occur during the pre-arranged timeframes for their planned attacks.
Zhang Yang nodded and said, Chapter 83, Just Call Me Viagra. Gong Lao was taken aback by Zhang Yang's words.
From the very beginning of this case, it had been classified as a series of crimes committed by a fugitive. The public security systems in various regions had made no progress on the case, attributing the lack of advancement to this very circumstance.
It seemed only this explanation could mask their lack of capability. Zhang Yang's theory instantly overturned their previous assumptions.
They had all believed the crimes were random acts committed during the perpetrator's travels, which explained why they had no leads. If it was indeed a premeditated crime, then traces would have been left throughout the entire process. Had they been able to grasp those clues at the time, perhaps the situation wouldn't have escalated to this point. If Zhang Yang was telling the truth, it meant the police bore significant responsibility and negligence in this case.
Gong Lao frowned and pondered for a moment, finding Zhang Yang's reasoning not entirely without merit.
What are your thoughts? Old Gong turned to the others and asked. Gong Lao, I was involved in this case at the time. I still believe the likelihood of it being a roaming crime is higher.
Judging by their current crime patterns, if this were a premeditated crime, how could it span so many districts and cities?
We once handled a similar case involving a migrant worker who traveled around taking odd jobs and committing random rapes.
He was eventually caught when he was apprehended for stealing construction site cables. During the information entry process, matching fingerprint data was discovered, leading to his arrest.
I believe these gang rape cases are identical to that previous serial rape case.
That's why we've had no leads for so long. A police officer stood up and said.
Several officers nearby nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, they too believed the likelihood of a serial offender was high.
Observing their reactions, Old Gong remained silent. Zhang Yang, we currently have very little information.
Even if these were premeditated crimes, the most recent case occurred over 2 months ago.
Many leads have already gone cold.
Moreover, before consolidating the cases, many crime scenes weren't treated as major investigations.
Without leads, this seems quite disadvantageous for us.
Whether this was premeditated or not seems rather irrelevant now.
Old Gong addressed Zhang Yang. No. We might be able to predict the general location of their next crime.
Zhang Yang said slowly.
What? Is that really possible?
Old Gong was startled. All the other officers present stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief. Had it not been for the exceptional observational and deductive skills Zhang Yang had demonstrated earlier in the narcotics case, they would have dismissed him as a fool.
I can't guarantee anything, but maybe it's worth a shot. Zhang Yang smiled. As long as the perpetrator is human, there will always be a psychological profile of the killer. The more crimes committed, the more precise the killer's image becomes. Regarding the choice of locations, there might have been some randomness and blindness at the beginning. But after so many selections, many things have actually formed subconscious recognition. Perhaps I could assist too. I'm a portrait artist for the Provincial Public Security Department. If given some information, I might be able to sketch the killer's general appearance. Just then, a police officer stood up. Listening to Zhang Yang, he seemed to grasp what Zhang Yang intended to do. Zhang Yang was slightly surprised.
This was his first encounter with a portrait artist. He'd heard of them before they were said to be quite remarkable. Though Zhang Yang always found it somewhat hard to believe, someone holding the position of portrait artist at the provincial bureau certainly wasn't just a figurehead. Perhaps I can assist too, said a tall, thin officer wearing glasses who stood up. I'm the technical director of the hacker division at the Public Security Bureau. Chief Gong specifically called me in today. While I don't understand the case itself, if it involves networks or information, I can help. A tall, slender officer wearing glasses stood up and spoke. Zhang Yang froze. He had noticed this man when he first entered the room. At the time, he had sensed a sickly, listless aura about him, lacking the typical vigor and spirit of a police officer. Little did he know this man was the technical director of the Public Security Bureau's hacking department.
You really can't judge a book by its cover. I'll join you too.
Though we don't possess your cutting-edge capabilities, this case involves so many incidents that you'll need extra manpower.
Yeah, count me in. Some of these cases I handled personally, I know them better than anyone here. Count me in. Nearly everyone present volunteered to join the effort.
Old Gong, standing nearby, looked at Zhang Yang with genuine surprise.
Who would have thought? Just one sentence from Zhang Yang could get everyone involved. Was it simply because of Zhang Yang's formidable abilities?
Perhaps that was part of it, but the confidence radiating from Zhang Yang, coupled with his humble and gentle demeanor, made people less resistant to his extraordinary investigative abilities. A man like this was simply born to be the center of attention. He'd be wasted not in a leadership role. A treasure trove. A sparkle lit up in Old Gong's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and his team had already begun their work. The screen now displayed a map pinpointing all locations and times of these gang rape cases. Zhang Yang recalled that in the first case, the three perpetrators hadn't used condoms, though unfortunately, the evidence had been washed away by the victim. Starting with the second case, they had already purchased condoms. It seemed they had undergone a process of evolution and change.
Yam Wei?
Zhang Yang glanced helplessly at the nameplate in front of the hacker director. This sign had been hastily made on A4 paper by Gong Lao just moments ago.
It listed everyone's names.
After all, this was a team effort now, so it made sense to use names for convenience.
What's up? Just call me Brother Wei. Yang Wei pushed his glasses up. Alright, Wei good, could you pull up all condom purchase records from the second case last year up to now within the month preceding each crime, both at local supermarkets and on e-commerce platforms?
Then review the surveillance footage from the time of purchase.
Zhang Yang instructed Yang Wei. Looking for condom purchase records? Yang Wei was a bit surprised. Yes. Is that a bit difficult? Can we even get that?
Zhang Yang wasn't sure either.
You underestimate me. All transactions now go through the Union Pay system. No matter how you pay, there's a record. But if we're looking into this, should we check smaller shops and such? Yang Wei asked. That's unnecessary. These people have no fixed residence. Judging by their modus operandi and familiarity with rural areas, they're likely from the countryside. When renting, they likely avoid urban areas and choose remote locations where online shopping isn't readily available.
Small towns where condoms are sold without drawing much attention. Big supermarkets are the most convenient option, though it'll be a lot of work.
I'll have to trouble you with it.
Zhang Yang said to Yang Wei.
With Brother Wei around, there's nothing to fear. Yang Wei said as he went off to get busy. Zhang Yang. Yang Wei's remark left Zhang Yang speechless. Chapter 84, Unraveling the Mystery.
Next came the behavioral analysis of these three individuals. They were familiar with the rural environment, likely being rural residents themselves. Judging by their age, they were probably migrant workers who had come from the countryside. They possessed hunting rifles and machetes. While the authenticity of the rifles couldn't be confirmed, their brutal nature suggested they were likely genuine. The pool of people who could obtain hunting rifles was very narrow. They were either former members of criminal organizations or had access to channels for purchasing them. Such individuals most likely had criminal records and had served time in prison. Another key point, they left no fingerprints at the scene. It's highly probable they employed special methods to remove their fingerprints, similar to the tactics used in the Tianhai City bombing case. There are still quite a few such methods. Beyond the previous case, where strong acids can cause irreversible damage to fingerprints. Another method involves rubbing the surface to smooth out fingerprints, preventing them from being left behind for a short period. Transparent tape or clear nail polish can also be applied. There are many methods. With today's advanced internet, such information is readily available online. This suggests that these perpetrators possess a certain level of counter-surveillance capability.
Zhang Yang nodded in agreement at this realization.
This further confirmed that the perpetrators had committed premeditated crimes. While random crimes are harder to investigate, they often involve unpredictable variables. If they possessed counter-surveillance skills, there would be no need to resort to such measures. The most critical factor now was the choice of locations. Examining the map, the current distribution of sites appeared random, sometimes contiguous, other times scattered.
As for how they got there. Wait. Zhang Yang abruptly stood up. I know.
Immediately cross-reference these crime scenes with the timeline, specifically whether any crops were being concentrated for purchase around the time each crime occurred.
Zhang Yang instructed the others. The others immediately split up to investigate. Genoa, I've gathered some key information. Take notes. Zhang Yang addressed the provincial bureau's portrait artist. Genoa said nothing, merely nodding as he pulled out paper and pen.
Though the three were between 30 and 40 years old, they appeared more mature, leaning toward the 40-year-old range. Their attire resembled that of the purchasing merchants, and they were quite talkative.
Appearance-wise, they were passable, not overly unattractive, even seeming trustworthy.
At least two of them had likely received some education. They had prior criminal records, with one individual serving as the ringleader. This person probably had military background.
Zhang Yang delivered the entire recollection in one breath. Everyone listened attentively.
The information Zhang Yang provided essentially outlined the characteristics they needed to screen for in their upcoming investigation. After listening, Genoa shook his head slightly.
The current information was somewhat vague.
Moreover, this situation involved not just one individual. With multiple people involved, many details could overlap, making it difficult to obtain clear information.
Zhang Yang felt somewhat helpless. The current information was indeed insufficient.
But this was only preliminary intelligence. Once subsequent reports were consolidated, the picture would become clearer. In that case, he said, I'll try to reach out to the victims and see if I can get some more precise details.
Though the process might be painful.
Genoa shook his head and stepped aside to devise a plan. The situation remained grim.
It wasn't until late afternoon that some initial leads finally emerged. The first discovery, as Zhang Yang mentioned, concerned the timing of crop harvests.
Chronologically, in the month preceding the incident, local crops were being harvested, attracting numerous out-of-town merchants to the villages and towns to purchase produce. The varieties were quite diverse, including vegetables and fruits.
Even Old Gong was shocked by this result. They'd found it already?
During the period after consolidating the cases, they had been searching for relevant commonalities but had found nothing. Unexpectedly, the commonality they found now was actually not a common feature at all. With winter approaching, the variety of vegetables and crops would dwindle, with cabbage and similar staples becoming predominant. Judging by the distribution pattern, it was highly likely to be from Qingqiu City, a major cabbage-producing region. Old Gong nodded in agreement.
That should be correct. If they're buying produce, they'd likely have a truck.
Based on what Brother Lu mentioned earlier, these vegetable collection trucks are usually dump trucks.
It's highly probable these three are using such a truck to commit their crimes. And their sleeping quarters? Most likely right in that truck. That's why you didn't uncover any clues during your initial investigation.
Zhang Yang chimed in.
Right. That could very well be it.
Old Gong slapped his forehead. Some of these vendors supply goods to wholesale markets, while others buy directly from farmers for retail sales.
You know those trucks you often see at intersections?
They haul local produce from areas abundant in vegetables or fruits, then sell it retail. Their prices are significantly cheaper than supermarkets or markets, yet they still manage to profit from the markup. They rarely sell everything in a single day. To prevent theft, they sleep in their trucks, a grueling existence.
Yet precisely because of this, they become invisible people within the city.
Great.
Very good. This represents significant progress. I'll contact Qingqiu City immediately to prepare in advance.
Tan Yejuan, immediately inform all municipal and county-level personnel in Qingqiu City to cancel their leave and remain on standby. The suspect may be armed. Request assistance from local armed forces. Old Gong addressed Tan Yejuan, who had just entered.
Ha! Got it.
Tan Yejuan had just rushed up, panting heavily. After this narcotics case yielded a lead, he had immediately gone to follow up.
Gong Lao, we've brought back the river water samples.
Testing confirms the presence of drug manufacturing waste components.
We've pinpointed the exact location and finalized the arrest plan. Tan Yejuan reported to Old Gong. Proceed according to protocol. Make it quick. I have a feeling we might be pretty busy these next few days.
Old Gong chuckled.
A bit busy?
Tan Yejuan froze, glancing at the bustling crowd in the conference room. Their demeanor was worlds apart from the eager, attentive expressions they'd worn when following him earlier.
Leads in the gang rape case? In Qingqiu City?
Tan Yejuan finally caught on what Old Gong had just mentioned to him had already reached the gang rape case.
Damn it! Power bank. Get me a power bank. I'm heading out immediately.
Tan Yejuan plugged in the power bank and dashed out.
Chapter 85, found them. Got it. Found all three of them. Just then, Yang Wei also made progress.
After a full day of investigation, their whereabouts were finally traced to a township supermarket.
The large screen now displayed surveillance footage.
In the footage, 3 men wearing hats were seen checking out. The footage was quite blurry, making it barely possible to discern 3 men. However, their appearance matched Zhang Yang's earlier description. One wore glasses, while the other 2 were completely obscured by their hats.
How did you find them? Zhang Yang asked. Just like you said, I hacked into the payment system and filtered out the order information.
It turns out, the demand for condoms in our coastal province is quite substantial. The sheer volume of data made filtering difficult. During the screening process, I discovered that many surveillance systems were connected to local storage hard drives. What's more, most only retained data for 3 months.
Any older data wasn't preserved in advance and was gone. Unlike cloud servers, I couldn't retrieve data from local storage, which hit a bottleneck.
Since you mentioned Qingqiu City earlier, if this group plans to strike again, they'll definitely keep eyeing this stuff. I sorted through the footage from the supermarket's cameras, going from the most recent to the oldest, and spotted these individuals. Combined with your description earlier, it was almost an instant match. Yang Wei said with a smile.
Since their surveillance footage is stored locally, how did you manage to retrieve it? One officer asked curiously.
They have wireless routers. At the checkout area, there are 2 cameras that were added later, both wireless models, and they store locally. I exploited that as an entry point to hack in, then access the other hard drive data. The only issue is that these cameras are quite old and likely haven't been wiped in a long time, so the footage looks very blurry.
I've reprocessed it, but this is the best I can do. It's a hardware limitation of the equipment, there's nothing I can do about it. Yang Wei addressed the group.
This is more than sufficient. I need footage from multiple surveillance angles, the more, the better.
I've already gathered some information.
Using this surveillance footage, we can categorize all the characteristics and match them to each suspect.
He Zhenhua addressed Yang Wei. Yang Wei tapped away furiously at the computer. The printer beside him began spitting out pages automatically. Every single frame's printed out for you. It only took a few seconds. Here you go, big shot. Yang Wei said to He Jianhua. Alright. Now that we know the suspect's exact address, I'll make arrangements immediately. The fact they prepared this stuff clearly means they're planning another crime.
Old Gong clapped his hands.
Wei, I need your help again. After they leave this supermarket, track their movements. Ideally, find their vehicle. Though township surveillance is sparse, many businesses now install cameras at their entrances.
Plus, check if any passing vehicles had dashcams recording around the time we can use that footage.
Zhang Yang said to Yang Wei. No problem.
I didn't realize you were so familiar with this stuff too. Yang Wei turned to Zhang Yang, his hands never stopping their work.
Watching movies?
I just never imagined our police force would have a hacker as skilled as you.
Turns out movies aren't all hype after all. Zhang Yang chuckled and patted Yang Wei's shoulder. Yang Wei smiled and immersed himself completely in the computer. Meanwhile, not long after, He Jianhua walked over holding 3 sketches. Here they are.
These sketches depict the killer's appearance based on the information we have so far. He Jianhua handed the 3 sketches to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang glanced at them and found they matched his own mental image.
He couldn't help but glance at He Jianhua with admiration.
Given the circumstances, only a single blurry video clip, the faces of the other 2 individuals completely obscured, and limited information from the victim to reconstruct this person's appearance entirely was remarkable.
Truly impressive. Old Gong, preparations are complete in Qingqiu City. We've already made arrangements with the armed special police. What's the next step? Tan Yejuan burst in, panting heavily. San Yuan County. Honghe Town. We found them.
They're selling cabbages at an intersection right now, it's rush hour.
Yang Wei bellowed from the side. This is what the suspects look like.
Zhang Yang handed the 3 photos to Tan Yejuan.
We have both the location and the people. Move out immediately. Act immediately.
Before they leave the area, have the San Yuan County team move fast.
Develop a meticulous arrest plan, don't endanger anyone nearby. Gong shouted to Tan Yejuan. What? We found them already? Holy. Tan Yejuan couldn't help but curse under his breath.
But there was no time for words. He immediately dashed out to make calls and send faxes. Watching Tan Yejuan dash in and out, drenched in sweat, and observing the young people inside the room led by Zhang Yang, Old Gong smiled with deep satisfaction. In the game of Go, when trapped in a difficult position, often just one small piece can turn the entire board around.
Zhang Yang now seemed to be that crucial piece.
With him in place, the dormant potential within the entire public security department was finally unleashed.
Indeed.
Geniuses truly need to be among other geniuses to find common ground.
Chapter 86, A Miscalculation. San Yuan County.
At an intersection in Honghe Town, a truck loaded with cabbages was parked. The cabbages were not only fresh and crisp but also cheap, drawing a crowd of buyers. A bespectacled man handled the payments while a man in a cap weighed the produce. Another figure in the cab seemed occupied with something else. Is this cabbage from Qingqiu City? A man approached the weighmaster, briefcase in one hand and a cabbage held aloft in the other. Of course. We went straight to Qingqiu City today to haul them in. Fresh off the field, didn't you notice the dirt still clinging to them? We're just covering our travel costs. Selling it cheap. The man weighing the cabbage replied. This is definitely from Qingqiu City. I'm from Qingqiu myself, I can tell just by looking. Only cabbages from our region are this fresh and crisp. Just then, another man approached. Good eye. The man weighing the cabbages said to him. By the way, I'm the logistics manager at a company. Our cafeteria is looking to buy some cabbage. How much do you have left? Give me the whole lot. The newcomer said to the man weighing the cabbages. All of it? Sure thing. The cashier, hearing the commotion, came over too. Alright, here's the deal, just haul it straight to the company cafeteria and we'll settle everything there. The man waved his hand generously. Wang sure. Time to get to work. The boss is covering the whole thing. The bespectacled man tapped the truck and a man leaned out from the driver's seat. The moment he emerged, 2 figures suddenly darted from behind the hood and dragged the driver out of the cab. Before the bespectacled man and the weighmaster could react, several men who had rushed over swarmed the scene, pinning him to the ground. Almost immediately, police officers swarmed in from all directions. Freeze! Handcuff them! The local police station chief, his large belly protruding, stepped forward. This is a major case, he declared. The provincial bureau is directly overseeing it across jurisdictional levels. Even the station chief was personally involved. Chief, look! A police officer retrieved a hunting rifle and 2 machetes from the driver's compartment. Good. Take them back. The station chief waved his hand decisively. Who would have thought that the perpetrators of such a major cross-provincial gang rape and murder case would be apprehended right under his own jurisdiction? Good heavens. Not only that, but they'd apprehended the perpetrators before they could commit any crimes locally. Avoiding a major crime on their turf, the station chief was positively glowing with excitement. This was a major achievement. Inside the Provincial Public Security Bureau's conference room.
Good news. 3 suspects have been apprehended. With both witnesses and evidence secured, we can close the case. Gong Lao hung up the phone and exclaimed excitedly.
Zhang Yang, I've cross-referenced all vehicle data from the surveillance route and found no missing cars. Plus, there are no intersections along that stretch, which is highly unusual. Yang Wei spoke up with a puzzled expression, seemingly ignoring Gong Lao's words entirely. By comparing the time each vehicle took to pass through this section and cross-referencing their passage times, if any vehicle's midpoint time deviates significantly from others, it indicates that vehicle stopped in the middle, meaning it's the one that struck and killed the pedestrian. Generally, people instinctively stop to check. Zhang Yang said to Yang Wei. You're the man. I'll look into it right away. Yang Wei immediately got busy at the computer. What? Old Gong, what did you just say? Zhang Yang asked Gong Lao. Zhang Yang, following the lead you gave me, I looked up the physical characteristics of that person. Sure enough, just as you said, the palm proportions for someone of his height absolutely couldn't have left the strangulation marks on the victim. It's highly likely the killer is someone else. A police officer approached and addressed Zhang Yang. That makes sense. Judging by the lockpicking marks at the scene, it's highly probable someone else entered afterward. The first person merely knocked the victim unconscious, while the actual killer was the one who entered later. Immediately have the local police re-examine the case files and search for relevant suspects from that time. Zhang Yang nodded. Sorry, Old Gong, what were you saying just now? Zhang Yang scratched his head. Zhang Yang. We've found a lead here too. Come quickly. Before Gong Lao could speak, another officer called Zhang Yang over. Gong Lao. Right after providing the lead on the cross-provincial gang rape and murder case, Zhang Yang and his team began combing through all the cases. They identified several cases showing immediate leads and launched investigations simultaneously. Zhang Yang directed operations from the center. Once leads emerged, he dispatched the rest of the team to follow up simultaneously. They were swamped with work, handling up to 5 cases at once during peak periods. As a result, Tan Yejuan's phone never stopped ringing. He dashed back and forth with a power bank, constantly making calls. He was in constant contact with police departments across the province, issuing directives to them. Watching everyone, led by Zhang Yang, working methodically and efficiently. Old Gong wiped the sweat from his brow. Young minds are truly remarkable. If every police bureau had a team like this, crime rates across the region could be significantly curbed. Old Gong felt a deep sense of helplessness. Originally, Old Gong had planned to tie Zhang Yang down with all these backlog cases. After all, now that he was involved, with so many cases still unresolved, he wouldn't be able to leave. After stalling for 3 days, other options would present themselves. But unexpectedly, under Zhang Yang's leadership, more than half of them had been resolved in less than a day. The entire Haiban provincial public security system sprang into action under Zhang Yang's direction. The scale of the operation resembled a province-wide cleanup campaign. So much so that the Ministry of Public Security had just called, demanding to know why such a massive operation hadn't been reported, leaving Old Gong feeling utterly helpless. Next, the courts and procuratorates were mobilized as well. Nearly every case was handed over to them with ample evidence. Moreover, the provincial bureau had designated them as special oversight cases, requiring each locality to handle them with exceptional care. Throughout the day, the gavel in the judge's hand fell repeatedly with a resounding thud. At the same time, the families of victims who had long given up hope saw a glimmer of hope emerge that very day. Those dusty, long-forgotten case files and the perpetrators who had evaded justice were all unearthed once more. In an instant, the mighty police force, the nemesis of criminals. Swift strikes, decisive solutions. Brave and resourceful, embodying the authority of law enforcement. Banners of gratitude, like streaks of colorful dawn, drifted into police stations and precincts across the land. Chapter 87, Every crime has its countermeasure. 9 o'clock at night. Zhang Yang wrapped up his final case. He finally stood up and stretched. Today, he had finally sorted through all the cases. Though some hadn't been completely solved yet, the general investigative direction was now clear. He handed them over to his colleagues to continue following up. Oh my! Look at me, what a brain! I was so caught up in these cases that I completely forgot to prepare dinner for you all. How could I do that? Quick, Tan Yejuan, go out and grab some late-night snacks right now. Make it something substantial. Everyone here today deserves a proper meal, you're all heroes. We'll have a simple meal tonight, but tomorrow I'll personally arrange a proper feast. Old Gong said to Tan Yejuan, who was panting heavily nearby. No wonder I'm so exhausted, I haven't eaten a thing all day. I completely forgot. I'll go right away. Just as Tan Yejuan reached for the door handle, a knock sounded. Sorry to bother you. Is Zhang Yang here? It was Qin Wanqing who walked in. Ha? Why are you here? Zhang Yang heard Qin Wanqing's voice and hurried over. I heard from your colleagues at the provincial bureau that your task force has been working non-stop until now, so I specially went out to buy you some dinner. Why don't you guys eat first?
Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang with a smile.
She gestured toward a large insulated cooler at her feet.
Qin, you couldn't have come at a better time. We were just about to order takeout. You must have been worried Zhang Yang hadn't eaten yet, right?
Come to think of it, we've really benefited from Zhang Yang's good fortune.
Zhang Yang, you've truly married a wonderful wife. Old Gong stood up with a smile. He knew Qin Wanqing better than anyone else. Uncle Gong, you're teasing me again. Qin Wanqing's face flushed crimson. Come on, you young men, what are you standing around for? Can't even speak in front of a beauty? Hurry up and bring the food inside. Tan Yejuan said to everyone with a grin. The group finally moved forward and began arranging the food Qin Wanqing had brought.
These dishes were all ordered directly from the hotel by Qin Wanqing, covering nearly every item on the menu. When she came to deliver food to Zhang Yang this time, she had also considered the possibility of meeting others, so naturally, she couldn't let Zhang Yang lose face.
Thanks, sister-in-law. Thanks, sis-in-law. Sis, you're so thoughtful. That kid Zhang Yang is one lucky guy. Sis, I'm definitely finding a wife just like you someday. The group chattered away, showering Qin Wanqing with compliments.
Even Qin Wanqing, who was generally quite poised and composed, couldn't help but blush at this moment. She sat beside Zhang Yang like a young bride, constantly serving him food.
How are you feeling? Does it still hurt?
Zhang Yang lowered his voice and whispered in Qin Wanqing's ear.
Qin Wanqing flushed bright red instantly.
Feeling Zhang Yang's breath tickling her earlobe sent another wave of tingling sensation through her entire body.
You're so annoying. You know exactly what I mean. Qin Wanqing shot Zhang Yang a glare. Oh my, you two lovebirds are still as thick as thieves. Qin girl, you didn't mind dragging Zhang Yang over to work for me today, did you? Old Gong chuckled from the side. Of course not, Uncle Gong.
Zhang Yang was invited by you to help out in the first place, so naturally he should pitch in. Besides, if my dad finds out I've been lazing around here with Zhang Yang for days, he'll never forgive us. Qin Wanqing said with a wry smile.
After Zhang Yang left today, Qin Igua called again.
He said Zhang Yang's phone was turned off and he couldn't reach him. This time, he even had Qin Wanqing turn on her camera and search every nook and cranny of the room, even under the bed, but still couldn't find Zhang Yang. After Zhang Yang texted Qin Wanqing about being summoned by Old Gong for the case today, he turned off his phone.
Otherwise, random calls would disrupt everyone's train of thought.
Unable to locate Zhang Yang, Qin Igua spent the entire day lecturing Qin Wanqing with earnest concern. He called her on video almost every hour to check up on her, leaving Qin Wanqing utterly exhausted. When Qin Igua was told Zhang Yang had been called away by Old Gong to assist, he refused to believe it. Finally, when Qin Igua stepped out for a dinner gathering that evening, things quieted down a bit. Speak of the devil. No sooner had Qin Wanqing finished speaking than Qin Igua's call came through.
Qin Wanqing looked utterly helpless. Heh, it's Qin Igua calling? Don't worry, answer it.
I was just about to praise Zhang Yang to him.
If Zhang Yang hadn't come this time, we really would have been in a bind.
To be honest, even I didn't expect this outcome. I should be thanking him for finding such a valuable ally for our public security system. Old Gong watched Qin Wanqing's expression and remarked with a smile.
Qin Wanqing reluctantly answered the call.
Zhang Yang thoughtfully put it on speakerphone for Qin Igua.
My dear, have you found that little bastard Zhang Yang yet? Tell him running away isn't the answer.
If he's got the guts, let him stay in the provincial capital forever and never come back. Otherwise, I'll break his legs. Qin Igua's voice on the other end reeked of alcohol. He'd clearly had more than his share. Old Gong had been preparing to cheerfully praise Zhang Yang to Qin Igua, but unexpectedly, Qin Igua started cursing the moment he answered and he was completely drunk.
Zhang Yang was the hero this time, and you want to break his legs when he gets back? Damn it! Qin Igua. You old fool, have you been drinking too much? Old Gong snatched the phone away. Oh? Who's this? Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? I'm the chief of the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Slap. You big bastard. Drink this glass of water and go to bed. You're sleeping on the couch tonight. Qin Igua was bellowing arrogantly when a thunderous clap suddenly echoed from the other end, followed by Huang Meijuan's icy voice. An aura of overwhelming dominance instantly radiated through the phone. On. Qin Igua muttered discontentedly on the other end.
Then came the slam of a door.
Zhang Yang chuckled. Ha!
That old codger, go sleep on your own couch.
Zhang Yang felt a surge of satisfaction.
But Qin Igua on the other end clearly hadn't anticipated his current predicament.
Hello? Where's Zhang Yang? Get that little bastard on the phone. Qin Igua continued to roar, though his volume had noticeably dropped. Qin Igua, you think you're hot stuff now, huh? Gong Lao's voice was icy cold as he spoke into the receiver. Ha? Old Gong? Oh, still up this late? Whoa, this. Qin Igua's tone instantly turned obsequious. Not asleep? I haven't even eaten yet. Come on, let's talk.
As Old Gong spoke, he walked out with the phone.
Soon, his booming voice echoed down the hallway.
After a long while, Old Gong returned cheerfully, phone in hand.
Chapter 88, This Marriage Was Worth It. Zhang Yang, your father-in-law wants to speak with you. Old Gong placed the phone on speaker and set it before Zhang Yang. Ahem. Zhang Yang, I hear from Old Gong that you've performed admirably and been a great help. But don't get cocky. Stay humble and focused. Build bigger and stronger and achieve even greater glory. Qin said from the other end of the line. Get to the point. Old Gong interjected from the side. Well, ahem. I admit I was a bit brash earlier, my bad. Hang up. Before Zhang Yang could react, Qin had already hung up the phone. Zhang Yang, don't be afraid of him. This year's performance metrics are still under my control. Qin can't pull any stunts. Next time he dares to say anything, call me directly. Old Gong said with a smile. He knew Qin, his longtime subordinate, inside out. Not to mention, Qin now falls under his jurisdiction. He had him completely under his thumb. Thank you, Old Gong. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. These past few times, it was all thanks to Old Gong stepping in. Otherwise, facing Qin, both the police chief and his father-in-law Zhang Yang wouldn't have dared to do anything. After finishing dinner in the conference room, Zhang Yang returned home with Qin Wanqing. The tasks they needed to accomplish were now essentially complete. With one day left, no matter what, tomorrow he would still accompany Qin Wanqing on a stroll around the provincial capital. After a little exercise that night, the two slept in until 10 in the morning the next day, skipping breakfast altogether. Zhang Yang planned to find a place for lunch first, then go shopping afterward. But he had underestimated how long it takes a woman to get ready. Zhang Yang woke up at 10:10, wrapped his arm around Qin Wanqing at 10:15 to finalize their plans for the day, and by 10:30, he was already dressed and ready to go. Then, from 10:30 all the way until 12:30, when his phone was nearly dead from constant use, Qin Wanqing finally finished her makeup and was ready to go. Zhang Yang was nearly starving. After grabbing lunch somewhere, the two headed straight to the largest mall in the provincial capital. This outfit looks great on you, go try it on. Qin Wanqing dragged Zhang Yang into a famous men's clothing brand. Like an emotionless clothes hanger, Zhang Yang was dressed in two outfits selected by Qin Wanqing according to her own taste. Then came the endless wandering, endless trying on, endless buying. Zhang Yang was thoroughly puzzled. The woman who had been moaning about being exhausted in bed just this morning was now full of life and energy while shopping. Zhang Yang could barely take a few steps before exhaustion hit him. This short shopping trip felt more exhausting than running a marathon. Finally, laden with bags, the two collapsed into a bubble tea shop. Wait, what are these clothes? They're so outdated. You can't wear them? Zhang Yang rummaged through the bags in his hands. Earlier while shopping, he'd been too busy playing games to pay much attention. After all, when Qin Wanqing wanted to buy a single item of clothing, she'd try on at least a dozen. How could he possibly remember them all? What was he thinking? This is the dress I bought for your mom, and this one too. Inside this bag is a belt and a jacket I bought for your dad. This bag contains a dress for my mom and several shirts for my dad. This bag contains a jacket, a sweatshirt, a set of underwear, 2 pairs of pants, a tracksuit, and a pair of shoes for you. I showed you everything when I bought them, and you nodded in agreement. How could you not remember any of it? Qin Wanqing pointed at the pile of bags while explaining to Zhang Yang. Huh? All these are for mom and dad? Zhang Yang looked surprised. Of course. We don't come to the provincial capital often, how could we go back empty-handed? Since we're out, we should bring something back for the elders at home. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang with a serious expression. Zhang Yang awkwardly scratched his nose. He hadn't even considered this at all. If he really went back empty-handed, his own parents probably wouldn't say anything, but if Qin Wanqing's parents were the type to notice such things, it would be a serious breach of etiquette. Wait a minute. Why isn't there anything for you in here? Zhang Yang suddenly realized that everything in the bag was for them. Qin Wanqing hadn't bought a single thing for herself. Me? Oh my gosh, I completely forgot. Qin Wanqing tapped her little head. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. Such a sensible woman, graceful in formal settings, capable in the kitchen, and playful in between. This marriage was definitely worth it. Let's go. Let's drop off our things first, then I'll take you shopping tonight. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing with a smile. You said it. No backing out. Qin Wanqing exclaimed, her face beaming with delight, her smile as radiant as sunshine. Provincial Public Security Department. I'm out of options. Who could have imagined that so many cases would be solved just by having Zhang Yang take the lead? While Zhang Yang wasn't the sole driving force behind everyone, without his leadership, none of this would have been possible. Gong Lao sat on the sofa, looking utterly helpless as he addressed Tan Yejuan. Old Gong, you have to figure something out. We can't just let him fly back tomorrow, can we? He's an absolute gem of a talent, we have to find a way to keep him here. So what if he's not a police officer? He's a specially recruited talent, we have to keep him. Even if he can't stay permanently, he could train our people here. This Zhang Yang not only possesses exceptional criminal investigation skills but has also made significant contributions in interrogation and forensic evidence analysis.
If he stays for just 2 months, our entire provincial bureau's criminal investigation capabilities will see a significant boost.
Tan Yejuan pleaded anxiously to Old Gong. I know that, but there's nothing I can do about it. What other justification could I possibly have? Old Gong frowned. But if I...
Old Gong seemed to think of something and set his teacup down on the table.
Chapter 89, Truly the Son-in-Law of Qin Aigua. Tianhai City. Inside Qin Aigua's residence. Qin Aigua, dark circles under his eyes, gnawed on his corncob with gritted teeth. What's gotten into him? Can't you even eat properly? Look at how you're gnawing on that corn like a dog. Huang Meiwan sat across from Qin Aigua with a look of disgust on her face.
This man had grown greasy and slovenly with age. Don't be fooled by how respectable Qin Aigua appeared outside or at the police station. But the moment he stepped inside the house, his true colors showed. As his wife, Huang Meiwan had long grown tired of him. She couldn't fathom what those young girls today were thinking, settling for old men like him. What choice did I have? It's all because of your so-called good son-in-law. Now that he's a favorite of Old Gong, he doesn't give me the time of day. Last night he even forced me to apologize to him. It's utterly outrageous. Qin Aigua said indignantly. Bull. You think I didn't hear that? Who was the one who started cursing the moment they picked up the phone? And who got yelled at by Old Gong for half an hour on the other end of the line? Huang Meiwan shot Qin Aigua a look of contempt. I don't care. It's all your fault, you son-in-law. If I'd been there back then, would they have gotten their marriage certificate? Come to think of it, this is your fault too. How could you hand over that crucial household register to them without consulting me first? Qin Aigua immediately shifted the blame. If you want to stay, then speak properly. If you don't plan to stay, then pack your bags and get out now. Don't play these games with me. What's the point of even talking to you? If I'd relied on you, would my daughter have found such a good husband? You're the one who's blind, you old fool. What's wrong with Zhang Yang? Is he ugly? Too short? Not capable enough? You tell me. Huang Meiwan was clearly annoyed. Actually. Qin Aigua's stammering voice grew fainter and fainter. Speak up. Huang Meiwan bellowed. This one's looks aren't half bad, just a tiny bit worse than mine back in the day. Qin Aigua scratched his nose. As for his ability, well, that goes without saying. Let me tell you, last night Old Gong himself told me their case had been stalled for 7 days with zero progress. But the moment Zhang Yang showed up, he cracked it in no time flat. He's truly worthy of being my son-in-law. Qin Aigua perked up at the mention of this. Truth be told, despite working under Old Gong for years, he'd always been criticized for his investigative skills. Yet he'd somehow mastered the art of climbing the bureaucratic ladder without formal training, eventually reaching the position of bureau chief. Back when he gathered with his fellow trainees, Old Gong often singled him out as a cautionary tale. But now things were different. His son-in-law had suddenly propelled him to the forefront. Qin Aigua was absolutely basking in the glory. Though he'd never spoken a kind word in Zhang Yang's presence, without the backing of Qin Aigua, the bureau chief, how could Zhang Yang have been involved in so many cases? After all, he was an outsider. Old woman, let me tell you this, Zhang Yang's criminal investigation skills are absolutely the strongest I've ever seen, no contest. If he were in the public security system, his future would be limitless. By my estimation, he's at least on par with Old Gong. Qin Aigua spat as he spoke to his wife. What did you just call me? Huang Meiwan tugged gently at the corn husk. Though her voice was soft and her speech deliberate, the icy menace in her words sent a chill down Qin Aigua's spine. Honey? Ahem. Here, dear, have this egg. Qin Aigua hastily placed the freshly peeled egg he'd been about to eat himself into Huang Meijuan's bowl. Seriously, Zhang Yang is so outstanding. What makes him unworthy of your daughter? You're being so picky. Find me someone better than Zhang Yang. Huang Meiwan snapped at Qin Aigua. Where am I supposed to find that? But look at him now, just some private detective. If he doesn't get any cases, he can't even afford to eat, let alone gain any reputation. What would people think if they found out Qin Aigua's daughter married someone like that? Qin Aigua voiced his true thoughts. Ultimately, it was the traditional notion of matching social status that was at play. He imagined his son-in-law should be the son of some high-ranking official, so their two families could join forces, support each other, and thrive in this little corner of Tianhai City, blah blah blah. You old fart. Remember when your old lady first married you? Your family was so poor you didn't even have a house. You were just a lowly cop. On our first date, you brought $50 and couldn't even bring yourself to spend it on me. Then some thief snatched it right out of your hands. You, Chief Qin, were truly outstanding back then. Huang Meiwan delivered the scathing rebuke without mercy. Ahem. Qin Aigua's face flushed crimson. Enough. It's time I have to go to work. Qin Aigua hurriedly stood up, threw on his clothes, and fled in a panic. Provincial capital. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing, however, had risen early. Though Old Gong hadn't given them the exact flight time, he promised to call ahead and arrange transportation.
So neither of them lingered in bed today. Just as Zhang Yang was brushing his teeth, the phone rang.
Thinking it might be Gong Lao, he quickly finished his morning routine and stepped out. Upon checking, he saw it wasn't Gong Lao's number, but still a provincial capital area code, so he answered.
Hello, is this Zhang Yang, the private investigator from Tianhai City?
A man's voice came from the other end of the line. Zhang Yang was puzzled. If it were someone from Old Gong's team, they wouldn't address him like this.
Yes, who is this?
Zhang Yang asked the man.
Don't concern yourself with who I am. There's a case I'd like to commission you for. The retainer is 50,000. Will you take it?
The voice on the other end of the line said to Zhang Yang.
Chapter 90, The Old Fox and the Young Fox.
Zhang Yang froze. It was actually a case commission.
Well, that's possible. But I'm still in the provincial capital and won't be back until tonight. How about coming to the office first thing tomorrow morning to discuss it? Someone coming to hand over money?
Zhang Yang was naturally delighted. The expenses for this trip to the provincial capital, all the purchases made were covered by Qin Wanqing.
Though intended as gifts for both sets of parents, these were necessary expenditures.
Yet witnessing Qin Wanqing's lavish spending, he knew he'd have to earn more money. Otherwise, he'd never hold his head high in front of Qinagua.
No need, no need.
The case I entrusted to you just happens to be in the provincial capital. Just give me your email and account number, and I'll transfer the case details and deposit right away.
It's settled then. Before Zhang Yang could respond, the call abruptly ended.
Zhang Yang stared blankly at his phone. He thought he might have been scammed.
But upon reflection, it seemed legitimate enough.
He sent over his email and card number. Within minutes, he actually received the 20,000 yuan deposit.
Zhang Yang was a bit surprised.
Since the deposit had been transferred, it seemed there really was no problem.
This wasn't uncommon.
Many clients who hired private investigators had sensitive cases, and most deliberately concealed their identities. Zhang Yang was used to it. Not prying or asking questions was part of a private investigator's professional ethics.
Looks like we can't leave just yet.
I just took on a case in the provincial capital, and the deposit's already been transferred. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly.
Huh? What kind of case? Qin Wanqing leaned in closer. Not sure yet. They said the details will be emailed to me shortly. Is that okay with you? Didn't you take time off to come here? Why don't you head back first?
Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly.
I'm fine. I have 10 days of annual leave.
It's only been 3 days, no need to stay this long.
Qin Wanqing smiled at Zhang Yang. No way. Your husband could finish it in a day. Hee, that just means the two of us can stay a few extra days, and then. Zhang Yang raised an eyebrow at Qin Wanqing. Oomph. Get lost.
Qin Wanqing knew exactly what Zhang Yang meant, flushing as she shot him a glare.
But shouldn't you hurry and tell old Gong? See if the tickets can be refunded or something. Don't wait until he arrives and it's too late. Qin Wanqing reminded Zhang Yang. Oh, right. I'll call him now.
Zhang Yang hurriedly pulled out his phone.
At that moment, in an office at the Public Security Bureau, a police officer was hanging up the phone. Old Gong, did anything I just say sound off? Standing behind him was none other than Old Gong. No problem, no problem. You handled it well.
Most clients who hire private investigators like this tend to be so secretive.
That's all for now. When we need you again, you'll come back. Old Gong patted the man's shoulder with a smile. Brilliant. Master Gong, that was truly brilliant.
Tan Yejuan, standing nearby, gave Old Gong a thumbs up.
It's no big deal.
Don't forget, he's a private investigator. Private investigators naturally take on cases. You should carefully select one later, a case that looks manageable but still requires police resources.
Then commission it to him.
He'll need our police department's data to crack this case, so he'll reach out to us on his own. We'll figure out the rest later. Anyway, all our pending cases have bounties posted publicly. Even if they don't, you have internal bonuses, just give them to Zhang Yang.
Oh, and I've transferred that 20,000 yuan. Don't forget to give me my cut when the bonus comes in. I've worked hard to build up this little nest egg. Old Gong chuckled. Yes, sir. No problem, we won't forget you, sir.
That old fox really is a fox. The older he gets, the more cunning he becomes.
Tan Yejuan muttered to himself. What did you say? Old Gong asked Tan Yejuan. Ha? Nothing, nothing. I was just wondering if we should cancel the flight tickets quickly. Even if we cancel now, I'm not sure if we'll get any money back.
Tan Yejuan hurriedly replied to Old Gong.
Flight tickets? What plane ticket? I never booked anything, okay? The person I've set my sights on, do you think I'd just let him walk away?
Old Gong smiled faintly, concealing his achievements and fame.
Tan Yejuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. If that little fox Zhang Yang gets brought out by this old fox again, how terrifying will things get? Good heavens, what a talent!
Just as they spoke, Zhang Yang's call came through.
Old Gong, I'm terribly sorry. I've got some business to attend to in the provincial capital and might not make it back today. Could you check if these flight tickets can be refunded? If it really can't be refunded, I'll give you the money, it's my fault after all.
Zhang Yang's voice came through the phone.
Oh, I've already sent a car to pick you up. In that case, I'll have the driver come back. The flight tickets and such are fine, this money probably can't be refunded anyway. Let's just leave it at that. Don't worry about it, it's no big deal.
Gong Lao said, winking at Tan Yejuan.
Tan Yejuan responded by giving him a thumbs up.
Typically, after old Gong spoke like this, Zhang Yang would feel deeply indebted.
From then on, whatever old Gong did or asked for, Zhang Yang likely wouldn't refuse. What a talent! What's the most scarce resource in the 21st century? Talent. Inside the hotel at that moment,
Zhang Yang hung up the phone.
What did old Gong say? Qin Wanqing asked from the side.
Old Gong didn't say much, but I can't shake the feeling that something about this situation just doesn't add up.
How could it be such a coincidence?
Now that I think about it, that client seemed to know we were in the provincial capital, and this call came from a provincial capital number 2.
So? Zhang Yang smiled. You mean someone's trying to harm us? Qin Wanqing gasped. Silly girl. I mean, this could be old Gong's little trick. Zhang Yang tapped Qin Wanqing lightly on the head.
Ever since Qin Aigua received that bomb in the mail, Qin Wanqing's vigilance had indeed increased significantly.
Old Gong? No way?
Qin Wanqing clutched her head, puzzled. But Zhang Yang could guess the reason. Previously, both Tan Yejuan and old Gong had repeatedly suggested keeping him in the provincial capital.
We can verify it easily enough.
Zhang Yang picked up Qin Wanqing's phone, dialed a number, then typed a message on his own phone before handing it to her.
Before Qin Wanqing could refuse, the call connected.
Qin Wanqing had no choice but to read aloud what Zhang Yang had written.
Hello, ma'am.
You have a package that's been damaged.
We need to verify the condition with you on site. Would now be a convenient time? Qin Wanqing asked into the phone. A delivery? I didn't order anything. Just bring it over. I'm in room 110 on the 5th floor of the Provincial Department Office building.
The person on the other end showed no suspicion.
Thinking about it, even if it were a scam, would they really target the Provincial Public Security Department?
Zhang Yang, standing nearby, smiled faintly.
Sure enough. Chapter 91, this case is unusual. Provincial Public Security Department.
Old Gong sipped his tea, glancing through the latest provincial newspaper. The cases Zhang Yang and his team had cracked in a surprise operation a few days ago were now gradually yielding results.
With so many unsolved cases cracked and so many perpetrators apprehended, the Provincial Public Security Department naturally seized this opportunity for extensive publicity.
Expanding the police force's influence would not only enhance public safety and trust but also serve as a deterrent to many potential criminals.
Potential criminals might reconsider their plans, while fugitives might choose to turn themselves in.
Sometimes, the difference between good and evil hinges on a single thought.
This process is indispensable.
As for old Gong, his mouth hadn't closed since picking up the newspaper.
It wasn't just about the newspaper.
Recently, the series of achievements made by their coastal province had been widely recognized nationwide. Not to mention that many of the cases they had solved this time involved cross-provincial crimes, which had a significant impact.
Old Gong took a sip of tea.
The next challenge was figuring out how to keep Zhang Yang around for a while longer.
Earlier,
old Gong had instructed Tan Yejuan to assign a missing child case to Zhang Yang. Typically, locating missing children or objects like this was relatively common work for private investigators.
Moreover, such cases tend to be time-consuming. It wouldn't arouse Zhang Yang's suspicion.
For the police, missing child cases were the most frustrating to handle.
First, there were no direct leads, let alone evidence from the original scene.
The search was like looking for a needle in a haystack, relying solely on community efforts for investigation. Not only do they consume vast amounts of manpower and resources, but the outcomes are often far from satisfactory. Second, most disappearances like this involve child trafficking. In such cases, the child is quickly moved away from the local area, making tracking and tracing significantly more difficult.
Often, the police feel utterly helpless when faced with parents who are breaking down and crying.
Handing such cases to Zhang Yang offered hope. If he could develop effective investigative methods, it would provide valuable experience for the public security system in handling similar cases in the future. Just as old Gong was deep in thought, Zhang Yang knocked and entered.
Ha! Zhang Yang, what brings you here?
Old Gong stood up, feigning ignorance. Mr. Gong, the child has been found. Actually, it wasn't me who brought her back, she returned on her own. Zhang Yang explained to old Master Gong.
Ha? Found? Good, huh? Wait, what child? What do you mean found? I don't understand what you're saying.
Realizing he'd let something slip, old Gong quickly changed his tune.
Seeing Zhang Yang smile, old Gong's face flushed. You already know? How did you find out?
Old Gong felt a deep sense of defeat. Just moments ago, he'd been admiring his own cunning and foresight, only to have his face slapped so swiftly.
That's not important, old Gong.
I came to see you because this case is rather unusual.
Zhang Yang dropped his smile and addressed Old Gong with solemn seriousness. Unusual? What do you mean? It's just a missing girl case, isn't it? Observing Zhang Yang's expression, Old Gong realized he wasn't joking. Old Gong, how much do you know about this case? Zhang Yang asked Gong Lao.
Yesterday we received a report of a fire at a residence, resulting in 2 deaths, 1 injury, and the disappearance of a 9-year-old girl. Preliminary investigations indicate the fire was caused by aging electrical wiring in the home appliances.
The reason for the girl's disappearance remains unknown. That's all we have so far. Old Gong thought for a moment before replying to Zhang Yang.
You're correct. However, while gathering information, I heard that this little girl had run away from home 2 years ago. It even made the local news back then. Zhang Yang spoke while handing over his phone. This is a report from the provincial capital's newspaper 2 years ago. It mentions a little girl going missing, with many people sharing information on social media and various platforms. She was eventually found at her grandmother's house. You mean these 2 children are the same person? Old Gong looked surprised. Yes. From what I understand, when the police investigated the situation back then, they also heard about this incident. So this time, they assumed it was the same as last time. But the outcome was indeed the same as last time. The little girl had spent the night at the station. Without an ID, she couldn't buy a ticket to leave, so she ended up coming back on her own. But everyone was relieved that she had walked away on her own. Otherwise, she might have been burned to death last night. Zhang Yang explained to Old Gong. So that's how it is. These days, kids running away from home is a real common problem, but it's incredibly dangerous.
80% of them never come back. Old Gong shook his head. Gong Lao, that's not the point.
The point is, I also found this. Zhang Yang spoke as he pulled several charred, unrecognizable notebooks from a nearby plastic bag.
What are these?
Old Gong examined them with surprise. The notebooks had been scorched by fire and were now soaked through, making most of the writing barely legible. I bought these for 10 yuan from the scrapyard in that neighborhood. According to the scrap collector, they were all sold from the house where the little girl caught fire. I took a look. This notebook happens to be that little girl's diary. From the blurred writing within, I could almost piece together a story and the real reason behind the fire.
Zhang Yang said slowly. You can make out these writings?
Old Gong was somewhat surprised. He flipped through the notebook himself, only able to make out a few individual characters.
Yes, I've deliberately practiced this before.
Zhang Yang didn't know how to explain it to Old Gong. After all, the rewards from his system weren't something he could disclose, so he could only give a vague response. Old Gong stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief, but recalling Zhang Yang's performance during the kidnapping case, he understood.
What's going on here? From what you're saying, there might be other reasons behind that family's fire? Master Gong asked Zhang Yang.
Yes. I suspect that fire was deliberately set by the missing little girl.
Zhang Yang sighed and nodded slightly. Chapter 92, Law Takes Precedence Over Emotion. Provincial Public Security Department.
The previously missing little girl had been brought into the interrogation room.
But faced with the police's questioning, the little girl remained completely silent. For children of this age, even during interrogation, the presence of a guardian is required.
If the child refuses to speak, there's little they can do. Yet after hearing the police's questions, the little girl's father sat there frowning, deep in thought. Though he had not yet recovered from the grief of losing his loved one, the news from the police still sent shockwaves through him. Although the police hadn't explicitly stated anything, the numerous questions they asked the girl led him to a very grim suspicion. Emerging from the interrogation room, the girl's father seized Tan Yejuan's arm. Officer, what you just implied, could it be that the fire was caused by Yaya? The little girl's father was clearly on the verge of breaking down. Having just lost his wife and son, this news felt like a thunderbolt striking him. Though we're reluctant to believe it, that possibility does exist.
And judging by your reaction, you don't seem surprised by this at all.
Or perhaps you've suspected it all along, haven't you?
Zhang Yang asked calmly from the side.
Under normal circumstances, if a father suddenly heard such news, his first reaction would likely be doubt, anger, or even violence. But this man before him seemed resigned to his fate. No sooner had Zhang Yang finished speaking. The man slumped down onto the ground.
Seeing his reaction, the surrounding police officers instantly understood that what Zhang Yang had said earlier was indeed true.
Tell us what happened.
Tan Yejuan handed the man a lit cigarette.
Sigh. The man took the cigarette and let out a long sigh. A few years back, I divorced the child's mother. She ran off with some rich guy. After that, I remarried and found my current wife. But my daughter kept telling me she didn't like her stepmother and wanted to find her biological mother. I figured it was just a normal reaction after the divorce, so I didn't think much of it. I figured she'd adjust eventually. After all, they needed time to get used to each other. Besides, her mother vanished without a trace after leaving, so I stopped worrying about it. 2 years ago, my daughter ran away from home because of conflicts with my wife. I truly never expected things to turn out this way.
The man took a deep drag on his cigarette.
2 years ago, that was after your wife got pregnant, right?
Zhang Yang asked the man beside him. The man nodded helplessly.
Truthfully, it was around that time I first noticed my daughter changing. She stopped talking during free moments, retreating to her room the moment she got home. Even meals were eaten alone in her bedroom. I was busy with work and her mother was pregnant, so we couldn't pay much attention to her.
After the second child was born, we had even less time.
I could sense the hostility my daughter felt toward us. I thought maybe she'd understand us better when she got older, but I never imagined she'd do something like this. The night before was my son's birthday. The man spoke, burying his face in his hands and weeping. The officers exchanged glances, each shaking their head helplessly. The joys and sorrows of this world never intersect.
As police officers, they'd witnessed too many such family tragedies.
But there was nothing they could do. Once the law is broken, punishment must follow. Even a child was no exception. It was hard to imagine what this child would become as he grew up.
Tan Yejuan and his colleagues felt utterly helpless.
They'd encountered many juvenile offenders and indeed, many adult convicts, and a significant commonality among them was the absence of a complete, happy childhood.
Parental divorce, family conflicts, these all subtly shape a child's development. The fortunate use their childhood to heal their entire lives, the unfortunate spend their entire lives healing their childhood. Sigh, if only this incident hadn't come to light.
This child is still so young, and her future is gone.
The officer standing nearby sighed deeply. Nonsense.
You're a police officer.
Our job is to uncover the truth and catch the killer.
If you don't tell her this is wrong, if you don't make her face consequences, she'll grow up with this mindset, and that's extremely dangerous. At all times, the law takes precedence over sentiment.
Tan Yejuan said coldly from the side.
Yes.
The officer, realizing his slip, quickly added. It's not time for conclusions yet, these are all our speculations.
Inform the technical team to re-examine the scene and determine the cause of the fire.
As for you lot, now that you know this, restart the interrogations immediately.
If necessary, bring in the polygraph and child psychology experts.
Get moving. Tan Yejuan commanded the team. Everyone immediately sprang into action.
As for Zhang Yang, he was left with nothing to do. This whole affair, he'd been commissioned to find the child, only for the child to return on his own, which then led to such a major case.
So how should this commission be handled? Had he actually done the job or not?
Judging by old Gong's worn-out glasses, he seemed like a very frugal man.
Surely he wasn't planning to ask for the 20,000 yuan deposit back? No way.
I had to get out of there fast.
Zhang Yang thought it over and immediately went back to find Qin Wanqing.
He planned to buy a ticket and leave immediately today, but was told the earliest flight wasn't for 2 days. He had no choice but to stay for 2 more days.
That very evening, Zhang Yang received a call from Tan Yejuan and the others.
They said the case had been solved and wanted to treat Zhang Yang to dinner that evening.
Zhang Yang couldn't really refuse.
After all, Tan Yejuan was a classmate of Qin Wanqing. If he returned and Qin Wanqing found out Tan Yejuan had invited him to dinner and he hadn't gone, that old codger would probably throw another fit. When Zhang Yang arrived at the address, he found himself at a street food stall, where Tan Yejuan was already surrounded by a circle of people. Though they weren't in uniform, Zhang Yang recognized them. They appeared to be officers under Tan Yejuan's command.
Come on over. Do you mind if I treat you to a meal at a place like this? Tan Yejuan called out to Zhang Yang. What's the big deal? We're all brothers. This is where I feel most at ease.
Zhang Yang plopped down casually.
You're trying to take advantage of me, aren't you?
I'm your mother-in-law's classmate, so you should call me uncle.
No respect for elders. Tan Yejuan slapped Zhang Yang on the shoulder and grinned. Chapter 93, Criminal Investigation Awareness.
Having been through so much together, the two had grown quite familiar. With Qin Wanqing as their shared connection, they bonded even faster. Others watched Zhang Yang's down-to-earth demeanor and found him increasingly likable.
Originally,
Zhang Yang was so capable and talented that it initially made them a bit wary.
After all, someone that talented could easily become arrogant and unsociable.
But unexpectedly, Zhang Yang seemed completely untouched by such concerns.
Moreover, he made no complaints about the conditions here. They instantly felt he was someone they could get along with.
They frequented this food stall often generous portions, affordable prices, and open until the wee hours. Sometimes when they had cases in the middle of the night, they'd come here for a bite.
Come on. Today's success is all thanks to Zhang Yang.
If he hadn't spotted it in time, we might have missed it entirely. It's hard to say what's right or wrong, we just need to do our jobs well. This time, Zhang Yang helped us without any mistakes.
Let's show our appreciation and raise a glass to him. Tan Yejuan smiled as he poured a glass of wine. We're all family here, no need for formalities.
Cheers. Zhang Yang picked up a full glass of beer and downed it in one go.
Seeing Zhang Yang's boldness, everyone laughed and downed their drinks too.
They say soldiers have a touch of rogue in them, and cops carry a bit of that streetwise spirit too. Zhang Yang picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of chicken.
Though only 4 dishes graced the table, it was already packed full.
1 dish of chili fried chicken, 1 plate of shredded potatoes, 1 plate of stir-fried flour cabbage, and 1 plate of assorted braised meats.
The portions were generous and incredibly satisfying with rice. Zhang Yang ate with relish. Zhang Yang, I'm genuinely curious, how did you know that little girl was responsible for that incident?
You hadn't been to the scene, hadn't met the people involved, and knew nothing about their situation.
How could you possibly think it was that little girl? And you even went out of your way to the scrapyard to find her diary? A police officer questioned Zhang Yang.
He had been the first officer on the scene, yet throughout the entire investigation, he hadn't once considered this angle.
Learning the truth now left him feeling utterly defeated. Back in the day, he had been a top student at the police academy. He never imagined he'd make such a glaring oversight in his reasoning. His approach to seeking Zhang Yang's guidance was genuinely humble.
This tendency was more of a personal habit. There was even an element of luck involved. When I look at anything or anyone, I always assume the worst possible outcome first, then use facts to disprove my assumptions. More often than not, those assumptions turn out to be correct.
Zhang Yang addressed the group. What does that mean? One of the officers looked completely baffled. Let me give you an example. Take this fire.
When I first heard about it, my initial reaction wasn't that it was caused by human error, but that someone deliberately set it. Once I started thinking along those lines, I needed to establish a motive and look for clues. So, when old Gong asked me to find this little girl after the fire, I immediately assumed she started it.
But why would she do that?
I could only look for clues in her personal records. Girls her age usually keep diaries, but the fire probably destroyed everything. If any remained, they'd likely be at the scrapyard. When I arrived, they were sorting through the burnt debris, and I happened to discover it. Honestly, whether it's a fire or a fall from a building, my first thought is always that someone pushed them. The same goes for car accidents. I can't help but wonder if they were deliberately caused.
With this preconceived suspicion, my perspective on people and events naturally shifts. Of course, if my suspicions and theories prove unfounded, that's the best outcome.
But if they're true, it inevitably reveals some gaps in my thinking.
Zhang Yang explained with a smile. Good heavens!
No wonder you can pinpoint the culprit so quickly. You start by assuming everyone is guilty and then work to disprove it.
I've learned something, the officer said to Zhang Yang. Brilliant! Zhang Yang gave him a thumbs up. Looks like you guys didn't pay attention in school.
This is called criminal investigative awareness. Everything requires a certain degree of hypothesis. Our roles dictate the different perspectives we bring to any situation.
Go back and reread your textbooks.
Tan Yejuan pointed at the group with his chopsticks.
They all grinned. Zhang Yang. About that thing I mentioned last time, you really aren't considering staying in the provincial capital? Tan Yejuan asked Zhang Yang.
To be honest, after experiencing this incident, Tan Yejuan felt even more certain about his decision. Truth be told, these cases could still be solved by their criminal investigation division, but it would take significantly longer. With Zhang Yang on the team, things just flowed effortlessly. More importantly, that old codger Qin Wanqing had recently called him. The implication was clear. He was beating around the bush, asking why Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing hadn't returned yet and when they planned to come back. Did that old codger finally realize his son-in-law was a treasure? If he could keep Zhang Yang in the provincial capital, it would be a slap in the face to that old fool Qin Wanqing.
Actually, move forward. Hurry up, or I'll beat you.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to speak, the heavily tattooed man behind him cursed at him. He even shoved Zhang Yang unexpectedly, nearly sending him tumbling. Turning around, he saw the neighboring table occupied by several burly thugs.
Zhang Yang almost burst out laughing. Bro, your luck is really bad tonight. I mean, you usually stir up trouble, but today?
My table is full of cops, including a homicide squad captain.
We just spent ages talking about cases, killers, and all that. You seriously didn't hear a thing? Are you trying to hand the cops a case on a silver platter?
Zhang Yang was on the verge of laughing.
Chapter 94, A Meal and a Meritorious Act. Sure enough, before Zhang Yang could even speak, the surrounding officers stood up in unison. They were deeply grateful to Zhang Yang. More than that, they admired and respected him. They never imagined someone would dare to lay a hand on Zhang Yang right in front of them. That would be a blatant slap in the face. But unexpectedly, after Zhang Yang's group stood up, the people at the opposite table also rose, each clutching a liquor bottle. One of them was clearly drunk, staggering over with a bottle in hand. Damn it!
Without a word, he swung at one of them, aiming for the head.
Zhang Yang watched in shock. Holy! This guy was crazy. Hitting him would be considered nothing more than a minor disturbance, but cracking open a cop's skull? That would be a whole different story.
But what Zhang Yang feared wouldn't happen. After all, these guys under Tan Yejuan were all criminal investigators. Most criminal investigators graduated from police academies, where hand-to-hand combat was a required course. Before the bottle could even swing over, the officer sidestepped it, then executed a shoulder throw, slamming the drunkard flat on the ground. But that single move triggered the entire crowd across the street to grab bottles and attack. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before Tan Yejuan and his men could react, the table was overturned. But they were just a bunch of street thugs, no match for this group of police officers. One of them, perhaps enraged by the beating, suddenly pulled a small knife from his pants and lunged at an officer. Zhang Yang saw it and thought, holy, this is gonna get ugly. You know, a simple brawl is just a public order incident, maybe a fine, a few days in jail at most. But once knives come out, the nature of the incident changes. It escalates directly into a criminal case, especially when the other side involves police officers. Facing the knife, the officer didn't dare take any chances. He grabbed a chair and swung it right at the attacker. As the attacker dodged, he seized the knife-wielding arm, delivered a vicious kick to the back of the knee, and sent the man crashing to the ground. With a swift twist and lock of both wrists, he pinned the man down with a single push. The move was clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. He deftly drew handcuffs from behind and secured the suspect. The moment the cuffs appeared, the violent struggle beneath him ceased instantly. Simultaneously, the other assailants were subdued and restrained. Captain Tan, what can I say? Getting a meal and racking up a case. Your criminal investigation division's year-end bonuses are sorted.
Zhang Yang chuckled to Tan Yejuan. Damn, I'm speechless. Can't even have a peaceful meal. What kind of achievement is this with some petty thugs? Even if it counts, it's under the jurisdiction of the Public Security Bureau. They weren't in uniform, didn't identify themselves. It doesn't qualify as assaulting an officer. They'll just pay a fine and serve a few days before being released. Tan Yejuan had seen this kind of situation countless times. He was about to call for backup to deal with it when Zhang Yang grabbed his arm. Captain Tan, that guy with the knife earlier, something's off about him. He's probably got a record. Haven't you seen the police bulletins or wanted notices? Zhang Yang addressed Tan Yejuan. Something's off? How did you figure that out? Tan Yejuan looked genuinely surprised as he turned to scrutinize the man, who was currently lying face down on the ground, showing no visible reaction. Just moments ago, when the guys cuffed his wrists, he was still struggling fiercely. But the moment the handcuffs touched him, he went limp instantly. In your line of work, you'd call it going limp. This is a common occurrence when you apprehend suspects. Look at the others, none of them reacted like that. Zhang Yang gestured toward the others who had been subdued nearby. Tan Yejuan abruptly stood up. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to that guy's demeanor earlier. After all, he just assumed they were a bunch of petty thugs. Seeing several diners nearby filming with their phones, Tan Yejuan was contemplating how to report the incident. But hearing Zhang Yang's words, it suddenly seemed plausible. With matters like this, it's better to believe it than to dismiss it. Take them all back. Check them all. Tan Yejuan waved his hand decisively. Almost immediately, someone had already called the police. 2 patrol cars arrived and took everyone away. Zhang Yang had no choice but to follow along for questioning. After all, by this logic, he was the first to come into contact with the situation. The knife-wielding suspect was taken in, and within half an hour, everything fell apart. The screening alert notice was also retrieved simultaneously. This man was a key suspect in the neighboring province. He had seriously injured a police officer, stolen the officer's service pistol, and then used that very weapon to kill one person and critically wound 2 others. Such incidents involving the loss of service firearms were major cases personally supervised by the Ministry of Public Security. Tan Yejuan had also received these bulletins before. But because it was dark and the people around them spoke with local accents, they never considered this possibility. The suspect had fled to a relative's home in this area. Still in the heat of his murderous rage, he acted impulsively. He never expected to be pinned down immediately. When the handcuffs were snapped on him just now, the suspect believed Zhang Yang and his group were actually police officers who had discovered his identity and deliberately set him up. With that realization, he was utterly defeated, offering no further resistance. The gun he had previously stolen was left hidden at home and not brought along, allowing the police to recover it without incident. Upon hearing the news, Old Gong and several high-ranking officials from the Provincial Public Security Department mobilized their forces and personally intervened. This was a major case under the Ministry of Public Security's scrutiny. Who would have thought that a single criminal investigation brigade could apprehend the suspect in the time it takes to eat a meal? This was a major achievement. At the very least, they were looking at a collective third-class merit award. Old Gong, who only learned of the incident because Zhang Yang had alerted him to the clues, was so excited he slapped his thigh repeatedly. That evening, he checked himself into a hospital ward under the pretext of illness, plotting ways to delay Zhang Yang. Chapter 95, Zhang Yang's Little Secret. Back at the hotel, Qin Wanqing listened to Zhang Yang's account with wide eyes, too stunned to speak. Arresting someone over a meal? And it was a major cross-provincial robbery case? That kind of luck was beyond belief. But this wasn't really luck. If it weren't for Zhang Yang, Tan Yejuan and the others might never have discovered it either. Ultimately, Zhang Yang's ability to uncover it stemmed from his own keen criminal investigative instincts. I'm going to sleep. This has been a long night and I'm exhausted. After briefly explaining to Qin Wanqing, Zhang Yang collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He'd had a few drinks tonight and felt sleepy all along. He'd barely managed to drag himself home and had fallen asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Qin Wanqing had been extremely sleepy while waiting for Zhang Yang to return. But after he came home, she suddenly lost her sleepiness and couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She didn't want to disturb Zhang Yang's rest by tossing and turning. She was about to pick up her phone to scroll through short videos. She unexpectedly pulled out Zhang Yang's phone. She was about to put it back when, as if by some strange impulse, she picked it up again. Ever since getting married to Zhang Yang, Qin Wanqing had never once looked at his phone. She'd often seen news stories online about how men's phones always held little secrets. She hadn't paid much attention to it before. But now that the phone was in her hands, Qin Wanqing found herself growing curious. Could it be that Zhang Yang was secretly flirting with some mistress or other? After all, he was a private investigator. If he took on cases involving mistresses or cheating spouses, he might easily catch the eye of those married women. With his tall, handsome looks, how could those predatory women resist? This guy was so clever. If he was hiding something from her, he'd surely cover his tracks perfectly. Qin Wanqing stole a glance toward Zhang Yang, seeing he was fast asleep. Only then did she feel confident enough to place his phone on his face, unlock the screen, and start scrolling through his chat history. After sifting through messages from Axan, Chiu, Bao, Wang Wan, and Yu, she found not a single trace. But after reviewing everything, Qin Wanqing felt reassured. Based on her findings, Zhang Yang's clientele primarily consisted of elderly men and women. They were constantly trying to set him up on blind dates. Zhang Yang had turned them all down, and it wasn't surprising why. The photos sent over were either gothic, punk-inspired, or just the kind of aesthetic favored by the older generation. He finally found a few younger women. But they all blocked him after paying the deposit and getting what they wanted. For some reason, seeing the red exclamation marks trailing Zhang Yang's string of curses made Qin Wanqing want to laugh. Just as Qin Wanqing was about to look for a short video to watch, she suddenly discovered that Zhang Yang's app contained many video software she hadn't seen before. And they all started with the word fruit. Curiosity piqued, Qin Wanqing clicked inside. The first thing that caught her eye was a screen filled with bikinis and white thighs, instantly making Qin Wanqing's face flush crimson. That stinker. He actually likes watching this kind of stuff. Qin Wanqing flushed, glaring at Zhang Yang, who was oblivious to the whole situation. She clicked on it, feeling guilty as a thief. Oomph. That stinking bastard, his collection actually has over 500 videos. No wonder he knows so many positions. Qin Wanqing casually clicked one open. Ding. Macau Casino is online. Here. A sudden clamor of gongs and drums erupted, startling Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing quickly stuffed her phone under the covers, muted the sound, and glanced at Zhang Yang with concern. Seeing Zhang Yang roll over, seemingly unaffected, Qin Wanqing finally relaxed. After a moment's thought, she quietly tucked her head back under the covers, biting her lip as she watched. Oomph. They're all black tights. Her legs aren't even as long as mine. This girl is just too naughty. And biting? Oh, never mind. Oomph. He actually likes watching women do this kind of thing? Isn't that disgusting? I hate it. That spot too? What kind of twisted tastes does this guy have? If he ever tries that on me, just you wait, I'll make him pay. Oomph. It's actually two women doing it. Qin Wanqing watched while muttering angrily under her breath. Unconsciously, her own body grew hot and restless. She squirmed and twisted beneath the covers, feeling utterly uncomfortable from the inside out. Finally unable to hold it in any longer, she poked her little head out from under the covers, gasping for air in big gulps. Gazing at Zhang Yang's handsome face as he slept, she recalled their earlier wild encounter. She gently bit her sensual lips and slid her hand back under the covers. In the hospital's VIP ward, Old Gong sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, clad in a patient gown. Before him lay a dish of peanuts, a plate of braised chicken feet, and another plate of pork cracklings. A small bottle of liquor sat nearby. Several people were gathered around Old Gong, eating and drinking. Is this never ending, you lot? I barely managed to bring these in, and now you're all devouring them. What are you all scrambling for, you directors and bureau chiefs? I came here today to ask you to figure something out. Old Gong tried to stop one person, then another, but the food on the table kept disappearing. The people around him were all high-ranking leaders from the provincial department. It could be said that if anything happened to Gong Lao in his room at that moment, the entire leadership of the Haiban Provincial Public Security Department would be wiped out. Old Gong, to be honest, I've kept an eye on this private investigator Zhang Yang before. Ever since he first cracked that dismemberment case, I knew he was no ordinary man. And sure enough, he's solved quite a few major cases since then. A middle-aged man munching on a chicken wing spoke up, trying to spit out a bone. But glancing around the spotless hospital room, he couldn't find a suitable place to do so and ended up spitting it into his own hand. I also heard from Yang Wei that this Zhang Yang is quite the figure, a master at criminal investigation with crystal clear thinking. He often sees things others miss. I think Old Gong is right, we need to find a way to keep him. Another old man, munching on a handful of peanuts, nodded in agreement. Hold it right there, everyone. Of course I know we need to keep him. Do I need you lot telling me why? I called you here today to figure out how. Stop just eating and spouting useless nonsense. Old Gong shot them all a displeased glance. Chapter 96 Old Gong is ill. How about this, we hand over all those backlog cases from our Public Security Bureau to him for study. We've got so many unsolved cases piled up, even if he's capable, it'll take him months to get through them all, right? A middle-aged man suggested from the side. Old Hu, you've just returned from your field research trip. You're not aware of what happened recently, are you? It was this Zhang Yang who, along with Yang Wei from my team and a few others, managed to crack most of the backlog cases in our provincial bureau in just one day. A few months? You really have no sense of perspective. The elder man chuckled at the remark. What? All those cases, with no leads for years, and he solved them in a single day? Are you kidding me? How could that be? Old Hu exclaimed in disbelief. What else could it be? Because of this Zhang Yang, every police station in our entire coastal province is buzzing with excitement, more so than during the New Year festivities. You have no idea, we're running out of space to hang all the commendation banners. People are even setting off fireworks outside our bureau entrance. It's so satisfying. When has our bureau ever felt so vindicated? A middle-aged man chuckled. Sigh, anyway, for now, I'm using this illness to stall them for a few days. But I can't stay here forever, and besides, having them keep me company all the time isn't a long-term solution. Old Gong shrugged his shoulders. According to Old Gong's plan, he intended to issue himself a critical illness notice, then have that old codger Qin Wanqing come over. Once Qin Wanqing arrived, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing wouldn't be able to leave. But this wasn't a long-term solution. That's why Old Gong decided to gather everyone to brainstorm solutions. But now that they're here, they offer zero constructive ideas, all they know how to do is eat. Wait a minute, wasn't he a private investigator? Why don't we just find any case and hire him? Someone beside him suggested again. I already tried that. That arson case involving the little girl not long ago? Zhang Yang was the one who dug up that lead. Honestly, I hadn't even spotted that clue. If it weren't for Zhang Yang, we would have missed the culprit entirely. Old Gong said with a sigh of resignation. Him again? This Zhang Yang is everywhere. From now on, we should just hand all our cases over to him. He single-handedly does the work of several criminal investigation teams. The middle-aged man beside him chuckled. Don't even get me started. Not only did I get caught, but I also lost 20,000 yuan. My wife hasn't found out yet. If she does, I'm in big trouble. Gong Lao covered his face as he spoke. Everyone. Well, if that's the case, our only hope is Qin Wanqing. Isn't Zhang Yang his son-in-law? How could he disobey his father-in-law? Another person chimed in from the side. Who knows? Let's hope so. Qin Wanqing will be here tomorrow. We'll see what happens then. Old Gong sighed. He picked up the last chicken wing. The next morning, Zhang Yang slept in until past 10. Their flight was at 2 in the afternoon. He and Qin Wanqing grabbed a quick bite before heading straight to the airport. Just as they were about to board, Qin Wanqing was suddenly called. Hello? Where the hell are you, you little bastard? Qin Wanqing yelled breathlessly and frantically on the other end of the line. I'm at the airport? Why am I a little bastard? I've got to have it out with you today. If I'm a little bastard, then what's your daughter? Birds of a feather flock together. What species are you, old man? Zhang Yang wasn't about to indulge Qin Wanqing, especially not over the phone. You. Qin Wanqing hung up the phone in a huff. Qin Wanqing, standing nearby, was equally exasperated. If her old man kept butting heads with Zhang Yang like this, wouldn't they just be fighting every time they saw each other? With dad's temper hot-headed and explosive, no wonder Zhang Yang fought back. Just listen to what he's saying. Qin Wanqing didn't blame Zhang Yang. The old adage about daughters being like water once poured out, or how family ties stretch thinner than a thread, all these traditional sayings were vividly embodied in Qin Wanqing at that moment. Zhang Yang! You little brat! Just then, Qin Wanqing's furious shout rang in Zhang Yang's ears. Zhang Yang instantly pulled out his phone, thinking it hadn't been turned off. But upon checking, something was off. It was clearly turned off. He thought he'd heard things. But when he turned his head, he saw Qin Wanqing charging toward them, swinging 2 suitcases like Li Kuei wielding 2 giant axes. Holy crap! Zhang Yang immediately handed over his boarding pass and darted inside. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes. What the hell is going on with these 2 clowns? Dad? Why are you here? Qin Wanqing hurried over to intercept him, taking the 2 suitcases from Qin Wanqing's hands. Otherwise, this big bureau chief would become famous for the wrong reasons. Why did I come? Old Gong is critically ill and hospitalized, yet you ran off without even visiting him. How could you do this to that bastard Zhang Yang? How could you possibly justify this to Old Gong? Qin Wanqing shouted at Zhang Yang, furious and flustered. Ha? Old Gong is sick? We had no idea. Nobody told us anything. Qin Wanqing was equally stunned upon hearing the news. Qin Wanqing ignored Qin Wanqing and charged after Zhang Yang regardless. Just as he was about to burst inside, he was stopped by several airport ground crew members. You little bastard, come out here. Qin Aigua yelled in frustration. I won't. Come in if you dare. The plane's about to take off, honey. Hurry up and get in. Zhang Yang waved at Qin Wanqing from the aisle. You. Get out here this instant. Or else, you'll see how I deal with you.
Qin Aigua never imagined his son-in-law would be so defiant, treating his words like they were worthless. For Qin Aigua, it had been years since he'd felt this kind of challenge. He was the head of a major bureau, the boss. His words were commands who dared disobey. But he never imagined he'd end up with a son-in-law like this. Ever since meeting Zhang Yang, he hadn't had a single moment of peace. All the insults and humiliations he hadn't endured in years were now piling up.
I'm not leaving. Look, honey, you stay here a few more days. I'm heading back first.
As Zhang Yang spoke, he started walking toward the plane, infuriating Qin Aigua to no end.
Chapter 97, The Drama Queen.
His urgent trip had been solely to intercept Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing, intending to bring them to the hospital to see Old Gong. But when he got the call from Old Gong last night, he tried calling Zhang Yang, phone turned off.
Tried calling Qin Wanqing, also turned off. No choice but to fly over and intercept him.
If Zhang Yang flew back first and he ended up visiting Old Gong alone, it would be utterly unacceptable. Where would he put his old face? So the moment Qin Aigua saw Zhang Yang trying to slip away, he immediately backed down.
Stop. Zhang Yang, you stop right there. Look, come back here. We can talk this out. Qin Aigua bellowed at Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang heard this and thought, whoa, Qin Aigua's tone has changed drastically.
How did he suddenly show up? And now he's trying to stop me from leaving? Could it be he needs something from me? Ha! Old man, you're in my hands now, aren't you?
Zhang Yang grinned.
Ahem, if I just went back when you told me to, wouldn't that make me look like a fool? Apologize to me.
Promise never to curse me again, never to lay a hand on me, and never to sabotage me behind my back.
Otherwise, you, Qin Aigua, are a son of a... Zhang Yang yelled across the aisle at Qin Aigua. Damn it! You! Qin Aigua's vision went black, his chest tightened, and a metallic taste filled his throat. He nearly collapsed. Not up for it, huh? Well, I'm outta here.
Zhang Yang said, turning to run away.
Stop. I-ing. God damn it. Qin Aigua stammered, unable to get the words out.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes.
I agreed. If I ever mess with you again, I'll be a son of a...
Seeing Zhang Yang about to leave, Qin Aigua threw caution to the wind and shouted after him. The two ground crew members blocking Qin Aigua's path covered their mouths, their shoulders heaving as they struggled to stifle their laughter. They stared at Qin Aigua as if he were a complete fool.
Seeing Qin Aigua back down, Zhang Yang finally calmed down. He strolled back toward them at a leisurely pace. Holy crap! My dearest! Could you possibly hurry up? Old Gong is still in the hospital? I'm so damn talkative, I just blurted it out.
Qin Aigua instinctively raised his right hand, but upon catching the expectant gazes of the surrounding crowd, he gently lowered it to his own face.
What? Old Gong's in the hospital? What happened? Then what the hell are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave. Hurry up.
The moment Zhang Yang heard about Old Gong's accident, he grabbed Qin Wanqing and dashed toward the exit, turning back repeatedly to urge Qin Aigua along.
Qin Aigua nearly choked on his own blood at the sight. Damn you, you little bastard. If it weren't for you, I'd be at the hospital by now.
But it was too late for regrets.
He quickly pulled up his pants and gave chase after Zhang Yang.
By the time Zhang Yang and the others reached the hospital room, Old Gong was already hooked up to tubes everywhere. He cast a weak glance at Qin Aigua and the others before closing his eyes heavily once more.
Old Gong. What happened to you? Just say something to me. It's only been a few days since we last saw each other. How could you collapse like this? Open your eyes and look at me.
Qin Aigua threw himself onto Old Gong the moment he entered, wailing uncontrollably.
Hey, who is this? Get him out of here immediately. How dare you step on the patient's oxygen tube while talking? The patient needs quiet rest. Get out immediately.
The young nurse beside him scolded Qin Aigua earnestly. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing hurried over to drag Qin Aigua out.
What happened to Old Gong? He was perfectly fine just a few days ago. How did he suddenly end up like this? Zhang Yang asked Tan Yejuan beside him in puzzlement. Sigh. Tan Yejuan, unaware of the expression on his own face, feared he might laugh and give himself away. He quickly pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and let out a long sigh. Truth be told, Old Gong. Ah. Who the hell are you? This is a hospital. How dare you smoke here? Can you show some common sense? 200 yuan fine.
The young nurse inside had just stepped out when she immediately snatched Tan Yejuan's cigarette from his hand and launched into a scolding.
Tan Yejuan. Zhang Yang. After paying the fine. What were we about to say just now? Tan Yejuan asked Zhang Yang.
Why did Old Gong suddenly do that?
Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before asking Tan Yejuan. Sigh.
Tan Yejuan sighed, trying hard to regain his earlier troubled state of mind. But after being interrupted by the nurse just now, he nearly forgot what old Gong had entrusted him with. The truth is, old Gong has always had poor health. It's a chronic condition. He'd been pushing through to find a successor to take over his responsibilities so he could retire and rest properly. But he never found the right person, so he kept persevering. With all the recent events, the moment old Gong got tired, he collapsed. Tan Yejuan put on a dramatic act, straining to squeeze tears from the corners of his eyes. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't manage it. His eyes just blinked rapidly, as if something had crawled in. The young nurse beside him mistook Tan Yejuan's actions for flirtatious advances. She gave a cold snort and turned her head away, presenting Tan Yejuan with the back of her head. Hearing Tan Yejuan's words, Qin Wanqing began sniffling again, while Qin Wanqing sighed deeply. Zhang Yang, however, frowned. Logically, such a chronic condition should have shown some symptoms. How come he hadn't noticed anything when he was with old Gong before? Moreover, such a sudden and severe illness usually indicated cardiovascular or cerebral issues. How had old Gong managed to fly to Tianhai City before? Furthermore, upon entering the room just now, he had distinctly caught a faint, lingering scent of alcohol. This wasn't the scent of medical alcohol, but rather the aroma of a 53-proof sauce-flavored liquor. And on Gong Lao's bed, there was a faint scent of food peanuts, fried ones at that, with a few pieces likely burnt. There was also the aroma of braised chicken feet, along with a subtle oily smell. How peculiar. Zhang Yang was thoroughly puzzled. You see? Zhang Yang's sense of smell was now as sharp as a hunting dog's. Even if the nurse had cleaned the room, it was impossible to completely eliminate all scent particles lingering in the air and clinging to surfaces. How could the patient possibly eat these things? Could it be that old Gong was faking it? Zhang Yang looked up at the room in confusion. Chapter 98. Actually, I'm a divine healer. What the hell are you doing? Your master is sick, yet you won't let him rest properly and still make him oversee the front lines? I ask you, Mr. Tan, are you out of your mind? Qin Wanqing stormed over, fuming. He and Tan Yejuan were police academy classmates, even shared a bunk bed, so their bond was naturally special. Qin Wanqing, are you planning a mutiny? Don't think I won't beat you up just because you're chief now. Forgot how I pinned you down and whipped you with my belt? Tan Yejuan stood by, utterly speechless. He'd been about to reason with Zhang Yang, urging him to stay put, when this old fart Qin Wanqing came barging in to stir up trouble. Bull. I'm an 8th degree black belt now. Got a problem? Come outside and prove it. With his daughter and son-in-law watching, Qin Wanqing's old face flushed crimson. He couldn't back down now. You two, enough already. This is a hospital. What's with all the yelling? A provincial bureau leader nearby rolled his eyes. If a bureau chief and a criminal investigation captain really started swinging their belts at each other in the hospital, that would definitely make the news. Qin Wanqing and Tan Yejuan glared fiercely at each other. Then they both turned their heads to the side in unison. Ahem, so you must be Zhang Yang? I've heard old Gong held you in high regard. You've seen his current situation. Truth be told, old Gong always had one unfulfilled wish, to find a successor. Qin and Tan just weren't up to the task. They acted like two old fools all day. In all these years, old Gong never found anyone truly capable. But I often heard him speak of you in glowing terms. We absolutely cannot let old Gong pass away with regrets. Incidentally, our provincial department still has special recruitment channels. You needn't worry about the paperwork at all. The man said to Zhang Yang. Qin Wanqing and Tan Yejuan, standing nearby, both lowered their heads in resignation. This bureau chief is really not giving us any face. And he did it right in front of the two juniors. How could he? The two were deeply disheartened. Zhang Yang heard this and felt helpless too. If he'd harbored any doubts before, this man's words had all but confirmed them. Last time, old Gong had tried to stall him longer by using the proxy method. But he'd quickly seen through it. And he'd been caught. The final payment was completely gone. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang felt a pang of regret. If he'd known it would turn out this way, he should have acted as if nothing had happened, reported the case to the police first, solved it, and only then exposed old Gong's scheme after getting the money. Now, it was too late to do anything. But unexpectedly, to keep him around, old Gong had actually feigned illness. But he was a big shot, after all. So many people were acting in this charade. Come to think of it, even if something truly happened to old Gong, there was no need to rush Qin Wanqing all the way from Tianhai City like this. Qin Wanqing wasn't his biological son, just a student and disciple. Old Gong had countless students and disciples. Why hadn't anyone else been summoned? Zhang Yang understood the reason after a moment's thought. Old Gong was trying to find a way to keep him at the provincial bureau as a police officer. Ding! System task activated. Accept Master Gong's request to remain at the provincial bureau as a police officer. Reward, a slaughter knife for the host's ritual seppuku. Refuse Gong Lao's request. Reward is a crime detection ability. Detect any criminal activity within a 2-meter radius. Just as Zhang Yang was pondering, the system's voice suddenly sounded. It startled Zhang Yang. The system hadn't made a peep since issuing the last task. Zhang Yang had even begun to wonder if the system had run out of power or something. Even after handling so many cases, the system hadn't issued any tasks or rewards, leaving Zhang Yang thoroughly puzzled. However, the rewards he'd received from the system so far were already more than sufficient. He didn't really need anything else. But after hearing the system's reward options this time, Zhang Yang nearly choked on his own blood. Was this even a choice? Even a fool could make the right choice. Even seppuku is an option? I'm not some damn samurai. But this crime alert feature is kinda interesting. Though that 2-meter radius seems a bit too small. It probably only triggers alerts when I'm committing crimes against myself. Could it mean I'm about to face some kind of danger? Zhang Yang shook his head. Making a choice wasn't difficult after all, this path had never been his true calling. After finally crossing over, finally getting the system, finally marrying a stunning beauty, finally having money no longer be an issue, now I'm supposed to go back to being a 9-to-5 corporate drone? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No matter who I work for, I'm done with being an employee for good. Zhang Yang was adamant about this. Ahem. As for this leader, I think the most urgent task is to save Old Gong first. Actually, I have a hidden identity, I'm a wandering healer. From what I saw of Old Gong earlier, I might have a solution. How about I give it a try first? Zhang Yang addressed the man. Ha? You know medicine? This. The director hesitated. If you say Zhang Yang really knows medicine, what if he blows his cover once he goes in? But if you say he doesn't, this Zhang Yang is just too hard to figure out. Before the man could say anything else, Zhang Yang walked straight in, casually locked the door behind him, and switched the glass window to privacy mode. The people outside were dumbfounded. How did Zhang Yang get inside? What was he up to? Was he going to harm Old Gong? Holy! Break down the door. Tan Yejuan and Qin Wanqing instantly panicked. Smash the hell out of it. Have you two lost your minds? Get over there and stand. Write me a self-criticism report, less than 10,000 words won't cut it. Send it to my phone later. The director booted each of them into the corner with a kick. Inside the room, Zhang Yang didn't sit down immediately. He stood there silently. At times like this, it was much like interrogating a suspect. The less you spoke, the less you acted, the more they would overthink. The more they pondered, the more they'd test the waters, and that's when the initiative would shift to his side. Zhang Yang held his breath, focusing intently on Old Gong lying on the bed before him. Old Gong's eyelids fluttered repeatedly, narrowing into slits before closing tightly once more. He swallowed hard. Zhang Yang smiled faintly, pulled a chair over, and sat beside Old Gong. Chapter 99, Provincial Department Advisor. Ah, Old Gong, what on earth happened to you? Why did you suddenly collapse like this? I was actually planning to stay and learn more from you, but I never expected you to collapse like this. Now that you've collapsed, there's no point in me staying either. Zhang Yang sighed, speaking to Old Gong with evident resignation. Old Gong's eyelids fluttered again, clearly as if something was stirring beneath them. Actually, Holy! There's a snake! Zhang Yang let out a startled yell, then yanked out a few hairs from Old Gong's leg. Ouch! I think I got bitten by a snake. Old Gong also yelped and sat bolt upright on the bed. Seeing Zhang Yang grinning and wringing his hands beside him, Old Gong instantly flushed with embarrassment. Oh, it's you, Zhang Yang. What brings you here? You know what? I think I'm actually better now. Want me to walk a few laps for you to see? Old Gong quickly pretended he didn't know what was going on and said to Zhang Yang. Alright, Old Gong, stop pretending. I know everything. Let's talk. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly and sat back down. I used to think that as people age, their behavior and conduct would naturally grow more mature. But seeing Qin Wanqing and Tan Yejuan earlier, then looking at this old rascal of a Gong Lao before me, I realized that the saying "a man remains a boy at heart until his dying day" is absolutely no idle remark. Ahem. Let's talk. Old Gong truly lived up to his reputation as a worldly man. After a moment of awkwardness, he casually rubbed his nose and sat down. Well, I won't beat around the bush. With your abilities, it'd be a waste to work as a private detective. If you could join the provincial bureau, you could definitely make a much bigger impact. I sincerely hope you'll consider staying. The resources and compensation I can offer will far exceed your expectations. Old Gong stated bluntly. Then I won't beat around the bush either. I have no interest in being a cop, nor am I considering staying in the provincial capital for now. The things you mentioned don't really interest me. Zhang Yang replied with a smile. Couldn't you have refused more tactfully? Spare this old man some face? Old Gong was exasperated. He hadn't expected Zhang Yang to refuse without a second thought. Fine, I'll be more tactful then. Actually, Old Gong, you've really got it wrong. Think about it, if I were to join the provincial department, it wouldn't be good for your people. I'm not being arrogant, but if I came on board, they'd only be able to assist, hardly capable of running things independently. If I ever step down, do you really think they could keep this operation going? Zhang Yang said with a smirk. Old Gong frowned.
Zhang Yang had a point.
From their interactions these past few days, it was clear Zhang Yang's investigative skills far surpassed theirs. Even Tan Yejuan, the head of the criminal investigation team, and even himself, a veteran detective with years of experience, often struggled to keep up with Zhang Yang's line of reasoning. Take the recent joint investigation, for instance. Nearly everyone had operated under Zhang Yang's leadership, focusing on their respective areas of expertise. He and Tan Yejuan, meanwhile, had essentially been reduced to dispatchers. If Zhang Yang were to join the team, the rest of us would likely become mere errand runners. Over time, without mental exercise, investigative skills would never develop. While Zhang Yang's presence undoubtedly accelerated case-solving speed and effectiveness, in the long run, it proved detrimental to the development of the public security force. At this thought,
Old Gong couldn't help but look at Zhang Yang with astonishment.
No wonder Zhang Yang had refused him so decisively. He had seen through these issues long ago. It was he himself who had been overly eager for results, leading to such short-sightedness and causing all this trouble. It was almost laughable.
I understand your point. This matter was indeed my oversight. I won't bring this up again.
Old Gong said with a smile.
But even if I can't become a police officer, I can still continue with training.
As long as the training fee is sufficient, with round-trip transportation, airfare included, and all meals and lodging covered, I should have no objections.
Zhang Yang grinned. Ha! No problem. Here's the deal.
We'll formally hire you as a consultant for our provincial bureau. That way, we can run the training sessions, and whenever the bureau has major or high-profile cases in the future, you'll be able to participate with full legitimacy. Consulting fees are negotiable, plus you'll receive 6 insurances and 1 housing fund, year-end bonuses, high-temperature subsidies, heating allowances, and all other benefits.
How does that sound?
Old Gong truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned leader, swiftly shifting tactics.
This move effectively brought Zhang Yang into the fold.
That's acceptable. Zhang Yang grinned. The hands of the big fox and the little fox clasped together.
Outside at that moment, everyone was staring anxiously into the house.
Those 2 shrieks had sent their hearts racing.
Qin Wanqing and Tan Yejuan instinctively lunged for chairs to smash the door open. Had the director not restrained them, the fixed chairs lining the hospital corridor would likely have been torn from their mounts. Fortunately, Zhang Yang emerged shortly after.
Old Gong followed closely behind.
Good heavens! A miracle doctor! He actually cured Old Gong so quickly? The director exclaimed in astonishment from the side. Enough, enough! Stop putting on a show.
Zhang Yang saw through it long ago.
How embarrassing. Come on, let's get him discharged right away. Old Gong's face flushed as he addressed the director.
The director's hand was halfway raised, his thumb already thumbs up, when Old Gong suddenly blurted out that remark. He froze in place.
This is awkward. What the hell are your folks doing over there?
Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing, gesturing toward the 2 struggling figures hunched over their phones in the corner, typing away with a grimace. They looked exactly like authors right before a deadline. Oh, they're writing their self-criticisms. They'll need at least 10,000 words.
Let's get out of here first.
Seeing Zhang Yang and Old Gong emerge together, the sharp-witted Qin Wanqing instantly guessed what had transpired inside. She hooked her arm through Zhang Yang's and walked out. Before leaving, she didn't forget to wave goodbye to Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing was so furious he gritted his teeth.
Qin Wanqing, just look at the daughter you've raised. She's turning her back on her own family. My son's so much better. Stuck to me like glue all day. Tan Yejuan chuckled as he addressed Qin Wanqing. Bull. Your son doesn't even have a girlfriend.
He's old enough to be ashamed of himself.
What's wrong with my daughter?
My son-in-law is handsome, talented, and even the last disciple chosen by old Master Gong.
Just to make you green with envy.
Qin Wanqing wiggled his hips at Tan Yejuan.
You two, get writing. What nonsense is this? It's too late to process discharge today. If you don't finish tonight, you two will stay in that room. First thing tomorrow morning, after you're discharged, print it out and bring it to my office. What, can't I control you two?
The director yelled at them in a fit of rage. The earlier awkwardness instantly dissipated as his anger shifted toward berating them. He strode out with his hands behind his back,
leaving behind 2 miserable faces in the hospital corridor. Chapter 100, Feasting Every Day? So you're saying you're now an advisor to the provincial department? Qin Wanqing stared at Zhang Yang in disbelief. I suppose so. Old Gong asked me to head to the bureau tomorrow to handle some paperwork. Probably just training, same as when I was in Tianhai City. But the benefits are pretty good. Should be enough to support you.
Zhang Yang said with a smile. My husband is the best.
Qin Wanqing puckered her lips and planted a kiss on Zhang Yang's cheek. Looks like your dad won't be able to make it tonight. But he might come storming over first thing tomorrow morning. Better not push his luck right now. Tomorrow morning, the 2 of us will head to the bureau to handle some paperwork first, then we'll take you shopping.
As for my dear father-in-law, let Captain Tan and the others keep him company. Zhang Yang suddenly pulled Qin Wanqing into his arms, letting her sit on his lap as he grinned.
You two really are something. Every time we meet, there's such tension. How are we supposed to handle this in the future? Oh, and by the way, Mom hinted that we should start planning the wedding now. Ugh, it's such a hassle picking a dress, taking wedding photos, setting the schedule. Seriously, let's talk business. Stop fidgeting. Qin Wanqing flushed as she swatted away Zhang Yang's wandering hands. You should also start making arrangements with your parents. We can host separate wedding banquets, or if the guest lists are small, we could combine them. After all, you know my father's status, we can't exceed 20 tables. Your side doesn't have any restrictions, though. Qin Wanqing counted on her fingers as she went over the details with Zhang Yang. Getting married is such a hassle. Why don't we just skip it? Wouldn't it be better for the two of us to elope and get married abroad? Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. No way. My dad keeps reminding me about all the wedding gifts we've given out over the years. He insists we have to recoup those costs through our own wedding. All told, it's over 1,000,000 yuan. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. How much? Over 1,000,000 just from wedding gifts? Are you eating banquets every day? Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. It was about that much before. He'd attend a first wedding banquet at noon and a second wedding banquet at night, basically never eating at home. He's the bureau chief, so naturally many people invite him out. It can't be helped. And every time he goes out to eat, the amount spent isn't small either. It wouldn't be presentable to spend less. At least that's what my dad says. Qin Wanqing pursed her lips. And with this kind of gift-giving practice, he still manages to pull out soft Zhonghua cigarettes? My father-in-law's finances definitely wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. How much does he even make? Zhang Yang grinned. Bull. My dad's paycheck is controlled by my mom. Your secret stash will be handed over too. Qin Wanqing flashed Zhang Yang a defiant grin. Hold on a second. If he's handing over his paycheck, where's he getting all that money for his lavish spending? This father-in-law definitely has more than one card. Given his habits, have your mom search under the couch, behind it, inside the slipcover, under the toilet seat, and behind picture frames. Zhang Yang instructed Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing immediately got up to make a call. Soon after, Huang Meizhuan's excited voice came through the phone. Found them. 2 cards in total. Dad's in big trouble now. Qin Wanqing said with a smirk. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Looks like I absolutely can't have a daughter in the future. It's so easy to get tricked into handing over your little stash. If I end up with one too, won't I be in trouble? Just admit it. How many cards do you have? Qin Wanqing held her phone and stepped in front of Zhang Yang, extending her hand. She gestured toward Zhang Yang. Holy? Zhang Yang was stunned. Was he the one getting caught in the crossfire? And you dare ask me for cards? Who's the boss in this house? Zhang Yang flipped over and pinned Qin Wanqing to the bed. Oomph. Let go of me. This house is obviously. Don't take it off. Bad guy. Early the next morning, Zhang Yang took Qin Wanqing to the provincial department to handle some paperwork and such. The two then went out to stroll around the streets. Earlier, they received an angry call from Qin Aigua demanding their whereabouts. He hadn't even had breakfast and was nearly starving. Upon hearing that Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing were out shopping, his nose nearly turned sideways with rage. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't exactly drag them back. Instead, he went to the hotel where Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing were staying, booked a room, and went to sleep. The night before, Qin Aigua and Tan Yejuan had nearly come to blows over that hospital bed. They finally agreed to take 2-hour shifts, but that old rascal Qin Aigua cheated by setting the hospital clock forward by a full hour and a half. And he did it twice in a row. When Tan Yejuan saw it was already past 8 o'clock and still pitch black outside, he finally sensed something was wrong. Qin Aigua nearly drove Tan Yejuan mad. Fed up, Tan Yejuan abandoned Qin Aigua alone in the ward, tossed his report onto Qin Aigua's bed, and hailed a taxi home. Now Qin Aigua was truly left to his own devices. Wow! Another one! You're so amazing, honey! In front of the claw machine at the mall, Qin Wanqing bounced around like a child. Her face flushed with excitement as she clutched several stuffed toys. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. He'd always thought Qin Wanqing was the cool, aloof type, but never imagined she had such a playful, adorable side. I want to try too. Seeing Zhang Yang grab one in no time, making it look so easy, Qin Wanqing couldn't resist trying herself. Sure, I'll show you. Zhang Yang demonstrated again, snatching another doll effortlessly. Don't worry. This lady has got it down pat. Go buy a big bag so we can pack the dolls back up. Now it's this lady's turn. Qin Wanqing rolled up her sleeves with confidence. First one. No luck. Oomph. Someone must have bumped the machine earlier, messing up my shot. Second shot. Missed. Oomph, that was a mistake. I've got the hang of it now. Half an hour later. Qin Wanqing slumped dejectedly in front of the claw machine, hugging her knees with her head buried deep in her arms. This is so hard. Maybe I should just quit. Qin Wanqing had already used up all 200 tokens. Aside from one near-successful grab, every other attempt had ended in failure. Qin Wanqing was on the verge of giving up. Here, have something sweet to cheer you up.
Zhang Yang smiled as he handed her an ice cream cone.
Qin Wanqing finally stood up, pouting. Come on, let's go see a movie.
Just as Zhang Yang pulled Qin Wanqing up, he suddenly felt a chill.
An unusual sensation rose within him. Crime alert?
Zhang Yang was startled.
Chapter 101, Sudden Situation. Zhang Yang, what's wrong? Why that look? Qin Wanqing also noticed Zhang Yang's unusual behavior and looked up at him.
Zhang Yang scanned the people around him. After all, his crime detection radius was currently limited to 2 meters. Excluding the possibility of someone targeting him directly, the most likely scenario was that someone had passed by him. Zhang Yang quickly zeroed in on a person wearing a hat and mask.
The person looked alert, eyes darting around as if hunting for prey. A thief?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
That guy's suspicious. I'll keep an eye on him. You call the police first, then immediately get the mall security over here. Zhang Yang instructed Qin Wanqing. He immediately followed after him.
Qin Wanqing felt puzzled. Why did she suddenly sense something was off about this guy?
And why call the police now? What if they arrest the wrong person?
Qin Wanqing was uncertain, but she still pulled out her phone and reported the incident as Zhang Yang instructed, then headed toward the mall security office herself.
Zhang Yang kept following the man. After watching for a while, something still didn't feel right. If someone intended to steal, they'd naturally head toward crowded areas where it would be easier to strike. Moreover, Zhang Yang was puzzled thieves rarely appeared in shopping malls these days. For one thing, transactions were now paperless. People scanned QR codes or even used facial recognition, rarely carrying cash.
There wasn't much money to steal, and even phones had GPS tracking. Thieves would have to fence the stolen goods themselves, making it hardly worth the effort. On the other hand, shopping malls are riddled with surveillance cameras. Thieves like him usually target crowded areas like train stations or bus terminals. Being a thief is getting tougher these days. That's why many former thieves have switched to fraud. Zhang Yang followed behind, growing increasingly suspicious. But just now, only a handful of people had passed by him.
Zhang Yang was absolutely certain he hadn't miscounted.
It was truly strange. Just as Zhang Yang was puzzling over it, he saw Qin Wanqing running over with several security guards. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing had location sharing enabled, so he knew where she was.
That's the one. He's definitely up to something. You'd better apprehend him first. Zhang Yang instructed the security guards. Something's off? What evidence do you have? We can't just arrest someone based on suspicion.
A man who appeared to be the security team leader stepped forward and addressed Zhang Yang. We don't have evidence yet, but go upstairs and ask around. This guy is definitely up to something.
Zhang Yang stated with absolute certainty. Something fishy? We'll go question him first. You two stay put for now, we don't want any complications later.
The security guard instructed Zhang Yang, leaving one man to watch over him and Qin Wanqing.
Alright.
But when you go over, pretend you're just passing by casually. Then make your move, don't let him escape or cause any trouble. Before Zhang Yang could finish speaking, the security captain led the others in pursuit. The moment the man saw several security guards charging toward him, he immediately took off running. Seeing this, the guards immediately lost their composure. They'd been suspicious before, but now it was clear this guy was definitely up to no good. Why else would he be running? Zhang Yang and the others saw this and gave chase as well. The man frantically dashed to the elevator lobby, but the elevator never came. He then bolted into the adjacent stairwell. Seeing the security guard closing in, he grabbed a girl who happened to be passing by on her way to the restroom.
Don't come any closer.
If you come any closer, I'll stab her.
This needle has my blood on it, I have AIDS.
The man pulled a needle from his pocket and waved it menacingly at the girl he was holding hostage. Upon hearing the words HIV, the girl instantly went limp, her body trembling as she shrieked in terror. Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. Forgetting his complaints about the security guards, he hurried to the front. By now, many people who'd heard the commotion had gathered out of curiosity.
How shameless. If you're HIV positive, you should stay home. What are you doing out here? Don't infect me. Didn't you see that needle in his hand?
He clearly did this on purpose. That bastard might have come to the mall just to stab people.
What kind of animal does that?
Holy, I'd better get out of here fast before I catch something.
Are you guys stupid? That thing only spreads through blood and sex. Didn't you go to school?
Bull.
You're the one who never went to school.
What if he gets shot in the head by the cops and sprays blood everywhere?
People around them were murmuring.
By now, the person had been cornered. The girl was clearly terrified. Who would have thought a simple shopping trip with her boyfriend would lead to this?
Jiao Jiao.
Holy.
Let go of my girlfriend.
A man yelled at the assailant, about to charge forward.
Hold him back.
That'll just provoke him.
Zhang Yang instructed the security captain.
The security chief immediately ordered 2 men to restrain the individual. Earlier, they had ignored Zhang Yang's instructions, which had led to the problem.
Now they were completely obedient, following Zhang Yang's every word. Honey, call old Gong and explain the situation here. This kind of thing has probably already been exposed. We need to figure out how to handle it in advance. Zhang Yang glanced at the crowd snapping photos with their phones and sighed helplessly to Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing immediately made the call. Before the police arrive, maintain the scene. Do not provoke that man. Block both ends of the staircase to prevent anyone from escaping. I'll approach cautiously and try to guide him into the hallway. Zhang Yang instructed the security chief. Oh, do you have any cigarettes? Zhang Yang had just stepped outside when he remembered something and turned back to ask. The security chief quickly pulled out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, handing them to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took them and walked toward the man. By now, the man had taken off his hat. Sweat drenched his head as he watched Zhang Yang approach with a wary expression. Damn it, you stay right there. Don't come any closer. The man yelled at the top of his lungs. Bro, don't get the wrong idea. There are too many people here. Look at all these folks, it's awkward to be stared at like this. Besides, you haven't taken off your mask. Few would recognize you, and there's still time to back out. There aren't many people in the stairwell over there. Let's go inside. Then we can slip out when the time's right. Zhang Yang nodded toward the stairwell and led the way inside. The man watched Zhang Yang warily. Then he glanced at the people ahead, constantly snapping photos with their phones, and swallowed hard. Everyone, back up. Hurry up. Then, holding the woman hostage, he moved step by step toward the staircase beside them. Chapter 102, The Honest Man. The stairwell was largely deserted. After the man entered with the woman in tow, he breathed a sigh of relief. Hey, buddy, what are you holding her for? Robbery? Stealing something? There's no need for this. Just let her go and slip out from below. Zhang Yang lit a cigarette and addressed the man. The man didn't respond, just glared at Zhang Yang. Want one? Zhang Yang held up the cigarette in his hand. The man still didn't respond. Zhang Yang chuckled, lit a cigarette, placed it on the stair railing, then backed up the stairs to the upper half landing. The man hesitated briefly, but still held the woman hostage as he picked up the cigarette. He took several harsh puffs, causing the woman in his arms to cough violently. Shut the up. U-I-N-G-E-S. You shop dress like S, showing off your legs to lure men? I-I-N-G hate women like you looking pure on the outside but being I-N-G-S behind the scenes. The man spat out viciously. Bro, sounds like you've been hurt by a woman? Talking about this pisses me off too. Let me tell you, my wife ran off with some rich guy. They'd been seeing each other behind my back for 3 whole years, and I had no clue. It's I-N-G infuriating. Zhang Yang pieced together from the man's words that he was likely a decent guy hurt by a woman, now seeking revenge on society. He decided to spin his own tale to lower the man's guard. Women are all scum. My girlfriend changes every day. Did you see that chick next to me earlier? Just hooked up with her last night at the club. How about it? Wanna go find a few to play with? Zhang Yang said with a smirk. Yeah. You're absolutely right. No woman is any good. But you can still play around with women. I'm done for that woman ruined my whole life. She slept with multiple guys. Caught all kinds of diseases and passed them on to me. I hate all women. I'll make sure every single one of them catches this disease. The man waved the needle in his hand furiously. It turned out. This man was an elementary school teacher, plain-looking, honest and upright. But perhaps precisely because he was too honest, he remained single well into his 30s. Eventually, through an arranged meeting, he met a fellow villager, his current girlfriend. This girlfriend of his was something else. Fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, she had previously run her own company in the capital. After years of hard work, she had saved a considerable amount of money, yet she still felt a sense of emptiness and uncertainty. So she returned to her hometown. But she couldn't stand the quiet life back home, where the streets were deserted by 8 o'clock at night. Through matchmaking, she met him and moved to the provincial capital. On his birthday, she successfully secured the first blood after her recovery. Gradually, they reached the stage of discussing marriage. But no one could have imagined that even after buying the wedding home and hanging the wedding photos on the wall, trouble struck. Several clients she had worked with during her previous stint in the capital city were now on a business trip to the provincial capital. Learning she was in the provincial capital, they arranged to meet and discuss business matters, wanting to see if she had regressed since their time in the capital. Upon hearing about her upcoming wedding, they shifted the venue for their business discussion from the hotel to her home. It seemed that discussing business while looking at the wedding photos made the conversation more in-depth. As luck would have it, the man had returned home early from school due to a cluster outbreak of the virus on campus and was taking online classes. He walked in on the group discussing business at her home. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that their building had identified close contacts, leading to an immediate lockdown. No one was allowed to leave. The 4 men and 1 woman in the household spent 7 days together that were difficult to put into words. But this man finally figured it out. To put it bluntly, he was the legendary sucker who got stuck with the bag. He then went for a medical checkup.
Then he was diagnosed with HIV.
After that, he withdrew into himself.
Then, while he was away, the woman absconded with every last penny from their home. In the end, he was left with a shattered home and a ruined life. Because of these events, he was expelled from school. This is what fueled his desire for revenge against society. Looking at the man before him, Zhang Yang could piece together the gist of the story even without knowing the full details.
Bro, this is pointless. Stabbing people with needles won't work, there's too little blood. You'd be better off joining me. Tonight, I'll take you to a nightclub.
Find a few girls like that, take them out yourself, and do whatever you want.
Spread it with that thing.
Then you won't have to worry about getting revenge on them.
Don't worry, since we're in the same boat, I'll cover the costs.
Zhang Yang said to the man.
You. Get lost. Don't you dare look at yourself in the mirror. Hooking up with a woman like this is pointless.
You need to find a more flirtatious type to feel accomplished. While the guy was stubbing out his cigarette, Zhang Yang grabbed the girl and yanked her outside.
He then gave her a kick, sending her tumbling down the stairs.
Ignoring the stinging pain from her fall, the girl scrambled down the stairs. Seeing things had come to this, the man could only sigh. To be honest, I walked around this mall and saw so many women, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it.
You're right, if you want revenge, take it out on those prostitutes. The man tossed the needle onto the floor. Let's go. We can't get out from this floor. Let's go downstairs. I'll just let my girl know.
Zhang Yang said as he pulled out his phone.
Hurry up. I'll come out from downstairs in a bit. Get down there and wait for me. Fumbling around like that, no sense of urgency whatsoever. Zhang Yang muttered angrily into the phone.
He led the man toward the stairwell. But the moment they stepped out of the stairwell, before the other guy could react, several waiting police officers pinned him down. Handcuffs snapped on, hoods pulled over their heads, and they were escorted out. The evidence is on the stairs inside. Tell the guys to be careful when they grab it.
Zhang Yang instructed one of the officers. Got it. You must be Zhang Yang? You're something else.
The officer gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up.
Huh? How do you know me?
Zhang Yang was puzzled. This was the provincial capital.
If he were in Tianhai City, it made sense that the police would recognize him. But he'd only been in the provincial capital for a few days, how could he already be so famous?
Our chief called us personally just now, telling us to come to the scene and fully cooperate with your work. We've heard all about how you led your team to crack that case. Truth be told, we benefited quite a bit from your work.
This time, we owe it all to you.
If he'd actually stabbed one or two people, it would have caused a panic.
The officer expressed his deep gratitude to Zhang Yang.
Well, I never expected running into something like this while out shopping.
Glad everything's okay. We should head out now, they're starting to check tickets for the movie. Can I do the statement later? Zhang Yang asked the officer with a smile. No problem.
I'll speak with the chief about it. The officer patted his chest emphatically.
Chapter 103, I love big boobs and black stockings.
On the way to the movie theater with Qin Wanqing, Zhang Yang encountered the girl who had been kidnapped earlier, along with her boyfriend.
Zhang Yang, listen to me, I really wasn't stabbed. I can get it verified at the hospital, believe me. The girl cried out to her boyfriend. Bull. No one saw what happened inside. Who can guarantee it? That's AIDS. It kills people. You can't drag me down with you.
Her boyfriend impatiently shook off her hand from his sleeve.
I didn't.
After we went inside, he took the needle away.
Look at my face, not a drop of blood. I'm telling the truth, Zhang Yang. Please don't treat me like this. I'm scared.
The girl wept, her tears falling like raindrops.
Fine, even if you weren't stabbed, then tell me this, when that person was holding you hostage, did he put his hand on your chest? Why didn't you struggle?
You just said he put the needle away when you got inside the stairwell.
Why didn't you run out immediately? Tell me the truth, did he grope your entire body while you were in the stairwell? Let me tell you this, from this moment on, it's over between us. There's absolutely nothing between us.
The man violently shook off the girl's hand and walked away. The girl froze in place. She never imagined that just moments after escaping the terror of being held hostage, her own boyfriend would treat her with such utter contempt.
She collapsed onto the ground.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, who happened to be passing by, couldn't help but roll his eyes.
Damn it! What a jerk! And he shares my damn name? Damn it all to hell! How could someone be like this? His own girlfriend is in this state, yet instead of comforting her, he actually says such cruel things? What a piece of work! He shares the same name as my husband? No way! Honey, you're changing your name the minute we get home. Qin Wanqing pouted. Give me a break. I won't change my name or surname. Ahem, from the looks of things, you two aren't married yet, right?
Seeing your boyfriend's true colors now is actually a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, once you're married, you might regret it too late.
What's there to be sad about? Did you really plan on marrying a piece of trash like that?
Zhang Yang said to the girl. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the girl wiped her tears and stood up from the ground.
You're right. I must have been blind to ever think I could be with someone like that.
I should thank you. If not for you, I might have been in real danger.
May I invite you both to dinner? The girl said to Zhang Yang. But just then, she spotted Qin Wanqing approaching from behind Zhang Yang. That's not necessary. We're in a hurry to catch a movie. Besides, after what you just went through, you should go home and get some rest. Qin Wanqing said to the girl. She glanced at Zhang Yang without meaning to.
This guy is just too damn handsome. You have to keep a close eye on him wherever he goes. If I hadn't been here today, that girl would have ended up having dinner alone with him. Then they'd exchange WeChat contacts, start chatting, and who knows how deep their conversation might have gone. Men really are all pigs. If it had been a guy getting kidnapped, Zhang Yang wouldn't have rushed over so eagerly. Oomph. The movie's about to start, let's hurry. Qin Wanqing hooked her arm through Zhang Yang's and hurried off. Honestly, I don't like this type. I prefer fierce, dominant women in black stockings, okay? Like the one right in front of me, for example. Zhang Yang grinned and playfully slapped Qin Wanqing on the back. Get lost. Hurry up and get inside, the movie's already started. Qin Wanqing blushed and pulled Zhang Yang inside. Inside the hotel. Qin Aigwa woke up with a burning urge to pee. Hungry and exhausted from the morning, he'd chosen to drink hot water and sleep after deliberating. As for eating, he figured he'd deal with that after waking up. Those two youngsters would be back by then, and he absolutely had to squeeze some money out of Zhang Yang. But when Qin Aigwa woke up and called both of them one by one, not a single person picked up. As everyone knows, answering calls in a movie theater is extremely uncivilized. So after entering, both Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing had unknowingly switched their phones to silent mode. But Qin Aigwa didn't know that. He assumed they'd ditched him again. The frustration made Qin Aigwa's stomach ache. Starving beyond endurance, he went downstairs to Green Oasis Ramen and ordered 2 bowls loaded with extra meat and noodles. Channeling his frustration into appetite, he wolfed down the entire meal, even slurping up every last drop of broth. By the time he emerged, Qin Aigwa was leaning against the wall for support. He felt the noodles were practically stuck in his throat. Then Qin Wanqing's call came through. Hey, Dad, you called earlier? Zhang Yang and I just got out of the movie theater. I missed your call. Zhang Yang said he wants to treat you to a big meal to make it up to you. It's a buffet, mind you, with a standard price of 888 per person. Zhang Yang is being very sincere. You better not turn on him again later. You two always end up at each other's throats. It took me a lot of effort to persuade Zhang Yang. He's actually quite magnanimous. Hello? Dad? Are you even listening? Hello? Top floor of City Center Plaza, Humyao Seafood Buffet. You'll have to take a taxi there yourself. Seriously, why aren't you saying anything? Qin Wanqing hung up the phone, thoroughly puzzled. She had no idea. On the other end of the line, Qin Aigwa had frozen solid. Seafood buffet? 888 per person? Damn it! If this call had come just 10 minutes earlier, I wouldn't be stuffed like this. Damn it! What do I do now? Qin Aigwa braced himself against the wall, gritted his teeth, and pressed his finger against the back of his tongue. This trick had worked wonders when he was puking up alcohol before it should do the trick for puking up food too. At that moment, 2 young men had just stepped out of the ramen shop when they spotted Qin Aigwa leaning against the wall, retching violently. Holy! Is the ramen poisoned? One of them looked utterly horrified. It must be. What do we do now? The other one was equally terrified. What else can we do? Puke it out. The two promptly joined in. Chapter 104. Those who insult others bring shame upon themselves. Dad, you're not eating much today. No appetite? Qin Wanqing asked, eyeing the mountain of lobsters and crabs piled before Qin Aigwa. From the start, Qin Aigwa had been running back and forth to bring a huge pile of food, but when it came time to eat, his stomach started to feel uneasy. He forced down a few bites, only to find everything tasted sour and unappetizing. No wonder. Qin Aigwa had just thrown up. Once the stuff went in and then came back out, it definitely wouldn't feel like it had never been there in the first place. The discomfort was beyond description. Of course, such physical discomfort was something Qin Aigwa could barely endure by clinging to the standard of 888 per person. But the sight of those 2 young lovers across from him was truly unbearable for Qin Aigwa. Was it intentional or not? They actually fed each other a bite first before eating it themselves, as if the food from the other's hand tasted extra delicious. It made Qin Aigwa feel like a lonely old dog clutching a giant light bulb across from them. Before he could even get angry, the 2 of them would already be arm in arm, off to get more food. The 2 of them would take just a little from a large plate, then go back for more after finishing. Qin Aigwa brought back a whole bowlful. Judging by the way they were going about it, he doubted they'd even finish it all. Hey, you 2 have enough already. Zhang Yang, you're acting like a bum these days, just wandering around all day doing nothing. Aren't you supposed to be earning money to support your family? Can you even afford the detective agency's rent? You're treating me to dinner, don't tell me my daughter's footing the bill? Qin Aigwa delivered 3 devastating blows to Zhang Yang's soul with utter arrogance. Dad!
How could you say that to Zhang Yang? This wasn't bought with my money, it was hard-earned by Zhang Yang himself. And he's doing quite well now. Qin Wanqing retorted indignantly. Talented? What good is being impressive? Let me tell you, girl, without a stable job, it just won't work. Back then, old Gong actually wanted to keep him on at the Tianhai Public Security Bureau. How perfect would that have been? With me backing him, he could have easily become a section chief or even a director someday. But he had to refuse. Look at him now, acting all high and mighty. Doesn't even know his own place. These days, it's all about connections. What good is talent? Look at your old man here, got the skills, got the connections. I've been trying to get a position at the provincial bureau for ages, but old Gong just won't budge. Let me be blunt, positions in the provincial bureau are half a rank higher than ours down here. Otherwise, how could that old fool Tan Yejuan, a mere criminal investigation team leader, dare challenge me, the bureau chief? He's out of his mind. Qin Igwa spoke with utter contempt to Qin Wanqing, his gaze drifting toward Zhang Yang every so often. Actually, I'm currently. What? What are you? When elders speak, children should listen, no interruptions. Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, Qin Igwa cut him off. In Qin Igwa's view, if he couldn't fight, couldn't scold, and couldn't sabotage him behind the scenes, how else could he deal with Zhang Yang? He could only gain the upper hand by leveraging his seniority and Zhang Yang's professional position. Right.
Seeing the old man getting worked up again, Zhang Yang simply stopped responding. He peeled a lobster tail and slipped it into Qin Wanqing's mouth, making Qin Igwa across the table seethe with rage. Just as he was about to explode, Zhang Yang's phone on the table rang. Zhang Yang had his hands full with gloves on, so when he saw it was old Gong calling, he switched to speakerphone. Hey! Zhang Yang! Hurry! There's been a mass poisoning incident at the Provincial Medical University. We suspect someone laced the food with poison. You need to head there immediately. Old Gong's frantic voice came through the phone. Simultaneously, sirens blared in the background. It seemed the emergency response was already en route. Ding! System task activated, assist in solving the Provincial Medical University poisoning case. Reward, top-tier combat skills. Almost simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Got it. I'll be right there. Zhang Yang hurriedly replied. Hey, old Gong, isn't this a bit inappropriate? With a case this big, wouldn't Zhang Yang's involvement cause problems? We were just about to finish dinner and head back to Tianhai City. Qin Igwa called out to old Gong from the side. Qin Igwa. At a time like this, you're just babbling nonsense, you good for nothing. Zhang Yang has been our provincial bureau's specially appointed expert advisor since this morning. His rank and benefits are equal to yours. Got a problem with that? Let me make this clear, with such a major case at the provincial bureau, every available resource must be deployed. You're already at the provincial bureau, get your ass over here immediately. Old Gong on the other end of the line was clearly losing his temper. A mass poisoning incident involving students, and suspected to be intentional. This case could potentially shock the entire nation. If we don't handle this properly, we're in deep trouble. At this critical juncture, that stubborn old fool Qin Igwa dares to complain to me? In Gong Lao's view, Qin Igwa must have learned about Zhang Yang's current status and perks, and now he's seething with envy, looking for any excuse to pick a fight. Naturally, old Gong showed no leniency toward this former subordinate. But Qin Igwa was genuinely dumbfounded. Provincial department advisor? Same rank and perks as me? Holy? He's joining the provincial department? What's going on? When did this happen? Qin Igwa was utterly dumbfounded. Back when Zhang Yang and old Gong reached their agreement, Qin Igwa was still hunched over in the corner, grunting as he wrote his self-criticism. After coming out, he slept straight through until mealtime. How could he possibly know about this? Earlier, Zhang Yang had almost spilled the beans. But Gong cut him off, so naturally he remained unaware. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing had already rushed out in a hurry. Only then did Qin Igwa snap out of it and prepare to rush after them. But as he stepped outside, he was stopped by two burly yet well-mannered waiters. We're sorry, but our policy requires charging 100 yuan per liang for food waste. There were still 8 jin of food left on your table. According to our policy, you owe 8,000 yuan. The waiter's tone was cold yet polite, his grip on Qin Igwa's arm firm and powerful. Before Qin Igwa could react, a massive QR code was thrust almost into his face. Holy? Qin Igwa was dumbfounded. Chaos had erupted throughout the Provincial Medical University campus. Throughout the entire second cafeteria and its surroundings, students were vomiting and suffering from diarrhea everywhere. The same was true across the campus, on staircases, on the sports field, in dormitories. Almost anywhere people gathered, this situation was unfolding. Although the entire staff of the university hospital and ambulances from surrounding hospitals had rushed to the scene to provide emergency care, the situation was overwhelming. There simply weren't enough medical personnel. Rough estimates put the number of poisoned students at over 1,000. And the number of victims continues to climb. The earliest victims were already exhibiting high fevers and loss of consciousness.
Their condition is critically dangerous. Emergency rescue is urgently needed. Many students' lives hang in the balance. Chapter 105. Listen to Zhang Yang. When Zhang Yang and his team arrived at the provincial medical university, chaos reigned inside. Even the police who arrived first had joined the rescue efforts. But the most critical issue was that no one knew what the toxic substance was. All the rescuers could do was induce vomiting in the students and administer standard medical treatments far from targeted solutions. All food samples had been sent for testing, but analysis took time. The students might not survive until the results came back. While campus cafeterias might serve unappetizing or even bizarre dishes, it was highly unusual for them to contain toxic substances or cause poisoning due to improper cooking. Moreover, most students here are medical students themselves, possessing considerable knowledge in this field. If something like this had actually happened, it would have been discovered long ago. That's why the initial assessment points to poisoning. But right now, there's no time to investigate. Saving the students' lives is the absolute priority. Zhang Yang. Hurry! Head to the second cafeteria. Find the source of the poisoning immediately.
As soon as Old Gong saw Zhang Yang rush in, he barked the order, entrusting him with the most critical task.
Police officers swiftly escorted Zhang Yang into the second cafeteria where the poisoning had occurred.
Upon entering, Zhang Yang nearly retreated from the overwhelming stench. The place was littered with all manner of filth. His nose, far more sensitive than most, was hit especially hard. Covering his nose, Zhang Yang made his way straight to the kitchen. Soon, he detected a peculiar scent emanating from the dough mixer. Gently scooping some flour with his finger, he held it under his nose.
His heart instantly sank. It was the scent of arsenic trioxide, commonly known as arsenic trioxide.
Though colorless and odorless, escaping detection by the human nose, it could not evade Zhang Yang's keen sense of smell.
Arsenic discovered in the back kitchen of a university cafeteria.
The very thought of it sent a chill down his spine. Without delay, Zhang Yang pulled out his phone and called Old Gong, then rushed outside himself.
Old Gong. Hurry! Someone laced the flour with arsenic. Go find sodium dimercaptosuccinate immediately.
Zhang Yang exclaimed to Old Gong.
Sodium dimercaptosuccinic acid is the specific antidote for arsenic poisoning.
Previously, Zhang Yang had taken on a case involving a husband who had been unfaithful with his mistress. The woman wanted to invite her husband and his mistress to dinner, intending to leave with nothing but her dignity intact. In reality, she planned to poison them both with arsenic. She had purchased sodium dimercaptosuccinate in advance to counteract the poison herself. Fortunately, before she could act, the man and his mistress were involved in a fatal car accident on their way to their rendezvous. Their electric car suddenly lost control, crashing and killing both. The matter was thus shelved. When Zhang Yang and the others arrived at Gong Lao's side, he was already discussing the arsenic poisoning with several doctors.
We can't do that. Without accurate test results, administering medication arbitrarily could worsen the condition. Besides, this is a medical university. There are far too many potentially toxic substances here.
I'm more inclined to believe someone used some toxic substance from our medical college for poisoning, rather than arsenic. Besides, arsenic is a controlled substance. It's impossible to purchase large quantities at once. Given the current situation, such a minute amount of poison couldn't possibly have affected so many people.
Exactly.
Based on my years of experience, numerous substances could cause this outcome, such as...
Everyone unanimously dismissed Zhang Yang's suggestion that arsenic was the poison. Everyone waited anxiously for the final toxicology results to come back. Oh no! Someone has already fallen unconscious and gone into shock. If we don't treat them immediately, it could be life-threatening.
At that moment, several doctors rushed over in a panic.
What are we waiting for? Hurry up! Quickly administer sodium dimercaptosuccinate.
Zhang Yang shouted from the side.
This is a matter of responsibility. The doctors hesitated.
Without an accurate pathological diagnosis, administering medication haphazardly could easily worsen the condition and then they'd lose their jobs.
Listen to me. Administer sodium dimercaptosuccinate to all patients immediately. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Go now. Gong shouted to the group. At this critical moment, he chose to trust Zhang Yang.
If Zhang Yang didn't have absolute certainty, he would never have reached this conclusion.
Yes. However, our stock of sodium succinate is limited. We can only treat a portion of the patients. Several doctors sprang into action upon hearing Gong Lao's orders.
Immediately notify every hospital, pharmacy, and pharmaceutical company in the provincial capital. Dispatch all available sodium dimercaptosuccinate supplies at top speed.
Notify the traffic police department to clear the way and provide full escort. Hurry!
Dr. Gong made a decisive call and issued the order.
The entire provincial capital was thrown into chaos once more.
Sirens wailed along major thoroughfares as news of the mass poisoning incident at the provincial medical university spread like wildfire. Everyone was focused on this earth-shattering case. Fortunately, many patients' symptoms gradually stabilized after receiving sodium dimercaptosuccinic acid.
Soon, the test results confirmed it: arsenic poisoning.
By afternoon, the students who had been in shock and unconsciousness gradually regained consciousness. Thanks to the timely administration of medication, all cases of poisoning had been effectively alleviated and treated.
Upon receiving the news, the president of the provincial medical university immediately knelt before Zhang Yang.
Had Zhang Yang not identified the source of the poisoning immediately, waiting for the test results before administering medication would have been too late.
Many lives would have been lost. As president, he wouldn't just lose his position, he'd likely face serious consequences.
Old Gong, however, felt no joy whatsoever.
Instead, a chill ran down his spine.
It was only thanks to his decisive action at the time, trusting Zhang Yang's words and steadfastly believing in him, that this had been averted. The consequences would have been unimaginable. It could be said that Zhang Yang saved everyone. Not only the poisoned students, but also every single person involved in the rescue effort. Zhang Yang truly deserved his title as Provincial Department Consultant Expert.
Almost at the same moment, superior leadership called to convey greetings and issue critical directives.
All hospitals were ordered to provide maximum assistance, rush to save the students, and ensure everyone recovered as quickly as possible. Provincial departments were instructed to swiftly investigate the poisoning incident and deal with it severely. One command stood clear: solve the case swiftly.
Punish the guilty without mercy.
Chapter 106: Viewing colored websites is not illegal.
The special task force led by Old Gong moved into the provincial medical university that very day.
Zhang Yang was naturally among them.
The task force's investigation naturally began with a comprehensive inspection of the second cafeteria's kitchen.
They discovered arsenic not only in the dough mixer but also in unused flour and rice. They first thoroughly investigated the cafeteria's suppliers, uncovering only some discrepancies in the accounting records. No issues were found with the actual goods themselves. This meant the poison had been added after the flour and rice were delivered to the university. However, the kitchen had no surveillance cameras, providing no useful information. After 2 days of investigation, the kitchen staff who had access to the flour and rice showed no motive or signs of involvement. Furthermore, a citywide investigation into all records of arsenic sales over the past year was conducted. Every purchasing entity, transaction date, and intended use was scrutinized, yet no irregularities were uncovered.
All avenues of investigation had reached a dead end.
Old Gong gathered the task force for a meeting to discuss the case.
Gong Lao, I've re-examined the evidence and still believe deliberate retaliation among classmates is the most likely scenario. The key issue remains the motive.
But what I can't figure out is why such extensive methods were used.
Could it be that the killer has grudges against everyone?
Zhang Yang frowned as he spoke.
That doesn't add up either. If they really wanted to poison such a large group, wouldn't it be simpler to just put it in the school's water reservoir? A police officer asked from the side.
Arsenic trioxide is crystalline and doesn't dissolve completely in water. Plus, its color changes when dissolved.
These are all medical students, it would inevitably be noticed. Zhang Yang interjected. How do you know that?
The officer was genuinely curious. Even he didn't know these details, yet this Zhang Yang seemed so well informed.
Even if you're a detective, you can't possibly know everything, right? Empathy and some online research.
Zhang Yang replied slowly.
All right. We'll proceed with Zhang Yang's approach. Next step, should we screen the student body or ask them for leads? After all, they might know something. Old Gong chimed in from the side. No need. I think I know who the killer is. Just as everyone fell silent, Zhang Yang suddenly stood up, holding his phone. Who? Old Gong asked urgently. Everyone else also looked up in unison. Clinical Medicine, Class 3, Year 2. Wang Lu. Zhang Yang waved his phone. 1 hour later. The female student named Wang Lu was brought into the interrogation room at the Provincial Public Security Bureau.
Simultaneously, numerous items were discovered in her locker: latex gloves, pesticides, concentrated sulfuric acid, serrated tools, and more. Forensic analysis revealed traces of arsenic powder on Wang Lu's latex gloves.
It was almost certain that this female college student named Wang Lu was the perpetrator of this major poisoning case. Yet everyone stared in disbelief at the beautiful female student sitting before them in the interrogation room. Though not tall, she possessed a well-developed, curvaceous figure and a lovely face. With her silky long hair casually draped over her shoulders, no one could have imagined such a youthful, beautiful girl capable of committing such a heinous act. Zhang Yang, how did you identify the perpetrator? And how could you even pinpoint her major in class? Old Gong asked in astonishment from the side.
I anonymously posted a thread on the Provincial Medical University's forum seeking clues about the poisoning case. Quite a few people chimed in with wild guesses and all sorts of theories.
But one reply caught my attention.
She didn't say anything directly, but mentioned that her roommate hadn't gone to the cafeteria for lunch that day. When she tried to get her to go, the roommate had even pulled her back to stop her from coming along.
She anonymously shared this information.
I messaged her privately and obtained her name and class. Zhang Yang explained to Old Gong.
You can determine that based on this alone?
Old Gong was deeply skeptical. This seemed far too frivolous. While it was possible, there was absolutely no evidence to support it.
Of course not.
I used this person's name to find an official announcement on their school's website. Zhang Yang handed his phone to Old Gong.
Old Gong took it and looked.
It was a notice regarding a major disciplinary penalty. A sophomore female student named Wang Lu had been given a major disciplinary warning for seducing a faculty member, engaging in an improper relationship, and causing negative repercussions.
This motive for the crime?
Old Gong was utterly shocked. He had always thought about keeping up with the times, but why hadn't he considered using online methods? These past few days, seeing Zhang Yang not participating in case discussions and glued to his phone all day, he had assumed Zhang Yang was slacking off. Little did he know that Zhang Yang could stay informed about everything happening in the world without even leaving his home. It was he who was falling behind.
Don't worry, Old Gong, there's more. Zhang Yang retrieved his phone, performed a few operations, and handed it back to Old Gong.
Old Gong's face flushed crimson the moment he saw it.
Why are you showing me this? What on earth is the time now?
Old Gong shot Zhang Yang a displeased look.
On Zhang Yang's phone was a selfie of a man and a woman engaged in intimate activity. Mr. Gong, could you please tell me who this woman is?
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Old Gong seemed to realize something, quickly snatched the phone back, and even pulled out his reading glasses to look. Though blurry, he could vaguely make out that the woman in the photo was none other than Wang Lu, the one sitting inside.
Where on earth did you find this?
Old Gong was startled. This meant it was entirely possible that Wang Lu had been poisoned because such photos had been leaked, causing her classmates to mock her. Holding a grudge, she might have resorted to poisoning. I stumbled upon a post on Tieba, but both the content and photos have been deleted. So I went to this XXX video app and searched using the medical university keywords.
And you know what? I actually found it. There's even a video. Want to see it? Zhang Yang asked Old Gong. Get lost. Just knowing it exists is enough. What's the point of watching? You'll get yourself arrested.
Old Gong's face flushed.
Old Gong, I'm not a kid. Viewing these sites isn't illegal. Don't try to fool me.
Zhang Yang grinned.
What's not illegal about looking? Let me see too.
Just then, Qin Wanqing heard the news that someone had been caught and came over too.
Get lost. You pervert. Get over there and help with cleanup. At the press conference later, you and Tan Yejuan will be there together. If anything goes wrong, I'll break both your legs.
Old Gong stormed off, cursing under his breath as he led Zhang Yang inside, leaving Qin Wanqing standing there dumbfounded.
Chapter 107, Zhang Yang's thuggish behavior. Inside the interrogation room. Though arrested, Wang Lu stubbornly insisted she hadn't poisoned anyone.
She claimed to know nothing about the incident, explaining that the items in her dorm were meant to kill rats at home. No matter how the detectives pressed her, she refused to confess. The investigators even resorted to a polygraph test, but it proved utterly useless.
With no other options, Old Gong summoned Zhang Yang. After all, back in Tianhai City, Old Gong had seen Zhang Yang's interrogation footage and knew his capabilities. If even Zhang Yang couldn't break her, it would only mean they'd arrested the wrong person. Zhang Yang sighed inwardly.
He'd already claimed the system's rewards and was now a bona fide martial arts master, the kind who could take on 10 opponents single-handedly.
How could they possibly have the wrong person?
The system had already confirmed that the killer was just too cunning.
After all, he was a top student at a medical university. Could he possibly lack any skills? Medical school admission standards are incredibly high.
If he'd undergone special training, it wouldn't be impossible to fool a lie detector. Facing someone this intelligent, ordinary methods would likely prove ineffective.
The moment Zhang Yang entered, he said nothing, instead scrutinizing Wang Lu with curiosity. Meanwhile, Old Gong, upon entering, followed Zhang Yang's instructions and remained silent. The two men simply watched Wang Lu. After her initial wariness, Wang Lu gradually grew puzzled. Especially these two individuals before her, one not even wearing a police uniform, the other an elderly man. Neither looked like police officers. She couldn't fathom why they'd been allowed inside. You look so familiar, like... Zhang Yang paused mid-sentence, reaching for his phone to search through it. Moments later, he held the phone up toward Wang Lu. He glanced back and forth between Wang Lu and his phone.
She doesn't look quite the same in clothes, but it's definitely her. Whoa, she's got a killer body.
Zhang Yang stared at his phone while eyeing Wang Lu with a mischievous look. Gong Lao rolled his eyes beside him. On Zhang Yang's phone, a Peppa Pig cartoon was playing.
Everything he just said was pure acting. Just as expected. Wang Lu across from him seemed to realize something, her face flushing crimson. She instantly flew into a rage and stood up. What the hell are you looking at? I'm telling you, you've got the wrong person. Let me go right now, or I have the right to press charges. Wang Lu glared at Zhang Yang, her eyes blazing. That look in Zhang Yang's eyes was all too familiar to her. She'd seen it countless times before in the eyes of those male and female classmates who had ulterior motives. She never imagined that this very man had also seen her private videos. That's how she recognized him instantly. I didn't go to the cafeteria that day because I was on my period. My stomach hurt and I didn't want to walk. What right do you have to arrest me? Without evidence, you can only detain me for 24 hours. Wang Lu shouted at Zhang Yang, clearly enraged by his flippant expression and words. You looked this up online, didn't you? Correct. What you say isn't wrong, but you forgot about the cameras. When you entered through the cafeteria's back door, it was all recorded. You should know video footage counts as direct evidence. Zhang Yang smiled faintly. Oomph. Nonsense. There's no surveillance at the cafeteria's back door. Even if there were footage, you'd have fabricated it to frame me. Wang Lu stared coldly at Zhang Yang. Seems you're quite familiar with the cafeteria back door. What, been there? Zhang Yang asked with a smile. Just passing by, is that a problem? Wang Lu clearly realized she'd said something wrong and shot Zhang Yang a resentful look. Fine, you were just passing by. That excuse is flawless. But what about the fingerprints? You left several at the scene, hard evidence. You can't seriously claim you just happened to pass through the cafeteria kitchen too, can you? Zhang Yang shot Wang Lu a dismissive look. Impossible. I never took off my gloves, how could there be any fingerprints? What fingerprints are you talking about? I have no idea what you're referring to. Wang Lu shouted, furious and flustered. Realizing she'd blurted out the wrong words again, she cursed herself. She prepared every line of defense, yet this infuriating man had thrown her into such a mental tangle. Unconsciously, she'd blurted out two things she shouldn't have said. Old Gong, watching from the side, looked at Zhang Yang with deep admiration. Despite what appeared to be a chaotic, thuggish display since entering, he had instantly flipped the script between the two parties. When Zhang Yang pretended to look at the photos and videos, the girl instantly lost her composure. She might have prepared countless responses for the police, but she never imagined encountering someone like Zhang Yang, someone who had actually seen her videos. No one, no matter who they are, can remain completely calm when confronted by someone who has seen their private photos and videos. Even a professional sex worker would struggle to keep a straight face and a steady heart. Especially in a police interrogation room. Immediately, Zhang Yang pointed out two inconsistencies. By asking these questions while the girl was still angry, he capitalized on her hostility. Her instinctive rebuttal revealed her mistake, leaving her completely deflated. The girl before him now bore no resemblance to the confident figure who had walked in earlier. Initially, she clearly prepared every possible excuse, determined to fight tooth and nail. She knew that with a case this serious, once she opened her mouth, she was as good as dead. But Zhang Yang's tactics had left her flustered, humiliated, furious, resentful, and panicked all at once. Zhang Yang didn't stop there. I've looked into your high school grades, they were outstanding. Even your university performance has been commendable. Taking this path seems entirely unnecessary. I suspect that so-called department chair back then probably wasn't what the official report made him out to be. Rape? Or drugging someone to rape them? And most crucially, the matter of buying arsenic, you had no money, no connections. To obtain it, your only asset must have been your beauty? You wouldn't have grown accustomed to this kind of. Zhang Yang sneered coldly. Enough. Stop talking. I hate them. I hate every single one of them. I'll kill them. Wang Lu cried out, burying her face in her hands as she wept. Zhang Yang glanced at Wang Lu, who was losing her mind right before his eyes, and shrugged helplessly at Old Gong. Let them in. Our work here is done. Zhang Yang flashed Gong Lao a smile. Chapter 108, This is my son-in-law. The major poisoning case in the provincial capital was successfully solved. Just as Zhang Yang had surmised, Wang Lu had become the undisputed campus beauty and scholar of her department the moment she entered university, thanks to her striking looks and outstanding academic achievements. While hosting a campus celebration, she caught the eye of the department chair. Under the pretext of scholarship allocation, he summoned Wang Lu to his office. Through a drugged drink, he took her virginity in his office. He took photos on the spot to blackmail her, forcing her into repeated sexual encounters over the following period. But her boyfriend eventually discovered the truth. That day, after much persuasion, Wang Lu's boyfriend finally convinced her to go to a motel. While she was showering, a message from the department head arrived. Baby, don't wear panties or bras. Meet me at the school gate at 10 p.m. I want to have sex with you in the car. Wang Lu's boyfriend immediately grabbed a fire extinguisher from the motel and stormed out. He beat the hell out of the department head waiting at the school gate. Knowing he was in the wrong, the department head frantically drove away. But after returning home, he grew increasingly frustrated. In a fit of rage, he uploaded several videos he had previously recorded of Wang Lu, videos where her face was clearly visible to a certain website. Soon enough, students at the school discovered them. After all, as the department's most popular student, Wang Lu had a high profile. After thousands of people confirmed it, the woman in the videos was indeed the once aloof goddess of the department. Overnight, everyone's perception of Wang Lu changed. Even her roommates now looked at her as if she were a disgrace. At mealtimes, no one was willing to eat with her anymore. What was even more tragic was that after her boyfriend exposed the male lead in the video as the department head actually beat her to the punch and turned the tables, claiming that Wang Lu had actively seduced him in an attempt to destroy his family. After a series of bizarre maneuvers, it was Wang Lu who ended up receiving a public reprimand from the school. In the end, her boyfriend broke up with her, she received a major disciplinary penalty, and everyone isolated her. That's when she conceived her plan for revenge. Fortunately, Zhang Yang's timely intervention minimized the case's damage. Had Wang Lu succeeded, every leader in the provincial capital would have been severely compromised.
Come here, Zhang Yang. Let me introduce you to Director Lu, who oversees publicity for our provincial public security department. Ah, old Lu. Come here. This is my son-in-law, Zhang Yang. When you handle the publicity later, make sure to give him a proper mention. Zhang Yang is now an advisor to the provincial department, so he's considered one of us. Come on, Zhang Yang, this is Director Wu, who oversees financial allocations for our provincial bureau. Hey, Director Wu. This is my son-in-law, Zhang Yang. He's now an advisor to our provincial bureau. You'll need to give him special consideration going forward. Also, could you look into adjusting Tianhai City's budget for next year? After all, when Zhang Yang returns to handle cases, he'll need more resources. Zhang Yang, come here. This gentleman is. Ever since Qin Wanqing learned that Zhang Yang had led the investigation that cracked the provincial capital's major poisoning case, Qin Wanqing began parading Zhang Yang around the provincial bureau. Anyone they encountered in hallways or lobbies was immediately approached to strike up a conversation. For those not present, they knocked on doors and found reasons to chat. Within half a day, nearly everyone in the entire provincial public security department knew that the newly hired provincial department advisor, Zhang Yang, was none other than Qin Wanqing's son-in-law. Even the head chef at the provincial bureau cafeteria, thanks to Qin Wanqing's arrangements, knew to add an extra chicken drumstick or something to Zhang Yang's plate next time he served him. Whenever Qin Wanqing visited the provincial bureau, he was either groveling to get favors for Tianhai City or being dragged up by old Gong as a cautionary tale. When had he ever felt so triumphant? At this moment, he couldn't care less about his past grudges with Zhang Yang. He dragged the utterly dejected Zhang Yang along, reveling in his triumph. But the evening held more surprises. Qin Wanqing even generously hosted a dinner for his old classmates from the police academy. If he was going to gloat, he was going to gloat to the max. Zhang Yang couldn't take it anymore and made a quick exit. Hey, honey, have you eaten yet? Should I grab some barbecue to bring home? The moment Zhang Yang stepped out of the hotel, he called Qin Wanqing. Earlier at the dinner table, Qin Wanqing had kept him busy pouring wine and refilling tea, leaving him completely starved. Sure, but you'd better hurry back. I have a surprise for you tonight. Qin Wanqing said mysteriously on the other end of the line. A surprise? Zhang Yang froze for a moment, then immediately hailed a taxi back to the hotel. At this hour, it was time to eat someone, not dinner. When Zhang Yang opened the hotel room door, the scene before him nearly made him spit blood. Qin Wanqing stood before him in a professional office outfit, her long, straight legs encased in lettered stockings. She bit her lip seductively. Her gaze was filled with longing as she looked at Zhang Yang. Earlier, while looking through Zhang Yang's phone, Qin Wanqing had already figured out his preferences perfectly. That evening, while Zhang Yang was out eating, she'd gone out and bought a set of clothes and stockings, intending to reward him properly. Seeing this, how could Zhang Yang possibly hold back? Just as he was about to join the fun, Qin Wanqing stopped him. Tonight, I'll take the initiative. Qin Wanqing murmured softly into Zhang Yang's ear, her face flushed. As she spoke, she crouched down. The next morning, Qin Wanqing groggily climbed off Tan Yejuan's body. He rolled over and fell straight off the bed. Ouch, holy crap! Qin Wanqing clutched his old back as he stood up. Tan Yejuan also peered down from above, still half asleep. You big dummy! Tan Yejuan shook his head and muttered before drifting back to sleep. Just last night, Qin Wanqing had gotten completely wasted. Tan Yejuan had to drag him out like a pile of sludge. He tried calling Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang, but no one answered. With no other choice, Tan Yejuan had to haul him back to the police dormitory. After all, the idea of dragging Qin Wanqing to get a hotel room felt awkward no matter how he thought about it. He had been sleeping soundly last night. Qin Wanqing was on the lower bunk, Tan Yejuan on the upper. But in the middle of the night, Qin Wanqing somehow climbed up to the top bunk. Tan Yejuan was still groggy from the alcohol and didn't think much of it. Back in college, they'd even slept in each other's arms before. Just as Qin Wanqing was about to climb up to deal with Tan Yejuan, he received a call from Qin Wanqing. Dad, you finally picked up. Where are you? Our flight leaves at 10, and we're already at the airport. Hurry up and come. You didn't pick up my call, and Uncle Tan couldn't reach you either. What were you two up to last night? Don't tell me you got caught doing something bad? Qin Wanqing said to Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall. Holy crap! It's already past 9? Tan Yejuan, get your ass up and drive me to the airport. Qin Wanqing ignored Tan Yejuan's struggles, hoisted him onto his shoulders, and rushed out the door. Chapter 109, Look at Zhang Yang. Tianhai City.
The Zhang residence. Oh my, Wanqing, you've gone to such trouble even buying us gifts specially. Zhang Yang's mother beamed as she examined the items Qin Wanqing had bought for her.
She couldn't stop praising Qin Wanqing. Auntie, it's only natural. When we go out, as the younger generation, it's only natural.
It's just that we didn't have much time, and Zhang Yang has been quite busy, so we couldn't buy much.
Qin Wanqing said with a smile. You really are thoughtful.
If that guy Zhang Yang had gone out alone, he'd probably have come back empty-handed. Having a daughter-in-law like you is truly a blessing for our family. I didn't know you'd be back so suddenly today and didn't have time to buy groceries. This is what I'll do, I'll go buy them right now and make your favorite sweet and sour pork for dinner.
Zhang Yang's mother stood up, beaming with delight. Mom, we won't be eating here tonight.
We came straight here after arriving.
Wanqing said she wanted to see you two first, we haven't even been home yet.
Besides, Wanqing's a bit tired. She'll head home to rest tonight and will come back for lunch tomorrow. Zhang Yang chimed in from the side.
Oh my, is she that exhausted? Then why did you make Wanqing come here first, you little rascal? We're all family, doesn't it matter when she comes? Well then, hurry home and rest. Tomorrow at noon I'll prepare a feast.
Zhang Yang's mother said, deeply touched.
Qin Wanqing blushed and stood up.
She really was exhausted. Last night, Zhang Yang had kept her up all night. Whether it was the office lady outfit and black stockings that got him going, or something else, the next morning when Qin Wanqing got out of bed, her legs were like jelly. Her clothes and stockings were torn beyond repair. It was Zhang Yang who helped her hail a taxi to the airport.
Qin Wanqing was still in so much pain that walking felt awkward.
After leaving Zhang Yang's place, the two headed straight back to Qin Wanqing's home. But upon entering, the expected aroma of freshly cooked meals and the warmth of home life were nowhere to be found.
Instead, a faint, lingering aura of tension hung in the living room. Qin Aigwa stood rigidly before a framed painting in the living room, while Huang Meiwan sat cross-legged on the sofa.
A chill hung in the air.
Dad, what are you doing here? Qin Wanqing asked in a hushed voice. Well, I was just admiring this painting.
I hadn't noticed it before, but it seems quite well done, quite skillful.
Qin Aigwa forced a smile to save face. Shut up. Did I give you permission to speak? Huang Meiwan snapped coldly. Qin Aigwa grimaced and continued admiring the artwork. Mom, what's going on?
Qin Wanqing sat down beside Huang Meiwan. Huang Meiwan's expression finally softened a bit as she saw Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang enter. Tell your father besides the cards I found, he even hid one inside the chandelier switch. If I hadn't bluffed him right from the start, that old fox would have gotten away with it. What? You kept this card to support some young girl? Huang Meiwan asked coldly. I wouldn't dare. I was actually. Shut up. Huang Meiwan shot him a fierce glare and Qin Aigong immediately shut his mouth. What's worse? When I checked the transaction records today, he actually spent over 10,000 in the provincial capital. One transaction was 3,000, another was over 7,000. And he told me it was for dinner with old classmates? What a load of nonsense. I bet it all went to some little vixen. Huang Meiwan said angrily. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing suddenly understood, so that's what it was about. Qin Aigwa kept giving Zhang Yang meaningful glances from the side, signaling, hurry up and explain this to her, you know all about it. That dinner with the auntie, it really was for the meal. I went along that night. The high-end club's prices are just outrageous, but the main cost was definitely that bottle of wine, over 4,000 yuan for just one bottle. As for the other 3,000? Zhang Yang genuinely had no idea. You forgot? You invited me to the buffet, then you two had to dash off or something, leaving me all alone there. Qin Aigwa couldn't hold back any longer and interjected. I paid for it. And it wasn't even 3,000. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. I know that. I took a whole bunch of food, didn't I? They wouldn't let me leave until I finished it all. I ate like crazy and still couldn't finish it all. It's $100 per ounce, and I only had a little over 3 pounds left. Who knew when he weighed it, he counted the oyster shells too. I was in a hurry to leave, you know. Qin Aigwa muttered from the side. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing stared in disbelief. 3,000 yuan. That could buy me 6 sets of makeup. And it's just going to go to waste. You. Huang Meiwan was so furious she grabbed an orange from the table and hurled it at him. Mom, don't get so upset. This time when we went to the provincial capital, Zhang Yang specially bought you a set of cosmetics. They're really expensive and work amazingly well. Qin Wanqing said as she pulled out the gift for Huang Meiwan. Oh my goodness, my son-in-law really knows how to spoil me. That old thing went all the way to the provincial capital and didn't bring me a single thing back. People just can't compare. How could I have been so blind to marry such an old fool? My daughter is so lucky to have found such a wonderful husband like Zhang Yang. Huang Meiwan kept tugging at Zhang Yang's hand as she spoke. Auntie, you flatter me. It's so late, haven't you eaten yet? Hungry? I see the dishes are all ready. Please sit down and rest for a moment. I'll start cooking right away. Zhang Yang said with a smile.
Look at Zhang Yang. Now look at you.
Zhang Yang, now that you and Wanqing have registered your marriage, it's time to start planning the wedding.
Once you've changed your relationship status, you can call me mom.
I'll discuss this with your mother tomorrow. Huang Meiwan shot a displeased glance at the potbelly Qin, then cast a satisfied look at Zhang Yang.
This household would be unmanageable without Zhang Yang. Mom, we just discussed this with Zhang Yang's mother too.
Tomorrow I'll go with Zhang Yang to check out the wedding photo locations. We still have a few days off.
Qin Wanqing said to Huang Meiwan.
She had already discussed this matter thoroughly with Zhang Yang on the plane. After all, Zhang Yang had failed to take action on several occasions. If he were to hit the mark this time, it wouldn't look good during the wedding ceremony. It was best to settle this matter as soon as possible. Zhang Yang was naturally very willing. Only Qin stood facing the painting, muttering to himself, his words indistinct.
Chapter 110, Marriage First, Love Later. Early the next morning,
Zhang Yang woke up on the detective agency's sofa, his commission letters scattered all over the floor. After dinner at Qin Wanqing's place last night, Zhang Yang had returned to the private detective agency.
He hadn't stayed overnight.
For one thing, seeing Qin sour expression, he figured even if he did stay, he'd likely end up sleeping on the couch.
For another, even if he didn't sleep on the couch, Qin Wanqing couldn't really do anything more, so he'd simply headed back.
Upon returning, he discovered countless commission letters stuffed through the crack in his private detective agency's door.
Some even contained advance payments. Zhang Yang felt utterly helpless.
It turned out that while Qin had publicly disparaged Zhang Yang to the point of making him seem utterly worthless, behind the scenes, he constantly flaunted the fact that Zhang Yang was his son-in-law. Now that Zhang Yang was officially a police consultant, there was no need to hide his identity, and word had spread. Thus, these letters of request began arriving. Some were genuine cases, while others were purely attempts to build connections with Zhang Yang. The cases themselves were minor, yet the fees were generous.
They clearly weren't legitimate requests, though a few were genuine.
Last night, while sifting through the cases and analyzing the situation, Zhang Yang found himself dozing off on the sofa without realizing it.
Oh my, why did you sleep on the sofa again? You must be exhausted. Why don't we buy a place? That way I can take care of you. Just then, Qin Wanqing walked in carrying a thermos lunchbox. Oh, it's fine. I just stayed up a bit late reviewing these things yesterday. Why are you here so early? Zhang Yang glanced at the clock on the wall just past 7:30. Mom made congee and steamed buns, so I brought some over for you. Go wash up and eat while it's hot. Qin Wanqing placed the insulated lunchbox on the table.
Then she bent down to gather the commission letters scattered on the floor for Zhang Yang.
How did so many cases pile up all at once? Did we delay too much by going to the provincial capital? Qin Wanqing looked on in astonishment. But after glancing through a few, she found herself both amused and exasperated.
One was from someone who'd lost their keys, hoping Zhang Yang could find them and offering a 10,000 yuan advance. Another client had lost their dog but provided no description of the animal. They handed over a card containing a 150,000 yuan advance payment, promising an additional 500,000 yuan if the dog was recovered. Another wanted Zhang Yang to conduct background checks for employees of a police protective gear company, offering 10,000 yuan per person. In short, the reasons for hiring him were all over the place, and the fees added up to hundreds of thousands of yuan. It must be my father again, drunk and bragging everywhere. He's going to drive me crazy.
Qin Wanqing was sharp as a tack.
She saw right through it. These so-called commissions were nothing but money people deliberately sent to Zhang Yang to curry favor with Qin. After all, they couldn't possibly give money directly to Qin. But since Zhang Yang was his son-in-law, he was family. Giving to Zhang Yang was effectively giving to Qin. And these commissions were perfectly legitimate. Take that missing dog, for instance. If Zhang Yang just brought back any random dog, that 500,000 yuan would probably be returned.
Our dog meant everything to us.
It wasn't just a dog, it was a member of our family. Forget hundreds of thousands, even if it cost millions, whoever could bring it back would get our money.
No problem.
Those who brought the reward money directly were mostly like that.
The ones without rewards but with detailed information? Those were the genuine requests. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing while brushing his teeth.
Then let's head to the Commission for Discipline Inspection first to submit these materials, and then we'll go to the bridal shop.
Decided. Let's eat.
Qin Wanqing smiled as she set out the congee and steamed buns.
The Commission for Discipline Inspection? Turn in my own family?
Zhang Yang stared at Qin Wanqing in utter disbelief. As your father-in-law, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand the scrutiny.
What's there to sacrifice?
As long as you proactively deliver these items to the commission and explain the situation, there won't be any issues. But if you know about this and don't report it, you'll be holding a handle for others to use.
If someone else beats you to reporting it, that's when real trouble starts.
Ever since elementary school, I've been delivering those gifts, whatever they were, that people kept sending to our house, to the Commission for Discipline Inspection.
I know the folks there pretty well. Qin Wanqing shot Zhang Yang a withering glare.
Zhang Yang chuckled. This Qin Wanqing sure has a strong moral compass.
Back in elementary school, Qin Igwa was probably just a little squad leader or something.
This daughter of his is leaving him with no way out, cutting off all his escape routes.
Qin Igwa's smooth rise to bureau chief? Qin Wanqing might just deserve full credit for that. That makes sense. Better not take the money, lest it give others ammunition. Let's eat. Zhang Yang smiled and sat down too.
He picked up a steamed bun and began eating. Qin Wanqing sat across from him on the sofa, her delicate face framed as she gazed at Zhang Yang. After spending time with him lately, she felt like she'd struck gold. Not only was he handsome and capable, but his values aligned perfectly with hers. And let's not even get started on that other aspect, he was quite satisfying in that department too. Truly wonderful. My mother-in-law's cooking is unmatched.
Why aren't you eating? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. I've already eaten. You should eat quickly.
Qin Wanqing picked up a napkin and gently wiped the food residue from the corner of Zhang Yang's mouth. The two shared a smile. This feeling warmed both their hearts. Qin Wanqing served her husband like a devoted young wife, one enjoying the moment, the other savoring it even more.
This feeling was different from the physical stimulation brought by sex.
Yet it enveloped them both in a profound sense of joy and comfort, both physical and emotional. Perhaps this was what they called love. For Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing, they might be considered a couple who got married first and fell in love later. Yet after the initial fiery passion, their love had settled into a quiet, warm comfort. This new phase suited them both perfectly. After breakfast, they headed to the Tianhai Municipal Commission for discipline inspection with their materials.
Just as Qin Wanqing had said, even the elderly gatekeeper was quite familiar with her.
Qin Wanqing navigated her way to the office of the commission's head with practiced ease. She entered, chatted and laughed, and wrapped things up in less than 10 minutes.
Zhang Yang stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Who says women aren't useful? In my father-in-law's family, women aren't just holding up half the sky, they're the pillars that support it. You must be Zhang Yang? That's right, you're a fine young man. A perfect match. When you have your wedding, don't forget to invite me. If we ever need your help digging up dirt on corrupt officials, you'd better give us a discount. The head of the disciplinary committee chuckled as he addressed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked utterly helpless.
I may not have any evidence, but I can't shake the feeling you're trying to get something for nothing. After leaving the Commission for Discipline Inspection, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing headed to the bridal shop they had booked in advance. But as soon as they reached the entrance, they saw a crowd gathered there.
Chapter 111. Do you think we Tianhai citizens are just for show?
Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing walked in, puzzled. They discovered a photographer clutching his equipment, rolling on the ground.
Several police officers were circling him, attempting to subdue him, yet they couldn't get close. The photographer's loud shouts had already drawn a crowd of onlookers. The cops are beating people. Come see this. Police brutality. Quick, film this and expose them. I'm telling you, this lens costs over 100,000. If it gets damaged, you'll be paying for it.
The photographer rolled around on the ground, jabbing at the officers trying to restrain him with his long lens. The surrounding police found it difficult to get close. Seriously, these troublemakers are everywhere. When we make arrests, besides the elderly, this type is the worst. They know everything, play the victim, resist force, and ignore reason. Qin Wanqing shook her head helplessly.
Something wasn't right. This guy was probably more than just a troublemaker.
Zhang Yang watched the man's movements on the ground. Though seemingly careless, every time an officer tried to close in, he managed to dodge smoothly and even counterattack a couple of times. Since acquiring the top-tier combat skills from the system's previous reward, Zhang Yang's observational skills had significantly improved. To Zhang Yang, it was clear this photographer possessed martial arts training.
And a skilled one at that. This was getting interesting. What's going on? Qin Wanqing approached the officers alongside Zhang Yang and inquired. Zhang Yang? What are you doing here? Unexpectedly, the officers didn't recognize Qin Wanqing.
Instead, they turned to Zhang Yang and asked,
We're here to take wedding photos. How do you know me?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
Who in the entire Tianhai City police force doesn't know you, the legendary detective? We got a tip from the cybercrime unit that someone here frequently uses foreign networks to transfer data. They gave us an IP address, so we came to apprehend the person.
But we never expected this guy to play dumb, insisting he knew nothing about it.
With so many people gathered around, we really had no choice. A police officer explained to Zhang Yang. Transferring data via the foreign network? Espionage? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Daring to commit treason? This bastard absolutely cannot be spared. Since the cyber police can track it, there's no way they'd miss it. This guy's got skills. You probably won't be able to subdue him. Get me a pair of handcuffs. Zhang Yang ordered the officer. Ha! No wonder. Ever since we started, I couldn't get close. Turns out he knows martial arts. The officer realized with a start and handed the handcuffs to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, don't act rashly. We should wait for backup. Qin Wanqing tugged at Zhang Yang's arm with concern. It's too late. Didn't you see him rolling around while trying to get closer to that car? It's obvious he's trying to escape. These guys must have backup. If we let them get away, it'll be nearly impossible to catch them. Plus, they'll destroy the evidence quickly, making it hard to secure a conviction. Relax, it'll be fine. Zhang Yang smiled, patting Qin Wanqing's hand before walking inside with the handcuffs. What are you doing? Listen to me. Don't make any sudden moves. Everyone's watching. You're the police. Assaulting someone is against the law. Spotting Zhang Yang approaching with the handcuffs, the man swung his leg up and delivered a vicious kick toward Zhang Yang. His plan was to strike Zhang Yang's leg and use the recoil to propel himself straight to the car. Once he got in the car, he'd drive off immediately. No one could stop him. Zhang Yang saw the powerful kick coming and sneered coldly. He spun to dodge, then raised his own foot and delivered a vicious kick to the leg. The man immediately clutched his leg and howled in pain. Zhang Yang didn't stop there. He kicked the man hard, sending him tumbling to the ground. He hooked one arm behind the man's back with his foot and amid the man's screams, handcuffed him. Even though the man had martial arts skills, he never expected Zhang Yang to strike so suddenly. He had no time to defend himself. The police beat someone. Police brutality. The man screamed at the top of his lungs. Another kick from Zhang Yang landed squarely on his face. Shut the up. I'm not a cop, just an ordinary citizen. Do I need the police to deal with scum like you who betray the country? Do you think we Tianhai citizens are useless? Zhang Yang said coldly to the man. This man is suspected of leaking state secrets. He's under arrest. Don't be fooled by his smooth talk. Zhang Yang addressed the surrounding crowd. Those who had been about to step forward to intervene immediately stopped upon hearing this. You're lying. What proof do you have? You're making baseless accusations. The photographer kept shouting. Heh, if the cyber police can detect your data, it means you haven't had time to destroy it yet. It's unlikely they're stored locally, they're probably on a network server or even cloud storage. There are accounts logged in from your computer and login traces. Cracking passwords isn't that difficult. And since you're a photographer, you probably took advantage of shooting on location by the sea to photograph military ships or coastal terrain, right? Zhang Yang said to the man with a smirk. Go secure his computer. Then have the tech team from headquarters come over. They'll find a way to retrieve the evidence. Zhang Yang then turned to several police officers. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the man instantly went limp. Just as Zhang Yang had said, the police arrived too quickly. He hadn't had time to cover up most of the evidence. If he'd had just a little more time, even 5 minutes, he could have wiped everything clean. But clearly, that chance was gone. Before long, the bureau's technicians arrived and indeed discovered numerous photographs taken near the military port. Among them were 3 items containing top-secret information and over 10 classified items. Moreover, this individual's connections could potentially implicate a large number of others. This was a major coup. Upon hearing the news, Qin Wanqing's grin stretched all the way to the back of his head. In the bureau chief's office, Qin Wanqing's booming laughter hadn't ceased. He was constantly reporting the good news to this leader and bragging to that bureau chief he simply couldn't stop. However, when the head of the Discipline Inspection Commission entered, Qin Wanqing's laughter abruptly stopped. Chapter 112, Shall We Get Married? Though it took some time, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing successfully selected outfits and locations for the photoshoot. They weren't significantly affected. Today's visit was only to choose outfits and packages. The actual photoshoot would require scheduling. After all, Tianhai City was a coastal metropolis where the wedding photography industry was booming. Both Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing felt a bit helpless. They had originally thought that once they arrived today, they could proceed directly with selecting outfits and shooting. After stepping out of the wedding photography studio, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing headed straight to the seaside. It was winter now, so there weren't many tourists around, mostly just locals enjoying the area. The sunlight today was quite pleasant, warming their skin without much of the winter chill. Oh my! Getting married is such a hassle. From what they said, after choosing a package today, the next session would be the actual shoot, followed by another visit to select photos, and that's just for the wedding photos alone. Then there's choosing a hotel, booking the wedding reception, arranging the invitations, so many things. Qin Wanqing leaned against the railing, sunlight spilling over her shoulders and hair. Behind her, the sea shimmered with ripples. In that moment, she seemed to radiate an otherworldly, ethereal beauty. So beautiful. Zhang Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, the seaside is most beautiful at this time. Few people, seagulls, and sunshine. Whenever I had time off before, I loved strolling along the shore alone. Qin Wanqing didn't realize Zhang Yang was complimenting her. How could she know that in Zhang Yang's eyes, even if the entire world were laid before him, it couldn't compare to a single smile from Qin Wanqing? Honey, will you marry me? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. Ha? Have you lost your mind? Aren't we already? Qin Wanqing was about to say something when she saw Zhang Yang kneel down before her, holding a diamond ring that shimmered with a captivating glow. Qin Wanqing instantly covered her mouth. Only then did she understand what Zhang Yang meant by beautiful earlier, and what kind of marriage he was referring to. When she and Zhang Yang had gotten their marriage certificate earlier, there had been so much impulsiveness involved. Though after the initial rush, they'd been constantly surprised. But for both of them, it meant missing out on the courtship and proposal process. Recently, Zhang Yang had been making up for it all. In this winter landscape under the warm sun, accompanied by the sound of the waves, Zhang Yang proposed to her. A wave of happiness, excitement, and joy surged from the depths of Qin Wanqing's heart. Romance is what every girl dreams of. And surprises are something no girl can resist. Qin Wanqing was so overwhelmed she couldn't speak, just nodding repeatedly as she held out her hand for Zhang Yang to slip the ring onto her finger. This ring was purchased by Zhang Yang while accompanying Qin Wanqing on a shopping trip in the provincial capital. Zhang Yang knew Qin Wanqing's finger size without needing to measure it. As for the style, he knew Qin Wanqing preferred simple, elegant designs. So while she was waiting in line for the restroom, he selected, decided, and paid all within minutes. He had originally planned to present it to Qin Wanqing during their wedding photo shoot today. But given the current atmosphere, he decided to just go with the flow. When did you prepare this? I didn't even know. Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang, lifting her finger to examine the ring in the sunlight. The diamond sparkled brilliantly. Back in the provincial capital, he replied. I'd been waiting for the right moment. If other women have it, I naturally want you to have it too. Besides, you've been buying this and that for mom and dad, almost forgetting about yourself. But your husband here can't be forgotten. Zhang Yang smiled. MHM. Zhang Yang, thank you. Qin Wanqing gazed at Zhang Yang, her face radiant with happiness. Frankly speaking, Zhang Yang embodied everything she had ever dreamed of in a future partner. In many ways, he even surprised her pleasantly. Don't mention it. But how about tonight? Buy you another pair of stockings tonight? Zhang Yang lowered his voice and whispered softly into Qin Wanqing's ear. Oomph. You're so naughty. It still hurts and is a bit swollen. Don't you care about me at all? Qin Wanqing pouted. I do care. I was about to come myself. But someone kept saying to push harder, even telling me not to stop. I had no choice. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. Stupid Zhang Yang. You're so mean. Qin Wanqing's hands twisted around Zhang Yang's waist again. Zhang Yang dodged repeatedly as the two chased each other across the sun-drenched beach. Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. How could that be? She drove back after 9 last night, yet no one saw her car or her leaving the complex. There are only 2 gates in the entire complex. This is really strange. She couldn't have left in someone else's car, could she? Lu Meng, the criminal investigation team captain, sighed helplessly to the officers before him. Exactly, Captain. She must still be inside the complex, but we can't find her anywhere. Nothing was missing from the house, and it was tidy. There were no signs of forced entry or tampering with the locks. Her Mercedes is still parked in the garage, and there's no blood or anything like that on the car. The officer replied with obvious frustration. This is truly baffling. No sign of life, no sign of death. Lu Meng frowned. However, according to her brother, the one who reported her missing, she had just gotten divorced and received an apartment and 8 million yuan in savings. Our preliminary analysis suggests this is likely a case of murder for financial gain. The woman has been missing for over 36 hours. It's probable she's already been killed. The officer frowned as well. Manhwa Residential Complex. Why does that name sound so familiar? Lu Meng studied the documents before him. Captain, I recall this is the neighborhood where Zhang Yang and his family live. The officer pondered for a moment before speaking. Chapter 113. My wife's insight is quite sharp. That evening, Qin Wanqing followed Zhang Yang home for dinner. Tomorrow marked the end of Qin Wanqing's annual leave. Such extended rest was rare and truly precious for frontline detectives like them. Not just Qin Wanqing, the entire homicide squad had gotten a much-needed break during this period. Sometimes, keeping that tension constantly wound tight wasn't necessarily beneficial for solving cases. Once Qin Wanqing returned to work, her schedule would likely become much busier, making it difficult for her to come home with Zhang Yang again. The moment they entered the house, they heard a series of coughs coming from inside. Mom and Dad, what's wrong with you two? Did you both catch colds? Zhang Yang looked at the table littered with used tissues and sighed helplessly. Don't even get me started. You wouldn't believe it, yesterday we heard someone went missing in our neighborhood. Cops showed up everywhere, going door to door and checking surveillance footage. Your old man just had to go out and gawk at the scene. He didn't even put on a coat before heading out. I went out to call him back for dinner, thinking he'd come right away. But he got hooked on the scene and dawdled for ages. Now I've caught a cold too. Zhang Yang's mom shot Zhang Yang's dad a fierce glare. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing rolled their eyes in unison. That man, no matter how old he gets, he just can't shake that habit of getting involved in other people's business. But really, you guys can catch a cold just from going out once? Speaking of which, why is it so hot in our place this year? Did the heating company finally get a conscience? Zhang Yang muttered as he stripped off his clothes.
In past winters, the heat never got this intense, just barely warm.
Whether you called to complain or went to the heating company, it never made a difference. They just dragged their feet and refused to handle it. Zhang Yang's neighborhood, while not exactly brand new, is still in a pretty prime location. The only drawback is that the supporting facilities aren't as advanced.
Many newly built communities now fully utilize underfloor heating, but Zhang Yang's neighborhood still relies on the original boiler room system. Fortunately, Zhang Yang's home faces the sunny side, so ample sunlight during the day mitigates the impact. It's precisely because the indoor temperature is higher that the constant temperature fluctuations when going in and out likely caused him to catch a chill.
With my constitution, how could I possibly catch a cold?
Zhang Yang's father grumbled.
Alright, Dad. Probably got too many complaints, so they're cracking down now. At least today's heating bill won't be wasted. You two sit down and rest. We'll cook dinner tonight.
Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing headed toward the kitchen, where everything they needed was already on hand. Let me see, we've got potatoes, eggplant, green peppers, mushrooms.
The fridge has chicken wings and frozen braised beef.
Alright, honey, you start cooking the rice while I thaw the braised beef. Zhang Yang scanned the kitchen and already had a rough plan for the meal.
Zhang Yang, is this enough rice? Qin Wanqing scooped 2 spoonfuls of rice and asked Zhang Yang. Not enough. There are 4 of us. Based on the size of this scoop, we'll need 1 scoop per person. For water, just add enough to cover the rice by about a finger's width. Seeing the confused look in Qin Wanqing's eyes, Zhang Yang realized she hadn't cooked rice many times before.
He lowered his voice as he spoke to her.
Qin Wanqing flushed and nodded.
Even in this modern age, as a daughter-in-law, she couldn't even cook rice properly in her in-law's home. She'd be laughed at.
Fortunately, Zhang Yang was considerate of her feelings.
Not only did he not mock her, but he patiently explained what she should do. Listen, everything has a first time. You'll get the hang of it with practice. When I first tried cooking rice, I ended up with a pot of porridge. The whole family drank it for 3 days straight, but we still couldn't finish it all. In the end, we had to pour it out.
Zhang Yang grinned as he said this to Qin Wanqing. But I feel so clumsy, I can't do anything right. I've tried so many times and still can't get it right.
Qin Wanqing sounded a bit discouraged.
Who says? My wife's got great intuition. This was her first time too, right? Now she's slowly unlocking all kinds of techniques. Zhang Yang winked at Qin Wanqing. You're going to get me killed.
Qin Wanqing's face flushed crimson as she shot Zhang Yang a furious glare, though her earlier frustration had significantly eased. Qin Wanqing washed and chopped vegetables on one side while Zhang Yang stir-fried on the other. The two worked together with surprising harmony. Hey, Zhang Yang, about that missing person case in the neighborhood your mom mentioned earlier, maybe something really did happen. It's been so long since I've been called in, and the captain hasn't contacted me either. Probably because they haven't determined the cause yet. If they had, they'd have called me in by now. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yan while slicing chili peppers.
Don't overthink it.
If there's a case, you'll find out tomorrow when you go in. Besides, adults vanishing all the time, people skipping town after winning the lottery, running off with lovers, running away from home, dodging debts, stuff like that happens all the time.
Zhang Yang didn't seem too concerned. After all, who doesn't have a little secret these days? Ouch, that hurts.
Qin Wanqing, who had been standing nearby, suddenly clutched her eye, tears welling up. Earlier, while slicing chili peppers, she'd absent-mindedly flicked her hair and accidentally got some in her eye. Just rinse it with water and keep your eyes closed for a bit, it'll be fine. Here, let me blow on it for you. Zhang Yang quickly cupped water in his hands to rinse Qin Wanqing's eyes. Watching the two in the kitchen from the living room, Zhang Yang's mother quietly nudged his father, who was engrossed in a fishing program. I say, we'd better hurry up and arrange these two kids' marriage. It's time to start preparing, don't be stingy about it. The Zhang family must have accumulated great virtue in past lives to find two such wonderful daughters-in-law. Zhang Yang's mother nodded with great satisfaction. Her satisfaction with Qin Wanqing as a daughter-in-law was growing by the day. Not only is she beautiful, but she has a great temperament. More importantly, she has a big butt. Wide hips. From behind, she looks just like I did in my youth. She'll definitely bear sons. No way. I only have this one son. Let me tell you, I've been secretly saving some money for my son, planning to give it to him after Yang Yang's wedding. A man needs his own little nest egg, doesn't he? Wait, what did you just say? Zhang Yang's father bolted upright. Realizing he'd just hooked a big fish, he'd gotten so excited he'd blurted out something he shouldn't have. Hand it over. Zhang Yang's mother held out her hand. What should I bring? What I said earlier was, if. What do you mean if? It means I want to do it, but haven't done it yet. Zhang Yang's dad tried to wriggle out of it. Hand it over. Do I have to find it myself? Zhang Yang's mother remained impassive, her hand still outstretched as she said calmly. No, honey, I swear. I just had a brain freeze. Just pretend I let one rip. Yang, is dinner ready yet? Hurry up and eat. I'm starving. Zhang Yang's dad quickly changed the subject. Starve. Bring it here. Zhang Yang's mother roared angrily. She grabbed a throw pillow from the sofa and swung it at him.
Hearing the commotion, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing peered out from the kitchen.
They saw Zhang Yang's dad getting beaten and howling in pain.
Huh? What's going on? Why did they suddenly start fighting? Qin Wanqing was a bit shocked. You'll get used to it.
Zhang Yang, however, was unfazed.
Just like my parents.
Qin Wanqing nodded in agreement, and the two returned to the kitchen to continue their work.
That evening, after dinner with Qin Wanqing, Zhang Yang headed back home.
Qin Wanqing had to work early the next morning, so after seeing her off, Zhang Yang returned to the law firm. But the moment he reached the office entrance, he was startled. There, squatting at the entrance of his detective agency, was a barefoot man who looked like a vagrant.
Chapter 114, The Warrior. Huh? What are you doing here?
Zhang Yang stepped forward to ask.
Zhang Yang wasn't particularly afraid now.
After all, with the top-tier combat skills he'd gained from the system reward, he wasn't scared of just one person. Even 10 wouldn't faze him.
Are you a private investigator? I have a case I'd like to commission you with.
The moment this man spoke, he didn't sound like a vagrant at all.
Huh? What kind of case?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
Most clients wouldn't even meet him face to face. Why was this one blocking his door? This was all thanks to him returning here tonight after dropping off Qin Wanqing.
Had he gone straight home, this person would likely have waited here all night.
I'm from Qingyao City.
I want you to investigate 2 students from Tianhai City Fashion Vocational College. The young man addressed Zhang Yang. For some reason, Zhang Yang noticed something flickering in the eyes of the man before him.
Holy! You mean you rode a shared bike all the way here from Qingyao City by yourself 3 days and 3 nights straight? That's hundreds of kilometers. How did you even eat along the way?
Zhang Yang stared in utter shock at the man wolfing down instant noodles before him.
I didn't eat.
When I got thirsty, I drank water from public restrooms. I just wanted to come here and demand an explanation. I refuse to accept that these past years have reduced me to this. The man said to Zhang Yang.
All these bruises on you, did you get them beaten up at school? You took on 5 of them? And you actually won? Were those 5 men eunuchs? Knocked out by someone who'd ridden a bike for 3 days and nights straight without eating? They're worse than women.
Zhang Yang sighed in utter disbelief.
I didn't hit anyone. I just wanted an explanation. They came at me first. Can I have another bowl?
The man mumbled his correction to Zhang Yang while slurping his instant noodles.
Eat my ass. How could I let a warrior like you eat this stuff? I ordered you a KFC family bucket. You'll be eating meat soon.
I've got a few beers here too. Damn it, just hearing about it gets me pumped.
Come on, tell me, what do you want me to do for you?
Zhang Yang addressed the warrior before him. During her years at school, I never knew what major she was studying, but every month, after setting aside 500 yuan for food, I sent the rest to her.
Divorce is inevitable. I want to make sure I get a clear understanding of why.
I was kicked out of the school by security, and the police showed up. They said it was an emotional dispute and there wasn't much they could do, suggesting we resolve it through negotiation. I tried to negotiate, but I couldn't even get back into the school. I just want you to help me find out what has she been hiding from me all these years. And that other guy she cheated with, I want to know his real name and what he does.
The warrior sighed and said to Zhang Yang. Damn, that's not hard at all.
Alright, Jim Warrior, I won't charge you a dime for this case.
Consider it lending a hand to the warrior. Leave this to me.
By tomorrow, I'll have them all exposed.
This incident hasn't been reported because it's clearly been suppressed by Tianhai City Fashion Vocational College. They actually think they can cover up this time mess? The school leadership is full of. And these scumbags actually want to cover for them? We have to take them down.
Zhang Yang spoke as he pulled out his phone.
Hey, brotherly?
Hey, forget about being an advisor or whatever.
I'm calling to give you a scoop today. Here's the deal. The next morning, an explosive news story appeared on the front page of Tianhai City's newspapers. Not only did it dominate Tianhai City's front page, but fueled by numerous self-media outlets, it even surged to the top of the trending charts. Shocking.
Bluebird warrior charges thousands of miles for love, storms campus, takes on 5 alone, and triumphs. The reality of contemporary female college students: they suffer themselves, they burden their parents, they weigh down their husbands, but they sure aren't miserable. Is this a collapse of morality or a distortion of humanity? The warrior who charged for love demands justice.
In an instant.
Not only did the entire city of Tianhai fix its gaze upon this low-tier vocational college, but the entire nation was buzzing about it. Soon after, footage of the 1 versus 5 brawl on campus somehow leaked online, rapidly spreading across everyone's phones.
Holy! This guy is insane. He can take down one guy barefoot with a single kick. And these 5 punks think they can stop the warrior? You bet.
Word is that Mistress was in there, the one with the shoehorn face.
She must have been freaking out.
If the security guards hadn't dragged the warrior out, he'd probably have tracked down that woman and torn her apart.
The fact he didn't bring a knife to campus shows the utmost respect for the law.
If it were me, I'd have chopped those two bastards to pieces long ago.
Count me in, thanks. I'm a knife seller free of charge. The internet exploded instantly.
Just like Zhang Yang said, there was no need for him to go digging for information.
Netizens dug up everything from their elementary school failing grades to their basic personal details.
Once all this came out, even Zhang Yang started to regret it. This woman was the original master of the game. She switched boyfriends every 3 months and occasionally met up with exes to reconnect naturally in cheap motels near campus. Rumor had it that the Sea Queen footed most of the bill.
But that wasn't all.
According to one reformed ex-boyfriend, on New Year's Eve one year, this serial dater called him to invite him to an annual group reunion. She wanted him, as one of her many exes that year, to join in the collective celebration, a way to wrap up the past year. The reformed ex-boyfriend managed to resist. Of course, it wasn't due to any particular strength of will on his part. After seeing the Sea King's bare-faced photo, all interest vanished. To prove his taste, the ex-boyfriend casually posted a makeup-free photo of the player.
Chapter 115. You should go check out the boiler room. The internet erupted once more. How could anyone even bring themselves to kiss that?
She must be using makeup to create some unrecognizable illusion to lure people in. If she ever went out without it, she'd probably scare kids to tears. Zhang Yang shuddered at the sight of the photo.
Who would have thought?
He'd thought the warrior's head had just a few blades of grass, but it turned out to be an entire prairie. Zhang Yang felt genuinely sorry for him, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, this warrior remained remarkably composed and hadn't committed any illegal acts.
After learning the truth, he thanked Zhang Yang and departed.
All Zhang Yang could do before the warrior left was give him a pair of his own shoes and hand over every last cent he had on him. He hoped such warriors could find their way out of this situation soon.
This is the kind of person who truly commands respect in this society.
No sooner had he seen the warrior off than Zhang Yang received a call from Qin Wanqing.
He excitedly recounted the entire incident to her. So you were the one who exposed this? You know. But you really need to talk some sense into that guy. Don't let him do anything impulsive or illegal.
Otherwise, it'd be a real shame to lock someone like him up. Qin Wanqing said on the other end of the line.
Don't worry.
That man is called a warrior for a reason. He has the pride of a warrior. He didn't even resort to excessive force when he first heard the news and was so impulsive he wouldn't dirty his hands by laying a finger on those two scumbags.
He certainly won't now. You can trust me. Why are you calling me? You're not just checking up on me, are you? Or maybe you missed me?
Zhang Yang chuckled as he spoke to Qin Wanqing.
Cut the nonsense.
It's about that missing person case from last time. We've hit a dead end, no sign of life, no body found.
Still no leads. They're probably dead, but we have nothing to go on. Could you help think of a way? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang. The missing person case? What exactly happened? Zhang Yang inquired. Qin Wanqing briefly outlined the case details over the phone. You mean they entered the residential complex and never left? Our complex only has 2 entrances.
While there are no cameras inside the compound, the main gate is monitored. Reviewing the footage should be reliable, meaning the person is still within the complex, and the 8 million hasn't been touched. Your initial theory of robbery-murder was likely wrong.
The most crucial thing is to find the body first.
Zhang Yang frowned, mentally reviewing the case Qin Wanqing had described.
Wait, wasn't the day this happened the same day my mom mentioned the heating getting warmer?
Zhang Yang seemed to recall something and addressed Qin Wanqing.
It seems so. Is that relevant? Qin Wanqing didn't immediately grasp the connection.
You should go check the heating station behind the complex.
Secure the person operating the boiler, you might find something. Alright, I'll head over now. It'll be convenient since I need to go home for dinner.
Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. When Zhang Yang hailed a cab back to the complex, he already saw police escorting someone out. Seeing Zhang Yang walk in, Qin Wanqing hurried over.
Zhang Yang, I'm truly amazed by you. How can you be so amazing? We followed your instructions and went to the boiler room. Before we could even say anything, the boiler operator confessed on his own. Qin Wanqing exclaimed excitedly to Zhang Yang. Let me guess, passionate rape and murder? Then incinerated in the boiler?
Zhang Yang asked with a smile.
How did you know about the rape?
The killer confessed it himself.
Otherwise, we wouldn't have known. Qin Wanqing exclaimed in shock. A Mercedes? A young wealthy woman?
For someone like that to cross paths with a boiler operator, it's almost certainly because of her looks. He forced himself on her, then accidentally killed her and disposed of the body to cover his tracks. It's all documented in criminology.
Zhang Yang shrugged. Good heavens, you're incredible. Qin Wanqing's eyes widened.
It turned out that after returning home that day, the missing woman discovered her radiators were ice cold. Furious, she stormed to the boiler room demanding an explanation. Truth be told, she was still seething after her recent divorce and needed someone to vent her anger on.
Little did she know that the old boiler operator was a lifelong bachelor.
That night, after drinking a bit, he'd been watching those provocative videos featuring long-legged beauties in black stockings, and his head was already spinning. Imagine his surprise when a dark-stockinged beauty suddenly appeared fair-skinned and well-preserved. With no one else around in the boiler room late at night, the old man lost all restraint and violently raped her. After the assault, the woman erupted into a torrent of curses, threatening to call the police and have him arrested. The old man panicked if she really called the cops, he'd be finished. He decided to go all in, knocking her unconscious with a shovel and tossing her into the boiler. But the bones wouldn't burn away, so he cranked up the heat, finally raising the temperature significantly. But this left a crucial flaw in his plan. Had the boiler room old man not been so desperate to destroy the evidence, and given the incomplete surveillance in the neighborhood, this could have truly become an unsolved case.
What's that in your hand? Evidence? Or is it in a bowl? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing.
Oh, this? Your mom saw me working on a case earlier and casually packed me a big bowl of freshly made dumplings. Qin Wanqing said with a slightly helpless smile.
She had tried to decline earlier but couldn't refuse.
Besides, if I didn't take the dumplings and leave now, I'd probably get swarmed by the neighborhood aunties.
Want some? Come with me to the station? Our captain mentioned the other day that he wanted to talk to you. Qin Wanqing smiled at Zhang Yang. Brother Lu wants to see me?
What for? Zhang Yang was puzzled.
Chapter 116, Old 6? Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Zhang Yang sat across from Lu Meng eating dumplings, making Lu Meng drool with envy. Zhang Yang, if you're going to eat, could you at least not smack your lips? Let's get down to business. Old 6, do you remember? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. Old 6? Which old 6? You're not calling me names, are you? Zhang Yang looked utterly speechless. Why would I insult you for no reason? Remember that case where a gun went missing from our bureau?
You were the one who said it was that gun thief, the master thief old 6.
Lu Meng prompted Zhang Yang.
Oh, now that you mention it, I do recall him.
What's up with him? He's stealing guns again?
Zhang Yang recalled.
At the time, I happened to be inside the police station.
A master thief disguised himself as a cop, entered the armory, and stole a handgun. He hid it in the ceiling of the men's restroom. Zhang Yang found the gun by noticing the thief's left-handed habits and the hard plastic residue. In the end, the thief jumped from a building and sprained his ankle, leading to his capture. What the hell was he thinking, stealing a gun? After the last incident where a gun went missing, Chief Qin spent a fortune completely overhauling the armory.
Now access requires fingerprint authorization. The process to request a gun now requires his personal signature to retrieve it. What a hassle. Plus, they'd installed high-security locks that required 2 people to open simultaneously. Inside, it maintained constant temperature and humidity, with over 30 cameras providing 24/7 surveillance with no blind spots.
Stealing a gun? Not a chance. Lu Meng grinned as he told Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. This guy only remembers to make amends after he's been burned, and his attempts at redemption usually go way overboard.
What about old 6? Did he get into trouble again? Zhang Yang asked curiously. Since the gun wasn't lost, what did it have to do with old 6? Do you remember what you said to old 6 during his interrogation?
Lu Meng replied with a complex expression.
What did I say? Zhang Yang had no recollection whatsoever.
Take a look at this. A few days ago, the director of the Urban Construction Department jumped from his office window. At the time, the Commission for Discipline Inspection was right outside the door. Then there's this, the head of the Housing Acquisition Department left a suicide note and hanged himself. And this one, a deputy chief at a local police station overdosed on sleeping pills and died. Without exception, they all faced irrefutable evidence of bribery and illegal activities from the commission. They committed suicide out of fear of punishment.
Lu Meng furrowed his brow and said to Zhang Yang with obvious resignation.
Oh, so that's how it is.
Heh, that's satisfying. Should we buy some firecrackers to celebrate? Zhang Yang chuckled.
After Lu Meng's explanation, he recalled how he had looked down on Lao Lu's actions of stealing guns and killing people during their conversation. After all, in Zhang Yang's view, such a mutually destructive approach was utterly unwise. So he had simply given Lao Lu a few pointers. He figured that with Lao Lu's skills, he'd surely find a way to gather all the evidence against them. Once that evidence was handed over to the Commission for Discipline Inspection, every last one of them would be arrested and executed. There wouldn't be a single wrongful conviction or miscarriage of justice.
Enough of that. Let's get down to business.
While Lao Lu's actions weren't wrong, you should know he made copies of all the evidence beforehand and gave them to those people. He also told them he'd already handed it over to the Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Procuratorate. That's precisely why they collectively committed suicide out of guilt in such a short time. Though they deserved their fate, this felt somewhat like vigilante justice. Moreover, it severed contact with others. What they needed was judgment and punishment by the state and its people.
Lu Meng tapped the tabletop as he spoke. Ha! Captain Lu, if this is what higher-ups instructed you to say, I'd actually be grateful. But if this truly reflects your own thoughts, I find it rather laughable. Do you know about that wasteland in our Tianhai city near the former Tuanbean Island? Do you know what they've built there now? Zhang Yang asked with a smile. Lu Meng pursed his lips and remained silent. Judging by your expression, I suppose you know too. They built a detention center there, supposedly for high-ranking officials. High-ranking officials from all over the country who've committed crimes have to spend time here until they fully confess to everything. And chances are, if they never fully confess, they'll just stay locked up in there indefinitely. This detention center is something else more luxurious than a 5-star hotel. I heard each person gets a private room, with the smallest being at least 200 square meters. Each detainee has their own personal butler and doctor. I just want to ask, is this ING detention? Is this ING prison? You see these people who ruined your family, living in luxury like they're on a damn vacation, while their wives and kids are burning through money overseas. What do you think? You don't think old Lu doesn't know about this detention center, do you? Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. The higher-ups have their own considerations, of course. You. Damn it. After you put it like that, I don't even know how to argue back. Once we nabbed the live one, we could drag the rest of them in too. But now he's gone and done this great, the other corrupt officials are thrilled. Anyway, kid, don't go handing out advice carelessly. Old Lu here's got some real skills. If you'd given this to someone less sharp, you'd be aiding and abetting a criminal. If you've got nothing better to do, why not help me round up more of these wanted posters? They all come with bounties. Lu Meng sighed helplessly at Zhang Yang. So many still at large? Zhang Yang scanned the room full of wanted posters. Lately, Lu Meng's criminal investigation team had been relatively idle, so they'd pulled out all the old cases, planning a concentrated crackdown like the provincial bureau had done before. Oh my, Captain Lu's busy, huh? Before Lu Meng could respond, a portly man walked in from outside. Oh, Mr. Wang. What brings you here today? Lu isn't on this floor. Don't wander around aimlessly. Lu Meng addressed the visitor. Well, I just sponsored an archive management system for our bureau, so naturally I'm here for after-sales service. Since I saw you here, I thought I'd drop by and say hello. Captain Lu, you guys are really busy. This room full of wanted posters, but it's not complete yet, still got work to do. Alright, I'm off. Drop by my place for drinks sometime. The fat guy said before striding out. Who was that? Pretty cocky, huh? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. A nouveau riche. His family got several properties from a demolition deal, then he started some businesses that grew bigger and bigger. Now he's the top dog in Tianhai's restaurant scene. He's tight with a few district bureau chiefs. We've had meals together a few times. This Mr. Wang is a natural charmer and pretty generous with his cash. But he's a bit too cocky. Lu Meng remarked to Zhang Yang. This guy might be shady. Let's look into him. Zhang Yang remarked indifferently. Chapter 117, The Private Investigator's Methods. Something's off? How do you know he's suspicious? I've known him for years. Lu Meng asked in astonishment. The wanted notice isn't complete? What does that mean? Why would he suddenly blurt out something like that? He committed the crime himself and hasn't been caught all these years, right? Given his cocky personality, it's entirely possible, at least that's how I see it. Zhang Yang grinned at Lu Meng. Cut the crap. You can figure that out from just one sentence? You'd have to be a god to do that. Besides, we've known this guy for years, we know his background inside out. If he'd really committed any crimes, would he be running to the police station all the time? Lu Meng said with obvious disdain. In Lu Meng's view, Zhang Yang was clearly trying to change the subject. Others might not, but this guy? Who knows? Forget it. Believe what you want. I've got to get back, I've got several more clients waiting. Don't hold me back from making money. Zhang Yang stood up, picked up his empty bowl, and walked out. Lu Meng watched Zhang Yang's retreating figure and shook his head. Surveying the room filled with wanted posters, he pondered Zhang Yang's words. If Boss Wang had no cases, why would he say something like that? Damn it! That offhand remark was downright creepy. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. Either he was hiding a case himself, or he knew about someone else's. Either way, something was definitely off. Lu Meng thought it over and decided to head out. After leaving the police station, Zhang Yang didn't rush back to the detective agency. Last time, when he slipped the note under the door, there was a request for Zhang Yang to find a hidden door in the underground parking garage of Tianhong Tower. No specifics were given, just that a hidden door existed in the second basement level of Tianhong Plaza's parking garage, and payment would follow upon its discovery. To be honest, Zhang Yang had initially found the request somewhat dubious. But on his way here, he discovered that Tianhong Tower was actually located on the street adjacent to the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. So he strolled over casually. Just as he was about to enter, he was stopped. Sorry, sir, this is a members-only parking garage. Non-members aren't allowed inside. A security guard addressed Zhang Yang. Members-only parking lot? This building too? Zhang Yang asked the security guard. Yes. We operate on a membership reservation system here.
Even if you're not a member, you still need a reservation to enter. Zhang Yang looked at the 6'3" security guard before him and didn't say much more. As private investigators, they encountered situations like this far too often. Why is it that in many places, private investigators don't really have much of a market? It's because most detectives struggle to access core information. They can only rely on underhanded methods. Take the current situation, for example. Zhang Yang absolutely had to get into the parking garage, but he couldn't gain access right now. He couldn't very well go and get one of those so-called membership cards. Judging by the scene, it was clear these membership cards were essentially a minimum threshold for social standing. Earlier, Zhang Yang had considered visiting a golf club for clues, another members-only establishment. When he inquired about membership, he learned the annual fee was 1 million yuan. Typically, you had to sign up for 5 years. Zhang Yang was utterly flabbergasted. $1 million a year just to hit a few balls? No way. In many places, it's precisely this tiered system of assets that seals off one exclusive circle after another. Once you possess this capital, you gain access to the circle. The things within it become so familiar that you take them for granted. Those who can't break into these circles often find it incomprehensible and hard to accept, largely because they simply can't get in. But when Zhang Yang absolutely had to get in, he had to find other ways. Zhang Yang didn't wander far, instead heading to a nearby hardware store. For 200 yuan, he rented a folding ladder and a toolbox. He then asked the owner for another shirt and headed once more toward Tianhong Tower. This time, however, Zhang Yang bypassed the parking lot and headed straight for Tianhong Tower. The security guards near the parking lot already recognized him, making it difficult for him to gain entry. Carrying a folding ladder and holding a toolbox, Zhang Yang arrived at the entrance of Tianhong Tower. "Hey, buddy, open the door for me." As he neared the entrance, Zhang Yang deliberately released the folding ladder's latch, feigning clumsiness. Seeing his predicament, the security guard at the entrance even helped carry the ladder inside. Zhang Yang said thanks and headed straight for the elevator lobby. According to a foreign experiment, when you're wearing maintenance crew attire and carrying a ladder, you can practically enter any venue without a pass. This trick had worked for Zhang Yang more than once or twice, succeeding almost every time. However, once inside the elevator, Zhang Yang found himself in an awkward situation. To reach the second basement level, he needed to swipe a card. Unfazed, Zhang Yang slowly carried the ladder back out. He leaned the ladder against the wall, climbed up, and pretended to inspect the wall-mounted lights. Before long, a beautiful woman in a dress approached. Only then did Zhang Yang pretend he had just finished his work and climbed down from the ladder. He followed the woman in the dress into the elevator. He repeated his old trick, opening the elevator door latch and pretending to fumble around. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you help me press the button for the second basement floor?" Zhang Yang addressed the woman in the dress. The woman in the dress pinched her nose in obvious annoyance, pressed the button for B2 for Zhang Yang, and stepped out at B1 herself. Zhang Yang shook his head. Socialites, real or fake, always need to keep their distance from ordinary folks. They're ethereal beings untouched by worldly concerns, wearing nothing but the finest stockings. How could they possibly mix with the likes of us? Seeing no one around, Zhang Yan walked toward the parking lot. Chapter 118, The Secret Door. This parking garage was unlike any Zhang Yang had seen before. Two key differences stood out. First, it was empty. While other parking lots required scrambling for spots, this underground garage was vast and desolate. Some lights were even broken, casting a gloomy shadow. Not a single soul was in sight. Second, every car here was a luxury model. Mercedes and BMWs were considered low-tier here. Even the most basic vehicle was a Tesla. Zhang Yang scanned the area. If there was a hidden door, it would likely be tucked away in an inconspicuous spot. After all, if you put yourself in the designer's shoes. If he were designing the hidden door, he'd choose a relatively secluded corner, ideally right next to a parking spot. That way, after getting out of the car, he could slip straight through the hidden entrance. Zhang Yang headed straight for one such corner. Here stood a dust-covered Rolls-Royce. Zhang Yang scanned the area. Seeing no one around, he turned on his phone's flashlight and began examining the dust on the ground. If a hidden door existed, opening it or someone coming through would inevitably leave some trace. But judging by the dust on the floor, it seemed no one had been here for a very long time. Even the car was covered in a thick layer of dust. Zhang Yang tapped the wall cautiously. It was solid throughout, showing no signs of anything unusual. He kept searching along the walls. After searching most of the parking lot, he found nothing unusual. This parking garage was quite old, with patches of plaster peeling off the walls in many places. If there were any hidden doors or the like, they would be quite easy to find. After searching the entire perimeter, he found no hidden door. Zhang Yang refused to give up. He quickened his pace, tapping the walls almost every meter. Still nothing. Zhang Yang was puzzled. Could it be that the person was playing a trick on him? But why would they? The client had used A4 paper for the printout and even described the situation at Tianhong Tower. They must know some inside information.
Zhang Yang scanned the parking lot, his gaze finally settling on an advertising lightbox. Displayed on the lightbox was an advertisement for shampoo. Strange. Advertisements in underground parking lots usually targeted major necessities. Cars and real estate dominated the space. Why would a shampoo ad appear here? That's so out of place.
Zhang Yang muttered to himself. Approaching the lightbox, he quickly noticed another problem. Normally, lightboxes are hung as high as possible, even slightly above eye level, so drivers can see them while keeping their gaze level. But this particular lightbox stretched all the way to the floor. Just as Zhang Yang was about to search the lightbox, he suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching. Zhang Yang frowned and quickly ducked behind a nearby car.
Hurry! Find him! The car was caught on camera just now. It's over there. Don't let them get away.
A man barked orders at several others. Zhang Yang peered over the top of the car and saw a dozen or so men in black, armed with weapons, approaching from the direction of the elevator. Zhang Yang inwardly cursed his luck. Earlier, he'd only noticed there were no cameras in the parking lot. He never expected these vehicle cameras could synchronize footage. This meant he'd essentially incriminated himself. That hidden door was likely concealed behind that lightbox. And indeed, something truly significant was hidden within this Tianhong building. But judging by the current situation, escaping wouldn't be so easy. More than a dozen people had just arrived. Even with my top-tier combat skills, I couldn't take them all down instantly. Once they alerted others, the security guards outside would likely rush in en masse. Getting caught up with them would spell trouble. Zhang Yang kept moving deeper into the parking garage, using the cars for cover. But the parking lot itself didn't hold many vehicles to begin with, and quite a few were sports cars. The low profile of these sports cars offered little cover against pursuing figures. Zhang Yang saw several people approaching his direction. Currently blocked behind a Ford F-150 Raptor, stepping out would likely make him impossible to miss. After a moment's thought, he quietly lifted the tailgate of the F-150 and slipped inside. The moment he entered, a thick, pungent smell of blood hit him. He ran his fingers along the truck bed. It was coated in thick, sticky blood. It must have been there for some time. But in the confined space of the truck bed, it hadn't completely evaporated. Damn it! Everything felt off. Zhang Yang dared not make a sound, having already heard footsteps approaching outside the vehicle. He circled around to the back of the truck to investigate, but found nothing. Someone seemed to have crouched down to look underneath, but upon finding nothing, they had moved away. Damn it, he must have slipped out from under the car earlier, but he can't get out now. Seal off all exits from the building and parking lot. We'll keep searching the basement level. A voice shouted in frustration. Only then did Zhang Yang breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to climb out of the car, something suddenly fell off. He immediately held his breath and froze. Sure enough, faint footsteps echoed again nearby. Zhang Yang held his breath, listening intently. The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Let's go. They're definitely not on this floor. Keep searching. The boss said we absolutely have to find that person, or we're finished. The voice from earlier sounded again. Boss? Damn it, I feel like I'm in deep trouble. Thank goodness I'm smart. I wore a hat when I came in. Zhang Yang thought to himself, his hat brim pulled down low, and he was deliberately keeping a low profile. Even if there were dashcams, they might not capture his face clearly. But judging by their tone, it seemed going out would be tricky. But if there were no cameras here, wouldn't that mean no one would notice if he did something? Zhang Yang thought it over, gritted his teeth, and quickly made his way towards several luxury cars parked together. Chapter 119, The higher you climb, the darker it gets. Zhang Yang moved from behind the cars to a single-file parking spot. 3 vehicles were parked here, a Tesla in the middle, a Ferrari Enzo on the left, and a Porsche 911 on the right. Opposite them was a wall, eliminating any possibility of vehicle-mounted cameras. The reason 3 cars could be parked so closely together was because this spot was right next to the elevator lobby. After confirming there were no cameras or people nearby, Zhang Yang pulled a cigarette pack from his pocket. He crawled under the vehicle and slipped the pack into a hidden compartment beneath the chassis. After lighting it, Zhang Yang hurried back along the same route he'd taken earlier to the F-150. Sure enough. Before long, a thunderous explosion erupted from that direction. Followed immediately by another blast. Zhang Yang grinned. Damn it, explosions happen all the time. And the investigators from the Department of Damned won't reveal the facts of the investigation anyway. No matter what, the Department of Damned isn't at fault. It's always the car owner's fault. I don't smoke? No, you do. The explosion sent chaos rippling through the entire Tianhong building. Soon, people rushed inside. Seeing the smoke billowing from the parking garage, everyone froze in shock. The underground parking garage on level B2 wasn't connected to the outside, so the thick smoke couldn't escape. It poured in through the elevator shaft and the passageway connecting levels B1 and B2. The entire parking garage was now filled with smoke and dust. Zhang Yang took advantage of the chaos to make his way to the first basement level. The first basement level held more vehicles, with people everywhere covering their mouths and noses as they rushed to their cars. At the parking garage exit, several cars had collided in the panic, creating utter chaos.
Run! It's going to explode down here.
Zhang Yang shouted into the crowd. Hearing this, many people abandoned their cars and scrambled to escape. Shouldering his ladder and clutching his toolbox, Zhang Yang followed the chaotic crowd out of the parking garage.
Tianhai City Public Security Bureau.
Holy! What the hell happened to you? Lu Meng stared at Zhang Yang in utter shock. Zhang Yang was covered head to toe in soot, his hands clutching a blood-soaked garment stained while he'd been crouched inside the Raptor's trunk. When he burst out earlier, he had flipped the shirt inside out to wear, so it hadn't been noticed.
Check this, is this human blood?
If it is, immediately search the Raptor pickup in parking space 357 on the basement level of Tianhan Tower. Also, near parking space 138, there's a Huff AC shampoo advertising lightbox. There should be a hidden door inside. Zhang Yang handed over the shirt. From the moment he saw that group of men in black, Zhang Yang knew this matter ran deep. He saw no need to keep digging. Otherwise, if the forces behind this really targeted him, they might not be able to do much, but just like how Qin, a high-ranking bureau chief, had received a bomb before, let alone Zhang Yang's parents, who had no guard up. Pushing further would cross the line of what a private investigator should do. Before proceeding, Zhang Yang created a brand new QQ account. He added the QQ number from the previous case details, noted the location of the hidden door in the application remarks, and sent it off. Then he promptly deleted that new QQ account. This world harbors too much darkness. The closer one gets to the elite few at the top, the darker it becomes. There was no need to get too deeply involved.
Zhang Yang even had a nagging feeling, could it be that he'd been too conspicuous lately and drawn unwanted attention? Wait a minute. Tianhan Tower? Didn't we just hear about a fire in the underground parking garage? You didn't just come from there, did you? Lu Meng looked utterly speechless.
There was no time for explanations.
If they delayed any longer, the suspects might move or destroy evidence.
But let me make this clear, I suspect some big shot is backing this operation.
Don't back down, Captain Lu. Zhang Yang goaded Lu Meng. I'm afraid?
They have powerful backers, but we have the entire nation behind us. Even if our director Qin himself broke the law, I'd arrest him without hesitation. Lu Meng slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. He grabbed his clothes and stormed out.
Director, good day.
The moment Lu Meng stepped outside, he spotted Qin descending the stairs with Secretary Zhang of the Discipline Inspection Commission, his face plastered with a forced smile. He immediately grabbed his clothes and fled like a scared rat. Qin face instantly fell, but with Secretary Zhang of the Discipline Inspection Commission present, he couldn't vent his anger directly. He shot Lu Meng a fierce glare. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace than anything else. Old Zhang, you know how approachable I've always been. When they make comparisons, they always use me as the example.
Ha, I'm used to it by now.
Qin said with an awkward laugh.
Oh, I see. That's good. Goodbye, Director Qin.
Secretary Zhang of the Discipline Inspection Commission smiled meaningfully and walked straight out.
Qin watched Secretary Zhang get into his car and drive away.
The moment he turned his head back, the temperature inside the entire Public Security Bureau seemed to drop by 3 degrees.
Originally,
Secretary Zhang's visit today was still about the matter of giving money to Zhang Yang last time. Over the past period, they had already identified the individuals involved through the card numbers and account information, and had come specifically to verify the details with Qin. He had even praised Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang extensively. Unexpectedly, just as the secretary was about to leave, Lu Meng had to go and yell like that.
Good? What's good? Director Qin? Damn it, back in the office, didn't he call me old Qin? What did this change in address signify? Qin stormed back to his office, slamming the door so hard the entire police station could hear it.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes in his office. He had to admit, not choosing to become a cop under Qin back then was absolutely the best decision I ever made in my life. Had he stayed back then for the security of a government job, he'd probably be getting chewed out by Qin every other day. Before long, Lu Meng rushed back in.
Damn it! Human blood! What the hell is going on?
Lu Meng exclaimed to Zhang Yang.
Just as I thought. Hurry up and go. We'll talk when we get back.
Zhang Yang's expression also turned grave.
Judging by the blood's viscosity and the amount lost, the chances of survival are slim.
You guys, come with me. Lu Meng led several criminal investigators out running.
10 minutes later, Zhang Yang received a call from Lu Meng.
Zhang Yang, are you sure it's parking space 357? There's no car here at all. And the lightbox over by parking spot 138 no ads. There's a storage room here that seems to be on fire too. What the hell is going on? Lu Meng yelled at Zhang Yang over the phone.
Zhang Yang's heart instantly sank. Chapter 120, Tianhong Group. That's the entire sequence of events. This is the client's QQ number. Everything I know is right here. Zhang Yang told Lu Meng.
After Lu Meng returned, Zhang Yang recounted the details of the commission he had received. Lu Meng, in turn, described their experience at the Tianhong building parking lot. Both men were utterly stunned.
But I gotta hand it to you, kid. Those cars must be worth millions combined, right? You've got some nerve.
Lu Meng rolled his eyes at Zhang Yang.
If I hadn't done it, you probably wouldn't be seeing me right now.
Maybe in a few days, they'd find my body washed up on the beach or something.
No thanks. Besides, what cars? I don't know anything about this. Captain Lu, are you talking to me? Show me the evidence, please.
Zhang Yang spread his hands helplessly.
You little brat. If I could get you, would you still be sitting here? This whole mess is just their bad luck. The entire Tianhong Plaza parking lot doesn't have a single surveillance camera. How the hell did it pass inspection?
Without surveillance, even if there was any evidence, after this explosion, nothing remains.
It's really strange, though. You can set a car on fire with that thing? Don't tell me you learned that from TV shows are all made up. Cars don't just explode that easily. Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. Most cars don't explode, he replied. But that wasn't just any car, it was the death machine.
Dubbed the 100 Ways to Die experience machine.
Its battery components have over 20,000 connection points.
If just one component malfunctions, it triggers combustion.
Once enough combustion occurs, it naturally explodes. You'll get used to it.
Zhang Yang explained to Lu Meng.
Such an expensive car, yet so unreliable?
I heard it costs over 100,000.
Lu Meng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He really didn't know much about these things. When it comes to quality, nothing beats the domestic 60 Xingguang. That thing's built like a tank.
Zhang Yang grinned. Alright, even though we only have the blood-stained shirt as evidence right now, it seems there's definitely a major case behind this. If everything you said earlier is true, then their hasty destruction of the car in the darkroom in such a short time must mean they're desperately trying to cover something up. And by coming forward now, you've essentially stirred the hornet's nest.
It's likely we won't find any more leads from here on out.
Lu Meng frowned as he spoke.
Disposing of that raptor won't be easy.
When I went out, the exit was already blocked.
There was no way to drive out.
If it's still there, it must be in the underground parking garage. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before speaking. We'll start with this vehicle.
A vehicle that size couldn't just vanish into thin air. It's highly likely it was moved to some spot on the basement level.
If we search again, we'll find clues.
Brother Lu, take your team back in and search again.
Check every single car across both levels of the parking garage.
And do it quickly. Zhang Yang instructed Lu Meng. We can't get in right now.
When we went in earlier, the firefighters blocked us.
We barely got in using gas masks. 4 cars exploded. The smoke here is already. Wait a minute. How many vehicles? Zhang Yang suddenly cut Lu Meng off.
4 vehicles.
The fire department got in and put out the fire.
4 cars parked side by side, burned down to just their shells. Lu Meng explained to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang sighed. Alright, no need to look for that vehicle anymore. It's already been burned.
When I set the fire, there were only 3 cars. I never imagined they'd act so quickly, just torching the vehicles outright.
Now there's truly no evidence left.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
Is this really that crazy? The more I hear, the deeper this water seems to be. You're not just imagining things, are you?
Inhaling too much smoke can sometimes cause that.
Lu Meng eyed Zhang Yang suspiciously. How could I not know about the car I ordered? Did you find anything in that room?
The one with the light box. Zhang Yang pressed further.
Nothing.
It was completely filled with smoke. We could only see a lot of clutter and stuff inside. It was already hard to see inside, and with the gas masks on, we basically couldn't see a thing. Lu Meng replied to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang could only nod in acknowledgement. In that kind of environment, it was understandable. Lu Meng and the others had already taken a huge risk just by charging in. By the way, what exactly does this Tianhong group do? Why haven't I heard of it before? Zhang Yang asked curiously.
Having lived in Tianhai City for so many years, he was familiar with the major corporations there. But he'd never heard of this Tianhong group before, and it rarely came up in local news either.
You're right about not knowing Tianhong group. It's perfectly normal.
If it weren't for our line of work, we probably wouldn't have much contact with them either. They're a foreign-owned enterprise that keeps a low profile. But I hear they're a major taxpayer in Tianhai City, involved in high-tech industries and such.
I don't really understand it myself.
Lu Meng explained to Zhang Yang.
So this company requires membership to enter? Zhang Yang recounted the situation he'd encountered earlier in the parking lot. Honestly, I have no clue. Maybe it's for industry confidentiality?
Lu Meng shook his head. Zhang Yang thought for a moment, then pulled out his phone and started scrolling through it.
Well, no guts, no glory. I'll go check it out myself in a few days. See you.
Zhang Yang prepared to stand and take his leave.
Wait. Don't be reckless. If it's really like you say, that Tianhong building is probably dangerous too. If you go back in and get caught, you're done for.
Lu Meng called out to Zhang Yang. Over time, he'd come to realize there was nothing Zhang Yang wouldn't dare to do. While Zhang Yang's counter-surveillance skills and physical prowess might get him through, the forces at play this time were likely far beyond their imagination.
Don't worry. I'm not stupid. They're actually hiring translators externally? I'm going for the interview,
Zhang Yang said with a laugh.
Interview translation? Your foreign language skills are that advanced?
Lu Meng stared at Zhang Yang in utter shock.
Yeah, I'm a legitimate elementary school graduate, okay? Let's go.
Zhang Yang waved his hand dismissively.
Chapter 121, The Interview. 2 days later. Dressed in a crisp suit, Zhang Yang hailed a taxi and arrived outside the Tianhong Group building.
Earlier, he had submitted a resume.
How to describe its contents? Among any company's pool of applications, it would undoubtedly rank among the top.
Senior returnee, elite scholar, diplomatic translation internship experience, overseas embassy work experience. These credentials stood out prominently. So it came as no surprise when he received the call for an interview.
Convincing such a junior interviewer was naturally a piece of cake.
He had researched the basic hiring processes of these multinational corporations and large companies beforehand. The initial reviewers of resumes and interview invitations were rarely company executives, typically just HR department staff. They conduct the initial screening, followed by interviews with HR managers, then the hiring department head, and so on through several rounds. It was as if the more interviews and people you went through, the more impressive the company seemed. Moreover, the HR department itself operates under recruitment quotas. For junior HR staff, they even have quotas for scheduling interviews. All Zhang Yang needed was an opportunity to enter Tianhong Tower. When Zhang Yang arrived at the entrance, he saw the same security guards from earlier. They didn't recognize the sharp-dressed young man in a suit as the repairman who had carried a ladder inside that day.
I'm here for an interview, Zhang Yang told the security guard. Alright, please wait in the lobby. We'll need to call someone down to meet you.
One of the guards escorted Zhang Yang to the lobby. Zhang Yang made a phone call.
Shortly after, a tall, beautiful woman stepped out of the elevator. You must be Mr. Zhang Yang?
This way, please. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw Zhang Yang. She hadn't expected him to be even more handsome in person than in his photos.
And that suit absolutely stunning. Why is your company's security so strict? When I was over there earlier, that security guard didn't leave my side for a second.
It was like he thought I was there to steal something,
Zhang Yang said jokingly. Well, that's our company policy. Outsiders aren't allowed to come in freely. Since much of our business involves confidential matters, such requirements are necessary.
However, our company offers excellent benefits, and the salary we provide far exceeds the standard for similar positions at other companies. The HR representative explained to Zhang Yang, as if she feared he might harbor reservations about their company.
Alright, what kind of business does your company handle? I've never actually heard of it before, Zhang Yang asked the HR representative.
Our company handles numerous projects across various fields, including software development, international trade, international logistics, information technology research and development, and high-tech R&D.
However, the position you're applying for will primarily involve international business-related tasks.
As the beautiful HR representative spoke, the elevator reached the 18th floor.
Zhang Yang stepped out of the elevator, guided by the HR representative. They entered a conference room. Please have a seat.
I'll notify our HR manager to come over.
But to keep you updated on the application process, I'll add you on WeChat. It'll be more convenient that way,
the HR representative said to Zhang Yang without missing a beat.
Zhang Yang smiled and added the HR specialist's WeChat. He knew exactly what she was up to, but getting more information couldn't hurt. A moment later, a foreigner walked in. Zhang Yang let out a hearty curse. Damn it! Now it's foreigners? I was hoping to pull off another bluff.
Seeing the foreigner reach out for a handshake, Zhang Yang promptly clutched his stomach and flopped face down on the table.
Oh my god. Dark priest, foreigner, sorry. YEZWC.
Zhang Yang said, clutching his stomach.
Over there. In that corner.
Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me.
Who'd have thought this foreigner would open his mouth and spit out perfect northeastern Chinese?
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes.
Damn it. What the hell? Is this foreigner from northeast China?
But there was no turning back now. Zhang Yang had already committed to the act and couldn't stop midway. He grabbed his briefcase and dashed toward the restroom. Once inside the restroom and confirming no one was around, he quietly slipped out. Approaching the nearby staircase, he pulled a black 5G remote-controlled car from his briefcase.
He covered it with a black plastic bag and placed it in the corner.
Now he could only hope these cleaners were like those elsewhere, only cleaning before their shift started.
This 5G remote-controlled car wasn't just remotely operable, it also had video and audio recording capabilities. Since humans couldn't enter, he'd have to let something less human in.
From his earlier chat with the HR beauty, Zhang Yang knew that even if he got a job at this company, he'd never touch anything core.
He'd have to find another way.
After placing the items, Zhang Yang returned to the conference room. That foreigner was still waiting there.
Holy cow, I didn't know you could speak Northeastern Chinese.
Zhang Yang said with a grin.
Hey, bro. You're from Northeast China too?
The foreigner across from him beamed with delight.
You bet. My great-grandfather's generation went there, then came back.
Zhang Yang scratched his nose.
Absolutely. The Great Northeast Migration, right? My mom's from the Northeast, my dad's from the great United States. I'm mixed. Just what you guys call a mongrel. The foreigner chuckled at Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes.
Bro, I checked your resume, it's solid. With credentials like yours, we don't need to speak Northeastern dialect, let's stick to standard American English.
The foreigner gave Zhang Yang a thumbs up. Zhang Yang froze upon hearing this.
Not again? Oh my god. Damn it all to hell. Ah, dog vomit WC.
Zhang Yang clutched his stomach and dashed out once more.
Chapter 122, Chief Qin, you've got yourself a fine son-in-law.
Zhang Yang finally found an excuse to temporarily retreat from Tianhan Tower. There was no way around it. Almost every corner of Tianhan Tower was covered by surveillance cameras, constantly rotating. Someone was undoubtedly watching inside at all times. The only blind spots were the restrooms and the corners of the hallways. Everywhere else was under surveillance.
Staying inside any longer at this point wouldn't make much sense. We'll just have to wait until nightfall and see if the remote-controlled vehicle uncovers any leads. For private investigators like them, lacking police enforcement authority meant they had to compensate with other tools. New tech like this naturally had to be put to greater use.
Zhang Yang had originally brought several listening devices, intending to plant them inside Tianhan Tower when the opportunity arose.
However, the entire Tianhan building was relatively clean and secure.
There were few places to hide them without drawing attention, making detection likely.
Second, this floor was occupied by administrative staff, offering no access to the core operations, making it largely pointless.
As for this remote-controlled vehicle, it was actually something Zhang Yang had bought after seeing someone use one to make long-distance purchases while scrolling through short videos. With a few modifications, it became what it is today.
The remote-controlled car already had built-in camera functionality.
Zhang Yang enhanced it by adding infrared night vision mode and removing all unnecessary decorative parts, significantly reducing its size. Most crucially, he embedded a virtual magnetic card inside, enabling the program to hack into wireless routers and intercept data parameters. Finally, he spray-painted the entire shell black. Even the receiver's signal light was covered, ensuring the vehicle remained virtually invisible at night, even when operational. As long as Zhang Yang controlled the vehicle within the wireless router's reception range, he could intercept any data passing through it. Though Zhang Yang knew little about this technology, he had once helped a hacker recover his lost modem. That hacker had given him this magnetic card, and Zhang Yang trusted the hacker's expertise.
Outside Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, Qin Wanqing and Qin Igwa walked out together after work.
Qin Wanqing's car had recently broken down, and she hadn't had time to get it repaired yet. Every day after work, she hitched a ride with Qin Igwa. Although official vehicle use was discouraged these days, as the chief of police, Qin Igwa still had a dedicated driver. The car itself wasn't particularly high-end, just a standard B-class sedan. Previously, to avoid any appearance of impropriety, Qin Wanqing had always driven herself to and from work. Today, she had just stepped out of the police station lobby.
Qin Wanqing spotted Zhang Yang standing there holding 3 roasted ducks. Zhang Yang.
Qin Wanqing shook off Qin Igwa and dashed over. Qin Igwa, standing nearby, rolled his eyes.
What are you doing? Why are you carrying so many ducks? Qin Wanqing asked curiously.
I just went to Tianhan Tower and saw a new roast duck shop nearby. The smell was incredible.
Shall we grab some to eat at my place later?
Zhang Yang smiled, handed one duck to Qin Wanqing, then carried the other 2 ducks over to Qin Igwa.
You little rascal, now you're blocking the door? I'm telling you, don't think you're so fragrant. What's this?
Before Qin Igwa could finish his sentence, Zhang Yang thrust a roast duck toward him.
Ahem, well, this is a new purchase.
You should take it home tonight to share with your aunt. Zhang Yang scratched his head.
He didn't even know how to address Qin Igwa anymore. Dad?
He figured Qin Igwa would probably chase him down and beat him up.
Calling him uncle felt awkward. Calling him Director Qin felt too formal. Maybe calling him that other thing was better. Before Qin Igwa could react, Zhang Yang appeared again with another duck in hand, approaching the driver. Uncle Li, I bought these on my way through. I specially got one for you to take home and try. Zhang Yang said to the driver with a smile. Earlier, Zhang Yang had heard from Qin Wanqing that this driver for Qin Igwa was a veteran of the Public Security Bureau's driver unit. When official vehicles were phased out, this veteran driver was nearing retirement age. Having spent his entire career driving for the Bureau, he didn't need the extra years. Plus, he was a discharged soldier with military decorations, so they kept him on. He became Qin Igwa's dedicated driver. Qin Igwa treated him with great respect, and Qin Wanqing regarded him as an elder. So when Zhang Yang bought roast duck, he naturally picked up one for Uncle Li, the driver, too. Oh, no, I can't accept that. Uncle Lee kept refusing. Uncle Lee, if you won't take it, we can't finish it all ourselves. We're family here, no need to refuse. Just so you know, this isn't bribery. Zhang Yang joked with a smile. Uncle Lee chuckled heartily, finally accepting the roast duck after Zhang Yang's persistent insistence. Commissioner Qin, you've got yourself a fine son-in-law. Old Lee turned to Qin Aigua and gave him a thumbs up. Qin Aigua rolled his eyes. Damn it. Old Lee, you've been with me all these years and now you're bought off by a roast duck? This Zhang Yang, he's going for the rural encirclement of the city strategy. First he'll try to win over everyone around me one by one, then I'll surrender without a fight? You wish. Cut the crap, you old fart. Drive. Qin Aigua bellowed. Only then did Old Lee smile and wave goodbye to Zhang Yang and the others before driving off. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing hailed a cab and headed toward Zhang Yang's private detective agency. Here, I'll slice it for you myself, let you witness Chef Zhang's skills. The table was set with crispy pancakes, shredded scallions, julienne cucumbers, granulated sugar, and sweet bean sauce. Zhang Yang held a carving knife, slicing the meat with precise, deliberate strokes. Qin Wanqing busily wrapped the sliced duck meat in flatbread. Her mouth was smeared with sweet bean sauce. She finished rolling another piece and stuffed it into Zhang Yang's mouth. She made another one for herself and ate it with great relish. Enough playing around, I'm tired. I'll just eat it plain. After slicing dozens of pieces, Zhang Yang was completely spent. He couldn't keep up with the pace of eating them, nearly working himself to death. Don't move. Look at how much you're eating. Zhang Yang held a tissue, ready to wipe the sweet bean sauce from Qin Wanqing's mouth. Qin Wanqing pursed her lips, sitting up straight and waiting patiently. Her two beautiful eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Unexpectedly, just as Zhang Yang's tissue neared Qin Wanqing's lips, he abruptly withdrew it. Immediately afterward, something warm and moist pressed against her skin. Qin Wanqing's mind went blank. Even though Qin Wanqing had already been intimate with Zhang Yang, she still couldn't resist his little gestures. Every time Zhang Yang did this to her, her entire body would tremble with excitement. And she was the type who was exceptionally sensitive, barely getting started, and she'd already be limp all over. An hour and a half later, Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang finally rose from the sofa. Look at you, you're so annoying. I was trying to eat. This spot's ruined now. Hand me some more tissues. Qin Wanqing shot Zhang Yang a reproachful look. They moved to the opposite sofa. Zhang Yang grinned as he lay down a dozen or so tissues, finally soaking up the moisture on the sofa. Heh, they say women are made of water, turns out they're right. I'm starving. Let's eat. Just as Zhang Yang was about to take a bite of the roast duck, his phone screen lit up. Qin Wanqing saw Zhang Yang holding the duck with both hands and took it from him. The moment she looked at the screen, she froze. Hey handsome, feeling any better today? Too bad I'm busy tonight, any chance we could grab dinner together? A WeChat profile picture of a beautiful woman sent Zhang Yang a message. Chapter 123, The Beauty's Invitation. Zhang Yang noticed Qin Wanqing's uneasy expression and leaned closer. Holy crap? Who's this? I don't recognize her. Zhang Yang stared at the profile picture, completely unfamiliar with it. Be honest. What were you doing at Tianhan Tower today? A bit of a shame? No wonder you were in such a hurry earlier, turns out you weren't feeling well today and didn't get what you wanted? Qin Wanqing glared at Zhang Yang with a dark expression. Holy crap? What's going on? Let me see? Zhang Yang hastily wiped his hands, grabbed his phone, and zoomed in on the beautiful woman's profile picture. Only then did it dawn on him, wasn't this the stunning HR lady from Tianhan Tower today? Asking me out to dinner? Damn it! I knew that woman adding me on WeChat wasn't out of the goodness of her heart. Convenient for discussing interview arrangements? Clearly she's lusting after this guy's looks. Zhang Yang felt utterly helpless. He could only recount the entire sequence of events to Qin Wanqing, how he received the commission, how he investigated Tianhan Tower, how he set the fire, and how he went to the interview. Qin Wanqing finally felt relieved. Is that remote-controlled car thing of yours really that effective? It can even intercept routing data? That's terrifying. Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang. That should be pretty simple for hackers like them. Besides, a lot of scammers know how to do that kind of thing too. Aren't you cops always warning people not to connect to unfamiliar Wi-Fi networks? It's the same principle. Zhang Yang explained to Qin Wanqing. What does that have to do with this girl? At the end of the day, you just saw a pretty girl and deliberately added her on WeChat, trying to do something behind my back. You philandering turnip. The moment I'm not around, you start fooling around. It's enough to drive someone crazy. Qin Wanqing pouted in displeasure. Heaven knows I added her for the case. She's connected to Tianhan Tower, most people can't even get in there. Plus, she works in HR and knows the company inside out. What the hell is that look on your face? Fine, just delete it. Anyway, I've got high tech now, so nothing can touch me. You must clear my name. Zhang Yang declared to Qin Wanqing. Oomph. Considering your candor, I'll trust you this once. But since this is for investigating the case, I think you should go talk to them. It's still early, and you can't use that remote-controlled car anyway. The Tianhong building explosion was your doing, after all. You might as well take this chance to ask around and see if anyone's pursuing responsibility or anything. Otherwise, that's a car worth millions. If anyone discovers anything, I suggest you make a run for it early. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang with a smile. You're something else, sending your husband out for dinner with another woman in the middle of the night. What kind of wife does that? Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. Your wife, me. Besides, who said you were supposed to go alone? This lady is coming too.
Qin Wanqing expertly rolled a piece of roast duck into a wrap, stuffed it into her mouth, wiped her hands, and stood up.
What the hell? You're coming too? Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Half an hour later. How Fugui Western Restaurant.
Zhang Yang sat stiffly across from a beautiful woman. It was clear she'd gone to great lengths to look her best. Already tall and slender, she now possessed a more pronounced figure. When she'd been wearing her work uniform earlier, Zhang Yang hadn't really noticed his attention had been entirely focused on the Tianhong building. He almost didn't recognize her when they met at the entrance earlier. Today, the beautiful HR wore a sexy floral dress, but the hem had clearly been altered, stopping well above the knee. Her long, slender legs were clad in sheer, skin-toned stockings, topped off with a pair of glossy black high heels. Combined with her naturally beautiful face and a pair of black-rimmed glasses, she nearly made Zhang Yang salute on the spot.
Thankfully, he'd already put in overtime before coming. What's wrong? Still feeling unwell? Look at you, you're sweating buckets. The beautiful HR across from him asked with genuine concern. Ever since sitting down, Zhang Yang had seemed unusually tense, a stark contrast to the confident aura he'd projected during his company interview earlier that day. Could it be that he'd completely fallen for her because of his outfit? Thinking this, the HR specialist picked up a tissue and stood up, intending to wipe the sweat from Zhang Yang's forehead. As she leaned in, Zhang Yang suddenly saw a bright white flash before his eyes and quickly lowered his head. No, I'll do it myself. Zhang Yang quickly snatched the tissue away. Little did he know. The view beneath the desk was equally breathtaking. As the HR beauty sat back down, whether intentionally or not, one of her high heels slipped off. A slender foot, encased in sheer nude stockings, was completely exposed to the air. 5 delicate toes were painted with red nail polish. Ahem, I'm feeling a bit queasy. You go ahead and eat. Zhang Yang scrambled to his feet and bolted out the door. He couldn't help but flee. This HR beauty who seemed so proper during the day, who knew she was so intriguing in private? No wonder they say women in black-rimmed glasses are more that way. The perverts weren't lying to me. But the problem was, Qin Wanqing was sitting right behind him at the booth, occasionally scraping her knife against her fork. The sound of metal scraping against metal made Zhang Yang shudder. Before coming, Qin Wanqing had made it clear. If he dared to cross the line, he wouldn't get any intimacy for a whole month. Though the HR beauty before him was undeniably sexy and alluring, she still fell short compared to a goddess of Qin Wanqing's caliber. No, she fell far short. Zhang Yang wasn't the type to have his cake and eat it too. After a while, Zhang Yang finally shuffled back. If you're not feeling well today, why not go home and rest? I'm genuinely happy you agreed to have dinner with me today. I've actually got something to take care of, so I'll head out now. I've already paid the bill. The beautiful HR put down her phone and said to Zhang Yang. Huh? How could I let you pay? Zhang Yang was puzzled by the beautiful HR woman in front of him. They'd been chatting so well just now, about to get down to business, and now she was leaving? Had she caught on to his intentions? Zhang Yang was thoroughly puzzled. Bye. We'll schedule another time when you're free. Before Zhang Yang could say anything, the beautiful HR representative stood up and walked out, leaving Zhang Yang standing there with a question mark over his head. Chapter 124, Live Broadcast. Gone? Or did she pick up the tab? Looks like you've met a real player. Qin Wanqing grinned as she sidled over. A player? Her? Zhang Yang shrugged. Yeah, isn't this just classic PUA? First she baits you out, then once you're hooked, she suddenly makes excuses to leave, leaving you wanting more. Paying for you makes you feel indebted, so next time you'll be the one asking her out. Then she'll firmly hold all the power, and you, poor innocent little guy, will happily run errands buying her this and that. Let me see the bill. Over $700 for a Western meal, and in return, you get an ATM with no fixed withdrawal schedule. What a bargain. Qin Wanqing teased Zhang Yang with a smile. She'd intended to trick him into revealing information, only to find herself caught in his trap instead. Across from her, Zhang Yang was utterly flabbergasted. Are you kidding me? Do I look like someone who can be manipulated that easily? Zhang Yang made a quick transfer of 800 yuan. Let's see how the other side reacts. Damn it, is this meal that expensive? It's just this little bit of food? And they call this Western cuisine? Feels like they're ripping off suckers. For this price, you could get several meals of catfish stew in a cast iron pot. Waiter, pack this up for me. Zhang Yang glanced at the barely touched food on the table and waved him over. Before coming here, Zhang Yang had already polished off half a roast duck.
Plus, with Qin Wanqing sitting behind him the whole time, he hadn't eaten much at all. Not just Zhang Yang, the HR lady across from him, who was actually eating properly, had only taken a bite of each dish before finishing. What a wasteful woman. Any guy who marries a woman like that is bound to be unlucky. Qin Wanqing was much better. When they ate roast duck, she ate more than he did. Now that's a woman who knows how to live life. After dropping Qin Wanqing off, Zhang Yang arranged with the hacker he'd met earlier to wait downstairs. Zhang Yang hailed a cab and picked him up on the way, then they headed straight to the private detective agency together. Brother Zhang, you're such a good friend. You knew I was hungry and went out of your way to get me a late-night snack? Holy crap. Steak? I won't say no to that. The hacker spotted the takeout bag as soon as he got in the car and immediately started chowing down on the steak. Holy? How many days have you gone without eating? My 800 yuan steak gone in 2 bites? Before Zhang Yang could stop him, the most expensive steak was already gone. You're losing tonight's pay, kid. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth as he spoke. Come on, brother Zhang, you know my situation, I'm barely scraping by. If I keep starving like this, Fugue will have to run away from home. The hacker guy looked utterly helpless. A dog can run away from home? Is your dog actually a cat? The driver couldn't help but interject. Sir, our Fugue is a cat. Not all Fugues are dogs. The hacker guy retorted, clearly annoyed. So it's no wonder your Fugue ran away. This cat, you must show him proper respect. In your relationship, you're his pet, not the other way around. That he chooses to live with you is a favor he does you. And you dare to starve your master? That's not right. The driver opened up. Zhang Yang. Hacker guy. 15 minutes later, Zhang Yang and hacker guy stepped out of the taxi, now feeling like professional cat and dog breeders. Bro, you mean you want me to pull out all the information I've received? But that requires you to place the chip I gave you last time within the router's range. As far as I know, getting into Tianhan Tower is going to be pretty tough. The hacker sat on the sofa and asked Zhang Yang. Am I that unprepared? Check this out. Zhang Yang pulled out his laptop and activated the remote control for the car. Holy! The hacker's eyes widened instantly. Zhang Yang just rolled his eyes. The computer screen now displayed an intense scene of physical activity. Judging by their clothes, it seemed like a security guard and a beautiful office lady were locked in a fierce struggle. Had Zhang Yang not repeatedly confirmed this was a live feed, not some mistakenly played recording, he would have sat down in utter helplessness. Although the remote-controlled car had successfully started, the two individuals were likely too engrossed in their activity to notice anything happening here. The slightest movement would give them away. Fortunately, the fight didn't last long. Holy! Bro, this is insane. You're the man, brother Zhang. Even in a situation like this, you still think of me. Gotta say, watching this live is way more thrilling than any recording. The hacker guy was still buzzing with excitement. But seriously, who knew someone would be doing this at the stairwell in the middle of the night? Come to think of it, there really aren't any cameras in this area. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. Bro, you're seriously awesome. When did you put that thing in there? The hacker looked at Zhang Yang with admiration. Cut the crap. Hurry up and check, can the current chip retrieve the data? Zhang Yang snapped at the hacker. Leave it to me. The hacker took the laptop and began a series of operations Zhang Yang couldn't begin to understand. The laptop screen plunged into another dimension. What Zhang Yang saw unfolding on the screen felt like something straight out of a movie. Bro, this company has a ton of wireless routers, plus a dedicated server system. The data volume here is massive. The hacker said to Zhang Yang. Just get in. The rest doesn't matter. Just dump everything out first. Hearing he could indeed gain access, Zhang Yang patted the hacker on the shoulder. Extract it? That's a tall order, brother Zhang. There's too much data here. Even setting aside the storage capacity, without hardware support, the export speed would be far too slow. However, I can look into it for you. What kind of information are you interested in? The hacker shrugged. He seemed helpless too. Check information? You know, just run a search for me, anything with the keyword secret room. Zhang Yang thought for a moment before saying to the hacker. Chapter 125, Unintended Consequences. When the hacker searched using the keywords escape room. Besides a few messages about weekend escape room meetups, there was nothing else useful. Bro, nothing came up. What do you need an escape room for? You're not planning to watch that escape room bondage series, are you? That's wild. The hacker's eyes lit up instantly. Give me a break. Aren't all those romance movies enough for you? You're still thinking about that stuff? Here's what we'll do, categorize these messages and see if there are any recurring keywords or patterns. Zhang Yang continued. After another round of fiddling around, the two still hadn't found anything. They'd already sifted through every conceivable keyword. They found plenty of clues about office romances and affairs, but none that Zhang Yang found useful. By the way, how large an area can this wireless router typically cover? Zhang Yang asked the hacker. With room partitions, wireless routers usually lose signal after about 10 meters. They can cover roughly 3 floors vertically. Beyond that range, even if there's a signal, it's hard to connect. The hacker replied to Zhang Yang.
3 floors? You mean, the boss's office should be on the top floor, right? Zhang Yang asked the hacker.
Absolutely. Hugging his secretary in black stockings while taking in the expansive view, that's what success looks like. Plus, the best part is, being on the top floor means you won't get interrupted while getting things done.
The hacker nodded solemnly.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes.
The hacker's mind seemed to revolve solely around women and his escapades with them. Were all hackers like this? Otaku? It's possible these floors don't involve core personnel, so there's no critical data here. Let's try a few floors higher.
Zhang Yang said to the hacker.
Your car can actually go up the building? That's insane. How much did you pay for it?
The hacker guy was really envious.
You bet. The seller promised me it can do everything except fly, even float like a boat in water. Let me tell you, this thing's 4-wheel drive.
There are ball bearings at the front. Just lift the front wheels onto the stairs, then hit the gas with the rear wheels and it's up. Zhang Yang said to the hacker guy, picking up the remote control.
Watch this.
Zhang Yang said as he began maneuvering the car. It quickly reached the side of the stairs.
Go! Zhang Yang hit the gas, and sure enough, the camera lifted up.
Holy!
It's up! It's up! Ah! It passed! It passed! It's going to flip! It's going to flip! Oh no!
The hacker guy provided live commentary the whole time, vividly describing the entire process from the remote-controlled car starting up the stairs to flipping over.
Zhang Yang beside him was utterly exasperated. Brother Zhang, I think it might have flipped.
The hacker swallowed hard.
Shut up!
I don't care what you think, I care what I think.
I think we can still salvage this.
Zhang Yang spoke as he continued manipulating the remote-controlled car. The screen began spinning wildly in all directions.
Suddenly, multiple scenes flashed upward from below.
With a sharp crack, several cracks appeared and the screen froze. No matter how Zhang Yang tried to operate it, there was no response.
Bro Zhang, do you think it might have fallen through the stairwell gap?
The hacker guy asked timidly from the side.
Zhang Yang.
Based on the time it took to fall, it should have hit the bottom by now.
Is that chip of yours drop resistant? Zhang Yang asked the hacker guy. Drop?
I'll give it a shot. The hacker guy hadn't expected this kind of situation either.
You test it first, I'm gonna take a leak.
Zhang Yang said as he walked away with his phone.
Damn it. I'm definitely giving him a bad review. He actually told me I could climb stairs? Climb my ass.
This is just bull.
Everything on Dogbo is unreliable. All those glowing reviews, were they all fake?
Zhang Yang squatted on the toilet, writing a scathing 200-300 word negative review. Just as he was about to hit send, he heard the hacker guy's loud shouts from outside.
What's up? What the hell? Zhang Yang hit publish and hurried out. Bro! Come quick! We've got something!
The hacker guy shouted excitedly at Zhang Yang. Seeing this, Zhang Yang hurried over.
What's going on? What did you find? Zhang Yang asked the hacker.
I was just trying to test a connection, and I never expected it would actually work. I told you my chip research is amazing.
The hacker guy was feeling pretty cocky. Let's get down to business.
Zhang Yang smacked the hacker on the back of the head.
Here's the thing.
When I scanned for wireless routers in this area, there were far fewer than upstairs.
And among them, I found a dedicated line.
But there's no real-time data exchange happening on it, and it's password protected.
Seems like a standalone private domain server. Now that's interesting.
Normally, these kinds of things wouldn't have wireless capabilities. They're usually solid-state hardware, maybe left on by accident or something.
And with a matrix defense system? There's definitely something going on here.
The hacker slapped his thigh in excitement.
What are you waiting for? Get to work.
Zhang Yang perked up at the news.
Who would have thought that while you try to plant flowers, they won't bloom, but when you plant willows without meaning to, they thrive? The crucial item wasn't on the top floor after all, it was underground. Could it be, in that secret room? Bro! I'm already on it. I need time to work this out. Besides, this crappy computer is so laggy you must have been browsing adult sites non-stop. The hacker's fingers danced across the keyboard, but red exclamation marks kept popping up on the screen. Damn it! This is actually a foreign encryption key. The bitmap pattern rules are definitely not domestic. The hacker's face flushed with excitement. Can this thing even tell if it's domestic? Aren't these just incomprehensible letters? Zhang Yang pointed at the screen and asked. It's not about the elements themselves, but the underlying thinking. Our country initially learned from foreign methods, but we gradually developed our own habits. And our current approach actually surpasses foreign thinking. Yet foreigners still think they're so advanced, stubbornly clinging to their old ways. Little do they know we're now ahead of them. The hacker said with obvious disdain. Then what are we waiting for? Let's take them down. I'll go order takeout. Show me what you've got tonight, and I'll treat you to extra chicken drumsticks. Zhang Yang bellowed at the hacker. Chapter 126, Come with us. Early the next morning.
Zhang Yang jolted awake at the sudden howl. There stood the hacker guy, sporting two massive dark circles under his eyes, gesturing wildly with excitement.
Ha! Cracked it.
I told you, these foreign products aren't all that great. When it comes down to it, they should be calling us their teachers. The hacker excitedly swiveled his computer screen toward Zhang Yang.
This is what you call cracked? Why is it all black?
Zhang Yang rubbed his eyes and asked.
What? Are you blind?
There's clearly something in here.
Holy crap. Did you break it?
The hacker guy was utterly flabbergasted. In his excitement earlier, while showing Zhang Yang the screen, he accidentally snapped the computer monitor in half, naturally cutting off all signals.
Zhang Yang, can you be more reliable?
Hurry up and figure something out.
Zhang Yang sighed in exasperation. No big deal. Leave it to me.
The hacker patted his chest. Just as Zhang Yang was about to get up to investigate, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Yang was puzzled.
Glancing at the clock, it was barely past 8 business this early?
Without giving it much thought, he got up and opened the door only to find several police officers standing outside.
Are you Zhang Yang?
The lead officer asked.
Yes, I am. Who are you?
Zhang Yang was puzzled. By all accounts, he was now somewhat of a public figure.
How could the police not recognize him? We're from the Tianhai City Anti-Prostitution Task Force. Please come with us.
The leader produced an arrest warrant.
What? Anti-prostitution squad? What did I do? Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. You'll find out when you come with us. Move it.
Without another word, several officers led Zhang Yang out. The hacker inside the room shuddered at the sound.
Holy. So watching porn really can get you arrested. Damn it. I'm screwed then?
I've got hundreds of gigabytes of torrents alone. This means I'll be rotting in jail forever.
Thank God they didn't scan me. No way. Once I get back, I gotta delete every single record. From now on, I'll be a law-abiding, civilized citizen. The hacker silently plotted.
Zhang Yang, who was being led away, had initially thought this group was fake police. Someone had leaked information, and they were here specifically to take revenge on him. But when he saw the police car downstairs, he was puzzled.
According to procedure, would fake cops really need to fabricate an arrest warrant and use a real police car? That would be a serious crime.
Zhang Yang held his tongue. When the police car pulled up at the local precinct, his confusion deepened. If they were fake cops, then the anti-prostitution squad arresting him could be explained.
But if these cops were real, why would the anti-prostitution squad be targeting him? Could it be that old bastard Qin Wanqing settling a personal grudge? Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. Zhang Yang's here? A case? A police officer recognized Zhang Yang.
He asked Zhang Yang with a smile.
Don't even ask.
I was arrested.
Zhang Yang gave a helpless smile. Arrested? Brother, how? What's going on?
The officer asked the lead cop.
What? You know him? Or are you friends?
The officer was puzzled.
He's Zhang Yang, an advisor to the Provincial Bureau. He solved the dismemberment case and the bombing case before. The officer explained. Oh. It really is the same person.
We thought it might be someone with the same name and surname, but it turns out it's the same person.
The officer chuckled too.
Their anti-vice squad naturally knew of Zhang Yang, but they'd never met him. And when they made the arrest, they hadn't connected that name to Director Qin's son-in-law.
Who could have imagined? Commissioner Qin's son-in-law was actually soliciting prostitutes? Last night we rounded up a group of prostitutes. While checking the client's details, we found this guy.
The prostitutes all gave statements, which led us to his address and phone number.
The officer explained. Outcall girls? The clients? Me? Zhang Yang was stunned upon hearing this. Regardless, we won't arrest anyone without evidence.
Even though you're Director Qin's son-in-law, don't make things difficult for us.
Come inside first. The officer addressed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang felt utterly helpless and could only follow them into the interrogation room for now.
He'd been in this police station's interrogation room several times before, but always sitting in the officer's chair.
He never imagined he'd one day be the one being questioned.
A short while later, the station chief, upon hearing the news, personally arrived. After all, Zhang Yang's identity wasn't merely that of Qin Wanqing's son-in-law. He was also a renowned criminal investigation consultant expert affiliated with the Provincial Bureau. If this turned out to be a prostitution case, the repercussions would be enormous. Not only would Qin Wanqing be disgraced, but the entire provincial department would likely lose face. In the chief's view, the priority was to minimize the incident and resolve it quietly. Saving face was paramount.
Besides, it's just prostitution. What man hasn't done it? And even if he hadn't, what man hasn't entertained the thought? Back in my younger days, Ahem. Zhang Yang, what's going on here? How did you end up getting arrested? The chief asked Zhang Yang. To be honest, I'd like to know myself.
Zhang Yang gave a wry smile.
Take a look at this. Is this your WeChat? We already have evidence of the transaction.
At 9:30 p.m., you transferred 800 yuan to this third-party account. You know how big data is used to crack down on prostitution nowadays. In places like hotels and Western restaurants, transfers in exact 100 yuan increments are usually payment for prostitution. You can't possibly claim you just happened to spend exactly 800 yuan at a Western restaurant, right? Plus, this woman insists she agreed on a price with you beforehand and then, well, that night. The chief handed over the documents with a helpless expression. Zhang Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This is ing bull. What else could it be? This mess was beyond redemption. He had indeed transferred money to her, but it was just to settle the bill. Why the hell did I act like some big shot? Why the hell did I transfer 800 straight up? Couldn't I have just sent 798? Zhang Yang felt like crying. How could he possibly explain this? And it involves Qin Wanqing. Am I supposed to confess the truth? That I took my own wife out on a date with another woman and then paid the bill? If Qin found out, wouldn't he grab a knife and kill me? Zhang Yang was utterly numb. Chapter 127, Your ing playing threesomes? Half an hour later. Qin stormed over, fuming. You! This is infuriating. How dare you do something like this? I'll kill you. Qin swung a chair the moment he entered. Holy! What the hell are you doing, you old bastard? Let me tell you, this is a police station. If you hit someone, you'll get locked up. And mark my words, one slap will cost you at least 20 grand. Zhang Yang wasn't about to stand there and take it. He started circling the interrogation table. With his old arms, legs, and big belly, how could Qin possibly catch up to Zhang Yang? After chasing him for a bit, he sat down, panting heavily. I was just investigating the case. Besides, why isn't my wife here? She's a witness. She knows I'm innocent. We went together last night. Zhang Yang retorted to Qin. What? You took my daughter with you? How dare you play around like that at such a young age? I'll beat you to a pulp, you little bastard. Qin flew into a rage the moment he heard this. This is ing a threesome? And my daughter actually agreed? That doesn't make sense. Qin couldn't wrap his head around it. His once pure, gentle, and virtuous daughter had completely changed after meeting Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. This Qin he couldn't have been a good guy in his youth. Probably rose through the ranks from the vice squad. Stop. Director, calm down. This incident hasn't leaked out yet. Take Zhang Yang and leave immediately. Pretend this never happened. Get out first. Seeing the fight was nearly over, the police station chief rushed in and blocked Qin. You little punk. Come home with me first. I'll deal with you when we get back. Qin pointed at Zhang Yang, fuming with rage. I'm not going anywhere. If I leave, wouldn't that prove I'm the one with the problem? No way. I'm staying right here. Go ahead and investigate. Zhang Yang sat down with a sigh. Are you kidding me? Just show up and leave whenever you please? If I leave now, won't that just prove it? I swear I didn't do anything. Plus, when Zhang Yang was brought in, plenty of people saw it. Some of them actually knew him. For them, if Qin really came today and took Zhang Yang away, that would only invite trouble down the road. They might not say anything openly, but behind the scenes, the gossip would surely spread. This kind of thing simply can't be kept secret. By the time you come out to explain, no one will believe you anyway. They'd assume he'd gone back with Chief Qin to devise some countermeasure. That's why, no matter what, Zhang Yang couldn't go with Qin today. What? Qin nearly blew a fuse upon hearing this. His entire purpose in coming here today was to get Zhang Yang out first and minimize the fallout. And now Zhang Yang was refusing to budge? Did you think this was your damn home? Qin nearly spat blood. I'm innocent. Get my wife to come see me. Zhang Yang declared with unwavering resolve. This whole thing was too fishy. Why did that beautiful HR woman insist last night that she had transacted with him? Was she sent by someone within Tianhong Group to frame me, or was she covering something up? Last night, she left in quite a panic. It was only because Qin Wanqing came along that this whole thing didn't turn into a complete mess. You. Director, stop. Calm down first. Why not let the young man come over? After all, matters involving the younger generation are best resolved by them. Seeing Qin about to lose his temper again, the station chief hurriedly stepped in. Calm down. Stay calm. Qin can do anything. Qin took 2 deep breaths, trying to calm himself. He shot Zhang Yang a glare before following the chief out. Zhang Yang, however, wasn't locked up in the communal detention cell. Instead, he was confined to a separate room. Before long, Qin Wanqing, having received word, rushed over. After hearing Zhang Yang's account, she nearly choked on her laughter. She knew the whole story inside out and understood Zhang Yang's innocence, but the situation was awkward. If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be a problem. But given Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang's current relationship, she simply couldn't serve as a witness. What's more, that beautiful HR woman had stubbornly insisted it was Zhang Yang. There was absolutely nothing she could do about it. Paying the fine was absolutely out of the question. That would make me a prostitute in the eyes of the law.
Just keep me locked up like this. And you know what?
I just thought about it, that beauty might very well be connected to the Tianhong Group affair. Go to the private detective agency immediately. The hacker found some leads. Keep investigating along those lines, you should uncover something.
Zhang Yang instructed Qin Wanqing. Alright, then behave yourself in there. We're all acquaintances, don't make things awkward.
Qin Wanqing said, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter.
Get out of here. It's all your fault.
I told you deleting it would solve everything, but you insisted on going.
Hurry up and clear my name. Zhang Yang helplessly shooed Qin Wanqing out. Lunchtime.
The chief walked in grinning, carrying a boxed lunch. The longer Zhang Yang stayed, the more it proved he had nothing to hide. His career path would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Even without Qin Igwa's connections, the title of provincial department advisor alone held immeasurable value. The director was no fool. He'd deliberately gone out to a restaurant to pick up 2 dishes just to build rapport with Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, having nothing better to do, cheerfully pulled out a chair and chatted with the chief over lunch.
You're something else. Qin Igwa's daughter, she's renowned as the police beauty in our public security system.
Not only is she coveted by many in Tianhai City, but even folks at the provincial bureau have been inquiring about her.
And you managed to win her over? Impressive.
The station chief said with a grin.
At times like this, you just have to talk about things that make people happy. What can I say? I'm handsome and talented. Honestly, it's a pain. Today's situation? All because of this face.
If I were ugly, nothing would have happened.
Zhang Yang said, munching on fried cicada nymphs. What exactly happened? Zhang Yang saw no reason to hide anything and recounted the entire incident. Tianhong Tower? That place isn't exactly ordinary. Who would have thought?
Upon hearing this, the chief frowned and spoke, as if he knew something about Tianhong Tower.
Chief Wang, what exactly is the situation with Tianhong Tower? From the way you're talking, it sounds like you know a lot about it? Zhang Yang hurriedly asked. Chapter 128, The Waters Run Deep. Tianhong Tower is no ordinary place.
It holds quite a few secrets.
Let me tell you, we once apprehended a thief who was connected to the tower.
When we tried to investigate inside, we were actually kicked out.
They claimed it was a foreign enterprise and the Chinese nationals couldn't just walk in.
What's even stranger is that when we escalated it to higher-ups, they actually agreed.
Just think about it, how deep are the waters here?
Chief Wang said to Zhang Yang.
Even the police can't enter? Are you kidding me? This is just like the Tianhao Group case before. Zhang Yang was utterly astonished.
He thought that for a city like Tianhai, having one formidable enterprise like Tianhao Group was already remarkable.
But he never imagined there would be a Tianhong Group too.
No, these two are different. While we can't just walk into Tianhao Group either, the distinction is huge.
First, the public in Tianhai City knows exactly what Tianhao Group does on the surface.
Second, whenever we went to Tianhao Group for investigations, as long as we gave them a heads up, they were extremely courteous and always assisted us throughout the process.
Tianhong Group, however, is shrouded in mystery. We have no clue what business they're actually in.
All we know is they pay massive taxes, making them one of Tianhai City's top taxpayers, and their books are spotless.
But trying to get inside? That's a whole different story. It's practically like the old concessions.
Don't forget this is Dossier territory, yet the higher-ups actually support it, probably because of the tax revenue.
Director Wang said to Zhang Yang as he ate. And you expect their tax records to be flawless?
Back in Dacia, I learned that if a company paid taxes strictly according to the rules, it'd barely turn a profit.
That's why most firms resort to various tax avoidance tactics.
Zhang Yang listened with keen interest.
During his interview, he'd learned that the benefits offered were exceptionally generous.
To put it plainly, just the contribution base and rates for the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund were set at the highest tier. That alone amounted to over 10,000 yuan per person per month, not counting base salaries. That's why the beautiful HR lady had boasted so proudly about the benefits to Zhang Yang. But that was puzzling. With such massive cost expenditures and such high tax rates, how could they possibly make enough profit? Without profits, what's the point? Did they come to Dacia to do charity work?
Zhang Yang didn't buy that these foreigners were that generous.
And speaking of these outsiders, they're working at such a great company, earning way more per month than even me, the director, yet they're still not satisfied.
Sigh.
They're just greedy.
Director Wang shook his head.
Before Zhang Yang could say anything, an officer suddenly rushed in. He whispered a few words into Director Wang's ear.
Director Wang's eyes widened instantly. What? Dead? The chopsticks in Chief Wang's hand dropped to the floor in shock. What happened? Who died? Zhang Yang asked urgently.
That guy you were dealing with earlier.
Director Wang whispered, then quickly followed the man out. Zhang Yang frowned. Dead? Murder or suicide? Dying inside the police station? That's the end of Chief Wang. No wonder his face went deathly pale just now. Fortunately, Qin Wanqing rushed in shortly after. Zhang Yang. We've made a major discovery. After the hacker gained access, he uncovered a wealth of data. Once decrypted, it turned out to be military secrets, financial records, and information spanning numerous other fields including biotechnology, genetic engineering, and personnel files. Moreover, there were numerous personnel lists, including the photographer we previously identified at the wedding photography studio. Qin Wanqing quickly relayed the information to Zhang Yang. Even Qin Wanqing hadn't anticipated that behind Tianhong Group lay such a massive case. If that photographer was merely a spy, then Tianhong Group is a massive spy ring. Indeed. This explains everything. Their goal isn't profit, it's to establish a foothold. By paying high taxes, they aim to win over the upper echelons through generous benefits, they seek to attract the masses. Their ambitions are no small matter. Zhang Yang nodded. Though he had suspected the complexity behind it, he hadn't imagined it would be this intricate. This was far beyond their scope. Had he informed Captain Liu? No, in this situation, we should contact Old Gong directly and have the State Security Bureau handle it. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. Don't worry. After learning about this, I already informed my father. He's already taken that hacker to the provincial capital. You should come out soon too. Qin Wanqing told Zhang Yang. That's good. This situation is indeed a bit troublesome. But getting out might not be so simple. I heard that woman on the periphery is dead, and since I was the one who met her the night before, and she even accused me outright of having something with her. Who knows if she might turn on me again. Go find out what's really going on. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing was also quite shocked. The person had been brought back, yet died inside the police station? This was trouble. She dared not delay and hurried off to investigate. Moments later, Qin Wanqing returned with a deathly pale face. Zhang Yang, the woman committed suicide. But before she died, she insisted that once she was released, you would kill her too. She couldn't bear it and took her own life. Qin Wanqing informed Zhang Yang. What? Me kill her? This is getting more and more interesting. Zhang Yang laughed. You still have the nerve to laugh. Although this matter doesn't directly involve you, once she says that, the families probably won't let you off the hook. Qin Wanqing said with a worried look. I never imagined we'd run into something like this. It was all her fault for insisting Zhang Yang meet this woman. Though she claimed it was to help him understand the case, the real reason was to toy with him and see him flustered. Little did I know I'd drag him into this mess. Don't worry. The more she acts like this, the more suspicious last night's events become. I now suspect he left so abruptly last night precisely to meet his real client. And pinning everything on me was just to hide that person's identity. Finding that person will prove everything. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. Chapter 129, The Big Fish. But how do we find them? We don't even know who this person is? Qin Wanqing frowned in worry. Two approaches. First, find a way to get hold of that peripheral phone. She was arrested, though she's dead now, so the phone must still be with the police. Use your connections and figure something out. See if any relevant information can be found on the phone. But given this person's cautious habits, they likely left no traces. That leaves only the second option, start searching from the restaurant. Check the surveillance footage to identify the vehicle she took when leaving, whether it was a ride-hailing car or a taxi. Track down the driver using the license plate number and ask where she got off. Then start searching from that location. Most places have surveillance cameras nowadays, there must be clues. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. Alright. I'll go right away. Qin Wanqing said, then hurried out. Zhang Yang sat back down, sorting through the recent events. This whole series of events stemmed from that commission. If the client hadn't asked him to find that hidden door, none of this would have happened. On the flip side, the person who initiated this commission must know quite a bit about Tianhong Group. But now, by commissioning him to find that hidden door, was it because they genuinely couldn't locate it, or were they trying to drag him into the mess? After all, he was now Qin Aigua's son-in-law. To clear his name, Qin Aigua would undoubtedly mobilize every resource at his disposal. This was rather peculiar. A short while later, Qin Wanqing returned, shaking her head at Zhang Yang. He had easily obtained the phone from the peripheral figure. Now, Chief Wang naturally wanted to uncover the cause of this peripheral's death. He handed the phone directly to Qin Wanqing, but after searching through it thoroughly, she found no traces whatsoever. Even the ride-hailing records had been completely deleted. The app was completely clean, requiring login even to open it. This meant the app was uninstalled after each use, then reinstalled, essentially starting fresh every time. Needless to say, there were no chat records either. But it's fine. I'll go back now and check the surveillance footage of that person. I'll definitely track that person down. Qin Wanqing declared to Zhang Yang. Now that Zhang Yang had provided such clear steps, if she couldn't accomplish this, she might as well go back to the police academy and start over. Another reason Zhang Yang didn't want to leave was that this place was relatively safer. If this whole thing was a conspiracy targeting her, it meant she was already being watched. Being inside the police station was actually safe.
She could still direct Qin Wanqing to handle these matters without delay. After all, even if he were outside, he would still proceed this way.
That evening, Qin Wanqing rushed back again.
Zhang Yang has been found. After leaving that day, the person had immediately hailed a taxi and headed straight to Tianhong Group. We reviewed surveillance footage near Tianhong Group and saw her get into a luxury car that drove into the underground parking garage.
And that person is one of Tianhong Group's executives, a foreigner. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. Back into the underground parking garage? But didn't an explosion occur there earlier?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
How could it still be operational after such devastation?
It's already been taken care of. After the fire department withdrew from the scene following the explosion, Tianhong Group immediately sent in a large number of workers. They restored the underground parking garage in no time.
Qin Wanqing wore a bitter smile. This is getting more and more interesting. Zhang Yang chuckled. What's so interesting about it? Things are getting more and more complicated now. What should we do next? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang anxiously. What should we do? Do nothing. You underestimate us, Great Xia. This isn't like the old days when we were bullied. If those foreigners still think they can restrict us with that same unequal status, they're seriously mistaken.
If they dare send people in, they must bear the consequences.
Do they really think the Great Xia is easy to bully? Just you wait. This is going to be a show.
Zhang Yang said with a smile.
You'd better keep tabs on these people now and make sure they don't slip away, especially at the port and airport.
If you can haul them straight into the station, that'd be ideal.
Isn't the maximum 24 hours? That's plenty. Don't give me any of that foreigner nonsense.
If they break the law on Daxia's soil, they'll face Daxia's justice.
Zhang Yang instructed Qin Wanqing.
Qin Wanqing wasted no time, making calls as she rushed outside. Things unfolded exactly as Zhang Yang had anticipated, even more smoothly than he'd imagined. Before Qin Aigua and his team returned, she had already contacted the military in Tianhai City and mobilized the cyber police.
They first cut off all external communication channels for Tianhong Group.
This included all communications and internet access.
Next, the entire Tianhong building was sealed off completely.
Everyone inside was detained, their phones confiscated, and their computers seized by the military.
An unprecedented joint military-police operation unfolded on a massive scale.
The operation targeted not only Tianhong Group personnel but also extended to the complete control of all their family members. Furthermore, every individual on the list previously obtained by the hacker was likewise detained. Interrogations revealed these individuals were spies covertly recruited and deployed by numerous foreign powers.
Many were elite returnees from overseas studies. While abroad, they had been lured by foreign influences.
During this process, they used seduction and financial inducements to lure numerous individuals within the Great Xia territory, further manipulating them to conduct intelligence probing operations within the country. It was precisely this situation. They managed to conceal their activities so deeply. Had Zhang Yang and the hacker not compromised Tianhong Group's internal network this time,
there might have been no evidence at all.
Even if evidence existed, their departments operating within Great Xia would have worked tirelessly to cover it up, ensuring the destruction of all traces at the opportune moment.
In that case, Daxia would suffer immense losses while these individuals could walk away scot-free. Chapter 130, A Resounding Victory.
While Zhang Yang was still sipping tea and shooting the breeze with Chief Wang at the police station, a group of high-ranking officials entered, accompanied by Qin Aigua.
Chief Wang was utterly stunned.
He had thought Qin Aigua was already a big shot, but it turned out Qin was just a junior among this group. This group included not only personnel from the public security system, but also representatives from the military and state security. All were high-ranking figures. Accompanied by Old Gong, they had come to see this disciple of Old Gong who had performed such a great service.
Not only was Director Wang stunned, but even Zhang Yang was somewhat bewildered.
After all, while Zhang Yang had played a significant role in this matter, the root cause stemmed from that letter of authorization. Without that letter, Zhang Yang wouldn't have even considered any of this.
What's that look on your face? Still got something on your mind?
Old Gong smiled as he stepped forward and patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder.
Seeing the amused look on Old Gong's face, how could Zhang Yang not guess?
Old Gong, don't tell me you were the one who sent me that letter of commission. You're going to drive me crazy. Zhang Yang gave a wry smile. This whole affair had been incredibly dangerous. If Zhang Yang hadn't acted decisively and gotten the police involved, he might have been finished. Honestly, there was no other way. You were in the provincial capital at the time, but back then, we hadn't fully vetted you yet, right? I happened to receive a tip and thought you could act as a private investigator to scout things out. After all, this involved quite a few insiders, and having an outsider like you handle it was the most appropriate approach. We never imagined you'd handle the front line so effectively. We truly underestimated you. Thankfully we were prepared, otherwise we wouldn't have kept up with your pace.
Old Gong chuckled as he addressed Zhang Yang.
So that's how it was.
Back when Zhang Yang was first summoned to the provincial capital by Old Gong, Gong Lao had already received this order.
Upon learning of Zhang Yang's identity as a private investigator, he immediately had the commission delivered.
Unexpectedly,
After returning in such a short time, Zhang Yang not only found clues but even compiled a list.
he'd even employed hackers.
Such methods were beyond their capabilities.
Moreover, this situation involved classified information.
If their actions led to their cover being blown, it would be difficult to explain. But with Zhang Yang involved, there was still some room for maneuver. For this reason, Old Gong had prepared several contingency plans. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yang's direct strike to the heart of the matter forced Gong Lao and his team to accelerate their multifaceted operations far ahead of schedule. This Tianhong group was essentially a joint base with foreign forces. Coincidentally, the special vehicle Zhang Yang blew up was actually an overseas signal base station. Within a 10-kilometer radius of that vehicle's location, no secrets could remain hidden. In essence, the vehicle itself functioned as a massive surveillance device. Driving this vehicle around Tianhai City allowed them to uncover virtually any information they desired. Over the past period, Tianhai City had been a key coastal city prioritized for development by the Great Xia Empire, hosting numerous pilot projects. All the latest project data stored here has been stolen without exception. Upon learning of this breach, high-level officials have been scrambling to find a way to eliminate the threat.
However, the exact location of this base station remains uncertain. Therefore, they couldn't take action. Yet Zhang Yang inadvertently resolved the issue. He cut off their ability to transmit information. This allowed us to round them all up.
Old Gong, your apprentice is quite something resourceful, quick-witted, and I hear his martial arts skills are impressive too.
A promising prospect.
An elderly man in military uniform addressed Old Gong.
Ha, that's for sure. That kid actually knew to hide inside the police station and not come out pretty clever.
Thank goodness he didn't leave, because Tianhong Group's people were really looking for him earlier.
Master Gong chuckled. Old Gong, let's not talk about that now.
The Tianhong Group guys are probably involved in a homicide. I found bloodstains in the back of that pickup truck earlier. Something's definitely fishy.
Zhang Yang addressed Old Gong. Rest assured, Tianhong Group is far more complex than you imagine.
Not only do foreign forces have their hands in it, but local factions also back them. They've committed numerous bloody crimes in Tianhai City before. Many employees who knew their secrets were quietly disposed of.
And that female employee you were in contact with?
She was actually on the list to be dealt with precisely because she uncovered their secrets. Perhaps her looks spared her life. But she knows it's only a matter of time.
You're in the clear now.
Old Gong said to Zhang Yang with a smile.
Gong Lao, can we not play games like this in the future? Can't we just be upfront about things? By the way, with a case this big, isn't there any bonus or reward? Zhang Yang asked Old Gong. Just wait. Once the entire operation concludes, we'll conduct a thorough assessment. There might be something then. As for that Qin, hurry up and release the heroes. We're outta here. Gong Lao spoke as he led the group out. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. That old codger. He neither confirmed nor denied it. These leaders never say anything straightforward.
When Zhang Yang returned to the police station, the hacker guy greeted him like he'd found family, wailing like a child.
No wonder.
Ever since Qin brought the hacker back, his unique status had made him a prime target.
Authorities immediately launched a full-scale investigation into his background. As a result, everything the hacker had ever viewed, including explicit websites, was unearthed by the cyber police.
Rumor had it that the list of those sites had utterly shocked the cyber police's anti-pornography division.
Who would have thought so many hidden special sites existed? Hundreds of base station servers were immediately dismantled. Although many servers were located overseas, relevant materials were also handed over to foreign law enforcement agencies.
After all, these specialized websites not only host films and similar content but also contain numerous phishing links related to gambling and fraud.
To put it plainly,
these videos and such are merely tactics to drive traffic. The real money was made behind the scenes. Due to the emergence of Zhang Yang and the hacker, the entire provincial bureau and Tianhai City police have been running around like headless chickens. Even within Haiban province's public security system, the recent developments have nearly driven them wild with excitement. Ever since Zhang Yang came along, the frequency and volume of commendations they've received have far outpaced any other jurisdiction nationwide. It could be said that, for solving cases in Great Xia, look to Haiban; for solving cases in Haiban, look to Tianhai. Single-handedly, he had propelled the entire coastal province's national performance metrics. Zhang Yang's name was quietly beginning to break out of the provincial capital and make its way onto the national stage. Chapter 131, The Little Beauty. After the previous incident, Tianhai City enjoyed a prolonged period of relative calm. Whenever a major case like this arose, it inevitably swept up smaller cases along with it, clearing up numerous minor offenses. These past few days, Zhang Yang had little to occupy him. From the previous case, he'd received hundreds of thousands in rewards, with more payments still trickling in. There was no way around it. This time, too many spies were involved. Many were targeted by internal bounties. Zhang Yang had finally gotten a taste of what it meant to make money while doing nothing.
After wrapping up the previous case, Zhang Yang rushed to clear the backlog of pending assignments he had accumulated. Ironically, the more complex cases, those flooded with detailed evidence, were often the easiest to resolve.
Take the previous situation, for instance. For Zhang Yang, it was just a simple sentence that nearly landed him in trouble too.
That day, Zhang Yang slept in until 10 o'clock.
The night before, Qin Wanqing had rewarded Zhang Yang generously because she was leaving for a training trip out of town for over half a month.
Qin Wanqing's sobs hadn't stopped all night.
Zhang Yang didn't fall asleep until the early hours of the morning. He couldn't imagine how Qin Wanqing managed to get up and leave. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Yang first stopped somewhere to buy breakfast, then carried it back to his private detective agency.
The hotel did serve breakfast, but by the time Zhang Yang woke up, it was almost lunchtime.
He had to find his own solution. By the time he hailed a cab back, it was nearly lunchtime. Back at the private detective agency, Zhang Yang had barely sat down when a knock sounded at the door.
Zhang Yang was utterly speechless.
The quieter things got, the fewer cases came in. He was bored stiff all day.
And whenever he wanted to grab an early lunch and get some rest, someone would inevitably show up.
Zhang Yang sighed, but he couldn't turn away business that came knocking.
Refusing would only block his fortune. Reluctantly, Zhang Yang opened the door.
Then his eyes lit up.
Standing before him was a fresh-faced young beauty.
Her hair was tied in a small ponytail, and she wore transparent rimless glasses. She was dressed in a pure white t-shirt on top, a pleated skirt below, and thin leggings that hugged her long, straight legs, making them look perfectly proportioned. With her sweet face, she truly gave off that next-door girl vibe.
"Hello, is this the private detective agency?" the young woman asked timidly.
"Yes.
Come on in and let's talk." Zhang Yang hurriedly opened the door.
The young woman hesitated for a moment before stepping inside.
"You're here to hire us? Are you 18 yet?"
Zhang Yang looked at the young woman sitting stiffly on the sofa and asked.
"Yes. I'll be 18 next month."
The young woman blushed as she spoke. "To be honest, I always imagined private investigators as old men or something. I never expected it to be such a handsome young guy. If I hadn't asked just now, I'd have thought you were some male celebrity."
You'd never guess."
Zhang Yang sized up the girl before him. She looked to be around 14 or 15, but her two big, bouncing breasts seemed to be proudly declaring her age to him.
"How did you find this place? What's the matter?" Zhang Yang asked the young beauty. "I found the address online. I didn't expect you to be so. Well, I came here because..."
The young woman lowered her head as she spoke. Zhang Yang felt a headache coming on.
"Oh my god. What the hell is going on?
If someone walked in now, they'd think I'd done something to her. This is just too embarrassing."
It's okay. If you need anything, just say the word. I'm registered with the police station. I'm a good person."
After saying that, Zhang Yang felt himself blush a little. For some reason, whenever he said the words good person now, it just didn't feel quite right.
Actually, I came to ask for your help catching bad guys."
The young woman hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage to say to Zhang Yang.
"Catch bad guys? Then you should go to the police station. Why come to me?"
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
I don't know who they are." The young woman stammered. "You don't know who they are? You mean you want me to help you find the bad guys, then have the police come arrest them?" Zhang Yang asked the young woman.
"Yeah." The young woman nodded at Zhang Yang.
"So what exactly happened? Give me a brief rundown of what happened, but my fee isn't cheap. Can you afford it? What about your family?" Zhang Yang asked skeptically.
Money isn't an issue," the young beauty said, her head bowed. Only then did Zhang Yang notice the shoes on her feet, a pair of limited edition Air J's. And up close, he realized her entire outfit was exquisitely crafted. Take these leggings alone, their vibrant color and smooth texture clearly marked them as high-end goods. Who would have guessed she was such a wealthy little beauty?
"Alright, then tell me," Zhang Yang asked the young beauty.
The young beauty kept fidgeting with her fingers without saying a word. Seeing her like this, Zhang Yang instantly understood. In situations like this, 99.9% of the time it involves a man. Could it be that this young lady was being kept by some older man? And now that older man had vanished, so she wanted me to help find him? Or had she been molested by some creepy neighbor? Couldn't get proof? Or was she drugged and raped by a male classmate? It had to be one of those things. At this moment, Zhang Yang said nothing. He waited patiently, knowing this was often the time when victims wrestled with their own emotions. After all, sharing such painful experiences with a stranger is incredibly difficult for anyone.
"Actually, I was raped. Well, maybe gang raped." The young woman's face flushed crimson as she whispered to Zhang Yang. "What? You were gang raped?"
Zhang Yang stared in disbelief at the innocent-looking young woman before him. How could someone so pure and innocent have endured such a thing?
"Hold on a second. When did this happen? After that happened, did you take a shower? Is there any evidence left?" Zhang Yang knew his legal rights.
The most crucial step now was preserving evidence and reporting it to the police immediately. The biggest problem is that victims, out of disgust, often wash away all the evidence. Once that happens, it becomes incredibly difficult to proceed.
It's been 3 or 4 months.
The young woman murmured softly.
What? 3 or 4 months? Zhang Yang was stunned once more. After being gang raped, she waited 3 or 4 months to come find the perpetrator? That's just too.
Zhang Yang was at a loss for words. Staring at the young beauty before him, a profound sense of helplessness welled up inside him.
But I know where they are. The young woman seemed to have anticipated Zhang Yang's reaction and quickly added. Chapter 132, Scavenging Corpses? What do you mean? You know where they are? Then why didn't you call the police to arrest them?
Zhang Yang was a bit confused. But I don't know exactly who they are.
And? The young beauty trailed off mid-sentence.
It nearly drove Zhang Yang crazy.
Alright, don't worry, and I won't either. It's almost lunchtime.
If you don't mind, I'll treat you to a meal and then we can talk more when we get back. Zhang Yang said to the young beauty. This was the first time Zhang Yang had encountered such a visibly anxious customer. At this point, he sensed that pressing further might push her over the edge.
Okay.
Alright. To his surprise, the young woman agreed without hesitation.
So what do you want to eat? Spicy hot pot?
Zhang Yang asked tentatively. These days, young ladies usually love spicy food. The doctor said I just had a miscarriage, so I can't eat spicy food. The young beauty said, her head bowed.
What? You had a miscarriage? Zhang Yang nearly fell over in shock. A girl under 18, gang raped and impregnated. This is serious.
Even the toothpick had gone in before Zhang Yang couldn't for the life of him connect this explosive story with the innocent, adorable girl standing before him. Her face flushed crimson as she struggled to explain to Zhang Yang.
Well, alright then. You stay right here and don't move around much.
I'll go downstairs to grab some food and have a smoke to calm down.
Don't go anywhere. If anyone knocks on the door, don't answer it.
Zhang Yang said as he dashed out the door. Before long, Zhang Yang returned carrying several takeout containers.
He'd specifically gone to the hotel next door to get takeout. If she'd had a miscarriage, eating delivery or food from small shops wouldn't have been appropriate.
But just as Zhang Yang set the food down, the young woman suddenly began to sob softly.
What's wrong? Didn't she like the food?
Zhang Yang felt a bit numb.
No. I'm sorry, it's been so long since anyone has been this kind to me.
The young beauty said, wiping her tears. But the more she wiped, the more they streamed down her face.
Zhang Yang was speechless. After finally calming the young woman down, the two began eating their meal.
Through their slow conversation, Zhang Yang gradually pieced together what had happened. Her parents were successful businesspeople who had built a large international trade company. But due to the pandemic, they'd been stuck abroad for over a year and hadn't returned. The little girl was alone in China.
She attended an international school in Tianhai City.
She had been in a relationship, but unexpectedly, her boyfriend had cheated on her. Deeply hurt, she saw her ex-boyfriend post a WeChat moment late at night, geotagged at a bar.
Driven by curiosity, she went there alone.
Inside, the place was packed and smoky, making it impossible to find him. She sat alone in a corner, sipping a drink. But then a few strange men approached her to chat. Not knowing what to do alone, she made an excuse to go to the restroom. Unexpectedly, once she reached the restroom, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her consciousness began to blur. Vaguely, she sensed several people supporting her into a stall, where they gang raped her. But it didn't end there. After a while, the young woman woke up, pulled a condom out from between her legs, and prepared to leave. But as she reached the door, a gust of wind hit her, and she felt dizzy again. Then she saw 2 or 3 unfamiliar men walking toward her, and her consciousness faded. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself lying on a bed in a shabby motel. Seeing the bed in disarray, she finally realized she'd been drugged and raped the night before. She hurried home, took a shower, and secretly bought abortion pills to take, but she didn't report it to the police. First, she was still groggy and had no clear memory of what happened. The cheap hotel was just a small place on the street corner, charging 40 yuan a night, and it had no surveillance cameras. Second, if she reported it, her reputation would be ruined. If her parents found out, they'd beat her to death. She thought this nightmare would just fade away, but a month later, her period didn't come. After buying a pregnancy test, she discovered she was pregnant. That's when the young woman truly panicked. The problem was that she'd been gang raped twice that night. Although she'd noticed someone wearing a condom the first time, she couldn't be sure if everyone had used one. And the men who came later definitely hadn't worn one. She had no idea who the perpetrator was. She couldn't possibly give birth to the child just to do a paternity test. The young woman went to the hospital herself and had an abortion. After hearing the young woman's ordeal, Zhang Yang was left with only one thought. If I have kids in the future, I absolutely will not have a daughter. And if I ever have a daughter, if she dares to go to bars, nightclubs, or any of those places, I'll break her legs. This is absolutely terrifying.
Such a pretty, innocent-looking girl ending up like that. So you're saying they're stationed outside bars picking up dead bodies? Those guys must be inside, right? Zhang Yang asked the young beauty.
Yeah. When they attacked me, I remember some of them had tattoos on their arms, but I couldn't make out what they were. The young woman said slowly.
Got it. Don't worry about this matter. Even if it weren't for the money, I'd help you. Those guys are despicable. Give me some time. Once I have a lead, I'll notify you immediately. You're still weak. Don't wander around unnecessarily. Go home and rest properly.
Zhang Yang said to the young woman.
Could I stay with you for a while? I'm scared.
I've been having nightmares lately and I can't sleep at home either.
I'll pay you rent. The young woman pouted. You want to stay with me? No way. How could I let you stay here? This place isn't meant for people to live in. Besides, aren't you afraid I might be a bad guy too?
Zhang Yang exploded at the thought.
Qin Wanqing had just left for training and now some innocent-looking young woman was moving into his office. If Qin Wanqing found out, wouldn't she come storming back? You're not. Being with you makes me feel so safe. And the way you look at me, it doesn't feel like that kind of thing.
Living here, I can also share timely information with you, helping you track down those people faster. The young beauty gazed at Zhang Yang with tear-filled eyes.
Chapter 133, The Gateway to a New World.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes.
You're doing this, but I'm already married. I can't convince you, so I'll have my wife talk to you directly. As he spoke, Zhang Yang dialed Qin Wanqing's number. It was best to report this sort of thing as soon as possible, absolutely no hiding it. After connecting the call, Zhang Yang recounted the entire incident to Qin Wanqing. Honey, that's basically what happened. You need to talk some sense into her. She really can't stay here. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. Finally, Qin Wanqing was away, and he could relax. Watching the World Cup at night, sipping beer, munching on barbecue, then getting some action before bed, what a blissful bachelor life. Damn it. Another one. And a pure, innocent little beauty at that. And underage. Are you trying to mess with me?
Zhang Yang was on the verge of tears.
Not long after.
The young beauty wiped her tears and came back from the bathroom, handing the phone to Zhang Yang.
My sister-in-law said to take this call. Zhang Yang? Sis-in-law? Damn it, just one trip in and she's already my sister-in-law? Hey, Zhang Yang, don't you have any conscience?
What's wrong with the girl staying at your place for a few days? I'm telling you straight, this girl's already been through enough.
You better not bully her anymore. She's scared, so just let her stay with you. You sleep on the couch. Don't forget you're practically a cop yourself. Alright, I'm done talking. I've got a meeting to get to. One last thing, you better think carefully about this. The girl isn't even 18 yet. Minimum 5 years. Hanging up. Qin Wanqing hung up before Zhang Yang could say another word, leaving Zhang Yang utterly flustered. Actually, my sister-in-law is a good person. The young beauty piped up timidly from the side.
Zhang Yang covered his face with his hands.
What on earth were you two talking about just now? How could Qin Wanqing trust this little girl to stay with me? Is this some kind of joke?
Zhang Yang was about to lose his mind.
You sit here for a bit.
I'll go downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes.
Zhang Yang just wanted to get some fresh air. I'm not afraid during the day. You're not going to stay out, are you? I get scared at night. The little beauty pouted at Zhang Yang. I'll be right back. This is my place, where else would I go? Zhang Yang walked out helplessly. Scavenging. It had become a common sight outside bars and nightclubs. For Zhang Yang, he'd seen plenty of such videos while browsing domestic content before. For many young women today, nightlife is a must, hitting up bars, KTVs, and similar spots. What kind of decent people hang out in those places? An old cop once lectured his own kid, why do we raid places for ecstasy but never target libraries? Birds of a feather flock together. Many preyed on women who were drunk in bars and clubs. Late every night, crowds gather outside bars. Some are taxi drivers, others are simply loitering, waiting for lone women to stumble out drunk and collapse by the roadside. They take them away, and unspeakable things happen. These girls, whether drunk or drugged, are essentially unconscious. They are essentially helpless. They were like corpses, which is how the term corpse picking originated. Though corpse scavenging is illegal, for many unscrupulous individuals, the process holds considerable thrill. Coupled with the fact that victims typically have no recollection afterward, many find this activity endlessly gratifying. How likely is corpse picking to occur? Previously, people have conducted related experiments. A young, attractive actress posing as drunk was stationed outside a nightclub waiting for a ride. Before long, a man approached her to chat. He started with verbal advances, then escalated to physical groping. Had the actress not forcefully pushed him away, he likely would have continued. After pushing him away, an Audi pulled up in front of the actress. A man emerged, acting as if they were old acquaintances, and tried to pull her into the car. When someone approached to inquire, he insisted to the bystander that she was simply drunk.
Ignoring her struggles, the man forced her into the car and drove straight to a hotel. Had the production crew not arrived promptly to intervene, the stage drama might have turned into a real-life tragedy. Though such incidents had previously occurred behind closed doors, numerous news reports had already exposed them. Earlier, a young woman was taken advantage of after getting drunk, with explicit photos taken and widely shared across social media, causing a nationwide uproar. In fact, the situation this young woman encountered was relatively fortunate. At least she was taken to a hotel. Many heartless perpetrators simply abandon the girls on the streets after taking advantage of them. This often leads to further abuse by sanitation workers or homeless individuals. What's even more shocking is that body scavenging has now become a cultural phenomenon. It's even organized into gangs, with people posting online seeking partners. These groups have gradually evolved into professional operations. Coupled with the demand from various adult websites, there's a huge profit margin to be made. And to be honest, when Zhang Yang searched for this information, he realized that what he previously knew about corpse scavenging was only a tiny fraction of the whole. He tried searching local Tianhai city groups and unexpectedly found a wealth of information. He understood these were relatively closed circles. With no other options, he spent 49 yuan to purchase membership in a local circle, gaining entry to one such group. It felt like he'd just unlocked a whole new world. Chapter 134, Mentoring Newcomers. Within this group, there were not only various professional scavengers, but also numerous service providers. These so-called business personnel specialized in picking up strays for clients. Every night, clients would pay them a fee, and their job was to wait in places like bars and nightclubs. If suitable prey is found, they're taken directly to the client's car and transported away. Every step of the process is handled by dedicated personnel, reaching a level of specialization. For the clients, the experience is like opening a blind box. You never know what kind of girl you'll end up with tonight. It could be a stunning bombshell with a killer body, or it could be a short, chubby, unattractive girl. After all, under the unique lighting of these nightclubs and bars, all the heavily made-up girls tend to look pretty similar. But if you actually take one home, the difference is huge. But it's precisely this uncertainty that makes the scavenging process tense and thrilling. These so-called clients would film the entire process of picking up a girl, then upload the videos to specialized websites to profit. Zhang Yang never imagined that behind the domestic videos he'd seen lay such a massive underground industry. Just as Zhang Yang was reeling from the shock, a message suddenly popped up in the group chat: "Veterans bring newbies, just bring cigarettes." Zhang Yang immediately added the WeChat account named Rainy Night with a Knife. The request was quickly approved. Zhang Yang, hello. Rainy Night with a Knife and newbie? Zhang Yang, yep, first time. Always wanted to try, but never had the time. Could you mentor me, bro? Rainy Night with a Knife, how old are you? Zhang Yang, 25. Rainy Night with a Blade, tonight at 8 p.m. Meet at the entrance of Tremor Bar, between the 3rd and 4th trees on the right. Bring Yushi cigarettes. If you're up for it, show up. Zhang Yang, no problem. Be there on time. Rainy Night with a Knife, bring your ID. Zhang Yang, got it. After setting the time and place, Zhang Yang glanced nervously at the young beauty beside him. I'll be out for a bit tonight. You can sleep here. I might not be back until late, but I'm the only one with a key to this place, so you don't need to worry. Zhang Yang said to the young woman. Are you going to catch bad guys? The young woman asked timidly. Yeah, I've got a lead. I'll go check it out tonight. Zhang Yang nodded. Can I come with you? No way. That place is too chaotic. It's inconvenient for a girl like you to be there. I'd have to look after you while also searching for the bad guys. It'd be too much trouble. Zhang Yang immediately shot down the idea of the young beauty tagging along before she could even finish speaking. Are you kidding me? I'm risking my life here. It's like you can't catch a tiger without entering its den. What would you even be doing there? Oh, fine. Then come back soon. The young woman looked worried. Oh, I haven't asked you yet. Even if you find the guys who assaulted you, what are you going to do? Call the police? Right now, you don't have any evidence, which puts you at a disadvantage. The biggest problem is that too much time has passed. Zhang Yang asked the young woman. Honestly, I don't know. I know the law can't punish them now, but I just hate them. I want them to pay. The young woman said, her head bowed. Alright, let's not think that far ahead just yet. First, we need to find a way to track those people down. As for making them pay, I'll figure something out when the time comes. Zhang Yang said to the young woman. Thanks. You really are a good person. The young woman said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. I always feel like you're insulting me, but I have no proof. That evening, Zhang Yang didn't bother with anything else. He cooked a pot of congee, ate a simple meal, and then left. Before leaving, he reminded the young lady not to open the door for anyone. As for whether the young lady might steal anything, such a precaution seemed unnecessary given the circumstances. Besides, even if she wanted to steal, there was nothing worth taking. If the little beauty really were a thief, she'd have wiped away her tears and left long ago after staying here so long. By 7 o'clock, Zhang Yang arrived at the meeting spot he'd arranged with Yuye. Before heading out, he made a special trip to the convenience store next door to buy 2 packs of Yushi cigarettes. After all, it was his first time here, and Zhang Yang felt a bit nervous. A little past 7:30, a man wearing a hat and glasses approached Zhang Yang. He looked quite refined but seemed uncertain, pacing back and forth near Zhang Yang several times.
Yuye Dai Dao? Zhang Yang tentatively inquired. You're the invincible prince of romance?
The man stared at Zhang Yang in astonishment.
You're so handsome, and you're still lacking women?
Just rent a fancy car, cruise around the university gates, and you'd have plenty of girls lining up, right?
Yu Dai Dao looked at Zhang Yang in disbelief.
Hey!
I still prefer a little more excitement,
Zhang Yang said with a grin.
Rainy Knight with a knife grinned and crouched down beside Zhang Yang. Alright then. Before coming, I was worried it might be a police sting operation. Figured I'd circle around a few times first to check things out. Never expected someone as handsome as you would be willing to do this too. Turns out we're kindred spirits after all.
Rainy Knight with a blade chuckled to Zhang Yang.
Don't talk about me, Zhang Yang replied.
Looking at you, brother, you don't seem like an ordinary guy either.
What do you do? Zhang Yang asked Yuyadeo. Let me tell you, I'm actually a professor at a university not far from here. I teach accounting. I just love the thrill.
You wouldn't believe it, these college girls nowadays, all dressed up like peacocks. I have to wear super baggy pants every single day when I teach them.
And every time final exams roll around, these female students practically throw themselves at you in their underwear.
All they want is exam questions or to pass the test. Yuye said to Zhang Yang with a knife in hand.
Holy! A university professor? A university professor doing this? Zhang Yang was utterly shocked.
Looking at this Rainy Knight with a knife, he did indeed look the part of a professor. I had no choice. They say rabbits never eat the grass near their burrows. College girls might be easy to approach, but it gets messy afterward.
Once they're hooked, their demands become endless. I still need to maintain my image as a role model, right? Besides, I've always had a taste for this sort of thing.
Rainy Knight with a knife said to Zhang Yang.
Yeah. Here, have a smoke. Zhang Yang didn't know what to say.
He hurriedly handed over a pack of cigarettes he'd just bought.
Yugadeo, surprised by Zhang Yang's thoughtfulness, smiled as he accepted it, then lit one for Zhang Yang first. By the way, is this your first time here? Were you familiar with the rules before? Rainy Knight with a blade asked Zhang Yang. Chapter 135, Fellow Travelers. Rules? There are rules? Zhang Yang was curious. You bet there are.
Let me put it this way, for guys like us, it's just ordinary scavenging, purely luck-based.
We don't go out looking for it,
Yi said to Zhang Yang, knife in hand.
Ordinary scavenging? So by your logic, there's also non-ordinary looting? Zhang Yang tapped ash from his cigarette and asked Yuye Daidao. Exactly.
In our pickpocketing world, there are basically 3 methods. One is like what we do waiting outside bars. If a lone beauty walks by, she becomes our target. Put simply, we're passive hunters. The other 2 methods involve proactive approaches. Take this bar, for instance, it's overflowing with loss of virginity drinks. They practically have a whole playbook for that. Some alcoholic drinks we call pants-off cans internally. They taste like fruit-flavored beverages, but they're far from ordinary alcohol. Most girls only need a few sips to pass out drunk. Originally imported from abroad, the more you drink, the more excited you get until you pass out completely and black out. Rainy Knight said to Zhang Yang.
So then, wouldn't it be better not to drink at all? What about people who don't drink?
Zhang Yang retorted to Rainy Knight with a knife.
You really underestimate our many fellow party animals.
If the girls don't drink, there's a solution at jelly called Party Star.
Don't let its jelly form fool you, it's actually concentrated liquor.
Eat 2 or 3, and most girls will be out cold.
Yuye Daidao said to Zhang Yang.
These are all about taking the initiative to strike up conversations and seize opportunities. In this bar, people who are alone or in small groups are usually approached first. Once the conversation starts, these tactics come into play.
Damn, these things really work.
Zhang Yang had heard about them before but hadn't looked into it deeply. Hearing this now, it really was impossible to guard against.
And that's just the beginning?
These tactics fall under the category of alcohol-based approaches. If someone has an exceptionally high tolerance, these methods become ineffective, leaving only the most critical option, sedatives. The variety is absolutely staggering.
Once someone ingests these substances, they lose all capacity for rational thought. They'll do whatever they're told.
If the dosage is high enough, they'll simply lose consciousness.
Let me tell you, that's the worst kind. No reaction whatsoever, no feeling, no strength, no matter how you handle them.
The ideal state is that half-drunk, half-awake state where she'll cooperate with whatever you ask her to do. Let me tell you, once I picked up a beauty who'd been drugged. She must have sensed something was off and walked out on her own. I snatched her up like a bargain. Once I got her back, she was incredibly cooperative. I'm telling you, even when she bit me, it felt amazing. That's the absolute best kind.
Rainy Night with Knife recounted the experience with relish to Zhang Yang. Alright. Isn't this kind of thing hard to come by? If the cops trace the source, wouldn't they find it right away? Zhang Yang asked Yuyadeo. Hard to get? Let me tell you, it's dead easy. Just go check the restrooms at our university, they're plastered with ads for knockout drugs. Right below are phone numbers, and they even match the WeChat IDs. If you buy it, you even get detailed instructions on how to use it, plus video tutorials. They don't even meet you in person when delivering the drugs. After you transfer the money, they just drop the drugs in the bathroom or somewhere else on campus. With all the people coming and going, who knows who put it there? Yu Daidao explained this to Zhang Yang. Judging by the situation, Yu Daidao's account wasn't entirely accurate. Zhang Yang was probably a first-timer today, so he chose the safest method, just picking up the body. This drugging method must be used frequently. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. Alright, time's almost up. This first round should wrap up soon. Usually, the first round is rare. Those who show up before 9 o'clock generally go home quietly. Rainy Night pointed toward the bar entrance and said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked over. At this hour, far more people were entering than leaving. Zhang Yang noticed many arriving in luxury cars. Such a small bar, yet so many wealthy people come here? Zhang Yang asked in surprise. Small? Let me tell you, don't be fooled by the small entrance, the inside is huge. It can easily hold thousands of people. And the prices here aren't cheap, just walking in and ordering a drink starts at 3 figures. But those luxury cars you mentioned? Not all of them belong to the patrons. You didn't think they all drove their own, did you? Rainy Night said to Zhang Yang. What? Isn't that the case? As far as I know, Tianhai City has plenty of rich kids. Zhang Yang asked Yuyadeo. There are plenty, but most of those who come here aren't. Take that guy in the Ferrari earlier, that car definitely wasn't his. Yu Daidao pointed dismissively at an incoming Ferrari. How can you tell? Zhang Yang looked at it himself but didn't notice anything. Didn't you notice how he floored it just now? As if he was desperate for everyone to know he was driving a Ferrari. Besides showing off and wasting gas and wearing out the car, that sudden acceleration served no real purpose. If it were his own car, he wouldn't want to treat it that way, but more importantly, there's simply no need. Today's rich kids are all low-key. Those who flaunt it are either nouveau riche or fakes. Yi Dadeo stated to Zhang Yang with well-founded certainty. Hey, look at those guys. They're definitely in the same line of work. Looks like tonight's competition is going to be fierce. Before Zhang Yang could say anything, Yu Yi pointed at the group and spoke. Zhang Yang followed Yu Yi Dao's gesture and scanned the area. Several men were gathered there smoking, occasionally glancing toward the bar entrance. Zhang Yang noticed tattoos on each of their arms. Chapter 136, Trouble. Zhang Yang waited at the entrance with Rain Nightblade. Though they saw several drunken women being escorted out, these cases fell into the latter two categories. Someone had already made their move. Rainy Night with a knife and Zhang Yang didn't pick up any leftovers. Zhang Yang observed that the group on the other side hadn't made any gains either. It wasn't until 1 a.m. the patrons of the bars gradually dispersed. Plenty were still drunk, but most had been escorted out and were leaving directly by taxi. Sigh. Looks like tonight's a bust. For us passive waiters, opportunities really are getting fewer and fewer. To be honest, this was my 4th time waiting here this month. The reason I wanted to bring a new guy along today was simply because going alone was too boring. At least with someone else, we could chat or something. Rainy Night said to Zhang Yang. 4th time this month? It's only the 5th today. Zhang Yang was stunned. Alright, no more chatter. I'm outta here. Got class early tomorrow morning. Hit me up on WeChat if you need anything. Rainy Night waved at Zhang Yang with a knife in hand. He hopped on a shared bike parked nearby and rode off. Zhang Yang felt a bit helpless. Glancing back, the others were already out of sight. He hailed a cab and returned to the private detective agency. Originally, Zhang Yang had planned to quietly pick the lock and slip inside. But to his surprise, the lights were still on inside. Still awake? It was almost 2 in the morning. Zhang Yang was puzzled. He walked in to take a look and found a small head peeking out from behind the computer, engrossed in something. Why aren't you asleep yet? Zhang Yang asked the young woman. The little beauty didn't respond. Ha! Holy crap! As Zhang Yang approached, he finally noticed the young beauty wearing headphones, her face flushed as she watched an adult instructional video on her computer. Who gave you permission to touch my computer? And this thing is password protected. How did you even get in? Zhang Yang quickly closed the laptop screen. His sudden movement startled the young woman. You! Just now. The young woman hadn't expected Zhang Yang to return, much less that he'd caught her engrossed in her headphones. I'm going to the bathroom. The young lady fled in a panic. Zhang Yang was utterly dumbfounded. He hurriedly opened the computer to check the playback history and was stunned by what he saw. At a glance, there were at least 100 or 2 of his carefully curated romantic action guide films in the playlist. Even if each one took just a few minutes to watch, that would still add up to 5 or 6 hours. Did this mean the little beauty had started watching them the moment he left and kept watching for this entire time? Zhang Yang was speechless. Excuse me, could you help me get my clothes? The young woman asked Zhang Yang. Clothes? Where? Zhang Yang was puzzled. They're in my backpack. The young woman pointed to the backpack on the sofa. He opened it up and found a set of pajamas inside. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. What's up with this little beauty? Why does she have to bring pajamas everywhere? Does she not plan on going back to sleep? Zhang Yang sighed in exasperation and handed the backpack to her. Before long, the young beauty emerged wearing pajama bottoms. I just had a bit of stomach discomfort earlier. The little beauty explained to Zhang Yang. How did you crack the password on my computer? Zhang Yang asked the young woman. I saw a copy of your ID on the desk, so I tried the last 6 digits of your ID number, and it worked. Otherwise, I wouldn't have anything to do here. The young woman whined to Zhang Yang. Ahem. Those things you saw there are actually evidence I'm collecting on behalf of the relevant authorities. You can't touch anything. If any evidence goes missing, it'll cause trouble. Zhang Yang said to the young beauty with a straight face. Is it an international agency? It seems like they're all from some small countries. The young woman hesitated before asking. Don't ask what you shouldn't. We're all bound by confidentiality agreements, we can't just blab about it. Even though you witnessed this incident, if you blab about it, you'll be arrested and sent straight to jail. Zhang Yang told the young woman. Oh, I understand. The young woman replied to Zhang Yang. Alright, it's getting late. You can sleep on that bed over there, and I'll take the couch. Zhang Yang quickly lay down on the sofa and turned off the light. A little while later. Big brother, are you asleep yet? The young beauty asked softly from the bed. What is it? Go to sleep. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. He'd been waiting for the little beauty to fall asleep so he could pull out his phone and watch some videos. You guys, do you all like black stockings? The young beauty whispered from the other side. Zhang Yang. You'll understand when you're older. This isn't your concern right now. Zhang Yang said helplessly. What about the great calamity? The little beauty asked softly again. Don't say another word. Go to sleep. Zhang Yang sighed in exasperation. So should we be more careful around repairmen and such in the future? The young beauty continued to ask. Zhang Yang. What's that round thing that looks like a little ball? And what does NTR mean? Early the next morning. Zhang Yang woke up with dark circles under his eyes. All night long, Zhang Yang had been pondering a question. Is having money more important, or is raising children well more important? The difference between children from wealthy families and those from ordinary households was simply too vast. Most kids from ordinary families would have completely broken down facing such a situation. But this teenage beauty before him not only handled past matters independently but also possessed an incredibly strong thirst for knowledge. To Zhang Yang, utterly incomprehensible. Last night, Zhang Yang nearly went mad from the young beauty's endless questions. He only dared to sleep after confirming she was truly asleep. Otherwise, sharing a room with her felt downright dangerous. You're awake? Just as Zhang Yang was scheming how to get rid of this little beauty as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere right by his ear. Chapter 137, The Old Man's Version of Facial Recognition. The young beauty's startled cry nearly sent Zhang Yang flying. Caught off guard, he tumbled right off the sofa. Goodness, could you please not scare people like that in broad daylight? He'd stayed up so late last night, yet woke up this early? Youth really is something. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. This has been happening to me lately. I only need a little sleep each night now. Last night was actually a lot of sleep for me. The young beauty said to Zhang Yang. All right. Wait, shouldn't you be going to school? It's Friday today. Holy crap, you didn't go to school the past few days either. Zhang Yang suddenly realized. Oh. I took a sick day. I wasn't feeling well. Anyway, our international school will give us diplomas eventually, and my parents have already arranged for me to study abroad. So whether I attend classes or not doesn't really matter. The young beauty said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang. Kids from wealthy families really do have their entire paths paved out for them. While we're busting our asses trying to get into college, rich kids already have an effortless path laid out for them. Earlier, Zhang Yang had heard. A daughter from a wealthy family had used her national aerobics championship title as a special talent to gain admission to Beihua University, the highest institution of learning in Daxia. The crucial point is that 99.99% of the entire nation had no idea this national aerobics championship title could grant direct admission. That's the power of the wealthy circle. Want to study abroad? No problem. Pay tuition and you're in for an average university. For better universities, a scholarship offer would secure admission with ease. For the world's top-tier universities? Fund a renowned experts' research project, donate a lab, and attach your name to their work you're in. In short, many information channels simply don't reach ordinary people.
All the premium resources are reserved for those at the top.
Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly.
But he didn't particularly envy the young beauty before him. Though she'd grown up in luxury, her parents' absence and lack of parental companionship had ultimately led her to this situation.
If only.
If her parents had been with her, this situation might never have happened.
Even if it had, she wouldn't be afraid to sleep at home. What do you do during the day? Honestly, I'm quite busy during the day. As for that bar, I can only go at night. During the day, why don't you head back first? I'll be fine here. You go about your business, I won't bother you. Before Zhang Yang could finish, the young woman cut in. Zhang Yang. No, what I meant was. Before Zhang Yang could finish, his phone rang. No choice, Zhang Yang had to answer the call first. Hey, Zhang Yang.
3 bodies were found in a sewer shaft at Ginkgo Community.
We're short-handed right now, head over there ASAP. Ginkgo Community.
Lu Meng's booming voice came through the phone.
Before Zhang Yang could say anything, Lu Meng hung up, as if afraid Zhang Yang would refuse.
Zhang Yang felt a wave of frustration wash over him.
Damn it. I'm just a part-timer, okay? And now I have to show up? Don't they have any shame? Zhang Yang felt utterly helpless.
But glancing at the young beauty getting ready to change nearby, he promptly decided to make his escape. Don't let her teenage years fool you, she's got a figure that's developed remarkably well. Add to that her mature, sexy style of dressing and grooming. She looked exactly like the little lowly series in action-oriented movies.
Zhang Yang dared not linger in the room any longer. Then wait here. I have to step out for a moment. Just lock the door. Don't open the door for strangers. Zhang Yang gave a couple of instructions before stepping out. At that moment, in Qin Aigua's office, Lu Meng was having tea with Qin Aigua. Director, you're the one we need.
Now that Wanqing's not around and that kid Zhang Yang won't show up unless he has to, as long as he's involved in this one case, we don't have to worry about him slipping away from the others.
Lu Meng grinned as he addressed Qin Aigua. You just don't think things through.
My son-in-law may seem like a slacker, but and I'm not bragging, he's incredibly responsible. You don't need to wait for his reply, just tell him what needs doing, and he'll get right on it.
Just wait and see. Qin Aigua said smugly to Lu Meng. Director, that's precisely the problem. This case was discovered yesterday.
The body and everything else have already been transported back, and the scene has been sealed off.
If Zhang Yang goes there now, won't he just be wasting his time? Won't there be complaints then? Lu Meng asked Qin Aigua. He dares? My daughter isn't here now, so he has no one to back him up. Whatever I say, he'll do it immediately, won't he? Qin Aigua said with utter disdain. Director. Actually, Zhang Yang doesn't seem to need backing.
Even before he got married, he was already giving you a run for your money.
And now, if we're talking about rank, he seems to be on par with you.
Lu Meng muttered under his breath.
Shut up. Why are you acting like a woman? Got anything else? If you're done, get lost. Don't disturb me reading the paper. Qin Aigua snapped at Lu Meng.
Haha, Chief, take a look at next year's budget. You know our criminal investigation division's clunker's been on the road for over a decade.
It's a miracle it still runs utterly useless. Last time we were chasing a suspect, that clunker broke down midway, letting the suspect escape. You've got to replace our vehicle, right?
And about that last team dinner expense, take a look at this. Lu Meng immediately grabbed a thick stack of receipts from nearby and grinned as he handed them to Qin Aigua.
Ginkgo Community.
This was an old neighborhood complex without even basic electronic access control. Only an elderly man in his 60s stood guard at the gate. He greeted residents coming and going with familiar warmth. Just as Zhang Yang was about to walk in, the old man called out to him.
Young man, you're not from this complex, are you? Looking for someone?
The old man asked Zhang Yang.
Yes. Zhang Yang smiled. Look at them. Now that's proper facial recognition. Sir, I'm a police officer.
I heard there was a homicide here, so I came to take a look.
Where's that manhole?
Zhang Yang addressed the old man.
A murder? That was yesterday, right?
The sewer was clogged, and when we got someone to unclog it, we found 3 bodies.
It was absolutely terrifying.
But why are you just showing up today? The old man asked Zhang Yang.
Chapter 138, The Bodies in the Sewer. Hearing the old man say that, how could Zhang Yang not catch on?
Lu Meng probably sent me to the police station, and since I didn't go, he claimed he went to the scene instead.
Wasn't this guy ING with me? He wants me to handle yesterday's case today? But Zhang Yang quickly caught on. I know it's yesterday's case.
It's because our colleagues at the scene yesterday didn't investigate thoroughly enough, so I'm here to follow up and get a clearer picture.
Sir, did you witness the entire incident?
Zhang Yang smiled and handed the old man a pack of cigarettes. This pack was bought last night while staking out the entrance to the Tremor Bar. More than half of it remains.
Oh, Yushi brand.
I'd never smoke these myself.
You take them, you take them.
The security guard grinned, tucking the cigarette behind his ear and pulling out a Haddam from his own pocket.
Here, I'm not used to this brand anyway. You can have them all.
Zhang Yang said, shoving the rest of the pack into the old guard's hands.
No way. I can't possibly take such a good cigarette.
The old man protested while accepting the cigarettes.
What's your name, old man? How long have you been working as a security guard in this neighborhood?
Zhang Yang asked the old man.
My surname is Qin. Come to think of it, I've been here for over a year now. Uncle Qin smiled at Zhang Yang. You've only been here a year and already know everyone in the neighborhood so well? I just saw you greeting everyone in the complex and you recognized me right away as someone who doesn't live here? Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. Our neighborhood might look big, but there aren't many people here. It's an older complex, all low-rise buildings. And even though we only have one entrance, I'm the only one who lives here.
We see each other every day, so we've known each other for ages. Old man Qin said to Zhang Yang.
Just you? Aren't security guards usually split into day and night shifts?
Zhang Yang was puzzled. Typically, security guards work 12-hour shifts followed by 24 hours off.
If it's just one person, won't that be exhausting? What's there to split? It's only 2,800 yuan a month. Split it, and it's just 1,400 each.
My wife passed away early, so I live here alone. There's a room behind the guardhouse where I stay. At least I save on lodging. Old man Qin said to Zhang Yang.
All right, Mr. Qin. What's the situation with that case? Were you at the scene back then?
Zhang Yang asked old man Qin.
You bet I was.
In our neighborhood, there's only me as the security guard and one cleaner. That day, someone was shouting that the toilet was backing up with sewage, so I went to check it out.
In the end, I couldn't fix it, so I called someone in specifically.
They said the drain pipe was clogged. When they opened it up, the smell was so bad I threw up right there.
Disgusting.
Old man Qin said to Zhang Yang.
What were these 3 bodies like? 3 people died at the same time, and no one noticed?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
No way. These 3 bodies clearly weren't from the same time.
The oldest one's bones were already visible, and the most recent one was swollen beyond description. Old man Qin said with disgust.
So you're saying these 3 bodies were dumped here at 3 different times? Zhang Yang asked. You bet. This is terrifying. Our place is pretty remote, and there's no surveillance or anything. Who knows what kind of people put them there?
Old man Qin said to Zhang Yang.
I see. So who can open this sewer? Can anyone just open it?
Zhang Yang asked old man Qin.
Exactly. It wasn't locked before either. It was just left there, untouched for years. Who would have thought someone could open it? And then they dumped bodies in there? Old man Qin said with utter helplessness. Where is that sewer located? Zhang Yang nodded.
He still needed to go see the site himself. Inside, turn left, then right at the outer wall, and keep going straight until you reach the end.
The police have cordoned off the area with tape and said no unauthorized personnel are allowed in. Old man Qin pointed to a specific location for Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang headed in that direction. Following old man Qin's directions, he turned left and right until he finally spotted the police tape stretched across a patch of shrubbery. Judging by the ground marks, this spot was clearly rarely visited.
The scene itself showed no unusual signs the manhole cover had been replaced, though its location was undeniably remote.
It was actually a good spot for dumping a body. Moreover, if it weren't for the long accumulated sludge blocking the sewer pipe, it likely wouldn't have been discovered for years. Only someone intimately familiar with the surroundings would know such a spot and have the opportunity to dump a body here. And judging by the fact that the first body had already turned to bones, it must have been at least 5 years old. From what old man Qin implied earlier, it probably wasn't someone from outside the complex. Even a stranger entering would be questioned, let alone someone carrying a body. Plus, the security guard lives right at the entrance.
Someone from outside the complex getting in? Highly unlikely. So it must have been someone from inside the complex. And definitely a long-time resident.
Another point of suspicion concerns the victims.
3 people are dead, yet no one reported it? Even if they were missing, the police station should have had a record.
Lu Meng calling him to come to this neighborhood clearly meant there were no leads. If there were any, he wouldn't have done this. After circling the complex without finding anything new, Zhang Yang returned to the security office.
He happened to see old man Qin preparing to cook.
The room inside had everything one needed. It was convenient to be able to cook meals there.
Mr. Qin, before you arrived, why did the previous guard quit? Do you know where he went?
Zhang Yang asked old man Qin. After all, the earliest case happened many years ago, and old man Qin had only been here for a little over a year. Many clues were probably hard to get from him.
Old Lu? Who knows?
He quit such a cushy job to work on a construction site, saying it paid better. But he came over for a meal recently, complaining the contractor owed them 6 months' wages. They couldn't even afford food anymore. I gave him a good laugh about it, leaving this easy job to take on something with no security. Old Mr. Qin chuckled.
From what you're saying, you two were pretty close? Zhang Yang asked. You bet. We were practically from the same village. He's much younger than me.
When I came here, it was actually him who called me over.
He left in such a hurry back then that I couldn't find him for a while.
I was just about to head into town to look for work. Old man Qin said to Zhang Yang.
Do you have his contact information? We really need to ask him about these cases.
Zhang Yang said.
Phone number?
Yes, I have a number, but I haven't called it in ages.
Let me find it for you.
Old Qin said as he went inside to search.
Old Qin. Look what I've got here.
Just as old Qin went inside to look for the phone, a man in his 40s or 50s walked into the guardhouse carrying a bag of pork head meat.
Old Lu. I was just looking for you. This officer needs to speak with you about some matters.
Old Qin recognized the visitor as old Lu and smiled as he ushered him inside.
Chapter 139, it's that simple. You're the former guard here? Don't be nervous. I just need to verify some details with you. Zhang Yang asked the visitor.
Ha?
Verify with me? I have no idea.
Old Lu sat down, visibly nervous. Though Zhang Yang wasn't a police officer and wasn't wearing a uniform, since old Qin had mentioned it, he had to play alone.
3 bodies were discovered in the sewer yesterday. Judging by the timing, they must have been dumped there years ago. Are you aware of this incident? While you were here before, did you encounter any suspicious individuals? Zhang Yang asked old Lu. Bodies? I don't know. I never saw anyone while I was working here. Xin Laoj, I just remembered something I need to do. I'll have to head out now.
Old Lu set down the pork head and hurriedly walked out.
Zhang Yang looked on. This is definitely fishy.
He came carrying pork head meat clearly here to eat. But the moment he heard about the cops, he bolted.
Either he knows something or he's the damn killer. Stop right there. Zhang Yang bellowed. Unexpectedly. Just by bluffing like that, old Lu actually took off running.
Zhang Yang saw this and grinned. I can't shake the feeling this success practically handed itself to me.
Could it be that Lu Meng and the others knew the killer was coming today and deliberately set me up here to catch him red-handed?
Thanks a lot, guys. Zhang Yang grabbed the chair by the door and hurled it at old Lu. It smashed right into old Lu's leg. He was already running at full speed, and the impact sent him crashing heavily to the ground. Zhang Yang gave chase, using the chair to pin old Lu to the ground.
Spill it. How did you kill him? Zhang Yang demanded of old Lu.
I
spare my life. Old Lu struggled on the ground.
Old Lu, don't you dare say you did this. At that moment, old man Qin arrived and asked old Lu in shock.
I was just momentarily confused.
Old Lu lay on the ground, limp as a frostbitten eggplant.
Hey, Captain Lu. We've got the suspect. Hurry over.
Zhang Yang pulled out his phone.
What? Who did you catch? Lu Meng nearly fell off his chair on the other end of the line. What? Caught? Who did he catch? Xin Aigua on the other end leaned in to ask.
It's the body from the sewer case. I caught the killer, he's sitting right under my butt right now.
At the entrance of Ginkgo Community, hurry up.
Zhang Yang didn't wait for Lu Meng and the others to ask more questions before hanging up.
On the other end, Xin Aigua and Lu Meng were left completely dumbfounded. Was that Zhang Yang just now? Xin Aigua asked uncertainly.
Right? The call was from Zhang Yang. Lu Meng glanced at his phone.
Didn't he just say he caught the killer? Didn't he just go to this Ginkgo Community? Did the killer go back? Xin Aigua asked, utterly speechless. It's possible. Could it really be that lucky? He just happened to go there today and coincidentally ran into the killer returning? Lu Meng stared at Xin Aigua in disbelief. Xin Aigua stared at Lu Meng with vacant eyes. Holy! I gotta get moving.
Lu Meng finally snapped out of it and hurriedly led his men toward Ginkgo Community, shouting orders as they ran. By the time they reached the entrance of Ginkgo Community, Zhang Yang had already had old man Qin tie up old Lu with ropes.
Zhang Yang, what's going on? How did you know this guy was the killer?
Lu Meng demanded of Zhang Yang.
He confessed himself.
I was just here to ask about the situation, but the killer came to me. Then I gave him a scare, and he just confessed on his own.
Zhang Yang shrugged. This incident really did happen as Zhang Yang described. Pure coincidence.
If Zhang Yang hadn't come back to ask again just then, the opportunity might have been lost.
Who could have guessed this guy would actually come looking for the guard? And it just so happened that Zhang Yang was looking for him. It was all coincidence.
What's more, the killer never imagined that he'd come here to inquire about the case only to walk right into a trap. He nearly turned and fled in terror. Before he could utter a word, old man Qin yanked him inside. Old Lu thought he'd been discovered by the police and panicked, trying to flee after barely uttering a word. But Zhang Yang knocked him down with a chair.
Under Zhang Yang's relentless interrogation, he confessed everything.
The truth was actually quite simple. Old Lu had been working as a security guard in this neighborhood for a very long time. Over time, he knew exactly who lived where and what each household was like. Especially since there was a factory nearby, and many factory girls rented apartments in the area. When he had free time, old Lu often struck up conversations with them.
Gradually, they became familiar with each other.
Later, old Lu learned that these so-called factory girls rented rooms here specifically to work part-time jobs at night. To enter the complex, they all had to pass through the gate old Lu opened. This situation began to grate on old Lu. Why should those who were just like him, or even worse off, be able to climb into bed with those lovely women at night, while he couldn't? So he started using his gatekeeper privileges to block them. This obstruction proved problematic. With no other options, the women had to negotiate with old Lu. Truth be told, old Lu wasn't really open to negotiation, he just wanted to do what those others were doing. But he hadn't anticipated that while these women were easy to seduce, they were nearly impossible to shake off. They even threatened old Lu, demanding money from him. Otherwise, they threatened to call the police and accuse him of sexual harassment. With no other choice, old Lu, caught in the throes of ecstasy, squeezed a little too hard and killed her outright. Then he tossed her into the sewer. Once you do something like this once, there's always a second time, a third time. It wasn't until after the third murder, when relatives came looking, that old Lu finally got scared. He quickly quit his job and left. Recently, he heard the case here had been uncovered. So he waited for the police to leave before coming over to ask old man Qin what was going on. Little did he expect to run right into Zhang Yang. Hold on, you mean they caught the culprit that easily? Lu Meng nearly dropped his jaw at Zhang Yang's words.
Chapter 140, Tremor Bar.
Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Lu Meng nearly exploded. Yesterday they'd surveyed the scene, investigated personnel, interviewed witnesses, and conducted autopsies, yet found not a single clue.
Now Zhang Yang had barely arrived at the crime scene and the suspect practically walked right into his hands? This luck was beyond belief. Moreover, after interrogation, it turned out that upon hearing the news yesterday, this suspect had deliberately kept a distant watch. Only after confirming the police had left did he show up today, intending to ask his old friend about the case's progress. If any leads surfaced, he planned to make a quick getaway. But he never expected this. A cop who wasn't a cop showed up. He panicked on the spot. Inside Qin Wanqing's office. They actually caught him? Caught them on the first try? Or did he just walk right in? Qin Wanqing, seated behind his desk, listened in stunned silence. He and Lu Meng sighed heavily in the office for quite some time. After all, if such a master detective truly existed, would be incredibly formidable. But that was precisely the problem. If Zhang Yang had used his detective skills to track down and apprehend the killer, they might not have felt this way, since it would have been routine for Zhang Yang. But this time, Zhang Yang had clearly gotten incredibly lucky. And it was the two of them who conspired to lure him there. If anyone deserves credit, it's those two behind the scenes. They're the ones who deserve the most credit. Yet they got absolutely nothing out of it. So frustrating. So frustrating. If I'd gone to the scene today to investigate, the credit would have been mine. This was a cold case that had been unsolved for years, involving 3 lives. Not only solving the case, but publicly apprehending the killer, a third-class merit award is guaranteed. I'd better cut back on calling him. At this rate, he'll end up sweeping all Tianhai City's commendations. Qin Wanqing sighed as he spoke. Sigh. Lu Meng sighed helplessly. It felt like watching another third-class merit medal slip through his fingers. What about Zhang Yang? I'll figure out a way to pin this on some helpful citizen from Tianhai City. We'll say the police identified the suspect, but during the arrest, a brave citizen intervened and subdued him. We'll give him 200 yuan for his heroic act and buy him a certificate of commendation. That'll do. Have him come over, I'll explain it to him personally. I doubt he'll dare say a word. Qin Wanqing thought for a moment before saying to Lu Meng. Qin Wanqing was now planning to take credit for Zhang Yang's work and boost the Public Security Bureau's performance metrics. He left. After finishing the statement, I heard him hail a cab and leave, apparently heading to some place called the Tremor Bar. Well, maybe I misheard that. Only after speaking did Lu Meng sense something was off. Qin Wanqing just left for training, right? And Zhang Yang went straight to a bar? Places like bars, if others don't know about them, how could the police not? It's basically a giant hunting ground for women. If a guy goes there and doesn't make a mistake, he must have something wrong with him. Where? The vibration bar? Qin Wanqing said through gritted teeth. Off duty. Qin Wanqing didn't even bother with Lu Meng, bolting straight out. At the entrance of Tremor Bar, Zhang Yang had arrived early and was already waiting. With the experience from last time, Zhang Yang wasn't too anxious. Since it was still a bit early, he walked straight inside. The vibration bar opened at 5 in the afternoon, but it was usually pretty empty. When Zhang Yang entered, it wasn't even 7 yet, and there were already quite a few people inside. Zhang Yang found a secluded corner and ordered a beer. But when he looked at the bill, it was 128 yuan. What makes this beer different from the ones outside? With a pained expression, Zhang Yang scanned the QR code to pay while addressing the server. Nothing special, just the kind you'd find outside for 6 yuan a bottle. It's our house brand beer, watered down for the bar. The waitress, who looked like a college student, smiled at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang shook his head. He couldn't tell if the waitress, who looked like she was begging to add him on WeChat, was telling the truth or not. Zhang Yang sipped his beer, watching the performance on stage. It was a large hall with elevated platforms at the front, similar to those in a parkour arena. At the very front stood a large stage where a band was performing. It seemed like nothing out of the ordinary. But earlier, Zhang Yang had overheard people talking. Besides the main hall, there were also many small private booths. These were reserved for VIPs only. For casual guests like Zhang Yang, the only spots available were the outer areas. Still, Zhang Yang figured that if he ordered some premium drinks right off the bat, someone would likely escort him to a better spot. It wasn't until after 8 o'clock that the crowd outside began to swell. Not only were there more people, but more beautiful women too, dressed in increasingly revealing outfits. The music on stage also grew more and more energetic. By 9 o'clock, the live band on stage had been replaced by a DJ. The entire dance floor was now filled with people swaying to the beat. Just as Zhang Yang was about to leave, he noticed two figures in the shadows on the side, seemingly exchanging something. The reason Zhang Yang noticed them was because in the flickering light, he caught a glimpse of several stacks of cash. In this era of paperless transactions, in a bar filled mostly with young people, the very act of using cash felt abnormal. As for what they were exchanging, Zhang Yang didn't need to guess. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang got up and walked out. This sort of thing was simply none of his business. Besides, even if the police showed up, a quick toss would leave no evidence, no proof. His only reason for coming in today was to observe the bar's atmosphere. As the young woman had said, in an environment like this, forget about drugging someone, even rape would go unnoticed. The deafening music made Zhang Yang's head buzz. Stepping out of the bar, his ears felt as if they'd gone deaf. The street, which had been bustling with noise, now sounded strangely subdued to his ears. Zhang Yang glanced around and crouched down at the same spot as last time. The moment he crouched down, a hand slapped him hard on the back. Chapter 141, Freeze. Don't move. Startled, Zhang Yang spun around to find Qin Wanqing standing behind him, his face dark and stern. What are you doing here? Zhang Yang asked hurriedly. You're asking me? Be honest, what were you doing in there? I saw everything just now. You came out from inside. You've got some nerve. This place isn't just a bar, it's way more complicated than that. You look so serious on the surface, but who knew you had so many shady schemes behind your back? Qin Wanqing said with obvious displeasure. Qin Wanqing had been crouched by the entrance for over 2 hours, constantly pointing his phone at the bar's doorway, determined to capture evidence of Zhang Yang inside. An hour and a half later, his phone died. Qin Wanqing simply sat down right at the entrance. When he saw Zhang Yang emerge earlier, he'd intended to chase after him, but his legs had gone numb. He leaned against a nearby tree for a long while before he could move normally again. Fortunately, Zhang Yang hadn't gone far. Could you keep it down? I'm in the middle of an investigation. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Investigating a case? What case are you investigating? Don't try to fool me, I'm a veteran detective. Qin Wanqing looked utterly skeptical. Then tell me, if I really went in to do something bad, why would I come out at this time? And after getting out, why wouldn't I hurry away? Why would I squat down right here? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing with obvious exasperation. Cut the nonsense. What case are you investigating? Qin Wanqing's face flushed red. He immediately changed the subject. I was just... Before Zhang Yang could finish his sentence, he spotted the same group of people he'd seen earlier appearing beneath the same streetlight as last time. Just as I thought. If they weren't here to pick up the bodies, why would they keep showing up in the same spot? This was definitely no coincidence. Every scavenger or gang must have their designated spots. Otherwise, they'd likely fight each other over the spoils. Their position was naturally far superior to Zhang Yang's. The moment anyone emerged from the bar, they'd be the first to enter their territory. Seems these guys didn't grab such a prime spot for no reason. Wait here for me, don't wander off. I'll go check it out. Don't let anyone take my spot. Zhang Yang stood up, pressed Qin Wanqing down onto the spot where he'd been crouching, and without another word, headed toward the group. Qin Wanqing was completely baffled. Only now did he realize that Zhang Yang might actually have business here. A sigh of relief escaped him. If before, Qin Wanqing had seen Zhang Yang's hasty marriage to Qin Wanqing as him climbing the social ladder by marrying into the Qin family. But now, Zhang Yang's status was anything but ordinary. Not just in Tianhai City, but throughout the entire coastal province, many knew Zhang Yang's name. Moreover, Zhang Yang now served as a consultant expert for the provincial department, a position of considerable rank. Most crucially, Zhang Yang hadn't even reached 30 yet. Not even 30 years old. This is beyond perverse. His future achievements are bound to be immeasurable. For Qin Wanqing, even if he still refused to admit it, he could no longer look down on Zhang Yang. In fact, he even harbors some concern that Zhang Yang might not find his daughter worthy. After all, he was just a bureau chief. What if some high-ranking official's daughter set her sights on Zhang Yang? That would be disastrous. That's why Qin Wanqing had pulled some strings to secure this training opportunity abroad. He sent Qin Wanqing to study abroad, hoping she could return with a promotion or higher status.
Hearing that Zhang Yang had come to the bar, Qin Wanqing's first thought was that trouble was brewing. What if Zhang Yang developed feelings for someone else? That would be disastrous. That's why he rushed over to check the situation. Only now could he finally relax. Zhang Yang, oblivious to Qin Wanqing's thoughts, kept walking toward the group. Based on the information provided by the young beauty, the only two confirmed characteristics were gang members scavenging corpses and tattoos on their arms. So far, these guys seemed to fit both descriptions. Zhang Yang pretended to be on the phone as he walked past them. They seemed engrossed in discussing the World Cup and paid him no mind. As he passed them, Zhang Yang flipped his camera to back mode and snapped a series of quick shots. He planned to circle back to his original spot. Before he could reach his spot, however, he spotted Qin Wanqing storming angrily toward that direction. Zhang Yang froze in shock. He turned to look. Those men were helping a drunk woman out of the bar and shoving her into a taxi. Freeze! Doing this kind of thing in broad daylight? I see you've grown quite bold. Qin Wanqing shouted directly at the group. Get lost, you old fart. None of your business. Try interfering again, and I'll cripple you. A tattooed thug snarled at Qin Wanqing. He jumped into a taxi and sped off in a flash. Qin Wanqing was so furious he stomped his foot in place. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. He'd completely forgotten about this matter. Qin Wanqing was the chief of the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. How could he just stand by and watch this happen? Zhang Yang quickly hailed a taxi waiting at the entrance and motioned for Qin Wanqing to get in. Driver, follow that car up front. Zhang Yang instructed the driver as soon as Qin Wanqing got in. The driver didn't hesitate. He flipped the meter switch and stepped on the gas, shooting forward. What the hell is going on with you, kid? What the hell is going on? Qin Wanqing snapped at Zhang Yang, fuming with rage. Bro, you're just being naive here. These girls nowadays, they're all beyond words. We often get calls in the middle of the night to haul unconscious girls into our cabs, usually to hotels or motels. If you have daughters, you'd better keep a close eye on them. The taxi driver said to Qin Wanqing. That kind of thing happens? And it happens often? Qin Wanqing was utterly speechless. As the chief of police, having such incidents occur within his jurisdiction felt like a slap in the face. You bet it is, buddy. Looks like you're not too familiar with the security situation around here. Let me put it this way, during the day, it's one thing, it's under control. But come nightfall, this place turns into a mess. Sigh, the police chief doesn't do his job properly. What can you do? The taxi driver sighed helplessly. Listening to the driver's words, Qin Wanqing's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom in the back seat. Chapter 142, Locking onto the target. Just as Qin Wanqing was about to explode, the taxi came to a stop. This area again? Let me tell you, the bus station is just down the next street. There are quite a few small inns around here. I've stopped here many times before. The taxi driver seemed perfectly accustomed to stopping here. He turned to Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang. Qin Wanqing was about to ask more questions when Zhang Yang yanked him out of the cab. What the hell are those public security brigade guys doing all day? How could they let this kind of thing happen? Don't they see how terrified the people are of us now? This is an absolute disgrace. Qin Wanqing's lips trembled with fury. Before this incident, after work, Qin Wanqing would sip some tea, watch TV, and take a stroll around the neighborhood. His life was quite healthy. Who would have thought that beneath the night sky of Tianhai City, so many things still lurked? For the public security system, their situation didn't involve any case-related matters and naturally fell outside the scope of performance evaluations. Thus, many incidents at the grassroots level never made it up the chain of command. Even in cases like the young woman's assault, without evidence or identification of the perpetrator, there was simply no way to investigate. Even if a case were filed, it would likely be dismissed without resolution. After all, if police were to investigate using their official capacity, those involved would likely have already gone into hiding. Perhaps from this perspective, the young woman's choice was the right one. By coming to Zhang Yang, at least he could conduct a private investigation. Call for backup immediately and conduct surprise inspections of every hotel along this road. Tell them there's a fugitive on the loose. Follow me. Zhang Yang ordered Qin Wanqing. He grabbed Qin Wanqing and dragged him toward the woods. By the time Qin Wanqing realized what was happening, he was already hiding behind a cluster of trees alongside Zhang Yang. What are we doing here? We should go inside and check first. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. How are we supposed to check? Look at this row of cheap hotels, there are dozens of them. And you're wearing a police uniform? Do you have a search warrant? I don't have anything. Do you think they'll just let you walk in and look around? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Then what the hell are we waiting here for? Qin Wanqing snapped irritably. You can observe how quickly they respond to calls, while I'll see where they're coming from. These people are so familiar with this place, they must have been staying at a fixed hotel before. If we find where they're coming from, we might find some clues. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing. Before long, several police cars screeched to a halt nearby. A large number of officers disembarked and split up to enter the various hotels. Qin Wanqing had personally made the call earlier, so the response time was naturally swift. The moment the police entered, the entire hotel street erupted in chaos. Windows flew open as naked people leaped out to escape. Both men and women were among them. The original search squad has now become an arrest squad. Who would have thought there'd be so many people? Lawlessness has truly run rampant. Let's go. We're out. Qin Wanqing was about to lead Zhang Yang out when he turned around and found Zhang Yang had vanished. Earlier, Zhang Yang had been keeping a close eye on the entire street. Though Qin Wanqing couldn't see everything, Zhang Yang had spotted several figures. After emerging from a small side door, they sprinted off in one direction. Chasing after them was impossible now. Instead, he approached the small door they had emerged from. After all, these inns all looked identical. There were no names on them, only the two characters for in displayed prominently. If Zhang Yang wasn't careful, he could easily get them mixed up. Soon after, police officers entered the building, followed closely by an ambulance. After the police and ambulance had both departed, Zhang Yang slowly made his way inside. Room available? Upon entering, Zhang Yang addressed an older woman who was on the phone. Yes, 40 yuan per night. ID. The woman replied while continuing her phone call. ID? My ID was stolen. I have nowhere to stay, and I need to catch a bus early tomorrow morning. Zhang Yang feigned helplessness as he explained. Fine. Add $10. First room on the left when you walk in. The woman said nothing more. Zhang Yang paid and walked inside. The moment he stepped inside, a pungent, fishy stench hit him. The room contained only a simple bed and a chair, not even a table. Zhang Yang turned off the light and scanned the room with his phone camera. He spotted at least 4 hidden cameras. Zhang Yang shook his head. Glancing at the bag of tadpoles in the trash can by the bed, he hurried out. This place was simply unbearable. It was hard to imagine how that young beauty had been assaulted by several men on such a crude bed. And judging by the situation, the whole thing had likely been recorded. If that was the case, things would be a bit easier. Zhang Yang couldn't just come here demanding the footage. He wasn't a cop and had no authority to do so. Even if he called the police, they'd likely destroy the evidence outright. It wouldn't have worked anyway. But now, the hacker and that chip from before could still be useful. Zhang Yang decided to retreat for now. Several months had already passed, a few more days wouldn't make a difference. Hey, where are you going? I'm telling you, the rent isn't refundable. Seeing Zhang Yang head for the door, the landlady assumed he was dissatisfied with the place and hurriedly called after him. I'm just going to buy a pack of cigarettes. Zhang Yang hurried out. By the time he hailed a cab back to the private detective agency, it was already past 1 a.m. This time, when Zhang Yang opened the door, the room was pitch black inside. Only then did Zhang Yang nod. After what happened last time, Zhang Yang had changed the computer password. It was absolutely impossible to guess. Otherwise, if that little beauty kept snooping around, trouble would surely follow. Regardless, today had finally brought some progress. It was almost certainly those few people. We even know where they committed the crime. Now all we need is evidence to confirm it. You're back? Just as Zhang Yang was about to lie down on the sofa, a voice suddenly came from it. Chapter 143, How to Proceed. The lazy, nasal tone of the question nearly scared the living daylights out of Zhang Yang. Why are you sleeping on the couch? Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. There's someone under the bed. I'm scared. The young beauty timidly addressed Zhang Yang. Hearing this, Zhang Yang's scalp instantly tingled. Holy crap! Is someone breaking in? Lady, you could at least say something. What's with all this sneaking around at this hour? Waiting to get double killed? Zhang Yang leapt to his feet, rushed to the door, flipped on the light, grabbed the broom handle leaning against the doorframe, and strode toward the bed. Come out. Don't make me use this, I've got a knife in my hand. Zhang Yang yelled at the space under the bed. No response. Zhang Yang violently yanked back the bedsheets, revealing what lay beneath. No one. Zhang Yang froze, then rushed into the bathroom. Still no one. He immediately searched every possible hiding spot in the room, but found no trace of a person. Where is he? Who could it be? How did they get in? Zhang Yang asked the young woman. No one's here. I mean, I'm scared someone might be under the bed. I just watched a horror movie called Someone Under the Bed. I'm a little scared. The young woman said timidly. Zhang Yang. You nearly scared the life out of me. If anything else happens to you here, I'm done for. Zhang Yang tossed the broom aside and plopped down on the sofa. What could I do? You were gone all day, not a soul in sight. I had nothing else to do but watch movies. The little beauty pouted. Well, if you're going to watch movies, at least pick a comedy. Watching horror movies in the middle of the night? Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. No. The search results only showed horror movies, no comedies. I picked one without ghosts. Besides, your computer doesn't have any other decent players anyway. The young woman muttered. Wait a minute. My computer? Didn't I change the password? How did you get in? Zhang Yang suddenly realized. You'd just gotten back and your hands weren't exactly clean. You typed in 3 letters and 7 numbers. There aren't that many combinations.
I just tried them out. It took less than half an hour. The young beauty said calmly. You're talented. If you weren't under 18, I'd take you as my disciple. Zhang Yang was genuinely surprised. This young lady's observational skills and intellect are truly remarkable. If she were to become a private investigator, she might just make quite a name for herself in the future. Are you serious? The young lady was thrilled to hear Zhang Yang say that. Bull. Once this matter is settled, you should go back to school, study hard, and then leave this environment by going abroad. Don't think about anything else.
Oh, and take a look at these photos.
Are these the people?
Zhang Yang said, handing over his phone. They were the photos Zhang Yang had taken earlier.
These guys kinda look like them, huh? That tattoo looks like it. It's a scorpion.
Suddenly, the young woman pointed at one photo and exclaimed. In this photo, a person was on the phone.
Great. Now that we've confirmed it, things will be easier.
But even if we catch them now, we have no evidence.
And even if we did, they'd just be convicted under that thing.
They'd be out in a few years. It's a slap on the wrist for them.
Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. That's how these things go.
Often, a rapist ruins a girl's entire life, yet he only serves a few years before being released. It's extremely difficult to impose a severe sentence. The most outrageous case was that of the perpetrator in South Korea's So-Won case. As long as no one dies, the death penalty can't be imposed. No matter how much harm he inflicted on the victim, it was the same. After his release, the perpetrator in the So-Won case even ended up living near an elementary school. Legally speaking, there were no explicit restrictions. But for the children at that school, it's undoubtedly a nightmare. Expecting such a monster to reform is utterly impossible. Just like the perpetrator of the previous bombing case, prisons often have limited capacity to reform individuals. Upon release, many struggle to reintegrate into society, leading them to return to their old ways or even commit more serious crimes. For them, prison is like a university for crime. They don't just learn criminal skills, more importantly, they undergo psychological transformations.
Is there any way to impose harsher punishments on them? I wonder. The young woman asked Zhang Yang.
There are ways, of course, but...
Zhang Yang shook his head.
Although with Zhang Yang's current abilities, dealing with these few people would be quite simple, it simply didn't align with his usual approach to handling matters.
Let's sleep first. I need to think this through properly. Zhang Yang shook his head. Ding.
System task activated. Expose those individuals' corpse-looting behavior, gather evidence of their crimes, and ensure they face legal punishment. Reward, crime detection range expanded to 10 meters.
Just as Zhang Yang hesitated, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
The system really is the system. Its values are so upright.
Fine. Knowing what to do made things much simpler. Exposing their actions and finding criminal evidence, those are manageable.
The real challenge was that this situation was beyond his control. Exposing the actions might take some time, but the evidence, the footage from that small hotel security cameras, should be readily available.
Then that's where we'll start.
Zhang Yang made up his mind to seek out the hacker early tomorrow morning, only to find the young beauty standing timidly nearby, hugging her blanket.
Can I sleep with you?
I'm still scared. The young woman looked at Zhang Yang with pleading eyes.
No way. Go back.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes.
3 years minimum, for crying out loud. Toothpick just got 13 years. I can't spend the rest of my life in prison. Lights out, go to sleep. Early the next morning.
Zhang Yang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, went straight to find the hacker guy.
Bro.
I'm begging you, I won't go. You have no idea, last time I tagged along to the provincial bureau, they nearly dug up my entire family tree. The way they were going about it, I bet they could even track down that turtle I released ages ago.
Hearing this, the hacker immediately declined when Zhang Yang asked for his help again. Chapter 144, Booking a Room.
It turned out that when Qin Wanqing went to the provincial capital last time to provide technical support for evidence, he'd brought the hacker guy along. If Zhang Yang had been there, he could have explained things. But unfortunately, Zhang Yang had been arrested. The hacker guy ended up tearfully confessing everything to the police station. When the provincial bureau and state security agents heard he was a hacker, they immediately detained the hacker. After all, much of this cross-border information exchange relies on hackers to make it happen. So they ran a background check on the hacker right then and there. The hacker went from being an information provider to a suspect. Fortunately, aside from frequently browsing adult websites and hacking the code of hundreds of websites to grant himself permanent membership, no other evidence of illegal activity was found. When he heard Zhang Yang was planning something again, he immediately chickened out.
Don't do it, man. I'm telling you, this time there's a bonus.
Zhang Yang said to the hacker.
What? Bonus? What are you doing here? Get out of here. Who's gonna take the blame if you mess this up?
In the blink of an eye, the hacker had already gathered all his belongings and was heading for the door.
What about those chips from before? Grab those too. Oh, and your ID. Zhang Yang reminded the hacker as he was leaving. ID card? What for? The hacker looked utterly confused. Half an hour later, the hacker entered the room he'd booked using his ID. Bro, this is my first time booking a room and it's with a guy? Can you believe it? Bro, I refuse to accept this. The hacker sat down on the bed, feeling like crying, and reached into his pocket only to pull out several ropes. Bro, this bed's not clean. Why are there ropes? And they're still damp. The hacker grumbled. Those must be underwear. Zhang Yang was utterly dumbfounded. Holy. The hacker guy quickly tossed it aside. Bro, what are we even doing here? Don't scare me like that, okay?
Seeing Zhang Yang's expression, the hacker guy started to regret his words.
See that? This thing.
Zhang Yang fished something out of the TV set-top box and tossed it over.
Is this a camera?
And wireless it that this thing isn't cheap.
The hacker guy picked it up and said. Can we hack into this server and extract all the videos stored here? Zhang Yang asked the hacker. Bro, you're underestimating me.
I'm not bragging, but with my skills, when I went to the provincial bureau, those cyber police didn't even notice what I'd done before. I just deleted the browsing history from those adult sites. But honestly, none of the good stuff was ever found. I'm pretty darn good at this.
The hacker grinned at Zhang Yang.
Cut the crap. Get started already, before someone checks the surveillance and spots us.
Zhang Yang urged the hacker. It's in. Holy crap, how did so many get in?
The hacker stared at the screen, utterly stunned.
Don't talk so much, just figure out how to get it down.
Zhang Yang stared at the dense grid of videos, utterly speechless.
Bro, there's just too much. Downloading them all is simply impossible. But I can relocate the storage. Surprisingly, they've set it up to store data for half a year. Looks like a major terminal.
We can synchronize and copy it to my private domain server.
The hacker guy said. Speak plainly. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. Done. Syncing now.
It'll take, holy, 30 hours.
The hacker guy was equally speechless. Even with a dedicated line, it still takes this long?
That means the backend data volume is just enormous.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to speak, a series of urgent knocks suddenly echoed from outside the door. Zhang Yang froze. Oh no, they've been discovered. Open the door. What are you doing in there? A man's rough voice bellowed from outside. It's all up to your acting skills now.
Zhang Yang shoved the hacker guy forward.
Bro, we just wanted to stir things up a bit, no other intentions. We just happened to spot a little something interesting and we're taking a look.
The hacker guy quickly shouted at the approaching figures. Two burly men entered, scanned the room, found nothing, and glared fiercely at Zhang Yang and his buddy.
Hurry up and get it done, then get out of here. Don't make any sudden moves, or we'll beat you to death.
The two men slammed the door shut with a heavy thud.
Zhang Yang let out a curse. Seems like the folks inside here have seen it all. They didn't even bat an eye at the hacker's made-up story. Bro, let's get out of here fast. This place is freaking terrifying.
The hacker guy said to Zhang Yang.
This hacker's first ever hotel room experience was already leaving him traumatized. Hold on, this is getting more interesting. There are even enforcers here, proof they're probably part of the same operation. No wonder they always come to the same place.
It's not just about cheap rates and no surveillance, this is a full-blown industry chain. They must be filming videos to sell them. Zhang Yang lowered his voice as he spoke to the hacker.
Huh? You mean those videos from the domestic region? They're all filmed like that?
The hacker guy froze.
Hold on, let me check this environment. There seems to be a series specifically like this. It looks like the drug rape series. This scene is exactly the same as here.
The hacker guy seemed to have realized something too. He hurriedly said to Zhang Yang.
Got any way to hack into their accounts or something? If they're here, they're definitely connected to the Wi-Fi. Let's mess with them.
Zhang Yang said to the hacker.
Wow. Brother Zhang, you really have a sharp mind. That's my specialty. Just watch me. The hacker immediately pulled out a handheld terminal. Hold on, cover them with a blanket.
Zhang Yang wrapped both of them in the blanket. The fact that those guys came in earlier meant they were keeping tabs on this place from behind. If they don't see us move soon, they'll probably barge in again.
Bro, should we make some noise or something? It might seem suspicious if we stay completely silent this long, right?
The hacker guy said to Zhang Yang.
You go ahead.
I'll coordinate with your movements.
Zhang Yang kicked the ground a few times. Wait, Brother Zhang, why do I hear something?
The hacker couldn't hold back any longer and peeked his head out, only to hear a series of unspeakable sounds coming from nearby.
Chapter 145, 5,000 Pieces of Evidence. Why did it start at this hour? That shouldn't be happening. Zhang Yang was thoroughly puzzled. Holy, bro, this is insane.
The hacker guy beside him was listening intently.
Shut up and get to work.
Zhang Yang shoved the hacker's head back under the covers. 2 hours later, Zhang Yang and the hacker walked out, under the admiring gaze of the same old lady. But as Zhang Yang passed one room, the door was wide open. Inside, a crowd was shouting and arguing. There seemed to be some lighting equipment and such. They were shouting something about Do Media. Zhang Yang shook his head. This unassuming hotel truly held its share of secrets. So, how much did you manage to transfer out in total? Upon arriving at the private detective agency, Zhang Yang asked the hacker. Withdrawing it now won't work. I've tampered with their accounts, so they're temporarily frozen. Over 8 million. Holy crap. Such a small hotel, and they've made that much money in less than a year? Unbelievable. The hacker stared excitedly at the numbers on the terminal screen. If he tried to transfer the funds directly, the bank's risk control system would flag it as an illegal transaction. So the hacker froze the accounts first. Later, during the account appeal period, he could transfer the funds in batches. This transfer process also required a series of procedures meticulously designed by the hacker. Just before the dispute period ended, he would trigger the bank's risk control system again to lock the entire account, then continue the transfer operations. After numerous such transfers, Brother Zhang, just log in with this account and password to check. If you need to download anything, go ahead and download it. The hacker provided the private server address and login credentials. Wait a minute, you wouldn't be watching too, would you? Zhang Yang asked suspiciously. Bro, I prefer high-definition HD mode, okay? Besides, I only enjoy the ones with storylines. This dry stuff? I'm just not interested. Plus, the picture quality is terrible, it's way below my standards. The hacker shook his head firmly. Oh, right, Brother Zhang, how much was that bonus you mentioned earlier? The hacker asked Zhang Yang. Oh, I'll transfer it to you directly. Zhang Yang pulled out his phone and started tapping away. The hacker opened the message with excitement. 200. Bro, my chip alone is worth way more than 200. You're being so stingy. The hacker guy was utterly speechless. You're back? As soon as Zhang Yang opened the door, the young woman rushed out excitedly. Holy moly! Such a pretty little girl. Bro Zhang, is this your little sister? The hacker guy hadn't expected Zhang Yang to have such a gorgeous little girl here, and his eyes immediately lit up. Get lost. Get back inside. Zhang Yang shut the door without another word. For a geek like the hacker, this kind of little girl was the ultimate temptation. Who's that outside? Why won't you let him in? The little beauty looked curious. Don't even mention it's some jerk. Zhang Yang didn't elaborate, rushing to the computer instead. He followed the hacker's instructions to search inside and successfully gained access. Over 6 months, there were over 5,000 videos. Besides some covertly filmed ones, there were also some shot with professional equipment. Sifting through over 5,000 videos to find evidence on those individuals would be incredibly troublesome. What was this? Just as Zhang Yang was about to begin his search, he suddenly noticed a pretty face leaning in close. Zhang Yang quickly closed the laptop. Nothing, just some documents and files. You should get back to work. By the way, what have you been doing all day? You're not studying? Just watching movies all day? Only then did Zhang Yang realize that with this lovely girl around, he never felt bored even after staying indoors all day. No, when I have free time, I just browse the books here. I have to say, your collection is quite extensive, all detective related. They're just pretty new, some haven't even been opened yet. The young woman smiled at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's face flushed. He had indeed collected quite a few books before, but he hadn't really looked at them much afterward. After all, now that he had the detective system, he didn't need any other external knowledge. Then you keep looking. I'll study other things here. I'm busy too. Don't interrupt my work, got it? Zhang Yang deliberately adopted a stern tone with the young beauty. There was no other way. After all, what Zhang Yang needed to review now was absolutely something the young beauty couldn't know about. It might very well contain footage of her. If she saw them, it would only bring back the nightmares of the past. So Zhang Yang firmly refused. The young beauty was perceptive enough to get the hint. Seeing Zhang Yang's stance, she went to the sofa on the side and started reading a book. Only then did Zhang Yang, feeling somewhat guilty, open the videos. Many of these videos were shot in the same room, but the different camera angles produced completely distinct perspectives. Judging from the footage, most of the women appeared unconscious. Some showed slight reactions, but it was utterly useless, only serving to further arouse those involved. At first, Zhang Yang still felt some arousal, but after watching continuously for 2 hours, he became completely numb. His focus shifted from physical appearance to facial recognition mode. A significant portion of each video didn't get to the main event. Even if Zhang Yang patiently searched, each video took over 10 minutes to find the relevant part. By the end, his eyes were blurry from watching so much. To make matters worse, none of these videos had any timestamps. Otherwise, Zhang Yang could have quickly indexed them by duration. By the time night fell, Zhang Yang felt like he was going to throw up from watching so much. He had always thought being a porn reviewer was a glamorous job, but now it seemed like a living hell. Finally, just as Zhang Yang was about to give up, he spotted a familiar face. Chapter 146, Tracking the Live Stream. Outside the vibration bar. It was the weekend, and the place seemed more crowded than usual.
Even after 10 o'clock, people were still streaming in.
Judging by the strong smell of alcohol on them, this was probably not their first bar of the night. By past midnight, people began trickling out one after another. Though the drinks inside weren't particularly strong, most of those emerging were staggering and dazed.
The extremely pulsing music seemed to amplify the effects of alcohol. Just then,
a stunning woman in a black stocking mini skirt emerged from the bar. The frayed hem of her black lace skirt and the visible lace trim suggested she'd been through quite a battle inside the bar. As soon as she stepped outside and the wind hit her, she immediately crouched by the roadside and began vomiting.
Just then, a tall, lanky man wearing glasses hurried over.
He handed her tissues to wipe her mouth while supporting her, then waved down a waiting taxi.
The cab pulled up immediately.
The lanky man helped the woman into the cab first. Just as he was about to climb in himself, a burly man who had arrived from behind yanked him out.
The lanky man opened his mouth to protest.
He noticed two other burly men standing beside the first. The tattoos visible on their arms made it clear these were not men he could afford to provoke. Next, one of the three burly men took the front passenger seat, while the other two flanked the back seat.
The taxi roared to life and sped off.
Meanwhile, an electric scooter immediately followed in pursuit.
Hello everyone in the livestream.
What you're witnessing right now is the entire process of looting the body.
After waiting for so long, they've finally succeeded. We're currently chasing them on our e-bike.
Rest assured, even though we're on an e-bike, the taxi won't be able to maintain such high speeds for long. As for why, feel free to speculate, everyone in the livestream. Earlier, viewers in the livestream mentioned reporting this to the police. That's absolutely the right thing to do, and there's no need for anyone to worry. We've already connected to the city's public security surveillance network through technical means, and I believe our police officers are watching this live feed right now. What we can do now is follow them as closely as possible to pinpoint where they finally stop. That'll make it easier for the police to find them.
Zhang Yang spoke into his phone while sitting on his electric scooter.
Meanwhile, the hacker guy was flooring the throttle of his e-bike, tracking them all the way. The system's objective was for Zhang Yang to directly expose their looting activities. After pondering, Zhang Yang decided to simply go live with it. This would generate greater public attention. The live streaming software was specially developed by the hacker. While it utilized the framework of dual live, it was integrated with nearly every streaming platform available. This meant the current live stream was visible on every single streaming platform. Moreover, the hacker had engineered a traffic boost specifically for this stream. Now, whenever anyone opened the streaming app, this particular livestream would appear at the very top of the list.
Meanwhile, the backends of all streaming platforms were in complete disarray. Yet they are utterly powerless.
The hacker had previously implanted a virus within the system and locked the mechanism. To access it, they would have to shut down the entire live streaming platform. Such a move would inflict massive losses on the platform.
Moreover, although Zhang Yang's livestream was currently pinned at the top, the platform itself suffered no major losses.
The total number of viewers across all live streams had now surpassed 3 million. Beyond the streaming platforms, the feed was simultaneously relayed to the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau's command center. The command center's large screen is currently displaying the live stream content. Initially, it was thought the police system had been hacked, but it later turned out to be a live investigation into a corpse looting case. However, the individuals in the footage had their faces blurred.
Earlier, the hacker had extracted facial features of both Zhang Yang and himself.
Whenever any facial features appeared on camera, they were automatically blurred. Simultaneously, the audio was processed. Thus, no one could possibly recognize that it was Zhang Yang broadcasting. Moreover, the hacker crew had prepared meticulously beforehand, leaving minimal traces behind. Now, both the streaming platform's technical team and the cyber police department of the public security system were frantically scrambling to pinpoint the source of the issue. Wait, Zhang, this doesn't feel like the road to the hotel. The hacker riding ahead voiced his suspicion to Zhang Yang. After all, the hacker knew the route from the Tremor Bar to the hotel. To avoid losing track, he'd followed Zhang Yang down that road many times before.
Shut up. Don't call me by my name. Hurry up and follow him.
This road feels like it's leading out of town. Zhang Yang spoke while scanning his surroundings. Fewer people were out at this hour anyway, and now that they'd left the urban area, Zhang Yang and the hacker's electric scooters stood out like sore thumbs. Fortunately, the taxi driver didn't seem to notice them and drove straight to a park nearby.
Viewers in the livestream, I suddenly have a bad feeling.
We've already called the police and provided them with the park's location. Hope the cops hurry over.
We're heading over now. Zhang Yang spoke into the camera while pulling the hacker guy along, quietly making their way into the park.
When Zhang Yang and the others arrived at the small park, the beautiful woman who had been forced into the car earlier had already been carried onto a stone slab in the park. Her clothes had been mostly stripped off, even the stockings on one leg had been removed. Her snow-white legs seemed even more striking in the darkness.
Just as someone was about to climb on top of her and start moving. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside the park. Zhang Yang and the hacker finally breathed a sigh of relief.
The three men and the driver fled in a hurry, leaving the unconscious, long-legged beauty lying on the rocks. Several police officers immediately rushed over. Among them was a female officer. Without delay, Zhang Yang grabbed the hacker and dashed out, chasing after the direction the three had fled. Once they reached the roadside, the three hailed a taxi and headed toward the city center. The hacker guy followed behind, revving the engine until it nearly smoked, but he couldn't catch up to the taxi.
Bro, what do we do now? We lost them.
The hacker guy sighed helplessly.
Back to the bar. I refuse to believe they'd be that easy to shake.
Zhang Yang said to the hacker.
Chapter 147, Unexpected.
When Zhang Yang and the others returned to the entrance of the vibration bar, they found the three men had indeed returned. Plenty of tipsy beauties were still stumbling out. Perhaps because it was the weekend, not only were there more drunk women, but also a fair number of scavengers waiting outside. Zhang Yang even spotted that teacher from earlier joining the commotion, though it seemed he'd arrived a bit late today. Compounded by the weekend itself. Many had brought their own dates, emerging in pairs, leaving few opportunities for others.
Hey, everyone watching the livestream.
It's 1:30 a.m. now, and there are still quite a few people at the bar entrance. All these guys can't possibly be waiting for their girlfriends.
Check this out.
Zhang Yang was wrapped up tightly and hanging out with the hacker guy, so basically no one recognized him. After Zhang Yang swirled the live stream camera around the entire bar,
the live stream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! I think I just spotted our accounting professor. It's ING real, I even took a screenshot. Damn it!
He's always so serious, telling us how in love he is with his wife, and now he's doing this kind of thing.
Holy crap, I think I just spotted our section chief.
Chief Wang from the Tianhai Customs Anti-Smuggling Division.
No doubt about it, my boss is legendary. Did you find any good prey tonight? Our section chief is getting called in tomorrow.
6. I spotted our vice president.
Who knew the esteemed vice president had such a hobby? Deputy Director Lu Zixing of Tianhai People's Hospital.
He's always been harassing the young nurses. I heard he even got one of them pregnant before, but he paid her off to settle it and then fired her outright. This is wild. Instantly, though not many Tianhai locals initially saw it, screenshots flooded social feeds and group chats, setting the internet ablaze. The whole country now knows about Tianhai City's Tremor Bar. Just then, the three men set their sights on another target.
This person appeared to be a bar employee.
Dressed in a professional uniform, they were now completely passed out.
The trio approached with practiced ease.
Two supported him while the third hailed a cab.
Soon they were gone. This time, they didn't go anywhere else.
They headed straight back to the same small hotel as before. Zhang Yang guessed that the driver must have seen how stunning the beauty the three men had picked up was, so he'd suggested sharing in the fun along the way. Somehow, they'd struck a deal to have a quickie in the park. Had Zhang Yang and his crew not followed them, that beauty would have been in for a world of trouble. Not only would she have been forced into a park encounter, but given those men's character, they'd likely have dragged her back to the motel to continue filming. After all, that black-stocking beauty was top tier in both figure and looks. If they posted it online, the views would skyrocket.
Though they knew they'd arrived at the motel, this time Zhang Yang and his crew couldn't get inside.
After all, they'd already been inside before. If they went in again, they'd definitely be recognized. However, when Zhang Yang and the others entered last time, they had already scouted out all the exits of this small hotel. Besides the front door, there was a back door and several windows that could be used to jump out. After Zhang Yang called the police, he immediately headed to the back area and live-streamed a demonstration of these potential escape routes for the officers. Sure enough, not long after, several police cars arrived from all directions. If those individuals had attempted to escape from here, they would have been caught red-handed, with everyone pinned to the ground. Given how scantily clad they were, the evidence inside was likely readily available. This was a classic case of catching the perpetrators red-handed. Once the police arrived, Zhang Yang immediately shut down the livestream. Otherwise, given the livestream's location, the officers could have easily tracked them down too. Although Zhang Yang and his crew had assisted the police considerably in this matter. But they had let the hacker guy employ some questionable methods. If the police found out about this, it would certainly be a serious offense. In the end, they decided to play it safe. Tonight's live stream. The cumulative online viewership exceeded 5 million. Additionally, they received over 1 million in tips. However, since these donations came from a third-party platform, they couldn't be withdrawn. This frustrated the hacker guy immensely, but he knew there was nothing he could do. These days, any withdrawal or transaction requires real name verification. If he truly wanted to withdraw the funds, he couldn't conceal his identity. If the police ever traced the withdrawal information, the consequences would be far more serious than a mere million yuan could cover. That evening, the moment Zhang Yang arrived at the entrance of his private detective agency, he received a call from Qin Wanqing. Zhang Yang thought for a moment, switched the phone to silent, and tossed it aside. No choice. No need to guess, Qin Wanqing was definitely calling about the livestream incident. Answering it would only invite trouble. How could he find someone?
At this hour, Qin should be asleep anyway.
Not answering the call posed no risk and even cleared Zhang of suspicion. Otherwise, if he answered so quickly and sounded so alert, Qin Aigwa would inevitably grow suspicious. Besides, last time, it was Zhang Yang who led Qin Aigwa to uncover the body snatching incident, triggering a series of crackdowns. Now that something like this had happened again, it was only natural for people to think of Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang tucked his phone away. Only then did he open the door.
The young woman was sitting on the sofa, staring at her phone, seemingly waiting for him.
"You're back?" the young woman asked Zhang Yang. "Why aren't you asleep yet? Were you waiting for me?" Zhang Yang asked the young woman. "Yeah. I watched your live stream, the one with those 3 people. Thank you."
The young woman replied to Zhang Yang.
"What's there to thank me for? This punishment is still too light for them. Once they're inside, someone will take good care of them. Besides, there's more to this than just looting corpses.
Their charges won't be so simple either. Rest assured."
Zhang Yang replied to the young woman.
These individuals were indeed as Zhang Yang had described.
Given the current situation,
they were involved in a series of grey market operations, which already constituted multiple illegal activities. This meant they could be charged with multiple offenses.
Their outcome won't be a pleasant one. Early the next morning,
before Zhang Yang had fully awakened, a series of knocks sounded at the door.
Chapter 148, Qin Aigwa's Rage. Zhang Yang opened the door in a daze to find Qin Aigwa standing there, seething with anger.
"What brings you here?"
Zhang Yang was puzzled. "Why did I come? Don't you remember? I called you 30 or 40 times last night. You sleep like a log." Qin Aigwa walked straight in.
Last night, Qin Aigwa had just fallen asleep when the phone woke him up. They said Tianhai City had become famous and told Qin Aigwa to watch the livestream immediately. The moment Qin Aigwa saw it, he blew his top.
You see, Qin Aigwa had just finished preparing for a joint crackdown on the bar district.
He'd spent days conducting research, redeploying personnel, and drafting plans, all in anticipation of tomorrow night's operation.
But unexpectedly, before the crackdown even began, trouble erupted tonight.
When Qin Aigwa opened the livestream, he nearly choked on his own blood. This was it. The entire city of Tianhai had just become infamous. And this was entirely within their jurisdiction. They were completely screwed.
Qin Aigwa frantically summoned every single official from the Public Security Bureau, big and small.
Together, they watched a live-action version of scavenging. When Qin Aigwa saw the online viewership numbers, he nearly lost it. Forget tracking down the mastermind behind it all, simply dispatching personnel based on the live stream alone had everyone scrambling.
But just as they were preparing to pinpoint the mastermind,
they discovered the other side had already gone offline. There was simply no way to trace them. In fact, they hadn't just logged off, they'd also destroyed all previous data, leaving no evidence behind. The cyber police were on the verge of making a breakthrough, only to have it slip through their fingers at the last moment.
What's more crucial is that,
throughout this process, no residual data remained on other live streaming platforms either. Even the tip money hadn't been withdrawn, completely eliminating any chance of tracking down this individual. While the tech department was at a loss, Qin Aigwa turned his attention to Zhang Yang. For Zhang Yang, there was no way he would let this kind of behavior go unchecked. Just like before, even though Zhang Yang was a private investigator, his values were still very upright. So Qin Aigwa called Zhang Yang. He dialed dozens of times, but Zhang Yang never answered. After working through the night, Qin Aigwa and his team decided to go find Zhang Yang directly.
Who is this? Why is he shouting so loudly? So sleepy. The young beauty was also woken up by Qin Aigwa's booming voice and grumbled in annoyance. Last night, the young lady had waited until Zhang Yang returned before going to bed.
And she lay awake for ages afterward. Now she was dead tired.
Me. You guys. Qin Aigwa jolted awake, leaping straight up from the sofa.
He never imagined there'd be a woman in Zhang Yang's room at this hour. Zhang Yang immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Qin Wanqing. Anything he said now would be futile.
10 minutes later, Qin Aigwa handed the phone back to Zhang Yang with a skeptical look. Just tell me, was that you last night?
I don't want to waste words with you.
Spill it. Now our entire Tianhai city has become notorious. Do you have any idea how many plans I had prepared? Gathering evidence, rounding up suspects, we were set to launch a major operation tonight. And you go and... Couldn't you have waited just one more day? Qin Aigwa snapped at Zhang Yang. What do you mean? I don't understand. I was here the entire time last night. Don't go accusing innocent people.
Zhang Yang was well aware of the consequences of this incident. To be honest, even he hadn't anticipated how serious the situation would become, with so many people spontaneously sharing it in group chats and across various platforms. More importantly, the livestream footage had exposed quite a few people. They never dreamed that after all these years of performing at the entrance of this bar, they'd be discovered by a streamer. And suddenly, subtle shifts began occurring throughout Tianhai City. Some took leave, some were fired, and some faced investigations. Almost no one could have predicted that these seemingly respectable individuals would be caught in such an unexpected situation.
And there was simply no way to explain it away. After all, lurking outside a bar in the dead of night.
Even if you were genuinely waiting for your girlfriend to finish work, you'd likely be labeled a cadaver looter.
Nearly everyone in Tianhai City was searching for the streamer.
But the streamer had vanished without a trace.
Just like when they first appeared. No information whatsoever, not even a single friend message. It was as if the account had suddenly appeared and then vanished just as abruptly. But Qin Wanqing refused to believe it. Though he didn't know what method Zhang Yang had used, he was certain this was almost certainly Zhang Yang's doing. Hearing Zhang Yang's denial, Qin Wanqing shot him a skeptical look. "Uncle, we were here watching movies all night, we never left." "Really?" Just then, the young woman beside him spoke up. Having watched the live stream herself last night, she could easily piece together what had happened afterward. Since Zhang Yang was helping her now, she naturally wanted to help him in return. "You? Let me tell you, giving false testimony could land you in jail." Qin Wanqing threatened the young woman. "Uncle, come on, we live in a society governed by the rule of law, okay? Everything requires evidence these days. You say I'm giving false testimony, got any proof? Watch out, I might sue you for slander," the young woman said to Qin Wanqing with a smile. Qin Wanqing was so furious he nearly spat blood. Earlier, during his phone call with Qin Wanqing, Qin Wanqing had learned this little girl's identity. She was already pitiful enough as it was, so naturally, Qin Wanqing couldn't bring himself to do anything to her. "You! Get dressed and come with me right now. There's another case. Though this doesn't involve you, don't act like you're not involved. Hurry up!" Qin Wanqing barked at Zhang Yang with a dark expression. Chapter 149, The Closed Campus. Zhang Yang reluctantly followed Qin Wanqing out. Actually, this matter has already been resolved. Can we let the person go now? Is this a real case, or are you just? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. "Bull. Do you think I joke about a case? It's the end of the year now, and all sorts of things are popping up. The recent cases have already kept us busy enough, but I don't know which little bastard is trying to stir up trouble for me." Qin Wanqing glared at Zhang Yang. He didn't believe a word Zhang Yang had just said. Earlier, when stealing state secrets, Zhang Yang and his team had managed to find those documents in Tianhan Tower without anyone noticing. That alone proved everything. Ahem. I think the case is more important. I heard the provincial bureau has year-end bonuses. If I don't make a good impression, that bonus might feel a bit, well, awkward. What case? Where is it? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. Head to Tianhai University of Science and Technology. Several female students were raped there. The campus is currently on lockdown. Take this pass and get inside. Lu Meng and the others are still tracking other cases. Lately, your live stream has left the entire Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau overwhelmed. This case is yours. You have 3 days to catch the perpetrator. If you don't, just wait and see what I'll do to you. Qin Wanqing stormed toward the elevator, fuming. Oh, and that one inside, make sure to get her out of here ASAP. She won't be of age until next month. Minimum 5 years. Hurry up. Just before stepping into the elevator, Qin Wanqing glared at Zhang Yang and spat out the warning. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. He probably came today just for this case. If the old man had merely suspected him of orchestrating this live stream, he would have had him arrested long ago. He was just using the live stream to blackmail him into solving the case. After all, the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau was genuinely stretched thin for manpower right now. Plus, with year-end approaching, every precinct was swamped. Zhang Yang first hailed a cab to send the young woman back, then headed to Tianhai University of Science and Technology. The gates of Tianhai University of Science and Technology were completely closed at this hour. With the recent resurgence of infectious diseases, universities were implementing strict lockdown measures. As soon as Zhang Yang approached the entrance, he was stopped by security. "Are you a police officer?" The guard examined the credentials Zhang Yang presented, eyeing him with some suspicion. "Zhang Yang. Over here." Just then, a passing police officer spotted Zhang Yang at the gate, and the security guard promptly let him through. But after entering, Zhang Yang didn't recognize this officer. "I'm Lian from Tiancheng District Police Station. We came as soon as we got the report. I'm just a trainee officer. When my superior mentioned you were coming, I thought it couldn't be true." Lian addressed Zhang Yang. You came alone?" Zhang Yang scratched his head. Though he wasn't officially a police officer yet, he was practically a household name within Tianhai City's public security system. "We have another colleague who's currently taking the victim's statement. With the year-end approaching, petty theft cases have surged. Our station was already understaffed, and now with this home invasion robbery, all our colleagues have been diverted to that case. This time, just the 2 of us interns are handling the case. We'll be learning a lot from you, the expert. Shall we head over now?" Lian said to Zhang Yang. "Let's go. What's the situation?" Zhang Yang asked Lian as they walked.
We received a report from a female college student who stated she was raped on campus and that explicit photos were taken. She was threatened into having sex multiple times, and the last incident involved several other men. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she reported the incident to the police. To protect the student's reputation, we did not take her directly for questioning but instead brought her to an office. With campuses under lockdown recently, many students couldn't leave. As seen in short videos, every evening, the corners of this campus are filled with young couples. Someone must have been targeting this opportunity. But the problem is, the victim has no idea who the perpetrators are. They were all wearing masks, so all we know is they're young likely students at this university too. But with tens of thousands of people on campus, it's impossible to track them down. Lian said to Zhang Yang. The two continued their conversation as they entered the administration building. Recently, due to the infectious disease outbreak, police officers and medical workers have been frequently seen on campus. This didn't cause much surprise among the students. They entered an office where a female officer was with a girl who was crying. Upon seeing Zhang Yang enter, the officer immediately stepped forward and saluted him. Good afternoon, sir. I'm Officer Zhao Na. The officer spoke with efficiency. Zhang Yang felt a bit flustered. Although his current status technically made him part of the police force, he wasn't accustomed to formalities like salutes. It's fine, no need to be so formal. What's the situation now? Zhang Yang waved his hand with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Yang wasn't putting on any airs, Zhao Na also lowered her hand. We've only uncovered part of the basic situation. The girl's emotional state is unstable, and she's reluctant to discuss certain things. It might not be the best time to press further questions. Zhao Na addressed Zhang Yang. Did she leave any evidence behind? Zhang Yang inquired. No. They all took precautions, and while the girl had something in her mouth earlier, it was all cleaned up. There's no evidence now. Zhao Na shook her head. It's lunchtime. Lian, go get some food from the cafeteria. We'll eat together here. Zhang Yang glanced at the girl's condition, checked the time, and instructed Lian. I don't have a meal card. I think you need one here, right? Lian looked troubled. With the campus closed off, takeout couldn't get in, so they had to get food from the cafeteria. Find a few students who are getting their meals and ask them to swipe their cards for you. You're wearing a police uniform, so those students will be more than happy to help. Zhang Yang smiled as he said this. Lian snapped to attention and dashed out. Chapter 150, The Night of Thunderous Shelling. Before long, Lian returned carrying several large and small bags. Come on, let's eat together. Don't worry. Now that the police are here, we'll definitely catch them. Zhang Yang said to the female college student. When people are caught up in their emotions, whether it's asking questions or anything else, it's hard to snap them out of it quickly. The best remedy is food. Eating not only shifts focus but also eases emotional tension. At Zhao invitation, the student slowly approached the table. Though she didn't eat much, she had clearly stopped crying. The more information you provide us, the better we can track down these individuals and ensure they face the consequences they deserve. You've already reported this to the police, so I trust you believe in our capabilities. You don't need to think about it. I'll ask the questions. Just say whatever comes to mind, okay? Zhang Yang didn't wait until she finished eating before starting the questioning. Conducting the interview while she was still eating would help her feel more relaxed and less guarded. The female student nodded. The first time it happened, were you alone? Where was it? Zhang Yang asked the college girl. No, my boyfriend was there too. It was in the woods next to the school playground. The female student said, her head bowed. Zhang Yang nodded. It was easy to imagine. With the campus locked down, students couldn't even go out to get a hotel room on weekends, so they had to make do with spots around campus. The small grove by the playground, usually unlit at this hour, was indeed a perfect spot. What puzzled Zhang Yang most was how this incident had even occurred. Logically speaking, if it was just a female student alone, she probably wouldn't have ventured into such a secluded spot by herself at night. And if the location wasn't too secluded, the likelihood of an actual rape occurring was low. After all, on campus, one couldn't openly commit indecent assault in public. Today's college students aren't afraid to take risks. Hearing the girl say this, Zhang Yang finally understood. At first, there was probably just one person, right? Did your boyfriend run off? Zhang Yang pressed further. Yeah. When that person came over, he said he was from the academic affairs office. My boyfriend got scared and ran off first. My pants were already down, so I couldn't run away, and... The female student told Zhang Yang. He threatened you with his position in the academic affairs office, saying he wouldn't report you if you... Zhang Yang pressed further. Yeah. But later I sensed something was off. I never imagined he was still capturing everything we did. The female student said, her head bowed. Zhang Yang shook his head in utter disbelief. A boyfriend like that, who only thought about running away himself, what a blind fool to date someone like that. And this college girl was so naive. She just believed him when he said he worked in the academic affairs office.
Does the academic affairs office even work at night? And they'd go looking for someone in the woods during work hours? She didn't think for a second. When did the incident with those people behind her happen? Zhang Yang pressed further. If it's rape, that's one charge. But if it's gang rape, the charge is even more serious. It was last night.
Lately, he's been making me wait for him in that little grove every night. But I had my period those days, so I had to use other places instead.
I never expected that when I went there last night, I found 4 men inside. First, they made me beat each of them.
Then, without caring that I was still unclean from my period,
The female student began crying again as she spoke. Zhang Yang nodded. This matter is actually quite straightforward.
Without evidence, it's difficult to track someone down, but if we can lure them out of hiding, it's possible.
Is your phone here? How does he usually contact you? Zhang Yang asked the female college student. He texts me.
The female student said as she placed her phone on the table.
Zhang Yang opened the messages and indeed saw several texts.
At first, there were threatening messages, but later they were just commands.
How arrogant.
Well then, when they send another message, we'll catch them red-handed.
Lian said angrily from the side. It's useless.
Without evidence, even if we catch them, it'll be hard to secure a conviction.
These text messages alone can't serve as direct evidence.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
Damn it. So we know they're rapists, yet we can't do anything about them? Lian exclaimed angrily.
You have to understand, that's how being a cop works. Everything needs evidence. Plus, look at the timing over the past half-month. It hasn't been every single day. There was a gap in between. Based on my assessment, there's absolutely no way this is the only victim. Zhang Yang lowered his voice.
Then why hasn't anyone reported it? How incredibly brazen. Zhao Na was furious too. Female college students have too many concerns.
This kind of thing is hard to avoid, but since they've been targeting that same spot every time, maybe they've set their sights on it and will definitely go back. Looks like we really should go check that place out. By the way, you two, are you a couple? Zhang Yang glanced at Lian and Zhao Na.
Ha?
Lian and Zhao Na both widened their eyes in surprise.
Tianhai University of Science and Technology. After nightfall, the school playground and many chairs would fill with couples, some embracing, others moving in various positions.
They thought no one would notice. But this futile attempt to hide their actions was practically the same as a live broadcast. In the small grove bordering the field, there was no light at all. 2 long benches stood there. During the day, if students came here for morning reading or similar activities, they might find tissues and use contraceptives under the benches. It was also a spot the school janitors cleaned regularly every day.
Honey, let's go over there.
I know there are a few benches over there, we can sit there and do it. A male student said to a girl.
Someone's already there.
Let's go to the bleachers over by the playground instead. The girl glanced inside and saw 2 figures already sitting on the bench. The boy glanced over with regret. He shook his head in disappointment. Earlier today, when scouting the location, he'd found it quite secluded. Even if he accidentally made a sound, it wouldn't be a problem. But he hadn't expected to arrive too late. It seemed he'd have to come earlier tomorrow.
He led the female student toward the playground.
Meanwhile, the 2 shadowy figures on the bench watched the departing couple with a helpless shake of their heads. This was already the 3rd couple preparing to have sex here.
Chapter 151, so close yet so far. Why aren't they here yet? It's freezing out here.
I really don't know how those students manage to do that kind of thing. Zhao Na huffed and puffed beside Lian.
Yeah, once you get into it, you probably won't feel the cold anymore. Remember that case we had before? A student from the Capital Conservatory of Music?
Right in the middle of winter, she and her boyfriend were doing it out in the open on the street. And they even called over a bunch of passers-by to join in. Lian shook his head helplessly.
Ha? That's disgusting. How could anyone do something like that? How do you even know about this? Don't tell me you're a pervert too? Zhao Na snapped at Lian. No, I saw it on Weibo too.
Some guy called One-Handed Husband posted all the photos online.
The last one showed that woman lying completely naked on the ground and it had just snowed. She was sweating all over. Lian explained to Zhao Na. Oomph. Men are all scum. Look how excited you get just talking about this. Can't you learn a thing or two from Zhang Yang? You're so indecent. Zhao Na spat at Lian.
Lian shrugged helplessly, glancing around. Tonight, the 2 of them were posing as a school couple, hoping to catch someone in the act. As soon as those people showed up, they could make the arrest immediately. Just in case, they'd even brought a police stun baton, prepared for the possibility of a large group showing up. But they waited until past 11 o'clock and still hadn't seen anyone. Meanwhile, the other couples nearby seemed to have finished their business and were heading back to their dorms. If they stayed any later, they wouldn't be able to get into the dorms. Let's go. Looks like no one's coming tonight. The playground was deserted. When Lian and Zhao Na emerged from the small grove, the entire playground was already deserted. But just after they left, a figure emerged from the path beside the grove. Watching Lian and Zhao Na's retreating figures, he looked deep in thought.
Early the next morning. No one? Strange. Did they change locations? No messages had come through on his phone either. Zhang Yang was thoroughly puzzled. To avoid alerting the suspect, they hadn't confined the female student. Instead, they let her attend classes and returned to her dorm as usual. After the incident, she hadn't told her roommates, and they remained unaware of what had happened to her. Truthfully, if it weren't for the gang rape, which she simply couldn't bear any longer, she probably wouldn't have spoken up. He believed the same held true for others. That's why Zhang Yang suspected such incidents were far from isolated on campus. Moreover, for perpetrators like them, such acts would certainly not cease. In criminal psychology, the greater the sense of impunity, the more it fuels criminal behavior. What worried Zhang Yang most now was that these men had grown bored with this female student. After all, they'd already gone as far as gang rape. It was likely they'd move on to someone else. But even if they switch targets, meaning the crime is currently suspended, it would still be difficult to prevent them from committing another offense next time. Moreover, the weather was growing increasingly colder. From the perspective that the crime scene is outside, it might be even more troublesome. What should we do next? Lian asked Zhang Yang, now completely at a loss. Looks like we'll have to take the initiative. We can't just keep waiting like this. Zhang Yang frowned as he spoke. He pulled out the female student's phone. You mean we should proactively send them a message? Lian was quite excited. Yes. Even if they want to switch partners, once they get the message, they'll probably want to have one last go with the female student. Since they've already committed gang rape, we might as well push them further. Zhang Yang spoke as he picked up the girl's phone and began composing a message. Lian and Zhao Na looked at it. Send me the video. Spare me, and I'll give you a sum of money. Zhang Yang sent the message. But after a long time, there was still no reply. What was going on? Could it be that the phone was lost? That shouldn't be possible. Lian was puzzled by the situation. Yeah, normally, if someone received a message, they wouldn't just not reply. Could something have gone wrong? Zhao Na was also puzzled. In this situation, there might only be one explanation: the suspect might have caught on. Are you two absolutely certain no one saw you at the time? Zhang Yang thought for a moment before asking Lian and Zhao Na. No, right? We were just sitting there the whole time and didn't see anyone come by. Lian replied to Zhang Yang. That's probably where the problem lies. It seems the suspect was quite vigilant. It's impossible for the two of you to have been there without doing anything. Ordinary couples spending time together don't just chat. If it were just chatting, there'd be no need to go to such a deserted place. People who seek out such places usually have business to attend to. It's likely your situation tipped them off. Zhang Yang shook his head. All right. Lian sighed helplessly. It's not your fault. How could we really expect you two to act like a couple doing that kind of thing? In that case, we'll have to find another way. Come on, let's go back and take another look. Zhang Yang said to the two of them. He led Lian and Zhao Na toward the small grove. This grove seemed untouched, either no one had cleaned it yet, or last night's traces hadn't been left behind. The campus janitors hadn't reached the spot. There was no one around the grove at the moment. Though the sunlight was pleasant during the day, it was still quite cold outside. The entire campus was largely deserted. For some, only the cover of night offered refuge. No matter how cold it was, people would still be out. Zhang Yang and the others approached the grove and looked around. Near the bench, the damp ground bore numerous footprints. Judging by the tracks, they belonged to Lian and Zhao Na. There was one additional footprint nearby, but it stopped short of reaching this spot. It seemed the janitor had glanced over from a distance, found nothing amiss, and left. Why were there footprints here? Just then, Zhang Yang spotted several muddy footprints in the corner of the small grove, pressed against the wall. Chapter 152, A Footprint. This is a corner, you know. Judging by these footprints, they seem fresh. Lian came over to take a look. Winter nights were often shrouded in thin fog. Judging by the condition, these footprints appeared to be recent, possibly from last night, or perhaps a few nights prior. Zhang Yang crouched down to examine them. He took out his phone and snapped a photo of the footprint pattern. You mean someone was watching us here last night? Zhao Na was startled. Lian walked over to the footprints and looked. Stretching his neck, he could clearly see the direction of the bench over there. But if someone was sitting on their bench, they'd naturally have their back turned. Add in the darkness, and they might genuinely not notice anyone over here. The thought crossed his mind. Lian's face darkened instantly. They'd intended to set a trap for someone else, yet unexpectedly, someone had spotted them from behind and they hadn't noticed a thing. No need to be so tense. If someone really was there, would you two really have noticed nothing at all? Zhang Yang reassured the pair. Brother Zhang, you don't understand. Last night, neither of us even imagined there was a path back here. When we first came here, it was pitch black back there. We didn't think twice about it. And with people doing that thing on those two benches up front, our attention was completely focused there. The suspect could have been right behind us. Even though we tried to keep our voices down, they might have heard us. Lian said with a hint of frustration. If the suspect really was watching us from behind, then it's pretty much a lost cause. Regardless of whether they overheard our conversation, the way we sat there so properly was definitely not that of an ordinary couple. We were definitely exposed. It's too late for regrets now. Don't fret, he can't escape. Let's check the back. Zhang Yang said to the two of them. They circled the area but found only a newly constructed machine room at the rear, no escape route in sight. Though adjacent to the campus perimeter wall, there was no escape route. Barbed wire topped the wall, making exit virtually impossible. In other words, if anyone was here, they must have been lying in wait beforehand. The trail had gone cold again. Brother Zhang, it's all our fault for being careless. We had a golden opportunity, the suspect was right behind us and we blew it. Now we've scared the snake out of its hole and we're left with absolutely no leads. Lian said, filled with self-reproach. Who says there are no leads? Don't worry. Zhang Yang smiled and pointed to the footprint beside them. Send a photo of this footprint to the tech department immediately. Have them compare the tread pattern of this shoe. I took a look. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it feels strangely familiar. As he spoke, Zhang Yang sent the photo of the footprint he'd just taken to Lian. Yes. I'll get right on it. Lian hurried off to make a call. Give the phone back to that female student. You stay with her for now. I have a feeling that if the suspect is still on campus, they might retaliate against her. Zhang Yang said to Zhao Na. Got it. Got it. Zhao Na hurried out as well. Not long after, news came back from Lian's end. Brother Zhang, he said it was the pattern of the old liberation shoes. These rubber shoes used to be common, but they're rare now. But where do we find someone wearing these rubber shoes? Lian asked Zhang Yang. Liberation shoes? That's easy, then follow me. Zhang Yang said to Lian. The two headed straight for the security office. You mean outsiders? Yes, there was a construction crew here before. They were building a machine room, but they left ages ago. The security guard replied to Zhang Yang. Gone? Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised. After all, in Zhang Yang's view, this kind of liberation shoe was generally not something college students would wear out in public. These shoes aren't particularly expensive nowadays, most people can afford a new pair. The only group that frequently wore these shoes wasn't because they couldn't afford anything else, but because they were comfortable. They were practical for work. But unexpectedly, they had already been phased out. Doesn't this mean we're cut off again? Brother Zhang, what should we do next? How about we check each dormitory? Lian suggested. At this hour, we should check the cafeterias. I heard the campus is closed now, with only 2 cafeterias open. We can split up, you just keep an eye on the food service windows. See if anyone, like you before, is paying others to buy meals for them. Zhang Yang said to Lian. Then he and Lian split up and headed to the school cafeteria. According to Zhang Yang's reasoning, his reasoning was sound, it was highly likely someone had been left behind. But for this person who stayed behind, while drinking water and sleeping were manageable, eating was a problem. With the campus closed off, there was no way to go out for meals. The only option was the cafeteria. And without a student ID card, they'd have to do what Lian had done before when buying meals. Just as Zhang Yang was observing the situation, Lian's call suddenly came through. Hurry! Brother Zhang! We found him! He's heading toward the playground right now. Lian's breathless voice came through the phone. Zhang Yang rushed outside. He sprinted toward the playground, spotting Lian chasing someone from afar. With Zhang Yang closing in, he forced the person into the small grove they'd passed earlier. Keep running, if you dare. Ha! Lian pulled out the handcuffs from behind his back. The young man before him was frantically searching for an escape route. Zhang Yang noticed the man was wearing a pair of Liberation Army-style shoes. Stop running. There's no way out here. I'm giving you a chance. Come over now, and I'll consider it a voluntary surrender. And if you tell us about your accomplices, we'll count it as a meritorious act. The police don't lie. Zhang Yang addressed the man from the side. The man had already reached a dead end. Having ambushed here earlier, he knew full well there was no escape route. He immediately picked up a rock from the ground, preparing to charge forward. Watch out! Zhang Yang warned Lian. Lian sidestepped the stone, then delivered a flying kick that sent the young man sprawling. He swiftly handcuffed one of his hands and one of his feet. The young man curled up on the ground like a shrimp. Nice moves. Zhang Yang said to Lian with a smile. Back in the academy, I was the hand-to-hand combat champion. That's how I got into the criminal investigation unit. Lian smiled back at Zhang Yang. Tell me, where are the others? Zhang Yang approached the man and asked. If I tell you, will it still count as a meritorious act? The young man, now in custody, had lost his earlier arrogance. On top of your previous charges, you've now added assaulting an officer. You still want to earn credit? You must be dreaming. Confess honestly. Where is he? Zhang Yang demanded coldly. Chapter 153, Waiting for the Rabbit. People? What person? The man looked utterly bewildered. What the hell are you talking about? The ones who were messing with that female student with you the night before last. Lian kicked him from the side. The night before last? I wasn't there the night before last. I had a stomachache and stayed inside the teaching building all night. The captured man explained. Hearing this, Zhang Yang frowned. Judging by his demeanor, he didn't seem to be lying. Besides, at this point, there was no reason to conceal such a thing. Could it be that someone else had done this? Take him back first. Interrogate him directly. I'll go question that female student. Zhang Yang instructed Lian. He immediately headed toward the female dormitory building. Although it was already winter, it must be said that female college students really knew how to dress. Most of the girls wore leggings. From a distance, these leggings not only hugged their slender legs perfectly but also had a slimming effect. Zhang Yang even encountered several female students returning from showers, chattering as they passed him, leaving behind a trail of subtle fragrance. It made Zhang Yang's mind wander. Qin Wanqing, judging by the timeline, should be returning in 2 days. The days right after Qin Wanqing left? Zhang Yang was in heaven. Every night after their video call, he'd crack open 2 beers and fire up some grilled chicken wings and skewers. With the World Cup happening recently, watching the games at night was pure bliss. But he never imagined that after a few days of this lifestyle, he'd be completely fed up. When Qin Wanqing was around, he'd longed for his single life, but now that his wife was gone, things weren't so easy anymore. Later, a cute young woman showed up to help with a case involving a dead body. But now that she's gone too, life has become utterly dull. No choice on these lonely nights, he had to call upon Miss Five once more. Once Qin Wanqing returned, he'd have to do this first, then that, and finally that. 3 whole days and nights. As Zhang Yang indulged in these wild fantasies, Zhao Na returned with the female college student. Let's step aside and talk. There's something else I'd like to ask you about. Zhang Yang gestured toward a nearby pavilion. With people coming and going below the girls' dormitory, it wouldn't be good if their conversation were overheard. Zhao Na had also changed into plain clothes, posing as the older sister of a female college student visiting her. There might be some new developments. We've apprehended the individual from before, but we suspect another group might be involved. In other words, the person who threatened you with photos and videos earlier might not be the same group responsible for the subsequent incidents. Zhang Yang explained to the female student. Zhao Na, listening nearby, was also startled. I need you to recall if there were any other unusual details that day when they, did that? Are you certain that person was inside earlier? Zhang Yang asked the female student. I don't know. I was just waiting there when a group of people showed up and then. Oh, right when they texted me back then, they used a different number. The female student lowered her head and pulled out her phone. Zhang Yang glanced at it and saw it was indeed a different, unfamiliar number. This only served to confirm his suspicions. The worker before only had one phone on him, and it was a single SIM model. Besides, he wouldn't have needed to change his number just to send a text. This clearly pointed to someone else being involved. Not only did this person know the female student's phone number, but they also seemed quite familiar with her situation. That was interesting. By the way, where's your school's delivery point? Can packages still be delivered there now? Zhang Yang asked the female student. No, they can't come in, but packages are left at the school entrance. We have to go pick them up ourselves. The female student replied to Zhang Yang. Got it. Got it. Head back. We'll apprehend the suspect as soon as possible. Zhao Na, come with me. Zhang Yang nodded, jotted down the phone number, then hurried off with Zhao Na. What should we do? Zhao Na asked Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang made a shushing gesture to Zhao Na, dialed the number, and after 2 rings, it was answered. Hello? Who is this? A man's voice came from the other end. Hello, there's a package for you, but the information is smudged with oil and there's damage. Come take a look. If it's really bad, you can refuse it. Zhang Yang said into the phone. A package? I haven't ordered anything recently. Did you dial the wrong number? The voice on the other end sounded genuinely surprised. Zhang Yang could hear game sounds in the background, seemed like a college student. I don't know either. From the packaging, it looks like an iPhone. No clue who sent it, the name's faded, but the phone number left is yours. Zhang Yang said. An iPhone? Hold on, I'll be right over. At the school gate, right? The person on the other end asked Zhang Yang. Yep. Call me when you arrive. I'm sorting goods over here. Zhang Yang said as he hung up the phone. Moments later, a male student hurried over, pulling out his phone. Zhang Yang's phone rang simultaneously. He answered the call and waved at the student, who immediately ran over. Before he reached Zhang Yang, a female student who was sorting packages nearby executed a shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground. She swiftly pulled handcuffs from her pocket and secured the boy's right hand to his left ankle. In that position, he couldn't even get up off the ground, let alone run. Wow, impressive skills. Are all police academy graduates this skilled nowadays? Zhang Yang asked with a laugh. You bet. Basic combat training is a required course at our academy. You can't graduate without passing it. Zhao Na chuckled. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me?
The male student squirmed on the ground, but the more he twisted, the tighter the grip became. Several students picking up packages nearby gathered around, and the security guard at the school gate, looking utterly bewildered, hurried over.
Why are we arresting you? You think anyone can just have handcuffs? Police business. Everyone back up. Hand over your phones.
Zhao Na immediately pulled out her police ID, waving it at the surrounding students. Just as she was about to instruct them to put their phones away, Zhang Yang interrupted her.
Ahem.
Make sure you capture this clearly. This individual committed an offense and was apprehended by us, but the matter isn't resolved yet.
We'll continue investigating.
As for his accomplices, if you turn yourselves in here tonight, I'll try to get lenient treatment for you.
Otherwise, if we catch you, you'll face severe punishment.
Zhang Yang addressed the crowd.
Chapter 154, Surrendering.
The moment Zhang Yang saw this male student, he had a rough idea of what was going on.
These students today are influenced by so many negative things.
If they could voluntarily confess their crimes, it would be a process of self-redemption. After undergoing legal judgment, they might be able to start anew.
But if they clung to false hope, thinking they could evade capture, their futures would likely be ruined. That's why Zhang Yang gave them a chance.
For Zhang Yang, finding these individuals was relatively straightforward.
However, the ringleader bore the gravest responsibility in this crime. If he were compelled to turn in the others and receive leniency for his cooperation, that was an outcome Zhang Yang was unwilling to see.
After instructing Zhao Na to take the suspect back, Zhang Yang remained in the security room to wait.
It wasn't until evening that 4 students arrived together. Officer, we're turning ourselves in. The moment they entered, they knelt before Zhang Yang. Everyone here? Let's go. Zhang Yang nodded.
He had already obtained the list of suspects that afternoon. 4 individuals.
Seeing them arrive, he led them straight into the police station. So, have they all confessed? Zhang Yang asked Zhao Na. They've all confessed.
How despicable. I never imagined there could be such scum in this world.
Zhao Na said indignantly.
Let me guess, the guy you caught at first was that college girl's boyfriend, right?
Zhang Yang asked Zhao Na. Yes. How did you know? Zhao Na was taken aback.
It took her an entire afternoon of interrogation to finally get her to talk.
These college kids today know quite a lot.
They knew they'd taken precautions back then, leaving no evidence behind, and since they were all wearing masks, no one had any idea who they were. So from the start, they insisted they'd been arrested by mistake. They even claimed the SIM card was something they found on the street.
But when the police pulled up the activation records, the student immediately backed down and broke down.
In a case like this, aside from the boyfriend who fled at the time, there's no one else who could know. Moreover, that boyfriend must have anticipated the fate of the female student who came later. He might have even visited the scene several times afterward, which is why he knew all these details.
Zhang Yang said to Zhao Na. Zhao Na nodded. Students these days have no boundaries whatsoever. They must have been so bitter they just gave up on being human. These individuals were their classmates. How could they have participated together? Do you think they didn't know the law?
They're all well aware, but they did it for the thrill. They'll probably never amount to much in life.
Zhang Yang shook his head. They're nothing but scum.
They should be locked up in prison for life. And they call themselves college students.
Zhao Na was still furious.
After all, she was a woman, and naturally felt sympathy for female students who had endured such an ordeal. After interacting with her these past few days, Zhao Na had come to understand that this college student was actually a very kind and quiet girl. Born into a scholarly family, both her parents were teachers.
Her premature involvement with her boyfriend stemmed from his persistent, repeated enticements.
These days, male students know far too much about such matters.
They know that after enough foreplay, even the most reserved and reluctant female students will become aroused. Not to mention,
the female students in the dorms constantly chatted about their experiences with boyfriends, discussing locations and positions. Gradually, this made female college students believe that engaging in such activities with their boyfriends was perfectly normal. If she had met a boyfriend who took responsibility for her, he might not have pressured her into these acts. They wouldn't have gone to that grove, and none of this would have happened.
After a few more years on the job, you might not have so many preconceptions. This world is full of evil.
For police officers, the dark side of society you witness in a single month might exceed what others see in a year or even a lifetime.
No matter what, you must never let your emotions dictate your actions.
Take Lian, for instance. When apprehending a suspect who was already subdued, he delivered an extra kick out of anger. That could very well have led to disciplinary action. The same goes for your current state of mind. It will cloud your analysis and judgment of the case. If rage clouds your vision, you risk losing your most basic judgment. Facing a clever criminal, you'll be at a disadvantage from the very start.
Zhang Yang said to Zhao Na. Got it. Thanks, Brother Zhang. You're truly amazing.
Not only did you solve the case throughout the entire process, but it feels like you even controlled the outcome for each of them.
I'll work hard too, Zhao Na said to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang smiled and walked out. The moment he stepped outside, Lu Meng called out to him. Solve it? Lu Meng asked with a grin. Yeah. What else could it be? You'd actually let me go? Don't tell me that I'm going home to sleep. These past few days have been exhausting. Zhang Yang said with a sigh. Look at that reluctant look on your face. Fine, to make it up to you, here are 2 VIP passes to the golf course. Lu Meng pulled 2 passes from his pocket and waved them in front of Zhang Yang. Golf course passes? You're a cop, how can you afford such a luxurious place? I'm reporting you. Zhang Yang took them and examined them. Cut the nonsense. Keep your voice down. I managed to snag these from Chief Qin. My wife isn't in the mood, and the kid doesn't want to play either. Xiao Qin's coming back soon, right? You can find time to go play after he returns. These tickets expire at year's end. I spent ages rummaging through Director Qin's desk drawer to snag them. You're getting a steal. Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Put. Hand them over. No bonus? I'm not working for free. Consider this my payment. Let's go. My wife's coming back tomorrow. I'll get a haircut and get ready to welcome her. Zhang Yang walked out with a grin. Chapter 155, Kidnapping? After 2 weeks of training, Qin Wanqing finally returned to Tianhai City. In truth, such cadre training was quite common within their system. Generally, training was only required under 2 circumstances: either someone had made a mistake and needed to lie low temporarily, taking a break from work, or facing other external punishments. This also provided a face-saving explanation to the public. Or it meant a promotion was imminent. Specifically to get acquainted with people outside the system. Qin Wanqing, of course, hadn't made any mistakes, so she fell into the second category. However, for Qin Wanqing, there didn't seem to be much room for advancement. Within the current Public Security Bureau, every position was filled. Promotions weren't possible without vacancies. Instead, adjustments to her police rank were possible. Regarding the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, to be honest, if not for Zhang Yang, they might have faced a very difficult predicament by now. Therefore, no one raised objections to Qin Wanqing attending the training program. In fact, the way people viewed Qin Wanqing's status had undergone a significant shift. Previously, Qin Wanqing was seen as Qin Igwa's daughter. But now, when people mentioned her, she had completely become Zhang Yang's wife. Thus, Zhang Yang's directives no longer seemed so out of place. This was especially true for the unscrupulous duo of Qin Igwa and Lu Meng. They'd even begun to regard Zhang Yang as one of their own underlings. Qin Wanqing, however, wasn't dwelling on these matters. This training session had actually allowed her to meet quite a few people, which proved highly beneficial for her personally. After exiting the airport terminal, Qin Wanqing began searching for Zhang Yang. He knew her arrival time, so he would definitely be there to pick her up. Yet after scanning the crowd, she couldn't spot Zhang Yang anywhere. Qin Wanqing couldn't help but pout. Could it be because of some urgent case? No, that couldn't be it. He had even called Lu Meng yesterday to inquire about the recent situation in the squad. Apart from some minor matters, there hadn't been any particularly major cases. And nowadays, Zhang Yang usually only participated in major or high-profile cases. He wasn't needed for the others. Unable to make sense of it, Qin Wanqing dragged her suitcase out alone. Once outside, she still couldn't find Zhang Yang anywhere. A wave of disappointment washed over Qin Wanqing. She hailed a taxi, intending to head home and rest. After getting in the cab, Qin Wanqing pulled out her phone and called Zhang Yang several times, but no one answered. She felt puzzled and even began to worry. After all, Zhang Yang had video called her every night these past few days without any unusual signs. If he had changed his mind or something, she would have sensed it by now. But that wasn't the case. Could it be that Zhang Yang had some crucial task to handle? And one that made it inconvenient to take a call? Alright. This sort of thing is bound to happen. Earlier, Qin Wanqing had only casually mentioned her schedule, not deliberately arranging for Zhang Yang to pick her up. After all, girls crave romance. Qin Wanqing had been waiting for the surprise she'd planned for Zhang Yang, but unexpectedly, she felt deeply disappointed. Qin Wanqing closed her eyes, trying hard not to dwell on these thoughts. Zhang Yang must have been held up by something. Could it be he'd encountered some kind of danger? Otherwise, why would he completely ignore her? This was so out of character. Zhang Yang wasn't like this. Qin Wanqing pondered for a moment, still feeling uneasy. She pulled out her phone, intending to call Zhang Yang again to ask, but then noticed the scenery outside the window. It wasn't the route back to her home. After exiting the overpass, the car had actually headed in a different direction. Qin Wanqing immediately grew tense. Driver, which route are you taking? This route seems off, doesn't it? I'm a local and a police officer. Don't get yourself into trouble. Qin Wanqing said coldly. Unexpectedly, the driver not only failed to slow down but accelerated instead, while the doors locked tightly shut. Stop the car immediately. If you don't stop now, I'll call the police. Qin Wanqing realized something was wrong and tried to restrain the driver, but she found herself completely blocked by the metal bars of the driver's seat. She couldn't even reach inside.
Just as Qin Wanqing reached for her phone to call for help, the car turned into an underground parking garage. Once inside, her phone lost all signal. Qin Wanqing forced herself to stay calm. Even if this person intended harm, the moment he made his move would be her chance to fight back. Moments later, the taxi pulled into a parking space. The driver stepped out of the cab, and only then did Qin Wanqing notice that he was wearing a mask and a hat, covering himself completely. His true appearance was impossible to discern. Qin Wanqing quietly pulled the seatbelt strap, preparing to act the moment the man opened the door to enter. But after the taxi driver got in, he immediately bent over near the trunk and then fell silent. Qin Wanqing listened coldly to the sounds outside, but suddenly, everything fell silent. Then, the car door unlocked. Qin Wanqing froze, then hurriedly opened the door and stepped out. But there was no one around the car. Recalling that the figure had headed toward the trunk, Qin Wanqing deliberately circled around to the front of the car before turning back. She froze in place. There was no one behind her either. Qin Wanqing was deeply puzzled. That's not right. She clearly saw that person go to the back just now. How could they be gone? A thought struck Qin Wanqing, and she suddenly dropped to her hands and knees. There was no one under the car either. Qin Wanqing froze. She noticed the trunk wasn't closed. Could it be? Qin Wanqing swallowed hard as countless possibilities flashed through her mind. Perhaps the killer was hiding in the trunk, waiting to attack her the moment she opened it. Or perhaps someone had deliberately framed her by placing a corpse in the trunk to pin the blame on her. Perhaps a bomb was hidden inside ready to detonate the moment she opened the trunk. Qin Wanqing dared not make a rash move. After listening for a while and hearing no movement, she finally opened the trunk cautiously. The moment the trunk opened, Qin Wanqing froze in place. Chapter 156, Beyond the Law. What greeted Qin Wanqing was a trunk overflowing with flowers and neon lights. The sight made Qin Wanqing instantly cover her mouth with her hand, staring in disbelief. Honey? Surprised? Surprised? Just then, Zhang Yang emerged from the side with a mischievous grin. Ah? What's this? What are you doing? Qin Wanqing was so shocked she couldn't form coherent words. You scared the life out of me. I thought someone was out to get me. Qin Wanqing pouted at Zhang Yang. Come here, let your husband take a look. You've gotten a lot plumper since you left. It's clearly gotten bigger. Zhang Yang couldn't resist and immediately reached out to touch it. Stop it. We're still out in public. Why did you suddenly come here? We should hurry back. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. Go back? Where to? This is our home. Zhang Yang said as he pulled out a set of keys. What do you mean? Qin Wanqing froze. While you were away, I found an apartment I like. It's not like before. I've gotten quite a few bonuses lately. My parents kept pushing me, saying I should look at places early. Otherwise, if we get married without a place to live, it'll be really inconvenient. I've been looking for a while, and I finally found this spacious flat fully furnished and ready to move in. I already have the keys. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing with a smile. Ha? Qin Wanqing could hardly believe her ears. 10 minutes later. Qin Wanqing stood inside the bright and spotless apartment. Is this our house now? Is this our home? Qin Wanqing felt quite excited. Of course it is. Once you've settled in a few days, we'll find time to add your name to the deed. Since it requires your signature in person, there's nothing I can do about it. Come, I'll show you something wonderful. Zhang Yang said, pulling Qin Wanqing over to a nearby cabinet. He slid open a drawer, revealing Durex condoms inside. And this. Zhang Yang then led Qin Wanqing to the bathroom vanity, where several boxes of condoms lay in the drawer. And here too. From the coffee table drawer, Zhang Yang pulled out a box of Jiatubang condoms. Then we can be wherever we want, and we can always be armed. They're all the granular kind. Zhang Yang whispered into Qin Wanqing's ear. Qin Wanqing instantly flushed crimson. After being away for so long, Qin Wanqing actually found herself missing Zhang Yang. After all, for Qin Wanqing, not having experienced that sensation was one thing, but once she tasted it, she couldn't get enough. Soon, enchanting music filled the room. Qin Wanqing was home. Wait, what time is it? Why hasn't she come back yet? I checked the flight, it wasn't delayed, was it? Qin Wanqing sat at the table looking puzzled, the food already cold. You know, could it be that Zhang Yang didn't go to pick him up? Qin Wanqing's face instantly darkened. No way. Do you think Zhang Yang is like you? Besides, even if Zhang Yang didn't pick her up, how could your daughter not find her way back on her own? I'd say that young couple is probably out having dinner already. Let's eat first. Huang Meiwan said to Qin Wanqing. This is outrageous. They come back and don't even come home first? Do they even care about this family? Do they even care about me, their father? Qin Wanqing fumed. If they want to live out there so badly, let them live out there. Not coming home at all, she really has turned rebellious. Qin Wanqing was furious. To be honest, he'd always been accustomed to controlling everyone in the household. But ever since marrying Zhang Yang, he felt Qin Wanqing had completely slipped out of his grasp. This sense of loss of control made Qin Aigua feel extremely displeased. Only after Qin Aigua finished his meal with a lot of grunting and groaning did Zhang Yang finally bring Qin Wanqing back.
You two have the nerve to come back? Let me tell you, there's no food left. Go eat wherever you want. And listen up.
Since you two love staying out so much, just go live out there.
Qin Aigua exploded in anger. Hee, Mom, washing the dishes? Let me do it. You go rest for a bit. Wanqing bought you quite a few things this time. Go take a look.
Zhang Yang grinned as he entered the kitchen, taking the dishes from Huang Meijuan's hands. He completely ignored Qin Aigua sitting nearby, acting as if he hadn't even noticed him.
Oh my. You didn't have to buy me anything when you went out. Why spend the money? What did you get? Let me see. Huang Meijuan dried her hands as she followed Qin Wanqing to the living room sofa. Before long, mother and daughter were chatting and laughing together.
Zhang Yang clattered away washing dishes in the kitchen, leaving Qin Aigua glaring at him alone.
Holy crap? What's going on? Did I just say something? Who am I? Am I not in this world?
Qin Aigua, a staunch atheist, suddenly found himself questioning whether he'd slipped into another dimension where his words simply weren't being heard. Especially when Zhang Yang, after finishing washing the dishes, walked past him as if he weren't there at all, as if Qin Aigua didn't exist at all. It completely terrified him.
He walked over to the mirror and looked at himself. No, that couldn't be right, he was definitely there. Can you see me? Qin Aigua grabbed Zhang Yang as he walked by. I can see you. What's up? Got a fever?
Zhang Yang replied casually, grabbed a small fruit knife, and walked back over.
Qin Aigua looked utterly bewildered. You can see it? Damn it! I can see and hear just fine, yet you treat me like this? Listen up, you two. No matter what, you always have to tell the old man first. Don't you know we're waiting at home for you to come eat? Qin Aigua instantly flew into a rage.
I told you, you didn't pick up my calls, so I sent you a WeChat and even a text message. Zhang Yang poked his head out and said to Qin Aigua.
What? Qin Aigua hurriedly grabbed his charging phone.
Sure enough, he saw over 20 missed calls and 3 or 4 text messages. All from Zhang Yang. He said that after receiving the call today, he wouldn't be coming back for dinner. He'd eat out and return later, telling Qin Aigua and Huang Meijuan to eat first without waiting for them. Not only had Qin Aigua silenced his phone, but he hadn't even kept it nearby while it charged. Earlier, he'd gone out of his way to cook dinner because his daughter had come home, so he hadn't heard a thing.
Qin Aigua was dumbfounded. What did I tell you? Zhang Yang is nothing like you. You didn't see it yourself, who else can you blame? Huang Meijuan delivered the final blow. You two are completely out of control.
Since you refuse to follow the rules, starting today, you'll be sleeping at that shabby detective agency with Zhang Yang. Qin Aigua's weathered face flushed crimson as he fumed.
Getting him to admit fault? That was basically impossible. He could stir up trouble even when he had no reason.
Alright, Mom, I came today to tell you this. I plan to transfer my household registration out. Zhang Yang just bought an apartment and I intend to move there.
Qin Wanqing said to Huang Meijuan with a smile. Qin Aigua? What? Chapter 157, The Golf Course. That afternoon,
Qin Wanqing, under Qin Aigua's stunned gaze, picked up her small suitcase packed with her belongings and moved out.
Qin Aigua was dumbfounded.
The sarcastic remarks he'd made earlier had turned out to be dead on accurate when it came to Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang.
Who could have imagined that this Zhang Yang had actually bought an apartment?
So young, and where did he get all that?
Damn it!
Doing the math, just the bonuses from solving cases at the police station added up to $1 million or $2.
And that was without counting any other income he might have. Buying a house was definitely within his means.
And for a large flat, he could easily afford the down payment. With his monthly salary from the provincial bureau, paying off a mortgage would be more than manageable.
How could I have forgotten that?
Only after Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang had been gone for a while did Qin Aigua finally snap out of it.
They just left like that? Qin Aigua asked Huang Meijuan in utter disbelief. Yes. Weren't you the one urging people to leave? Now you're asking me? What's the matter? Can't bear to let them go? Huang Meijuan's face was full of scorn.
Naturally, Huang Meijuan hoped they would move in together. They'd already gotten their marriage certificate and the wedding preparations were nearly complete. It was only natural for the young couple to live their own lives. But why did he just follow her away? Couldn't they have at least given me a heads up? Qin Aigua felt utterly let down. What kind of greeting? The kids are grown up now and have their own minds. Didn't they get married without asking you either? Look at the wonderful son-in-law she's found now. Oh, and when Zhang Yang left, he specifically left 2 golf tickets. He said he'd take us golfing tomorrow. I already have plans with my girlfriends, so I won't be going.
Make sure you go, okay? Huang Meijuan said to Qin Aigua. Zhang Yang knew full well that Qin Aigua harbored resentment.
Since he happened to have 2 golf tickets on hand, he thought it would be a good idea to take Qin Aigua and Huang Meijuan out for some relaxation. As for his and Qin Wanqing's tickets, he could just buy them later. Besides, Wang Meiwan already had plans, so he only needed to buy one more ticket.
Golf tickets? No way. Who would play that kind of? Wait. Aren't these my old golf tickets? They expire at the end of this month, and Lu Meng snatched them up. He invited me to play golf and didn't spend a single penny? Qin Wanqing's eyes widened. Early the next morning, Qin Wanqing skipped breakfast, having heard the golf course offered a seafood buffet 588 yuan per person. And it wasn't included in the admission fee.
Qin Wanqing resolved to thoroughly fleece Zhang Yang.
At the Tianhai City International Golf Course, Zhang Yang went to get 2 bags of golf balls.
Watch closely, I'm not bragging to you too, but this game is exactly like when we used sticks to hit stones as kids. Back in the day, I was the stick master of our village, unbeatable with a single wooden stick. I bet those foreigners discovered our game back in the day and brought it overseas, where it evolved into golf.
When you think about it, we Chinese are their ancestors. Qin Wanqing stood on the tee box, golf club slung over his shoulder, looking pretty cocky. Alright. I just started a local live stream, how about a live broadcast? That way, more people can witness your brilliance.
Zhang Yang grinned as he raised his phone.
Watch this. Qin Wanqing flicked his head with a flamboyant flourish and swung his golf club. Isn't it just using the end of the club to hit the ball? What's so hard about that?
Qin Wanqing gathered his strength and swung with all his might, only to whiff the ball completely.
Due to the immense momentum, the golf club flew right out of his hands. Qin Wanqing was dumbfounded.
Sir, our golf balls are struck with the club, not thrown with it.
The attendant standing nearby rolled his eyes and stepped forward to explain to Qin Wanqing. I know. If you weren't watching, would this have happened? Get lost. Qin Wanqing's face flushed crimson as he snapped at the attendant. This guy, he can't do it himself, yet he blames the waiter. Enough already. Watch closely, this is how you hit the ball.
A portly boss beside him instructed Qin Wanqing, simultaneously sending a golf ball soaring through the air.
3 stunningly attractive women nearby cheered enthusiastically. Shut the hell up. What's it got to do with you? Qin Wanqing yelled in fury.
If Zhang Yang hadn't grabbed him, he probably would have gone over to spit in the guy's face.
You come. Qin Wanqing snarled at Zhang Yang.
Mark my words, if you can't beat that fat bastard, just wait till we get back, I'll make you pay.
Qin Wanqing whispered low in Zhang Yang's ear. This is my first time fighting, too.
Zhang Yang sighed helplessly.
You can't beat him yourself, yet you push me into it? Put. Hicks, you really think this kind of thing can be learned just by messing around? Watch closely. Today I'll teach you how to play.
If you can hit farther than me, I'll cover every single cent you spend here today. The fat guy said to Zhang Yang with great arrogance.
Bring it on. Whoever backs down is a coward. Before Zhang Yang could say anything, Qin Wanqing bellowed from the sidelines. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. The way you talk, it's like you're the one playing the game yourself. This is my game, okay? And this is my first time even touching this thing. I don't know how to play.
With no way out now that he'd spoken up, Zhang Yang had no choice but to step forward. He grabbed the golf club, swung it back, twisted his hips, and struck the ball in one fluid motion. With a crisp snap, the golf ball traced a beautiful arc before vanishing from everyone's sight. Purely in terms of distance, it flew more than twice as far as the shot the fat guy had hit.
In an instant, the entire platform fell deathly silent. Yes. My son-in-law won. See if you dare gloat now. Not even as far as my son-in-law hit. Just babbling nonsense here. Useless little trash. Qin Wanqing let out a loud yell. Even Zhang Yang hadn't expected such talent. He'd just hit it with all his might, never imagined it would be this easy. Oomph. That club just wasn't sitting right in my hands. Lily, grab me another one.
The fat man snorted coldly, addressing a beautiful woman beside him. The woman beside him retrieved a fresh club from the bag and handed it over.
Again. Watch closely, this time I won't hold back.
The fat man declared, gathering all his strength as he swung the club with brutal force. With a thunderous boom, the moment the fat man struck the golf ball, an explosion erupted. He was hurled backward, his flesh torn and blood spattered, dead on the spot.
Chapter 158, The Explosion Case. The sudden explosion stunned Zhang Yang and the others.
By the time they regained their senses, they saw the fat man lying in a pool of blood, already blown to bits. Though 7 or 8 meters away, Zhang Yang and the others were still caught in the blast's debris.
Fortunately, when the explosion sounded, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing instinctively dropped to the ground, avoiding injury.
Qin Wanqing, however, had been smugly preparing to mock the fat man and was completely unprepared. He was sent flying by the blast.
What the hell? An explosion? A bomb?
Qin Wanqing scrambled to his feet, covered in dust and dirt. He stared at the scene before him in utter shock.
He never imagined someone would kill a person with a bomb right in front of him, the chief of the Public Security Bureau.
This was more than just a blatant slap in the face.
Qin Wanqing's face instantly drained of color. Fortunately, Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang reacted quickly.
Qin Wanqing called the police, while Zhang Yang swiftly approached the fat man and examined the object. This appeared to be a small bomb, not a large explosive device, but powerful enough to kill someone. The three women beside the fat man were caught in the blast and suffered minor injuries of varying degrees, none of them life-threatening. The killer's target was clear, this deadweight. Now, Zhang Yang needed to confirm where the bomb had come from. A pungent odor filled the air. With his now superhuman sense of smell, Zhang Yang had no choice but to cover his nose and mouth to get closer. What kind of bomb was it? How could it emit such a pungent odor? This wasn't ordinary gunpowder or explosives. A golf ball? Or a miniature bomb carried on the body? Or some kind of remote-controlled weapon? Zhang Yang replayed the scene in his mind. Before the explosion, he hadn't heard any sound, which meant a remote attack was unlikely. Judging by the blast pattern at the scene, it didn't appear to have detonated from the victim's body either. If the explosion had originated from any part of the body, there would have been direct injuries, not just these indirect wounds. That could only mean the explosive was planted at the scene. Zhang Yang found a golf ball nearby, shattered in half, with clear signs of an explosion inside. It was obviously compromised. The problem was, all the balls looked identical and appeared to have been uniformly hollowed out from the inside. Could someone have secretly planted explosive golf balls inside them? The only ones capable of such an act seemed to be the three beauties accompanying the fat man. Soon after, Lu Meng and his team arrived at the scene following the emergency call. When Lu Meng saw Qin Aigua covered in dust and dirt from the blast, he nearly froze in shock. He thought Qin Aigua had been targeted again. After a thorough investigation by the technicians, they found the other half of the explosive golf ball on top of a cabinet on the other side. It bore red stripes. No need to guess, someone must have planted this bomb inside the golf ball beforehand. When the fat guy swung his club while playing, it triggered the explosion. Qin Aigua remarked from the side. But the golf course manager, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, shook his head immediately. Because none of the golf balls in their course had such red stripes. In other words, this ball wasn't from their golf course. Just as Zhang Yang had suspected earlier, everyone quickly turned their suspicion toward the three beautiful women who had come to play golf with the fat man. After verifying their identities, everyone learned that the fat man was a nouveau riche from Tianhai City who ran a scrap recycling station. Thanks to a cousin holding a position in the relevant authorities, he had secured substantial subsidies. That's how he made his fortune. The three women were all the fat man's girlfriends. The fat man was particularly fond of foursomes, believing that having just one woman was beneath his status. The three women, while coordinating perfectly in bed, were constantly competing with each other otherwise. After all, whoever could win more of the fat man's favor would receive more gifts from him. Today at the golf course, the three were also vying for his attention, each trying to win his favor. But speaking of motives, none of them seemed to have a reason to kill the fat man. Just then, Qin Aigua stepped forward from the side. You. Qin Aigua pointed at the beautiful woman with long hair and sunglasses. I've been watching this whole time, he declared. I saw you bring those golf balls over to the fat guy. Qin Aigua addressed the woman. Earlier, when Qin Aigua arrived, he naturally noticed the three stunningly attractive women standing nearby. But with Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang present, he felt awkward staring directly at them. But while pretending to look at the fat guy, he kept glancing at these beauties. Among them, the long-haired beauty wearing sunglasses had the most eye-catching figure, which Qin Aigua couldn't help but notice. It was this very woman who had brought the ball to the fat man. It was her. It had to be her. Just the other day, the boss mentioned breaking up with her. She must be holding a grudge and deliberately seeking revenge. Hearing Qin Aigua's words, the other beauty pointed at the long-haired woman and said. Though the woman wearing the hat remained silent, she gave a slight nod. Ma'am, we need you to come with us. Lu Meng approached the long-haired beauty with handcuffs in hand. No. I didn't do it. I don't know anything. The long-haired beauty instantly denied it. He did break up with me, but I agreed to it. He even gave me a large sum of money. Why would I harm him? You're framing an innocent person. The long-haired beauty exclaimed in sheer terror. Little did she know that after nearly being blown to bits moments ago, she was now being falsely accused of murder. Zhang Yang, standing nearby, frowned. This seemed too convenient. For the killer, in such an obvious situation, how could they not hide their identity? Wouldn't that be like waiting to be caught? Just then, Zhang Yang noticed the empty ball holder on his side. Suddenly, he recalled hearing a sound from the front court before the explosion. He had assumed the fat guy had already hit the ball out. With that thought, Zhang Yang hurried to the grassy area ahead. Sure enough, he discovered a dark, spherical object. Chapter 159, there's another one. The moment he saw this black sphere and caught its scent, Zhang Yang instantly understood everything. Take them away. Rebellion. Daring to kill and burn right before my eyes? Once we get back, I'll make sure you spill everything. Qin Aigua shouted from the side, ordering his men to take the long-haired beauty away. Hold on. Zhang Yang stopped the crowd. What is it, Zhang Yang? What else is there? She's been caught red-handed, she can't say anything now. Qin Aigua said to Zhang Yang. No. It wasn't that golf ball that exploded, it was this black ball in my hand. That cracked ball was deliberately planted here by someone else. Their goal was to make us believe it was the one that caused the explosion. The ball in my hand was actually hidden inside that golf club from the very beginning. Zhang Yang addressed the group. He then pulled the ball from his hand. You mean the explosion was caused by this golf club, not this black ball? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. Yes. This means no matter which ball the victim hit, it would have exploded. And the most suspicious person is this woman wearing a hat, the one with not a single scratch on her face. Seems you had this planned ahead of time, wearing a hat. When the explosion happened just now, you only needed to instinctively duck your head to shield your face. Zhang Yang pointed at the beautiful woman wearing a hat in the back. Only then did everyone notice. After the explosion occurred, the other two women had cuts on their bodies and faces from the blast, while the woman in the hat seemed completely unscathed. The odor emanating from the black sphere's surface was that of compressed ammonia. It appeared that a significant amount of compressed ammonia had been placed inside this golf club. Upon encountering a violent impact, it would detonate. All we need to do is recover the fragments of those golf clubs and review the surveillance footage here. I'm confident all the evidence will be crystal clear. Zhang Yang remarked from the side. After hearing Zhang Yang's words, the beautiful woman in the hat plopped straight down onto the ground. Her reaction needed little explanation. I did it. I'll kill him. He ruined my entire life. The hooded beauty gritted her teeth as she spoke, now fully exposed and with no need to hide anything anymore. Don't come any closer. I've got one more. Spotting several officers approaching with handcuffs, the hooded beauty seized the moment when no one was prepared. She reached into a nearby golf bag and drew a club, holding it horizontally before her. If that club contained explosives, it would now be a massive bomb in her hands. Qin Wanqing, seeing this, immediately ordered everyone to retreat and stay clear of the area. For Qin Wanqing, if another explosion killed several people, he could forget about celebrating the new year. Given this construction, making just one was probably the absolute limit. Moreover, only one explosive was needed for the operation. There was absolutely no reason to make two, especially since they'd have to dispose of the evidence afterward. You're smart, but you're using that intelligence in the wrong place. Zhang Yang shook his head and slowly walked forward. Zhang Yang, be careful. Qin Wanqing watched anxiously from the side. It's fine. It's just bluffing. Zhang Yang said as he approached the beautiful woman. I'm telling you, I really have something in here. Don't push me. The beautiful woman pleaded with Zhang Yang. You must have your reasons for doing this. To be blunt, just looking at that fat guy's behavior, I felt like punching him. But what I can't figure out is, given that the three of you are accompanying him, shouldn't you be on the same side as us? Zhang Yang asked the woman. The beautiful woman struggled visibly, her hands trembling as she held the golf club aloft. Let me guess, this bomb that isn't really a bomb, you made it yourself, right? Most people couldn't make something like this. Are you a chemistry major? Judging by your age, you should have just graduated. And when you said he ruined you earlier, does that mean he was keeping you as a kept woman? Zhang Yang asked the woman before him. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the woman looked up in surprise. But a simple arrangement wouldn't cause this situation. Yet you're still by his side. Could it be you had an abortion? Multiple pregnancies and miscarriages, leading to infertility? And then a boyfriend or someone discovered all this? Zhang Yang pressed the woman. How do you know all this? The woman asked instinctively. Taking advantage of her momentary distraction, Zhang Yang swiftly snatched the golf club from her grasp. While asking questions earlier, Zhang Yang had been slowly closing in on her. His voice was low, so low that only she could hear it clearly. When someone hears a voice that's barely audible, their first instinct is to move closer to hear more clearly. Thus, she hadn't fully registered Zhang Yang's gradual approach. Only when Zhang Yang was right beside her and snatched the club away did the woman finally snap out of it. Zhang Yang casually handed the golf club to Lu Meng. Seeing Lu Meng about to slip it into the golf bag, Zhang Yang quickly grabbed it. Bro! Be careful! There's a bomb inside! Zhang Yang shouted at Lu Meng. Lu Meng shuddered violently upon hearing this, nearly dropping the club from his grasp. You said there wasn't one? Holy, you almost had me fooled. Lu Meng finally regained his grip and set the cue down steadily on the ground. Zhang Yang's sense of smell was now many times sharper than an ordinary person's. He immediately detected the strong, pungent ammonia odor lingering on the cue. Earlier, Zhang Yang had merely been using suspicion and questions to gradually draw closer to this beauty. Seeing the golf club snatched away, the woman collapsed to the ground, where several officers cuffed her and hauled her away. Zhang Yang, you're something else. Solving a case while playing golf? These 2 tickets weren't given to you for nothing. Lu Meng chuckled as he said to Zhang Yang. Don't take them back. Without these 2 tickets, I might be watching the World Cup broadcast at home right now. Why bother with all this? Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Ahem. That's it. Qin Wanqing, who'd been blabbering on for ages, hadn't said a single thing right. Seeing it all wrap up, he knew if he didn't say something now, people would forget there was even a big bureau chief here. Oh no.
Zhang Yang suddenly slapped his forehead. What? Bomb? Zhang Yang's outburst startled Qin Wanqing. The free lunch is gone.
If only I'd made him pay the bill first.
What a waste.
Zhang Yang said with deep regret.
Qin Wanqing. Qin Wanqing. Lu Meng. Chapter 160 The Good Father-in-Law Qin Wanqing. After the incident at the golf course last time, Qin Wanqing finally understood everything.
This Zhang Yang was nothing short of a demon.
No matter where he appeared, trouble followed.
And every time he tried to torment him, something would happen nearby, or someone would suddenly show up. Nothing ever went smoothly.
Qin Wanqing had come to terms with it. He gave up. He'd given up entirely.
He decided to simply confine Zhang Yang for a month.
During that month, remarkably, not a single case surfaced.
This allowed the Tianjin Municipal Public Security Bureau to navigate the busiest and most chaotic period before the new year with relative calm.
Qin Wanqing's method for confining Zhang Yang was straightforward.
After all, Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing had just bought a house and moved out, leaving their home completely empty.
Qin Wanqing got to work immediately.
First, he ordered a bed, instructing Zhang Yang to wait at home for delivery and installation. Qin Wanqing always told Zhang Yang he'd come in the morning, but each time he didn't show up until the afternoon. From large items like cabinets and other furniture to appliances such as air conditioners, refrigerators, and washing machines, down to smaller things like pots, bowls, ladles, and various other items.
Qin Wanqing was really splurging this time.
He spared no expense, using up every last penny of his secret savings he'd accumulated over the past period. Earlier, Qin Wanqing's secretly stashed money had already been completely cleaned out by Huang Meiwan. But Qin Wanqing actually had another secret stash, his housing fund card. Each month, Qin Wanqing contributed his personal share to the housing fund. These contributions were withdrawable, and based on his current contribution base, he had accumulated roughly 5,000 yuan per month. That amounted to 60,000 yuan annually. After working for so many years, Qin Wanqing had accumulated a considerable sum, all stored within this account. This account had no physical card when needed. Funds could be withdrawn by linking it to a designated bank account. Qin Wanqing had specifically set aside this money for emergencies. But now, there was no time to hesitate.
He withdrew it immediately. For Zhang Yang, it was a godsend.
Though he'd bought a house and the place felt empty, having Qin Wanqing as a reliable father-in-law was invaluable.
Whatever was needed, he bought. Even if they didn't need it, he'd buy it anyway.
In short, all he had to do was stay home. Daily deliveries arrived at his doorstep, complete with installation service.
So lately, Zhang Yang's daily routine has been, wake up, eat, watch TV, wait for deliveries, cook, wait for Qin Wanqing to come home, bang bang, sleep.
Every day is like this. The house felt more and more filled to the brim. Without lifting a finger, the house was already fully equipped. Eventually, Zhang Yang started feeling a bit awkward about it, but Qin Wanqing meant well, so he just smiled and endured it. Lately, since Qin Wanqing's return, she'd gradually become busier too. Though there were no major cases for Qin Wanqing and her team, the approach of the new year brought a flurry of tasks. Moreover, many incidents tended to cluster around this festive period. Take theft incidents, for instance. At this time of year, many migrant workers began their return home, and numerous students also started preparing to go back to their hometowns. For thieves, both groups were prime targets. Migrant workers typically carry substantial luggage, and many habitually keep cash on their persons. This makes it an ideal time for thieves to strike. For college students, it's even more so. While they may not carry much cash, today's college students typically use items that are quite valuable. During breaks, nearly every student has a smartphone and a laptop. Moreover, many of these phones are high-end models. Sometimes, when they casually tuck their phone into their pocket while walking, it's like waving a red flag at thieves. The same goes for laptops. For today's college students, attending university means a laptop is an absolute necessity regardless of whether they actually use it. Moreover, these computers boast quite high specifications. Every time this season rolls around, Tianjin City's information mall receives a flood of computers and phones daily. The shop owners seem to have grown accustomed to it. After all, they acquire these devices at prices far below market value. Moreover, after acquiring these devices, they simply wipe the data, replace the casing, and easily repackage them as new items. This is just one of the standard practices. For many people, another common occurrence during this process involves the information stored within these computers and phones. Today's college students are remarkably open-minded. They not only engage in such activities but also document the entire process. This means that anyone who receives these computers or phones can access all the videos and photos. If these individuals only view the content themselves, the harm isn't too severe. However, for those with ulterior motives, it's a complete disaster. They might upload them to video platforms for profit, leaving those students in a terrible predicament. If you're average looking, it might not have much impact and could blow over. But if you happen to be exceptionally attractive and accidentally go viral, it could completely ruin you. That's precisely what Qin Wanqing and her crew are doing now. Lately, they've all been scattered around the train station area, working non-stop. Not to mention, there have been numerous child disappearances lately.
Qin Wanqing immediately pulled Zhang Yang over.
If it were anyone else, it wouldn't be possible, but seeing Qin Wanqing's current situation, Zhang Yang naturally stepped in.
What exactly is going on? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. Don't even get me started.
I heard there's been a surge of minivans in Tianhai City lately. They just grab kids off the streets and haul them away.
And it's not just kids, apparently even middle and high school students have been snatched. Luckily, they all got away. It's just outrageous. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. Chapter 161, The Kidnapping Ring. Hearing Qin Wanqing's words, Zhang Yang was somewhat taken aback. After all, the idea of snatching children right off the streets was utterly baffling.
Typically, kidnappers only target younger children who aren't fully aware of their surroundings, and they usually sell the children immediately after snatching them. If even middle and high school students were being snatched, it went beyond mere child abduction.
Junior high and high school students possessed basic capabilities and were no longer suitable for trafficking. Moreover, many high school students were already adults.
Therefore, it's highly likely that the target is human organs.
The reason they target these children is to exploit their innocence and gullibility. What exactly is going on here? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing.
A few days ago, we received a report about a woman shopping at a mall. She was carrying her child when she encountered someone at the entrance who wanted to introduce her to something. Suddenly, another person rushed out from the side and went straight for her child, snatching it up and running off. Thankfully, the woman reacted quickly and managed to wrestle the child back. But the woman who initially approached her actually joined in the struggle to snatch the child.
Even more terrifying, the mother said a van pulled up right after.
If she hadn't kept screaming at the mall entrance, the child might have been taken away. After receiving the report, we rushed to the scene immediately, but both women and the van had vanished without a trace.
We checked surveillance footage along several side streets but couldn't trace the van's whereabouts. Upon verification, the van was using counterfeit license plates.
Moreover, that model of van is ubiquitous in the city. Many small business owners use them for hauling goods, making it extremely difficult to track down.
Qin Wanqing explained to Zhang Yang. So what about the middle schooler or high schooler? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing.
To be honest, when we first received this report, we didn't take it too seriously. After all, child abduction cases like this are the most common and frustrating ones we police deal with. But unexpectedly, we received over a dozen more reports afterward. They must have undergone systematic training to impersonate various scenarios. Some even specifically targeted mothers traveling alone with their children. They strike when mothers are carrying items in parking lots while walking with their children, or when they're holding their babies and carrying belongings in parks, or when they're managing both children and luggage at train or bus stations. They initially pose as helpful individuals, observing mothers juggling both children and belongings before offering to carry the child. But once they take the child, they immediately walk away. Even if chased, they'll claim it's their daughter-in-law running off with the child.
Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. Wait. Over a dozen cases? In just the past few days? Zhang Yang was utterly shocked. Yes.
These kids ranged from toddlers as young as 2 or 3 to high school students. Take that middle school girl, for instance. She was riding her bike home after school when a van suddenly cut her off. As soon as it stopped, several people jumped out and dragged her toward the van. Fortunately, the girl ran fast and made it into a nearby convenience store.
The clerk immediately called the police, saving her from danger. The high school student was a boy.
While walking down the street, someone approached him trying to sell a phone. The seller lured him to a secluded spot to check out the goods, then later claimed they needed to go to a van to see the phone. The boy, still somewhat wary, turned and ran away. After returning home, he grew increasingly frightened and told his family, who then brought him to report the incident to the police.
We subsequently reopened the case for investigation.
What we uncovered was truly staggering: a massive criminal syndicate.
It involved not only men and women, but reportedly also some young children. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. Wait a minute. You mean there are children in the human trafficking ring? Zhang Yang asked in astonishment. Yes.
As far as we know right now, there are 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, both around 7 or 8 years old. We received a report earlier about several moms playing with their kids in a small square when another woman arrived with an older child.
The mothers didn't think much of it and quickly started chatting with her.
The children were playing nearby, but soon the older child mentioned having toys set aside and asked the 2 younger ones to follow him to see them.
They followed him off into the distance. The mothers, watching their children, felt something was off after the children ran after the older boy.
But the woman kept tugging at one of the mothers, whispering something. Only when the children disappeared from sight did the 2 mothers rush over. They found the older child dragging the 2 younger ones toward a van.
They rushed over and pulled the children back. The woman fled.
If that older child hadn't been so greedy, grabbing 2 kids at once and moving a bit too slowly, if there had been only 1 child, that child might well have been abducted. Zhang Yang frowned upon hearing this. Judging from the cases Qin Wanqing described, this must be a massive child trafficking ring. But it seemed this organization wasn't just about trafficking children after all, they'd already targeted high school students, which made the nature of their crimes particularly heinous.
Targeting children?
They deserve to die 1,000 times over. The sudden emergence of such a massive operation in Tianhai City clearly indicated premeditation. These vans were practically everywhere, offering little in the way of useful leads.
They'd be hard to track down. What do you need me to do?
Those who prey on children deserve no mercy.
At a time like this, I joined the fight even without a reward. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing.
Right. The biggest problem right now is the shortage of police resources. The recent investigation into pickpockets has consumed too much of our resources. We urgently need your help to share the burden.
You'll need to focus on the train station for a while.
With your exceptional observational skills, the station will be yours to handle for the time being.
Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. Chapter 162, Catching Thieves at the Train Station. Hand it over to me? What does that mean? What am I supposed to do at the train station?
Zhang Yang was puzzled. We still have a lot of investigative work left to do, and our leads are extremely limited. Even if you wanted to get involved, there's no direct evidence right now. So first, replace our people on the beat and quickly screen out the pickpockets near the train station.
Just hang around the station.
Wherever you spot thieves, just call our colleagues over to make the arrests.
Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang with a smile. So you're sacrificing one of us to free up a whole bunch of you?
Zhang Yang retorted, utterly speechless.
It can't be helped.
Public security is just as important as criminal investigations, especially with the new year approaching.
Public security takes absolute priority.
Qin Wanqing sighed helplessly.
Let's go.
First, we'll make a round at the train station. These pickpockets operate in organized groups with established territories. If we can pinpoint their locations, we might secure some peace for a while.
Zhang Yang followed Qin Wanqing out.
Oh, and you should definitely check the checkpoints on all the expressways and provincial roads leading into Tianhai City. I suspect these child trafficking groups are able to appear and operate so concentratedly because they're likely coming in from out of town at the same time. If we can't find them locally, we should consider how they arrived.
Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing in the car. Qin Wanqing froze. Right. How did I not think of that?
Captain, I have a situation to report. It was brought up by Zhang Yang.
Qin Wanqing said as she dialed Lu Meng's number. By the time the two arrived at the train station, the plaza was already packed with people. This city already had a large population of migrant workers and university students.
And this was the peak period for the mass return home. For many elderly individuals, it was difficult to secure tickets online. They still had to queue up in person to buy tickets. Long queues had already formed at the ticket windows. For those traveling long distances, it was common to arrive at the station's waiting hall several days in advance. After all, it was warm inside, hot water was available, and there was no need to spend extra money on a hotel. When Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing arrived at the waiting hall, they were so stunned by the scene that they were speechless. Although Tianhai City's waiting hall was already quite large, it was still packed with people. Many waited near the boarding gates, but the majority occupied the waiting room chairs, some sleeping, some eating, some playing cards.
To Zhang Yang, this undoubtedly presented an ideal opportunity for thieves.
It was as if a thief entering this waiting hall was stepping into a supplier's market and a bank at the same time. We already had several colleagues scattered throughout keeping an eye out, but over the past few days, they hadn't caught many people. Yet, the number of security personnel at the station police station had exceeded 100. From cash to cell phones, from laptops to gifts, everything was there.
Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. That person over there filling up water, is he one of your guys? Zhang Yang asked, pointing to the man standing by the hot water dispenser. How did you know? That's little Lu from Team 2. Qin Wanqing was somewhat surprised.
Had Zhang Yang not pointed him out just now, she wouldn't have noticed him herself.
What's there to say? I'm not making fun of you guys, but what era are we in now? Still using wired walkie-talkies? The wires are practically hanging out. Young people these days mostly use wireless earbuds. They're not much more expensive than wired ones. Even if they use wired ones, they usually wear both. How could they possibly wear just one? These are clearly walkie-talkie headsets.
Zhang Yang said with a hint of resignation.
Qin Wanqing frowned. Sure enough, the walkie-talkie earpiece was clearly visible on little Lu's ear. Attention everyone, attention everyone. Everyone, please reposition your headsets, make sure they're not too conspicuous. Qin Wanqing pulled out a walkie-talkie, tuned the frequency, and spoke into the earpiece. Finished?
The person holding the child over there, go restrain her. No sooner had Qin Wanqing finished speaking than Zhang Yang pointed in a direction and addressed her.
Ha? Which one? Qin Wanqing was taken aback. The one holding the child who's about to join the queue. Hurry up.
Zhang Yang pointed again. Qin Wanqing followed his gaze and saw a rural woman standing up, laden with bags and bundles, a sleeping infant cradled in her arms.
Are you sure? How did you spot her? Qin Wanqing was puzzled. She hadn't noticed anything unusual. Such scenes weren't uncommon at train stations. If you don't go now, she'll get away. You hold her down, you won't go wrong. Zhang Yang hurriedly interjected.
Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Qin Wanqing hesitated no longer and immediately charged forward with the handcuffs.
Stop. Police. Show me your ID.
Before Qin Wanqing could finish her sentence, the woman flung whatever she was holding at her, tossed the child onto a chair, and bolted toward the exit.
Zhang Yang felt utterly helpless.
He grabbed a bottle of mineral water from someone nearby who was drinking and hurled it at her. It struck the woman squarely on the calf, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground.
Qin Wanqing immediately rushed over and handcuffed the woman.
When Qin Wanqing returned with the woman in custody, she realized something was seriously wrong with the baby. If it was sleeping far too soundly, not a single cry or stir after all those falls, not even waking up. It must have been drugged with some kind of sedative.
Quick! Take her away. Call an ambulance immediately and get the child to the hospital.
Qin Wanqing handed the person over to the police officers who had gathered around. She turned to Zhang Yang with a look of utter astonishment.
How did you figure it out?
I never imagined that just by casually looking around, you could actually find a child trafficker.
Your luck is simply unmatched. Qin Wanqing found it utterly unbelievable. What do you mean, just happened to find? What do you mean by luck? This is skill, okay? Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing with a hint of unease.
He certainly couldn't tell Qin Wanqing that he'd relied on his criminal alert system to find it. After several system rewards, Zhang Yang's crime alert range had expanded to 20 meters around him. At this point, Zhang Yang had practically become a passive criminal scanner. Whenever a criminal entered his 20-meter radius, the warning system would detect them. This system wasn't like what Zhang Yang had initially thought. It didn't just alert him to imminent crimes, but rather to criminal psychology or states of criminal intent. The mere presence of a criminal suspect triggered these alerts. This development was unexpectedly welcome news to Zhang Yang. In such densely populated areas, it proved remarkably effective.
Chapter 163, Showing His True Colors. Seeing your expression, you don't believe it, do you? Come on, gather everyone up. I'll show you around.
Zhang Yang smiled at Qin Wanqing as he spoke.
Everyone? Do we really need that many? Wouldn't that be a bit too conspicuous? Qin Wanqing was skeptical.
Though she knew Zhang Yang's capabilities, mobilizing everyone at once seemed excessive. Besides, they had over a dozen people lying in wait at this train station. If they really called everyone in, it would be a large force. By then, even the thieves about to strike would be scared into submission. In anti-pickpocketing work, there was a saying, catch the thief with the stolen goods. Catching them red-handed during the act was ideal. If apprehended before stealing, there'd be no evidence. And if caught after stealing, they could easily transfer the goods elsewhere, leaving no proof either. It's just like busting flower smugglers. You often see it on TV, when police are about to raid a flower smuggling operation. The first thing many flower dealers do before getting caught is destroy the flower or dump it into the sea. Without evidence, what can you say? This is especially true when catching thieves, particularly in public places like today.
Drawing attention?
With all that commotion just now, I bet everyone in the train station knows you're a cop and an undercover one at that.
That means there are other plainclothes officers here too. Thieves aren't stupid.
Your disguise is pointless at this stage. As for whether it's enough, I'd say it probably isn't.
Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing.
Qin Wanqing reflected on the earlier situation. She hadn't noticed anything unusual, yet Zhang Yang had identified the suspect with such certainty that alone spoke volumes. She immediately retrieved her walkie-talkie and ordered everyone to assemble. Before long, a dozen or so people gathered around Qin Wanqing. Guys, follow my lead from here on out. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Take them all down, then clock out. Zhang Yang spoke as he strode forward. The others followed excitedly. When Qin Wanqing called for backup earlier, they'd been curious. They'd been waiting in the train station concourse for quite some time.
But they hadn't found anything.
Little did they know Qin Wanqing had discovered something in the short time she'd been there. When they arrived, they realized it was Qin Wanqing who had persuaded Zhang Yang to join them. These individuals were all grassroots officers from the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. They had only heard of Zhang Yang by name and had never actually worked alongside him on a case. Today, they never imagined they would actually be here. The prospect thrilled them all. This guy, arrest him. Zhang Yang pointed at a man sitting in a chair, staring at his phone. An officer immediately stepped forward and cuffed him. What's going on? What gives you the right to arrest me? What did I do? I'm calling the police. The man struggled violently. Seeing his state, the arresting officer began to have doubts. If this guy really was a thief, he should be terrified during the entire arrest process, not acting so defiant. The officer glanced at Zhang Yang with a look of unease. Shut your mouth. The officers arresting you are police. As for whether you're involved, you know the answer yourself. Search him. Zhang Yang ordered the officer. Gritting his teeth, the officer had no choice but to trust Zhang Yang at this point. They searched the man and indeed found several cell phones on him. The moment the phones were uncovered, the man collapsed. Originally, they had been trained. If they were caught by plainclothes officers, they wouldn't have to worry, they could simply deny everything. Plainclothes officers didn't have the authority to conduct random searches. So as long as the stolen goods weren't moved out, there wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, these thieves had a clear division of labor, some specialized in stealing, others in moving the goods. Their principle was simple: keep the goods off your person. Typically, pickpockets would immediately transfer the stolen goods after the theft. That's why thieves rarely operated alone, they worked in teams. This prevented them from being caught red-handed with the goods. Once the stolen goods are moved out, it becomes much easier to make excuses. They might even resort to throwing tantrums and acting like spoiled children to create a scene and distract onlookers, providing cover for their accomplices to carry off the goods. But just now, when Qin Wanqing apprehended that child trafficker, the commotion was too loud. This frightened all the thieves nearby into inaction. When they later attempted to resume their activities, they discovered that the police had assembled. They dared not make a move. After all, staying put was the safest course now. Any movement risked exposure. So when Zhang Yang pointed out this individual, much of the freshly stolen goods were still on their person, they hadn't had time to move it. Let's go. Stop wasting time. The officer immediately escorted the young man out. Go. We'll continue. The one wearing glasses, the one in red, and the one carrying the sack, hold them down and take them back for questioning. Zhang Yang pointed at several people and said. This time, the officers showed no sign of suspicion whatsoever. They immediately rushed forward and escorted those individuals out. This area's mostly taken care of. Let's head over there. Zhang Yang led the group to the side to observe. You guys, sneak up behind those two and pin them down first. Zhang Yang gestured toward two individuals who were boiling water to make instant noodles. Several officers quietly approached. By now, Zhang Yang's words were practically treated as gospel. Previously, their understanding of him might have been somewhat based on hearsay, but after witnessing his actions firsthand, they realized Zhang Yang truly lived up to his reputation. Just then, the two finished preparing their noodles and moved to a nearby chair to eat. Suddenly, several officers pinned them to the ground. However, after thoroughly searching them, the officers found nothing suspicious. The two men stared at Zhang Yang and his team in utter shock. Zhang Yang, they've got nothing on them. What's their deal? One officer scratched his head and asked Zhang Yang. Judging by his expression, he clearly thought they'd made a mistake. Nothing on them only means they weren't doing anything at that moment, but it doesn't mean they haven't done anything before. You should check the police station's wanted notices or something. Zhang Yang thought for a moment before addressing the officers. Chapter 164, Stunned. Soon, an officer pulled up recent wanted notices on his phone. He began comparing the two men against the images. As the comparison unfolded, the two men turned ashen. Seeing their expressions, everyone knew there was no escaping it, something was definitely wrong. Sure enough, they were identified as the two robbery suspects being hunted by Tianhai City Police. Since there were no surveillance cameras at the crime scene, the suspects' composite sketches were drawn based on the victims' descriptions. The sketches weren't exact matches of the real individuals. That's why the officers didn't recognize them immediately upon seeing the sketches. Zhang Yang, you're incredible. How did you spot them? One officer asked Zhang Yang in astonishment. After all, they had just followed Zhang Yang, who had simply scanned the lobby before quickly pinpointing the suspect. There was no discernible process at all. In fact, during that entire sequence, it felt as though the suspects had labels floating above their heads. As if they were waving at Zhang Yang, taunting him, "Come and get me. Come and arrest me." It's just a feeling, I guess. Zhang Yang couldn't possibly explain such things. The guy in the hat to your left, he's trying to run. Grab him. Zhang Yang pointed at someone ahead. The officer didn't have time to ask questions, he just charged forward. In less than half a day, they had rounded up everyone inside the train station. By the end, even the detention cells at Tianhai City Police Headquarters were completely filled. Qin Wanqing stared at the truckloads of thieves being brought back, almost unable to believe her eyes. Qin Igua, watching from upstairs, was utterly dumbfounded. Did that kid go to the train station to stock up? Where did all these thieves come from? After a night of interrogations, they cracked 3 massive, itinerant pickpocket gangs. They had all been trained by a man known as the Southern Thief King. It had been rumored that Tianhai City's train station saw enormous crowds during the New Year period, creating chaotic conditions. After a year of training and multiple simulated practice runs, they had developed a highly sophisticated operational workflow. But unexpectedly, they were wiped out in one fell swoop. Even the king of thieves himself couldn't escape. After all, the index and middle fingers of his right hand were identical in length, and both palms bore countless calluses from knife cuts, clear marks of a seasoned criminal that police instantly recognized. Crouching in the corner of the holding cell, the kingpin racked his brain all night, utterly baffled as to how he'd been exposed. If his other henchmen had made a move, perhaps some clues could have been gleaned from the surveillance footage. But during the entire operation, he hadn't made a single move. He hadn't even exchanged a glance with them.
How had they caught him? And truthfully, he hadn't done anything wrong.
Even though he was a notorious thief king in the south, he hadn't committed a single crime while in Tianhai City.
They'd have let him go.
But unexpectedly, his disciples, those elite apprentices he'd rigorously trained, had all turned traitor. One after another, they became police informants, snitching on each other and almost unanimously pointing the finger at the thief king himself as the mastermind. The king of thieves was utterly dumbfounded. Not only were the thieves collectively dumbfounded, even the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau was stunned.
When the officers first saw the 20-plus people emerge from the police van, they thought it was a joke. Could they really catch so many thieves at once? What a joke! The officer driving the van wore an expression of utter helplessness. What could they do? With so many arrested at once, there simply weren't enough vehicles to transport them all.
So they just crammed them all into the cars and hauled them over. There were more behind them.
Almost every police car was overloaded as they transported the thieves back.
The officers were all dumbfounded.
Qin Wanqing was the most furious. In Qin Wanqing's view, how could they possibly catch so many thieves at once?
It was clearly a deliberate effort to meet arrest quotas. He summoned the captains of several major units and unleashed a torrent of abuse on them. If the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau hadn't recently climbed the ranks within the police system, such incidents would likely have been overlooked. After all, it was all for the sake of the job. But now, the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau was the dark horse of the public security system. Nearly every colleague in the national public security system was watching them. If even the slightest falsification were discovered, Qin Wanqing would likely be stripped of his position immediately. Unexpectedly, after this round of interrogations, over half of them confessed. The remaining half who hadn't confessed immediately scrambled to earn merit after Zhang Yang took over their interrogations. One informant revealed where their stolen goods were buried, another exposed who among them was a notorious thief kingpin in the south. Suddenly, everyone was swamped with work. To everyone's surprise, every single one of these claims turned out to be true. It wasn't just petty thieves, there were numerous wanted criminals and economic offenders among them. The most unfortunate was a state-owned enterprise manager who had embezzled funds and fled. He planned to escape by train during the New Year chaos, even going so far as to disguise himself as a rural migrant worker. But even in this disguise, he was still pulled out by Zhang Yang. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau was once again surrounded by banners of gratitude and bouquets of flowers. But the man behind the biggest breakthrough had already accompanied Lu Meng and his team to a toll station on the provincial highway. Earlier, Zhang Yang had instructed Qin Wanqing to tell Lu Meng and his team to search the surveillance footage from the expressways and provincial roads. This was to determine where the child trafficking organization had come from and their initial movements. After screening the footage, surveillance footage from a provincial highway indeed revealed 4 minivans driving in close formation. The characteristics of these 4 vans matched exactly those reported by Tianhai City residents earlier. This confirmed that a human trafficking ring had indeed entered Tianhai City. Moreover, the footage clearly showed the vans packed with people. A subsequent reverse scan of the toll station's surveillance revealed no record of their departure, confirming that these individuals remained active within Tianhai City after their arrival. By tracing the surveillance footage along the route, their hideout could be located. Upon receiving the intelligence, Lu Meng immediately drove Zhang Yang toward the provincial highway toll station. Chapter 165, Draw Your Guns. Through the toll station surveillance, Zhang Yang and his team could clearly see several minivans pulling in. These vehicles matched the description in their intelligence perfectly. This provincial highway was relatively remote. The fact that they chose this route indicated they were familiar with the area. Otherwise, they wouldn't have chosen this route to enter our Tianhai City. Lu Meng looked at the location of this toll station and said. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. From the surveillance footage earlier, all the buses and such were lined up at one inspection point, while the lane for passenger cars had almost no traffic passing through. In other words, this location was essentially off the beaten path for ordinary travelers, unless they had a specific purpose. Zhang Yang pulled up the map on his phone. From the map, the area along this provincial highway was mostly farmland and scattered villages. While the map revealed these road conditions, actually seeing them in person was another matter. Unless they were exceptionally lucky, they wouldn't stumble upon such a situation upon arrival. But for these well-trained, specialized individuals, such coincidences were unlikely. Start the search immediately from this point all the way to the city center. See where these vehicles actually went. Lu Meng instructed the police officer beside him. Tianhai City's surveillance network is quite robust now. If we comb through every single camera, we're bound to find some leads. Zhang Yang, any new ideas? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. How far can a typical van go on a full tank of gas with that many people on board? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. What's the matter? It should still get us 400 or 500 kilometers. Those vans are pretty light, and even though the fuel tanks are small, they're also quite fuel efficient. Lu Meng replied to Zhang Yang. They've been in Tianhai City for several days now. By my calculations, they should be due for a refuel. They definitely won't go to gas stations in busy downtown areas. Relatively speaking, they'll likely head to more remote locations and split up to refuel. But these places also have correspondingly lower traffic volume.
We can give it a shot,
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng.
That's a bit tricky. There are just too many vans like this. It'll be tough to keep track of them. Lu Meng frowned. That's not the problem.
We'll compile all the eyewitness descriptions and have the provincial bureau sketch a composite image. It won't be exact, but it should have some resemblance.
We'll have them conduct joint investigations at these gas stations.
Basically, just have them keep an eye out for minivans coming in to refuel.
Eventually, these suspects will have to show themselves,
Zhang Yang explained to Lu Meng.
That's a viable approach.
We already have year-end cooperative investigation notices for these locations.
Adding this one more request shouldn't be a problem. I'll arrange it immediately. I'll compile the leads for you. Are you confident you can create a composite sketch of the suspect? Lu Meng asked with some doubt.
Yes. Back when I was at the provincial bureau, I met a really talented guy. He could create composite sketches even with limited information back then. With all these eyewitness accounts now, it should be no problem.
Zhang Yang nodded.
Great. I'll make arrangements immediately. For now, this vehicle remains our best lead. Since they're using fake plates, I suggest having the traffic police investigate as well.
We'll deploy multiple teams. Those bastards will track them down for sure. Let's go. Our work here is done. Let's head back to headquarters,
Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Just as they were about to get into the car, Zhang Yang noticed a nearby truck.
What is it? Get in the car?
Lu Meng looked at Zhang Yang's expression, puzzled.
Quick! Stop that truck!
Zhang Yang saw the truck about to pass through after getting the pass and shouted urgently.
At that very moment, the truck sped off. Hurry! I'll drive, you grab the gun.
Zhang Yang dashed to the driver's seat. Seeing this, Lu Meng quickly jumped in too.
Before the door could close, Zhang Yang slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the police car shot forward. Zhang Yang! What the hell? Holy crap, let me buckle up first. Lu Meng was startled by Zhang Yang's sudden burst of speed.
He hadn't realized this police car could accelerate like this.
Lu Meng was a bit stunned.
Just as he spoke, Zhang Yang's car had already caught up to the truck. Although the truck had started earlier, Zhang Yang now possessed top-tier driving skills, and his vehicle was exceptionally nimble.
He caught up in no time. Hurry up! Draw your gun and make them stop! Zhang Yang shouted at Lu Meng.
Lu Meng drew his gun as well.
Stop the car! Stop now! Lu Meng didn't hesitate, pointing his pistol directly at the truck driver.
Unexpectedly, upon seeing Lu Meng draw his pistol, the truck driver pulled out a shotgun from inside the truck and fired at Lu Meng. Thanks to Zhang Yang slamming on the brakes, he quickly ducked behind the truck.
The shotgun blast hit the front of the police car. Damn it! He's armed.
Hey! Outside the Yutsuan toll station on Provincial Highway 408, the suspect is armed.
Send backup immediately. Lu Meng shouted into the phone, furious. Useless. By the time they get here, it'll be too late.
Our patrol car's too light to stop them.
Shoot their tires.
Zhang Yang urgently shouted to Lu Meng. Zhang Yang kept the car right behind the truck. The person in the passenger seat kept leaning out, trying to shoot at Zhang Yang's police car.
But under Zhang Yang's skillful maneuvering, they kept dodging the shots.
Yet the constant shaking of the police car made it impossible for Lu Meng's side to aim properly. Several shots were fired, but none hit their mark.
Lu Meng cursed under his breath.
He decided to lean his entire body out, gripping his pistol tightly with both hands and firing several shots at the truck in quick succession.
He hit the rear tire. The truck merely lurched violently but didn't flip or crash like in the movies. Instead, it kept moving.
It swiftly turned onto a narrow road and charged toward a village.
Chapter 166, This is the place. Zhang Yang pursued in the police car.
Even if Zhang Yang and his team wanted to stop now, it would be difficult. Fortunately, as the truck passed a drainage ditch, its flat tire got stuck there, bringing the entire vehicle to a halt. Two men leaped out of the truck, one wielding a shotgun, the other a pistol, and sprinted toward the village ahead. Meanwhile, the police car was now blocked behind the truck.
You stay here. I'll go after them,
Lu Meng shouted to Zhang Yang. Just as he opened the door to dash out, Zhang Yang jumped down, grabbed a brick lying nearby, and smacked him unconscious, knocking him onto the passenger seat.
Are you kidding me? They've got a shotgun and a pistol, you're going after them alone? That's suicide. And even if you could handle them, there's a village up ahead. Full of people, they could grab anyone as a hostage.
If you don't chase them, they'll just steal the car or something to escape.
With this setup, there's no way we're letting them get away. We've seen it all on TV, plenty of cops who've gone down in glory that way.
The case must be solved, the criminals must be caught, and your life must be preserved.
That's Zhang Yang's principle. Before long, several police cars arrived on the scene. Lu Meng's team had GPS tracking on their vehicle, so they immediately raced over based on the location. Captain! Captain!
The pursuing officers saw Lu Meng sprawled across the passenger seat and assumed he was dead.
They immediately started yelling at him. Stop yelling. He's fine. He'll wake up in 10 minutes. The two armed suspects had already entered the village ahead. It was unclear if they'd left yet, but they were both armed, one with a shotgun, the other with a handgun. Zhang Yang addressed the group. Hurry! Second team, third team flank left and right, charge in. Be careful not to injure anyone. Find a way to force them out. Soon, two teams charged into the village ahead. Zhang Yang, are you okay? Just then, Qin Wanqing and the others ran up from behind. They had been scattered across various locations responding to incidents, but upon hearing Lu Meng mention a gunfight here, they immediately rushed toward this spot. They took this vehicle out, there must be something important in it. Grab some tools and start it up. Zhang Yang said to Qin Wanqing and the others. Soon, several officers retrieved wrenches and hydraulic cutters from the vehicle. What the hell? Where are the people? Hearing the commotion, Qin Igwa also came out of the vehicle. Upon learning there had been a shooting, Qin Igwa couldn't sit still either. He mobilized everyone from the police station, all armed, to respond. They're already in pursuit. Captain Lu was stunned. An officer hurriedly briefed Qin Igwa on the scene. What? Shooting at the police? Outrageous. Upon hearing that Lu Meng had been knocked down, Qin Igwa instantly lost his temper. Opened. Just then, the lock on the truck's cargo door was cut open. Everyone rushed over. As the truck's cargo door swung open, Zhang Yang and the others froze in place. Inside the cargo compartment, more than a dozen children huddled in a corner, their faces frozen in terror as they watched the commotion outside. Beside them were several insulated boxes. The bloodstains inside the compartment made it painfully obvious what had happened. Just as everyone stood frozen in shock, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the village ahead. Damn it! You guys hold the line here. Call an ambulance. Request SWAT support. Everyone, get the hell over here. Qin Igwa cursed out loud. He got into the police car and pulled out the walkie-talkie. Damn it! This is Qin Igwa, chief of the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Everyone listen up. If those two bastards get away today, I'll have every last one of you stripped of your uniforms. I'll quit being chief of the Public Security Bureau. Qin Igwa snatched a pistol and led his men charging into the village. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Anger is one thing, but what the hell is a police chief doing getting involved? Are people going to start circling around you then? Zhang Yang sighed in exasperation, picked up another brick and hurled it once more. Qin Igwa let out a howl and collapsed to the ground. Zhang Yang picked up the pistol and followed the others into the village. Before they even reached the village, two more gunshots rang out. The village was now deserted. Hearing the shots, everyone must have gone into hiding. But with no one around, there was no way to know where those people had fled. This way. Follow me. Zhang Yang scanned the footprints on the ground and quickly identified a direction. Everyone followed Zhang Yang in that direction. Soon, a pool of blood was discovered up ahead. Zhang Yang signaled for everyone to spread out. Before long, they discovered the body of a suspect up ahead, with several injured officers beside it. How are you? Are you okay? Everyone rushed over. We're fine. Got hit by a shotgun blast, damn it, said the officers. Where's the guy? Where did he go? Just then, the two teams that had flanked from both sides converged. But they couldn't find the other suspect anywhere. No idea. We searched that way, nobody there. Same here. We came through those alleys over there. No one at all. Both teams had just surrounded the area following the direction of the gunfire, yet neither had spotted him. The group exchanged glances, each seeing the worry in the other's eyes. This situation could only mean one thing: the person was hiding. And it's highly likely they're holding hostages. The only option now was to search house by house. But doing so would inevitably alert the enemy, potentially escalating into a hostage situation. Everyone stay right here. Don't move. I'll go check. Zhang Yang said as he started walking forward. Several officers, worried, tried to stop him. But two squad leaders stepped in to stop him. Zhang Yang's abilities are beyond comparison. He won't act recklessly. Watch quietly, ready to move at any moment. Once Zhang Yang locates that person, the rest is up to us. The captains instructed their men. Zhang Yang moved stealthily through the village. The two men had just run this way earlier. After being spotted by the police here, shots were immediately fired. One was killed on the spot, while the other, seeing the situation turn bad, bolted out. That means he should be heading this way. As Zhang Yang walked, he mentally reconstructed the scene based on the surroundings. Judging by the trajectory of the police bullets earlier, it was this way. But beyond this point lay a long alley. To sprint through it would make him a sitting duck. Therefore, he wouldn't have run straight through. Instead, he would have sought cover nearby. Zhang Yang looked up at the courtyard walls lining both sides of the alley. Sure enough, at the base of one wall, he spotted scattered clumps of earth. This was the spot. Chapter 167, Zhongjing. Soon, police deployed a drone that hovered overhead for surveillance. But there was no one inside the courtyard.
Moreover, judging by the front door, it had been locked from the inside. It's highly likely that after entering, the suspect closed the door and hid inside the house. The fact that the gate wasn't locked suggests someone was already inside the courtyard. This complicates matters. If the police forced their way in, they wouldn't be able to immediately contact the suspect and could be targeted by the criminal inside. And if they fired shots directly, it would be completely useless. Even if they avoided a forced entry and climbed over the wall, the outcome would be the same. The police were now in a very passive position. The windows at the back of the courtyard were also shut tight, offering no view of the interior. Even snipers couldn't pinpoint the suspect's location. More crucially, the suspect's presence in this courtyard was merely Zhang Yang's assumption. No one knows for certain if the other person is hiding here. Where is he? Where is he? Hand me the megaphone. Seeing that the police had completely surrounded the courtyard, Qin Wanqing immediately pulled out the megaphone. Listen up, whoever's inside. I'm Qin Wanqing, chief of the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. You are now surrounded. I know you have hostages. If you've got the guts, come out and trade them for me. If you're a real man, release the people inside. Qin Wanqing bellowed into the courtyard, while officers simultaneously forced open the gate with knives. Qin Wanqing strode straight inside. Zhang Yang, standing nearby, watched Qin Wanqing with some surprise. He never imagined that the chief himself would charge in like this at such a moment. Police and crime were forever adversaries. And Qin Wanqing, as the police chief, stood at the very forefront of this battle against crime. Just that one move by Qin Wanqing proved he hadn't become Tianhai City's police chief by relying solely on other factors. After Qin Wanqing's shout, there was no response from inside. Qin Wanqing led the officers into the courtyard, with a line of police holding riot shields blocking the front. The doors inside remained locked, utterly silent. I'll say it again. State your demands. Qin Wanqing bellowed through the megaphone, but still no response. Damn it! Charge in! Qin Wanqing shouted for ages, but there was no response whatsoever. Under normal circumstances, only when there's a response or demands are made is there an opportunity to take out the enemy. But unexpectedly, this man refused to come out. It was highly likely the hostages had already been killed, and the criminal had resolved to die with them. Otherwise, if there were hostages, he would have come out by now. Just then, the armed police who had received orders arrived on the scene. They took over the positions of the police officers who had been preparing to storm the building. With their specialized anti-hostage training, they were naturally more capable than regular officers in this situation. Yet when the armed police breached the door, the expected gunfire did not erupt. The room was empty. The first armed police officer to enter shouted out to the others outside. Qin Wanqing was utterly astonished. Could it be that the criminals weren't in this courtyard? All eyes turned to Zhang Yang. Could the bandits be hiding somewhere else? And had they slipped out while we were all focused here? At that moment, someone voiced a suspicion, and solemn expressions spread across everyone's faces. If that were the case, tracking them down would be extremely difficult. The remaining man was armed with a pistol. He could take hostages or hijack a vehicle at any moment to escape. If that happened, the consequences would be dire. Judging by their actions throughout this ordeal, from child trafficking to shooting at police officers, they were undoubtedly extremely dangerous individuals. Not to mention, this individual is armed with a handgun. With the new year approaching, if another major incident occurs, it would be disastrous. No! He's right here. Zhang Yang shook his head firmly. Because the moment he entered this courtyard, Zhang Yang received a crime alert. At first, he thought the criminal was inside the house. But unexpectedly, he found nothing. Yet the crime alert's directional signal was accurate. Following the direction, Zhang Yang approached the front of the house and spotted traces of a water jar having been moved. Zhang Yang immediately signaled to the others. Right. The suspect must have escaped somewhere. Chase after them. Zhang Yang pointed at the ground and turned to address the group. The others reacted swiftly. Hurry! Everyone, head to the checkpoints outside the village to surround and intercept them. Everyone, fall back. The chief of staff bellowed. The armed police charged out first, then took cover on both sides of the courtyard gate. Meanwhile, the police officers feigned departure. Some slipped into the house, while the rest followed suit and retreated outside. Everyone waited in tense silence. After about 10 minutes, the water tank suddenly shifted. Then it slowly shifted to one side. Soon, an opening to a tunnel appeared inside the water tank. This was a ginger well. In rural areas, farmers who grow ginger would immediately bury the harvested ginger in these wells after pulling it from the ground. They would only dig it out again when it was time to sell. In rural areas, nearly every household had a ginger well, though most were located outside the house. After all, it made transporting ginger from the fields or selling it more convenient. Perhaps due to geological constraints or to deter theft. This particular household, however, had their ginger pit dug right inside the courtyard. This arrangement was precisely exploited by the bandits. After a while, a burly man cautiously peered out from the ginger well. The well had no ladder access, was only through holes in the walls, making it impossible to carry a gun or take hostages.
After peering out, the man did not rush to leave. Only after hearing complete silence all around did he brace himself and crawl out. What he didn't know was that inside the house, several police officers were already pointing their guns at him. They naturally wanted to capture him alive. These two had abducted an entire truckload of children. They definitely had accomplices. There was no way they were alone. Only by capturing them alive could they root out the rest of the gang. The man waited in the courtyard for a moment before dashing toward the exit. Just as he poked his head out to check for anyone nearby, his gaze locked with an officer outside. He instinctively tried to retreat, only to be kicked flying by officers bursting from the house. His pistol flew far away. The criminal was then tackled to the ground by officers lying in ambush on both sides. Chapter 168, Clues. One of the two was ultimately shot dead, while the other was captured alive. 11 abducted children were rescued. Over a dozen refrigerated human organs were discovered. The scene was horrifying. Judging by these organs, it meant at least 3 people had already been killed. Fortunately, the family in the courtyard, an adult and a child, had only been forced into the well by the bandits. Aside from the child injuring his leg in the fall, they were unharmed. But it was also fortunate that the well couldn't be used to bring hostages out. Had they been dragged out, the bandit would likely have been shot dead. Speak! Damn it! What else have you done? In the conference room, Qin, his head bandaged, shouted furiously. The criminal before him, perhaps knowing his death was inevitable, kept his head bowed in silence, refusing to speak no matter how the police pressed him. The crimes they'd committed couldn't be offset by simple acts of merit. Even if they turned in every last one of their accomplices, they were still as good as dead. Where's Zhang Yang? Get him in here. No matter what, he must get the information out of him. Where are those people? Qin exploded. He never imagined this gang would be so brazen. The forensic pathologist's test results on those organs were in all from teenagers. Upon receiving this news, countless cups were smashed across the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Outrageous. They actually formed a group to come to Tianhai City and cause trouble. And they'd brought in dozens of children at a time. From Qin, the chief of police, to every single officer in Tianhai City, they all felt as if they'd been slapped repeatedly across the face. Qin immediately sealed off every major and minor exit and entrance to Tianhai City. Every single vehicle passing through was meticulously inspected, especially vans and trucks. Almost every minivan or truck that approached was instantly surrounded by armed police officers. After all, these bandits were armed. Thus, armed police assisted at every checkpoint. Semi-automatic rifles were deployed. The entire city of Tianhai was on high alert. And this time, Qin was thoroughly enraged. Nothing, absolutely nothing, justifies exploiting children for trouble. Over a dozen children at once, and that was just one truckload. If Zhang Yang hadn't caught it in time, that entire vehicle would have been transported away. Every time Lu Meng and Qin recalled the incident, a wave of dread washed over them. These dozen children represented a dozen families all destroyed. Not a single one of these traffickers could be let off the hook. After returning, Qin immediately called a press conference. After all, a gunfight had erupted in the village, an incident unseen in over a decade. Qin publicly declared that if every single suspect wasn't apprehended, he would resign as chief on the spot. He then issued a reward through the media, mobilizing the entire city of Tianhai to search for clues. His dual purpose was to maximize the case's impact and heighten vigilance across Tianhai City, leaving no room for such criminals to operate. Naturally, after taking these measures, all the pressure now fell squarely on Qin shoulders. Previously, whenever such situations arose, the police would generally avoid causing panic by dispelling rumors and conducting investigations discreetly. This approach, though slower, minimized the impact on the police department's reputation. But Qin at this point, had nothing left to lose. Even if his superiors questioned him, Qin was prepared to take the fall. By making the case public, if they could solve it and apprehend the suspect in the shortest possible time, it would be manageable, even a commendable achievement. But if the investigation dragged on, it would become a major headache for them. Qin boldness stemmed from his confidence in Zhang Yang. Ever since returning, Zhang Yang had been glued to the surveillance feed. Even when Qin ordered him to interrogate the suspect, Zhang Yang hadn't budged. Zhang Yang was confident his deductions were correct. With so many people now involved and so many leads being pursued simultaneously, they were bound to find the others. The criminal himself was a desperate man, and the fact that he could commit such a heinous act showed that these people had already prepared for the worst. Without a decisive information advantage, these individuals would be extremely difficult to break. While Zhang Yang was exceptionally skilled in interrogation. However, all interrogations required a certain level of prior understanding. Currently, the police have no background information on these two individuals, and their crimes are blatantly evident. Precisely because of this situation, even Zhang Yang's most sophisticated interrogation techniques would prove useless. Simply put, Zhang Yang currently lacks sufficient information and doesn't have enough leverage to pry information out of them. Zhang Yang had to wait. He needs to wait for more intelligence to come in. Fortunately, Zhang Yang didn't have to wait long. Soon, a gas station reported an emergency call. While they were refueling, a beat-up van pulled up. When the attendants tried to approach with the notice, the van suddenly sped off without even filling up. Meanwhile, through psychological counseling, Zhang Yang also gleaned some information from the older children who had been kidnapped. They were being held in a seafood processing plant. They had been confined in a warehouse, and the surgical procedures were also performed inside. Zhang Yang then re-examined the van for evidence. Inside the cargo compartment, they discovered a plastic bag bearing the markings of Dongshan Market. After compiling all this information, Zhang Yang marked 3 locations on the map. These were 3 factory buildings near Dongshan Market, each featuring workshops and courtyards. After police conducted aerial reconnaissance with drones, they discovered 2 vans identical to the one from the crime scene in one of the courtyards. Online records revealed that the site had once housed a seafood processing plant, but it had closed down due to years of losses. The factory buildings were later leased out, though their current use remained unknown. After a day and night of surveillance at this courtyard, it was almost certain this was the gang's hideout. Chapter 169, You Dare Hit Me Too. With the criminals' hideout confirmed, the next step was devising an arrest plan. At this point, Zhang Yang and his team were naturally no longer needed. After all, these criminals were not only ruthless and violent but also heavily armed with firearms and other weapons. Therefore, this operation was directly handled by the Armed Police Special Forces. The compound was located near the seafood market. During the day, it was bustling with people, presenting numerous unpredictable factors for the operation. Furthermore, the police had no prior knowledge of the layout inside the compound. A forced entry could potentially result in significant casualties. Moreover, as dusk approached, the police first set up an ambush near the compound. They planned to move in after dark. Later that evening, 2 minivans returned to the compound. Several individuals emerged, but none were accompanied by children or similar dependents. Qin Wanqing's recent measures had proven quite effective. For people like them, once vigilance was heightened, it became much harder to pull off their schemes. Damn it, I don't see any way to pull this off. Let's get out of here. Damn it. Forget about the kids. I say we just call some hookers instead. Get our rocks off first, then slice them up, problem solved. Bull. Look at the hookers you find, every single one has AIDS. Who the hell wants to use that crap? Even if we cut them off, no one would want them. But we could still have fun. What fun? Aren't I enough for all of you? The group continued their conversation as they walked into the house. The police had already installed listening devices at the courtyard gate. When they heard this conversation through the wires, they realized these criminals were up to far more than just child trafficking. Moreover, it was a major criminal syndicate involved in organ trafficking and murder. Even Qin Wanqing, who was coordinating operations on site, sucked in a sharp breath. If these criminals had succeeded here, Tianhai City would have descended into utter chaos. Qin Wanqing felt profound relief that they had mobilized such a large force this time, enabling them to completely surround and apprehend the gang. If even one of them had escaped, it would have been a major headache. All personnel, listen up. These criminals before us are extremely vicious and armed. If necessary, shoot to kill. Prepare for action. Qin Wanqing gave the order. Countless police officers and armed police closed in. But just as they were about to charge in, suddenly, several people burst out of the house, scrambling frantically toward the vehicles. Hurry! They didn't return, something must have gone wrong on the way. Hurry! Split up! The leaders shouted orders to them. Charge! As soon as Qin Wanqing saw them trying to flee, he immediately gave the order. Instantly, several powerful spotlights swept across the courtyard. At the same time, countless police officers and armed police leaped over the courtyard wall. Almost in that instant, the bandits' guns fired. Fortunately, the armed police and SWAT teams were already prepared. Several attackers were instantly shot dead by snipers lying in wait on both sides. The remaining criminals, caught off guard, were immediately pinned to the ground. Not only were numerous hunting rifles and handguns found on their persons, but several hand grenades were also discovered. Clearly, this was a gang of desperate criminals. Inside the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, Lu Meng stormed out of the interrogation room, flinging the bandages wrapped around his body onto the desk. Damn it! They're just playing dumb because they're facing the death penalty. Where's Zhang Yang? Get in there now! Lu Meng yelled at the people inside the room in a fit of rage. Zhang Yang was just dragged off by the chief. Now it seems like. Qin Wanqing pointed toward the upstairs with a look of utter exasperation. Lu Meng pricked up his ears and indeed heard Qin Wanqing's roaring voice. Lu Meng rushed upstairs immediately. What the hell is wrong with you? Rebellion! Where are you hitting? You dare hit me! To put it grandly, I'm the chief of the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. To put it plainly, I'm your father. And you hit me. Look at this. My head's still swollen. Qin Wanqing's spittle sprayed all over Zhang Yang's face.
This was naturally because earlier, Zhang Yang had feared Qin Wanqing rushing out would be dangerous, so he deliberately knocked Qin Wanqing down with a brick. Lu Meng walked in, heard the commotion, and immediately joined the fray. "You little punk, you're rebelling. Where do you think you're hitting? You dare hit me. To put it grandly, I'm the head of Tianhai City's Criminal Investigation Brigade. To put it plainly, I'm your older brother. You actually hit me. I'm already out here, and you little punk knocked me down with a single brick." Lu Meng yelled at Qin Wanqing in a rage. Qin Wanqing took a sip of water while Lu Meng was ranting, then picked up where he left off after Lu finished cursing. For a full half hour, the two of them didn't stop. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Enduring it was one thing, but both men now had certain parts of their bodies swelling up alarmingly. He hadn't thought much about it earlier, but he really had gone a bit too hard. These two really were suffering. At first, the insults sounded jarring, but after a while, they just faded into the background. Besides, their vocabulary was pretty limited, just the same few phrases repeated over and over. Finally, they sat down, panting heavily. Not a word left to say. "Is that it? Then I'm outta here?" Zhang Yang said with a grin. "Leave? Where do you think you're going? Get to the interrogation room immediately. If you don't get that truck's destination out of him, just wait till I get my hands on you," Qin Wanqing said in a hoarse voice. After all, they had only intercepted one truck. No one could guarantee this was the first shipment out. If there had been others before this, that would be trouble. "I don't think interrogation will help. They won't talk. Since they're prepared to die and we have no leverage points, it'll be tough to get them to talk." Zhang Yang shook his head. "Then what do we do? You've got no solution?" Lu Meng felt a pang of disappointment at Zhang Yang's words. "No, there's still a way to find the truck's location. There's no need to interrogate them at all." Zhang Yang addressed Qin Wanqing and Lu Meng. Chapter 170, Following the Map. Qin Wanqing's computer screen displayed a map of the Tianhai City area. From the time we discovered that truck to when they emerged, 6 hours passed. They wouldn't have called immediately upon leaving. At least an hour must have elapsed without response before they tried again. We didn't find any phones on those two men, so we can compress the time frame a bit. That means we have roughly 5 hours. Judging by the truck's speed on the provincial highway, it wouldn't have been too fast, probably no more than 80 kilometers per hour. Based on that, it should be within a range of about 300 to 400 kilometers. Considering the distance already covered by the minivans, they wouldn't have completely exhausted their fuel by this point. That means they're likely within about 300 kilometers. Within this range, there's only one destination in that direction: Jiangming City. Jiangming City, once a coal hub, is compact but boasts a railway line, making it highly convenient for transshipment. Zhang Yang pointed at the computer screen as he addressed Qin Wanqing and Lu Meng. "Wait. Why couldn't they take the expressway? What if they switched to the highway midway?" Qin Wanqing asked from the side. "No way. Look here, when traveling from the city toward this provincial highway, they'd actually pass an expressway entrance. If they wanted to get on the highway, using this entrance would naturally be more convenient than other spots. More importantly, since they're taking the provincial highway, it's likely to evade us blocking them. On the expressway, we could easily intercept them. But on the provincial road, they could turn off at any moment and find a way to escape. I believe that's precisely why these vans aren't using the expressway." Zhang Yang pointed out several highway on-ramps to the two men. "Then it should be pretty much set." I immediately contacted the authorities in Jiangming City and requested their assistance in investigating the vehicle's background. If the vehicle had previously been in Jiangming City, surveillance footage might still yield some clues. Lu Meng spoke as he stepped outside to make a call. Qin Wanqing and Zhang Yang were left alone in the room. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. I suddenly remembered, I think I have something else to do. I'll go first," Zhang Yang said as he opened the door and dashed out, leaving Qin Wanqing looking utterly helpless. You have to admit, this Zhang Yang is quite something. If it weren't for him this time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Though his two bricks had knocked out both the police chief and the criminal investigation team leader, it must be said that Zhang Yang's move to take down Lu Meng was absolutely flawless. It was nothing short of a divine intervention. Even if Lu Meng had pursued them, he likely wouldn't have anticipated how ruthless those two were. He probably would have ended up at a disadvantage. Even with a gun in hand. He was facing two men with two guns. If anything happened to Lu Meng, the criminal investigation team leader, it would have been a real mess. So in Qin Wanqing's mind, Zhang Yang knocking Lu Meng out with that brick was a masterstroke. But why the hell did you hit me? With all those people crowding around, even if they fired, they wouldn't hit my head. Of course, this was only Qin Wanqing's perspective. Everyone else at the scene nearly cheered when they saw Zhang Yang knock Qin Wanqing out with a single brick. After all, Qin Wanqing was the chief of the Public Security Bureau. If anything had gone wrong at that moment, it would have been disastrous. If Lu Meng had been sober at the time, he probably would have jumped for joy too. Following Zhang Yang's lead, the Jiangming City police immediately tracked the vehicle's route through surveillance footage.
Since it had left Tianhai City, the car hadn't taken many evasive maneuvers during its journey. Local authorities launched a manhunt immediately. Ultimately, they successfully intercepted over a dozen children at the train station who were about to be transported out. This train was one of the earliest green-painted freight cars. With few passengers, it only ran once every week, half for cargo, half for passengers. This limited schedule provided the police with their opportunity. Had these children been transported away, tracking them down later would have been extremely difficult. The operation concluded successfully, with all 30-plus missing children safely recovered. But some would never return. What struck Zhang Yang as most astonishing, however, was the nature of these children. The rescued children weren't just little ones, many were older, with a significant portion being 5th or 6th graders. These children were mostly taken during their solo commute home from school, either lured away or snatched by traffickers. Typically, when children of this age go missing, many parents' first reaction is to assume their child has run away from home. Consequently, when reporting their children missing, many parents fail to connect these disappearances to the recent child trafficking operation. This allowed the perpetrators to exploit a loophole. More crucially, the root cause of these incidents lies in the strained relationships between adolescents and their families. The individuals apprehended were gradually broken down by Zhang Yang after his team successfully dismantled their hideout in Jiangming City. They had previously operated in southern China, where they maintained networks for trafficking organs and children. However, due to their frequent criminal activities in the southern region, they had already drawn targeted attention. Thus, during this process, they had relocated to their hometown in the north. Their choice of Tianhai City stemmed from the rapid development of this coastal province and the city's high population density. Adhering to the principle of not grazing too close to home, they selected Tianhai City, over 300 kilometers away. Their plan was to exploit the chaotic period before the new year, committing crimes in Tianhai City over the course of a month before quickly withdrawing afterward. Thus, they committed a series of crimes in Tianhai City. However, with Zhang Yang's assistance, they were all apprehended within less than half a month of arriving in Tianhai City. Moreover, the first shipment they had managed to transport out had been successfully intercepted. The second shipment never even made it out of Tianhai City due to Zhang Yang's intervention. With this case concluded, the shocking series of crimes was successfully resolved before the end of the Gregorian calendar year, pinned down within the final month of December. After the case closed, Qin Wanqing and Lu Meng were both hospitalized with concussions. Lu Meng's case was naturally not a concern, but Qin Wanqing specifically requested Zhang Yang to come to the hospital to keep him company. "You think you can slip through my fingers that easily? Mark my words, even if the King of Heaven himself showed up today, you'd still be stuck tending to me here," Qin Wanqing declared triumphantly from his hospital bed, his voice dripping with satisfaction. No sooner had the words left his mouth, his phone rang. Chapter 171, Death Punishment Order. "Who is it?" Qin Wanqing answered the call without even glancing at it. "Qin Wanqing, have you lost your mind? What's with the attitude?" A voice on the other end sounded utterly exasperated. "Ha? Oh, it's old Gong. I didn't see it earlier." Qin Wanqing recognized the familiar voice but didn't immediately connect it. When he looked down at the caller ID and saw it was old Gong, his expression instantly softened into a smile. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes beside him. This old codger, he changes his tune faster than you can flip a book. Just moments ago he had a murderous look on his face, but now look at him grinning like a hippo. Truly impressive for someone high up in the system. Alright, enough small talk. I hear Tianhai City has had quite a few cases lately. Judging by the speed you've reported these cases solved, I assume Zhang Yang's involved again? Old Gong asked over the phone. Yes. That's why they say you have eyes like a hawk. The kid's been doing a decent job lately. Our public security department pays him a hefty salary every month, at least he's getting his money's worth. What's on your mind, sir? Qin Wanqing asked with a grin. I need to borrow Zhang Yang for a moment. Time is tight. I tried calling Zhang Yang but couldn't get through, so I called you instead. Tell Zhang Yang to get to the provincial capital immediately. We need his assistance with a case here. Old Gong on the other end of the line stated succinctly. Ha? Why didn't you answer your phone, you brat? What if we delay old Gong's business? Qin Wanqing immediately turned and shouted at Zhang Yang. Heh, old Gong, what a coincidence, this kid's right here. I'll have him take the call. Qin Wanqing hurriedly handed the phone to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. He took the phone. Old Gong, sorry, I probably won't be able to make it. Director Qin got injured and I'm keeping him company at the hospital right now. Plus, he said that even if the king himself came today, I'd still be by his bedside. Zhang Yang spread his hands helplessly toward Qin Wanqing before addressing the phone. You. Ha. Qin Wanqing instantly felt his blood pressure skyrocket to terrifying levels. Every drop of blood in my body felt like it was about to gush out through that opening Zhang Yang had given me. Got it. Hand the phone to Qin Wanqing, then take a cab straight to the airport. I'll arrange for someone to meet you there simultaneously. Old Gong instructed Zhang Yang over the phone. Got it.
Zhang Yang grinned as he handed the phone to Qin, then dashed out immediately.
For old Gong's tone to be this grave, it must either be an extremely urgent case with a time limit or a major case. Whoa, old Gong, actually I. Before Qin could finish his sentence, old Gong abruptly hung up. Qin was left speechless. Why does this kid always get so lucky? Why does something always come up just when I have the upper hand? No way. Old Gong had never once hung up on him before. Could it be? Old Gong was genuinely furious? Qin thought for a moment. He absolutely couldn't let this situation play out passively. He dialed the number himself. The line was busy. After a moment, the line cleared, but the call was abruptly cut off. Qin frowned. This situation was getting dangerous. He tried again, but it was hung up on once more. Qin panicked. He tried again. Finally, it was answered. Qin, damn it. I'm in the middle of a case analysis meeting, and you keep calling nonstop? We'll deal with your business later. Before Qin could respond, old Gong's roar echoed through the phone. Qin was instantly dumbfounded. The provincial capital. This wasn't Zhang Yang's first time here. After landing, someone had already come to pick him up, taking him straight to the conference room of the Provincial Public Security Department. Inside the conference room, numerous people were already seated, engaged in a meeting. Noticing Zhang Yang's entrance, the elderly official Gong gestured for him to find a seat. Without asking questions, Zhang Yang found a seat and sat down. This was already the third death penalty order issued. Tomorrow was the deadline marked on the order, yet we still had no leads whatsoever. Regarding this Ms. Zhang, I know many here harbor strong opinions about her, but you must understand, abusing vigilante justice is not only a contempt for life, but a direct provocation against our police force. From this moment on, place Ms. Zhang under strict surveillance. For us, the deadline on that death penalty order isn't necessarily the start time, it could also be the end time. Since it specifies 12:31, that means they could strike against Ms. Zhang anytime between midnight on December 31st and 2400 hours that same day. We must spare no effort. If he succeeds again, it won't just be a matter of disgrace for our police force. More importantly, the hard-won credibility we've built among ordinary citizens will be completely shattered. Any future operations we undertake will face immense difficulty. I believe everyone here understands this as clearly as I do. Old Gong sighed. Meanwhile, the projector at the front displayed a printed note. Death sentence. Zhang Yuyu. Time of execution, 12:31. Charge, murder. Zhang Yang frowned. He had read about such things in a book before, but never imagined someone would actually commit such an act. December 31st tomorrow. And just now, old Gong mentioned this was the third death penalty notice. That meant the police had already received two before this, and both had succeeded. Zhang Yang was deeply shocked. He knew full well the investigative capabilities of the Provincial Bureau. He never imagined that with so many people here, and with old Gong personally overseeing the case, they still had no leads. And with two successful attacks already, no wonder old Gong had urgently summoned him. This was the final day of the year, and the killer had chosen this very day to strike. If they succeeded this time, it would mean the entire year's police work would be branded with shame. Soon, everyone left with their assigned tasks. Only then did old Gong, his face worn with exhaustion, come and sit beside Zhang Yang. After listening to the briefing, you're probably familiar with these cases now. Here are the first two cases. Take a look. Old Gong placed a stack of documents before Zhang Yang. The moment Zhang Yang picked up the first photo, a chill instantly ran down his spine. Chapter 172, Catch Him. The photographs in Zhang Yang's hands. To be precise, they weren't crime scenes, but rather resembled an exhibition by the killer. In this photograph, numerous containers of varying sizes were visible. Inside these containers lay various organs. The subsequent individual photographs further corroborated Zhang Yang's suspicions. Every organ here came from individuals who had been subjected to disciplinary orders. Some were individuals wanted by the police, while others were criminals who had evaded legal punishment. Inside these containers, organs capable of proving their identities such as tattoos, birthmarks, or fingerprints were preserved in formaldehyde. Judging by these photographs, the number of victims subjected to vigilante justice likely numbered at least several dozen. According to the forensic report, the oldest organs here date back 5 years. This implies that over the past 5 years, dozens of people had been killed by this vigilante. Even more terrifying is that the police were completely unaware of these cases, not a single report had been filed. This was the first case the Punisher had presented to the police. The second case involved a real estate developer who, after an accident at his construction site, not only refused to compensate the families of 3 deceased migrant workers. Instead, he falsely accused the 3 workers of intentionally entering the site to steal and falling to their deaths. He then had the victims' families beaten and hospitalized. He then bribed officials to have the incident classified as attempted theft. Upon hearing this news, the developer dismissed it with utter contempt. Although his mistress had reported the incident to the police, when officers approached him to offer protection, he flatly refused. In the developer's own words, In this world, there are plenty of people who want to kill him. After all, in their line of work, they've climbed over others to succeed. Acquiring land and undertaking projects inevitably creates conflicts with many people. Thus, this real estate tycoon maintained his own security detail. Within this security detail, many members came from gangs and possessed considerable skills. Over the years, they've helped the real estate tycoon navigate numerous crises. So the real estate tycoon didn't give it a second thought. He dismissed these printed documents as child's play. But on the very day the disciplinary order arrived, the tycoon never regained consciousness. No one knows how he died. There were no visible wounds on his body, nor any signs of poisoning. The night before his death, he had been intimate with his concubine, and no outsiders had entered the room during that time. Moreover, several bodyguards were stationed outside. Yet the perpetrator managed to strike. When the police learned of this news, they were utterly shocked. After all, the current situation had completely exceeded their expectations. Even old Gong hadn't anticipated the existence of such a terrifying entity. If this individual hadn't acted so recklessly by insisting on using this disciplinary order, he likely could have punished many more people without being discovered. What's the situation with this third person? I see it's scheduled for tomorrow? Zhang Yang asked old Gong. Yes. Earlier, there was news about a BMW losing control and crashing into a crowd here in the provincial capital. Did you happen to see that report? Old Gong asked Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded. That incident caused a huge stir at the time. It was reported that late at night, a BMW lost control and plowed into a crowd, killing 3 people instantly and seriously injuring over a dozen others. Moreover, from the footage that surfaced, the BMW accelerated twice more after crashing into the crowd. During its first impact with the crowd, it didn't immediately cause fatalities because it was stopped by a roadside barrier. Subsequently, the BMW accelerated again, clearly attempting to breach the barrier. After crashing through the barrier, it plunged directly into the chaotic crowd. The second acceleration occurred after the vehicle had come to a stop, with the driver clearly attempting to flee. However, it collided with a roadside fire hydrant, finally bringing the deadly vehicle to a halt. The person who got out of the car at that moment was Ms. Zhang. Subsequent footage revealed that Ms. Zhang had driven into the crowd in a fit of rage after arguing with her husband. This was clearly visible in the footage. The subsequent 2 accelerations were deliberate acts. However, the final verdict left everyone deeply disappointed. According to the investigation, the BMW lost control due to a malfunction in the accelerator, causing the acceleration on its own. This had nothing to do with Ms. Zhang inside the vehicle. Ms. Zhang later ended up in the intensive care unit of the Provincial People's Hospital due to a minor scrape on her foot. The entire incident was subsequently swept under the rug. It's said that the deceased's family kept pursuing the case afterward, but due to insufficient evidence, they never got any results. The most tragic part was that a child returning home from tutoring was also involved. Upon hearing the news, the child's mother completely lost her mind. She was admitted to a mental hospital and remains there to this day. Meanwhile, the child's father has spent years fighting for justice, only to be brutally beaten beyond recognition by unknown assailants. After the police apprehended these unknown assailants, investigations revealed they were homeless individuals without identification. They were simply paid by someone to carry out the assault. As for who paid them, they couldn't say. Ms. Zhang's words were truly damning. And the forces behind this must be quite powerful. Zhang Yang remarked coldly. Yeah, but no matter what, we can't just stand by and watch. To be honest, when this case first broke, it nearly caused a major dispute within our police department. But the other side handled the evidence flawlessly and hired top-tier lawyers for the trial. After all that maneuvering, they only served a few days in custody. They were released before even completing their detention period. You'll get used to these things. Old Gong frowned as he spoke. Though Gong Lao held considerable standing, he often found himself powerless against certain colossal entities. Zhang Yang, I hope you understand. Regardless of how Ms. Zhang behaved before, our priority now is to apprehend this punisher. Old Gong addressed Zhang Yang. From what I gather, you're planning to shield Ms. Zhang? Zhang Yang asked Gong Lao. Yes. Only under our strict supervision can we ensure nothing goes wrong. Old Gong nodded. Release her. Remove her protection. Use her as bait to flush out the punisher. Zhang Yang said indifferently. But, in that case, we can't guarantee Ms. Zhang's safety. Old Gong was deeply concerned. Zhang Yang was naturally correct. Only by luring this person out and apprehending them can we resolve this issue once and for all. Otherwise, with these first 3 punishment orders, more will surely follow. Didn't you just say our goal is to capture this punisher? Then what does this woman's life or death have to do with us? Zhang Yang remarked indifferently. Chapter 173, The Expert. Inside the Provincial Public Security Bureau's conference room, Zhang Yang was reviewing the case files, trying to discern what kind of opponent they were facing this time. To Zhang Yang, he sensed this adversary was unlike any he'd faced before. Not only could they privately eliminate so many people,
What was even more significant was the identity he claimed for himself.
For Zhang Yang, that was the most terrifying aspect.
Often, private investigators like them also possessed a certain nature of response. But the difference was that Zhang Yang and his fellow private investigators passively waited for commissions and held no law enforcement authority whatsoever. They merely used certain methods to ensure their targets faced consequences. But this man was different. Not only did he choose his victims and mete out punishment, but crucially, he actually killed them in the process. Moreover, according to police records, among those killed, some had committed crimes that didn't actually warrant the death penalty. Yet they were inexplicably eliminated by this vigilante. This was a case of overdoing it. Zhang Yang recalled a novel he had read before, which also featured a similar character. Yet in the end, that character too inevitably succumbed to bias. After all, humans are the ones doing the work, and humans are the most unreliable. Take this instance, why would he so brazenly issue these death warrants to the police? A crucial reason is that the current Punisher's psychological state differs from that of the Punisher 5 years ago. If we compare, the previous Punisher might have harbored a sliver of desire to rid society of evils and uphold justice when choosing his targets. But now, this Punisher sees himself as a messenger of justice. This pride, this arrogance, extends even to the execution of death sentences. This is the most terrifying aspect. Moreover, to reach this level, this individual's capabilities must be truly formidable. Just as Zhang Yang frowned in deep thought, Yang Wei walked in. Zhang Yang couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Yang Wei's dark circles and messy bedhead. "Bro, that's quite the unique hairstyle you've got there." Zhang Yang teased with a smile. "Don't even mention it, trouble struck again." Yang Wei snapped at Zhang Yang. "Lately, this has been driving me absolutely crazy. Since this whole thing started, you have no idea a 5-year-old case that's now spread across over a dozen regions. It nearly killed me." Yang Wei sat down beside Zhang Yang. Ever since this major case broke, the entire provincial bureau has naturally been fully involved. And given Yang Wei's technical expertise, he became the core resource for investigating all case details and information. So lately, Yang Wei has been running around like a headless chicken. "What's going on? What do you mean something's happened again? Could it be another death penalty order?" Zhang Yang asked Yang Wei. "No way. Another one? I'd literally spit blood. That guy posted this death penalty order on Weibo. And it's not just Weibo, it's all over every platform, even popping up in game chat channels." Yang Wei said to Zhang Yang. He handed his phone to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang took a look and saw the Weibo post had already garnered over 400,000 likes. The incident where the BMW driver deliberately rammed into people had already caused a huge stir online after it was exposed. But at the time, for reasons unknown, all online discourse had been suppressed. You have to understand, even our provincial department couldn't control it. Just imagine how powerful the connections behind this must be. By the way, that BMW wasn't just any BMW. Though it looked unassuming, it was actually a BMW M8 worth at least 2 million yuan. Could this really be an ordinary woman? Yang Wei explained to Zhang Yang. After all, the incident happened in the provincial capital, so Yang Wei and his team naturally knew far more than Zhang Yang did. "Can we pinpoint the location where the post was made?" Zhang Yang asked Yang Wei. For a top-tier hacker like Yang Wei, pinpointing the location shouldn't be a problem. "We could definitely find it, especially since it's in our provincial capital. But it's useless." He set up a proxy server. "I've traced it back to the original IP address, but I doubt it'll be of much use." Yang Wei replied to Zhang Yang. "What do you mean? Why is it useless?" Zhang Yang was a bit surprised. The IP address is located in an office building housing at least several hundred companies, each with at least one wireless network. Although all 3 carriers are connected to the building, it was extremely difficult to pinpoint the specific device. Yang Wei explained to Zhang Yang. "Sunshine Department Store building?" Zhang Yang looked at the address Yang Wei had given him. "Yes. It's not just a department store, the lower floors are retail, but the upper floors are all office space. This was one of the earliest buildings constructed by our provincial department. A lot has changed since then. Back then, they said it was going to be the crown jewel of our provincial government complex." Yang Wei said to Zhang Yang. "Well, this guy really is flawless. If what you say is true, his network skills must be pretty impressive, right? At the very least, I couldn't pull off what you've described." Zhang Yang replied to Yang Wei. "It's not that difficult, really. It's probably just a niche field. If you're not in that field, you probably wouldn't know about it." "What? Are you suggesting his profession is actually related to this?" Yang Wei asked Zhang Yang. "No, that's unlikely. Look, he hasn't been idle these past 5 years. If he were just traveling around taking cases, he wouldn't have stayed put in one place. But based on what you're saying, he must be a master. At the very least, he's so skilled that even a professional hacker like you can't handle him in this area." Zhang Yang shook his head. Based on what you're saying, that seems about right. Either way, this guy must be extremely clever." Yang Wei said to Zhang Yang. As a hacker himself, he understood this well.
Mastering any field isn't inherently difficult.
But to master it requires dedication and focus beyond what most people can endure. For them, without genuine passion, reaching such heights would be impossible. But this Punisher was clearly more than that. Not only did he know how to kill, understand criminal investigation, perform autopsies, and master medicine, but now he even understood networks. He was a genius.
Not only is he brilliant, but he's also remarkably young. Zhang Yang remarked calmly. Young? Yang Wei asked.
Yes. No matter how talented someone is, their energy and time are limited.
Moreover, for them to master all this during the process requires time.
Many of these technologies have only emerged in recent years, and they evolve at an incredibly rapid pace.
Only a young person could possibly learn all this.
Also, while he visited multiple locations, half of them were in coastal province. So I need you to check if there are any missing persons in that area, especially teenagers.
Zhang Yang thought for a moment before addressing Yang Wei.
Chapter 174, Zhang Yuyu.
Jinhai Villa District. Inside a detached villa.
The place was ablaze with light. Not only were all the interior rooms illuminated, but even the outdoor courtyard lamps were on. Security personnel were stationed throughout the various rooms. Outside the villa complex, 2 cars were parked, occupied by police officers on stakeout. What a show of force, they actually kicked us cops out.
Who says otherwise? It's just a couple of stinking bucks, right? That trash woman should have been sentenced back then. She killed so many people and got off scot-free. This world has no law. Law? This world runs on money, okay?
Look at those security guards, they're probably hired professional bodyguards from other provinces.
They don't even trust us cops, how could they possibly be more professional than us?
Well, we messed up with the disciplinary order last time.
Can't be helped.
Several officers sat bored in the patrol car. Since the disciplinary order was set to take effect at midnight tomorrow, they had to stake out the location tonight.
But unexpectedly,
Zhang Yuyu had actually hired a team of private bodyguards from out of town at a high salary to protect her. And they'd asked the police to leave. While it was technically an invitation to leave, to them it felt like being kicked out.
All right. Enough chatter. It's almost 12 o'clock. Keep a close eye on the surroundings.
Lu Meng, sitting in the passenger seat, said with narrowed eyes.
Yes. Hearing Lu Meng's slightly displeased tone, the others finally fell silent.
Inside the villa at that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the bathroom. This was Zhang Yuyu. Zhang Yuyu possessed a striking face, a bombshell figure, and the advanced bedroom skills honed during her training at the nightclub by Mamami. This allowed her to successfully capture the heart of an overseas tycoon. This had afforded her the life she now lived. Strictly speaking, this overseas tycoon was actually a citizen of the Great Xia Empire. He had left the country years ago to pursue business ventures, amassing a fortune worth billions. However, his overseas influence had drawn the ire of local factions, who launched a manhunt against him. Forced by circumstances, he returned to China to rebuild his business. But his identity had long since been altered, and for the business environment in Daxia, his status as an overseas returnee naturally carried certain advantages. These advantages extended beyond business to matters of the heart. Many women harbored an innate fondness for those returning from abroad. They believed that regardless of species, anyone who had ventured out to sea possessed an air of nobility. Even if you toss a turtle into the sea, when you fish it back out, it's still a sea turtle. Zhang Yuyu was just one of the many easy women out there. Armed with her striking looks and the art of seduction honed in nightclubs, she swiftly reeled in this wealthy businessman. Then, on the tycoon's birthday, she used a restored hymen to give him a blood-red experience. The next day, Zhang Yuyu recruited several athletic students from a nearby university. They spent a day and night in a small hotel near the campus. By the end, her breasts were so swollen they leaked fluid with every step. Over a month later, she successfully obtained the red marriage certificate by leveraging her pregnancy.
From then on, life for Zhang Yuyu skyrocketed.
Although her uterine lining had thinned from multiple abortions during her nightclub days, leading to a miscarriage, this couldn't change the fact that Zhang Yuyu had become the wealthy businessman's wife. Her life remained the picture-perfect rich and beautiful existence others envied on social media. Yet this idyllic existence was shattered completely by a single printed piece of paper. After stepping out of the bathroom, Zhang Yuyu still felt uneasy. While showering earlier, she had been too afraid to even close her eyes. The old saying went, if you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear. But who in this world has never done something they shouldn't? Zhang Yuyu shook her head. She pulled a bottle of Romani Conti from the liquor cabinet and took a large swig. Yet she still felt uneasy. To be honest, when she first received that so-called disciplinary order, Zhang Yuyu hadn't given it a second thought. To her. Now, intentional homicide? Ha! The police never charged me before, how could it possibly be intentional murder? The BMW moved on its own back, then the accelerator kicked in by itself. Exactly. That's exactly how it happened. Besides, those people, they died, but they died. It's not like I didn't compensate them. And the incident even got exposed back then.
Because of that, I couldn't go to several beauty appointments I had scheduled. That cost me over 100,000 yuan. These lowlifes, a life is worth only tens of thousands of yuan. I already gave them hundreds of thousands back then. What more do they want?
The most despicable one was that woman whose child died. He actually went to the city government building to unfurl a banner. He deserves to die.
It's just a dead child. And it's a family that runs a fruit stall. What good is it if their kid does well in school? They'll just end up with some random job, making 4 or 5,000 a month, not even enough to buy a house. Oomph. What gives them the right to make demands of me? Are they even on the same level as me? Zhang Yuyu couldn't care less.
Ever since she became wealthy, Zhang Yuyu had naturally distanced herself from those she once associated with. But when Zhang Yuyu learned through connections about the deeds of this so-called punisher, fear gripped her. She was living a life above others now. How could she just die like that? Her fortune wasn't spent yet, and she hadn't savored enough of this enviable existence others coveted. How could she possibly be killed? So Zhang Yuyu immediately hired numerous bodyguards at high salaries. These bodyguards were all former professional special forces soldiers. In Zhang Yuyu's view, they naturally offered far greater security than police protection. Besides, in the previous incident, it was precisely because she had police protection that the Punisher had succeeded in targeting her. She didn't trust the police. Chapter 175, Midnight. Once Zhang Yuyu started thinking about these things, it was hard to stop. Even after drinking half a bottle of red wine, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She pulled up the screenshot of that Weibo post. Beneath this Weibo post lay hundreds of thousands of likes and comments. Almost every single comment expressed overwhelming support. Zhang Yuyu sighed deeply and set her phone aside. The scenes from earlier replayed before her eyes. It was just an accident. Yes. It was an accident. Even as countless voices condemned her, Zhang Yuyu remained steadfast in her belief. Who could have known why that BMW suddenly started moving on its own? And my mind went completely blank. I had no idea what was happening. I had clearly come to a stop. Zhang Yuyu kept repeating this to herself in her mind. These were the exact words her hired lawyer had instructed her to stick to. If she hadn't discovered her husband was keeping a college student as his mistress, she wouldn't have been so furious. If her husband had been willing to cut ties with that college girl, perhaps she wouldn't have felt so utterly hopeless. But precisely because she was already seething with rage at that moment, she had completely lost control. But why did the car in front have to stop and yield to those damn pedestrians? So after frantically honking the horn, I angrily swerved right. Who could have imagined that flooring the accelerator would cause the car to accelerate so rapidly? And so what if I hit someone? Just some poor vegetable vendor, some miserable office drone, some old man. Zhang Yuyu still remembered how they'd all looked down on her and demanded answers when she offered them money. Just thinking about it now still made her sick. Who were these lowlifes to lecture me from their high horse? If only she de-stomped the accelerator a few more times back then, crushing them to death, maybe then she'd be off the hook. Then all I'd need was to pay for a psychiatric report, shell out some more for medical parole, and I wouldn't even have to serve jail time. Right. I have money. I have plenty of money. Money lets you do whatever you want. Once tomorrow passes, I'll be off skiing in the Alps again, vacationing in Hawaii, feeding pigeons in London Square. You ordinary folks can just watch me on social media. Zhang Yuyu was lost in her wild thoughts when suddenly, the clock in the living room chimed. Zhang Yuyu jolted awake. Midnight. Which meant the Punisher's time to punish her had arrived. Even though Zhang Yuyu was surrounded by people at that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine. Alright, it's midnight. Everyone, stay alert. Outside the villa. Lu Meng silenced the alarm on his phone and addressed the others. Inside the villa complex. Everyone, commence operations starting with Unit 1. Patrol according to the pre-planned route. Technical team, monitor the villa's interior with infrared sensors. The wireless team safeguards the local network against intrusion. The perception team constantly monitored the air composition inside the villas. Inside one of the villas, a figure resembling a team leader issued commands over a walkie-talkie to numerous security personnel. Soon, patrols commenced both inside and outside the villas. Even on the villa's rooftop, 2 figures were stationed. Lu Meng sat in the car outside, watching the bustling crowd around the villa. He shook his head with a hint of resignation. Judging by their setup, they certainly seemed more professional than his own team. But that guy wouldn't give up so easily. What method would he employ? Inside the provincial department's conference room, the lights were still on. Today was December 31st, a day when absolutely nothing could go wrong for them. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had stacked 6 chairs into a makeshift bed in one corner of the conference room and was lying on it. Are you going to sleep? Yang Wei watched in utter shock. Hearing Yang Wei's voice, even old Gong turned to look. Seeing Zhang Yang's setup, their eyes widened in disbelief. Exactly. That guy's a smart one. Since he dared to tip us off about the timing in advance, he clearly anticipated our heavy security presence. We'll be keeping a close eye on Zhang Yuyu right from the start today, and our focus will be at its peak.
Not to mention Zhang Yuyu has bodyguards protecting her. It'll be tough. Zhang Yang lay back as he addressed the group. So you're saying he won't make his move tonight? Old Gong frowned and asked. I never said that. I only said it's unlikely he'll act at this moment. If it were me, I wouldn't act now. After all, you'll definitely start tailing him from this point on, which will wear you out. Only when you're exhausted is the best time to strike. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, everyone.
Zhang Yang explained as he lay down.
Gong Lao. Yan Wei. Everyone. Hey. But you guys can't sleep. You need to keep an eye out.
If that guy plays by his own rules, we're in trouble, Zhang Yang said to the others. Old Gong rolled his eyes. But he still turned off the lights on Zhang Yang's side. As for Zhang Yang, he had already finished reviewing all the previous materials before midnight. But so far, he hadn't come up with any solid ideas. The person before him was likely another copycat inspired by that novel. Only this copycat was far more cruel and brutal than the character in the novel. Moreover, there was a significant difference in the selection of victims. More importantly, Zhang Yang sensed that this individual was intimately familiar with their provincial bureau. Much of the information he possessed came from the bureau's internal archives documents not meant for public access.
Yet somehow, this individual had obtained them.
Either this person had an inside source within the provincial bureau, or they were actually part of the bureau themselves. That's why they were so intimately familiar with these cases.
Consider this.
Although he had only committed a handful of crimes, the number of cases he had to sift through must have far exceeded that. Yet when Zhang Yang checked the provincial bureau's archives, he found no relevant information. This puzzled Zhang Yang. Most importantly, their time was limited. They would be confronting that person face to face today, so Zhang Yang had to ensure he was in top condition. Putting aside further thoughts, Zhang Yang cleared his mind and closed his eyes to rest.
Chapter 176, Waiting for the Rabbit. Early the next morning. Zhang Yuyu awoke early.
For her, the terror of the previous night hadn't yet faded. She had barely slept the night before, and now she bore large dark circles under her eyes.
To be honest,
after waking up, Zhang Yuyu felt a twinge of regret. Originally, she had followed the provincial department's advice and was still planning to go out today. After all, for this current punisher. If she hid in this villa all day today, she might be safe, but what about after today? She had no idea when this punisher might show up. Then she'd be even less able to live a normal life. Her only hope lay with the police and her current security detail. When paying them earlier, Zhang Yuyu had deliberately doubled the fee and explicitly instructed the bodyguards, the moment they spotted this person, they were to shoot to kill.
Or eliminate him outright.
If he fell into police custody and then escaped, that would be dangerous for Zhang Yuyu. Everything had been meticulously planned. Today, she would first go to the mall, then go shopping, have Bulgari's high tea in the afternoon, dine at a Western restaurant in the evening, and then head to a bar. The goal was to lure that person out and eliminate him. But for Zhang Yuyu, while she could lure him out and seize the chance to eliminate him, it meant putting her own life on the line.
She was absolutely terrified now. She didn't even dare to step outside alone.
All the locations planned for today had been scouted out long ago. So before Zhang Yuyu and her group even left the villa, a team had already arrived near the mall to lie in wait. This force included not only plainclothes police officers but also several individuals Zhang Yuyu had secretly positioned beforehand. These operatives were specially requested from a security company and possessed highly proficient combat skills. They concealed lethal weapons on their persons, ready to charge the moment their target appeared. It must be noted that most of them were former Special Forces personnel. When it came to eliminating targets, they could accomplish the task without even needing a knife. Their close-quarters combat skills alone were more than sufficient to eliminate the target. It was their specialty.
Their plan was to eliminate the target amidst the chaos.
Even if the police investigated afterward, with so many people involved in the action, it would be difficult to determine exactly what happened. That was Zhang Yuyu's own plan.
This so-called punisher? Once you're dead, I'm moving abroad immediately.
I'll continue living my life above everyone else. Meanwhile, in the provincial headquarters conference room, everyone was on high alert. All eyes were fixed on the large screen displaying live feeds from every angle outside the mall. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang and his group had already followed Lu Meng and the others to a hotel across from the mall. They'd booked a room in this hotel, which conveniently allowed them to monitor the situation outside the mall.
Any unusual activity could be addressed immediately.
Outside the mall, things were rather quiet now. The morning rush hour had passed and the number of people outside had dwindled. After all, the mall didn't open until around 10 o'clock, so those arriving at this hour were mostly staff members. Zhang Yuyu spent over an hour just on makeup, leaving home at 9:30.
By the time she arrived, the mall would likely already be open.
Zhang Yang watched Lu Meng and the others yawning constantly, feeling helpless.
He ordered some Green Bull energy drinks from the delivery app. The Tianhai City police force had barely rested at all the previous night.
Lu Meng and his team outside the villa dared not slack off for a moment. By now, they were all feeling quite fatigued. It seemed the police had really mobilized a significant force this time.
Zhang Yang addressed Lu Meng and the others from the sidelines. Let's shift our focus. The people haven't arrived yet, there's no need to stay on edge like this. How do you know that? We've actually deployed quite a few plainclothes officers downstairs.
Lu Meng turned to ask Zhang Yang.
Easy. Look at that newsstand owner, he's one of your people, right? Most people use digital media now. Print media is rare, and what little remains is mostly concentrated among government offices and the elderly. But this is a modern shopping mall environment. The crowd here is young, including the surrounding office buildings. Why would young people buy newspapers? So that newsstand just looks out of place here.
Zhang Yang pointed at the newsstand.
All right. Lu Meng sighed. Hey, newsstand. Pack up your stuff and move over to the bus stop sign right now. Hurry. Lu Meng picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke into it.
Before long, the newsstand owner packed up his things and moved to the bus stop to continue selling.
And that cleaning lady over there, she's one of us too, right?
Zhang Yang peered through the binoculars in Lu Meng's hand.
Yes. How did you figure that out? Are you saying we can't even have street sweepers on the square anymore?
Lu Meng was quite surprised. Of course we can have street sweepers. But this one clearly isn't someone who sweeps there regularly. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Lu Meng peered through his binoculars for a long time but couldn't spot anything suspicious. Whether it was the sweeping motions or the level of concentration, everything seemed perfectly normal. Moreover, they had specifically chosen an older female police officer this time to avoid being recognized. As for the uniforms, these uniforms were obtained directly from the plaza's property management. If the Punisher could obtain information from the property management, how did Zhang Yang know this without even going downstairs? This woman was clearly a hard worker, sweeping the plaza spotlessly clean. You can go see for yourself. Cleaning the plaza is fundamentally different from cleaning indoors. If you tried sweeping the plaza using the same methods as indoor cleaning, you'd probably work yourself to death. Typically, these plaza cleaners only pick up visible items like cigarette butts, plastic bags, bottles, and such. They generally ignore the smaller stuff. Zhang Yang chuckled as he explained to Lu Meng. He'd noticed this before when working at the private detective agency. Every time he looked out the window, he'd see the cleaning ladies downstairs just going through the motions. But it was understandable, the square was so vast that they couldn't possibly focus solely on one area every day. Their scope of work is quite extensive. And sweeping like that? Within 2 weeks, they'd definitely be dealing with herniated discs. Lu Meng shook his head and picked up the walkie-talkie once more. Chapter 177, The Most Suitable Location. Before long, Zhang Yang had located every plainclothes officer station throughout the square. Though some concealed themselves exceptionally well, Zhang Yang always detected subtle anomalies among them. As for Lu Meng and his team, they knew they were facing an exceptionally intelligent adversary. Not only did he possess a wide array of skills, but he also had an exceptionally strong counter-surveillance awareness. If Zhang Yang could detect it, then Lu Meng and his men would certainly be able to as well. Lu Meng had no choice but to make adjustments. Something doesn't feel right, Brother Lu. How many people did you deploy at the square? Some of them don't seem like police officers to me. Zhang Yang scanned the square through his binoculars and asked Lu Meng. The ones you mentioned earlier. What's wrong? There are others? Lu Meng suddenly caught on. If someone besides those plainclothes officers was acting suspiciously at this moment, they must be the killer. Right, but there's more than one such person. You'd better check if Zhang Yuyu also arranged for security company personnel to be present at the scene. If it was indeed them, it wouldn't be a problem, but in that case, it might become difficult to control. After all, we can't command their people. Their uncontrolled movements might tip off that individual. Moreover, Zhang Yuyu didn't inform the police about this. She likely has other plans. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. I'll make the call immediately. Lu Meng realized the issue upon hearing this. If those people truly belonged to Zhang Yuyu, they were completely unnecessary for their current situation. Moreover, throughout this entire process, the police were in control of the entire situation, which would allow them to take responsibility for the final outcome. But if others meddled like this, who knew what might happen? No need to fight, they're already here. Zhang Yang turned to Lu Meng and said. At that moment, a red BMW pulled into the plaza below. Built long ago, this mall lacked an underground parking garage. So the few available spots were above ground. Today being a weekday, there weren't many people here to begin with. Plus, it was still quite early, so there were actually quite a few parking spots available. Since the people had already arrived, there was no point in going outside to check again. First, tell Zhang Yuyu not to come out. Stay in the car. Zhang Yang spoke while taking the binoculars to examine the scene closely. Lu Meng immediately used the walkie-talkie to relay the instructions. Regardless, this plaza was an easy target and an easy escape route. It was densely populated and connected in all directions. Beyond transportation, it was also the intersection of two subway lines. From here, no matter the method, leaving offered numerous options.
Yang Wei, what's the situation online now? Has that Punisher shown up yet?
Zhang Yang dialed Yang Wei's number and asked. Ever since that Punisher posted the punishment order online, Zhang Yang had kept Yang Wei monitoring the situation. But since that Punisher's last appearance, there had been no further activity. Moreover, judging by the account information, there were no traces whatsoever, just a newly registered number. Yet it had siphoned traffic from various platforms, achieving explosive exposure in a short time.
Yet when Yang Wei and his technical team conducted an inspection, they discovered it had already been taken down.
The reason was straightforward. It was no longer needed. Zhang Yuyu's case was already an extremely sensitive hot-button issue. Once it surfaced, it triggered massive organic sharing, all from users voluntarily reposting. Moreover, perhaps intentionally orchestrated by the whistleblower, numerous celebrities received the news and shared it immediately. Since this incident was merely a trending topic and didn't reflect their personal views. Thus, through their seemingly casual shares, the incident rapidly escalated in scale. After all, these celebrities all have massive fan bases. This is why the post garnered hundreds of thousands of likes within just 1 hour. At the request of the police, the relevant authorities did not shut down the Weibo account. On one hand, the whistleblower might still be active and could provide further information. On the other hand, the police also aimed to disrupt the Punisher's plans and arrangements through this incident. Because when the punishment order was issued, all the online comments were urging the perpetrator to kill Zhang Yuyu. Not a single person pleaded for Zhang Yuyu's life. This meant that online, everyone had already endorsed the Punisher's method of punishment, bypassing legal channels and resorting to vigilante justice.
Once such sentiment takes hold, it becomes terrifying.
The authority of the law and trust in the police plummet to rock bottom.
It could even spawn copycats.
Therefore, the police must seize the vigilante through this operation. Only then can they salvage some credibility. Moreover, this incident has already been known to millions. Even if the police had shut down Weibo or other information channels at the time, they could not have prevented the spread of this news. The initial report consisted of just a single image, which by now has likely been saved by countless people.
For the police, this operation was an absolute last stand. Success meant everything would vanish into thin air. Failure meant utter ruin. No official word has been released, yet the internet is already buzzing with speculation.
Many are now speculating about the possible location and method of the operation.
And many also believe that this square is indeed a rather suitable location. But I still couldn't figure out what it meant. Yang Wei said to Zhang Yang on the other end of the phone. It's not hard to understand.
After all, if this Punisher dared to issue a punishment order to the entire nation, they must be aiming for maximum impact. Therefore, eliminating Zhang Yuyu right before everyone's eyes would yield the best results.
Otherwise, by nightfall, the impact wouldn't be nearly as strong. Zhang Yang explained to Yang Wei. Keep monitoring that location. The moment you get any news, notify me immediately.
I expect things to start moving here very soon.
Zhang Yang instructed Yang Wei. Zhang Yang, should we have Zhang Yuyu get out of the car now?
Otherwise, it'll look suspicious if she keeps sitting in the car after it arrives.
Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. Unnoticed, the entire command of the scene had shifted to Zhang Yang. Get out. Get ready to fish. Zhang Yang declared decisively. Chapter 178, he's here too.
Although she had received instructions from the police to exit the vehicle, Zhang Yuyu still felt a bit nervous. After all, given the current situation, the moment she stepped out of the car, she would be completely exposed to that person's sight. Moreover, this wasn't like being inside the villa. Back then, the people she had arranged could be seen directly. And that was within a very confined space. But once outside, the situation would change completely. She would be surrounded by strangers, appearing in an unfamiliar environment. Though she knew her people and the police were stationed throughout every corner of this plaza, she couldn't spot a single one. This inner fear was impossible to shake off. Yet she also knew she had to take this step. Otherwise, this fear would haunt her forever. After a long hesitation, Zhang Yuyu finally stepped out of the BMW. Almost the instant Zhang Yuyu stepped out of the BMW, a massive explosion suddenly erupted from the square. Everyone froze in shock. Only then did they realize it was one of the trash cans that had exploded. Judging by the amount of explosives, though not massive, it was still enough to cause serious injury to nearby people. Fortunately, the trash can was in a secluded spot, and there were few people around at that moment, so no injuries occurred. Lu Meng and his men, however, were utterly shocked. After all, they had considered countless possible methods for murder, but explosives had never crossed their minds. Using explosives in such a vast open area naturally proved less effective than in confined spaces. Everyone, stay put. Hold off on any decisions for now. Just as Lu Meng was about to charge down, Zhang Yang stopped him. What's the matter? That guy might have planted bombs in the square. Lu Meng was extremely anxious. He never expected this attack would involve explosives. Bombs aren't as controllable as other methods. If anyone had been near that trash can earlier, Lu Meng couldn't bear to imagine the consequences. He wouldn't use bombs to kill people. His purpose in using the bomb was to disrupt our formation.
Only after throwing us into chaos would he strike.
The less we move now, the less opportunity we give him.
Zhang Yang addressed Lu Meng. But what if it's a bomb? The consequences would be too severe. Are we just supposed to stand by and do nothing? Lu Meng asked.
No, what I mean is, our current team shouldn't intervene.
Call the police.
Let the police handle it. We can even use this as an excuse to call in the armed police and SWAT teams.
I'm certain the Punisher is nearby.
Once the armed police and SWAT arrive, have them assist us in sealing off the surrounding roads.
I'll track him down,
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng.
Right here? How do you know?
Lu Meng was quite surprised.
After deploying the armed SWAT team, Lu Meng hurriedly asked Zhang Yang.
If he had chosen to use a bomb, he would have done so already. If they had been inside the villa at the time, there were numerous ways for anyone to enter before the death penalty order was received.
A single bomb could have eliminated Zhang Yuyu, but he didn't. He needed to complete this performance in front of everyone.
For him, since it was a performance, he needed to maintain a good image.
Explosions rarely garner sympathy and risk collateral damage unsuitable for his performance.
As for why he was here, I imagine he was watching this square just like us at that very moment.
Zhang Yang addressed the crowd. Everyone froze. But they quickly caught on.
That explosion had been triggered the moment Zhang Yuyu stepped out of the car.
This was absolutely no coincidence.
It meant the Punisher was definitely present at the scene. And at that moment, the only high-rise building near the square with a hotel open for public rental was theirs. So it was highly likely that, like them, the other person was also staying here.
Have someone immediately check the recent guests who checked in around the same time as us.
Lu Meng instructed the person beside him.
Brother Lu, there's one more issue.
Having Zhang Yuyu come to this square was only decided yesterday when we finalized our plan.
How did the Punisher know about it in advance?
And he even planted bombs near this square in advance.
Who else knew about this plan? Zhang Yang turned to ask Lu Meng.
Besides us on the police side, it would be Zhang Yuyu's bodyguards. They needed to prepare for the operation too, so they found out the itinerary ahead of time. Lu Meng replied to Zhang Yang.
I see. I think I might already know what method he plans to use. Zhang Yang's eyes narrowed. You mean that Punisher might be disguised as one of the bodyguards? Lu Meng caught Zhang Yang's implication and realized.
No, to be precise, he's not disguised as a bodyguard, he actually is one. But not the ones protecting Zhang Yuyu inside the villa, the ones outside. Zhang Yang pointed toward the square. However, there's another possibility. This Punisher may have already infiltrated Zhang Yuyu's villa beforehand and planted listening devices inside, which is why he's so familiar with our procedures.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng and the others. Damn it! So you're saying that person already knew about all our moves? Lu Meng cursed under his breath. Probably. So none of our disguises matter now. But he hasn't made his move yet, he's waiting. Zhang Yang gazed out at the square. Inside the square at that moment, a crowd had already gathered. Though an explosion had just rocked the square, their curiosity far outweighed any fear of the blast. Countless people held their phones up to the exploded trash can. No wonder journalists were practically out of a job these days. What happened?
There was no need to go to the scene to take photos yourself. Just browse through social feeds and group chats, and you'll find crystal clear photos from every angle of the scene.
Waiting here wasn't a solution.
Lu Meng felt utterly helpless.
Just wait. There'll be more explosions.
Zhang Yang said slowly.
Chapter 179, Hostage Death. No sooner had Zhang Yang finished speaking than an explosion echoed from below.
This time, it was the underground drainage channel. Though the blast caused no injuries, the noise was considerably louder than the previous one, and the manhole cover was blown clear away.
Originally, after the first explosion, Zhang Yuyu had already been terrified.
Though she desperately wanted to retreat back into the car, her legs had gone completely limp. Fortunately, a chair was nearby, and Zhang Yuyu instinctively sat down on it. She had just regained her composure and was about to get up and return to the car. She couldn't stay in this square a moment longer. After all, someone had planted bombs here in advance. At this point, plans and strategies meant nothing to Zhang Yuyu. What mattered now was survival.
Moreover, after the second bomb detonated, chaos erupted among the crowd filling the square.
Initially, they'd assumed there would be only one explosion. People had come to snap photos, post on social media, and show off. But unexpectedly, another bomb appeared. This meant there was more than one bomb.
If there was a second, there could be a third.
The first bomb was in a trash can, the second in a drainage channel. No one dared say where the third might be.
Chaos erupted not only across the entire plaza but also in the surrounding office buildings.
Upon hearing news of the explosions, people poured out of the buildings in droves.
If an office building were to explode, it would spell disaster for them. Chaos reigned throughout the vicinity of the square.
Meanwhile, inside the provincial government meeting room,
Everyone's hearts were in their throats. It was clear. The other side had prepared for this. Not only were they prepared, but they had already achieved their goal of causing chaos. This way, whatever move he made next could be executed under this cover. Meanwhile, the large screen displayed drone footage focused squarely on Zhang Yu's location. Zhang Yu remained slumped in her chair, unable to rise. For others, these explosions would have been terrifying enough, but for Zhang Yu, they were aimed directly at her. Naturally, she was far more terrified than anyone else. Now, Zhang Yu's legs had completely lost all control. What was going on? With the scene in such chaos, effective protection would be nearly impossible. There was no choice but to evacuate first. Old Gong frowned as he watched the unfolding situation on the screen. Meanwhile, the footage showed several figures converging on Zhang Yu's location. Some were plainclothes officers, while others were bodyguards Zhang Yu had previously arranged. They formed a circle around Zhang Yu, gradually moving toward the BMW. Only when they saw a bodyguard help Zhang Yu into the car did the crowd finally relax. Chaos reigned at the scene. Several individuals had charged into the parking lot, only to be pinned to the ground by the bodyguards or plainclothes officers. At this critical moment, anyone approaching Zhang Yu was considered a potential suspect. After helping Zhang Yu into the car, the bodyguard remained highly alert, scanning the surroundings. He seemed to spot someone suspicious and quickly gave chase down an alleyway. Something's off. After getting into the BMW, they should have left immediately. Why are they still letting people stay there? Quick! Find a way to bring them back first. Old Gong frowned as he watched the drone footage. For all of them, the square was no longer safe. Bringing the person to the police station might be the safest option now. Hold your position. Damn it! An undercover officer, having received orders from headquarters, was about to get into the car to investigate. Just as he reached for the door handle, a bodyguard beside him grabbed his arm. Drawing on years of experience, the bodyguard sensed something amiss. Peering through the windshield into the car, the bodyguard's heart sank. Zhang Yu was slumped back in the driver's seat. A long gash ran across her neck, blood splattered everywhere, turning the entire BMW interior crimson. At the point where the door connected to the body, he spotted a connector. It was likely a bomb. Had the plainclothes officer opened the door earlier, it might have detonated immediately. Though its explosive power was unknown, it would likely detonate the vehicle, resulting in a massive blast. In the current environment, if this car exploded, it would shatter the glass of at least one entire circle of office buildings nearby. Hostage deceased. I repeat, the hostage is dead. The plainclothes officer's urgent voice echoed through the provincial headquarters conference room. It sent a chill through everyone present. Unexpectedly, despite deploying such a large force and operating in plain sight, they still allowed this punisher to succeed. The entire provincial police force was branded with shame. Consider this. Millions of people were now watching this incident unfold online. For the provincial police department, this was undoubtedly a crushing defeat. Moreover, for them, these people are truly formidable. The sheer volume of online public opinion alone is exerting immense pressure on the provincial police department. What's worse, the victim is already dead, yet there's still no trace of the punisher. Oh no! It was the bodyguard who had just helped Zhang Yu into the car. He was the only one who had contact with Zhang Yu just now. Old Gong suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed. Everyone realized with a start. After all, just moments ago, Zhang Yu had walked to the car on her own, even though someone was supporting her. But she was dead once she got inside the car. It was clear that the man who had just helped her into the car had slit her throat with a knife before leaving. Quick! Lock onto that bodyguard from earlier. Where the hell is Zhang Yang? They're right there at the scene. Why haven't they responded at all? Old Gong asked anxiously. Old Gong, we've been unable to contact their team since earlier. They were supposed to be monitoring the square from hotels around the perimeter. A police officer reported to Old Gong. That Zhang Yang. What the hell are they up to? Old Gong was visibly annoyed. They had specifically transferred Zhang Yang all the way from Tianhai City, yet this still happened. Zhang Yang is clearly capable. Why did he drop the ball at the critical moment? Wait. A live stream is going viral. Listen to that voice, it sounds like Zhang Yang. Just then, a police officer nearby approached holding his phone. Chapter 180, you believe it? That motorcycle's pretty nice, and you changed clothes fast too. If you head out from here, you can get straight to another main road and just take off. Your plan is well thought out. A cold voice echoed through the live stream feed. Who the hell are you? A young man wearing a helmet asked from the motorcycle in the footage. We're the police, the enforcers. You're under arrest. Zhang Yang said indifferently. Immediately, several figures emerged from the side. They surrounded the man on the motorcycle. Oomph. The man shot a contemptuous glance at the crowd and tried to rev his motorcycle to break free. But after struggling for a while, he couldn't get it started. Sorry about that. When I was coming over, I saw this motorcycle parked so abruptly in the alley. I was curious, so I came over to take a look. Then I accidentally twisted this thing off. If I give it back to you, does that mean I don't have to pay for it?
Zhang Yang grinned as he pulled out a spark plug.
How did you spot me? Seeing this, the Punisher realized escape was impossible today and stepped down from the motorcycle. Blind spot.
You gave us a huge blind spot. You made us believe someone would definitely try to kill her. Today's timing was like this, the explosion was like this, and that car was like this. You made us believe the killing came from outside forces, allowing us to overlook those responsible for her protection.
I imagine it was your idea for Zhang Yuyu to find these security companies, right?
Zhang Yang asked the man.
How do you know that?
The man asked Zhang Yang slowly.
Simple. How could an ordinary person just randomly find security companies?
Besides, strictly speaking, given her current status, she doesn't actually need to hire these security firms yet. Zhang Yang said slowly. After all, security firms are largely unfamiliar with ordinary people. Only the top-tier wealthy might have such connections.
But someone like Zhang Yuyu?
She's merely well off, far from reaching the threshold of true wealth.
Moreover, it's simply unwise for ordinary people to seek out security firms when police protection is already available. You underestimate the police.
While these security company operatives possess formidable combat skills, the resources the police can mobilize to protect an individual far exceed what they can muster. So I was thinking, if I were you, infiltrating the police force might be too difficult.
That's why an external force would need to intervene in this process.
That's where the security company comes in. After all, compared to the police, security firms are much easier to infiltrate.
Zhang Yang gave Yang Wei a discreet signal. Yang Wei tapped away at his phone. At that moment,
Zhang Yang's livestream wasn't just broadcast on a single platform. It was simultaneously broadcast across all streaming platforms, with the majority of traffic deliberately funneled toward it.
Thanks to Yang Wei's manipulation, anyone opening a streaming app would now see Zhang Yang's livestream as the first result. For Zhang Yang and his crew, this man had already killed Zhang Yuyu. He was now completely cornered.
The reason Zhang Yang hasn't rushed to have him arrested is precisely to peel back this person layer by layer, dissecting the entire process for the entire internet to witness. At this point, this so-called Punisher was no longer a victor. Since he was no longer the victor, the significance of accomplishing this feat before the public had vanished for him.
I see. So that's how it is. You seem like a very clever person.
I never would have guessed there were such capable individuals among the police. The man slowly removed his helmet.
Everyone froze in surprise. Even Zhang Yang was taken aback. The person before them was remarkably young.
Judging by his age 5 years ago, he should have been just over 20. In Zhang Yang's mind, he had imagined someone more like a middle-aged man.
Seems you're all quite surprised too. But that doesn't matter now. I admit it, this time, I lost. But it seems you haven't really won either, have you? The man before him regarded Zhang Yang with a hint of mockery. What do you mean? Zhang Yang asked slowly. Given your abilities, you probably knew my identity from the very beginning, didn't you?
If you'd intervened earlier, I might never have had the chance to kill Zhang Yuyu.
So, does that mean you agree my path was justified?
Heh, it's ironic that you cops rely on my hands to eliminate those who evade legal punishment. The Punisher chuckled coldly. Hearing the Punisher's words, Yang Wei, standing nearby, hesitated slightly and gave Zhang Yang a meaningful glance.
Thanks to Yang Wei's technical expertise, the livestream was now multi-platform. Everyone had heard every word just now. Thus, it was as if the Punisher had staged another dramatic comeback from the brink.
Meanwhile, in the Provincial Public Security Bureau conference room, Old Gong and the others were growing increasingly anxious, their frustration with Zhang Yang mounting. Earlier, they had captured the Punisher through the live stream, effectively helping the police regain control of the situation. Had they apprehended him immediately, he would never have had the chance to say any of this.
Now, the police would once again be forced into a reactive position. Zhang Yang shook his head slightly at Yang Wei.
He signaled Yang Wei to continue.
Though Yang Wei didn't understand Zhang Yang's intent, he proceeded nonetheless.
He knew that at this point, the enforcer had already spoken his piece. Stopping now would only make it look like the police were conceding defeat. In that case, the enforcer would still emerge victorious.
I must admit, you're a clever one.
To come up with such a scheme to divert everyone's attention under these circumstances.
But I must say, you've been a bit too clever.
The only reason we didn't get down here in time was because the hotel elevator broke down, forcing us to take the stairs. It nearly killed us. By the time we got downstairs, you had already left. It was too late, so we came here to wait for you. We really wanted to help too, but who could have predicted the elevator would break down?
Maybe it was fate? Do you believe it?
Zhang Yang said to the man with a smile. While Zhang Yang was talking to the man, 2 police officers had quietly approached.
Taking advantage of the man's distraction, they tackled him to the ground. Chapter 181, The Murder Weapon. Provincial Department. Zhang Yang, tell me honestly, was the elevator really out of order? Only Gong Lao and Zhang Yang were in the office. Yeah, that button was broken. No matter how hard we pressed it, it wouldn't work. We had no choice but to walk down. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly at Gong Lao. Gong Lao rolled his eyes. Walked down 19 floors? Ha! Why didn't you walk down to the 18th floor and take the elevator from there? Old Gong asked impatiently. Oh my! Why didn't we think of that? You really have a sharp mind, Old Gong. Zhang Yang grinned at Old Gong. Seeing Zhang Yang's expression, Old Gong understood what had happened. I really don't know what to say to you. This matter ends here. Don't mention it to anyone outside. All in all, you handled this exceptionally well. Not only did you apprehend the suspect, but you also dismantled his entire scheme and public persona. At least we've stabilized the situation. As for the deceased, let the on-site captain shoulder that responsibility. After all, strictly speaking, you had no command authority and weren't fully in a police capacity. Old Gong sighed as he spoke. Although we successfully apprehended the killer this time, the victim still died. Someone must take responsibility. After all, this case has attracted unprecedented attention. And to kill Zhang Yu in broad daylight like that, well, that's going to be a real headache. It's truly baffling. You're just a nobody, yet why did everyone at the scene follow your orders? They have no backbone whatsoever. Old Gong frowned as he asked. Maybe it's personal charisma. I'm baffled by it myself. Zhang Yang shook his hair, speaking with obvious resignation. You're starting to remind me of myself back in the day. But remember this, once you step outside that door, keep your face straight, don't go grinning like an idiot. Let's go. Old Gong waved his hand, shooing Zhang Yang out. Zhang Yang grinned as he opened the door, but the moment he stepped outside, his expression instantly shifted to one of having just been scolded. Zhang Yang, head over to the interrogation room. That disciplinary officer won't say a word. He specifically requested to see you. A police officer addressed Zhang Yang the moment he stepped out. See me? What's going on? Not confessing? Zhang Yang was puzzled. They'd already apprehended the suspect and it had all been broadcast live. As he pondered, Zhang Yang suddenly understood. Shaking his head, he headed toward the interrogation room. Although the Punisher had been apprehended, there was no direct evidence proving he was the one who committed the crime. More importantly, no murder weapon had been found at the scene. After all, given the nature of the throat slitting, it didn't require a complex weapon. Even a single blade could suffice. Yet after searching the entire plaza and Zhang Yu's car, no weapon had been found. Moreover, the suspect had been apprehended immediately after the crime, leaving him no opportunity to dispose of any evidence. Yet, despite all this, nothing was found. Thus, upon entering, the Punisher said nothing. He only requested to see Zhang Yang. When Zhang Yang arrived outside the interrogation room, he glanced at the figure inside but didn't rush in. He glanced at the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Yang thought for a moment and pulled out his phone. Zhang Yang, why haven't you gone in yet? We can only hold him for 24 hours. This is getting complicated. A criminal investigation team leader asked Zhang Yang. I was wondering if I order takeout, can I get reimbursed? Zhang Yang looked up and asked. Takeout? What do you mean? The criminal investigation captain was completely baffled. A moment later, Zhang Yang answered a call and stepped outside, then returned carrying a takeout bag. I heard you wanted to see me. What's up? Zhang Yang placed the takeout bag on the table. Haven't eaten yet? Want one? Chicken King burgers, plus Happy Fatty soda. Zhang Yang said, taking a bite of the burger as he spoke. I'll take one. I'll just have the one you're holding. The Punisher said to Zhang Yang. You're being cautious, but this is takeout delivered straight to our door, you know. Though Zhang Yang said this, he still handed over the burger in his hand. The Punisher, handcuffed by the police, kept his head down as he ate the burger. He seemed genuinely hungry, finishing it in just a few bites. Zhang Yang took another sip of his sugary soda and handed the cup over. So, what's your name? My name is Zhang Yang. Judging by your age, you seem younger than me. Zhang Yang sipped his sugary soda, chatting casually with the Punisher. Call me Big G. I like that name. The enforcer said to Zhang Yang. This man before him was different from other cops. He was clever. Instead of immediately asking why Zhang Yang had sought him out, he'd used this delivery service to place them on equal footing. At least he didn't seem so passive. Just this alone made him far superior to those impatient, results-driven cops. Big G? What a great name. Then call me Big Toon. Zhang Yang said with a grin. Big G across from him chuckled too. Killing with a razor blade, clean, efficient, and easy to dispose of. Nice move. Zhang Yang said to Big G. Oh? How did you know I used a razor blade? You're not trying to get me to spill the beans, are you? I don't know anything about it. Big G said to Zhang Yang. Lead you on? Why would I try to get you to talk when I already found it? You just hid it in the gas cap while riding your motorcycle, right? It wasn't exactly hard to find. Zhang Yang said indifferently. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Big G's expression changed. Outside the interrogation room, several people froze in place. Hurry! Go get that motorcycle back immediately. The detective squad captain ordered the person beside him. How did you figure it out? After a moment, Big G finally asked slowly. At the time, you didn't make any motion to sheath the blade. So even if you killed Zhang Yuyu, it would have been a simple matter just like this, pinching the blade between your fingers. This method isn't uncommon, many pickpockets know it. Oh, right, an old man surnamed Gu and a young man surnamed Lu even acted it out in a movie. These blades are convenient, easy to buy, easy to dispose of, and unlikely to arouse suspicion. We've searched every corner of the entire plaza and found nothing. And if you stayed in the car after leaving, even an explosion would be discovered. So your best option was to carry it with you, confident you could escape. So the moment you mounted the motorcycle, you had to dispose of the blade. Tossing it carelessly was out of the question. The best approach was to take it back for disposal. Given your movements at the time, the only accessible area was the front section of the motorcycle. There was nowhere else to hide it, so it was easy to figure out. Zhang Yang addressed the Big G. Chapter 182, Confrontation. This realization had actually struck Zhang Yang earlier while waiting for his takeout. To save time, delivery riders never remove the key when parking. The motorcycle he'd used earlier still had the key in the ignition. But this punisher, after getting on the bike, had fiddled with something up front. That's what led Zhang Yang to this conclusion. His earlier words were merely a test. After all, the motorcycle had already been impounded by the police. Even if he wanted to tamper with it, he couldn't. Outside the interrogation room, a police officer entered excitedly, holding up an evidence bag. Everyone crowded around to see it was indeed a razor blade. Quick! Send it to the lab for analysis. It's bound to have Zhang Yuyu's blood on it. And check for fingerprints. The head of the criminal investigation team was visibly excited. Who would have thought that just minutes after Zhang Yang entered, the murder weapon was found? This Zhang Yang is incredible. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Zhang Yang remained mostly silent. He knew that whoever was listening outside would search exactly as he had instructed. Why did you want to arrest me? Don't you think that Zhang Yuyu deserved to die? Even though you're a cop and have to uphold some so-called justice, many things and many people can transcend that level. Take Zhang Yuyu, she did it on purpose. No matter how you look at it, she committed intentional murder. Otherwise, why would she go to the trouble of buying all that fake evidence? It's precisely because she has money that she can flout the law. While ordinary people are bound by the law, those with power and money can treat it as their tool, abusing it to persecute the common folk and lord over them. Doesn't she deserve to die? Big G asked Zhang Yang. Of course she deserved it. This isn't a live broadcast, no one will ever know. To be honest, you handled this situation brilliantly. Zhang Yang said with a smirk. Ha! Big G was momentarily stunned by Zhang Yang's words. He thought that by using his own methods to persuade and influence Zhang Yang, after all, he'd seen just as much as the police. What was Zhang Yang talking about? He couldn't forget his position. Quick, cut the camera. This footage can't stay on tape. Old Gon, standing outside the door, muttered in utter disbelief. Originally, after hearing Zhang Yang enter the interrogation room, he had specifically arranged for the entire interrogation process to be recorded. The plan was to use it as a training model for other officers later. But unexpectedly, when the perpetrator described his crime, Zhang Yang not only didn't refute it, he looked like he was about to applaud. Actually, you don't need to look at me like that. You're wrong about one thing. I'm not actually a police officer. I'm merely an advisor to the police. So, more than anything, I should be considered an ordinary citizen. As an ordinary citizen, hearing about something so satisfying, wouldn't I be clapping in celebration? Zhang Yang asked Big G with a smile. You? Big G was momentarily at a loss for words. Alright, to be honest, I'm not really interested in this Zhang Yuyu. What I'm interested in are those organs and those people from before. Are you sure they were all guilty? How did you find out about this? Zhang Yang asked Big G. Have you seen those things? Big G paused for a moment before asking Zhang Yang. I haven't seen the actual items, but I've seen photos. Zhang Yang answered honestly. There's an ear in there. Do you remember? Big G asked Zhang Yang. The one with the mole on it? Zhang Yang recalled the photos he'd seen before and replied to Big G. This guy harassed female classmates in middle school, raped a substitute teacher in high school, and after graduating, started a modeling agency. On the surface, it was a modeling agency, but in reality, it was involved in those kinds of activities. His underlings maintained a stable of pretty boys, young men in their 20s dressed up to look like models. They'd travel to remote mountain villages to seduce teenage girls left behind by their parents. With money and smooth talk, they ensnared nearly every girl they targeted. Once brought to the city, these girls were first gang raped by over a dozen men. After the assault, they were photographed and videotaped, then forced into prostitution. Why hasn't this man been arrested? Because he has a brother who is a prefectural-level city official. Even when he committed crimes, he could simply find a subordinate to take the fall, while those who reported him faced even harsher retaliation.
Through these schemes, he not only amassed his initial fortune but also accumulated leverage over numerous individuals.
Over the years, this low-level thug has transformed into a whitewashed business tycoon in a prefecture-level city. To what extent? He's the kind of guy even you cops can't arrest outright. You'd have to file a formal request with the relevant authorities, get approval, and then proceed with the arrest. You think he'd be caught that easily? Big G asked Zhang Yang. So you killed him? Zhang Yang nodded. To be precise, he brought it upon himself. Even if we hadn't acted, trouble would have found him sooner or later. What goes around comes around. Karma's a. That's how it is. Don't you agree? Big G asked Zhang Yang. Maybe. I've done similar things myself before. Zhang Yang then recounted the entire story of how he had helped that master thief to Big G. Their goals were the same. But the methods were vastly different. The method Zhang Yang had instructed the master thief to use ultimately relied on legal means. Though those high-ranking officials all met their ends, it was suicide out of fear of punishment. Big G, however, resorted to personal execution vigilante justice. These approaches were fundamentally different. I never imagined you'd harbored such thoughts yourself. Given your capabilities and your mindset, perhaps you. Big G shook his head slightly as he spoke. Alright, that's all for today. I've got other business to attend to. I'll be leaving now. As for your previous case, you'll have to handle it yourself. Zhang Yang stood up as he spoke. As soon as he stepped out the door, several officers surrounded him. Zhang Yang, you're absolutely incredible. Yeah, Zhang Yang, we thought you were wavering just now, you gave us quite a scare. But what's so urgent? From what I heard, you could have kept going. Several police officers addressed Zhang Yang. Mr. Gong, I need the records of all personnel who left the provincial department between 10 and 5 years ago. Zhang Yang didn't respond to the question but addressed Gong Lao directly. What's the matter? Old Gong looked somewhat surprised. I suspect this Punisher isn't acting alone. Zhang Yang said slowly. Chapter 183, this was inevitable. Not just one person? You mean the Punisher is an organization? Upon hearing Zhang Yang's words, Old Gong quickly caught on. Yes. Zhang Yang nodded. You lot, go to the personnel department immediately and retrieve the files. Even if it's a temporary worker, even if they only worked for 1 day, don't leave anyone out. Gong Lao instructed the other 2 officers. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, Old Gong immediately understood. Zhang Yang must have some lead, and this person is likely connected to the employee who left the provincial bureau. What exactly is going on? After giving his instructions, Old Gong continued pulling Zhang Yang aside to ask. Earlier during our conversation, he casually mentioned them instead of me. Perhaps realizing his slip, he quickly changed the subject. I didn't call him out on it, pretending not to notice. I suspect there must be an organization behind this. On one hand, this person was far too young, which struck me as odd. If he truly intended to become a Punisher, perhaps his skills could be learned at such a young age. But the very concept of being a Punisher was something a naive child could never conceive. Even if he'd endured some hardship, it wouldn't be enough. A single hardship would hardly suffice. Zhang Yang addressed Old Gong. I see your point. This Punisher is only 25 or 26 now. If he started committing crimes 5 years ago, he would have been just 20. But to master all these skills before that, it would have taken nearly a decade. He was just a child back then, it's simply unrealistic. I see. Gong Lao spoke, casting an admiring glance at Zhang Yang. There's another aspect concerning the origin of the files. In the first case, those bodies preserved in formaldehyde, some of those cases were completely unknown to the outside world. Even within our police department, we couldn't retrieve information online, all records were sourced from physical archives. Looking at the distribution of these cases, a significant portion originated from our coastal province. Every year, cases from various regions within our coastal province are reported and consolidated here. Therefore, all the relevant materials from these past cases can actually be found in the provincial department's archives. This person has clearly been here before. But the provincial bureau isn't open to just anyone. The most likely scenario is that he used to be part of the provincial bureau. Zhang Yang stated with conviction. I understand what you mean. Leave the rest to me. I've spent most of my life here at the provincial department and I recognize nearly everyone who works here. After a moment, Old Gong finally spoke up slowly. His tone carried a sense of resignation. Truthfully, Gong Lao should have anticipated this long ago. After all, with so many cases, it was impossible to find records online. The most likely scenario was that during the Provincial Bureau's case execution process, some officers had been dissatisfied with how certain cases were handled. As police officers, they sometimes found themselves powerless against such situations. They might have poured immense effort into gathering evidence and securing witnesses, only to see that evidence tampered with or witnesses pressured into recanting under the weight of power. Many individuals exploited these loopholes to evade legal consequences. They were law enforcement, not the judiciary.
Many officers have resisted such injustices, yet found themselves powerless. This is precisely what troubles old Gong the most.
By the way, have you found the information on that Punisher? Zhang Yang asked the officer beside him. No, it's truly strange.
We entered his fingerprints and blood samples, yet found no matches whatsoever.
It's as if this person never existed. Yang Wei chimed in from the side. Not non-existent, he's dead. A dead person's information gets erased from the system, right? Zhang Yang asked Yang Wei. Yes, after implementing the big database, we did perform such matching. You mean they've taken over the identities of some deceased individuals? Yang Wei caught on.
If it were merely a case of impersonating these individuals, it might not be so problematic, but if... Zhang Yang shook his head, leaving the thought unfinished.
Yang Wei and the others all took deep breaths. They understood Zhang Yang's implication perfectly. No replacements meant these people had likely been eliminated.
And these victims weren't the ones preserved in formaldehyde. It only proved that this Punisher organization had killed far more than they'd ever revealed. And this was merely what had been revealed through the identity of a single Punisher. If there were many Punishers, it meant several times as many people had been silently disposed of.
And the police knew absolutely nothing about it. This is a terrifying prospect for them. Have you traced the origin of that vehicle? Which plaza did it come from? The surveillance cameras along the route should give us a general area, right? Zhang Yang asked Yang Wei.
I've already assigned my team to sift through the surveillance footage. We're also investigating the motorcycle leads simultaneously.
We should have updates soon. What's our next move? Yang Wei asked Zhang Yang.
Wait. We've been on the defensive for so many years, there's no need to rush things now.
What's the online sentiment like? I haven't had a chance to check my phone yet.
Zhang Yang replied slowly.
Online discourse has erupted.
One side believes Zhang Yuyu got what she deserved, that vigilantes are the city's light, illuminating the dark corners where the law fails. On the other hand, others argue that the Punisher's actions are nothing short of criminal offenses. They argue that while the law has its flaws, it remains everyone's last resort. We can't just disregard it like this.
The online debate is raging right now. Yang Wei said to Zhang Yang. All right.
Nowadays, online channels are too convenient, and people have more ways to access information. Many things can no longer be concealed like before, so the vigilantes might not just be one or two individuals, they could represent the collective voice of society.
The emergence of these vigilantes might be where many people's hopes lie. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. We've got news from the motorcycle. Just as they spoke, a police officer suddenly burst into the room. Chapter 184, The Factory. Ha? Found the place? Zhang Yang asked urgently. Yes. Few people ride motorcycles these days, so the sales channels for these vehicles are actually quite limited. That's why we thought we'd go to the motorcycle dealerships in the provincial capital to ask around. Sure enough, we managed to track him down. And when we showed the owner the photo of the perpetrator, he confirmed it was the same man who bought that car from him 6 months ago. The officer said excitedly. Wait a minute, how could this owner still remember a car sold 6 months ago? Zhang Yang interrupted the officer, asking with some confusion. I asked him about that too, the officer replied. The owner said this guy was really strange. These motorcycle shops cater to high-end consumers now. Bikes start at 50,000 yuan each. This particular motorcycle was a used bike that the owner refurbished and sold as new. According to the owner, most customers were rich kids or wealthy socialites, people with money but no clue about bikes. But when the Punisher came in that day, he immediately fell for this bike. After inspecting it, he recognized it as a refurbished model, yet he still bought it at full price. That's why the owner remembered the Punisher. Mainly, he feared retribution or something similar. But nothing had happened since. The officer explained to Zhang Yang. You mentioned earlier that you've located an address. What is it? Zhang Yang asked the officer. The guy's address. Their dealership offers delivery services. Since the car needed modifications according to that person's specifications, it was delivered to their doorstep after the work was completed. I got the Punisher's address from the boss. The officer said excitedly. He handed Zhang Yang a piece of paper. Great. Great. Let's go. Zhang Yang smiled too. This time, they should be able to find some clues. As long as this person had lived somewhere, there would absolutely be traces left behind. Moreover, since this Punisher had been caught so suddenly, his previous residence might not have been cleaned up at all. Zhang Yang led the group along the address, eventually arriving at an urban village. Are you sure this is the place? Zhang Yang was puzzled too. He wasn't very familiar with the provincial capital. According to the address, this was indeed the location, what appeared to be a factory building. After asking for directions, a police officer addressed Zhang Yang. A factory? Is this a shantytown redevelopment zone? Zhang Yang asked, surveying the surroundings. It was, but the policy ran into some issues installed. Now, some outsiders have moved in here. Every year when the migrant worker rush comes, this place turns into a bustling market. But most of the returning workers haven't come back yet, so it's pretty quiet now. This is the place. The police officer drove up to the entrance of a large compound. Hold on. A police officer was about to open the door when Zhang Yang pulled him back. What's the matter? Weren't the suspects already apprehended?
The officer looked surprised. There's a strong smell of blood inside. Be careful, don't go through the door, climb over the wall.
Zhang Yang's sense of smell was far more acute than anyone else's.
The moment he stepped out of the car, he detected the fresh scent of blood wafting from the courtyard.
Seeing Zhang Yang's grave expression, the officers instantly tensed.
They exchanged a knowing glance. One officer positioned himself at the base of the wall, while another used him as a stepping stool to leap up. After peering over the wall for a moment to confirm no one was inside, he flipped over and landed inside.
The main gate was locked. Zhang Yang and the others followed suit, scrambling over the wall into the courtyard. It was a large courtyard. Wood was scattered haphazardly inside, suggesting it had once been a lumberyard.
The doors to several rooms at the back were tightly shut.
Zhang Yang motioned for the others to stay put as he quietly approached one of the rooms. The bloodstain inside this room was the most intense.
Zhang Yang gave his team a nod. The officers moved in perfect coordination, hugging the walls as they approached the room. Though the door was closed, it wasn't locked. Just as Zhang Yang was about to push the door open, he suddenly stopped. In the faint light from earlier, he suddenly noticed a thin line at the bottom of the door.
Zhang Yang quickly waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Could this be a bomb? A nearby officer swallowed hard. It probably is. If we'd opened the door just now, we might have triggered it.
They used bombs in the square, so it wouldn't be surprising if there was one here. But at least it means no one's inside. Zhang Yang examined the thin wire and addressed the others. The others nodded, still shaken. After all, if Zhang Yang hadn't been leading the way just now, any one of them might have pushed the door open directly.
They'd probably all be dead by now. Go get me a pair of scissors.
Zhang Yang said to them with a smile.
Perhaps infected by Zhang Yang's mood, the others relaxed as well.
Yeah. Even if the killer was cunning, they had Zhang Yang with them this time. What was there to fear? Soon, one of them retrieved a pair of small scissors from the car.
Zhang Yang, let me handle this. If anything happens to you, we can't take responsibility for it. One of the officers said hesitantly. Fine, you can take the credit for this. Don't worry, this kind of trap just needs the wire cut. The real risk is triggering the wire and dislodging the pin. This job's yours. If there's a reward, I want half.
Zhang Yang smiled as he handed over the scissors. As the trembling officer snipped the thin wire, nothing happened.
The officers behind them all wiped cold sweat from their brows.
Though Zhang Yang had made it sound simple, for each of them, this was a matter of life and death. But after experiencing this, they would surely handle similar situations better in the future, at least mentally, they wouldn't be so overwhelmed.
Zhang Yang smiled. Be extremely careful when you go in. Don't touch anything randomly, there might still be danger.
After giving these instructions to the group, Zhang Yang gently pushed open the door. Even with their prior preparation, the scene that greeted them upon entering the room left them utterly stunned.
Chapter 185, The Punishment Order Reappears. In the empty factory building, there was a person.
To be precise, it was a dead body, a corpse torn apart by 5 horses.
Call the medical examiner. Everyone else, step outside. Zhang Yang sighed and addressed the officers.
Judging by the state of the factory, this was likely the primary crime scene. The degree of decomposition suggested the body had been here no more than 2 or 3 hours. Clearly, someone had beaten them here to dispose of the Punisher's residence, and not only that, they'd left this corpse behind. This wasn't merely a provocation to the police, it was a declaration of war.
Zhang Yang never imagined he'd encounter such a formidable opponent. At that moment,
not far from the compound, inside a vehicle, a hooded figure glanced at the stopwatch in their hand.
Not bad. Much better than before.
From capturing people to finding this place in 5 hours and 10 minutes, then breaking in 9.5 minutes, pretty impressive. Looks like after all these years, Teacher Gong, you've trained some capable people.
This should be fun. I hope you don't disappoint me.
The hooded man's lips curled slightly as he started the car and drove out of the alley.
Inside the factory building,
the forensic team had already completed the autopsy at the scene, while the technical division had dismantled the bomb at the entrance.
Strange, remarked the bomb disposal technician to Zhang Yang. This isn't a bomb at all. The bomb disposal technician said to Zhang Yang. Not a bomb? Zhang Yang was taken aback.
Upon entering, all his attention had been drawn to the corpse before him.
He hadn't paid attention to the bomb issue.
Right. There was no explosive material inside.
This seemed to be a signal transmitter?
A thin wire was attached to a trigger mechanism. If the wire were to slacken, it would activate the device.
But we have no idea what kind of signal it transmits.
The technician addressed Zhang Yang.
A fake bomb?
This is really strange.
Why would someone make a fake bomb? I was so nervous earlier.
One of the officers who had just entered remarked oddly from the side. Actually, upon seeing the body, one might have realized that this bomb was utterly unnecessary. Zhang Yang shook his head with a wry smile.
What do you mean? The officer inquired. The way this body was positioned clearly shows it was deliberately staged for us to see. If it were a real bomb, it could certainly endanger us, but it would also completely destroy the crime scene. That's a scenario they'd want to avoid.
Zhang Yang explained to the officer.
But isn't that just overkill? What kind of joke is this? A nearby officer was utterly speechless.
Setting up a fake bomb to make the police run around in circles, this guy was a lunatic.
No. I think he might be timing us, but I don't know if our results even meet the standards.
Zhang Yang said helplessly.
Timing? You mean all this was just a test he set for us?
Several officers listened to Zhang Yang's words, utterly shocked.
Yes. Perhaps it began the moment we captured that Punisher.
And this corpse before us is likely the fourth Punisher he's left for us, only without a death penalty order. No sooner had Zhang Yang finished speaking than a police officer rushed in. He held an envelope in his hand. A kid just delivered this, he announced. He said a middle-aged man gave him 100 yuan to bring the letter here. The officer addressed the group.
Ha! Zhang Yang took it and examined it.
It was just an ordinary envelope, unsealed, containing a folded piece of paper. Upon opening it, the familiar printed font appeared before everyone's eyes.
Death punishment order. Song XX. Time of execution XXXXX. Charge, destruction of another's family.
However, this decree was incomplete. Both the name and the time of death had been smudged out.
How come it's missing? Could it be that kid who did this?
A nearby officer remarked.
No way. This person is already dead. The time is meaningless. As for the name, I suspect he wants us to find it. As for the smudging, I suspect it was intentional. This death penalty order must have been printed quite some time ago. But since we caught the Punisher today, the punishment might have been brought forward. But this charge of destroying a family, is murder really the punishment? He said with some surprise. Destroying a family? At most, it's a case of being a mistress. How could it warrant outright murder?
Zhang Yuyu's case might have been considered intentional homicide, which could warrant the death penalty. But applying the charge for destroying a family seems rather excessive.
Yeah, you're right. This is outrageous. This is going too far.
The people around him nodded in agreement.
Let's first verify this person's identity. There might be clues there.
The fact that he could erase this name suggests it must hold some special significance. Zhang Yang addressed the group.
Oh, is that messenger boy still around? I want to talk to him. Zhang Yang inquired.
Moments later, a frightened little boy was dragged before Zhang Yang by a woman.
Ha! What's going on here?
Zhang Yang watched the child, one hand clutching his bottom, the other wiping away tears. Clearly he'd been beaten. Officer, our child is still so young.
Please spare him this time.
The woman pleaded, about to kneel before Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang quickly helped her to her feet.
Spare him? He's fine. What's going on here?
Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. It turned out that after delivering the letter, the child had proudly presented the 100 yuan note to his mother, claiming he'd earned it by running errands. His mother was no fool. She knew money was hard to earn and life was tough. His father worked as a bricklayer, earning just 200 yuan a day. She herself made artificial flowers in her spare time, producing 3,000 a day for a mere 60 yuan.
A little kid running an errand for someone and earning 100 yuan?
In this woman's eyes, it was definitely stolen or found. She always taught her child, if you find a penny, hand it over to the police. The poor, they must never steal or rob. She never imagined her own child would knowingly break the rules. She immediately grabbed the broom handle and started beating him.
But that wasn't the end of it.
After the beating, she heard police cars arriving at the courtyard next door. The mother panicked. She hesitated for 5 seconds between fleeing with her child and turning herself in with him. In the end, she resolutely brought her child along.
Chapter 186, 1,000 Threads. Sis, this is the truth. You've really misunderstood the child.
Come on, you there, step aside and explain things to the lady.
I'll have a word with the kid. Zhang Yang addressed a police officer in uniform.
Not wearing a uniform himself, Zhang Yang feared his words might lack weight with the older woman. This woman clearly had a very honest and straightforward nature.
Little one, don't be afraid. Do you know the person who gave you that envelope earlier?
Zhang Yang deliberately asked in a light-hearted tone.
I don't know him.
The child replied slowly.
What did he look like? Zhang Yang asked again. I didn't get a good look.
The child said timidly.
You didn't see clearly? Well then, how old was he? Older than your dad, or a bit younger?
Zhang Yang rephrased his question.
Older than my dad, almost as old as my great-uncle.
The child finally understood.
Did he wear glasses? No. Does he have a beard? Yes. Is it like this uncle's beard on both sides, or like that uncle's beard? Zhang Yang pointed at the two police officers and asked. Neither. Just a light one, but not very much.
The child thought for a moment and described.
What about the hair? Zhang Yang asked again. I don't know about the hair, he was wearing a hat. What kind of hat was it?
Zhang Yang opened the Find Treasure app on his phone and browsed through the hat styles available. Considering the age group, he knew the child wouldn't be wearing anything overly flashy, so he focused on the styles popular among middle-aged people.
This one.
Sure enough, after a moment, the child pointed to one of the designs.
Great. When he left, did he walk? Or ride a bicycle? Or a motorcycle? Zhang Yang asked again. None of the above. He drove away in a car. I even went to take a look because he told me to bring this over half an hour later. I thought he might be trouble, so I followed him.
The car was white with a circular emblem. The child said to Zhang Yang.
A circle? 1 or 4? Zhang Yang asked.
There are plenty of cars with 1 circle: Mercedes, Volkswagen, BMW, and so on.
But only one has 4 circles. 4. The child declared with absolute certainty. An Audi?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
Seems like this enforcer is pretty well off. Is it like this? Zhang Yang drew the Audi emblem on the ground. No. It's a big circle with 3 smaller circles inside it.
The child shook his head.
What?
Zhang Yang was baffled.
Was there even such a car?
The child traced the emblem again in the sand with his hand.
This time, it was truly beyond Zhang Yang's recognition. He didn't recognize this car emblem at all.
A large circle enclosing 3 smaller circles of equal size arranged in a triangle.
Alright, let's leave it at that for now. Thanks a lot, you're awesome.
Zhang Yang said to the child. Hearing Zhang Yang's praise, the child wiped his nose with his sleeve and skipped over to his mother.
Oh dear, son, I was wrong about you.
My son's made it big, he can even earn money for his mom now.
Come on. Mom will buy you 2 packs of Kangshifu instant noodles when we get home.
The woman beamed as she hugged her son and walked away.
Provincial Department Building.
Zhang Yang, you're practically a pro at these crime scenes now.
You handle the procedures so smoothly, why not come work at the provincial headquarters as a criminal investigation team leader?
Any staff member here you have your eye on, you can pick them anytime.
Old Gong remarked to Zhang Yang.
Although another case had occurred, Zhang Yang had anticipated it in advance, preventing them from being completely caught off guard.
This was actually a positive development for the police.
Forget it, he replied.
Haven't you seen how those criminal investigation team captains are running themselves ragged?
Being a cop is a noble profession, but it's not for me. Besides, I'm already pulling my weight, no need for you to make things up about me.
What progress have you made on your end? Zhang Yang asked Gong Lao. Sigh. Over the past few years, there's been a constant turnover of personnel at the provincial department. And it's not just the provincial department, the provincial bureau also has access to the shared database. So there's no way around it, this task is quite demanding. Old Gong shook his head. Alright, but I believe the true punisher must be among them.
Oh, by the way, Gong Lao, what kind of vehicle is it with a large circle enclosing 3 smaller circles?
I can't find it online anywhere. Do you know? Zhang Yang asked Old Gong. A circle inside 3 circles? Isn't that the old model of the manhwa? It's a pickup truck, but it's quite old. How did you know about it? Old Gong asked curiously.
The person behind that punisher drives exactly this kind of vehicle. Zhang Yang explained to Old Gong. Then he must be quite old.
People your age haven't even seen this kind of vehicle.
Old Gong frowned as he spoke.
Probably. We've got quite a few leads now.
Catching that punisher this time threw off their plans. This latest victim was killed in haste. If we move quickly, I'm confident we won't fall behind.
Since this kind of car is so niche, its sources must be scarce too. Either way, this car needs fuel, right? We should still check at the gas station. Maybe there'll be a clue. Zhang Yang suggested to Old Gong. Alright. Leave the arrangements to me. I've already briefed the team.
Though you're not provincial bureau personnel, you're leading this punisher case.
You have full authority to deploy anyone as needed. After the last time we caught the punisher, they all respect you now.
Old Gong said to Zhang Yang.
No way? I'm leading the investigation? Isn't this just a temporary assignment? Zhang Yang was speechless. Alright, you've already gotten involved. Who else but you could handle this? Most importantly, we can't afford any more casualties.
Old Gong said solemnly. Seeing the solemn expression on Old Gong's face, Zhang Yang sighed. He understood the gravity of the situation. Though they had captured the punisher, it was merely a stalemate with the mastermind behind it. The challenge he posed served 2 purposes, to provoke the police and to prepare for the next punishment order. The disciplinary order is the very reason their organization exists. Gong Lao, Zhang Yang,
we've got new developments on the victim's identity.
Just as the two were speaking, a police officer walked in holding several sheets of paper.
Chapter 187, The Trap. The attending physician at 6th People's Hospital? Could this be correct?
When Zhang Yang saw the information on these documents, he was utterly shocked.
No way. We've already confirmed with 6th People's Hospital. The deceased is indeed their respiratory department attending physician, Song Haitao.
He was still at work this morning, but during lunch, he received a call and rushed out. He said he had something urgent at home, but he never returned.
We also verified with his family nothing happened at home this afternoon. His wife actually learned of his death from us, the police officer said to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. He recalled that the death punishment order had charged Song Haitao with family disruption. At the time, Zhang Yang had found this somewhat surprising. After all, such matters only crossed moral boundaries, they weren't illegal. The people they had killed before were all lawbreakers who had evaded legal punishment through various means.
If destroying someone's family truly warranted execution, then countless lives would have been lost.
Either the person behind this had begun indiscriminately killing innocents, or the charge of destroying a family against this Song Haitao wasn't as straightforward as it seemed.
Let's go. We don't have any other leads right now.
We'll head to the 6th People's Hospital where the victim was admitted and investigate. Zhang Yang addressed the others. He didn't even have a police uniform yet, so going with a few officers in uniform would naturally make things easier. They drove to the 6th People's Hospital. They first questioned several colleagues in Song Haitao's office.
All reported that Song Haitao hadn't exhibited any unusual behavior recently and had always been easy to get along with before.
He was gentle and courteous. Just this morning, he had discussed several patients' conditions with them.
When they mentioned one patient's family was struggling financially, Song Haitao even suggested they all donate money.
He was the first to contribute 1,000 yuan.
Is it common for you to donate money to patients?
Zhang Yang asked from the side.
It's not exactly routine.
After all, we've seen so many cases like this. If we were to provide genuine assistance, our salaries probably wouldn't cover it. But since Director Song was promoted, these kinds of things have become more frequent. We wouldn't say we dislike it, but it does make us a bit uncomfortable when it happens so often. Still, we know Director Song means well. He always gives generously. While we might chip in 100 or 2, he usually starts at 1,000.
We can't really complain.
As doctors, we should help where we can. The doctor said to Zhang Yang.
1,000 yuan each time? Is this hospital's income that high?
Zhang Yang was a bit surprised.
Of course not.
But Director Song's family circumstances are quite comfortable. I hear his wife's family runs their own business, nothing like ours. The doctor explained. Oh, and these are the medical students Director Song is mentoring.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Did something happen to Director Song? The doctor inquired.
Nothing serious.
We just need to clarify a few temporary matters.
Zhang Yang said indifferently, leading the 3 medical students into an adjacent room. They had come to get Director Song's signature but had been waiting for him in vain.
Zhang Yang noticed that all 3 female students were tall and beautiful. Could it be that Song Haitao was molesting his own students? And then sabotaging their romantic relationships? But that didn't make sense either. These students clearly hadn't settled down yet.
You're all college students, you understand these matters.
I won't beat around the bush. Has this Director Song ever behaved inappropriately toward you?
Zhang Yang addressed the girls. The girls exchanged surprised glances. No, our teacher Song has always been very kind to us.
He's always been very proper.
We chose him as our advisor precisely because we'd heard about his background beforehand.
We understand what you mean, but it's not like that. The girl in the front row addressed Zhang Yang.
Her tone carried a hint of displeasure.
All right, we understand. We won't disturb you any longer. However, getting your signatures today might be inconvenient.
You should head back first. After hearing the girl's words, Zhang Yang stood up and walked out. This entire hospital visit had shown Song Haitao to be a good man. He wasn't interested in women, was kind and generous, so why would the punishers target him? In Zhang Yang's view, these punishers definitely weren't the type to kill indiscriminately. All the previous cases and victims had clear patterns. This puzzled Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, something doesn't seem right about this situation.
This time, they killed a good person? If we expose this incident, wouldn't that reveal the identity of this so-called punisher?
There's still a lot of discussion online about this. Many people approve of the punisher's actions.
But if they found out the punisher was indiscriminately killing innocent people, it might change public opinion. A nearby officer addressed Zhang Yang.
Huh?
You mean people are still discussing this online?
Zhang Yang asked the man.
Yes.
The officer pulled out his phone. It had already shot up the trending charts.
I get it.
This is a trap he set for us. Zhang Yang took the phone and looked at it, suddenly realizing the purpose of the person behind him.
A trap? What do you mean?
The officers were puzzled, still processing the revelation. The person behind the punisher knew all along that we'd come to the hospital to investigate Director Song, and he also knew we'd reach this conclusion. If we really did what you suggested and blew this whole thing wide open, we'd be walking right into his trap.
This Song Haitao must have another side we don't know about.
Think about it, if we leak this information prematurely and the punisher presents sufficient evidence to turn the tables, the police force would be completely at a disadvantage. Zhang Yang addressed the group. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, the other officers quickly caught on.
They exchanged glances, silently impressed.
When masters clash, victory hinges on the slightest margin.
Had we acted impulsively just now, it could have been the end? So where should we go to find this other side of Song Haitao? He must be hiding something very deep. A police officer sighed helplessly. No.
There's one place he might be able to put on a show, but he'll inevitably leave some traces.
Let's go, we'll check out Song Haitao's home.
Zhang Yang addressed the others.
Chapter 188, Baffling.
When Zhang Yang and his team arrived at Song Haitao's residence, they finally understood what the doctors meant by well-off family. It was a standalone villa, with a Mercedes-Benz G-Class parked right at the entrance. What surprised Zhang Yang and the others, however, was that the door was opened by a man.
The man looked visibly awkward upon seeing them.
After exchanging a few hurried words inside, he rushed back out.
The person is already dead. What are you all still doing here?
Just as they stepped inside, a woman in pajamas emerged.
She asked them in a hostile tone.
Zhang Yang saw this and thought, damn, something's up here. Who the hell doesn't cry when her husband dies, and instead secretly meets another man at home?
This Song family's tigress is no pushover.
Let's be blunt, we suspect you're involved in the death of your husband, Song Haitao.
We're here to investigate.
You'd better cooperate with our work. Otherwise, we won't mind taking this conversation elsewhere. Zhang Yang addressed the woman before him.
What? You suspect me? That good-for-nothing is dead, how could I possibly have done it? If I wanted to do it, would I need to go through all this trouble?
Sure enough, the moment Zhang Yang finished speaking, the woman immediately shrieked at the top of her lungs. Alright, judging by your attitude, I don't think there's any point in continuing this discussion here.
Take her away.
The police have the right to detain you for the next 24 hours. Zhang Yang gave a subtle nod to the officers behind him. They instantly understood his meaning, dramatically producing handcuffs and stepping forward. The woman froze in terror.
No! Officer, I swear I didn't do it. I don't know anything. You can't arrest me and take me away. If people outside see this, I'll never be able to show my face again. The woman instantly crumbled. Did your husband, Song Haitao, show any unusual behavior today?
Seeing that he'd intimidated her enough, Zhang Yang asked the woman.
Unusual behavior? No, that coward.
All he does is work, work, work. When he comes home, he just buries his head in his work.
There's nothing unusual about him at all.
The woman replied to Zhang Yang.
Who was that person earlier?
Zhang Yang gestured toward the doorway. A woman whose husband had just died, and then a stranger appears. This man must be extraordinary.
Just a friend. He heard about Song Haitao's situation and came to ask about it.
The woman said casually.
Oh? That's strange. We haven't made your husband's death public. Even his colleagues at the hospital don't know.
There are still several students waiting for him to sign documents at the hospital.
So how did your friend find out? Zhang Yang asked the woman.
Well,
I called and told him. I was a bit worried, so I let him know.
The woman replied evasively. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yang understood. It was probably some kind of affair, which would explain a few things.
How did you and your husband meet? Was it love at first sight? Zhang Yang asked the woman.
Seeing Zhang Yang change the subject, the woman visibly relaxed.
Free love? Love my ass. With my excellent credentials, how could I possibly have looked at him that good for nothing?
It was only because he was a medical student who happened to save my mother on the street by some twist of fate that she made me marry him. The woman retorted to Zhang Yang. Her eyes were filled with contempt. Where else would Song Haitao go besides home? Zhang Yang pressed further. He had no interest in prying into their affairs. Where could he possibly go? He's always the nice guy at the hospital. Whenever someone asks him to cover a shift, he just does it. He never has a single opinion of his own. The woman said to Zhang Yang. Alright, we've got the basics covered. We'll leave it at that for today. If anything else comes up, we'll contact you. Zhang Yang said as he stood up.
The other two officers, though somewhat puzzled, followed suit and stood up as well. Zhang Yang, you're done after just a few questions?
One of the officers asked Zhang Yang.
She didn't know about it. It seems Song Haitao really kept his secrets well hidden.
If that woman knew about Song Haitao's affairs, she wouldn't have acted like that earlier.
Zhang Yang addressed the officer. Zhang Yang, is it possible that Song Haitao was actually a good person, but was driven to indiscriminate killing by the Punisher?
From any angle, Song Haitao just seems like a pathetic loser.
Could someone like that really destroy another family? A police officer chimed in from the side, clearly finding Zhang Yang's assessment somewhat biased.
After all, Zhang Yang's entire analysis was premised on the assumption that Song Haitao had some hidden side to him.
Did any of you notice what that man who just walked out was holding in his hand? Zhang Yang asked the others. What he was holding? He was carrying something when he left? I didn't notice that.
One of the officers looked puzzled. He was clutching a pair of socks.
Under what circumstances would someone take off their socks?
Well, that goes without saying. And think about it, given Song Haitao's position in the family, he must have been extremely frustrated. Yet he showed no change toward the female students below him. At this point, it's quite possible he went elsewhere to seek satisfaction.
That would provide ample motive for the crime.
He addressed the two of them.
But these are all just your speculations, right? There's no concrete evidence, is there? A police officer questioned Zhang Yang.
Right.
But if we check Song Haitao's phone, we might find something.
Zhang Yang said slowly.
The phone?
But we didn't find that guy's phone at the scene.
Could the killer have taken it?
Only then did they realize that when Song Haitao was killed there, he had neither identification like an ID card or wallet, nor any items like a phone that could prove his identity.
It was likely deliberately taken by the killer.
Without a phone, we can check his call records. Also, run a background check using Song Haitao's identity to see how many phone numbers are registered under his name.
People who do this kind of thing usually have a secondary number. Zhang Yang remarked calmly. Chapter 189, The Strange Call.
By the time Zhang Yang and his team returned to the provincial bureau office, the data on Song Haitao's phone had been retrieved.
Sure enough.
Just as Zhang Yang had anticipated, besides his primary number, Song Haitao had another mobile phone number.
And judging by his call records, there were numerous different callers.
Moreover, the frequency was consistently high, and this number had been active for many years.
Holy crap! Judging by the frequency, this doesn't seem like ordinary hookups.
If that's the case, he's been consistently swapping partners for a long time.
A police officer remarked while examining the call log.
Typically, for these hookup types, calls are usually brief and infrequent. Based on what the police have encountered, regular partners don't usually stick around for very long, generally less than 2 years. But looking at Song Haitao's phone records, some of these calls spanned a period of 4 or 5 years.
Zhang Yang, should we try calling these numbers? I noticed the most recent one they were in frequent contact. Maybe they know something.
Look at the last timestamp. There was a brief call the night before the person was killed.
A police officer asked Zhang Yang. Hold off for now.
Yang Wei, I just searched this phone number and found a WeChat account.
Can we use technical means to retrieve the chat history from that WeChat account?
Zhang Yang said to Yang Wei.
That's a bit tricky. Their WeChat data terminals aren't under our jurisdiction, so we can't hack into them. However, we can coordinate with their company to request assistance in extracting the data. But that probably won't work either.
Yang Wei shook his head at Zhang Yang.
What's the problem?
Zhang Yang was puzzled.
This person isn't a criminal suspect. After all, this involves user privacy. Without the user's consent, they won't readily release that information.
Besides, higher-ups probably wouldn't approve it either.
Unless you have solid evidence proving this person is connected to the case, then maybe it could be possible. Yang Wei explained to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded.
In fact, when he had worked as a private investigator, he had faced similar situations. But without the constraints of a police officer's identity, Zhang Yang had sometimes operated in a gray area. But now that he was working for the provincial bureau, he naturally had to be cautious.
Let's give it a shot. I'll make the call.
Zhang Yang said as he dialed the nearest number.
The phone rang repeatedly with no answer.
Just as Zhang Yang was about to hang up, it finally picked up.
Hello? Who is this?
A woman's voice came from the other end.
Hello, we have a package for you.
The delivery slip is damaged, so we only have this phone number.
Could you confirm your address with us? We'll deliver it immediately. Zhang Yang spoke into the phone.
Oh, Queen Street, Unit 2, Apartment 701. The voice on the other end replied.
Got it.
Unit 701, Building 235, Queen Street in the provincial capital. We'll deliver it shortly. Just as Zhang Yang was about to hang up, a puzzled voice came from the other end.
The provincial capital? You've got the wrong number, right? I'm in Jiqing City. Are you even a courier? The woman on the other end asked suspiciously.
The police officer beside him gestured to Zhang Yang. This is the provincial capital's parcel transfer station.
We're preparing to forward shipments.
Also, the outer packaging of this parcel is damaged.
Do you still need us to deliver it?
Zhang Yang hurriedly explained.
Oh? What is it?
The voice on the other end inquired.
It seems to be cosmetics. Zhang Yang continued. If they don't send it, they don't send it. I won't need it anyway, so whatever. That's it then.
The voice on the other end hung up before Zhang Yang could respond.
What's going on? There's no Queen Street in the provincial capital? Zhang Yang hurriedly asked.
He naturally wasn't familiar with the situation in the provincial capital. Yeah, when you were talking about it earlier, I was wondering. I'm a native of the provincial capital, and in over 30 years, I've never heard of any Queen Street.
Then I looked it up on my phone and found out our neighboring city does have one, this Jiqing City. A nearby officer addressed Zhang Yang.
So it's not in the provincial capital after all.
No wonder.
Since Song Haitao is a doctor at the 6th People's Hospital in the provincial capital, if he were from there, he would likely have discovered it at some point.
The rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. So that's how it is. Zhang Yang nodded.
But when I heard that woman speak earlier, something felt off.
What did she mean by "it doesn't matter"?
Zhang Yang turned to the others and asked.
What do you think? Could this woman be planning to kill herself or something? A police officer timidly asked from the side.
I think, just to be cautious, we should go check it out.
But at this hour, we probably won't make it in time. Could you contact the Jining Qingdao City Police to investigate first? If it's nothing serious, they can secure the scene. We'll handle it once we arrive. Zhang Yang asked the others. No problem, I'll make arrangements immediately.
I have a police academy roommate assigned to Jiking City.
One officer replied. Yang Wei, trace these numbers to their origin. See if any are from Jiking City and try to get the addresses.
If we happen to be heading to Jiking City, we can swing by and check them out. Zhang Yang handed the phone contact list to Yang Wei.
How am I supposed to get the addresses? Who would provide their address when signing up for a phone number? Even if they have an ID, the address on it isn't necessarily their permanent residence, right? Yang Wei was dumbfounded. Who said you need to look it up?
Once you find out where this number is registered, just call it using the method I showed you earlier.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Oh, isn't that lying? Actually, I'm an honest person. Yang Wei gave a wry smile. Come on, I've seen your browsing history before. I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Zhang Yang said with a smirk.
What? You actually saw it? You'd better keep this under wraps, okay? Wait, hold up, my browsing history gets deleted constantly. When exactly did you see it? Explain yourself. Yang Wei suddenly snapped to attention.
Zhang Yang had already left with several others.
Halfway there, Zhang Yang's group received a call from a police officer in Jiking City.
The officer's face darkened the moment he answered.
What's wrong? Something happened? Zhang Yang asked urgently. The woman is dead.
The officer said slowly.
Chapter 190, Mistress. Jingqing City. Unit 701, Building 2, 35, Queen Street. When Zhang Yang and his team arrived, numerous officers were already inside the apartment. Suicide? Are you sure? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Yes. You must be Zhang Yang? I've heard a lot about you. What's going on? Do you really need to handle this case personally? The forensic doctor asked Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang looked utterly bewildered. It's related to another case I'm currently handling.
Zhang Yang scratched his head awkwardly. No wonder they showed up so conveniently. The person had just died, and they arrived.
So you were involved?
The forensic pathologist remarked. Earlier, regarding Zhang Yang's examination of the corpse's marks, he had given them a lecture. At the time, all the forensic pathologists from the Provincial Bureau had participated in this course. Although the Provincial Bureau session was offline, it was also simultaneously available online. So the forensic team in Haiban province was well acquainted with the situation and familiar with Zhang Yang.
Did this person just die?
Zhang Yang wasn't particularly skilled in this area, so he asked the man.
When we arrived, the person had just died about half an hour ago. It's been roughly an hour now.
The forensic doctor replied.
An hour. So basically, not long after hanging up the phone, he committed suicide.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
There was nothing we could do. We reacted quickly and contacted the local police.
If we'd called the police directly back then, things might have turned out better.
Zhang Yang, this is the deceased's phone. A police officer handed him a phone. Take it back and have the tech team crack it open. See if there's anything useful.
Zhang Yang examined it, an old model.
Cracking it shouldn't be too difficult. By the way, who was the first person to arrive here? May I ask? Zhang Yang asked the officers. Me.
A young officer rushed over.
Brother Zhang, this is the roommate I told you about.
When I called him earlier, he wasn't too keen on coming, but after I said you'd be here too, he rushed right over. The officer who came with Zhang Yang explained.
Hi, Brother Zhang. My name is Chu Liang. I never thought I'd finally meet you in person today. You're our idol.
All those cases we couldn't figure out, you solved them all.
You're truly amazing.
No wonder they say provincial capital resources are unbeatable. I actually got to work under you.
I'm so jealous.
The officer named Chu Liang said.
Zhang Yang felt a bit awkward. These officers seemed about his age, and many were even older.
Hearing them call him Brother Zhang left him speechless.
Just call me Zhang Yang. Tell me what happened when you arrived.
Zhang Yang said to Chu Liang.
All right. I got his call and came straight here.
But when I knocked on the door, no one answered. It was strange. I thought maybe you guys had the wrong place. But just as I was heading downstairs to leave, I happened to glance up at this apartment and saw someone hanging from the balcony. My colleague and I realized something was terribly wrong. We rushed upstairs, kicked the door open, and went out onto the balcony only to find the person already lifeless.
We immediately called the bureau to report it.
There were no signs of a struggle at the scene, and the door was locked.
The coroner just arrived and examined the scene, concluding it was suicide.
He used a stool to reach the clothesline rack, then looped a bedsheet around it to climb up. Chu Liang said to Zhang Yang.
Got it. Thanks a lot. Zhang Yang nodded and began pacing around the room. This was a modest 2-bedroom apartment, likely over 20 years old. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kick the door open with nothing but their bare hands. Judging by the belongings inside, this family wasn't particularly well off. The deceased's phone was also an older model. Zhang Yang was puzzled. What could the relationship between the deceased and Song Haitao be? As Zhang Yang pondered this, a stranger suddenly burst into the room. Seeing the room filled with police officers, he froze instantly. The officers, including Zhang Yang, were equally stunned by his appearance. Who are you? What are you doing here? One officer was the first to recover. This is my home. What are you cops doing here? The man addressed the officer who had questioned him. Your home? The officer clearly hadn't expected this either. Zhang Yang examined the photo frame that had been knocked over on the table and indeed found a picture of this man with the deceased. Judging by their relationship, he was indeed the deceased's husband. The deceased is your wife, right? One officer asked. Huh? Dead? Damn it, that. Died right at home? How the hell am I supposed to sell the house now? But then, the man glanced at the body still lying there, untouched, and spat viciously. Who the hell are you? That was your wife. I'm telling you, you're a major suspect now. Spill everything you know. A young cop demanded indignantly after hearing this. What could I possibly know? All I can say is she deserved it. That was cheating on me with another man. After I caught her, she still kept in touch with that bastard. She deserved to die. The man said viciously. Get your business done and get out of here. Don't just hang around here for no reason. And hey, you guys kicked my door to pieces, right? You're paying for that. The man demanded of Zhang Yang and the others. Zhou Liang, take this guy back first. We need his cooperation for the investigation. Zhang Yang eyed the man before him, a complete scoundrel, while Chu Liang and the others stood there awkwardly. He quickly turned to Chu Liang. Yes. Without further ado, Chu Liang led the man toward the police station. By the time Zhang Yang and his team arrived at the Jiqing City Public Security Bureau, Chu Liang and his team had already completed the interrogation. Though called an interrogation, the moment the man entered the station, he immediately cooperated fully, recounting everything he knew. It turned out, the man was a freight driver. He frequently drove long-haul trucks. Each trip lasted 4 or 5 days, sometimes even half a month or a full month. His usual hobby was gambling. But 6 months ago, when he called home asking for money, he suddenly heard his wife moaning and groaning on the other end. Though she claimed she was just jogging, he knew she'd never run before. Moreover, the sounds were unmistakably those of someone having sex. The driver flew into a rage the moment he heard it. Chapter 191, The Other Man. Fuming, he stormed home and beat her senseless, but found no clues about the lover. Undeterred, the driver bought 2 surveillance cameras. He secretly placed them in his home, one in the living room, directly facing the sofa, and another in the bedroom, aimed straight at the bed. Sure enough, he discovered a man inside his house. But at the time, the driver was on the highway and couldn't turn back immediately. After he finally got back, he pulled out the video and beat his wife half to death, demanding she reveal her lover's information. But it was as if she'd been drugged. She refused to say a word. She even swore she'd never do it again. The driver was at a loss. Beating her any further would kill her. Seeing his wife, whom he'd lived with day in and day out, in such a pitiful state, his heart softened and he let it go. But, unexpectedly, after this incident, things settled down for a while, and he didn't notice anything unusual about his wife. But, unexpectedly, when the driver returned from a business trip one day, he discovered a stubbed-out cigarette butt in the kitchen ashtray. And this cigarette butt wasn't even the brand he smoked. The driver immediately confronted his wife. Her face instantly turned ashen. Faced with this irrefutable evidence, she had no choice but to confess. While the driver was away, that man contacted her again. She couldn't resist and agreed. But knowing there were cameras at home, they didn't do it on the sofa or in the bedroom. Instead, they moved to the kitchen, where the act seemed to heighten their excitement. What his wife hadn't anticipated was that while she was in the bathroom showering after their encounter, the lover lit a cigarette in the kitchen and placed the butt in the ashtray. She had asked about it later, saying he'd thrown it in the trash. Before she could check, he pulled her back and they ended up having sex on the kitchen counter. Afterward, she'd mostly forgotten about the cigarette butt until it resurfaced. For the driver, this was the final straw. Being cuckolded was one thing, but to be cuckolded repeatedly? He was furious. This time, he didn't lay a hand on his wife. Instead, he grabbed his money and went gambling for 2 days straight. Today, having lost all his money, he returned home to get more. The entire incident aligned with the scene and the call records. According to the call logs, after the two had finished, Song Haitao appeared to have made several more calls. Some calls were from Song Haitao, while others were made by the deceased. The reason for the victim's death likely lay hidden within these calls. But Zhang Yang and his team were destined never to know the content of those conversations. This trip to Jiqing City had yielded a crucial revelation for Zhang Yang and his team, despite the woman's death.
Song Haitao indeed had another side to him that no one knew about.
Moreover, the charge of destroying others' families was gradually becoming clearer.
Particularly, the suicide of this victim suggested that Song Haitao's actions went far beyond mere family destruction.
What if his interference in others' marriages had actually led to multiple deaths? That would be terrifying. Moreover, Zhang Yang had a premonition.
During his affairs, Song Haitao likely played more than just the role of a lover. He probably engaged in psychological attacks as well.
And according to this driver's account,
the first time they discovered him, he was still in the act while answering a phone call.
This suggested Song Haitao might derive a certain perverse pleasure from humiliation. Song Haitao's motives were gradually becoming clearer. Zhang Yang, we've got news from Jiqing City.
Zhang Yang was deep in thought.
A police officer walked in. What's going on?
Zhang Yang followed him outside.
Earlier you said to have Yang Wei trace the phone numbers from Jiqing City. Sure enough, they found 2 more people.
But one of them has already committed suicide. He slit his wrists.
The other is fine, though he's since divorced. A police officer addressed Zhang Yang. Just as he suspected. Hearing the officer's update only reinforced Zhang Yang's suspicions. Where is that divorced woman? Have Yang Wei send over her address.
We'll pay her a visit.
Zhang Yang instructed the officer. Half an hour later,
Zhang Yang and Xu Liang arrived at a residential complex.
Following the address Yang Wei provided, they knocked on the door.
Inside was a woman still radiating charm. Though in her 40s, she maintained her appearance well.
She was wearing a purple spaghetti strap nightgown. Upon seeing that Zhang Yang and Xu Liang were police officers, she appeared somewhat flustered. You must be Ms. Zhang? We need to ask you a few questions. Would it be convenient to come inside?
Ms. Zhang instinctively glanced around before stepping aside to open the door. Zhang Yang led Xu Liang inside. This was a 2-bedroom apartment.
Judging by the interior decor, it was quite nice, considered high-end compared to the previous victim's place. Is anyone else in the apartment?
Zhang Yang asked Ms. Zhang, who looked slightly nervous.
No. Ms. Zhang replied immediately. Then whose shoes are these?
Zhang Yang pointed to a pair of men's leather shoes by the door. They're my boyfriend's.
Ms. Zhang said hesitantly. But you just said there was no one in the room. Zhang Yang remarked calmly.
Oh, he didn't come today.
Ms. Zhang said, unconsciously touching her nose. But there are no slippers here. Zhang Yang continued. What? Slippers? Ms. Zhang seemed a bit slow to catch on.
If your boyfriend is here often, he should have a pair of slippers prepared for him, right? But if he's not here now, both his dress shoes and slippers should be here.
But
Zhang Yang nodded toward the doorway. No sooner had he spoken than a clatter erupted from the bedroom, as if something had been knocked over. Ms. Zhang instantly jumped to her feet, her face frozen in panic. Zhang Yang gave Xu Liang a meaningful look, and Xu Liang immediately charged into the bedroom. Ms. Zhang took a step forward, attempting to block Xu Liang, but under Zhang Yang's gaze, she retreated, resigning herself to her fate as she collapsed onto the sofa. When Xu Liang entered the bedroom, he discovered it was completely empty.
Chapter 192, The Other Side. No one. Xu Liang exclaimed in surprise.
Zhang Yang heard the commotion and followed him in. This was the master bedroom, featuring a bay window, a bed, and a wardrobe. No one was in the wardrobe, no one was under the bed, and the window was still closed.
There truly was no one there.
But that cry had definitely come from inside the bedroom.
Moreover, the look on Ms. Zhang's face just now certainly didn't suggest she thought the room was empty.
This was truly baffling.
The window.
After scanning the room, Zhang Yang said to Xu Liang. Xu Liang snapped to attention, hurried to the window, and opened it to look outside. There, a man clad only in pants was pressed tightly against the air conditioner unit.
He stood motionless, staring intently at Xu Liang. Xu Liang couldn't help but chuckle. Come on over. Xu Liang opened the window and took a few steps back. Officer, I'm afraid of heights. My legs are giving out. Could you give me a hand? The man stammered, trembling.
Zhang Yang and Xu Liang were speechless.
How could someone afraid of heights even consider climbing out the window?
Even though it was only the 4th floor, a fall would likely be fatal. With no other choice, Xu Liang leaned halfway out and pulled the man back inside.
Looking at the pale-faced man, Zhang Yang turned to ask Ms. Zhang, who is this?
Ms. Zhang seemed flustered.
This is my boyfriend. Zhang Yang smiled.
But you just said your boyfriend wasn't here.
But since you say so, we'll proceed as if he is your boyfriend.
Judging by how he tried to flee the moment he heard we were police, he's either a fugitive or has committed a crime that hasn't been discovered yet.
Which do you think your boyfriend is?
Zhang Yang asked Ms. Zhang.
All right.
I'll tell you, he's actually my client. Ms. Zhang said slowly.
Brother. I was wrong.
Please spare me this once, it truly was my first time.
The man, seeing Zhang Yang's relentless questioning, immediately knelt down and clung to Zhang Yang's legs. Let's go.
I didn't come here today for your business. Zhang Yang pulled his leg back, utterly speechless.
Today's purpose was to investigate Song Haitao's case.
These transactional matters weren't within their jurisdiction, especially since it happened in their own home, something they simply couldn't manage anyway. The man, as if granted a pardon, frantically pulled on his clothes and rushed toward the exit.
We're not interested in your business. What I want to know is, was Song Haitao also one of your clients?
Zhang Yang addressed Ms. Zhang. He needed to make his position clear first. He had no interest in her past or present affairs. But as part of the deal, Ms. Zhang naturally had to share what she knew.
No. Ms. Zhang replied without hesitation.
Her face held a complex expression.
Song Haitao is dead. We want you to tell us everything you know, truthfully.
Zhang Yang addressed Ms. Zhang.
Ms. Zhang's last recorded conversation with Song Haitao was a year ago. Even if something happened, it has nothing to do with Ms. Zhang.
Dead? Maybe he should have died long ago.
Ms. Zhang retorted to Zhang Yang.
He wasn't your client, yet you despise him so intensely.
When did you start doing this? Zhang Yang asked. After we broke up. Ms. Zhang paused for a moment before addressing Zhang Yang and the others. I see.
So it was because of her that you got into this line of work?
Zhang Yang nodded. I have to make a living. Ms. Zhang sighed.
Though she didn't directly answer Zhang Yang, she had already answered.
How did you two meet? Zhang Yang inquired. Online medical QA.
I had some gynecological issues at the time and felt uncomfortable going to the hospital, so I thought I'd consult online and ended up meeting him.
Ms. Zhang explained slowly. Online medical consultation? Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised.
If that was the case, it could explain certain things.
This did indeed provide Song Haitao with an opportunity to interact with women. But Song Haitao didn't seem to be a gynecologist.
It appears that online identity verification is really quite irresponsible.
Now tell me about your hatred for him. What caused you to despise him so deeply?
Zhang Yang pressed further.
He destroyed me and my family.
Before this happened, my husband loved me deeply. Even though we never had children, he still doted on me. He was a very honest man, working as a programmer at a tech company. He gave me all his earnings, but he was perhaps too honest. When it came to that kind of thing, he was overly cautious and hesitant, constantly asking about my feelings, but I couldn't feel what I should have. After I met him, his brutality, his crudeness, his games, they gave me a satisfaction I'd never known before.
From that moment on, I became obsessed with him. We became thunderous lovers.
Ms. Zhang said slowly. Hold on, I don't mean to be rude, but this brutality and rudeness you described doesn't seem to match the Song Haitao we know.
Zhang Yang interrupted Ms. Zhang. I understand what you mean.
He appears to be quite the gentleman. But this man is completely different when he's dressed versus when he's undressed.
And why didn't you ask me what game I was referring to?
Ms. Zhang said slowly.
Zhang Yang leaned back, adopting an expression that said he was eager to hear more.
Naturally, Zhang Yang couldn't bring himself to ask such a thing. But judging by the way Ms. Zhang was acting, she didn't seem particularly shy about these matters. He was the type who liked to be on top.
He liked to keep me beneath him.
And each time, he insisted on taking the initiative. Whether I was willing or not, he always did it this way, like having sex with the door open facing the hallway, like going to the rooftop, like deliberately calling my husband during the act. He also demanded I do things that weren't conventional, involving parts that weren't conventional. My husband is very considerate of my feelings and would never ask me to do these things. But with Song Haitao, I felt something different. But his behavior has become increasingly outrageous. So much so that he pretended to be a friend, got my husband drunk, and then in front of him. But unexpectedly, though my husband seemed slow-witted, he had already caught on to something. One time, my husband feigned drunkenness and uncovered our affair.
Ms. Zhang took a deep breath before continuing to Zhang Yang and the others. Zhang Yang listened and nodded in agreement. This seemed to confirm that the death punishment order was indeed telling the truth. Just like Ms. Zhang's current experience, it was likely the same ordeal endured by that previous victim.
It appears. The Punishers still held more knowledge than they did.
Chapter 193, A Turning Point. After leaving Ms. Zhang's place, Zhang Yang had essentially confirmed Song Haitao's identity.
Using his medical credentials, he specifically sought out young married women online to chat with. This way, he left no chat records. After obtaining phone numbers, he always used a separate device for calls. After seducing these women through various means, his favorite pastime was ensuring their husbands discovered their affairs. To achieve this, he would either leave behind telltale evidence like cigarette butts or make a call at the height of their passion. At such moments, young women at the peak of ecstasy often find it impossible to control their voices, which inevitably give them away. But it doesn't end there. After the exposure, he would contact her again by phone. But this time, instead of sweet talk, he would resort to slandering the young woman. Many couldn't bear it and ultimately took their own lives. For Ms. Zhang, it was also because of such incidents. She was relatively fortunate at the time. After attempting suicide, she was saved. However, her husband left her. All that remained was this apartment. After that, Ms. Zhang lost her job and, in despair, began engaging in various forms of prostitution. Though approaching 40, Ms. Zhang had maintained her appearance well. Her family background had been relatively affluent, and she had never had children, so she still possessed a certain charm. With a few regular clients, she managed to scrape by. But what Song Haitao brought her was nothing short of a living hell. When she eventually aged and faded, burdened by this stigma and deprived of any means of livelihood, the quality of her life would be unimaginable. From this perspective, Song Haitao truly deserved to die. He not only destroyed families but also inflicted psychological torment. Though he didn't pull the trigger himself, every death was inextricably linked to him. Yet ironically, such a man remains legally untouchable. It doesn't even count as soliciting prostitution. After all, when he arranged those encounters with the women, they all willingly participated. This Song Haitao is undoubtedly a warning from the Punishers to Zhang Yang and his crew. It tells these police officers that while the law may be powerless against certain individuals, the Punishers can deliver justice. Returning from Jiqing City to the provincial capital, Zhang Yang and his team were weighed down by a heavy mood. They had hoped to turn the tide, but now it seemed the outcome wasn't what they'd envisioned. Yet sometimes, when things hit rock bottom, a new opportunity emerges. When a situation reaches a dead end, a new turning point invariably emerges. This time, the breakthrough came from Old Gong. Old Gong, how can you be certain it's this person? Didn't we already screen the files? Zhang Yang took the documents in his hand and asked Old Gong. Earlier, Zhang Yang had asked Gong Lao and his team to review records of officers who had left the provincial department, but they hadn't found anything. Yet today, upon returning, Old Gong arrived with a file in hand, his conviction unwavering. He told Zhang Yang this man was the one behind the Punisher. Because this person is already dead. Old Gong stated calmly. What does that mean? Zhang Yang was a bit confused. You mean this cop faked his own death? Zhang Yang suddenly caught on, staring at the photo in his hand. Perhaps faking his death isn't quite accurate. The reason is that the officer's remains were never found. To be honest, this discovery was made quite by accident. Originally, his records should have been deleted from the archives long ago. But after that incident, since the body was never found, it was temporarily classified as a missing person case, so the files remained. Later, it was officially classified as a line of duty death, but it coincided with a system upgrade, so the records weren't updated. When I went to check, I happened to notice it. Old Gong explained to Zhang Yang. But what exactly happened? I'm not quite following. Who exactly is this person? And how can you be certain this person is definitely the one behind the Punisher? Zhang Yang asked Old Gong. He had heard the name the Punisher mentioned before. Old Gong sighed and said. Ha? Zhang Yang was taken aback. This Che Tianlong was my student. He was exceptionally talented back then, but after that incident, he withdrew into himself. It was during that period when I visited him that he first mentioned this so-called Punisher. Not long after, however, he was killed in that case. Since then, I've tried my best to forget that past. But the moment I saw his file, it all clicked. That explosion back then must have been his escape plan. To become the Punisher, one must first become a dead man. That way, there would be no records, no information, and most crucially, no ties. I still remember how close he and his girlfriend were to getting married. I never imagined something like this would happen. I heard his girlfriend left the country after that. Ah. Old Gong sighed deeply. What happened back then? Zhang Yang asked curiously. A man whom Old Gong described as truly outstanding must have been remarkable, yet how did he end up on such a path of no return? These events happened many years ago. In today's society, with the rule of law firmly established, such things would never happen again. Back then, our provincial capital had a deputy director nicknamed Director Sanbao. How to put it? Back then, the systems weren't as robust as they are now, and I didn't hold the position I do today. There were many things I could only watch unfold. It all started when Che Tianlong's girlfriend and her best friend were walking down the street when they caught the eye of this Three Treasures Bureau chief. He dragged them into his car and assaulted both girls. After the assault, he dumped them at the hospital entrance. Che Tianlong's girlfriend had fought back fiercely and suffered a severe concussion. She was covered in injuries, and crucially, it was said she was menstruating at the time. By the time she reached the hospital, she was covered in blood. Old Gong shook his head as he spoke. And then? And the deputy director got away with it? Zhang Yang asked coldly. Of course he's fine. Not only is he fine, but he even put on a show of investigating. But Che Tianlong still learned the truth. It was at this moment that Che Tianlong's long-held convictions crumbled. After all, when they first arrived at the provincial bureau, it was this very deputy director who had hosted their welcome ceremony. He had solemnly told them to uphold the law and protect the people. Even then, Che Tianlong's state of mind had already been off. Old Gong sighed helplessly. And then? Did that deputy director die? Zhang Yang asked Old Gong. Chapter 194, Taking the Wrong Path. Of course he died, and in a rather gruesome manner. According to the autopsy report, he was drunk driving and fell off an elevated bridge. The car was traveling at speeds far exceeding the limit. Upon impact, it slammed into the bridge's support pillars. Not even all of his remains were recovered. Even though we all knew Che Tianlong was responsible, we even arrested him and subjected him to a lie detector test. In the end, reality proved us wrong.
Old Gong shook his head. It was probably him, right? He just found a way to fool the lie detector.
But if you'd taken those measures against him back then, it probably would have left him utterly disheartened. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. Yes, that's precisely why he took matters into his own hands and ended up in trouble.
Old Gong sighed. What happened? You mean he was killed in an explosion? Zhang Yang asked Gong Lao.
Yes. He was driving the police car to a crime scene when, halfway there, a Mercedes sports car cut him off. A few young guys got out, insisting that the police car driven by Che Tianlong had just scraped their car and demanding compensation. Che Tianlong had no choice but to apologize and pay compensation for the case.
But these young men, relying on their Mercedes, deliberately blocked the police car all the way. By the time Che Tianlong arrived, the suspect had already lost control and detonated a bomb.
By the time we arrived, the factory building had been reduced to rubble. The entire scene was littered with human remains. While our forensic team did find Che Tianlong's DNA, there were insufficient body fragments to confirm his identity. Moreover, we knew nothing about what had transpired before this incident, which is why it was initially treated as a missing persons case. But with no further leads and the case unable to be closed due to the missing person, it was eventually wrapped up hastily. This kind of situation was actually quite common back in the day, say 10 or 20 years ago. Perhaps it was a peculiar product of that era. Old Gong said to Zhang Yang.
I know. I've heard about these things before. So according to you, Che Tianlong wasn't actually dead back then, but went into hiding under a new identity? And then cultivated these enforcers? Then why didn't he do it himself before?
Zhang Yang was puzzled. He had tried before the deputy director's case.
Wasn't that a perfect crime?
A deputy director met his end, and despite the massive uproar it caused, not a single clue was uncovered.
That undoubtedly gave him immense courage.
But the reason he did it himself was likely because he was injured in the explosion. Moreover, he realized that acting alone had its limitations. On one hand, he could accomplish far less in such endeavors. On the other, unforeseen complications inevitably arose during the execution of the plan.
Just as had happened to him.
That's why he chose to cultivate a group of people to carry out the Punisher's mission in cities across the country. As a former student of Old Gong, Che Tianlong could infer some of his mentor's thoughts by tracing the evolution of his mindset. But this raised another question.
If it truly was Che Tianlong, why had he suddenly begun provoking the police? And why specifically return to this provincial capital to carry out his crimes?
If they had continued operating as enforcers in complete secrecy, given their meticulous approach, the police might never have discovered their true identities.
Zhang Yang asked Old Gong.
I'm not entirely sure about that either, Gong Lao replied. But based on the current clues and information we've gathered, Che Tianlong is the only lead we have. Truthfully, he was an exceptional individual back then.
We all felt it was a tremendous loss. Old Gong stood up and said.
No matter how talented someone is, if they take the wrong path, sometimes the line between genius and criminal is just a single thought away.
As for the reasons, we'll know once we apprehend him.
Zhang Yang also stood up. For them, even though they now knew the identity of the man behind it all, based on the current situation, this Che Tianlong had no traceable information.
He must have been operating under a false identity to survive in this society. Moreover, after so many years, Che Tianlong's appearance must have changed significantly.
Based on the information they had previously gathered, finding him was impossible. For now, despite the major breakthrough, they found themselves at a dead end once again.
Zhang Yang entered the conference room.
Before him lay a mountain of recent intelligence files on the Punishers.
Why would they surface in the provincial capital at this moment? Had years of arrogance finally consumed them, compelling them to challenge the police to prove their worth? Or were they attempting to challenge the current state of affairs in the provincial capital by leveraging their identity as Punishers? Or was it for some reason they currently had no clue about?
Zhang Yang was deeply concerned. If it was just the first two scenarios, that wouldn't be too bad. If they were that arrogant, there might be a chance to catch them. But if it was the last one, it would mean another setback for Zhang Yang and his team.
Zhang Yang, I've actually found a lead. Just as Zhang Yang was feeling disheartened, Yang Wei approached holding a piece of paper.
Ha?
What's this? Zhang Yang took it and saw an address written on the paper.
You forgot earlier when they went to Zhang Yuyu's villa, that Punisher had impersonated someone from the security company to get inside. But while blending in at the square was possible, it wouldn't work at the villa. After all, there were only a handful of people there, and they all knew each other. It simply wouldn't fly. So to know our location at the square beforehand, they likely planted a listening device inside.
So I requested technicians to accompany me there.
Sure enough, we discovered several small listening devices inside.
Using reverse surveillance, I pinpointed the address receiving the signals. Right here. Yang Wei said to Zhang Yang. Ha? You're saying this could very well be the Punisher's old lair in the provincial capital? Zhang Yang asked in astonishment. Chapter 195, Too late. When Zhang Yang and Yang Wei arrived outside the residential complex, they discovered it was far livelier than they had imagined. Inside the courtyard, numerous elderly residents were playing chess, while others performed fan dances. This time, even though he suspected this might be the Punisher's hideout, Zhang Yang only brought Yang Wei alone. After all, within the entire provincial bureau, Yang Wei was the only one who didn't quite look like a cop in Zhang Yang's eyes. As the director of the Cyber Police Division, Yang Wei rarely handled field operations. He looked more like an ordinary programmer, especially with his plaid shirt and bald head. Walking down the street, he was the epitome of a coder. Zhang Yang and his team planned to conduct reconnaissance first, avoiding premature exposure. After all, the Punisher's methods were every bit as sophisticated as their own. Though they had left a fake bomb earlier, the precision of their bomb planting process revealed their formidable expertise in explosives. Moreover, the location detected by Yang Wei had a 10-meter radius, so they could only pinpoint it to Building 2 within the complex, not the specific apartment. "Hello, you must be Mr. Zhang?" Just then, a young man in a suit approached Zhang Yang and Yang Wei. "Yes. Are you Lu, the agent?" Zhang Yang asked the man. "Yes. Mr. Zhang, hello. I'm Xiao Lu from Beautiful Home Real Estate Agency, here to assist you." The young man before him hurriedly addressed Zhang Yang. To avoid exposure, Zhang Yang and his group had found a real estate agent online and pretended to be house hunters. Although this was a relatively old neighborhood, several good schools were nearby. There was still significant demand for buying and selling properties. "Let's go. I think the location of Building 2 is pretty good. We'll take a look at the place over here, but it's on the top floor, which is a bit of a downside. Let's go take a look," Zhang Yang said to the agent, Xiao Lu. "Sure. As it happens, a tenant's lease on one unit expired a few days ago, but we haven't been able to reach them. It's already past the grace period, so they probably won't be renewing. But we don't have the keys. If you want to see it later, I'll need to notify the office, file a report, and then arrange for a locksmith," Agent Xiao Lu explained to Zhang Yang and the others. "Not renewing? When did you lose contact with them?" Zhang Yang and Yang Wei exchanged glances. It just happened these past couple of days. People these days have no manners. They just decide not to rent anymore. We usually withhold the deposit based on the damage inside. This is Building 2. This location has the best spacing between buildings. As Agent Xiao Lu spoke, he seemed to realize he'd said too much and quickly changed the subject. Zhang Yang and the others followed Agent Xiao Lu around the rooftop apartment, asked a few inconsequential questions, and then stepped outside. "The roof isn't great. I noticed water seeping in the corners. But the layout itself is quite satisfactory. Alright, go submit the application. Can we take a look inside this vacant unit? If it's suitable, my friend might just buy it," Zhang Yang said to the agent, Xiao Lu. Yang Wei listened in stunned silence, but seeing the electric arc in Xiao Lu's eyes, he didn't dare say anything. Xiao Lu was naturally buzzing with excitement. After all, a single apartment here easily fetched 5 or 6 million yuan. If they managed to sell one, their commission alone would amount to tens of thousands. Compared to the few hundred yuan from renting out a unit, the difference was enormous. Moreover, Yang Wei gave off the vibe of someone who was clearly capable of making money yet remained down to earth, exactly the type of person who was easiest to sway. Before long, Xiao Lu hurriedly made a request at the agency, and the agency promptly sent over a locksmith. Together, they unlocked the door to the third-floor apartment. The moment they stepped inside, Zhang Yang was hit by a strong smell of disinfectant. "This must be the place, but it seems we're too late again. Call the station to send backup. We're police officers. This is a crime scene. Thank you for your hard work. My colleague here will arrange for you to receive good citizen medals later." Zhang Yang gestured toward Yang Wei, addressing the bewildered agent Xiao Lu and the locksmith. After speaking, he left Yang Wei at the door to handle the two men while he took the shoe covers from Xiao Lu and quietly stepped inside. It was a 3-bedroom apartment, and the furnishings inside were remarkably clean. It even had a slightly obsessive-compulsive feel to it. The floor had clearly been cleaned with disinfectant, leaving no footprints or marks. Yellow rings remained on the furniture, revealing they too had been wiped down with the same solution. No need to guess, after learning the Punisher had been captured, Che Tianlong must have come here to erase all traces. Likely, no traces would remain. Soon after, officers from the provincial bureau arrived on the scene. Seeing so many police officers arrive, the elderly residents' curiosity exploded. They abandoned their chess games, card games, and dancing, all crowding into the hallway to watch. "Grandpa, Grandma, who among you lives in this hallway? We need to verify some details with you," Zhang Yang addressed the crowd. Before long, Zhang Yang found himself surrounded by a crowd of elderly residents. "Young man, what's going on here? Did someone die?" An elderly woman said mysteriously. "Ma'am, how did you know?" Zhang Yang asked the woman with a sigh of exasperation. "Oh, I live upstairs from that place, and I've always felt something was off about that household. I've seen him before, a young man. But every time he comes and goes, he wears a hat and a mask. He just doesn't look like a good person," the woman said. "Oh? When was the last time you saw him? Zhang Yang asked the woman. It's been a while since I last saw him.
This young man comes and goes like a ghost, his movements are quite mysterious.
Could he be a spy or a wanted criminal or something? The woman's eyes lit up. When does he usually go out? Do you still see him often?
Zhang Yang pressed further. We don't see him all that often, but we know almost every time he goes out.
This time, an elderly man spoke up.
I live on the first floor and keep my door open year-round.
I usually sit by the entrance when I'm free.
We've lived here for so many years as neighbors and all know each other. When this young man first moved in, he wouldn't even acknowledge us when we spoke to him.
The old man continued. Have any strangers been seen around here lately?
Zhang Yang realized that if that was the case, Che Tianlong would likely be spotted too once he arrived.
Now that you mention it, there actually is one.
The old man exclaimed, slapping his forehead.
Chapter 196, Turning Himself In.
An old man, I think. He seemed to be walking a bit unsteadily. That night when I came downstairs, I was just about to close the door when I saw this person coming down.
I was puzzled. I'd never seen anyone like him upstairs before.
But my wife called me to bed, so I didn't think much of it.
See?
If she hadn't told me to go to bed that night, I might have helped the police solve the case. The old man complained to an elderly woman.
Qin, I'll beat you to death, you hear me?
The woman immediately kicked off her shoe and whacked the old man square in the face.
Perhaps embarrassed by being struck in front of the police, the old man lost his temper.
He trembled as he raised his cane and began fighting with his wife.
Zhang Yang, watching from the sidelines, was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? This old man is also named Qin.
Watching the chaotic crowd trying to break up the fight, everyone shook their heads helplessly.
Zhang Yang, we've thoroughly inspected the interior.
There are no valuable fingerprints or clues, and these disciplinary officers should have already handled everything.
Yang Wei addressed Zhang Yang. That's not necessarily true. Let's go take a look. Zhang Yang replied to Yang Wei.
If we go by what that old man said, then even if Che Tianlong came later, he would have only cleaned up the place, not taken anything away. After all, given the layout of this building, moving or taking anything would inevitably alert others.
When Zhang Yang re-entered, the technicians had already finished their inspection.
It seemed that for them, life in this world was utterly dull.
This room had almost no entertainment options whatsoever.
It didn't feel like a house at all, more like a prison cell.
A technician shrugged and addressed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded.
The living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, everything was extremely simplified.
Take the kitchen, for instance.
A normal household would have staples like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. But here, aside from a single bag of salt, there was nothing else. The pot and the open package of noodles indicated that people definitely lived here. Then there was the bathroom. The sink was spotless, like it was brand new. Only a teacup, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and a half-used bar of soap remained. Nothing else. Inside the trash can, however, lies a small piece of paper, the wrapper from a razor blade. It could very well be the packaging from the knife used to kill Zhang Yuyu. Now that the perpetrator had been apprehended by Zhang Yang and his team, there was no need to dispose of these items. The bed was even more so, with the quilt and pillows neatly folded. It looked just like a prison cell. What struck Zhang Yang as even more bizarre was that after searching thoroughly, he found no wireless router here. Though there was an Ethernet port, it seemed a computer had once been present. That computer might be the real reason Che Tianlong came here. This was terrifying. After all, most of the current punishers were young people. For a young person to survive in such an environment without losing their mind, what kind of conviction could possibly sustain them? Che Tianlong was simply too formidable. And it's clear that only the Punisher himself lives here, yet Che Tianlong knows about it and even has the key. It's obvious. Che Tianlong has been monitoring his enforcers all along. This Che Tianlong, he created them, yet he also destroyed them. Let's go. Zhang Yang, I just gotta call Che Tianlong has turned himself in.
Yang Wei walked in and said to Zhang Yang. Ha? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Provincial Department Interrogation Room.
A middle-aged man sat there, speaking with old Gong.
What's going on here? Zhang Yang asked the others.
We were just about to head out when this man came in to report a crime. He claimed to be the mastermind behind the Punisher, and then he was arrested.
After hearing this, old Gong went in and hasn't come out yet.
Several officers explained to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang nodded.
He said nothing more, observing the situation inside the room. Che Tianlong seemed completely unfazed, even wearing a smile, while old Gong across from him wore a grave expression.
Zhang Yang knew without needing to think. Che Tianlong's arrival meant the police operation had completely failed.
Not only had they failed to apprehend the killer, but the murderer had instead calmly surrendered after arranging everything. And the purpose of this surrender was likely to protect the remaining Punishers.
At this point, Zhang Yang and his team knew that the Punisher was definitely not acting alone.
With someone like Che Tianlong backing them, it was highly likely that many more individuals had been trained. And with Che Tianlong choosing to turn himself in personally, it means they'll likely struggle to extract any further information from him now.
Being apprehended and turning oneself in are entirely different matters.
Surrendering implies that Che Tianlong had already arranged everything and had no fear of investigation. At this point, the police were completely on the defensive. Zhang Yang sighed and returned to the conference room, where all the case files were stored.
Zhang Yang needed to identify the common threads among all these perpetrators.
Given this situation, if Che Tianlong orchestrated everything, it was highly probable that many individuals shared similarities in their case selection, methods of operation, and even the locations they chose for their residences. By digging deeper, he was certain to uncover clues.
Confronting Che Tianlong directly at this stage would be pointless.
In fact, he might be deliberately steered in another direction.
Sometimes, the more someone flaunts something, the more they're hiding it.
Che Tianlong's decision to turn himself in likely stems from the fact that they now possess something capable of threatening him. Only then was he forced to turn himself in.
Otherwise, there would be absolutely no necessity for it.
Even if he hadn't come forward, the information Zhang Yang and his team currently possessed wouldn't have been enough to uncover this person.
So why did he turn himself in? And what was he trying to conceal?
Zhang Yang closed his eyes, pondering carefully. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he opened his eyes. He flipped through the photos in the file before him. When he saw this particular photo, Zhang Yang suddenly understood.
Chapter 197, Returning.
Returning to the neighborhood where he had previously discovered the Punisher, Zhang Yang quietly made his way back to the same spot. After seeing those documents, Zhang Yang now understood why Che Tianlong was determined to return.
His purpose in returning was to hide.
Others wanted to keep him under wraps, so for Zhang Yang, he had to find evidence to verify his suspicions. Zhang Yang quietly made his way up the stairs to the third floor.
Back then,
Zhang Yang possessed top-tier lock-picking skills. So even though the doorway was cordoned off with police tape and the door was locked, it posed no difficulty for him. After unlocking the door, Zhang Yang immediately slipped inside. The room was pitch black. This time, Zhang Yang came quietly, not turning on the lights. Instead, he used a flashlight to search the room.
Earlier,
Zhang Yang and his group had already walked through here, and at that time, they had noticed that this house was exceptionally clean. This cleanliness wasn't just about the absence of living traces, more importantly, it reflected a habit. Such habits often stemmed from prison life.
Which meant,
for the person living here, this place was essentially another kind of prison. Although it was located within a residential building, and he could move about freely, to him, this place was a prison. Therefore, everything he does here, cooking, using the bathroom, sleeping, is carried out according to the routines and habits formed during his time in prison.
Earlier,
Zhang Yang and his group had all believed that this Punisher residing here was the very same Punisher they had captured and publicly executed for killing Zhang Yuyu.
But for Zhang Yang now,
he clearly considered another possibility. This place of punishment was not actually where the Punisher they had captured resided. It belonged to another Punisher. Because when handling Zhang Yuyu's case, it was nearly impossible for a single person to gather the necessary information, then ride a motorcycle to the square in such a short time, and plant the bomb. Therefore, during this entire process,
it must have required two people working together.
These two individuals were living here together.
So when Yang Wei discovered the traces here as the signal reception endpoint,
Zhang Yang and his team instinctively assumed there was only one enforcer here. But in reality, when it comes to prison situations, it's a mixed gender setup, meaning two people actually reside in this house. Yet only one set of living traces appeared.
This meant their daily routines were completely overlapping.
Zhang Yang had once wondered, if he were Che Tianlong, how would he manage to control his enforcers? These enforcers possessed not only formidable abilities, allowing them to freely manipulate crime scenes. They could even pull off crimes right under the noses of so many police officers. Their current capabilities were almost comparable to those of Special Forces soldiers. But for these young men, Zhang Yang struggled to find a way to restrain them. Yet Che Tianlong's method had already manifested within Zhang Yang's own environment.
Why did Che Tianlong insist on turning himself in at the police station?
His surrender wasn't intended for Zhang Yang and his team to witness, it was meant for the remaining enforcer. His goal was to make the remaining Punisher understand that two people had already sacrificed their lives for him. Moreover, before this, he had already completely erased every trace of the Punisher's existence in this world. Even if the police tried to search, they wouldn't find a thing.
And if we consider,
based on the information currently available to the Punishers and to Zhang Yang and his group, they could essentially pinpoint only one Punisher and the mastermind behind him, Che Tianlong. If both were captured now, they would naturally cease their operations.
The remaining individual could then remain hidden forever. In truth, Che Tianlong's entire game with the Punishers was merely to prove that his method could empower ordinary citizens to take action. Moreover, the reason the Punisher was captured now
was precisely because the police had highly capable individuals like Zhang Yang. Therefore, in Che Tianlong's view, using this Punisher approach to assist the police in advancing their investigations. At the time, Che Tianlong had set up the timing outside the factory for Zhang Yang and his team precisely to test and gauge their current capabilities. Given Zhang Yang's team's capabilities, Che Tianlong felt he could completely trust them. Once he designed the Punisher identity, even if he died or the police failed to uncover them, both the officers and others would come to recognize the Punisher's existence. When they undertook certain actions, they would inevitably harbor numerous worries and fears. But these worries and fears breed apprehension. With that apprehension, they become cautious about the law and hesitant to act. They wouldn't keep operating like they do now. The previous Punisher wanted to use live streaming to show everyone what the current Punisher is all about. His true purpose wasn't to show the world how they killed the task. The real goal was to make those in the enforcement departments, those in positions of power and influence, think twice before bullying ordinary citizens. Even if they evade legal consequences, even if they wield immense power that shields them from legal sanctions. Beyond the law, there exists a group like the Punishers to mete out justice. That is the true purpose of the Punisher's existence. The crucial reason Che Tianlong chose to turn himself in now is that this concept of vigilantism only exists in the provincial capital, it doesn't exist elsewhere. Even if those people learn about it online, since these incidents haven't happened in their own neighborhoods, their sense of vigilance remains relatively low. Therefore, Che Tianlong's plan is to have the remaining individual carry out certain actions in other regions. He believes that the next time such an operation is launched, its scale will be immense. Such an expansive scale would effectively negate all the groundwork Zhang Yang and his team had previously laid. Chapter 198, Failure. As Zhang Yang searched the room, he paused before a picture frame. During their earlier investigation of the scene, they had only discovered a photograph of the apprehended Punisher within this frame. But upon seeing the frame again, Zhang Yang noticed something was missing. The frame felt incomplete, suggesting there had once been another photograph inside. It had been removed, leaving only the photo of the apprehended enforcer. This meant the photo inside was actually that of another disciplinarian residing here. As for Zhang Yang, he understood that finding 17 or 18 such disciplinarians for training wasn't something that could happen overnight. Finding 2 individuals might already be his limit. Because once the number of disciplinarians increased, the aspects he couldn't control would multiply exponentially. Therefore, for Zhang Yang now, all that remained was to find this person. But the previous enforcer had already been apprehended, and his master, Che Tianlong, had now turned himself in. For him, he might need to leave this city once more and make new arrangements. But for someone like this, his modus operandi would be highly distinctive. He'd likely carry a simple backpack and rely solely on his credentials to depart. This method of departure resembled how Zhang Yang and his team had previously identified such individuals in prison. Now, Zhang Yang and his group had also arrived at this man's room. Suddenly, sounds echoed down the hallway outside. Zhang Yang quickly turned off the light and hid behind the sofa. After all, this place held no value itself. It held no investigative value whatsoever. But for the former enforcer, this place held profound meaning. It was highly likely he would return for one last look before leaving. The purpose of this final look was to sever all ties with their current existence in the provincial capital, to bring it to a definitive end. For Zhang Yang, this ending might just be the final way to leave this place. If he allowed me, the enforcer, to leave, he might never return. Thus, Zhang Yang waited silently behind the sofa. Unsurprisingly, the sound of a key turning in the front door lock echoed through the room. When Zhang Yang had entered, he hadn't had a key, he'd pick the lock. But for this Punisher, who lived here, he must have a key. Therefore, he entered using a key. This method of entry further confirmed Zhang Yang's suspicion about the Punisher's identity. As the man entered, Zhang Yang suddenly appeared behind him, snatched a vase, and smashed it down hard. The man never expected someone to be lurking in the darkness. And he himself had intended to return only to see you one last time before departing forever. This place held no meaning for him anymore. The police had already apprehended and located that person. They would never return here, so this place was completely unguarded. And it was precisely this lack of vigilance that allowed Zhang Yang to succeed. When Zhang Yang brought the man to the provincial headquarters, Che Tianlong had just emerged from the interrogation room. He stared in disbelief at the Punisher before him. For him, everything he had done was to conceal the enforcer's identity. Yet, unexpectedly, the enforcer had still been captured. And now, everything he had done had lost its meaning. Everything he had steadfastly pursued, even the matters he had just discussed with old Gong in the interrogation room, had all been rendered futile by this enforcer's capture. Che Tianlong stared in shock at Zhang Yang as he escorted the Punisher inside. He found this young man before him deeply intriguing. Earlier at the square, it was Zhang Yang who led the team to discover the Punisher's escape route. Not only had they apprehended the Punisher, but more crucially, Zhang Yang had even located the blade the Punisher had carefully concealed. This Zhang Yang before him was likely exceptionally skilled in criminal investigation, which left Che Tianlong feeling somewhat disheartened. In his view, the Punisher his men had brought along had been utterly defeated by the police under Old Gong's command. For them,
This outcome was precisely what they dreaded most.
Later, Zhang Lao and his team specifically compiled a documentary about Che Tianlong's group's situation. They used it to confirm and showcase to the public the cases previously handled by the enforcers. They didn't want everyone to know that these cases had been handled by exploiting loopholes in the law, serving as a warning to those with power and influence.
But ultimately, the most crucial task was to guide ordinary citizens toward trusting the police.
They couldn't rely on these vigilantes operating in the legal gray zone to handle matters.
Because these vigilantes have their own weaknesses.
They are young people themselves, and youth comes with its own impulsiveness.
When their impulsive nature surfaces, they struggle to control themselves. Faced with certain cases, these vigilantes may act impulsively based on their temperament or personality. Such actions may indeed serve as a warning to those in positions of power and influence. However, it also creates problems for the entire legal process.
Once the people lose trust in the law, the subsequent issues that arise cannot be resolved by a single enforcer.
While the law has many imperfections, many individuals may exploit these loopholes. For the majority of people,
for ordinary people, they rely on this law to defend their interests.
Especially for these ordinary people, the law is their only avenue for seeking justice.
Therefore, when this documentary aired, it not only rendered the actions of the previous enforcers meaningless, but also objectively analyzed the significance of these vigilantes and their relationship with the law. For ordinary citizens, once they recognize the distinction between the two, they will naturally understand the message Gong Lao sought to convey.
Chapter 199, The Imitator. Although the case involving the enforcers had concluded, Gong Lao did not release Zhang Yang. Throughout the entire confrontation with the punishers, Zhang Yang had played a crucial role. Had it not been for Zhang Yang orchestrating the operation from behind the scenes, had it not been for Zhang Yang consistently outmaneuvering the enforcers to apprehend them first, especially the last one.
Just as he was about to escape, whether by coincidence or a twist of fate, Zhang Yang managed to apprehend the enforcer. This completely shattered Che Tianlong's plans. Had that punisher escaped and continued committing crimes in other cities, Zhang Yang couldn't have followed him forever to recapture him.
Moreover, it would have been impossible for Zhang Yang to catch him at all.
Had they resorted to live streaming again to expose the punisher's activities to the public,
it would undoubtedly deal a massive blow to the authority of law enforcement. Zhang Yang's actions undoubtedly upheld the honor and dignity of the police force, and more importantly, defended their authority.
For every officer in the provincial bureau today, mention of Zhang Yang elicits nothing but thumbs-up approval.
Moreover, throughout this entire process,
everyone was acutely aware of the gap between themselves and the enforcers trained by Che Tianlong and his men.
These enforcers had all undergone systematic training beforehand.
But for these police officers, they too had undergone systematic training when they graduated from the police academy.
Yet compared to the results of the punishers' training, theirs was insignificant.
Had Zhang Yang not intervened this time,
the entire provincial police force would have been branded with shame.
Therefore, Old Gong's intention was straightforward. He wanted Zhang Yang to share every nuance and discovery from his confrontation with the punisher with the current provincial police officers,
to provide them with systematic training. Under such systematic training, while it might not drastically elevate the capabilities of these provincial police officers, however, it would equip them with methods to handle subsequent encounters with crude imitators.
Because the punisher's tactics had already been broadcast live across the entire internet, many people had observed the punisher's operational model at the time. Consequently, many who learned about the concept and identity of these enforcers might attempt to imitate them. When they imitate, they lack the formidable capabilities possessed by the enforcers under Che Tianlong.
So for these individuals, these clumsy imitators, when confronting provincial police officers, the officers must strike swiftly and eliminate these poor imitators. This was precisely Old Gong's objective.
Zhang Yang, however, meticulously explained every detail of his reasoning throughout the entire process to the provincial police. And when discussing the punisher's criminal motives, he also urged them to pay closer attention to current news. Zhang Yang had observed that many of these punishers, when seeking criminal motives, were drawn to cases that generated massive public attention. Their goal was simple: to use these high-profile cases to showcase their identity as punishers.
If imitators were to emerge later, they would undoubtedly use these information channels to select their targets. In a way, this actually benefits overall public safety. After all, media exposure remains exceptionally high these days. Even if many individuals with wealth and influence prevent coverage in official news outlets, information still spreads privately through various WeChat groups and chat rooms. This dissemination inadvertently provides material for potential imitators of the enforcers. The most crucial aspect here is to adopt the perspective of the punisher, to place oneself in their position and contemplate the issue. Consider how they can survive in this society. What kind of places do they rent? What escape routes can they secure in these locations? Once discovered, they must be able to flee.
And without drawing too much attention, take the places where the enforcers used to operate. Some were in factory buildings within urban villages. These areas were already densely populated with diverse individuals. Even if strangers appeared or made a lot of noise, it wouldn't raise much suspicion. Another enforcer, however, adopted the strategy of the truly wise hide in plain sight. He chose to operate in an older residential neighborhood, specifically one known for its school district. Most residents in these neighborhoods were elderly, and they rarely moved. For the Punisher, once settled in, his presence wouldn't raise much suspicion. These very elderly residents could even serve as witnesses for him. When investigators came, the residents' impressions of the enforcer's actions naturally formed their own judgments. As for the enforcers, as long as they reside in these older neighborhoods, they would inevitably become very familiar with the elderly residents and build relationships with them. What Che Tianlong hadn't anticipated, however, was that personality is innate. Such traits are difficult to alter through subsequent training. He believed that by placing this person in the old neighborhood, his true purpose was to help him change his character. He intended for him to interact with the elderly residents. But once this young man entered adolescence and reached a certain stage of development, he actually developed a strong aversion to the elderly. In their hearts, they still harbored a great deal of pride, especially toward their disciplinarians. At the time, Che Tianlong had selected these individuals specifically from prisons. The selection of these enforcers had all committed offenses in their youth, having been incarcerated in prisons or juvenile detention centers before their release. The purpose of selecting these individuals was twofold. They had first-hand experience with prisons and correctional facilities. For them, if they ever found themselves behind bars, the environment would hold no unfamiliarity. Because in Che Tianlong's training program, a crucial focus was on escape techniques. Should they ever be incarcerated, they would possess the means to escape from prison. This was one of the meticulously covered aspects of Che Tianlong's training program. Chapter 200, The Dilemma. Therefore, for Zhang Yang and his group, if they were to actually find these enforcers and eliminate them, they must place themselves in the Punisher's shoes. They must envision what these enforcers truly look like. What kind of lives did they lead? What specific actions did they seek to accomplish? Moreover, for Zhang Yang at this point, he has gradually begun to discern the flaws in the Punisher's choices. When making their selections, they tend to focus more on public incidents. But just like when Zhang Yang and his friends encountered those scavengers at the nightclub earlier, these individuals themselves engage in illegal activities, and such situations are precisely where enforcers are most needed. Yet these enforcers deliberately overlooked such cases. If these enforcers could carry out their punishments right at the bar entrances, then perhaps, like that young woman before, they wouldn't have suffered such harm. But these enforcers did not act. This implies that when the identity of enforcer was first established, they never intended to keep them perpetually shrouded in darkness. After killing so many people 5 years ago, they deliberately preserved the victims' organs. Their purpose was to prove the incompetence of the police. Yet in demonstrating this incompetence, they were also, in a sense, showcasing their own capabilities. From this perspective alone, the Punisher's identity was fundamentally flawed. Perhaps Che Tianlong had envisioned this flaw perfectly during his planning phase. Yet in the execution, he couldn't control every single aspect. The reason Che Tianlong chose to train 2 successors rather than act as the Punisher himself was because his legs had been damaged in that explosion. His current physical condition was no longer sufficient to sustain the demands of the Punisher role. This very limitation presented Zhang Yang and his group with an opportunity to sever their ties. After all, according to Che Tianlong's mature way of thinking, he had no need to prove his actions to the police. The reason Che Tianlong allowed these young people to proceed was to let them make their own choices. After all, Che Tianlong knew he couldn't control these young people forever. He always needed to step back, allowing these enforcers to accomplish certain tasks on their own. Yet throughout this entire process, various uncontrollable factors emerged. It was precisely these unpredictable elements prevented these enforcers from achieving what Che Tianlong ultimately hoped for. The reason Che Tianlong turned himself in was to sacrifice himself so that the remaining Punisher could mature further. He knew his own abilities were no longer sufficient to train a new generation of Punishers. He could only pin his hopes on this one enforcer to undergo another transformation. He believed that only after this transformation would the enforcer truly reach maturity. Yet he never anticipated that this final enforcer would be captured by Zhang Yang, severing his path entirely. The problem now was this. Although Che Tianlong had turned himself in to the police, however, the police lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate Che Tianlong's criminal involvement. After all, Che Tianlong had not participated in any of these cases. If he was the mastermind behind the Punishers, then there must be evidence linking him to these individuals. But at least for now, the Punishers have not acknowledged any connection to Che Tianlong. This meant the current evidence is insufficient to apprehend Che Tianlong. After meeting this final Punisher, Che Tianlong has also realized what must be done now. He absolutely cannot afford to slip up. He must get out.
He must get out and continue his operations. As for this enforcer, Zhang Yang currently possesses no evidence to prove the crimes committed by this individual. Because regarding the enforcer's identity, even though Zhang Yang and his team all knew this person was the Punisher, the previous cases had been concluded long ago, leaving no trace behind. They didn't even know the location of the first crime scene. Therefore, the current evidence was simply insufficient to convict these individuals. Only the first Punisher apprehended possessed sufficient incriminating evidence. And clearly, upon seeing Che Tianlong, he remained completely silent. No matter how the police questioned him or approached him, he only stated he was a thief who intended to steal from that room but got caught. He did not acknowledge his identity, meaning he intended to sever any connection with his role as a Punisher. Evidence-wise, there was no issue whatsoever. No fingerprints were found at the scene. Nor could the evidence be linked to the Punisher. Zhang Yang and his team now need to reacquire this evidence within 24 hours. Alternatively, they must break their resistance and get them to voluntarily confess to their prior actions. From this perspective, both approaches present significant challenges. First, regarding the current cases, the oldest one dates back 5 years, and the more recent ones haven't been uncovered by the police. It's highly unlikely they'll voluntarily expose themselves. Therefore, obtaining direct evidence of their crimes is likely to be extremely difficult. On the other hand, getting them to confess voluntarily is also quite difficult. After all, they know that once they speak up, the death penalty awaits them. And if they remain silent, they remain unconnected to this matter and this identity. Then for them, the entire process would only involve being detained for 24 hours. After 24 hours, they would immediately leave this place and go into hiding for a period of time. Once the recent turmoil subsided, they would re-emerge to exercise their rights as enforcers. This very point is precisely what they are currently undergoing. And this enforcer must have had Che Tianlong analyze it during his training. The enforcer is undoubtedly well aware of what needs to be done now. As for Che Tianlong, having come from the police force himself, he was well aware of the interrogation methods employed by the provincial bureau. He would never readily reveal his identity. The time left for the police was now less than 20 hours. Chapter 201, The Punisher's Choice. For Zhang Yang, breaking through Che Tianlong and that enforcer's psychological defenses within 20 hours proved far simpler than uncovering evidence of their crimes. After all, for Che Tianlong and the Punisher at this moment, Zhang Yang knew nothing about the specific cases they were involved in, let alone how to uncover their past criminal activities. Therefore, for Zhang Yang, his focus now lay on unlocking their inner barriers or shattering their beliefs. For both Che Tianlong and the Punisher, their identity as Punishers was essentially their creed. To them, they saw themselves as the city's beacon of light. They saw themselves as messengers of justice, bringing vindication to the wrongfully accused and powerless who couldn't fight back against the forces of darkness. But for Zhang Yang at this moment, he lacked sufficient leverage to negotiate with these individuals. If he entered without sufficient leverage, he risked being exploited by Che Tianlong and that Punisher. After all, Che Tianlong himself had emerged from this very Punisher. Having come from the police department, he was well versed in their interrogation techniques. Moreover, as a top disciple of Old Gong, his own abilities in this area were quite exceptional. Therefore, when training those enforcers, he must have covered similar techniques. Thus, prying open their confessions without any evidence was an extremely difficult task. Zhang Yang understood this well. If he were to put himself in Che Tianlong's position, he would have simulated similar scenarios countless times beforehand. When Zhang Yang stepped into this situation with no prior preparation, he was easily drawn into the familiar patterns they had established. Once they found themselves in that familiar territory, they would naturally leave no trace. Their conversations would be watertight. Meanwhile, Old Gong was also devising ways to find an opening with Che Tianlong. After all, Che Tianlong had once been his old subordinate. He understood Che Tianlong's past experiences and the evolution of his mindset. However, in this process, Old Gong inevitably began to lose control over Che Tianlong. Over the years, Che Tianlong's transformation stemmed not only from his disillusionment with the police force but, more significantly, from his profound disappointment in the capabilities they had cultivated. Therefore, he now urgently desires to leave this place once more. He needed to prove his capabilities far surpassed those of Gong Lao's current subordinates. Although Old Gong was aware of Che Tianlong's past experiences, so much time had passed that he was unaware of the profound changes Che had undergone over the years. When Old Gong attempted to reach out to people who had previously been connected to Che Tianlong, he discovered that most of them were now unreachable. What surprised Old Gong most was precisely this aspect. After all, for Old Gong, he never imagined Che Tianlong would take such a decisive course of action. At the time, Che Tianlong had an elderly mother. His father had passed away long ago and a fiancée he was about to marry. And it was precisely this fiancée who was now also unreachable. Furthermore, when Old Gong investigated Che Tianlong's mother through the archives, he discovered that she had passed away many years ago.
This discovery instantly unsettled old Gong. He understood that to truly become a punisher, one must sever all ties and family bonds were the most crucial to cut. Therefore, to become a qualified punisher, one must effectively become an orphan. For Che Tianlong, however, this orphan identity was inherently unrealistic. Yet Che Tianlong had now fully assumed the identity of an orphan. This meant his mother and his girlfriend had already been dealt with by Che Tianlong. The situation now is that many people have completely lost all sense of the entire process. This includes the neighbors of Che Tianlong's mother, as well as the family of his girlfriend. They were all tight-lipped about Che Tianlong himself and anything related to him. This struck old Gong as highly peculiar. He had no idea what method Che Tianlong had employed to achieve this. But there was no doubt. Che Tianlong had indeed left the police with absolutely no leads to follow. He had likely anticipated that Gong Lao, or perhaps the provincial bureau officials, might uncover his trail. Earlier, Che Tianlong had mentioned the concept of enforcers to Gong Lao while at the provincial bureau. He had mentioned the concept of the Punisher to old Gong's subordinates. These were things Che Tianlong could not undo. And indeed, that was precisely the case. It was precisely when old Gong reviewed the files that he made the connection to the concept of the Punisher Che Tianlong had previously mentioned, linking the Punisher's identity directly to Che Tianlong. And it was precisely this connection that provided a direction for subsequent actions. It ultimately led Che Tianlong to turn himself in. Che Tianlong now understood that his capture was only a matter of time. But for the Punishers he had trained, things might not be so straightforward. After all, for these enforcers under his command, their original families had virtually severed all ties with them. Even the fate of these enforcers, whether they lived or died, held no concern for their former families. Therefore, even if the police later managed to trace information about these enforcers' families, those families would be unable to provide any useful information to the authorities. This very point is precisely what Che Tianlong must accomplish. Thus, he had established extremely stringent criteria when selecting enforcers earlier. For Che Tianlong, the enforcers he trained far exceeded just these two individuals. Initially, Che Tianlong had selected numerous candidates for the role, having them complete certain tasks alongside him. When it came to selecting a punisher, it was impossible to make a decision based solely on superficial observations and initial impressions. What mattered most was uncovering their potential throughout the process. After all, Che Tianlong knew he couldn't stay by these punishers' sides forever. Chapter 202, The Upheaval Brought by Zhang Yang. When Che Tianlong first selected these enforcers, one crucial factor he evaluated was their hatred toward the police. Che Tianlong understood perfectly well that throughout the entire process, enforcers and police officers represented two completely opposing identities. They had to harbor deep hatred toward the police to accomplish certain tasks later on. Thus, both surviving enforcers had police officers' deaths on their hands. Some of these officers were corrupt. As for the enforcers who didn't make the cut, they were ultimately dealt with by Che Tianlong. Che Tianlong understood this well. If he didn't eliminate them, these individuals would inevitably use the skills he taught them to commit crimes once released. And they lacked the seasoned experience to handle it. For Che Tianlong, this process would inevitably expose his own involvement to a significant degree. More crucially, Che Tianlong specifically selected those who had previously erred during the screening process. For some of these young individuals, after undergoing discipline, they might experience a moment of enlightenment. They might have some revelatory discoveries. But undeniably, many young people won't alter their perceptions. Some might even develop negative thoughts toward others. For Che Tianlong, selecting such individuals was out of the question. Because in Che Tianlong's view, these so-called enforcers were still essentially police officers, only they saw themselves as officers walking in the darkness. They specialize in punishing the crimes hidden in the shadows, where sunlight cannot reach. Therefore, he requires not only ruthless methods, but also a fundamental sense of humanity. This was the most challenging aspect of selecting enforcers. That's why, after all these years, Che Tianlong had only managed to select two individuals. And these two individuals have never truly disappointed him. Even this latest operation to eliminate Zhang Yuyu was executed with near-perfect precision. Moreover, eliminating Zhang Yuyu in broad daylight during a live-streamed event had already cemented their reputation as enforcers. This was precisely Che Tianlong's objective. From this perspective, the Punishers had fulfilled their mission and executed it exceptionally well. Zhang Yuyu was eliminated. The identity of the Punishers had been exposed directly to everyone's gaze for the very first time. What remained, for all of them, was what they needed to strive for themselves. As for the emergence of some clumsy imitators, that was something Che Tianlong had anticipated beforehand. For Che Tianlong, he was well aware that once their identities as Punishers were broadcast, those who witnessed it would likely mimic their actions. But these clumsy imitators, lacking systematic training, possessed neither the capability nor the discipline to wield the Punisher identity. They would likely be apprehended swiftly. Moreover, their criminal activities would likely be driven by personal vendettas. They might even target victims based on who had wronged them. Such motives naturally diverge from Che Tianlong's original intent. Therefore, these clumsy imitators are actually part of Che Tianlong's mission for the enforcers. Upon discovery, the true enforcers would gradually eliminate them. As for Zhang Yang's capture, that was the greatest unexpected turn of events for Che Tianlong. He couldn't fathom how this youth before him, a young man barely older than his own enforcers, could have uncovered his years of concealment. Not only had he managed to keep pace with Che Tianlong's years of ambushes, he could even identify the enforcers' identities and movements on the spot, leading his men to ambush them at his retreat location in advance. Though these actions might sound straightforward, throughout the entire process, one must not only anticipate the Punisher's intentions but also intercept and block his path one step ahead. On the Punisher's escape route, this feat demanded capabilities far surpassing those of the Punishers themselves. It was Zhang Yang's emergence that made Che Tianlong truly sense the danger. If we're talking about earlier at the provincial headquarters, even with old Gong in command, Che Tianlong hadn't felt particularly threatened. He understood Gong Lao's capabilities and temperament all too well. He also knew the caliber of individuals Gong Lao cultivated. Therefore, for old Gong, his abilities were fixed, he couldn't change much. For Che Tianlong, once he grasped these dynamics, it meant he truly knew his enemy inside and out. But this sudden emergence of Zhang Yang left him baffled, even flustered. He had no idea when such a formidable figure had emerged within the provincial bureau. What frightened Che Tianlong even more was that this formidable figure was still young. Being young meant he possessed limitless potential. They possessed boundless room for growth. Unlike old Gong, who was now an elderly man. For old Gong, his thought patterns, his criminal investigation abilities, and his investigative mindset had all essentially solidified. There was little room for change. Therefore, once Che Tianlong understood this, he refused to be controlled or constrained by such behavior. But with the emergence of Zhang Yang, he has completely lost control. Such youth meant he could continuously learn and adapt to keep pace with the events unfolding for the Punishers. What truly astonished Che Tianlong was that someone so young possessed such remarkable abilities. If we're talking about a young talent like Zhang Yang had emerged within the provincial bureau back then perhaps Che Tianlong himself would not have embarked on this path. Back then, during his time at the provincial bureau, the most profound feeling Che Tianlong experienced was loneliness. He knew his ideas weren't supported by the provincial bureau. But the Zhang Yang before him was different. Judging by his willingness to let the Punisher eliminate Zhang Yuyu, he had already tacitly accepted the Punisher's identity. This was a reality no one could escape. Therefore, had Che Tianlong known this earlier, he might never have chosen this path. Chapter 203, Zhang Yang's Strategy. Zhang Yang, why are you here? Just as Gong Lao and the others were at a loss, Zhang Yang approached. Old Gong, I have an idea. Let me go in. Zhang Yang asked Gong Lao. You have a solution? What kind of solution? Old Gong was pleasantly surprised. Release them. Zhang Yang said to Old Gong. What? Release them? That's your solution? No, absolutely not. If we let them go, we'll never find them again. Old Gong warned Zhang Yang. That's precisely why I must go in to infiltrate their ranks. I intend to become the Punisher. Zhang Yang declared to Old Gong. Gong Lao's first reaction was that Zhang Yang had lost his mind. But knowing him all these years, he wasn't that kind of person. If he was doing this, he must have his own reasons. You mean, you want them to seek you out after they're released? Old Gong grasped Zhang Yang's plan. By going in to negotiate with Che Tianlong and gaining his approval, if they were to be released with someone like Zhang Yang involved, it would naturally be advantageous for Che Tianlong. After all, in previous conversations between Che Tianlong and Old Gong, Che had repeatedly expressed his admiration for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's capabilities far surpassed not only the enforcers under Che Tianlong's command, but even Che Tianlong himself felt he couldn't match them. But how could they earn their trust? Che Tianlong wasn't one to trust people easily. Old Gong addressed Zhang Yang. Exactly. That's why I need you dead. Zhang Yang stared coldly at Old Gong as he spoke. Inside the detention cell, Che Tianlong glanced up at the clock on the wall, a faint smile curling his lips. Just as expected. The cops outside had absolutely no way to find their trail. In previous cases, they'd had ample time to eliminate evidence. With less than 20 hours, it was simply impossible. Even if there were clues, those cases had occurred elsewhere, there simply wasn't enough time. This was Che Tianlong's greatest advantage. Even if they arrested him, they'd have no evidence. It would be utterly futile. That's why his initial surrender was actually a show of force, a way to tell Gong Lao and his police force, I'm right in front of you, yet you can't do a thing about it. And when the time comes, I will vanish completely. This meeting was both the closest and the farthest apart. Because the police knew absolutely nothing about their organization, the Punishers. From the current perspective, Che Tianlong had achieved complete victory. Suddenly, the door swung open. The man who had captured one of his Punisher subordinates walked in.
To be precise, this was Che Tianlong and Zhang Yang's first official meeting. You must be Zhang Yang? I never imagined the last person I'd meet would be you. That's right. The time has come, hasn't it?
Che Tianlong said to Zhang Yang with a smile.
Half an hour left. I'm curious about you too. Is all this worth it? Zhang Yang asked Che Tianlong.
Of course it's worth it. Our cause is the greatest cause in this world. For those who operate in the shadows, outside the law, we can pose a real threat to them.
This is a cause, not just a job. You don't understand. Che Tianlong shook his head with a smile. You know I'm not talking about that.
Zhang Yang pulled out a chair and addressed Che Tianlong. Che Tianlong looked at Zhang Yang before him, his gaze sharpening.
He had known all along what price Zhang Yang was referring to.
He had ended his mother's life and killed his own girlfriend with his own hands, all to ensure he had no way out in this world. He had also severed all ties to this world.
Was all this worth it? He didn't know.
But he had no regrets. All these years, he had only gradually emerged from that feeling, the one thing he could never truly face. He had always concealed it, even when mentioning it to old Gong before, he could brush it off lightly. Yet now, when Zhang Yang brought it up, he found himself unexpectedly unsettled, perhaps because Gong Lao had previously mentioned it. Now that Zhang Yang had brought it up again, he found himself feeling uneasy. Is this all you came here to discuss? Having the subject brought up, Che Tianlong felt he'd lost the initiative.
Instead of following Zhang Yang's lead, he countered with a question. Zhang Yang stood up and shut down every single camera in the entire room. What do you mean by this? Che Tianlong watched Zhang Yang's actions with astonishment. He should know that torturing me now would be utterly pointless. You're overthinking it.
What I told them was that I came to persuade you.
But my real purpose? I'm actually quite interested in you guys too. Zhang Yang addressed Che Tianlong. You're interested in us?
Heh, don't forget you're a cop.
Che Tianlong scoffed.
Heh, don't forget if I hadn't refrained from taking action against your enforcers beforehand, your operation against Zheng Yuyu would never have succeeded. And not only would it have failed, but I would have caught you.
What do you think? Zhang Yang smiled and sat back down.
Che Tianlong, observing Zhang Yang's demeanor, furrowed his brow and thought.
He had a point.
Had Zhang Yang intervened to stop the Punisher back then, not only could he have saved Zheng Yuyu's life, but he could also have arrested that Punisher on attempted crime charges. With this enforcer in place, the cases he handled earlier could be traced back and matched accordingly. But the current situation is that Zhang Yang deliberately let all of this go.
Zhang Yang was right.
He was the one who helped them.
So, how about we talk now?
Zhang Yang observed the shift in Che Tianlong's demeanor and addressed him directly.
Go ahead. What do you want? Che Tianlong retorted. I want to be a Punisher, but not like you low-level ones.
It's just that your current resources are what I need. It'll save me a lot of time.
That's all there is to it. Zhang Yang lowered his voice and spoke quickly before Che Tianlong. How can I trust you? Che Tianlong hesitated for a long time before slowly asking Zhang Yang. You don't need to trust me. I'm not your disciple or student. We're just partners. I'll stay in the provincial capital for another week. You should know how to find me. With that, Zhang Yang stood up and walked out. Chapter 204, Wanted Notice. Che Tianlong sat dazed in the detention cell, oblivious even as the time passed. For him, Zhang Yang's sudden involvement brought unexpected delight, yet he also harbored apprehension, fearing it might be a ploy by the police. An attempt to infiltrate their inner circle through Zhang Yang. Yet for Che Tianlong, Zhang Yang was an offer he simply couldn't refuse. Zhang Yang was simply too formidable. He possessed every quality required to become a Punisher. Moreover, his qualifications were already quite mature. Che Tianlong couldn't fathom the power Zhang Yang would unleash if he ever granted him access to the resources he'd accumulated over the years. This realization had dawned on Che Tianlong during their previous confrontation. But back then, Che Tianlong hadn't even dared to imagine it. Now the situation was this. Zhang Yang had proactively reached out to him within the police station. He could understand that. After all, for Zhang Yang and his group, once they left, there was virtually no hope of sending them any further messages. The current possibility was this. Zhang Yang must convey his intentions while I'm still here. That way, once I'm out, I can proactively reach out to him. Throughout this process, Che Tianlong and his group possessed the capability to assess whether it was safe. This was undoubtedly the best approach for Che Tianlong and his group. Alright, time's up. You may go. A police officer entered and unlocked Che Tianlong's handcuffs. When Che Tianlong emerged, another disciplinary officer had already been waiting outside. Teacher. The enforcer whispered softly into Che Tianlong's ear upon seeing him. MHM. Let's go. Che Tianlong made no attempt to avoid him, following the enforcer toward the bus station. They needed to leave first, at least. To everyone else, they had already departed. That way, no one would know when they returned. Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come back before leaving. The two got off the bus at a village halfway along the route. As they walked, the Punisher addressed Che Tianlong. It's not your fault. You are human, not machines. It's natural to have emotions.
From the very beginning, I told you, Punishers aren't emotionless killing machines, but flesh and blood judges.
Only with feelings can you truly hate evil. Che Tianlong replied calmly. Yes, I understand, teacher. The Punisher addressed Che Tianlong. How do you feel about that Zhang Yang fellow? Che Tianlong asked the Punisher. He's formidable.
He possesses exceptional reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance skills, is highly capable in combat, and thinks in a bold, unconventional way completely different from any police officer we've encountered before.
The enforcer said to Che Tianlong. Actually, you're mistaken.
He's not a cop.
Che Tianlong shook his head. Not a cop? Then what is he?
The enforcer couldn't quite grasp how a young man who wasn't a cop could mobilize so many police resources.
Do you remember the case we analyzed earlier, the one that happened in Tianhai City? It was a cleverly executed murder and dismemberment case. It's highly likely that Zhang Yang was the one who cracked that case. Although Zhang Yang's name wasn't explicitly mentioned in the case files, numerous clues linked him to several incidents.
Moreover, it was precisely Zhang Yang's emergence that propelled Tianhai City's case clearance rate to the top in the entire province, something the city had never achieved before. Therefore, this Zhang Yang is likely the private investigator who previously worked in Tianhai City.
Che Tianlong addressed the Punisher.
They had some prior knowledge of such matters.
So, teacher, are you suggesting we target Zhang Yang's family? The enforcer asked hesitantly. No.
When you face a formidable opponent, if you always resort to such underhanded tactics, you'll never surpass him in your lifetime.
Understand? Che Tianlong addressed the enforcer. Yes. The Punisher nodded. However, we can still make a trip to Tianhai City. Only through this process can we truly understand this person and make our judgment. Let's go.
Che Tianlong spoke as he led the Punisher toward a village ahead.
Meanwhile, at the provincial headquarters. Zhang Yang, are you sure you want to proceed with this?
This will likely drive Qin and the others mad. You must understand at this moment, I cannot reveal the truth to them, not even to Qin Wanqing.
Old Gong questioned Zhang Yang. You're right not to tell them.
They've likely already discovered my true identity. The current situation is that many people are in the process of verifying my background, and inevitably, this process will involve contact with Qin and Qin Wanqing. You must find a way to ensure their safety. Otherwise, I won't let this go easily. Who knows? I might just become the true Punisher.
Zhang Yang replied to Old Gong. You can rest assured on that point.
Based on my understanding of Che Tianlong, he won't target Qin and Qin Wanqing. If they intended to harm them, they wouldn't need to come to Tianhai City, they could have simply come after me directly.
Old Gong nodded. Alright, then I'll have to offend you.
Zhang Yang smiled, stood up, and walked out.
Moments later. A gunshot shattered the quiet of the Provincial Bureau office building. Half an hour later. A province-wide warrant was issued for Zhang Yang.
After stealing a handgun from the armory, Zhang Yang critically wounded Gong Lao and hijacked a police vehicle to flee the provincial headquarters.
His current whereabouts remain unknown. Soon after, a task force was dispatched to Tianhai City. After all, Zhang Yang was originally from Tianhai City.
Given his current situation, it was highly likely he would attempt to flee back there.
For the many police officers involved,
none of them could comprehend how Zhang Yang, who had previously served as their consultant, trained them, and assisted in solving cases, could transform into a criminal suspect in the blink of an eye.
Even if they were reluctant to believe it was true, the current wanted notice left them no choice but to accept it. Chapter 205, Impossible. Tianhai City. What? Impossible.
How could Zhang Yang possibly lay a finger on Old Gong?
This is absolutely impossible. You guys are ridiculous. Get out.
If you dare say such things inside Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, don't blame us for turning on you. Lu Meng and his men forcibly escorted the provincial bureau officials out. Previously, whenever provincial bureau officials visited, the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau treated them like imperial envoys. But now, things had changed completely. This was something the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau would never have tolerated before.
The reason?
This time, the provincial bureau had come demanding Tianhai City issue a red notice and apprehend Zhang Yang within their jurisdiction. After all, Zhang Yang had vanished. The most likely scenario was that he had returned to Tianhai City.
But this move sparked fierce opposition throughout the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. Things nearly escalated to physical confrontation.
If the provincial bureau officials hadn't left, who knows what might have happened?
What the hell is going on? Wasn't Zhang Yang transferred to the provincial bureau to assist with the case? How did he go there and come back as a suspect? And for allegedly attacking Old Gong? That's ridiculous. Zhang Yang was personally mentored by Old Gong. To Zhang Yang, Old Gong was his benefactor.
And given Zhang Yang's character, he absolutely wouldn't do something like this.
Yeah, if he really did target Old Gong, why now? He's had plenty of chances before. These idiots at the Provincial Bureau are completely brainless. The entire Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau was abuzz with speculation. Shut up, all of you. You're afraid the chief can't hear you, are you? If the chief finds out about this, we're all finished. Knowing our Chief Qin's temper, if he gets wind of anything, he'll burn the Provincial Bureau to the ground. Lu Meng yelled from the side. Only then did everyone snap back to reality. No wonder Lu Meng had been so eager to shoo people out earlier. If Qin Aigua found out about this, it would be the end of us. Oh, has Qin Wanqing returned yet? You all better be careful. Once she's back, don't mention this incident to her. I need to go check on our chief right away. Lu Meng spoke as he headed upstairs. Little did he know. Earlier, when Lu Meng and his team were kicking out those Provincial Bureau officials, Qin Aigua had been standing by the window watching. Qin Aigua himself was the bureau chief, and Old Gong was his mentor. Therefore, the moment Old Gong encountered trouble, Qin Aigua was immediately informed. Everything breakable in the room had been smashed by Qin Aigua. But Qin Aigua was a seasoned veteran. He quickly sensed something unusual about this incident. He knew that behind the surface events, there must be many hidden truths. And more importantly, this time, Zhang Yang's attack on Old Gong had no apparent cause or context whatsoever. It was simply impossible. The very notion of Zhang Yang stealing a gun and shooting Old Gong was laughable. Did Zhang Yang even need to steal a gun? Given Zhang Yang's standing within the Provincial Bureau, even without his police credentials, he could have secured special approval. Let alone attacking Old Gong. Therefore, once Qin Aigua regained his composure, he immediately requested the latest intelligence files on Zhang Yang from the Provincial Bureau, uncovering the full context surrounding the Punisher incident. As the bureau chief, Qin Aigua instantly grasped Old Gong's intent. This was clearly a ploy to make himself look like a victim. This damn thing was sending my son-in-law to be an undercover agent. Though deeply concerned, Qin Aigua knew it was too late to say anything now. The most urgent task now was to stop Qin Wanqing at all costs. That girl might actually pull something off. Moreover, the fact that Old Gong hadn't even informed the two of them about this meant they too were at risk of exposure. But they were far away in Tianhai City, while Old Gong and the Punisher's case happened at the provincial headquarters. How could they possibly be exposed? This pointed to a strong possibility: the Punishers were coming to Tianhai City. And if they come to Tianhai City, they're bound to cross paths with us and Qin Wanqing. Damn it! They actually dared to come. Come on, try it. I'll slap you to death. Qin Aigua gestured confidently. Then, he was startled by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Who is it? Qin Aigua instinctively grabbed the cup on the table. Director, it's me, Lu Meng. I have important information and need to discuss it with you over tea. Lu Meng's voice came from outside the door. Tea? Damn it, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Qin Aigua opened the door with a sour expression. Heh, director, heard you've got some fine tea here. Pour me a cup, I'm craving it. Lu Meng grinned as he closed the door and sat down in front of Qin Aigua. Spit it out. You're skipping work in broad daylight just to come here for tea? Think you're the director or something? Qin Aigua shot Lu Meng a withering look. Director, you're speaking rather harshly. By the way, have you heard anything new from the Provincial Bureau lately? Lu Meng asked cautiously. No, why? What's your point? Qin Aigua raised his eyebrows in question. Nothing. I was just thinking it's been a while since I visited the provincial department. I was wondering if there were any learning opportunities lately. If not, no big deal. Lu Meng chuckled awkwardly. You little rascal, you actually dare to pull these tricks on me. What's your take on Zhang Yang's situation? Qin Aigua stared intently at Lu Meng. Ha? Zhang Yang's situation? What's going on? Lu Meng listened in astonishment for a moment. I think it's time they finally got married. You should find a good date soon. Lu Meng hurriedly said. Lu Meng, you don't want to be the head of the criminal investigation team anymore? Qin Aigua asked Lu Meng. Ahem, so you already knew about it? Sigh, what a mess. And I was being so secretive about it. What's there to say? This whole thing is pure fabrication. Lu Meng declared with conviction, pounding his chest. No! The warrant's already out. How could it still be a complete fabrication? You think just because you chased the guy away, the warrant ceases to exist? And let me tell you, even if others might think that way, you, as the head of the criminal investigation team, absolutely cannot think that way, understand? Qin Aigua retorted at Lu Meng. Seeing Qin Aigua's expression, Lu Meng instantly realized something. Yes. I understand. Lu Meng nodded. For a moment, both men in the room fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Oh, right, my daughter doesn't know about this, does she? Didn't you send her to the local police station to investigate? Qin Aigua suddenly remembered something and asked Lu Meng. Right, she went to the Tianhai Road police station, but she hasn't come back yet. Still, it should be fine, they won't run into each other. Lu Meng nodded. Where did those provincial bureau people go after they were kicked out? Qin Aigua's eyes suddenly widened. They went left. Did they head straight down to Tianhe Road?
Holy! Lu Meng also sprang to his feet.
Chapter 206, Evasion and Search. The provincial capital. Zhang Yang remained unaware of the series of events unfolding in Tianhe City, nor did he realize these incidents were all connected to him.
He couldn't personally participate or control these matters, so he had to leave them to Gong Lao and the other provincial bureau personnel to handle. At that moment, Zhang Yang was hiding inside a residential building. This apartment wasn't rented to be precise, it was an illegal temporary residence. By checking the utility records, Zhang Yang discovered the place had been unoccupied for at least 6 months. He deduced it was likely purchased as an investment property, not for personal residence. Upon entering, everything Zhang Yang saw confirmed his suspicions. The kitchen showed almost no signs of cooking activity. For them, living in a place meant they absolutely had to cook meals. Even if they ordered takeout, there would still be traces left in the kitchen. Therefore, Zhang Yang decided to temporarily stay there. After all, he only needed to stay for a few days, and that short period didn't require much in the way of survival supplies. As night fell, Zhang Yang slipped into a fruit market. The unsold produce from the day was covered with large tarps, ready to be sold again the next morning. For Zhang Yang, this was perfect. Taking a little wouldn't raise any suspicion. Zhang Yang was waiting. He knew that after Che Tianlong was released, he wouldn't come looking for him immediately. He would first head to Tianhe City to verify his identity. Only after confirming his identity would he proceed to track Zhang Yang down. The residential complex where Zhang Yang was hiding was precisely the same one where the Punisher had lived before. Zhang Yang believed they would find a way to track him down. Because this kind of search didn't rely on evidence, but on intuition, a sense of stepping into each other's shoes. This was a tactic employed only when masters clashed with masters. The current situation was this. Zhang Yang had yet to encounter them. 4 days had passed since they emerged. Yet, there was still no sign of them. Though Zhang Yang was now weak and exhausted from hunger, he wasn't particularly afraid. For he still carried a pistol in his pocket. This pistol was precisely the one Old Gong had prepared in advance in the armory. It contained not only Old Gong's pistol but also an extra magazine. Yet, this fact remained unknown even to those who had issued the wanted notice. While Zhang Yang was confident that Che Tianlong and his men wouldn't attack him, Gong Lao didn't want Zhang Yang to take any risks. If Che Tianlong truly couldn't subdue Zhang Yang, he might end up killing him. In that case, the police would lose their most powerful asset throughout the entire operation. For them, the likelihood of evading capture in future operations would only increase. Zhang Yang possessed a handgun and 2 magazines. Even if Che Tianlong had 2 men with him, Zhang Yang had the means to handle them. By now, the sky had grown completely dark. This was an older residential complex. Most of the residents were elderly, so the entire neighborhood fell silent as soon as the evening news ended. Every night, these elderly residents went to bed very early, and naturally, they woke up exceptionally early the next morning. During his days here, Zhang Yang's own habits had almost been reshaped. Every morning, as soon as dawn broke, he could hear someone singing opera downstairs. Zhang Yang had no choice but to wake up. Glancing at the time, it was only 8:30, but he felt a bit sleepy. He made his way to the back of the air conditioner and crouched down. Even though he now possessed this weapon, he still worried about someone sneaking in during the night. So upon entering, he immediately hid behind the old desktop air conditioner. This vintage desktop unit was much larger than standard air conditioners. It easily concealed Zhang Yang. Hiding behind it meant that even if someone entered, they wouldn't spot him immediately. Moreover, sleeping hidden behind it meant Zhang Yang couldn't rest easy, preventing him from falling into a deep, uninterrupted sleep. Just as Zhang Yang drifted into a hazy sleep, a faint metallic scraping sound came from the doorway. Immediately after, a click sounded. Zhang Yang instantly opened his eyes. They're here. For them, picking locks was clearly no challenge at all. And finding this place? Truly worthy of the Punishers. 2 shadowy figures slipped quietly inside. They closed the door softly behind them. Had Zhang Yang not heard that metallic clang earlier, he might never have noticed. Their movements were exceptionally smooth, clearly the work of professional infiltrators. By the moonlight streaming through the window, Zhang Yang recognized them instantly: Che Tianlong and the Punisher. Che Tianlong didn't move, instead gesturing toward the bedroom in Che Tianlong's direction. The Punisher quietly made his way over. Che Tianlong remained standing by the door, waiting silently for something. A moment later, the Punisher emerged. He shook his head at Che Tianlong. Che Tianlong did not instruct the enforcer to enter the other bedroom. Instead, he quietly surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, Che Tianlong noticed the large old-fashioned desktop air conditioner in the living room. He gave the enforcer a meaningful glance. The enforcer nodded and moved toward the air conditioner. Zhang Yang held his breath, slipping his hands into his pockets. The pistol inside is already cocked. He couldn't be sure what Che Tianlong and his crew were after when they tracked him down here. Were they here to collaborate with him, or to eliminate him? It was hard to say. Zhang Yang dared not let his guard down for even a moment. All right. No need to come over.
Zhang Yang, come out. We mean you no harm.
Just as the enforcer was about to reach them, Che Tianlong suddenly spoke up.
Chapter 207, and he met an exceptional woman. Zhang Yang froze.
To be honest, he'd been hesitating earlier. If this Punisher just walked right over, out of caution, he would still choose to fire. He'd aim for the legs first, incapacitating the target before anything else.
But the problem was,
although he had tried shooting a few times back at the Provincial Bureau, his marksmanship was truly terrible.
Back then, he hadn't hit a single target.
These handguns, despite what you see on TV, where one shot takes down an enemy. But when Zhang Yang actually held these pistols, he discovered they were incredibly heavy, and the recoil required him to grip them tightly with both hands just to barely counteract it.
At such close range, if he couldn't control the muzzle, he might have shot himself in the head. Whether that would count as self-defense would be hard to determine.
After all, he wasn't in his own home.
Even his presence here was the result of illegal entry. Seeing the enforcer pause, Zhang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped out. How did you spot me? Zhang Yang kept the gun hidden. He asked Che Tianlong. The same way we found this place by instinct. Che Tianlong replied indifferently.
Meanwhile, the Punisher up front grew tense upon seeing Zhang Yang emerge from behind the air conditioner, adopting a defensive posture as he watched him.
You don't need to watch me so warily. I'm not your enemy. I never have been. Zhang Yang addressed the Punisher. Che Tianlong waved his hand from the side. Seeing Che Tianlong's gesture, the man finally relaxed. Let me guess, these past few days, you weren't in the provincial capital. You must have gone to Tianhai City, right?
To make a round trip in such a short time, plus the investigation, your pace isn't slow.
Zhang Yang asked Che Tianlong. Yes, we went to Tianhai City. And we met an exceptional woman. Che Tianlong replied with a smile. Zhang Yang's eyes turned cold.
He instantly moved beside the sofa, grabbed a cushion from the backrest, and held it in front of the gun. He then fired a shot at Che Tianlong's leg. Though the sofa back muffled much of the sound, it still echoed loudly in the silent night. Speak. What have you done to her?
I don't have all day. Zhang Yang coldly pressed the gun against Che Tianlong's head. Che Tianlong hadn't anticipated Zhang Yang would suddenly fire, and with such brazen disregard.
That gunshot had likely already drawn the attention of others. I didn't realize you cared so much. If we'd known, we might have taken precautions earlier. Che Tianlong shook his head regretfully. Hearing Che Tianlong's words, Zhang Yang became even more certain that Qin Wanqing was likely already in their hands. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to mention her at this moment. Zhang Yang hesitated, then slid the pistol from Che Tianlong's head and pressed it against his mouth. Che Tianlong was momentarily stunned. Coming from the Provincial Bureau, he was naturally very familiar with firearms. Although they, the enforcers, never used guns as tools for killing, they were highly knowledgeable about them.
He recognized the pistol in Zhang Yang's hand as a police issue model. And the safety was off. If Zhang Yang lost control of his emotions, it might actually go off.
Then he would be finished for good. At that moment, even Che Tianlong felt a pang of regret.
Originally,
he had intended to use that woman to negotiate with Zhang Yang. But he never imagined that Zhang Yang would open fire the moment he arrived. And judging by his demeanor, he seemed to have lost his mind.
All because of a woman? It seemed his previous control over the Punisher had been absolutely necessary. He's unharmed. We've temporarily detained him.
The enforcer standing nearby hurriedly explained.
Zhang Yang turned and glared coldly at the enforcer. Suddenly, a shot rang out, striking the enforcer's arm. The immense force sent him flying backward. A dragon has its vulnerable spot. No one should ever try to threaten me using my family. Otherwise, I'll kill him. Zhang Yang declared to Che Tianlong. You're out of your mind. Are you out of your mind? How dare you fire a gun? We've been spotted. We need to get out of here immediately.
Che Tianlong, too flustered to say much, hurriedly demanded of Zhang Yang.
Take me to her. Try any tricks, and your luck won't hold for the next shot.
Zhang Yang said coldly. With Che Tianlong shot in the leg and the other Punisher hit in the arm, they posed no threat to Zhang Yang.
All Zhang Yang needed now was to control the two of them. Zhang Yang motioned for the enforcer to support Che Tianlong as they limped downstairs.
By the time they reached the ground floor, lights had indeed come on throughout the entire building.
Someone might have already called the police.
Zhang Yang and his group dared not linger.
With Che Tianlong and the enforcer both shot, hailing a taxi was out of the question.
The three of them limped toward the nearby bicycle storage area. They stole 2 electric bikes and vanished into the darkness of the city.
Provincial Department Conference Room.
A report had just come and suspected gunfire had been heard in the neighborhood where the Punisher had been earlier. A police officer rushed in breathlessly. Ever since Zhang Yang went missing, a command center had been established at the provincial headquarters, fully responsible for coordinating all provincial resources.
The problem now was that many people still didn't know Zhang Yang's true identity or purpose. Zhang Yang was still considered a fugitive.
Therefore, they must ensure that the moment Zhang Yang surfaces, he can be dealt with securely and promptly. Otherwise, if any collateral damage occurred involving Zhang Yang, it would truly be a case of losing more than gaining.
What? Gunshots? Good heavens, it's been 4 days. He's finally shown up. What's the situation at the scene? Old Gong asked the police.
After being shot, Old Gong had been admitted to the intensive care unit, but he had quietly slipped out and made his way to the conference room to serve as the overall commander. After our officers responded to the scene, they discovered 2 shell casings in an empty room. Upon verification, they were confirmed to belong to Zhang Yang. Additionally, significant bloodstains were found at the scene. There were signs of someone having fallen, leading us to preliminarily conclude a minor struggle had occurred. The officer reported to Old Man Gong. Chapter 208, The Closed Room. What did you say? There are signs of a struggle at the scene? Oh no! Old Gong grew deeply concerned upon hearing this. To him, even though Zhang Yang now possessed a handgun, he would never fire unless absolutely necessary. And once he fired, it would mean the situation had spiraled out of control. The relationship between the two sides had completely deteriorated. At this point, Zhang Yang and Che Tianlong had vanished without a trace. The most likely scenario was that Zhang Yang had fired first, hitting 1 or 2 of them, but then he himself had been taken down by the 2 men. They then took Zhang Yang away. If they took Zhang Yang away at this point, it was highly likely they intended to eliminate him. Given the current state of their relationship, reconciliation was utterly impossible. Therefore, for Old Gong and his group, the most urgent task now is to locate Zhang Yang as quickly as possible. Only by finding Zhang Yang would matters like the Punisher cease to matter. For Gong Lao and his group, Zhang Yang was an asset they couldn't afford to lose. Otherwise, the police force would suffer an irreparable loss. Quick! Immediately order officers in every district to conduct a thorough search of their assigned areas, tracking down Zhang Yang and his group. No matter what, they must have a place to stay. Small clinics are equally important. At this stage, medical treatment is essential, but with gunshot wounds like these, they won't go to major hospitals. They'll head straight to private clinics or even unlicensed black market facilities. Contact the health authorities immediately they have the list of these unlicensed clinics. Thoroughly investigate every single one. Old Gong addressed the assembled officers. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation from the expression on Old Gong's face. They sprang into action. At that moment, in that same urban village from before, still in that dilapidated factory building. Once, it was here that Zhang Yang and his team had discovered the doctor's body. But now, inside the factory building, Qin Wanqing was bound and gagged, suspended in the air. At that moment, Qin Wanqing was leaving the police station when she happened to encounter officers from the provincial bureau who had arrived at the scene. After learning about Zhang Yang's situation from the provincial bureau officers, Qin Wanqing wasted no time and immediately prepared to drive to the provincial capital. Unexpectedly, in her haste, her car broke down halfway. Xu Tianlong and the Punisher, who happened to be passing by, saw Qin Wanqing in her police uniform and stopped to help. During their conversation, they learned her identity. They then used Qin Wanqing's own car to bring her to this location. However, they didn't have time to do much afterward, as they immediately began searching for Zhang Yang. Though they eventually found him, the journey was fraught with twists and turns. The current situation is this. Che Tianlong and the others had nowhere else to go. So they ended up back here. Truthfully, when Zhang Yang and his group were searching this place, they hadn't discovered the secret passage. This wasn't their fault, strictly speaking, because the entrance to the secret passage wasn't actually within this courtyard. Instead, it was hidden within the crack of the wall where this courtyard met the adjacent one. After all, this was an urban village, so when constructing buildings, people generally aim to maximize space utilization. Originally, the plan included a small path between the 2 courtyards. However, when the courtyards were built, both owners unconsciously expanded their spaces outward. Gradually, the narrow central path became too small for anyone to pass through and was abandoned. In the center of this path lay a manhole cover. Upon opening it, Zhang Yang discovered a fully stocked supply of medical drugs and surgical instruments. This left Zhang Yang somewhat astonished. It was unavoidable. We Punishers couldn't operate in the open. Even with everyday injuries, we couldn't go to hospitals and had to handle things ourselves. Thus, in every city, we maintain our own clinics. Though the supplies here weren't extensive, they were sufficient for the current situation. Che Tianlong observed Zhang Yang's stunned expression and explained. In truth, Che Tianlong was explaining to Zhang Yang partly to showcase the resources they'd accumulated over the years, resources that Zhang Yang himself valued highly. For Zhang Yang, if he were to walk the path of a Punisher in the future, what he currently lacked were precisely these things. And these things absolutely could not be prepared in a short period of time. Therefore, these very things were precisely what Zhang Yang needed to understand most urgently. Zhang Yang ignored Che Tianlong's words and set Qin Wanqing aside. Earlier, Che Tianlong had deliberately injected Qin Wanqing with a sedative to prevent her from regaining consciousness and escaping. She still hadn't regained consciousness. But Zhang Yang had no intention of using drugs to force her awake that would cause brain damage. The best approach was to wait for Qin Wanqing to awaken naturally. Upon arriving here, Che Tianlong promptly used surgical tools to extract the bullet from her body. After the ordeal, Che Tianlong had lost a significant amount of blood. Though he had tightly bound his thigh with rope and the bullet hadn't hit an artery, Che Tianlong's face was now pale from excessive blood loss. The other Punisher, after treating his arm wound, went out to erase any traces along the route. Even if the bloodstains could be thoroughly cleaned, the scent and many chemical traces couldn't be completely eliminated. That would require reapplying disinfectant. I'm curious, where does your money come from? I'd investigated this place before it was bought out over a decade ago. We always assumed you were renting here, but seeing this place now, it must have been you who bought it back then, right? Zhang Yang asked Che Tianlong. Yes. Preparations began long ago, with extensive groundwork laid in advance. As for the money you're wondering about, is that really an issue now? Take Zheng Yuyu's case this time. If we hadn't handled it so publicly, people today wouldn't even know about it. So what do you think will happen to Zhang Yuyu's vast fortune? Che Tianlong addressed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang immediately nodded in agreement. Che Tianlong and his group had killed many people before. Those who could operate above the law inherently possessed significant wealth and status. It was precisely this wealth that allowed the Punishers to amass such immense fortunes. Chapter 209, Wealth. For the current Punishers, wealth was merely the cost they paid to hunt down their prey. And these Punishers never hesitated to seize such wealth for themselves. After all, for them, this wealth itself is ill-gotten gains. Since it is ill-gotten, it means they can freely allocate these riches as they see fit throughout the process. Moreover, the Punishers have immense financial demands. Take their most basic daily accommodation, for instance. Since they often have to travel across the country to scout for targets. Therefore, they require permanent residences in various cities. These permanent residences cannot be rented properties. After all, for them, they may need to store some of their personal belongings in this residence. If it's a rented place, privacy can't be guaranteed. Only a home they own allows them to freely remodel, customize, and store items as they please. Take their first case, for instance, all those bottles and jars filled with formaldehyde. In fact, they had been stored at their hideout all along. More importantly, they would perform surgeries in their own space. For them, they need this kind of situation, and they also need to have houses in large cities for living. Take Tianhai City, for instance. Properties there are far from cheap. Add to that the price they paid for this plot of land. It was relatively very expensive. Although at the time of their purchase, property prices hadn't yet reached such exorbitant levels. It was still no small sum. Therefore, throughout this entire process, they required substantial financial resources. Initially, when selecting targets, the Punishers specifically chose individuals wielding immense power and influence. These individuals were precisely the targets that aligned with the Punishers' objectives in the early stages. According to the criteria Che Tianlong provided for their screening process, a crucial factor was the ability to evade legal consequences. For those who could evade legal punishment, one category comprised those in high positions of power who employed entirely legitimate means such as tampering with evidence, bribing witnesses, or navigating bureaucratic channels to achieve their objectives. The other category, however, may resort to violent means. For instance, some underworld figures naturally leverage their influence to achieve their ends. Regardless of their background, they all generate massive illegal income. Moreover, for them, much of this income remains undisclosed. Take Zheng Yuyu's case. If she was indeed killed by the perpetrator, all her money would be transferred to the perpetrator. But outsiders might never know how much Zheng Yuyu actually lost. As for other high-ranking officials, they currently possess substantial wealth, but this money has been acquired through improper means. Therefore, once the Punisher transfers these funds, the families of those who were eliminated would not choose to publicize the matter. After all, they wish to preserve a certain dignity for the deceased. Only this status could guarantee that even after their demise, their families would retain certain rights. But if the amount of the loss becomes known, then even if the person is eliminated, their past actions will likely be reopened for investigation. Therefore, after handling so many cases for Che Tianlong and his team of enforcers, the figures they now possess are staggering. Truthfully, the wealth itself is secondary. What shocked Zhang Yang most throughout this process were the underground structures, similar to the bunker they were currently in. To excavate such a bunker themselves would require an immense amount of time. This time frame wasn't just due to slow construction progress. More importantly, to ensure secrecy, they absolutely could not hire anyone to do this kind of work. They could only rely on themselves. Moreover, their excavation faced not only engineering challenges but also surveying issues. If the excavated space encountered cables or water pipes, it wouldn't just cause massive damage, rendering the purchased land unusable. More critically, it would expose their identities. Once their identities were exposed, their entire covert operation here would become utterly meaningless. Moreover, it must be understood that their current enforcers They're not using another layer of identity like Che Tianlong, who's actually posing as a single taxi driver. But this taxi driver is a seasoned predator. He frequently molested female passengers during rides, and on several occasions, he would deliberately wait outside office buildings at night for women finishing their shifts. After they exit, he lures them to deserted locations to assault them. Afterwards, he would often take photos as mementos. Knowing the victims' workplaces, he would use this information to blackmail them into silence, preventing them from reporting the crimes. Later, Che Tianlong secretly disposed of this man and assumed his identity. For someone like him, it wasn't merely rape. More significantly, through such methods, he devastated the lives of many professional women. Many women in the workplace were left with indelible shadows that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. Legally, such acts might not warrant the death penalty. Yet when someone inflicts permanent, lifelong damage on another, in the eyes of the enforcer, it was already a death sentence. After assuming this man's identity, Che Tianlong continued driving the taxi for an extended period as a means of transitioning his identity. More significantly, after deliberately staging a car accident later on, he left the taxi industry. He vanished without a trace, fully assimilating into this new identity. But such an identity was not sustainable. After all, how could a former taxi driver possibly have enough money to purchase this plot of land? All these circumstances would be difficult to justify if scrutinized under other circumstances. Chapter 210, Behind the Identity. For the current enforcers, the situation is no different. What they witness and experience throughout this process mirrors the identity traits Che Tianlong has uncovered. Take, for instance, the Punisher currently cleaning out the bloodstains outside. The identity he's assumed belongs to a student who dropped out of school. This student is not an orphan, but his parents have voluntarily severed ties with him. This individual had been a school bully. He didn't just bully fellow students, more significantly, he targeted teachers. However, due to his age at the time, he avoided legal punishment. After serving a brief sentence, he drifted into society. Even after entering society, he showed no remorse. Worse still, his victims were not random members of the public, but specifically students from his former school. In his eyes, he harbored intense hatred toward the students he had once bullied at school. Unable to sit in the classroom, he harassed them daily at the school gates. If it had been during normal hours, that might have been tolerable. But by blocking the entrance to the senior high school, he trapped many students, deeply affecting them. It impacted their college entrance exams and altered the course of their entire lives. Therefore, for those who punish such individuals, this man deserves the death penalty. Allowing such a person to persist there would become an indelible nightmare for the city, and that high school one that some would never shake off. Moreover, for someone like this, school teachers are powerless against him. If he had once been a teacher at this school, then perhaps the faculty might have had some means to manage him. But now, he has been completely expelled from the school and no longer belongs to its community. The school staff are powerless. As for the police, they'd arrest him after each incident, detain him for a few days, then release him. After more than a dozen such cycles, the officers grew impatient. Later on, when the police arrived, they would only drive him away. But the police couldn't just hang around there forever. Especially for seniors who have evening study sessions until 10 p.m. And during that journey home after 10 p.m., many female students walk alone. This situation inevitably increases the risk of unforeseeable incidents. Even though everyone, parents, teachers, and students alike, knew this situation was extremely dangerous, they couldn't prevent it. Because they simply couldn't afford to confront these troublemakers. This situation persisted until the Punisher stepped in and took the man out, finally bringing some relief. Then one day, the school teachers suddenly noticed that the troublemaker who had been lurking by the entrance had vanished. This discovery filled them with delight. At first, they assumed he might have fallen ill or something similar. But then he didn't show up for days, then months, and eventually vanished completely. For them, this was naturally the best possible outcome. So in truth, from the very beginning, whatever actions the Punishers took, whether choosing their alter egos or selecting their targets, everything they did in this process proved remarkably effective. Moreover, when they first began their work, they had no intention of seeking fame. For them, the outcome mattered, not how they were perceived throughout the process. For instance, if word got out about their actions, every parent of a student who graduated from that school would likely express gratitude. But they didn't choose this path of widespread recognition. Initially, the Punishers felt a deep sense of pride within themselves. They called themselves the light walking in the darkness, and they took pride in the fact that this light would forever traverse the shadows. But as time passed and their own ages changed, these shifts in age brought about changes in their perceptions of certain people and events. By that time, they had fully begun forming their own judgments about certain matters. If, in the past, they had adhered to the teachings imparted by Che Tianlong, the worldview and identity of the Punishers he had instilled in them. But for them, the concept of the Punisher at this stage was not something they had conceived themselves, it was not their own idea. Only as they gradually undertake Punisher missions and continually witness the stories behind the cases these Punishers handle, only then could they truly transform into their own roles. To fully connect themselves with the role of Punisher, that was what they needed to do. When this transformation is complete, it signifies that they have already accomplished much and participated in numerous events throughout the process. Throughout this involvement, they have also internalized the mindset solidified by Che Tianlong. Even now, Che Tianlong's enforcers still operate according to the methods he previously instilled in them. They still adhere to the methods Che Tianlong espoused. Unlike Zhang Yang today, who possesses independent thought. Otherwise, when confronted with Zhang Yang's situation, these enforcers might well have developed their own perspectives. This very quality is precisely why Che Tianlong values Zhang Yang so highly. Zhang Yang's thinking had matured. For the current group of enforcers, reaching that level of maturity, achieving what Zhang Yang had now, would require far more experience. Right now, they're nowhere near there. Chapter 211, Are you out of your mind? In the cellar. Is this how you guys usually eat? Zhang Yang asked Che Tianlong, nibbling on the bread in his hand. Back in the Punisher's room, Zhang Yang had noticed the cooking tools were extremely basic. Just a few things for boiling noodles. Nothing else. Yes. My original plan was to temper their wills and test their endurance. Only in such an environment, when they witness the actions of others, would they make the most correct choices. Yet in this process of refinement, what they've come to understand has somewhat exceeded the initial plan. Che Tianlong shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not really your fault. This world is evolving too fast, it caught everyone off guard. Things like food delivery and courier services appeared so quickly, completely unexpected. Zhang Yang nodded. He understood perfectly well. Just a few years ago, when even smartphones weren't this widespread, everything moved at a slower pace. The influence on young people was slow too. But things are different now. Short videos and similar content inevitably influence these enforcers. After all, Che Tianlong couldn't control them and prevent them from encountering such content at all. Not only is that impossible, but they must actively seek to learn and engage with these platforms. Otherwise, they risk being left behind by the world. Perhaps precisely because of the present era, it's not so straightforward for today's enforcers. Even if Che Tianlong now possesses the mindset of a Punisher, he might not necessarily choose to become one himself. You seem to have come to terms with it, but you must understand that this outcome isn't something we can choose. Nor is it something you can choose. Che Tianlong looked at Zhang Yang and shook his head helplessly. What? So by your logic, if I refuse to become a Punisher, you won't let me leave? Zhang Yang asked Che Tianlong. That's only part of it. Ever since you learned my secret, I'm sure you understand you have no choice. But I still hope you can come here and avoid ending up in this situation. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste for both of us. Che Tianlong shook his head. You're injured like this, and I don't quite understand where you find the courage. Even without guns, it seems the two of you wouldn't stand a chance against me, right? Zhang Yang was puzzled. No. We can kill you, but you can't kill us. After all, if you really did kill us, you'd truly become a Punisher. And once you're a Punisher, what meaning would killing us hold for you? Che Tianlong gave Zhang Yang a smile. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly at the convoluted logic. Truthfully, perhaps sometimes, you two are genuinely mistaken. You shouldn't have brought me here. This place holds evidence of your past crimes. Judging by the stains on these cutting boards, many surgeries were performed here, weren't they? And I noticed it the moment I walked in. The presence of a massive freezer in this place can only mean one thing: it was used to store the bodies from previous crimes. There's no other explanation. In a place like this, no matter how careful you are, traces will inevitably be left behind. Once the police conduct their investigation here, they'll inevitably uncover your evidence. At that point, the question of your conviction won't even be up for debate. Zhang Yang pointed to a spot inside and addressed Che Tianlong. You wouldn't dare. Che Tianlong stared coldly at Zhang Yang. I will. Because from the very beginning, this was my purpose. Though I told you I wanted to become a Punisher, now I don't need that to achieve my goals. Whatever you Punishers can do, I can do now. And my resources far exceed whatever you've buried underground. The entire police force's resources are at my disposal. Truthfully, you could have had this too before. But you believed this approach wouldn't achieve anything, so you chose the Punisher. Yet the Punisher, like the society before it, will be constantly phased out. Because they are inherently outdated. Zhang Yang addressed Che Tianlong. What are you saying? You don't seriously think the police can find this place, do you? Even if they reach the courtyard above, they'll never find us here. Che Tianlong said coldly. I covered my tracks. Along the way here, I didn't think too much about it at the time. Though I made them very discreet, I still left them. Your Punisher probably won't know about these traces. He shouldn't have noticed them during the process. Zhang Yang chuckled. You! Che Tianlong now seemed genuinely alarmed. Truthfully, Che Tianlong didn't trust Zhang Yang. He'd brought Zhang Yang here solely to impress him with their resources. Yet unexpectedly, from the very beginning, Zhang Yang had never intended to join them. Not even the slightest possibility. Che Tianlong miscalculated. You're wasting your time. Zhang Yang drew his pistol and fired a shot at the leg of the nearby Punisher. The Punisher, who had been about to lunge forward, was instantly sent flying. Che Tianlong himself was already incapacitated and posed no threat to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang shifted the gun's muzzle toward Che Tianlong. Che Tianlong flinched in panic, but the next shot struck the ground beside him. The impact sent Che Tianlong tumbling backward onto the ground. Are you crazy? Che Tianlong hadn't expected Zhang Yang to actually fire. I'm not crazy.
Zhang Yang fired another shot as he spoke. After another 10 minutes or so, he fired yet another shot. Under Zhang Yang's gun, Che Tianlong and the Punisher dared not move a muscle, lying flat on the ground. By now, the Punisher had lost too much blood. His face began to grow pale. Zhang Yang kept firing, emptying the entire magazine before slapping on a fresh one. He fired sporadically, until finally, as the last magazine neared emptiness, voices echoed overhead.
It was Gong Lao and his men approaching. By firing his gun, Zhang Yang was both intimidating Che Tianlong and the Punisher while simultaneously signaling the police.
His phone had long since run out of battery.
But he was confident that the traces he left behind would lead Gong Lao and his team straight to him. Once they reached this location, all that remained was pinpointing his exact position. And gunfire even underground would leave a trace. Chapter 212, Train Encounter. The Punisher's case was once again taken down. This time was different from the last. For Che Tianlong and the Punisher now, there was ample evidence. Moreover, after experiencing this situation, Che Tianlong had finally grasped certain truths. He abandoned his previous stubbornness. He pleaded guilty without resistance. The other Punisher met the same fate. Yet the Provincial Bureau officials felt no particular joy over this. After all, this case had been incredibly difficult to solve. Had Zhang Yang not chosen such an extreme method, uncovering this situation would have been impossible. Moreover, throughout the entire process, Zhang Yang had been in grave danger.
Had Che Tianlong been determined to eliminate Zhang Yang as a major threat at that moment, even with a pistol in hand, Zhang Yang would have found it extremely difficult to handle the situation.
Given the current situation,
it was only thanks to Zhang Yang's own skills that he managed to hide. For anyone else in that situation, it would have been nearly impossible.
After Qin Wanqing regained consciousness, Zhang Yang left the provincial capital and returned to Tianhai City. Zhang Yang, what the hell is going on here? How could you injure old Gong again, and in such a manner? Even a nationwide arrest warrant has been issued. You're utterly ridiculous. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is?
On the way back, Qin Wanqing listened as Zhang Yang recounted the entire sequence of events. Although she had accompanied him to that underground location, she had been unconscious at the time and remained unaware of everything. And she never imagined that the two people she encountered when her car broke down would turn out to be Che Tianlong and one of the Punishers. Che Tianlong and his crew had already disposed of Qin Wanqing's car. After all, it was a vehicle from Tianhai City. Keeping it would have left traces detectable through surveillance footage. Now, however, there was no trace left. That was the advantage of having a factory. Inside the factory, no matter how much noise was made, it would be dismissed as part of normal production. But for Qin Wanqing, it was a different story.
This time, there's no bonus or anything.
Ever since I returned to work at the Provincial Bureau, it just doesn't feel as satisfying as before.
Back then, the case bonuses were quite generous, but now? Nothing.
The Provincial Bureau is being so stingy. Zhang Yang grumbled discontentedly. This time, we literally risked our lives, yet there's no bonus whatsoever. All the Punisher's money was confiscated.
Zhang Yang got absolutely nothing.
Especially after learning about the wealth Che Tianlong and his crew had amassed, Zhang Yang felt it was even more unfair.
Alright.
It's only just after the new year, so of course we're short on cash.
Don't you know our funds are always tight right before the new year?
Forget the provincial department, even us lower-level folks tighten our belts this time of year, cutting unnecessary expenses. Usually, we cover things through fines and such.
Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang with a smile. Fines? What kind of fines? Zhang Yang was curious. There are many reasons. The traffic police brigade is part of our police system.
The fines collected annually from traffic violations and illegal parking alone amount to a substantial sum.
These funds can be used for police department operations. That includes officer benefits and such. But this is just the beginning, it won't be much. Last year's funds have already been depleted. Qin Wanqing explained to Zhang Yang. I see. Is that still a lot?
Zhang Yang was somewhat shocked.
Wait, something's off. Zhang Yang looked up and said to Qin Wanqing. What's wrong?
This is the truth. My dad used to complain about these things to me all the time when he was drunk.
Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. No, that's not what I meant. I'm saying this train is wrong. Didn't you hear the announcement over the loudspeaker just now?
They said there's a meeting in car 13.
Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing. What's wrong with a meeting? What's wrong with that?
Qin Wanqing was puzzled.
Isn't car 13 a business class car? Why would they hold a meeting in a business class car? Trust me, something's definitely off.
As Zhang Yang spoke to Qin Wanqing, he noticed several trained police officers sprinting toward car 13. Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing exchanged a glance before rising to head toward car 13 themselves. When they reached car 13, they found the entrance blocked by a large number of trained police officers.
What's going on? Zhang Yang asked them. Hold on, you can't come any closer. We're in a meeting up front, so you can't get through right now. Go to the restroom at the back. A train attendant blocked Zhang Yang's path.
He assumed Zhang Yang was heading to the front to use the restroom.
Hey, we're police officers. What's going on up front? Qin Wanqing followed behind Zhang Yang and presented her police ID. The officer visibly relaxed upon seeing Qin Wanqing's credentials.
Someone in car 13 up ahead has suddenly taken a hostage and is demanding the train stop immediately.
Our officers are currently confronting him inside.
The train attendant lowered his voice as he explained to Zhang Yang.
Chapter 213, Finding a Woman? Never online. Robbery on a train? Still on the bullet train?
This guy may have a brain, but not much else. Zhang Yang shook his head upon hearing this. High-speed trains pick up speed remarkably fast, and modern train stations are all enclosed. They simply don't lend themselves to train robberies. Robberies were possible back in the day because the earliest green-painted trains would almost always slow down when pulling into stations. After decelerating, there was still a chance to jump off the train. Of course. More often than not, these were coordinated, gang-style crimes.
After stealing items on the train, many would toss the stolen goods out at predetermined locations.
This way, even if caught upon exiting the station, they had no stolen goods on them, making it difficult to prove their guilt. But high-speed trains are different. High-speed trains travel at such speeds that opening the windows manually is impossible.
Moreover, in such circumstances, escape would be impossible. What kind of foolish robber would even attempt this?
Zhang Yang was puzzled. No need to guess. By the next station, police would be waiting in force.
There'd be no escape. What exactly are his demands? What are his demands? Zhang Yang asked the train attendant. I don't know. He hasn't said anything. He's been very agitated the whole time.
The train attendant shook his head helplessly.
Sync up with your colleagues inside. I'll try going in. I'm a negotiation expert from the provincial bureau. I have experience in this area. Zhang Yang addressed the train police officer without hesitation.
Though the train police also carried the title of police, most of their duties involved handling disputes. Naturally, their experience in managing sudden crises couldn't compare to Zhang Yang's. When Zhang Yang entered the compartment, the entire car 13 had been completely cordoned off. All passengers had gathered at both ends, leaving the middle section completely empty.
It wasn't peak travel time, so the carriage wasn't overly crowded.
Several trained police officers briefly explained the situation to Zhang Yang as he approached the front. He then slowly made his way to the very front.
At that moment,
on one of the seats, a middle-aged man was holding a young woman hostage. In his hand was a utility knife.
Zhang Yang frowned.
Logically, such a blade shouldn't have passed through security to be brought on board. Then Zhang Yang noticed a piece of foil on the floor nearby. It was highly likely the knife had been wrapped in foil to sneak aboard. Moreover, the utility knife's size was comparable to a pack of gum. It would be difficult to detect.
Hey, buddy, anything on your mind? Want to chat? Thirsty? Hungry? Want me to ask the attendant to bring you something to eat? Let me tell you, the snacks on this high-speed train are pretty pricey. If you ask for something now, they might even give it to you for free.
Zhang Yang stepped forward and said,
Bring me those 2 boxed meals, it's dinner time already. Zhang Yang turned to the flight attendant and said, Don't come any closer.
I'm telling you, if you dare take one more step, I'll kill her. The middle-aged man watched Zhang Yang take a step forward and immediately brandished the utility knife in his hand.
Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me, right? We don't even know each other. But from the look on your face, you two seem pretty close? The way you look at her, are you two a couple? No way.
Zhang Yang said to the middle-aged man.
Why not? This is my girlfriend.
Perhaps Zhang Yang's words provoked the middle-aged man, who let out a loud roar.
Fine, she's your girlfriend. But what kind of normal person would stab their own girlfriend? Let me make an educated guess, your girlfriend cheated on you? Caught meeting an online friend out of town? I can't think of any other reason.
Zhang Yang asked the man.
How did you know? Are you the other man?
The middle-aged man raised his knife directly at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang seized the moment, kicking the knife away with one swift motion, then delivering another kick straight to the man's chest. Several trained police officers rushed forward and handcuffed the man.
Shameful. No honor in combat. You ambushed me.
The middle-aged man howled at Zhang Yang. Hold your horses.
No matter what, you've committed a crime.
But since the train won't arrive for a while, I suppose I can chat with you. As for you, this time it's not exactly robbery, but the charges won't be light either.
10 or 8 years is looking likely.
By the time you get out, things will probably have changed beyond recognition.
Some things aren't worth dwelling on.
Zhang Yang addressed the man before him.
It wasn't that Zhang Yang was particularly kind-hearted. A man who would hijack a train for a woman would likely carry his hatred even behind bars, unlikely to find release. Such people would only bury that hatred deep inside. Once locked up, it wouldn't fade away. For them, once released, the likelihood of them seeking revenge again is extremely high. Moreover, in cases spanning such a long time frame, it's often difficult for the police to pinpoint the motive. Yet they rarely escape detection. After all, recently released inmates are under close surveillance by local authorities. Their movements are usually kept under close surveillance. They simply have no opportunity. Therefore, when they are caught again, they usually cannot escape. More importantly, they have been cast aside by society. And committing crimes again is their sole purpose for living. Many of them, after committing a crime, simply wait obediently for the police to come and arrest them. This situation is profoundly tragic. Therefore, having encountered this situation, Zhang Yang could not stand idly by. Perhaps the best approach was to help him resolve his inner conflict. Just as Qin Wanqing had once said, a police officer's duty extends beyond merely stopping crime. More importantly, it lies in preventing it. Now, Zhang Yang's mindset was closer to that of a police officer than ever before. Can I talk to him? Hand me the boxed meal. Zhang Yang took the boxed meal from the flight attendant and said to the police officer. After all, this was the person Zhang Yang had apprehended. For them, there was naturally no reason to refuse. Hey, bro, come on, try some. At a time like this, every good meal counts. Zhang Yang handed over a boxed meal. This flight attendant was surprisingly generous. It even had a big chicken drumstick inside. What exactly is your relationship? Zhang Yang pointed to the woman standing nearby. She had been pulled aside by the train attendant and was now shivering as she drank water. Sigh. Young man, let me tell you this, when it comes to finding a woman, you absolutely must not look online. They're all scammers. The middle-aged man didn't take the boxed meal. Instead, he crouched on the floor, scratching his head in agony as he spoke to Zhang Yang. Chapter 214, The Honest Man. So that's how it was. This middle-aged man had once been considered an honest soul. He worked diligently at a bank, but precisely because he was too honest, he still didn't have a girlfriend at his age. His family was worried sick about him. He couldn't help it, but he'd always been socially anxious. So he found it hard to change his situation. So he decided to try his luck on an online dating platform. And wouldn't you know it, this little gamble actually paid off. He found Xiaofeng, another single adult in their late 20s. After chatting online for a while, both were quite satisfied, and gradually, things fell into place. For this middle-aged man, it was quite a satisfying outcome. After all, although this woman herself had also reached the so-called stage of being an older single woman, she was still a bit younger than him. So he didn't have many reservations. Over the years, he had followed her every word. Finally, the time came to discuss marriage. But the woman insisted on an 188,000 yuan dowry. For him, buying the house had already depleted his entire savings. Moreover, the property was registered under the woman's name. There was simply no way he could come up with that dowry. Thus, the woman demanded a breakup. For this man, breaking up was the absolute worst possible outcome. It could be said that if they broke up, this man would be left with nothing. After all, he had used all his savings to purchase the property. Yet during their courtship, he had agreed to register it under her name as a test of his sincerity. Moreover, since they started dating, he had handed over all his money and salary cards to her. It's no exaggeration to say this man was now penniless. His presence on this train stemmed from the woman claiming she was traveling for work. Instead, he discovered she was actually heading to another city to meet an online acquaintance. They were already chatting passionately on the train, discussing what positions they try later. Upon hearing this, the man instantly lost his temper. The pocket knife, originally carried as a precaution, was immediately put to use. And that's how things escalated to the current situation. Upon hearing the man's ordeal, Zhang Yang instantly understood. This woman was nothing but a serial player. She specifically targeted honest, wealthy men on dating sites. He never imagined anyone would still fall for this scam at this day and age. And when it comes to buying a house, it's best to wait until after the couple actually gets married before purchasing and putting the name on the deed. But who could have predicted that on this birthday celebration, he'd end up losing his virginity? Driven by a sense of responsibility, the man gave her everything she wanted, leaving himself with nothing. Bro, at the end of the day, no one can blame you for this. You work at a bank, surely you've seen women before? How did it come to this? Zhang Yang asked, sounding a bit puzzled. Sigh. You wouldn't understand. The women in the bank? They're not really women at all. Those with connections walk into the bank with a status you could never achieve as a teller in a lifetime. Besides, these women aren't the kind ordinary people can afford. They're the kind of catch for rich second-generation kids and wealthy young men. People like us can only get to know the tellers. But you have to understand, these tellers don't see themselves as ordinary people at all. Often, even though they don't have much money themselves, they look down on regular folks. It's utterly baffling. It leaves no room for anyone else to breathe. The man sighed deeply. Is that even possible?
No wonder I've often heard people say you shouldn't casually date bank tellers, nurses, or teachers. Ordinary folks just can't handle it.
Zhang Yang addressed the man. Young man, thank you for today. It's nice to have someone to talk to. But since we're being honest, there's something else I need to confess.
The man hesitated before speaking.
Confess? What's going on? Zhang Yang froze.
After all, if someone used the word confession, it naturally felt like they were about to turn themselves in. I previously misappropriated a sum of money from the bank. At the time, this woman claimed she had an urgent family matter requiring funds.
I couldn't resist her persistent pleading and ended up taking the money.
But this money is due at the end of this month. Nothing's blown up yet, but it won't be long before the bank discovers it.
I'm helpless. Does what I'm saying now count as a confession?
The man asked Zhang Yang.
It absolutely counts as a confession. How much money did you embezzle? Zhang Yang asked cautiously. Not much, just around 8 million.
It was money from a group of elderly investors. I could access their accounts and just transferred the money out. I figured once their families used it up, I'd transfer the funds back. But who could have guessed the money got stuck? Now I'm planning to sell my house to temporarily plug this hole. Sigh. The man sighed in frustration.
Hold on a moment. Your house can fetch over 8 million? What kind of house? A large flat? Are people in the banking industry that wealthy?
Zhang Yang asked in utter shock.
Yeah, a large flat in Tianhai City.
Our bank's benefits were pretty good back then, so the year-end bonuses were quite substantial.
Sometimes the annual bonus alone could exceed 50 grand. We saved up quite a bit back then, but it's all gone now.
The man explained to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang's jaw dropped in disbelief.
This bank is making way too much money. And the fact that clients could freely withdraw their wealth management products struck a deep chord with Zhang Yang.
If he ever had $1 million or $2 million, he'd never dare leave it in a bank again.
Otherwise,
if he ever encountered another employee who would just transfer it away for some con artist woman, he'd be at a complete loss.
But rest assured, this kind of situation should be handled as fraud. It's not entirely hopeless. You can just settle in and live there peacefully.
Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly.
Chapter 215, Aftermath.
The train case was wrapped up just like that.
The final outcome was truly heartbreaking.
This middle-aged man, driven by a moment of impulse, not only ruined his own future but gained nothing in return. As for the woman, though she was the instigator of it all, legally speaking, she hadn't broken any laws. Even when she encouraged the middle-aged man to transfer money from the bank, the entire process was initiated and carried out solely by him.
She was never involved in the actual execution.
Therefore, from this perspective,
this woman is completely off the hook.
However, the bank will recover all the transferred funds. But for this woman, not only did she get a house, she also ended up with a considerable amount of money.
She's a total winner in life. Given her current situation,
she can simply find a reliable person to take over the situation later on, ensuring her past actions remain undisclosed.
It's safe to say she's completely secure. At this moment, Zhang Yang couldn't help but recall the Punisher from before. If the Punisher knew about this situation, he'd probably step in, right?
Throughout the entire process, many individuals were quite skilled, having long ago figured out this loophole in the law. Take this woman, for instance. She operates on the edge of every line, yet never crosses it.
What? What new scheme have you concocted now?
Listen to me now that things have come full circle, don't try to make a big deal out of it. I'll compile the relevant details into a report and hand it over to the procuratorate.
Let us follow their lead. Qin Wanqing watched Zhang Yang staring blankly and asked him.
Personally, I think sometimes cases like this really need someone in a punitive role to handle them.
But even without a Punisher, I plan to expose them online.
I'll draft something for Weibo, then buy some traffic to expose this woman's actions. At the very least, it'll prevent her from harming others again.
Zhang Yang explained to Qin Wanqing.
The moment they stepped out of the lobby, they spotted Qin Wanqing waiting anxiously by the car.
My dear daughter, you're finally back. You scared the life out of your old man. You just up and left for the provincial capital without a word. If I hadn't gotten that call from Zhang Yang, your old man would have turned the entire Tianhai city upside down searching for you. Qin Wanqing said to Qin Wanqing, still visibly shaken. At that time, after Qin Wanqing emerged from the police station, she vanished. When asked, the station personnel said she left after speaking with someone from the provincial bureau. But she hadn't returned to the local police station, so they had to go to the provincial bureau. They searched the surveillance footage along the route and finally located Qin Wanqing's car. But then they noticed something else. 2 men were driving her car. This nearly brought Qin Wanqing to tears. Just as he was about to personally lead a team to storm the provincial capital, he received a text message from Zhang Yang. Immediately after meeting Qin Wanqing, Zhang Yang had sent the message to Qin Wanqing. Regardless of how Qin Wanqing had arrived in the provincial capital, the process itself was beyond Qin Wanqing and his team's comprehension. Fortunately, the entire ordeal ended without incident. But
Just moments ago, while Qin Wanqing was waiting outside the train station, he received an emergency alert reporting a hostage situation aboard Zhang Yang's train. And Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing had already gone to handle it. Qin Wanqing nearly choked on his own blood. These two big shots just can't seem to stay out of trouble wherever they go. He'd thought they'd finally be able to return to Tianhai City peacefully, but to encounter danger even on the train, this was beyond belief. Fortunately, a call soon came through confirming the suspect had been apprehended. They just needed to wait for the train to stop and then board to retrieve the hostages. Along with the news, Qin Wanqing also received heartfelt thanks from the onboard police officer. From the train officer's perspective, if Zhang Yang hadn't acted decisively, this incident could have caused major trouble if it got out. After all, when the train pulled into the station, passengers would still be boarding from car 13. But if they encountered this situation, it would immediately cause panic. You brat! You actually went and did it? Are you even capable of this? What if you failed? What if the hostages get hurt? What if something unexpected happens? Listen to me, if you ever try to show off like this again in a situation like this, I'll break your legs. Qin Wanqing turned back, fuming as he snapped at Zhang Yang. Although Zhang Yang was now an advisor to the provincial department, he wasn't an officer. If he handled this situation well, he could be considered a key contributor to the entire operation. But if even the slightest mishap occurred during the operation, it would spell disaster for Zhang Yang. As the bureau chief, Qin Wanqing had witnessed countless problems stemming from non-standard procedures. If Zhang Yang acted rashly, he could very well end up behind bars. Therefore, upon learning that Zhang Yang was handling the matter, Qin Wanqing's first reaction wasn't relief, it was dread. At this point, Zhang Yang was officially considered one of their own. Given Zhang Yang's current capabilities, this could very well ruin his future prospects. That was precisely why Qin Wanqing had spoken up to reprimand him. Zhang Yang understood Qin Wanqing's meaning perfectly. Despite his short temper and harsh demeanor, Qin Wanqing's intentions were always for his own good. Throughout this process, Qin Wanqing desperately hoped he could avoid both glory and blame. Don't worry. This time, it's just a small knife, no danger at all. Besides, this guy isn't even a professional. Understood. Ahem. Seems like I'm actually getting hungry. How about we head back and find somewhere to eat first? Zhang Yang asked Qin Wanqing with a shameless grin. Qin Wanqing rolled her eyes beside him. You see? On the train, Zhang Yang had asked the attendant for 2 meals, and while chatting with that middle-aged man, he'd been munching away the whole time. Both meals had gone straight into Zhang Yang's stomach, yet now he was actually complaining about being hungry. Unbelievable. Let's go home. Once we get back, just wait till your mom finds out about this. You just went to the provincial capital without so much as a word? You could have at least called. Qin Wanqing gritted his teeth as he climbed into the car. The driver rolled his eyes helplessly, then led Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing toward their home. Chapter 216, The Steamed Bun Dismemberment Case. Tianhai City. Qin Wanqing had originally planned to rest for 2 days after returning. But before she could report in, an urgent assembly order came from headquarters. Early this morning, at a breakfast stall, several people eating buns discovered a severed human finger inside one of them. Since it happened during breakfast hours, a crowd had gathered at the scene. Through social media and group chats, the incident had already stirred considerable panic in Tianhai City. Based on the current evidence, this appeared to be at least a murder and dismemberment case. The breakfast stall owner was immediately taken into custody. Originally, Zhang Yang was busy cleaning up at his private detective agency when he received a call from Lu Meng. Lu instructed Zhang Yang to pack up immediately, as police officers would soon arrive to escort him to the scene. Before Zhang Yang could ask anything, Lu Meng hung up in a fluster. During the time Zhang Yang was away from Tianhai City, a significant backlog of commissioned cases had accumulated. For Zhang Yang now, he had already gained considerable fame in Tianhai City, so many people sought him out specifically. As the volume of cases increased, several major cases emerged among them. Among them was a case involving threats against a wealthy businessman. Originally, Zhang Yang had intended to investigate the situation himself, but unexpectedly, Lu Meng had once again thrown a wrench in his plans. But Zhang Yang had no choice. After all, the current situation meant he was operating on their turf. No matter what Zhang Yang did, he couldn't escape their jurisdiction. More importantly, ever since Zhang Yang had connections with the police, investigating his own cases had become remarkably easier. It must be said, what he had told Che Tianlong earlier was truly from the bottom of his heart. The police force now stands as Zhang Yang's greatest ally. With access to the police system, it's almost as if any information Zhang Yang wanted to obtain could be easily retrieved. Therefore, Zhang Yang had to cooperate fully with Lu Meng and his team. Otherwise, the next time he needed their help to look into something, he'd be in real trouble. Just as Zhang Yang reached the ground floor, he saw a police car speeding toward him. Before it even came to a stop, someone in the passenger seat waved at him. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. Police cars coming and going all day long, someone unaware might think they were getting arrested 8 times a day.
What's going on? Captain Lu was so frantic on the phone he didn't even explain what was happening. As soon as Zhang Yang got in the car, he asked the two men. Don't even get me started. Another dismemberment case. And this is already the second dismemberment case. More importantly, we've already arrested a suspect in the first one. But now this has happened again. Either we arrested the wrong person before, or someone is copying the crime. Either way, it's a real headache. A police officer said to Zhang Yang. A second dismemberment case? What's going on? Zhang Yang was taken aback. Don't even get me started. Didn't you go to the provincial bureau to help out earlier? When this case first broke, we thought it would be a real headache, but we never expected to catch the suspect the very next day. After that, we didn't think much of it. Who could have imagined another one would surface now? The officer said with a helpless sigh. What the hell is going on? This is making my head spin. Zhang Yang sighed in exasperation. Well, one night we got a call about a madman roasting human flesh out in the wild. Our officers went out, but when they arrived, they didn't find the person. However, they did discover a severed arm. The severed arm, after forensic examination, was confirmed to belong to a young woman. The rest of her body was nowhere to be found. Then the next day, we got another report from the public about a homeless man running down the street carrying a thigh. That's how we apprehended the suspect. The officer said to Zhang Yang. Hold on, could the suspect you apprehended in your first case be that same homeless man? Zhang Yang interrupted the officer. That's exactly who it was. And after we contacted the person who made the initial report, we confirmed it. At that time, it was this homeless man who was roasting and eating human flesh. Plus, we found other intact human body parts at his campsite. We initially assumed this homeless man had lost his mind, encountered the young woman, and then harmed her. The officer nodded helplessly. But based on the current evidence, that's highly unlikely. And based on what you're saying, they found a finger that's different from the first case too. Zhang Yang asked the officer. As they were talking, Zhang Yang had already arrived outside the breakfast stall. The area had already been cordoned off with police tape. Zhang Yang followed the officers inside. Captain Lu, what's the situation? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. Don't even get me started. They're tearing open the buns right now. Another finger was found in the unfinished meat filling, along with some minced meat. The forensic team has already started working on it. Results should be out soon. Anyway, I'm never eating buns outside again. Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. No way. They didn't notice such a large finger while wrapping the meat filling? This must be intentional, right? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. Who knows? It's hard to say. The person's been detained and is right over there. They probably haven't taken him back yet. If you want to ask, you can go talk to him now. Lu Meng replied to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded and entered the other room. At that moment, a middle-aged couple sat inside. Their faces wore expressions of sheer terror. The moment Zhang Yang laid eyes on them, he sensed they weren't the killers. If these two had acted deliberately, they wouldn't have displayed such involuntary reactions at this moment. Where did you get the meat filling? Zhang Yang demanded of the pair. Startled by the sudden question, they shuddered. We chopped it ourselves. The middle-aged woman replied to Zhang Yang. You chopped it yourselves? Then this case is simple. Take them away immediately, they're the killers. Zhang Yang shook his head. Ha! Officer, we're innocent. We don't know anything about this. The two men panicked upon hearing this and immediately pleaded with Zhang Yang. If you really chop the meat yourselves, there's no way you wouldn't have noticed the finger in there. This can only mean you did it on purpose. Tell us the truth. At this point, what else are you trying to hide? Do you really think you can keep anything hidden? Zhang Yang slammed his hand on the table. We bought the meat filling from Cheng the blind man. The middle-aged man hesitated before speaking to Zhang Yang. Chapter 217, Blind Cheng. Inside a dilapidated factory building. A refrigerated truck pulled in. As the door opened, a burly man stepped out. Though dusk had already fallen, he still wore a pair of large sunglasses over his face. This man was none other than Cheng the blind. Blind Cheng wasn't actually blind. In his youth, he had been accidentally blinded in one eye during a fight. Ever since, wherever he went, he wore sunglasses. Moreover, lacking one eye, his vision was often impaired. Gradually, the nickname Blind Cheng stuck. This factory building belonged to Cheng the blind. Everyone knew Blind Cheng sold meat, yet no one dared to buy from him. Because everyone here knew. The meat sold by Blind Cheng was all fake. Much of the pork he sold came from diseased or dead pigs. Not only that, but he also passed off rat meat and duck meat as pork. So Cheng the blind man's meat was always sold elsewhere. Often, he'd head out before dawn to deliver the meat, only returning after nightfall. No one knows where Cheng the blind man gets this meat. Blind Cheng had just stepped off his truck, ready to open the factory gate and drive inside. But as soon as he stepped off, several shadowy figures suddenly rushed out from the side. They pounced and pinned him down. Ouch! You dare lay a hand on this old man, Chang?
You blind dogs, let me. When Blind Chang saw the men pinning him down were police officers, he finally calmed down.
Blind Chang. We are now conducting a lawful.
Before the officer could finish his sentence, Blind Chang suddenly rammed his head into several nearby officers. Seizing the moment they loosened their grip, he leaped onto the adjacent wall and fled.
Everyone watched in shock. This is definitely fishy. Chase him. The officers split up and gave chase. Despite his poor eyesight, Chung quickly vanished from sight thanks to his familiarity with the surroundings. When Zhang Yang and the others arrived after receiving the news, several police officers returned, visibly frustrated. He got away. Who would have thought he had such strength? We clearly had him pinned down, yet he still managed to break free and run off. One officer lamented bitterly. If we'd cuffed him earlier, maybe he wouldn't have gotten away. Never mind, he's already gone. We'll just have to find a way to catch him again. His vehicle is still here. Find a way to open the cargo box in the back and see what's inside. Zhang Yang instructed the others. Soon, officers brought hydraulic cutters and pried open the cargo compartment lock. A putrid stench hit them the moment they opened it. Zhang Yang pinched his nose and stepped inside. Inside, he saw some frozen meat scraps and some feathers. They appeared to be duck feathers and chicken feathers. Zhang Yang shook his head in exasperation. Due to recent market fluctuations, pork prices had soared to 30 or 40 yuan per pound. Even pork and scallion buns had gone up to 5 yuan each. But the prices for these chickens and ducks were surprisingly cheap. Not to mention, these chickens and ducks were likely culled due to avian influenza, making them even cheaper. Zhang Yang scanned the car thoroughly but found no useful clues. Although his sense of smell was exceptionally keen now, in this environment, it was practically useless. Let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. You guys take the others out. Just leave 3 or 4 people here to lie in wait with me. Zhang Yang thought for a moment before instructing the officers. In Zhang Yang's view, no matter what, this blind Chang had nowhere to go. Moreover, at this point, Zhang Yang couldn't even determine if this blind man Chang was connected to the current dismemberment case. Judging purely by his appearance, he didn't seem like the type. After all, in typical dismemberment cases, the perpetrators tended to be relatively gentle individuals. Someone as burly as this blind man was indeed hard to associate with a dismemberment case. When Zhang Yang and his team entered the factory building, the stench nearly made them vomit. The entire floor was covered in blood. Moreover, chunks of rotting flesh were soaking in various basins. Zhang Yang nearly vomited up his entire meal. Zhang Yang silently vowed that no matter what, he would never again eat meat that had lost its original shape. Meat buns, meatballs, and the like. Who knew how many products on the market today were processed in environments just like the one they were witnessing now? If that were truly the case, it was unimaginable for Zhang Yang and his companions now. Zhang Yang motioned for the others to find places to hide. They waited in silence. Before long, they heard the sound of a car engine starting outside. Then the refrigerated truck that had been parked outside was driven into the courtyard. This time, having learned from their previous mistake, the group did not rush into action. As for the person in question, seemed to be waiting within the courtyard as well, showing no haste to enter the factory building. After a considerable time, once he was certain no sounds remained, Blind Chang slowly made his way inside. The moment he switched on the light, the men lying in wait inside immediately charged in. Without a word, they cuffed Blind Chang's hands behind his back. Only then did he settle down. Spill it. What's going on? How exactly did you pull this off? Zhang Yang demanded of Chang the blind man. He didn't immediately specify what the matter was. After all, Chang Xiaxi had already tried to flee earlier. Even if he wasn't involved in this dismemberment case, he must be connected to other crimes. I'll confess. I admit it, all this meat was fake. But everyone does it this way. They all got meat from me too, I was just trying to make a living. Blind Chang declared to the group. Blind Chang, don't try to dodge the real issue. I'm asking you, did you commit those dismemberment murders? A nearby officer asked with a cold sneer. What? Body dismemberment case? What dismemberment case? Officer, I don't know anything about it. I might swap out some diseased meat for the good stuff, but I'd never dare to kill anyone. Cheng the blind man panicked the moment he heard this and immediately told the police. Tell me this, did Sun Ping steamed bun shop on Qianmen Street buy meat from you before? Zhang Yang inquired from the side. Chapter 218, The Corpse at the Police Station Entrance. Qianmen Street? You mean Old Wang? That couple always bought meat from me. They're really greedy. They bought minced meat from me at 8 yuan per pound, no need for them to chop it themselves, and had the nerve to sell each bun for 5 yuan. Blind Cheng blurted out the moment he heard. You mean they've been buying meat from you all along? When exactly did this start? Zhang Yang thought for a moment before asking Cheng the blind man. At least 3 or 4 years now. We always coordinate by phone. Every evening, I deliver the meat to them, and they transfer the payment to me. We've been doing it this way for years now. Cheng the blind man told Zhang Yang. Where do you get all this meat? Where did you buy it? Who else is in this factory building? Zhang Yang asked Cheng the blind man. I get it all from a processing plant in the next city over. 4 yuan per pound. I'm just making an honest living. I'm the only one in this factory. No one else can get in. It's pretty remote here.
Cheng the blind man replied to Zhang Yang.
Write down the address where you source the meat. We'll immediately send people to investigate that location.
Also, have the tech team come here to check for any traces of human blood.
Zhang Yang thought for a moment, then turned to an officer and said, Officer, is someone really dead? What does that have to do with me? Cheng Xiaxi asked tentatively.
Someone found a finger inside a bun from Sun Ping's dibao. And according to the 2 people from Sun Ping's big buns, they bought all their meat from you. You're now the prime suspect. Whatever you have to say, you'd better tell it straight up at the station. Zhang Yang said to Cheng Xiaxi.
Ha? A finger?
Upon hearing this, Blind Cheng collapsed to the ground. He was escorted back to the station by the crowd. After forensic examination of the premises, no other human tissue was found in the factory building, nor were any traces of blood discovered. This meant, at the very least, this wasn't the primary crime scene. Moreover, if only the dismembered limbs from the previous incident were present, it was highly likely someone had deliberately brought them here. Although Cheng Xiaxi's place was relatively remote, its seclusion made it difficult for others to discover. However, there was one crucial premise: the killer must have been intimately familiar with Cheng the blind man. He knew the layout here and understood every step of Cheng the blind man's meat selling process. The problem is, there are almost no other clues at this point. The first dismembered body appeared on the mudflats beneath a bridge. Though also mutilated, the dismemberment was not as cleanly executed as the second time. As for the second incident, to this day, no intact body has been found. Moreover, it currently appears that only fingers and what seems to be flesh from an arm have been discovered. No other body parts have been found so far. More importantly, to this day, investigators have been unable to determine the origin of the remains or even identify the victim. Under normal circumstances, when a homicide occurs, the first step is to determine the origin of the body. Only then can one proceed to infer the motive behind the crime. Then the killer can be identified. The case suddenly hit a dead end. Moreover, regarding the tip obtained from Cheng the blind man, police investigations in the neighboring city successfully dismantled a counterfeit meat operation. However, they found no clues related to the dismembered body. So far, the only lead they had obtained had also come to a halt. Zhang Yang, the surveillance footage I was asked to review hasn't yielded any leads either. There were almost no cameras near Cheng Xiaxi's factory. We could only search the footage from a few major traffic intersections nearby. But during the search, there were simply too many people coming and going. There's simply no trace to follow. A police officer reported to Zhang Yang. This is truly strange. Could it be that no other clues have surfaced recently? No other body parts have surfaced either? Zhang Yang asked, puzzled. After all, generally speaking, the purpose of dismemberment is to facilitate easier disposal of the body. And usually, after dismemberment, the body is disposed of as quickly as possible to avoid detection. But judging from the current situation, if the killer knew that Cheng the blind man's meat was sold to this bun shop, it suggests the killer's goal was to have others discover the dismembered body and cause panic. If that's the case, the priority now should be to maximize the impact of this incident. Not only have no new body parts been found yet, but at this point, if new fragments were to be discarded, it might just cause maximum panic. Yet the killer seems to have vanished without a trace. If the killer hid the remaining body parts, it would make the investigation much more difficult for Zhang Yang and his team. Zhang Yang, hurry! Go check it out immediately. A burlap sack had been tossed at the police station entrance. According to security guard Lao Dong, it appeared to have bloodstains inside. Just as Zhang Yang was pondering the clues, an officer burst in from outside. What? How brazen! Could it be the rest of the body? Zhang Yang was startled and hurriedly followed the crowd to the station entrance. By now, quite a few people had gathered outside to watch. It was a small burlap sack, with bloodstains already visible around its edges. Judging by its shape, it did indeed resemble a human form. Quick! He's still alive. Call 911 immediately. The medical examiner rushed over to inspect it and immediately gasped in shock. Everyone instantly fell into a flurry of activity. To them, if this man wasn't dead, he must have seen the killer. If they could just save him, they'd be able to catch the killer. Before long, the ambulance arrived. But upon arrival, they did not load him into the ambulance. During the time spent waiting for the ambulance, the person had already died. It seemed the killer had precisely timed the attack. Although the victim was still alive when brought in. But he was likely already at the end. He survived for only a few minutes. This approach not only served as a blatant provocation to the police but also ensured no evidence was left behind for them to pursue. Damn it! This is a provocation against our police force. Check the surveillance footage. Find those people. When Qin Wanqing heard the news, he completely lost his temper. The killer actually dared to deliver the body right to the police station's doorstep. This was undoubtedly a massive provocation against the police. Chapter 219, The Awesome Deputy Chief. After the police conducted an autopsy, it was confirmed that the body was missing both hands and feet. It was highly likely the same individual whose severed fingers had appeared at the steamed bun shop. But the problem now was that the victim's feet were still missing. Moreover, the forensic examination revealed the victim had been injected with a massive dose of adrenaline before death, allowing them to barely hold on until reaching the police station entrance. Fortunately, with the body now recovered, the victim's identity was quickly confirmed. To everyone's surprise, the deceased turned out to be a prominent figure, the deputy director of the Water Resources Bureau. He was considered a prominent figure because, despite holding the deputy director position, he wielded almost absolute authority within the bureau, acting as its de facto leader. He was practically the de facto head of the entire bureau. Combined with his oversight of personnel appointments, this deputy director held considerable influence. Previously, the Water Resources Bureau had been considered a relatively clean government agency. However, with the recent governance initiatives in Tianhai City and the introduction of several water-related projects, the deputy director suddenly gained considerable power. The former director of the bureau, when not busy, enjoyed activities like fishing and didn't place much importance on power. Since he didn't hold the final say anyway, virtually all matters within the bureau fell on the shoulders of this deputy director. Wait a minute, hasn't this deputy director been missing for at least several days now? It's been 3 or 4 days since the incident occurred. Hasn't anyone from the Water Resources Bureau reported it during that time? Even if no one from his unit reported it, didn't his wife report it? Zhang Yang asked, thoroughly puzzled. Based on our investigation at the Water Resources Bureau, once we learned about this deputy director's bureaucratic style, the situation became easier to understand. Word is this deputy director maintained multiple households, keeping a whole string of mistresses. No one knew where he slept at night. His legal wife had long since grown accustomed to it, but there was nothing she could do. The deputy director was notoriously domineering at home, and she simply couldn't control him. As for his behavior at work, it goes without saying he was the de facto boss. Even when he didn't show up for work, no one dared question him. Moreover, he'd once taken several women on a week-long vacation to a southern city without informing anyone. When he returned, no one dared say a word. Think about it, with precedents like that, who in his unit would dare ask a single question? Lu Meng sighed in exasperation as he explained to Zhang Yang. They had just returned from gathering information at the Water Resources Bureau and were utterly stunned. Who would have thought that such a lawless figure could exist right here in Tianhai City? The number of people holding grudges against this deputy director must be staggering. This was indeed a troublesome situation. Zhang Yang frowned as he spoke. Yeah, this deputy director has always looked down on many people. And now that he holds such power, he's become even more reckless. Finding a breakthrough through this avenue would be exceedingly difficult. Lu Meng nodded and said to Zhang Yang. Well, that does make things difficult. Then we'll start with the remaining dismembered body parts. It doesn't make sense since the body has already surfaced, there's no reason for the killer to keep the other remains hidden. Then there's the surveillance footage. If that vehicle could come here to dump the body, following the intersection's CCTV recordings should definitely reveal the vehicle's basic information. This part also puzzles me. The killer must have been aware of the risks involved. Why would they still choose this method? Zhang Yang felt utterly perplexed. Captain, we just got a report. Decayed feet were found in the garbage dump in the western part of the city. They're almost certainly the victims. An officer entered and reported to the two. Head to the scene immediately and thoroughly investigate the evidence. Lu Meng nodded. Well, that pieces things together. Something doesn't add up. How did the body end up in the western part of the city? This area seems a bit too large, doesn't it? Zhang Yang pulled out his phone, located the steamed bun shop from the previous discovery on the map, and marked the location where the body parts were found in the western part of the city. He realized the straight line distance between the 2 points exceeded 15 kilometers. Moreover, they formed a triangular distribution with the current police station. If the body parts had already decomposed, it was highly likely they had been there for some time without being discovered. This revelation left Zhang Yang and his team deeply shocked. Typically, areas near garbage dumps attract many scavengers, and such a situation would be discovered quickly. For them, even with everyone involved in the operation, it shouldn't have taken this long to uncover. Could it be that something strange was going on in that place? I'll go check it out too. Something's fishy about this, Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. As he spoke, he followed the police toward the western part of the city where the body parts had been discovered. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhang Yang finally understood why this had happened. This area belonged to a new development zone, mostly construction sites. The location of this garbage pile was also near a newly completed residential complex. Although the complex had been handed over to residents, occupancy was low. Especially now in winter, with no centralized heating yet installed, living conditions were quite harsh.
Aside from a few young people, hardly anyone resided there.
Consequently, the trash bins in this area were relatively clean. The cleaning crew responsible for this area didn't come every day, so when Zhang Yang arrived, the trash hadn't piled up too much. For this particular area right now, with few residents, there was naturally little trash and consequently few scavengers. It wasn't until Zhang Yang and his team arrived that they learned from the police that the report hadn't come from the cleaning staff, but from a young man walking his dog. They had just stepped out to dispose of their trash when their dog suddenly started barking furiously at the bin.
This piqued the young man's curiosity.
He was the type who enjoyed detective movies and novels in his spare time. His instinct was to suspect a body or something similar inside. So he grabbed a stick nearby and started rummaging through the trash bin. To his shock, he found a black plastic bag emitting a foul stench. Upon opening it, he nearly jumped out of his skin. He immediately called the police, and the final body fragment was finally discovered. If not for this young man, the body fragment might never have been discovered. After all, the cleaning crew hadn't arrived yet. Even if they had, they might have simply treated the contents of the trash bin as regular garbage and sent it straight to the waste disposal facility for unified processing.
That would have been the end of it. Chapter 220, Another Victim.
This development was highly unusual. Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Judging by the locations where the bodies were dumped, it made no logical sense. The first location caused a huge stir when a finger was discovered in breakfast food. Even if that person couldn't guarantee the finger would appear there. But since these meat fillings were about to be distributed, they would inevitably appear elsewhere too. In any case, it was bound to cause a huge uproar.
The second location was placed directly at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. For the police, that was a blatant provocation.
If the first incident was meant to instill panic among the public, the second was designed to provoke the police's anger. Yet the third location was so concealed. It defies all logic.
Wait.
No. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered something. He grabbed the camera from the forensic photographer who had taken the scene photos and examined it closely.
His heart sank to the bottom. Hello? Captain Liu, it's Zhang Yang. Based on my preliminary assessment, these feet may not belong to the deceased.
There is more than one victim, there is another deceased individual. Zhang Yang dialed Lu Meng's number.
Upon receiving the call, Lu Meng froze in place. Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau.
Upon returning, Zhang Yang immediately shared his discovery with everyone.
When Zhang Yang made the discovery,
starting from the peculiarity of this dumping site, these feet were clearly a bit too small for a deputy chief with a large, prominent head and ears. According to the deputy director's family, the deceased wore size 43 shoes. It wasn't that his feet were particularly large, but rather that they were exceptionally fleshy. They were quite plump. Therefore, he typically bought shoes several sizes larger than his actual size. Yet the feet discovered here were only size 38. According to the forensic examination, these were a woman's feet. Which meant it was highly likely the deceased was one of the mistresses kept by the deputy director. But here's the problem, almost no one knew exactly how many mistresses the deputy director kept. Moreover, aside from the deputy director himself, no one else had their contact information. Just as everyone was at a loss, the surveillance team suddenly delivered good news. Following the surveillance footage, they discovered the vehicle was using a cloned license plate. Moreover, after dumping the body, the vehicle had left the city and never returned. According to the license plate, it wasn't even registered in Tianhai City. After a relentless police pursuit, they finally tracked it down to a car rental company in a neighboring city. Upon inquiry, they learned a young man had rented the vehicle from them for a period of half a month. They obtained the renter's information from the rental company, a student from a local university in Tianhai City. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Zhang Yang's keen intuition suggested the key to the case likely lay with the corpse that had lost both feet. Based on my speculation, the other victim was likely a student at this university, and the killer was probably someone like the victim's boyfriend. He may have acted out of anger after discovering his girlfriend was being kept as a mistress. Given the current evidence, at least a motive for murder exists. I'll head to that university to investigate first. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng.
Then we'll split up.
We'll continue screening suspects and searching for bodies, while you head to the university to look for clues.
Lu Meng nodded.
For now, although we know there are two victims, neither body has been found intact. The former deputy chief's feet are still missing. As for the female victim, only her feet were discovered. Oh, and when you're conducting the investigation, pay attention to the West City area. Based on the location where the body was dumped, the killer should be familiar with that vicinity.
Ordinary students wouldn't be familiar with these neighborhoods, it's likely someone who lives there. Zhang Yang reminded Lu Meng. That can't be right? Typically, dumping bodies involves finding the farthest possible location? If it's right near their home, wouldn't that greatly increase the chances of being discovered? Lu Meng was taken aback. This killer might be doing the opposite.
Take this young man, for instance. He discovered the body part precisely because he enjoyed watching detective movies and reading crime novels in his spare time.
He was quite familiar with such matters. Young people today have many avenues to access similar information and are well versed in police investigative procedures. Therefore, it couldn't be ruled out that the killer might be right under their noses. Better safe than sorry. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Got it. You young people these days are really hard to deal with. Lu Meng shook his head with a hint of resignation. Zhang Yang led several other officers into Tianhai University of Science and Technology. After all, Zhang Yang's current status made it somewhat inconvenient for him to handle matters directly. Having police officers with him made things much easier. Zhang Yang led the officers straight to the Academic Affairs office. The director, upon seeing them, immediately ushered them inside without delay. Director Zhang, will get straight to the point. Recently, have any students gone missing from various departments on campus? Female students, specifically. Zhang Yang addressed Director Zhang. Students missing? I haven't heard anything about that. Alright, I'll have the staff in each college verify immediately, but it might take some time. May I ask what happened? Director Zhang inquired of Zhang Yang and the others. It's nothing major. Just get them to check first. Zhang Yang didn't elaborate. Director Zhang was a sharp man. Seeing Zhang Yang's attitude, he didn't press further and immediately stepped out to make verification calls. As the academic affairs director, he couldn't possibly know every detail about the students on campus. He needed to consult the grade-level advisors, who in turn would have to verify with the class monitors. This process would take considerable time. After making all the necessary arrangements, Director Zhang returned to his office. Rest assured, everyone. We've already dispatched staff to verify the information. As you know, with tens of thousands of students at our university, it's difficult for us to maintain precise records. Typically, this responsibility falls to the respective advisors. Moreover, due to factors like students skipping classes, advisors often cannot accurately determine attendance numbers. Director Zhang rubbed his hands together apologetically. Understood. But I heard that due to the pandemic, universities have implemented closed campus management recently? Zhang Yang asked Director Zhang. Sigh. That's the official line, but you know how students are these days, they can't sit still. And it's not like before, with strict control over student movements. The so-called campus lockdown only restricts outsiders from entering freely. Students leaving campus is still uncontrolled. Director Zhang replied to Zhang Yang. Chapter 221, The Private Life of a Female College Student. Zhang Yang nodded in understanding. For universities today, they can only isolate outsiders as much as possible. But when it comes to their own students, it's simply impossible to restrict them. So students at your school don't need to report their outings to their advisors either? Zhang Yang asked the academic affairs director. Well, the university environment isn't as tightly controlled as high school. Plus, since we're considered a lower-tier top-tier school, our management of students naturally isn't as comprehensive. And today's college students are adults. They're always clamoring about human rights and such. For us, the current situation is this: too much control won't work, and too little control leaves us hoping nothing goes wrong. By the way, what exactly happened to our student? If I know what's going on, I can help out more. The academic director rubbed his hands together as he spoke to Zhang Yang. He had already noticed that although Zhang Yang was the youngest among the visitors and wasn't wearing a police uniform, he seemed to be leading the entire operation. We've identified the deceased. Preliminary evidence suggests she's a female student from your school. To avoid causing panic, it's best to keep this confidential for now. We suspect the killer might also be a student at your school. Zhang Yang thought for a moment before replying to the academic affairs director. What? This can't be true, can it? This is a real problem. The academic affairs director turned pale upon hearing this. In universities like this, the worst thing imaginable is a homicide. If such a case were to be exposed, it would severely impact enrollment for the following year. For universities, student enrollment is everything. A university with both undergraduate and graduate programs has a total enrollment of nearly 50,000 students. Assuming a minimum annual expenditure of 10,000 yuan per student, that amounts to 500 million yuan in financial transactions. Add in tuition, accommodation fees, and other expenses per student each year, and it significantly secures the university's funding. But if enrollment takes a hit, it's a disaster. And while Zhang Yang and his peers were unaware, the academic affairs director certainly knew. Many female students at their university were taking on part-time jobs outside campus. Whether these jobs are legitimate is another matter entirely. In any case, the luxury cars parked at the school gates every weekend speak volumes. Previously, it was common to place beverage bottles on car roofs, but after the school intervened, this practice disappeared. The school had no choice. Every evening, rows of cars lined up outside with drink bottles displayed, waiting for female students. The social impact was undeniably negative. But even without the bottles, the luxury cars remain. After all, for them, competing over the luxury of their vehicles was once a topic everyone loved to gossip about.
Sometimes, when the academic dean heads home after work and sees male students taking photos and chatting excitedly in front of these luxury cars, he felt a deep sense of sadness. They now view these luxury cars as if they were at an auto show, but what they couldn't imagine was that many of the seemingly unattainable goddess-like female students were inside these very cars, writhing in the arms of potbellied middle-aged men. The academic director himself had witnessed this scene multiple times. They even deliberately avoid renting rooms, opting instead to have sex in the luxury cars parked right outside the school gates. But even as the school's academic director, he was powerless to stop it. Hearing Zhang Yang and the others describe this situation, the academic affairs director had likely already formed his own judgment. 9 times out of 10, it was precisely this kind of thing that had gone wrong. Had a female student gone out for compensated dating and encountered a pervert? Or had a dispute over payment escalated into a violent incident? But what about the claim that the killer was likely a student from their school? Could it be a couple? And the guy found out about her activities, so he deliberately killed her? In an instant, countless possibilities raced through the academic director's mind. Not long after, the results were compiled and submitted, but the findings left Zhang Yang and his team utterly stunned. According to the latest data, over 100 students were unaccounted for. Moreover, over a dozen of them had been missing for several days. According to the counselors below, all but 2 of them were female students. Some roommates mentioned that this wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. Rumor had it that some students had been bought apartments by wealthy patrons and rarely attended classes. For these female students, the money they received from being sponsored far exceeded what even senior professors at the university could hope to earn. So for them, graduation certificates meant little. What good would a diploma do them anyway? Wouldn't they still have to work their fingers to the bone for a meager salary? Better to make as much money as possible while they're young, so they can have houses and cars later. As for boyfriends, they aren't lacking either. Many young, attractive female students have plenty of admirers on campus. But they're all pretty good at putting on a front. They tell these admirers that their families are from Tianhai City, and according to their own logic, they've completely fabricated an identity for themselves. This persona is often that of an unattainable, pure as a lily type. To the innocent young men on campus, they're the kind of girls you'd worship on your knees. But they'd never imagine what their goddesses, who seem so high and mighty, might be like in the beds of the men who keep them. This situation is indeed troublesome. There are already over 100 of them. Are we supposed to investigate each one individually? A police officer curled his lip. Of course. This is a matter of life and death. But if we investigate openly, we might alert the killer. So, could the school administration cooperate? Say you're implementing a new assessment model. We need all students who haven't returned to campus to come back. That way we can gather details and narrow down our investigation. After finishing his explanation to the 2 officers, Zhang Yang turned to the academic affairs director and asked, "No problem. We'll discuss this and do our utmost to cooperate with the police. After all, this involves a life. Should anything go wrong, we'll need to account for it to the parents. However, we genuinely had no prior knowledge of this matter. Should any conflicts arise later, we'll need your assistance in explaining the situation." The academic affairs director hurriedly added. Chapter 222, Locking Down the Target. Under the academic director's arrangements, midterm evaluations commenced across all departments. For the female college students involved in sugar daddy arrangements, most were freshmen or sophomores. At this stage, female university students had just entered the college environment and lacked basic awareness of other aspects. They were easily dazzled by money. Zhang Yang and his crew followed the list they'd obtained to the dorm building of a female student who had already gone missing. However, this time they were all men, and they couldn't possibly enter the female dormitory. With no other option, they explained the situation to the dorm supervisor, asking her to find a few roommates from that student's dorm to inquire. Typically, roommates are from the same class, so they could also learn some basic information. Before long, a female college student dressed lightly approached, led by the dorm supervisor. Despite the still cool weather, the student wore only a pleated skirt and a light blouse. Her long legs were covered in sheer stockings that looked almost bare from a distance. Her well-developed assets were prominently displayed, causing the other 2 officers to stare uncomfortably. Zhang Yang shook his head helplessly. Such pure and beautiful female students held immense allure for men. No wonder so many bosses dream of keeping these college girls as mistresses. Seeing the 2 officers behind Zhang Yang, the student was somewhat surprised. Fortunately, with the dorm supervisor accompanying her, it wasn't too awkward. Otherwise, being stopped for questioning by several officers alone at the entrance of the girls' dormitory would surely spark gossip. "Sorry to bother you. We'd like to ask about a student named Lu Min. Is she in your dorm? She hasn't been back recently? Do you have her contact information?" Zhang Yang asked the female student. "Lu Min? No." The female student shook her head without hesitation, a hint of disgust in her eyes. "No? Aren't you roommates? How could you not have each other's phone numbers? And you're already sophomores, right?" Zhang Yang was puzzled.
She's always looked down on us. When she first arrived, she barely spoke to us, probably because she thought we were poor. Not long after, she moved out, though she still comes back occasionally during exams. The female student said. So where is she now? Zhang Yang didn't even know what to ask next. He just felt that today's college students were completely different from when they were in university. The university they attended was, after all, a top-tier science and engineering institution, and even here things were like this. Let alone the second-tier and third-tier institutions. We'd heard rumors before that her family had high-ranking officials in the provincial capital, and they'd bought her an apartment in this city right after she started school. And she had no plans to work in China either. Word was she intended to study abroad directly after her senior year. We're just not in the same social circle. They look down on us, and we can't even get close to them. The female student shrugged and said. Alright, in that case, could you give me your advisor's phone number? I think the advisor should have it. Zhang Yang addressed the female student. After obtaining the advisor's number from the female student, Zhang Yang confirmed the basic information. After countless calls, the advisor finally got in touch with the female student named Lu Min. Just as that college girl said. They couldn't care less about this university's diploma and were already processing their overseas application paperwork. So she wouldn't be participating in this midterm assessment or anything like that. But I heard you need foreign language scores and such for studying abroad? I remember when I was in college, it was really hard to get accepted, and tuition abroad isn't cheap either. A police officer listened to Zhang Yang's words and asked with some confusion. What you're describing is probably the path for ordinary people to study abroad. Beyond that, there are likely many avenues we're unaware of. In this world, as long as you have enough money, someone will handle all the things you're worried about. Zhang Yang replied to the officer. For officers like them, these things might remain forever out of reach. For an ordinary family, the cost of studying abroad hundreds of thousands of yuan per year is simply beyond their means. More importantly, without sufficient financial backing, what good is studying abroad anyway? In the end, they'd still have to return to China to find work. For those without connections or family wealth, the label of returnee wouldn't do much to boost their prospects. Let's go. On to the next one. Zhang Yang didn't hesitate, continuing toward the next student. Meanwhile, Tianhai University of Science and Technology had also launched comprehensive investigations and screenings. Most students contacted the university after receiving the message, so they weren't completely out of reach. However, there were still over a dozen individuals who remained temporarily unreachable. Among them, one female student's situation was particularly peculiar. When Zhang Yang heard about this female student, his guard immediately went up. This female student could be considered both reachable and unreachable. She had only sent her advisor a single message, stating that she had some family matters to attend to and would be returning home early. Since it was inconvenient to call while traveling, she had sent a text instead. Originally, the advisor hadn't taken it seriously. After all, she was already accounted for, and this female student was generally quite well behaved. But when reporting to the academic affairs director, Zhang Yang overheard it by accident, which finally caught his attention. When Zhang Yang used the advisor's phone to call back, he discovered the phone was turned off. Zhang Yang and his team immediately focused their attention on the female student, Yu Shuhui. Furthermore, after interviewing her classmates, they learned that Yu Shuhui had a boyfriend who hadn't been on campus for several days. Yu Shuhui's boyfriend was a local resident and reportedly owned an apartment. It seemed to be in the western part of the city. It was a new place his parents had bought for him, and he'd been bragging about renovations and such. Upon receiving this information, Zhang Yang and his team found it perfectly aligned with Zhang Yang's earlier suspicions. They immediately zeroed in on this boyfriend named Chen Chen. Chapter 223, The Truth. After investigation, it turned out Yu Shuhui hadn't been to school for quite some time. But according to her classmates, this wasn't the first time such an absence had occurred. After all, Yu Shuhui's boyfriend, Chen Chen, was from Tianhai City. Moreover, when she first entered university, her family had purchased an apartment for her. The handover had only recently taken place. Her classmates could only look on with envy. Usually, according to her classmates, Yu Shuhui was a quiet girl without many hobbies. However, it was said she had relatives in Tianhai City, so every weekend, Yu Shuhui would return to her relative's home. When Zhang Yang and the others went looking for this Chen Chen, they discovered he wasn't on campus, though they could reach him by phone. According to the counselor, Chen Chen hadn't been on campus for quite some time, though the exact reason was unclear. However, his phone remained active. In that case, please call him again. We need to confirm Chen Chen's whereabouts. Zhang Yang thought for a moment before addressing Chen Chen's advisor. The information they had just obtained from Chen Chen's advisor revealed that he did not have Chen Chen's current address. Furthermore, the family address Chen Chen had previously provided did not include specific details like a house number. The reason Zhang Yang and his team wanted to further investigate Chen Chen's whereabouts was twofold: to confirm whether the Xiqing district where Chen Chen was located was the same area where the dismembered body parts had been discovered, and also to gauge Chen Chen's current state.
Typically, perpetrators of murder cases tend to be highly anxious during the process. Especially if the perpetrator was likely just a college student. Right, take Qin Chen's photo immediately to that rental car company in the neighboring city and have the owner confirm if it's him.
Zhang Yang thought for a moment before instructing one of the officers.
The surveillance at that rental shop was practically useless. The resolution was so low you couldn't make out faces. But now that they had Qin Chen's information, obtaining his photo would be straightforward.
The officer immediately went to make arrangements. Shortly after, the instructor followed Zhang Yang's instructions and called Qin Chen.
Under the pretext of verifying academic records, they stalled for over a minute. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang had already had his technical team pinpoint Qin Chen's location. Based on Qin Chen's location, he was in the newly built residential area behind the trash bin where the dismembered body parts were discovered.
Police tracking could now pinpoint his location within a 5-meter radius.
Within this range, for all of them,
they could almost pinpoint which building he was in.
Once Zhang Yang and his team confirmed it was indeed Qin Chen, they immediately headed toward the residential complex.
This complex was no stranger to Zhang Yang and his team.
They had visited it once before when the body parts were discovered. To be honest, Zhang Yang had already suspected the killer might live nearby. They just hadn't expected it to be right here in this complex. Zhang Yang and his team went straight to the property management office with the building information they had obtained to check the registration records. After all, new apartments required a renovation deposit, and such payments were always recorded. Fortunately, this requirement allowed them to quickly identify Qin Chen's apartment number using her name. To avoid alerting the suspect prematurely, Zhang Yang and his team decided to have the property management staff knock on the door. Hiding in the hallway, they called out, "Hello, we're from property management." The person downstairs responded, saying there was a leak in their apartment and they were coming out to check. The property manager knocked on the door upstairs for quite some time.
No one answered the door.
Zhang Yang and his group were puzzled. Could it be that the person had fled after receiving the call from the instructor? The fact that Qin Chen chose to rent a car in a neighboring city shows he has some counter-surveillance awareness.
Zhang Yang signaled the property manager to continue knocking on doors upstairs and loudly announce their presence to the building's residents.
Meanwhile, Zhang Yang led his team to quietly hide in the stairwell without making a sound.
Shortly after, news arrived from the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau.
The owner of the rental car shop in the neighboring city confirmed that Qin Chen was indeed the person who rented a car from him that day.
This nearly confirmed Qin Chen as the perpetrator.
Unexpectedly, however, Qin Chen had vanished. Yet Zhang Yang deduced from footprints on the staircase that Qin Chen likely hadn't left. The stairwell was now covered in construction dust. 2 units on this floor were undergoing renovations, but upon their initial inspection, no footprints were found outside Qin Chen's apartment. Zhang Yang believed Qin Chen must have grown suspicious when the property management arrived, but hadn't had time to leave. Therefore, Zhang Yang and his team decided to stake out the area and wait for him to show up. After all, if Qin Chen had truly discovered any clues, he would surely try to escape as quickly as possible. To a safer place. Sure enough. As soon as the property management team left the stairwell, Qin Chen's door quietly opened. After confirming the coast was clear, Qin Chen hurried to leave. But the moment he stepped downstairs, he froze only to be immediately pinned down by Zhang Yang and his team. They took him back to the station. Meanwhile, police conducted a search of Qin Chen's residence, where they discovered a large freezer containing the body of the missing Yu Shuhui. At this point, Yu Shuhui's legs had been sawed off. But also her hands and head had been severed. The dismembered parts had not yet been processed. After interrogation, the truth about Qin Chen and Yu Shuhui turned out to be straightforward. It was largely as Zhang Yang and the others had previously speculated. Yu Shuhui was one of the female university students kept by the deputy director. The deputy director had purchased an apartment for Yu Shuhui in Tianhai City, where she resided. Her claim of visiting relatives every weekend was, of course, a lie. Every weekend, Yu Shuhui waited in that apartment. Sometimes the deputy director would return drunk and spend the entire night with her. Other times, he wouldn't show up for an entire weekend. Yu Shuhui was unaware that the deputy director was simultaneously supporting several other female university students. For these female students, their schedules were essentially lined up week by week. But one time, the deputy director got a little rough during their encounter, leaving some marks on a certain part of Yu Shuhui's body. The next day happened to be Qin Chen's birthday. After getting Yu Shuhui drunk at home, he also wanted to have his way with her. Only after stripping her clothes did he notice the marks on that area. Qin Chen instantly understood. After unlocking Yu Shuhui's phone and reviewing her chat history with the deputy director, Qin Chen discovered that the girlfriend he cherished like a precious moonlight had been secretly kept by a man in his 50s. Chapter 224, One Slip and 100 Precautions. Upon learning this news, Qin Chen felt utterly humiliated. After all, he had planned to add her name to the property deed for this house after taking Yu Shuhui's virginity. It was meant to demonstrate his commitment to her. But it all turned out to be a joke. Judging by the transfer records from the deputy director to Yu Shuhui, the amount alone was enough to buy an entire house outright. Under the influence of alcohol, Chen strangled Yu Shuhui to death. Then came the task of disposing of the body.
Chen considered many methods before finally deciding to dismember the body.
As for the deputy director, Chen had no intention of sparing him either. In Chen's view, it was precisely because of this deputy director using his money that his once pure and innocent girlfriend had been reduced to this state. Using the apartment code found on his girlfriend's phone, he broke in, slipped a sedative into the water on the table.
He turned on every light in the room. Sure enough, the deputy director showed up over the weekend.
Finding the room empty with lights on and his calls unanswered, he assumed she'd stepped out for something and waited inside. After drinking the drugged water, he was brutally strangled to death by Chen. The reason he had cut off Yu Shuhui's foot earlier was to test whether dumping a body near the trash bins was feasible. After all, he had discovered that sanitation workers only came by infrequently. When they did arrive, they would dump the trash directly into large garbage trucks. Chen had learned this through his own surveillance. The garbage truck would dump the waste directly into the shredder at the waste treatment plant. Recently, the area around this dump site had mostly been filled with construction debris rather than household waste, leaving little room for secondary utilization. Chen reasoned that if dismembered remains were mixed into these piles, they'd be unrecognizable once shredded. Most importantly, even if someone did notice, it would only be bits of flesh and blood. The landfill workers would likely assume it was just a cat or dog. But the net of heaven is wide, yet nothing escapes it. Unexpectedly, the sanitation worker had tested positive and hadn't come to work for several days, so the trash in this area had been left untouched for the time being. Had it not been for his illness, and had the previous method been followed, those body parts might indeed have been disposed of bit by bit. Yu Shuhui's body was in the freezer inside Chen's home. The deputy director's body, however, could not have been stored in such a large freezer within the apartment. After Chen discreetly uncovered the deputy director's misdeeds, a bold idea took root in his mind. Given the deputy director's corrupt practices, he must have offended numerous people along the way. And if he had offended so many, no one would suspect him if the deputy director died. That's why he chose to dump the deputy director's remains at the one-eyed man's processing plant. Chen knew the factory so well because it had once belonged to his family. His family had originally operated in this field, but as profits improved, they gradually transitioned away from it. However, the factory building was retained and handed over to Chen. Chen had personally handled the handover with this individual, so he was familiar with some of his background. Chen's plan was to use the deputy bureau chief's death to create a social sensation. The greater the uproar, the more advantageous it would be for Chen. No one would ever connect such an incident to him, a mere student. Chen had always enjoyed reading detective novels and possessed some understanding of such matters. It must be said, throughout the entire investigation, the police had primarily focused on individuals with grudges against the deputy director. After all, even if they knew about his affair with the female college student, uncovering clues within the deputy director's private life would have been extremely difficult. Had it not been for the fortuitous discovery of Yu Shuhui's severed limbs, the deputy director's case might never have been linked to a mere college student. After that, Chen kept inquiring about updates from the police department. Later, seeing that the deputy director's body was barely holding up, he had no choice but to prepare to send it to the police station. What Chen hadn't anticipated was that during the time he went to rent a car, the deputy director whose fingers had been severed actually came back to life. Earlier, perhaps due to the thick layer of fat around his neck, he hadn't been completely killed. Upon regaining consciousness, however, the deputy director was already delirious from severe blood loss. Struggling, he made his way to the apartment's refrigerator and retrieved the adrenaline he had stored inside. Earlier, this deputy director had a tendency towards sadomasochism in his work. He frequently used various tools to torment these female college students. Sometimes they would lose consciousness due to oxygen deprivation. At such moments, a single injection of adrenaline would revive them. The deputy chief had stockpiled quite a bit inside. This explains why he was left alive at the police station entrance. However, precisely because of the massive adrenaline injections, his death was sudden and swift, leaving no information behind. When Chen was brought into Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, he was already completely broken. Though he had studied countless techniques for handling police interrogations, under the bureau's intimidating atmosphere, all his preparations proved utterly useless. This time, Zhang Yang didn't even need to step in. Lu Meng and the others walked in wearing police uniforms, slammed their fists on the table, and Chen confessed everything. Once everyone learned the truth, they were all too stunned to speak. On one hand, they were shocked by how chaotic the private lives of these female college students had become. On the other, they found it hard to believe that the deputy director of the Water Resources Bureau, a man who ruled with an iron fist, had been killed by a mere undergraduate student. And he had met his end precisely because of the very tools he had prepared. The sedative, the adrenaline, these were all tools the deputy director had prepared for his own amorous escapades. Little did he know he'd meet his end precisely through these very tools. Once the deputy director's affairs came to light, everyone finally understood. Yet many mysteries remained unsolved. For instance, the deputy director had purchased several homes for the female university students he was maintaining, each costing millions. Where did a lowly deputy director get all that money? Though this murder case was solved, many subsequent cases were gradually unfolding. Chapter 225, Bloodstains. This is outrageous. That man actually managed to become a deputy director and held the position for so long? It's an absolute disgrace to Tianhai City's political establishment. Inside Qin Aigua's office, Zhang Yang could barely keep his eyes open. Truth be told, since this case involved a deputy director, many people throughout Tianhai City were paying close attention. For them, the current situation was that no one could figure out whether someone was deliberately seeking revenge against a leader in the officialdom or if it was due to other matters. As a result, Qin Aigua's phone hadn't stopped ringing. Leaders from every department were flooding Qin Aigua's office, desperate for details. Everyone felt like they were sitting on a powder keg. However, when word finally spread that the murder stemmed from a mistress-related affair, a small fraction of them breathed a sigh of relief. For them, most of the women they sought out were relatively uncomplicated, often divorced women. Such issues simply didn't exist for them. But the remaining majority? Most of them were involved with college students. So they were all busy cutting ties with their mistresses. Upon learning of the deputy director's actions, Qin Aigua flew into a rage. It seemed he felt cheated in the process, likely because he had no such inclinations himself. He summoned Zhang Yang and the other officers involved in the case. After questioning them about the entire incident, he launched into a lengthy lecture. Zhang Yang and the others were nodding off listening to him. In short, we handled this case exceptionally well. Not only did we ensure everyone involved recognized the police force's decisive capability when it mattered most. Just as Qin Aigua was about to continue, he suddenly noticed that everyone in front of him looked as if they were about to fall asleep. Zhang Yang had his head bowed, his eyes clearly closed, and faint snoring sounds were audible. Lu Meng slumped his head to the side, drool dripping onto his shirt. This sight infuriated Qin Aigua to no end. So all this time, I've been blabbering away here, and you haven't taken a single word to heart? Enough. Go back to sleep. Qin Aigua waved his hand at the two of them. Ha! All right. Zhang Yang clapped his hands sharply, startling Lu Meng beside him. Great. The director's words just now were truly brilliant, they really opened our eyes. Lu Meng, unaware of the situation, joined in the applause. Qin Aigua's face darkened. Just as he was about to explode, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Qin Aigua bellowed toward the door. Chief, there's been an incident. A police officer rushed in and reported to Qin Aigua. Captain Lu, we just got a report about a foul odor coming from a rental unit. Our officers nearby went to check it out. When they arrived, they found a large amount of blood outside the rental unit. Judging by the amount of blood, this is a major case. Forensic techs are already en route. The officer quickly turned to address Lu Meng. He hadn't come here to see Qin Aigua, but to see Lu Meng. After all, Lu Meng is the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division. What? Another major case? Ever since you got back, it's been one case after another, no end in sight? Lu Meng shot Zhang Yang a glare. Zhang Yang, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. What did I ever do to deserve this? What the hell does this have to do with me? Fine, if it's all my fault, I'm heading home to sleep. My back's about to break from standing and sleeping all this time. Zhang Yang said to the others. Where are you going? Hurry up and come with me to the scene. You're already here, you've got the nerve not to go? Let's go. Lu Meng, standing nearby, grabbed Zhang Yang and dragged him away without hesitation. Zhang Yang was utterly speechless. He really wanted to tell Lu Meng, I'm not a damn cop, I actually feel bad about not going. But he couldn't resist Lu Meng's powerful grip. It must be said, as the captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit, Lu Meng was quite skilled. Even Zhang Yang wasn't confident he could take him down in a fair fight. So he obediently followed Lu Meng. With sirens blaring, Lu Meng and his team quickly arrived at an older residential complex. The area around the building was already cordoned off with police tape, surrounded by a large crowd of onlookers. For them, upon hearing of a major crime, their first instinct wasn't fear but curiosity. Even elderly folks who rarely ventured out were dressed neatly, carrying small stools to sit outside. They whispered among themselves, speculating about what had happened inside. As Zhang Yang and his team entered the stairwell, a thick, pungent smell of blood hit them. Following the scent all the way to the third floor, they found the door already open. Zhang Yang surmised that the scent had spread so rapidly precisely because the door had been opened. But logically, that didn't quite add up. Such a potent stench shouldn't have been completely undetectable, right? Zhang Yang approached the door and noticed a layer of sealing gasket around it. Such an old-fashioned door wouldn't normally have this feature. It appeared to be deliberately reinforced by the killer. The purpose was likely to prevent the odors inside from escaping. It appeared to be another premeditated crime. When Zhang Yang stepped inside, even though he and his team had prepared themselves mentally, they were still rendered speechless by the sight. Though the room wasn't large, a thick layer of congealed blood had solidified across the floor. Its viscous consistency meant the blood had been there for quite some time.
Was all of this human blood?
Zhang Yang asked a forensic doctor in disbelief.
Yes. It's impossible to say. This volume of blood loss, it's not just one person's blood.
Even if you averaged it across 3 people, none of them could have survived.
The forensic expert shook his head helplessly. Are you certain this is all human blood? No animal blood mixed in?
Zhang Yang pressed further. Our preliminary assessment indicates it's all human blood, but we'll need to take samples back to the lab for testing to confirm specifics. The forensic doctor explained to Zhang Yang. They hadn't anticipated this situation either, so they still needed to return and conduct a new examination. Just as Zhang Yang was about to ask another question, he saw Lu Meng emerge from inside, his face ashen.
Damn it! There's no body at the scene.
Lu Meng gritted his teeth as he spoke.
Chapter 226, No Body. No body? Hearing Lu Meng's words, Zhang Yang was also deeply shocked. With such a massive amount of blood, there was no body? That made the whole thing strange. Could it be that this wasn't the primary crime scene? If this wasn't the primary crime scene, why would the killer have left so much blood here? And if this was the primary crime scene, how did the killer manage to transport the body away? Given all the bloodstains left behind, why was it necessary to remove the body?
After all, moving a body greatly increases the risk of being discovered. Although this is an older neighborhood without surveillance cameras, the high foot traffic makes it easy for someone to spot them. Not to mention, in these older neighborhoods, residents have lived side by side for years. Neighbors constantly cross paths, and any unusual activity in a household would be noticed immediately. It just didn't make sense.
Zhang Yang racked his brain but couldn't make sense of it.
Finally, his gaze settled on the bloodstains. All that blood was on the floor, and they'd even installed weather stripping around the door. Clearly, this was intentional. What could the purpose be? Wait. Zhang Yang suddenly had an idea. If this scenario held true, it was highly possible that this was merely a staged scene, a fabricated crime scene for some kind of special ritual? Who was the first to enter the scene? I have a few questions for him. Zhang Yang asked the person beside him. Before long, a police officer nervously entered the room. For ordinary officers like them, the most common tasks they handled on a regular basis were mediating domestic disputes. When had they ever seen such a gruesome scene? Though there were no bodies, the sheer bloodshed was enough to send shivers down the officer's spine.
How are you feeling now? Feeling better?
Zhang Yang asked the man. Seeing the man wipe his mouth, Zhang Yang knew he must have vomited outside earlier.
I'm fine now, much better.
The officer scratched his head awkwardly. Earlier, when he'd been throwing up downstairs, a crowd of elderly folks had gathered to watch, which had been genuinely embarrassing.
Alright, were you the first one here? Tell me what happened at the scene. Zhang Yang asked the officer. We received the emergency call at 3:10 p.m.
Since this location is very close to our precinct, we arrived at the scene within 10 minutes. When we first got the call, it mentioned a strange odor inside, and we heard no one had come out for a long time. We assumed something might have gone bad inside. We knocked on the door but no one answered. We contacted the landlord, who said the apartment had been rented out a year ago for a 3-year lease and he had no idea what was going on now. He provided a contact number, but when we tried calling, it was disconnected. But when we arrived at the door, we noticed a crimson-red substance seeping out from beneath it.
I immediately sensed something was terribly wrong.
After reporting it to our precinct, we escalated the matter and simultaneously called a locksmith.
The moment we entered, the stench nearly made us vomit. That smell, I'll never forget it.
The officer recounted, still visibly shaken.
Did you notice anything unusual when you entered? I mean, besides the bloodstains, were there any marks on the floor? Or writing? Zhang Yang asked the officer.
Nothing. I remember when I came in, the entire floor was blood red. There was literally nowhere to step, so I didn't dare come straight in. But I did take a few glances around the scene.
There really wasn't anything unusual.
If there had been any markings or writing, I would have spotted them immediately.
The officer replied to Zhang Yang with certainty. That's strange. Alright, have we gotten any information from the people outside? Have they been interviewed? Zhang Yang asked the officer. Not yet.
They've been helping process the scene since they arrived. The officer shook his head.
Alright, I'll go down and ask them myself.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Then he walked downstairs. The onlookers gathered around had no idea what had transpired inside. They'd only heard whispers from people in the hallway about some kind of smell and bloodstains. Seeing Zhang Yang approach, they all crowded around.
Young man, what happened upstairs? Did someone die up there? An elderly man asked Zhang Yang.
Something like that. I'm here to ask you all, do you know who lives in room 305? Zhang Yang asked the crowd.
305? Someone lives there? That can't be right.
I've lived in this hallway for years, and that apartment has always been empty. An old man said to Zhang Yang.
Yeah, we're all longtime neighbors here. This isn't some prime school district property who would rent a place like this? That household seems to have been empty for ages. Another old man chimed in. Then think about it, have you seen any strangers around here lately? Just people we haven't seen before.
Zhang Yang thought for a moment before asking the group. Now that you mention it, I do recall something. A while back, a delivery person frequently came to our area. Most of us here are elderly and don't really shop online, so delivery people rarely come to our neighborhood.
I think I even ran into that delivery guy one night. He was bundled up really tightly.
The first old man thought for a moment before saying to Zhang Yang.
Wait, you mean you saw that delivery guy at night?
Zhang Yang asked the old man.
Yes.
I was thinking to myself, these young folks today work so hard, delivering packages late at night. It was better back in our factory days, we clocked out right on time.
The old man nodded. What time exactly? Zhang Yang inquired.
I remember it clearly. It was right after the second news broadcast ended. I missed the 7 o'clock one, so I watched the 9 o'clock one. By the time it finished, it was already 9:30. I got up and stretched by the window, and just then I saw this person coming out of our building hallway. The old man said to Zhang Yang.
Alright, I got it. Thanks a lot, old man.
Zhang Yang nodded to the old man and turned to head upstairs.
Chapter 227, The Corpse Inside the Wall. What's going on? Found something?
Lu Meng saw Zhang Yang rushing up excitedly and asked him.
Zhang Yang didn't respond, instead starting to walk around inside the room.
What are you looking for?
Lu Meng approached curiously. Looking for a body.
Zhang Yang said slowly.
A body? Where would there be a body? What did you find?
Lu Meng looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Earlier, I asked around, basically no one here has seen any residents.
And since this place was rented out, if no one's been seen for so long, yet someone spotted delivery personnel coming and going at night, it basically means he likely only entered and exited after dark. If the sole purpose was to rent a place to leave all this blood, there'd be no need to rent it in advance.
That's unnecessary for the killer.
A living person might slip in unnoticed, but getting someone out would be a hassle. Therefore, I conclude the body must be here.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Coming and going at night? Who only comes out at night? Lu Meng was taken aback. Probably someone in the adult entertainment industry, could be male or female. This place seems empty.
Zhang Yang tapped the wall beside the bedroom window.
And don't you think this bay window is a bit too big?
Zhang Yang took a few steps back and looked at the window.
Ha! Now that you mention it, you're right. No wonder I felt something off about this place the moment I walked in. This must be why.
Lu Meng joined Zhang Yang and said.
Let's knock it down.
Zhang Yang shook his head.
Ha! You mean the killer hid the body inside the wall?
Lu Meng was somewhat shocked. I don't know, but judging by the color of this wall surface, it must have been freshly plastered recently. And it's precisely to conceal this color difference that wallpaper was applied here.
But they probably ran out of wallpaper, so they added a wainscoting panel here. If you look closely, you can still see it. That's why I feel like there must be something hidden inside.
Zhang Yang pointed to the lower section of the wall and addressed Lu Meng. Lu Meng crouched down to look and found it was exactly as Zhang Yang had described. But the direct sunlight made it impossible to see clearly.
How did you spot it?
This feels way too suspicious.
Lu Meng felt utterly defeated.
Such an obvious detail, and he, the head of the criminal investigation team, hadn't noticed a thing.
That's because you're cops, and I'm not. I'm a private investigator. Zhang Yang chuckled. What difference does that make? Aren't we all solving cases together? Lu Meng was utterly baffled.
Of course it's different. When you arrive at the scene, you need to find various clues and evidence to track down the killer.
But for me, it's different.
When I come here, I immerse myself. I imagine myself as the killer, my motive, my purpose, and the entire process.
I act by stepping into the killer's shoes.
This approach might reveal blind spots, gaps stemming from my own knowledge limitations. Take the bloodstains on the floor, for instance. While I could deduce they were part of some ritual, I hadn't previously studied such practices.
That's my blind spot, I simply couldn't connect the dots.
Zhang Yang explained to Lu Meng.
You're a freaking genius. You first step into the role, then search for evidence based on your reasoning and imagination. No wonder you always come up with things.
Lu Meng exclaimed beside him.
Maybe.
Like with the bodies inside the walls, once I concluded the bodies were still here, I started thinking, if I were the killer, how would I handle these bodies? The simplest way to prevent decomposition and avoid detection would be to buy a large freezer and store the bodies inside.
But there wasn't one at the scene.
And since this was a rented place, even if there had been a freezer, the bodies would still need to be disposed of eventually.
To avoid detection while concealing the bodies, cement might be the best option.
The floor would be difficult to handle, and the ceiling was technically feasible but tricky to execute.
The simplest option was the wall.
So I tapped along here and discovered it.
Zhang Yang explained to Lu Meng. This might be the difference.
As for the blind spot you mentioned, if we follow the evidence, we wouldn't even reach that point.
And your so-called blind spots? We have them too. You really are a monster. I'll keep a close eye on you. If you ever commit a crime, it'd probably be a perfect one. Lu Meng stared intently at Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Shortly after, the wall was chiseled open by technicians, revealing 4 bodies inside.
Due to the cement ceiling, there was minimal decomposition. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be young women. Lu Meng couldn't help but frown. 4 people had died in complete silence, and no one had reported it? That was highly unusual.
They were probably sex workers, the kind who worked alone, so you'd never find any information about them.
People like that live in the shadows.
Zhang Yang remarked from the side. According to Zhang Yang's analysis, the fact that these people could appear here without a trace and that no one reported their deaths afterward clearly indicated they were involved in the sex trade. The fact that they were all young, attractive women further supported his theory.
For these women, they essentially didn't need any social circle.
All they needed was a phone to connect online, then go out at night to do business. They might have been unemployed, college students, or migrant workers from rural areas. Much like the previous case involving the deputy bureau chief, these mistresses had grown accustomed to this fast money lifestyle, holding steady, down-to-earth jobs in utter contempt. Such peripheral work typically earned them 1 or 2,000 yuan per night. If they take on multiple clients in one night, the earnings are even higher. Even accounting for days off each month, their monthly income is quite substantial. After a few years in this line of work, they can afford a house and a car while accumulating substantial savings. By the time they reach a certain age, they leverage these connections to craft an image as a self-made businesswoman who's made it big in the city. Then they return to their hometown or another city, find a reliable partner to take over their affairs, and settle into a stable life.
Only under such circumstances could one remain undetected. Chapter 228, The Delivery Man. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau.
The consecutive cases involving the deputy director and the 4 fatalities.
A gloomy atmosphere hung over the entire bureau. Lu Meng's burden felt heavier than ever. Any case involving more than 3 victims was classified as a major criminal case.
This particular investigation wasn't just under close scrutiny locally in Tianhai City. The provincial bureau was also persistently pressing for updates on its progress. However, the information currently available was extremely limited. Although the bodies had been recovered and their identities largely verified, their cell phones were nowhere to be found at the crime scene. Thus, there was no clue as to why they had been there or why they had been killed. The only information available about the perpetrator is that he is a man, likely a delivery driver.
That's all we have. No other information exists.
Lu Meng and his team combed through every surveillance camera near the residential complex, yet found nothing.
This indicates the killer was far more familiar with the surroundings than any of them.
It's not that there are no surveillance cameras in the area, but none captured any suspicious individuals. This suggests 2 possibilities: either the killer had scouted the route beforehand, carefully avoiding camera coverage each time they passed through, or the killer was extremely familiar with the area. However, based on the reactions of nearby residents, the apartment had been unoccupied for some time, at least prior to the incident. According to the police autopsy, the earliest of these bodies had been there for only about 2 months. This meant that although the killer had rented the apartment earlier, they hadn't lived there for several months prior, only moving in recently.
Upon learning this information, Lu Meng and Zhang Yang were both taken aback.
If the killer had committed the crimes immediately after renting the place, the police might have been able to quickly trace the tenant's information. But with over half a year having passed since the rental, even the landlord couldn't possibly remember the tenant's details clearly. This not only indicated the killer had been planning this for a long time, but also demonstrated a highly sophisticated counter-surveillance awareness.
This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Everyone, let's discuss. What's our next approach for this case?
In the conference room of Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, Lu Meng puffed on his cigarette as he addressed the group. The others exchanged glances, utterly unresponsive. In this situation, there were no leads whatsoever. There was simply no way forward. Seeing the collective silence, Lu Meng felt a surge of frustration. Lately, solving cases had been entirely Zhang Yang running ahead while they trailed behind, and even then, they often couldn't keep up. Many only belatedly realized the significance of Zhang Yang's breakthroughs after he had already solved the cases. If Zhang Yang were part of their police force, it wouldn't be such a big deal. The problem was that Zhang Yang's current status was that of a private investigator. If this habit became ingrained, their criminal investigation division would be finished. Even though Lu Meng was boiling with anger, he couldn't bring himself to vent it. After all, even he, the head of the criminal investigation division, had no leads. For them, they had grown accustomed to Zhang Yang's leadership throughout the process. While they might still solve cases without him, their efficiency would undoubtedly suffer significantly.
Moreover, it was precisely Zhang Yang's swiftness that enabled them to apprehend the perpetrator so quickly.
Take this case involving the deputy bureau chief. It was Zhang Yang's timely exposure of Chen Chen that ensured his capture. Had they delayed any longer, Chen might have fled. Even if they had eventually uncovered Chen Chen's identity, tracking him down would have required considerable effort and resources. Once they'd grown accustomed to this fast-paced investigative style, they found themselves struggling to keep up when left to their own devices.
Everyone here? I might have a lead.
Just as Lu Meng and the others were at a loss, Zhang Yang returned with a stack of documents.
Ha? What clues?
Upon hearing this, Lu Meng immediately stood up. At this moment, it no longer mattered whether the clue had been found by Zhang Yang or someone else. When the pressure fell on Lu Meng, he naturally focused on solving the case first. As for Zhang Yang, being Qin Wanqing's son-in-law, he was practically family. If Zhang Yang solved this case, it wouldn't be a disgrace.
I looked into the delivery personnel near that residential complex.
After all, if someone appeared there at night, there'd be no need to deliberately disguise themselves in delivery attire. After all, wearing dark-colored clothing might offer better concealment at night, suggesting he could genuinely be a courier. Checking the records, a delivery person in the area had quit a week prior, highly likely the suspect.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Wait, that doesn't add up. Logically, there must be many couriers who quit.
This industry has high turnover.
How can you be certain this person is the killer?
Lu Meng asked, examining the documents Zhang Yang handed him. Because this delivery guy reportedly didn't even collect his final month's pay when he left.
What's more, he was described as very unsociable. The reason?
He had a long scar on his face and usually wore a mask and sunglasses. These characteristics matched the description given by the elderly man at the time.
Zhang Yang explained to Lu Meng. After hearing Zhang Yang's explanation, Lu Meng felt a pang of regret.
After all, the only lead they currently possessed was this delivery man's information, yet they hadn't thoroughly investigated it. It was Zhang Yang who, building on this lead, visited the delivery station near the residential complex and tracked the person down. It was the most straightforward approach, yet also the most effective.
So where is this Lu Tai now? Shouldn't we have his address on file? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang.
He knew that since Zhang Yang had gone to the delivery point, he would definitely follow that lead further. But now that Zhang Yang had returned, it meant Lu Tai was definitely nowhere to be found. Otherwise, Zhang Yang would have called Lu Meng and the others for backup. There was an address, but it was fake, probably just made up on the spot.
Couriers don't verify such details during onboarding. But I got Lu Tai's phone number. Let's check the recent call history for this number first.
Zhang Yang handed Lu Meng a slip of paper.
Chapter 229, A Madman.
Through Lu Meng and the others' connections, they quickly obtained Lu Tai's call records. The records showed the phone had been active recently.
Could we trace the base station where the calls were made?
I've seen so many calls, and most of them are from Tianhai City. Maybe this person never left Tianhai City, just changed locations for delivering packages. Zhang Yang studied the call log in his hand. It showed numerous calls averaging 300 to 400 outgoing calls daily, with dozens of incoming calls as well. Typically, only delivery personnel would exhibit such usage patterns.
So the most likely scenario is that this person has simply switched locations to deliver takeout.
But delivery drivers usually have designated delivery zones.
If we can trace the signal back to a base station, we might pinpoint their general location.
Let me think of a way, he said. Typically, it's difficult to pinpoint calls that have already been made.
But if we monitor this number now, we might be able to track it. Lu Meng chimed in from the side. So you mean if we use technical means to monitor this number, we can find the location of the base station? In that case, I could find someone to help with that.
Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before replying.
Yang Wei was highly skilled in this kind of technical surveillance.
For him, monitoring a phone call should be quite simple. Seeing Lu Meng and the others making arrangements, Zhang Yang dialed Yang Wei's number. After all, for now, the courier's identity was the only lead they had.
For them, in this process, as long as they could pinpoint the cell tower, they could essentially apprehend the individual.
No matter how well he hid or how cautious he was, these factors were beyond his control. This was the police's greatest advantage. Therefore, whether it's Lu Meng or Zhang Yang, they both regard the delivery's base station as the most crucial means.
Hey, it's Zhang Yang. Why are you calling so early? Yang Wei's lazy voice came through the phone. This early? Bro, it's already afternoon.
Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Oh, I just got up. Been upgrading the system lately, haven't had a proper rest in days.
What's up? You never call unless it's urgent. Yang Wei said to Zhang Yang. I need your help with something.
I want you to track a phone number. I need to know the coverage area of its base station.
Zhang Yang replied to Yang Wei. That's it? Send me the number. Yang Wei said. Already sent it. How long will it take?
Zhang Yang said as he sent the phone number over.
If it's just about locating the base station, it's not that complicated. We've already integrated into the relevant systems for case convenience.
It only takes this long to track it down.
Pingshan Road Base Station in Tianhai City. You go ahead. Yang Wei said to Zhang Yang. Awesome.
No wonder you're the hacker expert at the Provincial Bureau, you're seriously skilled.
Next time I go to the Provincial Bureau, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhang Yang said to Yang Wei. Sure thing. That's settled then. I'll hang up now, I might catch a few more Z's.
Wait, hold on, since you called, from your perspective, where would you start if you wanted to prevent hackers from breaching our police systems?
Yang Wei asked Zhang Yang. Hackers? Breach your police systems? What's up? Any trouble lately?
Zhang Yang said to Yang Wei. A lunatic sent me a challenge.
It wouldn't normally be a big deal, I'm pretty confident in our anti-intrusion system. But just to be safe, I went ahead and upgraded it again. But it still doesn't feel entirely secure. Yang Wei said on the other end of the phone. No way. If even you, a top-tier hacker, feel uneasy, could someone really be that formidable?
Zhang Yang sounded surprised.
To be honest, I don't believe it either.
I can't speak for other fields, but in the realm of hacking, let alone in Haiban province, even nationwide, there are only a handful who could crack my system.
I know all these people, they simply couldn't have done it. Yang Wei stated honestly. Then what's the point? I think there are two possible scenarios here.
The first is sheer overconfidence.
The person doesn't understand the capabilities of the police hackers. They probably think they know a little hacking and want to challenge us.
That's just a joke.
Not worth worrying about. But the second scenario, if this person is clever, you need to be cautious.
Zhang Yang said to Yang Wei.
Smart? What do you mean? Yang Wei was a bit confused.
It's possible this person is doing this deliberately, provoking you to focus all your attention and resources here, while they launch attacks on the police system from other angles.
Zhang Yang paused, then cautioned Yang Wei. Other fronts? What do you mean? Yang Wei still couldn't follow Zhang Yang's line of reasoning. Let me put it this way, he's deliberately provoking you.
You're already busy patching and upgrading your systems, but I seem to recall you telling me that any hacking activity requires a hardware foundation. That means he might have physically entered your provincial department's server room during this process.
In that case, no matter how well your system upgrades, he could still carry out an intrusion, right?
It's even possible he's already gained access to the server room during some previous opportunity, which is why he's so confident.
Zhang Yang said to Yang Wei. I see.
You mean this person is likely using a diversion tactic, publicly focusing on one thing while secretly executing another. I hadn't paid attention to the server room's security measures. I'll head over there immediately to investigate.
Thanks, Zhang Yang. Yang Wei hurriedly hung up the phone.
Zhang Yang, I've already contacted their team to conduct the screening. However, they mentioned they need to proceed area by area, so it might take some time.
What else do we need to do? Lu Meng approached Zhang Yang after he hung up and asked. Let's start by checking the area around the Pingxiang Road base station.
I just looked it up on my phone map. There are 2 courier points nearby.
We'll start there and see what we find.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng.
Huh? How did you find it? I've only just started, and you've already found it? Lu Meng asked in utter shock. Exactly. What's most important in the 21st century? Talent.
Zhang Yang said with a grin.
Chapter 230, The Interview. Pingxiang Road, Tianhai City. There are 2 courier stations here, one is Nithing Express, and the other is Tongzhong Express.
They cover 7 or 8 residential complexes in this area.
Zhang Yang, we'll split up and go to these 2 delivery points separately.
That way, we can prevent them from slipping away if they get wind of our plan. Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang.
Hold on.
If we go straight in to investigate, we'll likely blow our cover.
I have a plan.
We'll pose as job applicants first, then secure an opportunity to speak privately with the station manager.
That way, we won't raise any suspicions.
The manager must have all the courier's phone numbers. That way, we can quickly pinpoint the target. No need to rush the arrest, we can set up surveillance when they come back to pick up their deliveries. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng.
Wow. Great idea.
I was just fretting over how to sneak into the delivery station undetected. Posing as job applicants is a brilliant idea.
Lu Meng patted his shoulder approvingly.
We private investigators don't have the same privileges as you cops, so we have to come up with other methods. Using the cover of a job interview is actually quite effective. At the very least, it ensures we have an escape route during the process. Zhang Yang smiled as he said this to Lu Meng. Following Zhang Yang's suggestion, Lu Meng selected the person least likely to be mistaken for a cop. After changing clothes, he headed to the Feng Express delivery point. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang personally visited Tongzhong Express. In the courier industry, with the growth of e-commerce, the demand for couriers remains quite high.
Moreover, the job doesn't require many specific skills.
Nowadays, smartphones come with navigation apps, so even familiarity with routes isn't a prerequisite. When Zhang Yang walked in to inquire about an interview, several men unloading packages gestured toward the office inside.
Zhang Yang knocked on the door and entered. Inside, only a young girl sat alone. Seeing Zhang Yang enter, the girl clearly looked startled. Hello, I'm here for the interview. I was wondering if you're still hiring? Zhang Yang asked the person. You? Interviewing for a delivery position?
The girl looked him over, clearly surprised.
What's the matter? Is that a problem? Zhang Yang was speechless. I'm a towering 6 feet 1 inch guy who can lug 2 big water jugs up 5 flights of stairs in one go and I'm not qualified? No, sit down. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. To her, it was unimaginable that someone as tall, handsome, and idol-like as Zhang Yang would work as a delivery guy. Shouldn't someone like him be modeling instead? Zhang Yang closed the door behind him and sat down in the chair at the girl's desk. You're the manager here? Zhang Yang was a bit puzzled. No, I'm the finance manager here. The girl flushed as she explained to Zhang Yang. Finance? Well, that's fine. Don't say anything. Actually, I'm a police officer. I have a case that requires your cooperation with an investigation. Zhang Yang pulled out his driver's license and waved it at the girl. The girl before him clearly hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Not only did she show no fear, but she even seemed somewhat excited. Hearing Zhang Yang's words, she quickly stood up. After confirming the door was securely closed, she sat back down. I knew it. With looks like yours, how could you possibly be here for a job interview? What can I do to help you guys? The girl said to Zhang Yang. Since you're in finance, you should have everyone's phone numbers here, right? Check this number for me. Is it one of your employees? Zhang Yang wrote down the number he'd found earlier on a piece of paper. As Zhang Yang reasoned, although they knew this person was named Lu Tai, it was highly likely that the killer had used a false name. After all, courier registration wasn't that strict, they wouldn't meticulously verify such details. But phone numbers are much harder to change. Zhang Yang surmised that the reason this person hadn't changed their number was because couriers, when signing up for services, actually enjoyed exclusive calling plans. Otherwise, the standard plan's limited talk time simply wouldn't meet their daily needs. After obtaining the number, the accountant dialed it from his own phone but hung up before it rang. The number wasn't saved in his contacts. He then checked the employee contact list for a match but found no identical number. None. Probably not one of our people. What's this person's name? What do they look like? Should we add them on WeChat? If I spot them, I'll contact you right away? The accountant said to Zhang Yang. No, this kind of thing must be kept absolutely confidential. Everything we've discussed and done today must be kept strictly confidential. Don't let anyone else find out. When I go for the interview later, just say it didn't work out. I thought the salary was too low and wasn't really interested in the job. Zhang Yang told the accountant, then quickly stood up and walked out. Only after stepping outside did Zhang Yang finally breathe a sigh of relief. These days, it's no good for a woman to be too beautiful, and it's no good for a man to be too handsome either. No sooner had Zhang Yang stepped out of the delivery station than Lu Meng's call came through. Zhang Yang. We've located him here, he's right over there. And word is, he's loading up right now. We're about to move in. Once you're done over there, hurry over. Before Zhang Yang could ask any questions, Lu Meng had already hung up. Zhang Yang hurried toward the location. Before he even reached the courier office, he spotted someone lurking suspiciously behind a van. He was wearing a Backwind Express uniform. Spotting this, Zhang Yang quickly ducked to the side, crouched down, and picked up a brick. The man kept glancing over his shoulder, completely unaware of Zhang Yang lurking on the other side of the van. After finally maneuvering around to the opposite side, he let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to bolt, a sudden, searing pain shot through his calf. He let out a howl, clutching his leg as he collapsed to the ground. Over there! Immediately, Lu Meng and the others rushed over. Without a word, they cuffed the man lying on the ground, moaning in pain. Zhang Yang? You did this? As soon as Lu Meng arrived, he spotted Zhang Yang crouched beside the van, holding a brick in his hand. Chapter 231, He was a proud man. Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Lu Tai sat in the interrogation room. Ever since being brought back, Lu Meng had left Lu Tai waiting here alone, with no one entering. After all, for them, the case had essentially become clear. All clues pointed to Lu Tai. The key was to extract a confession from him, but so far, this Lu Tai truly lived up to his name. He wasn't saying a single word. After all, Lu Tai was just a courier. Even though he had read countless crime novels and watched countless crime films, there were still many aspects of the crime process he didn't understand. Numerous clues had been left behind. For modern forensic experts, it was relatively straightforward to process the body and uncover corresponding clues. Not to mention that Lu Tai had already been apprehended. What Lu Meng and his team never imagined was that this delivery guy, driven by some personal experience, had applied concepts he'd seen in movies and novels. That was what truly terrified Lu Meng and his team. After all, the scenarios encountered in fiction pale in comparison to the realities one faces in society. If everyone were to resort to such extreme measures to handle matters, then when such individuals actually entered society, they would likely cause even greater disasters. Captain Lu, I'll go in and take their statements. I've formed some suspicions. I'd like to verify them. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Alright, since you're interested, go ahead and ask. The evidence we have now is ironclad anyway. Whether we get his statement or not won't affect his conviction. But it'd be best to get him to talk. Otherwise, wrapping up the case later will be a bit of a hassle. Lu Meng nodded.
He knew that if detectives could engage further with these criminals and understand their mindset, it would help them draw comparisons in future cases involving similar circumstances.
Moreover, after years on the force, one realizes there aren't as many truly unique cases as one might think.
Most crimes share similarities, perhaps the methods vary from sophisticated to crude, but the motives often follow comparable patterns. Gaining as much insight as possible into the suspect's mindset proved invaluable for solving future cases.
That's why Lu Meng didn't stop Zhang Yang.
When Zhang Yang walked in, Lu Tai stared at him in surprise. Zhang Yang wasn't wearing a police uniform and didn't look like a cop at all. He resembled a student from their school. To be honest, after being locked up for so long without anyone acknowledging him, Lu Tai was now on the verge of breaking down. After all, now that he'd been arrested, he knew his past deeds were impossible to conceal. Given this situation, the death penalty was a certainty. Lu Tai felt utterly hopeless. But after locking him up, the police simply ignored him. This made Lu Tai feel that he might be convicted without even being interrogated. To him, this felt like dying without anyone to speak to him first, a thought that weighed heavily on his heart. His stubborn refusal to confess or speak was meant to evade punishment, not to simply die here.
When someone finally entered and it was someone close to his age, Lu Tai immediately jumped to his feet with excitement.
This startled Zhang Yang.
Tell me, Zhang Yang demanded. What kind of ceremony was taking place at the scene? Zhang Yang asked Lu Tai. How did you know that was one of my rituals? Lu Tai looked at the person before him with puzzlement. As far as he knew, he'd spent ages searching online just to find that one ritual diagram.
But he figured after so much time had passed, the original patterns would surely be blurred beyond recognition by now.
Just a guess. Otherwise, why all that blood on the ground? Based on my guess, it's probably some kind of ritual.
But nowadays, hardly anyone knows about these rituals anymore. I'm not an expert either, but I saw those bodies. They were all dressed in black stockings and schoolgirl outfits.
This ritual might have something to do with women, right? Zhang Yang asked Lu Tai. Impressive.
I learned about this ritual from a shamanic descendant of the Miao people. Most people wouldn't even recognize it if they saw it, let alone heard of it.
You managed to guess it's connected to women?
That's impressive. Lu Tai said to Zhang Yang.
Honestly, it's useless.
Even now, I still don't understand why you're doing all this. Especially when it involves these kinds of ritualistic cases, it always feels a bit mysterious. Zhang Yang shrugged helplessly. From the moment he walked in, Zhang Yang had sensed that the man before him was deeply arrogant. And given that he'd killed 4 people before the police even noticed him, it was clear he didn't hold the officers in any regard whatsoever. From the moment he was arrested until now, the police hadn't questioned him about anything. Deep down, he'd clung to the hope that the police hadn't uncovered his crimes. Only after Zhang Yang entered did he realize this man was far more complex than he had imagined.
The bloodstains hinted at a ritual, stirring unease in Lu Tai's heart. Since you've already discovered it, I have nothing left to hide.
It was a ritual of vengeance. But it required a sufficient amount of blood.
I had to kill 4 people to gather enough. But the results won't be seen until a year from now.
Who knows if it will even work?
To be honest, I'm a bit skeptical about this whole thing myself, but I had to try.
I just couldn't bear the thought of Chanshan abandoning me like that.
Lu Tai said to Zhang Yang.
You're sharp.
Those 4 women, if I'm not mistaken, were all special workers, right? Zhang Yang asked Lu Tai.
Ha! What special workers? Why beat around the bush?
They're all prostitutes. Otherwise, how could they have vanished for so long without being discovered?
I put a lot of effort into selecting this group back then, Lu Tai said with great satisfaction. At the time, Lu Tai realized that to quietly obtain enough human blood without being detected, he needed to target individuals working alone. For them, this process would be safer. After much deliberation, Lu Tai fixed his gaze on these outcall girls.
Some of them worked independently.
They handled their own business and had few friends or connections.
Their disappearances typically didn't raise suspicions as quickly as those of others. Moreover, for people nowadays,
even if someone noticed their disappearance, they wouldn't think much of it. It was highly likely they'd simply earned enough money and deliberately cut off contact. It must be said, Lu Tai's reasoning was quite sound. As events proved, had it not been for the excessive blood spilling out, their disappearances might well have gone unnoticed.
Chapter 232, Madness. Then do you know why we found out? Why someone called the police? Looks like you've done your research on this stuff too. You've watched your fair share of crime dramas, haven't you? Zhang Yang asked Lu Tai.
You bet. Let me tell you, my biggest hobby is reading crime investigation and detective novels. Honestly, when it comes to movies, anything that can be acted out just doesn't compare to the detail you get from books. I should have handled the situation perfectly at the time.
I still can't wrap my head around it. Otherwise, I probably would have left Tianhai City long ago.
Lu Tai said to Zhang Yang.
Yeah, I checked out your crime scene.
You even thought to seal the door with tape that hides the smell and stops blood from leaking out.
But you overlooked one crucial thing: blood isn't like ordinary liquids. Most liquids dry slowly, and once dry, they're gone.
But blood dries much faster, so naturally you wouldn't worry about it leaking out. But sometimes, what goes around comes around. What you didn't anticipate was the leak from upstairs. Even though they shut off the water valve promptly, quite a bit of water still seeped through, a common occurrence in old buildings. This water encountered the clotted blood that hadn't fully dried, reactivating it and causing it to seep out through the door cracks. Additionally, the rubber seal you installed had hardened slightly, making it prone to failure at one corner. Given such a situation, the intense blood odor inside could naturally escape.
Compounding matters, your neighborhood consists of older buildings inhabited primarily by elderly residents, a demographic known for their curiosity about neighborhood affairs. Once they start digging, all the information surfaces. Zhang Yang explained to Lu Tai. So that's how it is. I hadn't considered that angle.
So that's why you reported it to the police?
Lu Tai asked with a hint of resignation.
Yes, that's exactly how it happened. Often when we solve cases, it's not just through our own efforts.
Many times, it comes down to coincidences or perhaps fate. After all, 4 people died. That's 4 lives.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Tai. They weren't exactly saints to begin with.
Do you know how much a prostitute can make in a single night just by lifting her leg? 1,500.
I work my ass off all month, from dawn till dusk, just to scrape together a few thousand. They just spread their legs, get some pleasure themselves, and make it back in a few days. I heard those so-called high-class escorts charge tens of thousands a night.
What, do they have gold inlaid in their thing?
This society is finished. Lu Tai looked at Zhang Yang with mocking eyes.
What's the deal with that woman you mentioned in the ritual? That's the one thing I never understood about the whole process.
I used to think the ritual must be connected to the women you killed, but from what you're saying, it seems that's not the case. Zhang Yang changed the subject.
No. Of course it's related. How else do you think I found out about the escort girls? Do you know how I found them? You'd never guess.
Lu Tai chuckled. Before Zhang Yang could ask, Lu Tai said smugly, "Danyu second-hand trading website. You wouldn't believe it, but it's packed with all their info. I only found out about it from my Chanshan.
It completely blew my mind. Can you believe it? A pair of worn stockings can actually sell for 100 yuan each. Consider this, a brand new pair costs just $5. But after Chanshan wears them, they're worth dozens of times more.
And don't even get me started on underwear, specifically the kind that's never been washed, still carrying that scent. The stronger the smell, the more valuable it is."
Lu Tai chuckled to Zhang Yang. What does this have to do with that ceremony? From the way you're talking, I'm guessing this Chanshan girl isn't around you anymore, right?
Zhang Yang had heard of these things too. It's called the Original Flavor series. There are always plenty of perverts online, and people willing to pay for this sort of thing aren't exactly rare. Zhang Yang had heard of far more twisted things than this. At this moment, he had no desire to continue discussing it with Lu Tai and quickly steered the conversation back.
She's gone.
Ever since she started making money, she looked down on me. You wouldn't believe it, we grew up together since childhood, then came to the city to work. I delivered packages while she washed customers' hair at a salon.
This life could have been stable.
With our own hard work, even if we couldn't afford a place in the city, we could save up and build a house back home someday.
But after Chanshan arrived, she changed completely.
Once she discovered she could make money this way, she quit her job. She just stayed home all day, preparing all sorts of things, sending out packages, and making several times more money than I did. Later, she even started taking on side gigs. Since I was out delivering packages all day, I had no idea what she was doing. But after she began these extra jobs, the amount of money she brought home each month just kept growing. Her attitude toward me, however, grew increasingly cold. It wasn't until one day, while delivering to a hotel, that I saw a heavy-set man walking out with Chanshan in his arms. That's when it all clicked. After that, I tracked down her account and discovered through our chats that she had been soliciting clients on the Danyu second-hand trading platform all along. At the time, I thought it was all to earn more money for us, so I endured it.
But I never imagined that once Chanshan had money, she would look down on me. That night, we had a huge fight. In a moment of weakness, I strangled her to death. But it doesn't matter, the ritual is complete now. Once a year passes, Chanshan will come back to life. Then we can be together again.
When Chanshan wakes up, she'll love only me for the rest of her life.
Lu Tai spoke with a hint of madness.
Staring at the now deranged Lu Tai, Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly stepped out of the interrogation room.
Lu Meng noticed Zhang Yang's unease and approached. What's going on? Lu Meng asked with concern. Hurry. Locate Lu Tai's residence. There's another body at his home.
Zhang Yang sighed as he spoke.
Chapter 233, Crime Comes at a Cost. Lu Tai's residence was a rental property.
Compared to the house where the bloodstains were found earlier, this one was even more dilapidated.
Not only did it have shared bathrooms, but even the kitchen was communal, a typical old-style dormitory building.
Earlier, Zhang Yang had found this somewhat peculiar. After all, in Zhang Yang's view, if one wanted to hide a body long-term without being discovered, renting in a high-end residential complex would be the best option. This would significantly reduce the risk of discovery. But seeing Lu Tai's current living quarters made everything crystal clear. Compared to where Lu Tai lived now, the place where the body had been found earlier was practically a mansion. Finding Lu Tai's current location was purely a matter of luck. On one occasion, Lu Tai had intended to send a package and entered the information directly into the courier services system. For some reason, he had written down his own address, leaving a crucial clue behind. When Zhang Yang and his team entered Lu Tai's room, their attention was immediately drawn to an enormous freezer. It was enormous. Not only was it large, but it was also an old-fashioned model. It was probably older than Zhang Yang himself. Though they were prepared, they still jumped when they opened it. Inside the freezer lay a corpse. Was a corpse. Yet, aside from the ice crystals clinging to its hair and eyebrows, the body was actually wearing makeup. It was also dressed in a skirt. The entire body had turned purple from the freezing. This person was likely the Qian mentioned by Lu Tai. The plan was to keep her frozen here until the appointed time, when she would be revived. This utterly ridiculous notion was something Lu Tai genuinely believed in. But given the current situation, maintaining such a large freezer here, plus the rent for another apartment, was a significant financial burden. For a courier, shouldering the rent for 2 apartments was a huge burden. Moreover, keeping this old-fashioned freezer running non-stop for so long meant the electricity bill alone was no small expense. Unlike today's energy-efficient models, these old freezers consume a tremendous amount of electricity. This might also explain why Lu Tai didn't flee or go into hiding after committing the crime, but instead continued working as a courier. Otherwise, if he truly couldn't afford the electricity bill and the freezer lost power, all his previous efforts might have been for nothing. But it was precisely this very reason that allowed Zhang Yang and his team to find the evidence they needed. At that time, Zhang Yang and his team had only this phone number as their sole lead. Had that phone been deactivated, they likely wouldn't have been able to pinpoint Lu Tai's location. Zhang Yang, you're something else. You're assigned to interrogate one case, and you managed to uncover another one within it. I'm truly impressed. The bureau just called. Lu Tai has fully confessed, but he still wants to see you one last time. He says he has something to tell you. Lu Meng walked over and gave Zhang Yang a pat on the shoulder. What does that mean? Why does he still want to see me? That guy's a psychopath. Do you know why he put that woman in the freezer? It wasn't just to hide the body, he was waiting for her to come back to life. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng, utterly speechless. Come back to life? What does that mean? Lu Meng felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this, instinctively glancing toward the freezer's location. As if someone might crawl out of it any second. Actually, it's this. I found some information online. The underground ritual earlier was likely something called the Union Spell. It's a form of witchcraft practiced by some ethnic minorities in the southern regions. Zhang Yang spoke while pulling up his search history on his phone to show Lu Meng. Ever since learning it was a resurrection ritual, Zhang Yang had searched online and actually found some clues on a forum. Sure enough, he discovered a place like this. It was an ancient village deep within the southern forests, long renowned for its witchcraft. Though the forum didn't explicitly mention this resurrection magic, it referenced similar methods, though those threads were later banned. After all, practicing such sorcery carried immense risks. Much like resurrection magic, obtaining life required sacrificing another life in exchange. And this exchange isn't a simple one for one deal. As seen at the scene, Lu Tai killed 4 people just to revive one. But these things are pure superstition. They defy all logic. Anyone with even a modicum of common sense should recognize these methods are utterly futile. Is there really such a thing? Good heavens, what an eye-opener. What's the downside of trimming a guy's pubic hair? Lu Meng instinctively started scrolling through Zhang Yang's chat history. Damn it! Don't go snooping around. Zhang Yang snatched the phone back in a hurry. Lu Meng, standing nearby, seemed to be holding back something. Listen, I'm telling you, don't even think about shaving it all off. Otherwise, how should I put it, you'll regret it before you know it. That stinging sensation? Pure torture. Lu Meng lowered his voice and whispered into Zhang Yang's ear. Zhang Yang was stunned. Glancing at Lu Meng's lecherous expression, Zhang Yang quickly exited the room. Who would have thought the head of Tianhai City's Criminal Investigation Division would have such a habit? When Zhang Yang returned to the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, Lu Tai was still waiting for him in the interrogation room. But the Lu Tai of the moment bore no trace of his former pride. He sat there with his head bowed, looking dejected. Did you find it? Lu Tai asked Zhang Yang as soon as he saw him enter. Yeah. That old freezer must be a real power hog, huh? Zhang Yang nodded at Lu Tai. It's a power hog, nearly 2,000 yuan a month in electricity bills. But we have no choice. Only this old-style freezer can fit Xianxian with her legs stretched out. The newer, more energy-efficient ones just aren't long enough. Lu Tai nodded in agreement. How much can you make delivering packages in a month?
Zhang Yang asked Lu Tai. Not anymore. Back when things were good, I could make over 10,000 a month. But it's getting tougher. Plus, I mostly deliver to residential areas.
Unlike those guys who hit office buildings, they get more pickups and deliveries, and it's way more convenient. Nowadays, making 6 or 7,000 a month is pretty good. Lu Tai replied to Zhang Yang.
No wonder. Zhang Yang nodded. At any time, crime comes with a cost. Could Shanxian's survival be fake? Lu Tai looked up and asked Zhang Yang.
Rest assured, we'll arrange a proper place to bury her.
Zhang Yang didn't directly answer Lu Tai's question, instead saying to him, thanks. After a long moment, Lu Tai finally spoke to Zhang Yang.
Then he buried his face in his hands and began to weep. Seeing this, Zhang Yang could say nothing more. Perhaps this time, Lu Tai had sought him out just to confirm the truth about Shanxian. The truth he'd heard from Zhang Yang had likely shattered the conviction he'd clung to for all these years. Chapter 234, Surprise. When Zhang Yang returned home from the police station, Qin Wanqing had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. Lately, Qin Wanqing had been handling personnel transfers and assignments across various precincts, rarely present at headquarters. After all, although she still technically belonged to the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, her position and specific duties had changed. Since returning from her training session, certain adjustments had been made to her duties. Although she was no longer part of this criminal investigation unit, it made little difference to Lu Meng. After all, Zhang Yang was practically on call these days. He frequently accompanied them to crime scenes. To put it bluntly, Zhang Yang now plays a far greater role for the entire Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau than Qin Wanqing ever did when she was here. And considering Zhang Yang and Qin Wanqing were about to get married, if Qin Wanqing were to continue working at such a grueling pace, their relationship might very well fall apart. It was best to allow Qin Wanqing some respite, ensuring their relationship remained stable. This reassignment met with unanimous approval throughout the entire Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. In fact, Qin Wanqing was the last to learn about it. For them, as long as the case clearance rate went up, it wasn't just a matter of honor for everyone in Tianhai City, it directly affected each person's year-end bonus. The current reality was that many people had become entirely accustomed to this state of affairs. Previously, Tianhai City's police force hadn't exactly enjoyed a favorable reputation among its citizens. After all, numerous major and high-profile cases had occurred in the past, and their investigations were not timely enough. This led to widespread dissatisfaction among the citizens at the time. But since Zhang Yang's arrival, this situation has been completely transformed. The entire police station is now overflowing with commendation banners. Earlier, Qin Wanqing had complained about the lack of commendation banners and even instructed the logistics department to make some themselves to hang in the lobby. But now, forget hanging them, even stacking them wouldn't fit in a single room. With no other option, Qin Wanqing and his team had to clear out several rooms specifically for storing the commendation banners. All these changes were brought about by Zhang Yang, so naturally, they would return the favor. Back already? I heard you solved 2 cases in a row recently. My husband is truly amazing. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. Sigh. To be honest, I never wanted to be a cop in the first place. I didn't want to deal with all this crap. And now, damn it, I'm practically depressed. Zhang Yang slumped onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. What's wrong? Qin Wanqing hurried over and sat beside Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang recounted both recent cases to Qin Wanqing. Though the cases themselves were almost entirely different, the motives behind the 2 killers were identical. Whether it was Chen Chen or Lu Tai, both men killed because of their girlfriends. Both involved betrayal. After hearing Zhang Yang's account, Qin Wanqing naturally understood his feelings. For police officers, dealing with so much negativity was a constant reality. That's why even within the police department, there were frequent psychological counseling sessions. Many officers ultimately developed depression. Thus, throughout this process, many officers developed short tempers. Often, it wasn't due to their inherent personalities, but because they'd absorbed too much negativity and needed an outlet. Seeing Zhang Yang's gloomy demeanor, Qin Wanqing couldn't help but frown. She knew her current leisurely schedule was entirely due to Zhang Yang effectively working 2 jobs. Recently, the heavy caseload at the police station meant Zhang Yang had barely visited his own detective agency. The rent was still being paid for nothing. Cases were piling up. Qin Wanqing had once gone to Zhang Yang's place to help tidy up. The pile of received commissions alone was taller than a person. Qin Wanqing pulled a few out to glance through them, finding nothing particularly important. Most were cases involving affairs and catching mistresses. Qin Wanqing didn't dwell on it, simply helping Zhang Yang tidy up his office. After traveling to the provincial capital and returning, she'd been constantly busy at the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau. A thick layer of dust had settled in Zhang Yang's office. Qin Wanqing felt a bit guilty about it. But there was nothing to be done. Lu Meng had always been on good terms with Zhang Yang, and Zhang Yang had his father-in-law, Qin Wanqing, keeping a watchful eye over him. Zhang Yang couldn't possibly stay uninvolved in matters concerning the Public Security Bureau. It truly put him in a difficult position. Moreover, the recent cases were all of the type that didn't come with bonuses. For Zhang Yang, who always valued bonuses, he didn't complain much at this time. Fortunately, the provincial bureau was providing substantial funding to Zhang Yang's team. He wasn't working for nothing. Just wait, I have a surprise for you. After you see it, you'll feel much better. Qin Wanqing paused for a moment before whispering softly into Zhang Yang's ear. Huh? What kind of surprise? Zhang Yang was puzzled. You'll find out soon enough. Oh, and I have some soup, go check on it for me. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang. She hurried off toward the bedroom. Zhang Yang entered the kitchen and watched the stove. Soon, he heard Qin Wanqing calling out. When Zhang Yang turned off the stove and entered the living room, he froze in place. There stood Qin Wanqing, dressed in a sexy nightgown. Her long, slender legs were clad in black stockings, and a fluffy rabbit tail peeked out from behind. 2 adorable bunny ears perched on her head. The view in front was tantalizingly visible. This outfit was both sexy and adorable. Do you like it? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang. This outfit was originally meant to be a surprise for Zhang Yang when she went to bed, but seeing how low his spirits were now, she couldn't wait any longer and put it on early. Zhang Yang instantly forgot all his troubles, picked Qin Wanqing up in his arms, and carried her toward the bedroom. Soon, melodious music began to drift out from the bedroom. Chapter 235, The Scene. It wasn't until noon the next day that Zhang Yang finally awoke. Qin Wanqing was still asleep beside him. The bed and floor were a sticky mess. Last night, seeing Zhang Yang in a bad mood, Qin Wanqing had gone out of her way to please him. He had indulged himself thoroughly, even crossing the line to the back, a place she had always adamantly refused to let him touch before. Whatever Zhang Yang demanded, Qin Wanqing complied. She changed outfits over a dozen times just last night. Earlier, to spice things up, they'd deliberately bought outfits representing various professions. They carried on until dawn, finally falling asleep in each other's arms. It must be said that after Qin Wanqing's wild night of passion, Zhang Yang's gloomy mood from yesterday had completely vanished. Zhang Yang sat up on the bed, feeling completely refreshed. Qin Wanqing had heard his movement and was already awake, but she kept her eyes lazily closed, unwilling to get up. Call in sick for me. After speaking to Zhang Yang, Qin Wanqing drifted back into a deep sleep. Last night had truly exhausted Qin Wanqing. Zhang Yang looked helpless. It was already noon. What leave was there to take? She'd probably just be marked absent. Zhang Yang pursed his lips, picked up Qin Wanqing's phone, and noticed several missed calls, 2 of them from Lu Meng. Zhang Yang thought for a moment. If he called back using Qin Wanqing's phone, that bald old bastard Lu Meng would surely figure something out. He decided to use his own phone to call back. He planned to use the pretext of asking about the case-solving bonus to probe Lu Meng's stance. But when he picked up his phone, he was stunned. There were over a dozen missed calls waiting. All from Lu Meng. Only then did he realize that Lu Meng had been trying to reach him, but since he hadn't answered, he'd called Qin Wanqing instead. Last night, after returning home, he'd casually tossed his phone onto the sofa before carrying Qin Wanqing into the bedroom. Qin Wanqing's enchanting singing hadn't stopped all night. He hadn't noticed the phone ringing at all. Zhang Yang, what the hell is going on with you? You vanished? Not answering calls. Not replying to texts. Something's wrong. The moment Zhang Yang dialed the number, before he could even speak, Lu Meng's furious roar erupted from the other end. I was feeling down last night, drank too much, passed out, just woke up. Zhang Yang scratched his head. Sigh. Alright, we've got a case: burglary, rape, and murder. Lu Meng said with obvious exasperation. Zhang Yang was puzzled. Wasn't this just a routine case? Why was Lu Meng, the head of the criminal investigation team, sighing so heavily? Before Zhang Yang could ask more questions, Lu Meng rattled off an address on the phone and hung up in a hurry. Zhang Yang was speechless. No choice. His wife had already skipped work for half a day. If he didn't show up at the scene to make an appearance, that would be utterly reckless. Zhang Yang dressed quickly and tiptoed out the door. Passing by the convenience store downstairs, he stopped to buy a bread roll to tide him over. After working all night yesterday, he was ravenously hungry. Following the address Lu Meng had given him, Zhang Yang hailed a cab and arrived at the scene, only to find police tape stretched around the building exterior with numerous officers gathered outside. Zhang Yang was somewhat surprised. Actually, when Lu Meng gave him the address, Zhang Yang had already felt something was off. After all, Lu Meng's first call was last night. How come the investigation at the scene still hasn't wrapped up? The officers outside were all familiar with Zhang Yang. Seeing him approach, they moved aside to let him through the police tape. Zhang Yang nodded to them and headed upstairs. This was an older residential building with 6 floors and no elevator. Zhang Yang huffed and puffed his way up to the rooftop. Lu Meng emerged from inside. You're not in great shape, huh? You're already panting like this after climbing 6 flights. I could hear you panting all the way up to the 3rd floor. Lu Meng looked at him with utter disdain. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes at Lu Meng. What do you know, you dummy? Last night, I went at it multiple times.
Just having the stamina to climb stairs is impressive enough. If it were you, you'd be done for by the second floor. Put. You wouldn't last in times either. What's going on? Zhang Yang snapped at Lu Meng. Go see for yourself. The body's been taken away. All that's left is the scene. The reason I had someone stay here was to wait for you to take a look. I'd been waiting for you all morning.
Lu Meng glared at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes and stepped inside the house. Inside was a rental apartment. It was originally a 2-bedroom apartment. But each bedroom door had its own separate electricity meter, and each entrance also featured a shoe rack. Clearly, different people were renting these 2 rooms. The living room was a shared space, completely empty. On the living room floor, 2 human figures were drawn in chalk, with a pool of blood beside them. In the other bedroom, both beds showed bloodstains and human outlines. It appeared 4 people had died in total. No wonder Lu Meng was in such a rush. Another major criminal case. Judging by the shoes outside the rooms and the decorative items inside, the occupants of both bedrooms were likely girls. On the bed in one of the bedrooms, 2 books for the teacher's certification exam were placed. They were likely recent female college graduates. Burglary, rape, murder. The nature of this crime is nothing short of heinous. What was the murder weapon? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. No body was found at the scene, so Zhang Yang was unaware of the situation there. It should have been a screwdriver, a Phillips head one. But the murder weapon wasn't found at the scene. Lu Meng replied to Zhang Yang. They're all dead? Zhang Yang asked in surprise. All dead. 4 people. Lu Meng nodded. Zhang Yang furrowed his brow slightly. After all, while the screwdriver was deadly, it was unlikely to kill 4 people simultaneously like this. Though sharp, a screwdriver wouldn't cause instant death unless it pierced a vital organ. But if the intent was to strike a vital spot, why choose a screwdriver? Any small knife would be more effective. After all, even if the screwdriver had struck a vital spot, the victims likely could have held on for some time. But judging by the distribution of the bodies at the scene, it's clear the victims didn't struggle much. I understand what you mean. You didn't see the body, so you don't know that screwdriver was driven into the eye. Dead as a doornail. Lu Meng sighed as he spoke. Stabbed in the eye? Zhang Yang felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of psychopath could do something so disgusting? Chapter 236, following. Inside Tianhai City Public Security Bureau. Lu Meng and his team were holding a case analysis meeting. This case was particularly heinous, no need for me to elaborate, you all know. The victim's family has arrived, and word has spread among citizens, causing considerable panic. We must solve this case swiftly. Has the autopsy report from the medical examiner come in yet? Lu Meng asked the group. It's out. The autopsy revealed that 3 of the 4 victims had been raped, and the method was extremely brutal. There were lacerations in the lower regions, and preliminary findings suggest they were caused by a beer bottle. Although fluid was extracted from the bodies, our current database contains no matching information. All 4 victims suffered direct brain death caused by sharp objects. The wounds were inflicted by piercing the eyes. A police officer stood up and said, Hold on, only 3 were raped? Did they share any common characteristics? Zhang Yang interjected from the side. Yes. The 3 who were raped all had long hair, while the one who wasn't had short hair. We suspect it might be related to the perpetrator's aesthetic preferences, or it could be a deliberate act of retaliation. The officer addressed Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang nodded, signaling for everyone to continue. After our on-site examination, we found no fingerprints or similar evidence. We only recovered half a shoe print. This print appeared on the doorframe when the door was closed with the foot, but it was incomplete and of limited significance. Additionally, our interviews with downstairs neighbors yielded no useful information. They all stated they heard no unusual sounds during the time frame of the incident. Another officer stood up and spoke. Did the surveillance footage at the scene reveal anything? Lu Meng looked up and asked. No. That's an older neighborhood with outdated surveillance systems. The footage is extremely blurry. While reviewing it, the entire image was indistinct. We couldn't even tell if people entering or exiting were male or female, let alone identify any other details. Moreover, the number of cameras is pitifully small, and several lines are disconnected. They're just there for show. There's very little information we can provide. The officer continued. I examined the door lock of that room. There were no signs of forced entry. That means either the killer was acquainted with someone inside, or they followed someone inside. I suggest we pursue both avenues for now. Start by investigating the victim's social connections, check if they had boyfriends or anything like that. However, I suspect this possibility is unlikely. After all, 4 women shared this apartment, with 2 to a room. Even if she had a boyfriend, she probably wouldn't bring him in so casually. That leaves the tailing scenario. Perpetrators typically dress inconspicuously when following someone. While nighttime offers fewer potential witnesses, it's still a direction worth pursuing. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before chiming in. Yeah, Zhang Yang's line of thinking is sound.
Let me add one more thing.
Judging by the murder weapon, most people wouldn't think to use a screwdriver for killing unless they work in a field where they handle screwdrivers regularly. For instance, maintenance workers or similar professions. These groups should be our primary screening targets.
Lu Meng chimed in from the side. Everyone then dispersed to carry out their respective tasks. Neither Zhang Yang nor Lu Meng moved.
Lu Meng remained to command operations, while Zhang Yang sensed something odd. It didn't seem like a random killing, yet it didn't feel like a premeditated murder either.
If it was premeditated, why kill so many people at once? Right, were any valuables missing from the scene? Were the victim's phones still there? Zhang Yang seemed to think of something and asked Lu Meng. Valuables?
It seems the phones are indeed missing, none were found. Lu Meng replied to Zhang Yang.
Could it be purely about the money? Zhang Yang frowned. Hard to say. This case is a bit strange.
Let's hypothesize, even if the killer was someone they knew, it still doesn't make sense given the current situation.
If it was a couple arguing, how could that escalate to killing 4 people? And even if they intended to kill, could these 4 people really offer no resistance at all? If they were stalked in, that's even less plausible. There were 4 of them just waiting to be killed?
Not to mention, 2 of them were in their own rooms. They could have called the police from inside.
Even if the killer charged into the living room, they wouldn't have barged into the bedrooms, right? Could it be that there were more than 2 killers?
Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. According to the autopsy report, it should have been just one. The bodily fluids found didn't match, but given the circumstances, it's hard to imagine one perpetrator raping the victim while the other just stood by and watched, isn't it? Remember, there wasn't just one woman at the scene. They killed her. Do you really expect they wouldn't rape her too? So I still think it was just one person.
Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before responding to Lu Meng. That makes sense.
If there really was a third person involved in such a brutal murder and robbery, they probably wouldn't have stopped.
Lu Meng sighed. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement.
Criminals of this nature, once they start, absolutely won't stop until they're caught. Numerous previous cases clearly demonstrated this pattern. If that's truly the case, this person likely followed the victim inside. We should investigate from this angle. Generally, to tail someone, the first attempt usually requires a relatively familiar environment. And since no liquid samples matched, it's not someone recently released from prison, but likely someone idle and aimless. We should search among that type of crowd. We need to act swiftly and find this person before a second incident occurs. If he strikes again, it'll be impossible to contain him afterward. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Just as Lu Meng was speaking with Zhang Yang, an officer rushed into the room.
Captain,
we just received a report of another similar crime. Hearing the officer's words, Lu Meng and Zhang Yang felt their hearts sink deeply.
Chapter 237, The Sex Addict.
This crime scene was different from the previous one, where multiple bodies had been found.
Only one person. Also a woman with long hair.
The officers deemed it a similar case because this woman's eyes had also been gouged out with a screwdriver. This left no room for doubt throughout the entire investigation, allowing the cases to be merged immediately. What Lu Meng and his team hadn't anticipated was how brazen the killer would prove to be. After committing the first crime, he had gone on to commit a second one. By this point, numerous officers had already been dispatched to investigate. Lu Meng led Zhang Yang and several others to the scene of this second crime. This crime scene was even more meticulously clean than the previous one. Evidently, the killer had deliberately cleaned up after committing the crime. Moreover, there were several empty bowls on the table, and even in the kitchen, there were signs of cooking. It appeared that after breaking in and raping the victim, the killer had forced her to cook him a meal, likely noodles. This development made it almost certain the killer wasn't acquainted with the victims. The likelihood of him having followed them in was very high. But this time, he was exceptionally bold. His nerve is impressive. Zhang Yang remarked from the side. How do you know the victim was forced to cook? Lu Meng had just finished assigning the arriving forensic team when he turned to ask Zhang Yang. Look at this kitchen, every other area is spotless. This indicates that the girl living alone was quite particular about cleanliness and had excellent hygiene habits. It makes no sense that after cooking, she would leave a pot covered in noodle soup and noodles on the stove. Typically, she would clean up immediately after cooking, making it easy to remove the contents. But that's not what happened here. Moreover, since she was being followed, it means she was returning from outside. It's even less likely she'd leave the previous dishes and utensils on the table without clearing them. Zhang Yang explained to Lu Meng. Yeah, makes sense. This could help us link the cases. Plus, this location isn't far from the previous crime scene. It's highly likely the killer discovered this victim on their way back after committing the previous crime and followed them inside. As for the meal, it doesn't really matter. We already have his basic information from the liquid left at the previous scene. There's no need to dwell on these details. Lu Meng chimed in from the side. Possible. But I'm curious, usually, after someone does that 3 times in a row, shouldn't that be enough? Was he still unsatisfied?
To put it bluntly, there were 3 people present at the scene. Those 3 could have easily satisfied the killer's twisted desires. It doesn't make sense that after finishing the deed, he'd still have such thoughts, does it? Zhang Yang was puzzled. Lu Meng nodded in agreement beside him. Being men, they naturally understood the ins and outs. No matter how capable a man is, it's impossible to still feel the urge after 3 times. Even if the desire is there, the body simply can't keep up. What you see in those adult films? Just watch them. If someone really went 7 or 8 times in one night, they'd be done for. So you're saying this guy must be in exceptional physical condition? Could he have been an athlete before? Lu Meng stroked his chin as he asked. No, even if that were the case, it would still be incredibly difficult to sustain. My guess is, he's either sick or hasn't been with a woman in ages. That's why he's acting this way during the process. Zhang Yang shook his head. Illness? What illness? Lu Meng looked surprised. When I was working as a private investigator, I once encountered a patient with an extremely strong sexual addiction. This person was the type who needed to masturbate more than 5 times a day to feel satisfied. Meeting him nearly scared the hell out of me. He was extremely thin. But that doesn't seem to match our killer's description either. From that perspective, if the current killer is still that frail, it would be difficult for them to subdue the victim during the process. Did you notice earlier? The victim was quite tall, nearly 170 centimeters, yet he was still overpowered. This killer must possess considerable strength. Zhang Yang analyzed. Then this is bizarre. Doesn't that mean we're back to square one? Lu Meng shook his head in exasperation. Not necessarily. At the very least, the killer has given us a direction to pursue. You mentioned earlier that since the killer has already left the crime scene, they must have returned to their residence. But during that journey, they encountered the victim. If we connect the first crime scene with this one, we'll be able to determine the direction the killer was heading. Moreover, once the autopsy report for the victim is released, we will be able to determine the exact time of death. This will allow us to roughly determine the killer's mode of transportation, whether they walked, rode a bike, or drove a car. We just need to search along the route for relevant individuals. There might be clues. And given the time of the crime, there shouldn't have been too many people around. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Let's go. Get back immediately and assign tasks. We have to catch this bastard fast. I have a feeling if we don't catch him soon, he'll likely strike again. Lu Meng patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder. Zhang Yang nodded. You must understand. This kind of person is actually quite terrifying. Once they get started. Once they've tasted the sweetness of success, they likely won't be able to wait even a single day. It's highly likely they'll strike again after resting up. Robberies like this often carry an element of impulsiveness. The randomness of their crimes is the most terrifying aspect. Zhang Yang shared Lu Meng's concerns. Dealing with a serial killer like this is extremely troublesome. Chapter 238, 2 Directions. The clues from the previous case were quickly consolidated. Since it was a joint investigation, the information from the second crime scene actually provided them with quite a few clues. First, they screened the group of loafers. While the killer wasn't found, they uncovered several other developments. Numerous petty thieves were apprehended. Additionally, the social connections of the 4 deceased victims had been thoroughly investigated. Among them, only one had a boyfriend, but he was out of town. At the time of the crime, this boyfriend was working overtime, making it impossible for him to have committed the crime. This finding aligns with Zhang Yang and his team's deductions from the second case. It wasn't an acquaintance who committed the crime. The perpetrator followed the victims inside. Typically, after entering a home, people would first remove their shoes and then close the door. When taking off shoes, anyone rushing in from behind would be completely unprepared to defend themselves. That's why the perpetrator succeeded. By cross-referencing the location details of the second incident with surveillance footage, the team quickly identified the killer's figure in several camera feeds. After all, few people were out on the streets at that late hour. This suspect, wearing a hat and mask, appeared highly suspicious. When he appeared on screen, police immediately zeroed in on him. Soon, by tracking the suspect's direction and movements, they narrowed down the general area where the suspect resided. Since the suspect rode an electric scooter and traveled exclusively on sidewalks, areas lacking surveillance, police could only make judgments based on footage from intersections. Some intersections lacked coverage entirely, and in a few cases, the suspect's movements were inferred solely from their shadow. Even so, they could only determine a broad general area. But all leads came to a halt here. Most of the residences in this area were older communities, clusters of multi-story apartment complexes, unlike the newer gated communities built later. At the second crime scene, I recall some jewelry and a cell phone being taken. Next, the killer will likely dispose of the phone. You could check out the electronics market in our area. I'm sure you have contacts for people who specialize in fencing stolen phones like these. The killer probably doesn't realize that to sell an unlocked phone like this, he'd have to ask around in the electronics market to find those people. Perhaps we can set up a stakeout here. Zhang Yang said to the group.
Zhang Yang knew that in today's information-driven society, many people went out without carrying cash. For thieves, phones were often the only thing worth stealing. But nowadays, phones are usually password protected. Unless they're professionals. For thieves, there's no point in wasting effort unlocking them. Instead, they need to quickly fence the stolen goods, sell the phones to convert them into cash. That's why many phone stalls in electronics markets specialize in this very service. Naturally, such activities couldn't be conducted openly. But the police frequently deal with thieves and have access to resources in this area. This is a viable approach. Contact the anti-theft squad immediately and have them assist us in setting up a sting operation. Lu Meng nodded, and 2 officers quickly headed out. Additionally, I think we should approach those neighborhood aunties. They know the most about their neighbors and might have some insights. If this person snatched cash at the scene, there must be noticeable changes in their spending habits. Zhang Yang pondered for a moment before addressing the group again. Some poor people, when they suddenly come into money, tend to spend it recklessly. They definitely won't save it. Because it came too easily. For them, the stolen money must be spent as quickly as possible. Once it's gone, they'll go out to steal again. Zhang Yang was right. At this point, we must fully leverage the power of the community. Get the local police station officers to assist, they know these ladies well. We must fully utilize our resources now and track this person down before they strike again. Lu Meng stood up and declared. Alright, I won't be needed for the rest. Judging by the amount of money this robber snatched, he probably won't need to rob again for a while. That actually makes things easier. Zhang Yang stood up and said. There's no need for Zhang Yang to stay here any longer regarding this matter. Moreover, Zhang Yang felt that pursuing these 2 leads would lead to the capture of the suspect. Before Lu Meng could respond, Zhang Yang's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a video call from Qin Wanqing. He hurried to a secluded spot to answer. The moment he connected, he saw Qin Wanqing lying disheveled on the bed. Judging by her disheveled appearance, she must have just woken up. Zhang Yang glanced at the time. Holy cow, it was already 3 p.m. Qin Wanqing had slept soundly, thoroughly satisfied. Where are you? Qin Wanqing asked Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang rotated his phone screen and panned it around the room. Ha? You're at the bureau? Oh no, I'm going to be late. Qin Wanqing sat up in a panic. Give me a break. It's already 3 o'clock, almost quitting time. How could you be late? I've been covering your shift for you. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Humph. How can you blame me? If you hadn't done that to me last night, would I have slept this late? Bad boy. Qin Wanqing said to Zhang Yang, her voice brimming with indignation. Don't say that. I thought you seemed to enjoy it last night, telling me not to stop. Zhang Yang said with a smirk. Zhang Yang. You're dead meat. You're at the bureau. Don't say things like that. Qin Wanqing flushed bright red on the other end of the line. Ha, alright, I'll stop now. I should be back soon. Get up quickly. Zhang Yang noticed someone entering and addressed Qin Wanqing. Zhang Yang. We've got news. The moment Zhang Yang ended the video call, Lu Meng started yelling from the other side. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Great. Looks like he won't be able to leave anytime soon. That money-grubbing Lu Meng never assigns tasks until the last minute. Just like those heartless corporate bosses. Who knew such practices existed within the system too? Zhang Yang shook his head as he walked over. The people we sent to check with the neighborhood auntie earlier found relevant information right away. Apparently, there's a vagrant in that area whose parents died young, and he's been living off the kindness of strangers his whole life. But now they say he just drove a Mercedes back home. This is highly suspicious. Let's go check it out. Before Zhang Yang could respond, Lu Meng grabbed his arm and dragged him outside. Chapter 239, The Enthusiastic Lady. Zhang Yang followed Lu Meng into the neighborhood office. 2 middle-aged women were swarming around a police officer, chattering away non-stop. When the young officer saw Zhang Yang and Lu Meng enter, his expression was like that of a Buddhist devotee encountering Shakyamuni Buddha, Tang Sanzang meeting the Tathagata Buddha, or Sun Wukong beneath Mount Five Peaks finally reuniting with Tang Sanzang. Tears welled up in his eyes. The officer quickly smoothed his hair, dampened by the women's spittle, and broke free from their encirclement. Young man, you haven't even told us what kind of partner you're looking for. Let me tell you, I know plenty of people. One of the women said to the officer. Nonsense. What's going on? Lu Meng, standing nearby, glared angrily at the officer. They were here investigating a case, and now they were talking about finding a partner with Auntie? The young officer shot Lu Meng a look of pure frustration, but under his furious glare, he dared not say another word. Actually, just moments ago, the young officer had been asking the 2 women questions about the case. But unexpectedly, after they'd finished answering his questions, the aunties somehow steered the conversation toward him. First, she inquired about the life and work of being a police officer, then somehow steered the conversation toward whether he had a girlfriend. Then they started arranging a match for him. The officer tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, but under the aunt's relentless chatter, he found himself awkwardly going along with their talk. Given the circumstances, the officer had little room to argue when Lu Meng reprimanded him. What was the deal with that Mercedes? Who was that person? Zhang Yang asked the officer. The officer shot Zhang Yang a look of deep gratitude. That man grew up in this neighborhood. His parents passed away long ago. Before they passed away, he had been living off their retirement pension. But after their death, he started engaging in petty theft. Sometimes he'd even scam people out of money. He certainly wasn't a good person, and most importantly, he was usually very poor. Yet today, he had returned driving a Mercedes-Benz. This man raises many suspicions and is very likely the person we're looking for, the officer said to Lu Meng and Zhang Yang. Lu Meng and Zhang Yang exchanged a glance and shook their heads. First, even though the killer committed 2 crimes, the money stolen couldn't possibly add up to that much. A Mercedes costs at least several 100,000 yuan. And even if he went to pick up or buy a car right now, it wouldn't be possible to drive it out on the same day. Let's go. Regardless, since we're already here, we might as well check it out, Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Here's the plan, we'll keep a low profile and find a reason to visit. No need for the officer to come along. We'll follow Auntie upstairs. The killer is likely staying in this area. If he spots a police officer, it could tip him off, Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Lu Meng nodded and followed the 2 aunts out. Young man, you look so young, tall and handsome. Don't you have a girlfriend yet? I know plenty of great girls, you know. Want me to set you up? The aunt who had questioned the officer earlier turned to Zhang Yang. I'm already married, so there's no need for you 2 aunts to go to the trouble, Zhang Yang quickly replied. Getting entangled with these 2 aunts would be quite a headache for Zhang Yang. Ah, what a pity. I see you have quite good qualifications, much better than that young man earlier. That young man was decent enough, but he was a bit too quiet. The aunt chattered on to Zhang Yang. She led the 2 of them to a storefront. It was a shop. Parked right at the shop entrance was a brand new Mercedes. Though it didn't look entirely new. Yang Ming, a police officer is here to ask you some questions. The woman addressed one of the young men who was holding a cigarette in his mouth. To everyone's surprise, the young man heard the word police and immediately took off running. Lu Meng saw this and immediately gave chase. Zhang Yang, however, struck up a conversation with the group who had been bragging to the young man earlier. What's going on here? I heard he suddenly came into some money? Zhang Yang asked the group with a smile. Oh my. This kid says he struck it rich down south. Just look at this Mercedes, it's gotta be worth at least $1 million. This kid's really hit the big time. Even when he offered me a cigarette just now, it was a Huazi brand. Impressive. The others exclaimed to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang glanced at the car, an E300. While it cost over 300,000 yuan, it was still far from $1 million. Looks like this young man loves to brag. A moment later, Lu Meng came running back, panting heavily. Damn it. That kid got away. He knows this area like the back of his hand. One turn and he vanished, Lu Meng said to Zhang Yang. Ah, don't worry. He'll be back sooner or later. The Mercedes is still here. Zhang Yang chuckled, gesturing toward the Mercedes parked nearby. Lu Meng rolled his eyes. No wonder Zhang Yang didn't even bother chasing him earlier. Come to think of it, with the car still here, that guy would have to come back for it sooner or later, no matter where he ran off to. We can't just leave this car here. Come on. Take a break in the back seat of the Mercedes. This guy was in such a rush he didn't even lock the doors. Talk about being in a hurry, what if he loses the car? Zhang Yang grinned as he slid into the back seat. Lu Meng sat down, panting heavily. This car didn't look brand new, it seemed like a used one, Zhang Yang remarked as he surveyed the interior. Second hand? I'd say this thing was rented from a dealership for $300. Look at that pathetic look on his face. That kid probably isn't the one we're looking for. Lu Meng shook his head. But he took off the moment he saw the cops. He might have something on him. Since we're here, let's wait and see. Zhang Yang nodded at Lu Meng. The 2 of them crouched in the back seat of the car. Sure enough, not long after, a figure peered cautiously around the corner and approached. Chapter 240, The Phone Seller. Zhang Yang and Lu Meng instinctively ducked their heads in perfect unison. They lay flat against the backseat chairs. The sky had already grown dim. The shadowy figure spent alone while checking the surroundings before sneaking up to the car. Zhang Yang remained motionless. Just as the door opened and Lu Meng was about to act, Zhang Yang pulled him back. He gave Lu Meng a meaningful glance in the darkness. The 2 waited silently as the figure climbed into the car. After starting the engine, he even remembered to fasten his seatbelt. The driver never imagined there were 2 other people sitting inside the car. This is actually a blind spot for most drivers. After getting in, they instinctively start the engine and drive off without checking the back seat. Many violent crimes occur precisely this way.
Only after the doors automatically locked did Zhang Yang quietly sit up. Turn left up ahead. Zhang Yang said calmly from the back seat. The single command made the young driver in front slam his foot on the gas pedal. With a roar, the Mercedes shot forward. Both Zhang Yang and Lu Meng shuddered in fright. Fortunately, it scraped against a row of parked cars and came to a halt. Lu Meng produced a pair of handcuffs, securing one wrist to the door handle and the other to the driver's wrist. "This is it. I'm done for." The young man stared at the row of scraped cars through the rearview mirror and slumped down in his seat. "Get up. Tell me honestly, what were you doing last night and the night before?" Lu Meng demanded of the young man. "Last night and the night before? I was at the car wash." "Why? Are you guys cops?" The young man was visibly trembling. "Car wash? So this car belongs to one of your clients?" Zhang Yang asked the man. "Yeah, but now it's all over. This car is beyond repair, the paint job is completely ruined. And this whole row of cars? The compensation alone will cost me a fortune. No way. I'm calling the police, I'll report my car stolen." The young man suddenly had a brilliant idea and was about to clap his hands in triumph when he realized his hands were cuffed. Only then did he realize the two men behind him were police officers. And his brilliant plan? He just blurted it out right in front of two cops. All hope was utterly lost. "Lately, has anyone around here suddenly come into some money? Any unemployed people you know?" Zhang Yang had already realized that the man before him was clearly not the killer. He was just a car washer. And this Mercedes? He'd just stolen it from a customer. He'd just taken it out to show off. But Zhang Yang wasn't willing to give up any hope. A bum? Suddenly rich? Yeah, Wang Ermazy has been dropping over 100 coins at the arcade lately. That bastard used to be dirt poor, always begging others to let him play their machines. He's definitely up to something. It's highly likely he stole it during this process. The young man said to Zhang Yang and Lu Meng. He'd assumed these two were here to catch a thief. "Wang Ermazy? Where does he live?" Zhang Yang asked the young man. "In that block of flats over there on the east side, Unit 303. Go catch him immediately." The young man ordered Lu Meng. "Shut up. I'm telling you, don't try any of your little tricks on me, or else I won't let you off the hook." Lu Meng slapped the young man hard across the back of the head. "Oh," the young man said, his head hanging low. He'd thought of a brilliant idea, but if Lu Meng and the others had overheard it, they'd surely tell the others, rendering his plan useless. Just then, Lu Meng's phone rang. "Captain, we've got a situation here. A guy just came by trying to sell 5 phones, but he's already left." An officer reported to Lu Meng. "Gone? What's going on?" Lu Meng was puzzled. It turned out that the officers assigned to stake out the Information City had already waited until it closed. Although some stalls in the Information City stayed open at night, they usually closed around 7 or 8 o'clock. After 7 o'clock, many stalls inside the Information City had already begun packing up, and there weren't many customers around at that hour. Still, some vendors who had nothing urgent to do were willing to stay open a little longer. Just as most vendors were preparing to close, a young man arrived. He first wandered around the market, drawing the attention of the stakeout officers. Originally, the police officers were also about to leave. After all, according to the market owners, by this time, there were usually hardly any customers left. They were just about to leave when, unexpectedly, this individual appeared. His furtive manner naturally drew their attention. After all, during their patrols, they were accustomed to seeing repairmen carrying laptop bags or directly inquiring about repairs. But this individual was wrapped up tightly. He kept wandering around. Finally, he stopped in front of a corner shop. After inquiring with the stall owner about buying this phone that couldn't be unlocked, he suddenly pulled out 5 phones. But for the police officers present at the time, they couldn't confirm the man's identity or why he'd produced 5 phones at once. They could only wait until he left before approaching the stall owner to ask. To my surprise, there were 5 phones. This made it easy to connect the dots to the previous killer. But when the police rushed out, the person was already gone. They had no choice but to return and question the vendor again. From the vendor, they learned the man had only inquired about the price. Upon learning the 5 phones could only fetch 1,000 yuan, he seemed dissatisfied and walked away immediately. Zhang Yang and his team weren't entirely sure, but phones that couldn't be unlocked usually had 2 possible origins. Either stolen or found. Naturally, one could drive the price down significantly for such phones. Each phone was worth only 100 or 2. The killer likely didn't know the market value either, and when the price was so far below what he expected, he just gave up. Chapter 241, Staking Out. What the hell are you lot doing? You were supposed to be staking this place out, and you just let him slip away? This guy was clearly the killer. He finally showed up right here, and you just let him walk away? He probably won't come back. What do we do now? You lot tell me, what should we do? Lu Meng yelled in fury.
According to standard criminal investigation procedures, at the very least someone should have been stationed at this exit to prevent the suspect from escaping. But these officers, preparing to leave, had gathered together without posting anyone at the exit. Otherwise, regardless of whether this person was a suspect, they should have stopped him for questioning. Given the current situation, there weren't many people around, and it wouldn't have aroused the suspect's suspicion. From this perspective, they had indeed made a mistake in their work.
That's why they were getting yelled at by Lu Meng. Those officers knew they'd made a mistake, heads bowed as Lu Meng reprimanded them.
Maybe there's no need to rush. I suspect this person might return. Today's a bust, but keep watching tomorrow. Zhang Yang addressed the group.
Come back? Isn't he out of business? Lu Meng asked from the side. I just asked the shop owner. The guy earlier didn't have any distinctive features, just some pockmarks on his face. So it's highly likely that the guy selling the phone is that Wang Ermazi. According to the car washer's earlier info, Wang Ermazi's financial situation is probably dire. He likely got some cash from the victim earlier, but he's already blown it all at the arcade. That's why he's trying to sell the phones now. But to him, these phones hold zero value if he can't sell them. He just thinks they're not meeting his asking price. But I bet he'll come to his senses tonight after he gets home. That's why I'm certain he'll be back tomorrow. Moreover, judging by how cautiously he circled the area before returning, he's a very careful individual. If he intends to sell the phones, he'll definitely choose this spot again. All we need to do is wait here tomorrow. Zhang Yang analyzed the situation aloud to the others. Makes sense. You're the sharp one here. Did you all hear that? If he gets away again tomorrow, you lot will strip me naked and make me sweep the streets. Lu Meng barked at the others. Yes. The men replied in unison. To prevent this man from arriving the moment the information city opened the next morning, these officers decided to stay overnight inside the complex. For them, this situation was one they absolutely could not afford to fail. Moreover, this operation was also their redemption. Zhang Yang, what's your take on this? Clearly, the killer didn't manage to snatch much cash from the scene. Do you think they might risk another stalk and kill tonight? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang from inside the car. That possibility can't be ruled out. Looks like we need to check out that person's home. Zhang Yang nodded. Check it out? Didn't you say the car washer gave us a fake address? Then how are we supposed to check it out? Also, you just said the address was fake, how did you figure that out? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. Simple. He paused when he said that. Based on that car washer's usual behavior, I'd say there's an 80-90% chance he was planning to extort money from us for coming to find him. After all, in the car washer's eyes, this guy was only being investigated by us because of the theft case. He never imagined it would turn out like this. So we had no choice but to assume the worst during this process. After asking the auntie, we confirmed that the person at home was an older sister, not some Wang Ermazi. The nickname Wang Ermazi was something the younger folks used among themselves, a rather unflattering moniker, after all. It made perfect sense that the auntie at the neighborhood office wouldn't know about it. Zhang Yang explained to Lu Meng. Then how did you find out his real address? Didn't you say that address was fake? Lu Meng remained skeptical. It wasn't entirely fake. His hesitation only came when mentioning the specific door number, but everything before that flowed smoothly. So I concluded that the building number and unit were likely correct, but he lied about the specific door number. Precisely because of that, I was able to pinpoint the exact address. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng with a smile. You're amazing. Who knew you'd become a psychologist? Aren't these things only found in psychology? Lu Meng exclaimed in astonishment. It's not really psychology, more like keen observation skills. Actually, if you just pay more attention, you'd understand this kind of situation. Zhang Yang replied to Lu Meng. Alright, whatever the case, what's our next move? Should we stake out that location? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. We'll go, but we might need to switch vehicles. Zhang Yang gestured toward the vehicle they were currently driving. Lu Meng chuckled. They were in a police car, and using it for surveillance would be far too conspicuous. Let's go. Let's hurry back to the station and switch vehicles. Lu Meng said as he started the car and sped toward the police station. Earlier, when Zhang Yang and the others arrived at this residential complex, it was now the dead of night. Being an older neighborhood, few people were out after dark. Most elderly residents had the habit of going to bed early and rising early. For them, watching the evening weather forecast was usually the last thing they did before sleeping. Zhang Yang and Lu Meng were hiding inside a vehicle, observing the situation. For Zhang Yang and Lu Meng, apprehending this individual didn't seem to require a large manpower. That's why it was just the two of them. One was the captain of the criminal investigation unit, and the other possessed formidable martial arts skills. Apprehending this individual was well within their capabilities. Chapter 242, Thug. Zhang Yang, I just checked, the stairwell seems deserted. The entire building is pitch black. If the killer really lived here and was young, he wouldn't be resting this early, would he? It's only a little past 9. Lu Meng looked up at the situation above and asked. You're right. I noticed that too. It's quite possible this person went out. But given the current situation, we can only hope they had other business and didn't go commit the crime. Still, most young people have plenty to do at night. We shouldn't jump to conclusions. Zhang Yang chimed in from the side. Wait. Someone's coming. No sooner had Zhang Yang spoken than Lu Meng yanked him down. Both men quickly lay flat. At that moment, several motorcycles pulled up outside the building entrance, their engines roaring loudly. The entire old neighborhood could feel the glass trembling. Several figures dismounted, each wielding clubs or similar weapons, and charged straight into the stairwell. Before long, the light on the second floor flickered on, followed immediately by the sound of smashing and fighting echoing from inside the apartment. Since the second floor wasn't far from the ground level, the sounds inside were perfectly audible. Big brother. We've searched the entire place, there's no one here. A voice called out. Damn it. After that kid escaped, he didn't even go home. He's managed to slip through the cracks. Search the place. Take everything of value. Another rough voice commanded. Boss, we've searched the whole place. There's nothing worth taking, just this crappy TV that might be useful. Another voice replied. Damn it, what a bummer. Forget it, just take it apart and haul it out. I'll see how long that little bastard can hide. You two, stay right here and guard this place. When that bastard comes back, bring him straight to me. The rough voice commanded. A short while later, Zhang Yang and the others saw several people carrying a television set downstairs, then getting on motorcycles and driving away. Another motorcycle remained motionless, still parked in the shadows below. Zhang Yang and Lu Meng exchanged glances. They quietly got off their vehicle. Judging by what they'd overheard, it was highly likely that the person on the second floor was the one they were looking for. But for some reason, it seemed they had offended someone. Those guys were clearly thugs. And people who cross such types usually do so over money. It seemed like they owed money, which was why the thugs had even pried the TV off the wall. Word was that 2 men were still waiting upstairs. This presented Zhang Yang and Lu Meng with an opportunity. The two approached the second floor entrance in perfect sync, only to find the door already locked. But this minor obstacle was no match for Zhang Yang. After all, he possessed the god-tier lock-picking skill rewarded by the system. Though the system had been dormant for ages, such skills never faded with time. Zhang Yang straightened one of the key's rings into a thin wire. After a few deft manipulations on the door, it swung open effortlessly. Lu Meng gestured for Zhang Yang to follow him inside. After all, as the captain of the criminal investigation unit, Lu Meng was no slouch in hand-to-hand combat. After Lu Meng entered, he didn't turn on the lights and simply stood there for a moment. Before Zhang Yang had even stepped inside, he heard the sounds of a struggle coming from within. Soon after, the sounds ceased. Zhang Yang illuminated the room with his phone and saw 2 individuals already handcuffed together by Lu Meng. Both men's faces were now swollen and bruised. One even had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lu Meng had clearly gone all out earlier. After all, in the darkness, Lu Meng couldn't really hold back, so the 2 of them were just unlucky. Were you 2 waiting for Wang or Maisie? Zhang Yang asked with a smirk. Yes. Are you guys cops? The moment they saw Lu Meng carrying handcuffs, they could naturally guess their identities. Shut up. Answer only what you're asked. Lu Meng glared at them and flexed his fist. The 2 immediately fell silent. Yes. We were waiting for Wang or Maisie. He owes our boss money. Tonight we finally cornered him, but that bastard took off faster than a rabbit. We figured we'd ambush him at his place, but he never came back. He must have known we'd come here, so he never came back at all. One of them explained to Zhang Yang. Compared to that fierce-looking, ruthless thug, this handsome cop seemed much easier to talk to. What was the debt for? Where exactly did you encounter this Wang or Maisie tonight? Zhang Yang pressed further. It was gambling. Wang or Maisie ran out of money while gambling with our boss, so he wrote an IOU. Truthfully, our boss was after his house. Wang or Maisie was penniless. The only thing of value he had left was the house his parents had given him. Otherwise, our boss wouldn't have lent him money. We were eating out tonight when we spotted Wang or Maisie passing by. We called out to him, but unexpectedly, he took off on his bike. Our boss couldn't stand it, so he brought us along. We really didn't do anything wrong, it's just this little thing. Before Zhang Yang could say anything, the man blurted out everything he knew. Where else could Wang or Maisie go if he wasn't heading home? Do you 2 know? Zhang Yang demanded of the 2. Big brother, we genuinely don't know. If we knew, our boss would have taken us straight there. There'd be no need for us 2 to stay here waiting for him. The other one said with a bitter tone. We were just waiting for that Wang or Maisie here, but who knew we'd end up waiting for 2 cops instead? For thugs like them, fear of the police was ingrained. Well, since that's the case, we might as well wait together. Zhang Yang addressed the 2, nodding to Lu Meng. Lu Meng, understanding the situation, walked over to the window and peered down. No one had arrived yet. Zhang Yang figured that if this guy had nowhere else to go, he might come back later. They might as well wait here. The two men had to stay put too. They were worried that if they let them go now, they might run into Wang or Maisie on the way and tip off the target. Chapter 243, Wang or Maisie. Zhang Yang and the others waited in that room until dawn the next day. Still no sign of Wang or Maisie returning. After daybreak, Zhang Yang and the others found themselves in a bit of a bind. If they ventured out now, they stood a high chance of encountering Wang or Maisie. After all, his absence all night suggested he was still being cautious. It was precisely this cautious nature that had allowed him to evade capture not only by those pursuing him, but also by Zhang Yang and his group. But what troubled Zhang Yang and the others was this. Wang or Maisie hadn't appeared last night. If he had a place to hide his identity, it would be quite advantageous. But if not, it's possible that Wang or Maisie committed another crime last night. After committing the crime, he could conveniently spend the night hiding at the victim's place. This scenario was precisely what Zhang Yang and his team feared most. Moreover, under normal circumstances, the murder that occurred last night may not have been uncovered yet. They are currently in the process of investigating. It's difficult to find any clues. All we can do is wait. Not long after, Lu Meng's phone rang. Both Zhang Yang and Lu Meng flinched. A call at this hour likely meant another murder had occurred. Zhang Yang watched Lu Meng nervously. Fortunately, Lu Meng's expression wasn't the shock they'd feared, it was more excitement. Zhang Yang, we've got him. At the Information City. Let's go. Lu Meng hung up the phone and said to Zhang Yang. Inside the Tianhai Municipal Public Security Bureau, a man covered in pockmarks sat in the interrogation room. This was Wang Ermazi. It turned out that the police had staked out the place all night. The next morning, as soon as the Information City opened its doors, Wang Ermazi showed up again, phone in hand. This time, he didn't wander around aimlessly but went straight to the same stall he'd visited before. The officers were inside the stall, disguised as computer repairmen, busy at work. When they saw him approach, two officers positioned themselves at the exit to control the area. The other two immediately pinned him down. The 5 cell phones retrieved from his person were indeed the victims. With this irrefutable evidence, the killer could no longer deny his guilt. It turned out that Wang Ermazi was indeed broke and had come here intending to sell the 5 phones he had previously obtained. Among them were several chipped fruit brand phones. Wang Ermazi believed they must be worth a fortune. But unexpectedly, the 5 phones together could only fetch 1,000 yuan. This fell far short of Wang Ermazi's expectations. So in the end, he had no choice but to give up. But last night, he was spotted again by those same casino people. He had no choice. He had to spend 20 yuan to hide in a cheap hotel near the train station. He knew these people knew where he lived. During that period, he'd been staying indoors most of the time, afraid to let anyone know he lived here. So for Wang Ermazi, last night he didn't dare go back at all. But he'd tossed and turned all night. No matter how little the money was, it was better than nothing. Otherwise, with these phones on him, he wouldn't have a single penny. And without a lock, they'd be useless. That way, I could get some cash and hide out for a while. Just as Zhang Yang had imagined. Wang Ermazi dared not linger any longer in the electronics market. He deliberately timed his visit to the closing hours to avoid detection when inquiring about the price. Now that he finally had the price, he naturally headed straight for that stall. But unexpectedly, the moment he pulled out the 5 phones, those 2 men pinned him down. Only after the handcuffs were fastened did he realize he'd been arrested. He tried to force his way past them and escape, but 2 men waiting in ambush at the exit instantly pinned him down. With shackles now on his ankles too, he finally gave up all resistance. Wang Ermazi knew he'd committed a capital offense. So after being brought in, he remained silent. When questioned, he only insisted that he had found the phone on the road. He claimed to have no idea where it came from. He understood. Even if the police had arrested him, they had absolutely no evidence. But he overlooked one crucial detail. Earlier, the police had already obtained samples of this person's bodily fluids and saliva. By simply cross-referencing this with his personal records, they could almost certainly identify the killer. This was ironclad evidence. Even if Wang Ermazi remained silent, they could still convict him without a confession. The comparison results were still pending, so the authorities temporarily detained Wang Ermazi. Zhang Yang, what's your take? I'd say it's a sure thing, 9 times out of 10. Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. He knew Zhang Yang's observations of suspects far surpassed those of most others. It should be fine. Ever since the incident began, this man has been staring intently outside. If those phones really were found by him, it would be a completely different story. He wouldn't be wearing that expression. And even if he wasn't the one, he must have some connection to the killer. It made no sense for the killer to discard all the phones together. If they truly intended to dispose of them, they would have done so after the first crime, and the phones would likely have been separated. That scenario is highly improbable. So I think that's how it is. But I can't quite put my finger on it, something feels off. Zhang Yang said, looking at the man inside the interrogation room. Lu Meng, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. After all, it wouldn't be long before the forensic report came out. Even if it turned out otherwise, they could still continue interrogating him within the detention period. So Lu Meng remained unruffled. With everything under police control, he felt no panic at this moment. Captain, the forensic report is in. It's this bastard. Just as Zhang Yang and Lu Meng were reviewing it, an officer rushed over. Good. This is what we needed. Lu Meng clapped his hands hard. With this, the series of burglary, rape, and murder cases was finally solved. Hold on, I have one lingering question. Why would the killer, after raping 3 victims in succession, proceed to rape a 4th? Could he really be a sex addict? I just looked up some characteristics of sex addicts, and this Wangermeizy doesn't seem to fit the profile very well. Zhang Yang frowned and said, What do you mean? No way. The DNA matches perfectly. Lu Meng looked at Zhang Yang in astonishment. What worries me is that this person may have been at the scene, but he might not be the killer. Moreover, I fear there might be more than one killer. Zhang Yang said slowly. Chapter 244, there are others. Not just one person? What do you mean? You mean there were 2 people at the scene? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. Not necessarily at the same time. What I mean is, it's possible the killer went in first and then someone else entered the scene afterward. Zhang Yang explained to Lu Meng. You mean the killer went in first to rob and kill, then Wangermeizy went in afterward, and that's how we got his information? Could that be possible? But there seems to be another problem here. If Wangermeizy went to the first crime scene, that could be plausible. But the second crime scene was random for the killer. How could he possibly show up there? Lu Meng asked, sounding a bit surprised. We'll have to ask him about that. I'll go in and have a chat with him. Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. Lu Meng thought for a moment, then nodded. I remember there were cigarettes at the scene. Give me a pack. Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng. A moment later, the interrogation room door opened. Zhang Yang walked straight in, sat down in front of Wangermeizy, and didn't ask him anything. He lit a cigarette and studied Wangermeizy with keen interest. Zhang Yang knew. Even if this Wangermeizy hadn't actually committed the murder, he was at the scene. He had committed rape there, and possibly even necrophilia. Moreover, it was possible. Could it be that the killer arrived at the scene only to commit robbery, not murder? Perhaps the subsequent individual who entered was the one who actually carried out the killings. Bro, have a smoke. Wangermeizy watched Zhang Yang puffing away ahead, swallowing repeatedly, and addressed him. No way. Zhang Yang tucked the cigarette back into his pocket. Now that Wangermeizy was handcuffed to the chair, he couldn't move at all and couldn't reach it anyway. Zhang Yang closed his eyes, no longer looking at Wangermeizy. He lit another cigarette. What's the point of coming in if you won't give me a cigarette? Ask whatever you want to ask. Seeing Zhang Yang's expression, Wangermeizy grew visibly irritated and humiliated. In his eyes, Zhang Yang was deliberately toying with him. What business is it of yours? I'll do as I please. Zhang Yang kept his eyes closed, ignoring Wangermeizy entirely. But the smoke rings he blew out still drifted straight toward Wangermeizy's face. Damn it, are you looking for trouble? Let me tell you, I've killed plenty of people, you won't be the last. You don't look like a cop to me. Watch out, or I'll take you down. Wangermeizy lowered his voice as he spoke to Zhang Yang. You think you can get out of here? Zhang Yang asked coldly, his eyes closed. Besides, with your cowardly look, you've actually killed someone? Who do you think you are? Zhang Yang snorted coldly. Perhaps it was the slight he felt, or maybe it was the frustration of being denied a cigarette, but this Wangermeizy was acting incredibly irritable. You think you're so tough? Your nickname's Wangermeizy, right? I hear you owe a lot of money? You, who's so scared of creditors you can't even go home, dare to kill someone? That's laughable. Zhang Yang stood up and turned off the camera directly facing Wangermeizy inside the room. But Wangermeizy was unaware of the other hidden camera mounted on the roof. Turning off the main camera was meant to lower the suspect's guard, while the hidden camera was used to capture incriminating evidence. This tactic was frequently employed during interrogations. How did you find out about my debt? Seeing the camera in front of him turned off, Wangermeizy visibly relaxed. I know a lot of things. I also know you're a fool. You left evidence behind during the rape at the scene, yet you let someone else take the fall for you. Zhang Yang said coldly. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, Wangermeizy stared at him in utter shock. How did you find out? Did you actually see it? Wangermeizy asked, trembling. Zhang Yang gave a cold laugh. What do you think? Let me tell you this, do you know why we haven't interrogated you since locking you up? First, the DNA we extracted has already matched yours. At the very least, that means you were present at the scene. And after this incident, throughout the entire process, there's been sufficient evidence to convict you. But we still need to find the other person.
Only then can you die with clarity. Zhang Yang said to Wang Ermezi.
It wasn't me. I didn't kill him. When I got there, the person was already dead. When I handled them, they didn't react at all. If they weren't dead, what else could they be? Wang Ermezi retorted to Zhang Yang.
Zhang Yang shook his head with a hint of resignation. Through these probing questions just now, Zhang Yang had finally come to a clear realization. The person standing before him was likely the real murderer. There had indeed been another person earlier, and that individual was most likely simply a burglar. But they hadn't committed murder, nor had they even attempted rape. At the first crime scene, 2 people were in the living room and 2 were in the inner bedroom. Precisely because of this, it sheds further light on the situation. According to the forensic examination, the ultimate cause of death for these victims was all due to screwdrivers being stabbed into their eyes. But it's highly possible that these individuals weren't completely dead beforehand.
Tell me, what exactly happened? How exactly did you kill those 4 people in their room? Zhang Yang demanded of Wang Ermezi. 4 people? Where did 4 people come from? There were clearly only 2 people. Wang Ermezi exclaimed in utter shock. What did you say? Are you sure?
Zhang Yang was equally shocked.
Yeah, when I went in, I just wanted to steal some money.
But once I got inside, I saw these 2 people lying in the living room, both of them still naked from the waist down. I was startled at first, but when I went over to check, they didn't react at all. Plus, they were so beautiful, I couldn't resist. I raped both of them because they were just like they were asleep, completely unaware. But later I got scared they might have seen something, so I stabbed them with a screwdriver. But they were already dead by then, it had nothing to do with me.
Wang Ermezi said to Zhang Yang. Chapter 245, The Third Person. Bull. Let me tell you straight, the coroner confirmed the victims died from critical stab wounds to the brain caused by the screwdriver. That means they weren't dead when you raped them. You killed them after you finished. As for the person before you, they might have just choked them unconscious. You'll get the death penalty, no question about it.
Zhang Yang stood up and walked out as he spoke, leaving Wang Ermezi slumped in his chair.
Outside, Lu Meng and the others waited.
Earlier, through the window, they'd seen Wang Ermezi standing up, slamming the table, completely oblivious to what was unfolding inside. Lu Meng had wanted to go in, but Lu Meng pulled him back. Having witnessed Zhang Yang conduct countless interrogations, Lu Meng knew he wouldn't make any blunders. This must be some tactic Zhang Yang had employed.
Zhang Yang, what's going on?
As soon as Zhang Yang emerged, Lu Meng and the others rushed over to meet him.
Which sample was used for the DNA test? Was it the liquid from the first crime scene, or the saliva from the second? Zhang Yang asked Lu Meng.
The first crime scene, of course.
Why?
But the killer was the same person, right? Lu Meng realized something and asked in shock.
Probably not.
We need to have the second crime scene examined immediately to see if it matches Wang Ermezi's profile.
My concern is that there might not have been just 2 people at the scene, it could have been 3. Zhang Yang addressed Lu Meng and the others. 3 people? How could that be? You mean they encountered 3 people during this process?
Lu Meng stared at Zhang Yang in utter shock.
Zhang Yang nodded with a hint of resignation. It was clear from Wang Ermezi's earlier words. First, someone must have followed them into that room. This person might have only committed robbery. Then Wang Ermezi entered, raped and murdered the victims. After that, there was likely a third person who entered. This individual, likely an imitator, had witnessed Wang Ermezi murdering the victims with a screwdriver.
After committing his own crimes, raping and killing the 2 people inside, he also retrieved Wang Ermezi's bodily fluids from outside and smeared them on himself. It's highly probable this third individual used contraception, leaving no trace and shifting all blame onto Wang Ermezi.
However, Wang Ermezi wasn't entirely innocent.
He had already confessed personally to the murders, and the micro-camera footage had captured it all.
Zhang Yang said to Lu Meng. This is utterly unbelievable. Could I be overthinking this? Lu Meng asked Zhang Yang. Honestly, I wish I was overthinking it. Let's wait and see what the results show.
Zhang Yang sighed helplessly. Lu Meng, for his part, dared not delay. He immediately dispatched personnel to verify the items discovered at the second murder scene during the previous investigation.
Sure enough, the results didn't match Wang Ermezi's information. However, the victim at the second crime scene had also been stabbed to death with a screwdriver.
This was highly unusual. And precisely because of this, the police decided to merge the 2 cases.
If that's the case, it's possible they were wrong from the very beginning. Regarding the second crime scene, interrogation revealed that Wang Ermezi had never been there.
But for this third individual, even if they could have reached the first crime scene, it would have been impossible to proceed smoothly to the second location. Therefore, it's highly probable. At the first crime scene, when Wang Ermezi entered, the first murderer might not have left yet. Alternatively, the killer may have left and then returned, observing Wang Ermezi's modus operandi, and then employed Wang Ermezi's method at the second crime scene. After all, this type of screwdriver with a plum blossom pattern is something almost everyone has in their home. There was no need for the killer to deliberately carry one. Thus, the entire case, spanning all 3 crime scenes, could be explained. As for Wang Ermeizi's 5 cell phones, the first 4 were all found by Wang Ermeizi at the crime scenes. For these shared apartment dwellers, electricity usage inside the rooms is metered separately. However, the living room area outside their rooms wasn't included in those calculations. So to save money, they all charged their phones in the living room. It was precisely during this time that the 2 individuals inside the room encountered such a tragedy.
Captain, the forensic report is in. We have a new lead.
When we cross-referenced this information with our existing database, we found a match between one individual's details and evidence from the secondary crime scene.
This individual is a parolee.
He was released from prison just 1 month ago, having been arrested for committing a burglary. We believe this individual is highly likely to be the perpetrator at the second crime scene.
An officer rushed over and reported to Lu Meng.
We found him.
Good work. Immediately track down his residence and arrest him. Lu Meng ordered the man.
There was no time to say anything to Zhang Yang. He personally led his men out to make the arrest. But when Lu Meng and his men arrived at the location, they found the suspect had already packed numerous bags in preparation for escape. Lu Meng's team subdued him on the spot. Inside the man's bag, they also discovered a blood-stained screwdriver. There was no room for doubt now. This man was the third person behind it all.